Remember, never contract an evil spirit during the awakening ceremony, especially an evil dragon, which is known as the weakest contracted spirit. Uncle Fu stood by the bedside, giving him endless instructions. The man lay on the bed, his body covered in tubes, the beeping of the medical equipment incessant. He nodded slightly. Uncle Fu looked at the child he had raised since childhood and asked, "Young Master Lan, are you really going to the awakening ceremony tomorrow?" Lan Yu lay on the bed, his body emaciated, filled with transparent four bags, drops of liquid being injected into his weak body. Not long ago, the doctor warned Lan Yu. Young Master Lan's shadow power is too immense. His body has reached its limit, and he probably doesn't have much time left. Lan Yu gave a bitter smile. Everyone else who transmigrates becomes a triumphant hero, so why is he just a sickly man on the verge of death? The original owner was a genius of the Lan family, and even the entire Qiming city, born with extraordinary shadow power. The stronger one's shadow power, the easier it is to gain the favor of powerful beings during the awakening ceremony and form a contract with an even stronger being. Everyone believed that the original owner would at least be able to contract a powerful S-rank spirit beast during the awakening ceremony, and that his future was bright. Currently, Lan Yu's overloaded shadow power is ravaging all his life force, exceeding the limits of his body's capacity. The former admirers now only see mockery in their eyes. Have you heard? The Lan family's genius is dying. What's the use of talent if you can't enjoy it? The Feng family, which was once close to the Lan family, sent a letter yesterday announcing the cancellation of the marriage between Lan Yu and Feng Mingjie. Feng Mingjie, the apple of the Feng family's eye, is also a girl with outstanding talent. Now that Lan Yu is on the verge of death, the Feng family is quick to distance themselves from the situation. Lan Yu remembered the sense of responsibility that the original owner had been instilled with by his family, and he didn't have much affection for Feng Mingjie. But seeing the Feng family's actions, a chill ran through him, and he couldn't help but laugh at the coldness of the world. Looking at Lan Yu's weakened body, Uncle Fu said, "The awakening ceremony requires a lot of energy. Young master, what's wrong with your current physical condition?" Lan Yu's gaze was resolute. He had to go. He knew in his heart that rather than lying in bed like a salted fish waiting to die, he might as well take a chance. The awakening ceremony is the only chance. "Uncle Fu, my mind is made up." Uncle Fu sighed and nodded in agreement. The next day, at the Qiming No. 1 middle school playground, during the awakening ceremony, the entire city of Qiming eagerly awaited the birth of a new powerhouse. When Uncle Fu pushed Lan Yu's wheelchair to the edge of the playground, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Why is he here? Wasn't he about to die? Good heavens, he actually came to participate in the awakening ceremony? Suddenly, a shrill voice rang out. "Oh, isn't this the former genius of our Lan family?" Lan Jun and Feng Mingjie approached. Lan Jun was tall and arrogant, with his arm around Feng Mingjie and a provocative smile on his face. Lan Jun had always felt inferior because of Lan Yu's exceptional talent. Now, seeing Lan Yu in such a sorry state, he naturally showed no mercy. He looked down at Lan Yu and said in a harsh tone, "Find a place to cremate him quickly, so as not to waste air." Lan Yu remained unmoved, completely ignoring the two adulterers. However, this disregard enraged Lan Jun. "You!" He angrily swung his fist at Lan Yu. Lan Jun Feng Mingjie pulled him back. Why bother arguing with a dying man? Upon hearing this, Lan Jun's expression softened slightly, but he finally let out a cold snort. "Trash, just wait to die." The awakening ceremony began, and the contractors took turns ascending the stage. Su Yusung contracted with a D-rank gargoyle. Qi Yu contracted with a C-rank shadow wolf. Suddenly, a dazzling crimson light shot into the sky from the awakening stone, and the air was scorching hot. A collective gasp filled the room. Rank A. It really is rank A. Lan Jun has formed a contract with a rank A flame giant, and his body is engulfed in raging flames. He walked up to Lan Yu and smugly provoked him. "You piece of trash, why don't you hurry back and wait to die? Don't embarrass yourself here." Lan Yu's gaze remained calm. The dog that used to bow its head before me now dares to bark at me. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Lan Jun roared and charged at Lan Yu, his fist burning with flames as he smashed down. In that instant, the shadow energy within Lan Yu surged out like a living thing, instantly enveloping him. Shadow Qi. Lan Jun's fist was blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance at all. How could this be? Everyone was stunned. He hadn't even awakened yet. How could he possibly control shadow energy? My God, just how terrifying is this person's talent? However, Lan Yu felt no emotion whatsoever. Shadow Chi summoning? It was merely a little trick that the original owner had accidentally discovered to alleviate the rampaging shadow power within him. With a casual wave of his hand, the shadow energy chains rushed towards Lan Jun. Lan Jun was flung away like a dead dog, spitting out a mouthful of muddy blood. This humiliation enraged Lan Jun. Lan Yu, I'll kill you. Lan Jun struggled to his feet, and the power of the flame giant surged forth once more. Stop! The teacher on the platform forcefully stopped the fight. Lan Jun suppressed his anger, his eyes filled with resentment and killing intent. Just then, the awakening stone suddenly burst forth with a holy light. Holy! A phantom angel radiating soft white light slowly unfurled its wings. It's an anomaly. The surrounding people looked on in horror. Only contractors of S rank or higher can experience this kind of anomaly. Fengmingjie, contract S rank, holy light angel. The teacher presiding over the ceremony was so excited that his voice almost trembled. S rank. For 3 whole years, no S rank contractor has appeared in Qiming City. The teacher was so excited her face turned red. It was an angel. The legendary, growable contracted spirit. It might even break through to SSS rank in the future. Countless eyes were focused on Fengmingjie, who enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. She saw Lan Jun being helped up by the family bodyguards, looking disheveled, with blood on the corner of his mouth. What happened? Lan Jun immediately wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed at Lan Yu, complaining fiercely. Mengjie? It was that good-for-nothing who injured me. Fengmingjie coldly glanced at the bodyguard and the old butler beside her, clearly blaming them for not protecting Lan Jun properly. The old butler quickly explained, Miss, young Master Lan Yu is, after all, family. According to the rules, we cannot attack family members. Fengmingjie turned her gaze to Lan Yu. Lan Yu, even your cousin was so ruthless. No wonder you ended up like this today. It's all retribution. Lan Yu showed no reaction to Fengmingjie's accusations. He simply gestured to Uncle Fu, who then pushed him in his wheelchair toward the platform. Lan Yu, are you sure you want to proceed with the awakening ceremony? The teacher presiding over the ceremony asked hesitantly. Yes. Immediately, the awakening array lit up, and endless shadow energy surged out wildly, completely engulfing Lan Yu's body in the dense black energy. What's going on? The teacher exclaimed in alarm, and the whole scene instantly descended into chaos. However, the space shattered like a mirror, and dark cracks spread rapidly, filling the air with a dark aura. What level of anomaly is this? The teacher looked up at the sky. SS level? No, that's not right. Could it be the legendary SSS level? In the crowd, someone pointed to the dark gap in the sky and cried out in terror. It's the Shadow Realm Gate. The host was so excited he lost his voice, exclaiming, It's a god from the film world. A god from the film world has descended. At this moment, Lan Yu's consciousness entered a state of darkness, and powerful phantoms appeared around him. They all displayed their power to Lan Yu, inviting him to sign a contract. However, Lan Yu calmly glanced at these illusory figures and eventually walked to an inconspicuous corner. There, 2 girls quietly huddled in the shadows. Lan Yu's gaze was drawn to them. The girls had almost no divine aura. Their presence was extremely faint. He saw their faces clearly. One was wearing a long black dress, aloof and noble. The other was wearing a white dress, her eyes pure yet timid, nestled tightly in her sister's arms. Suddenly, information about the evil dragon god surfaced in Lan Yu's mind. Nidhogg and Hell, twin dragon gods, control chaos and death, and nearly destroyed the world. Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was these gods who could help him consume the enormous shadow power within him. Without hesitation, he extended his hand. Are you willing to sign a contract with me? In the darkness, Nidhogg looked up, his golden vertical pupils flashing with astonishment. Human, do you know what you're saying? She gazed at Lan Yu. We were the ones who nearly destroyed the world. Lan Yu nodded calmly. I know. Nidhogg's tone grew even heavier. In the past, none of those who made contracts with evil dragons had a good ending. 9 out of 10 died, or even faced certain death. She stared at Lan Yu, trying to see a hint of wavering. Lan Yu calmly replied, I know everything. This resolute decision stunned Nidhogg, who looked down at her dying sister Hel in her arms. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Please make a pact with my sister. Her time was running out. Lan Yu then noticed Hel's condition. Her legs, beneath her pure white dress, were almost completely transparent, as if they might disappear into the darkness at any moment. In the original owner's memories, The Shadow Realm's power would gradually disappear if no one formed a contract with it. Hel was heading towards this fate. Hel seemed to realize her sister's intention, weakly clutching her skirt, tears welling in her eyes. "Sister, no." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "What will you do if I leave? Your time is running out." Nidhogg suppressed his heartache and gently stroked his sister's head. "Silly girl, at least one of us is alive. It's better than both of us disappearing." Seeing this, Lan Yu interrupted somewhat inappropriately. "When did I say that I would only contract with one person?" Nidhogg and Herzio both looked at Lan Yu. Was he going to form a contract with two dragon gods? Contracting an evil dragon required an immense amount of shadow power. No human could bear the weight of two. Without hesitation, Lan Yu picked them both up. "I'm sorry, I'm physically unable to do this." Nidhogg and Hel were shocked and completely caught off guard. Lan Yu hoisted the two evil dragon sisters onto his shoulders and turned to walk towards the towering Shadow Realm gate. In the real world, at Qiming No. 1 High School, the light of the awakening magic circle on the playground was still dazzling, and the crack in the sky exuded a chilling aura. Suddenly, two black beams of light crashed down from the crack, precisely enveloping Lan Yu in the center of the awakening platform. The contract officer stared in astonishment at the two pillars of light piercing the heavens and earth. How can there be two? According to the book, there should only be one pillar of light for the contracted deity, but now, two pillars of light have descended upon Lan Yu. The contract official was shaken. Had he contracted with two gods? Immediately afterward, two deafening dragon roars echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Two enormous phantom images of dragon gods appeared behind Lan Yu, blotting out the sky and their oppressive aura causing the entire playground to tremble. Everyone was overwhelmed and knelt down, except for Uncle Fu, who was closer to Lan Yu and protected by his shadow energy, thus avoiding the pressure. Lan Yu stood between the pillar of light and the phantom of the dragon god, feeling the violent shadow power within his body. A notification popped up in his mind. The twin dragon god contract has been established, absorbing the host's overloaded shadow power. Energy conversion in progress. Dragon god's feedback has been activated. Shadow chi concentration. Physical functions. All aspects are being enhanced. That vast power emanated from the phantom of the dragon god, rapidly nourishing Lan Yu's body. In a short while, his pale face regained its rosy color, his emaciated body became full and strong, and his skin shone with luster. His once frail body has fully recovered, and he is now a handsome and dashing young man. This process lasted for 5 minutes until the shadow power within Lan Yu's body reached a balance. The dragon god's phantom quickly transformed into two streams of light, merging into Lan Yu's shadow. The rift in the sky closed, the black pillar of light dissipated, and everything returned to calm. The crowd slowly rose, their shock subsiding. A divine contractor. The 11th god contractor has been born in Qiming City. Immediately, a thunderous cheer erupted across the playground. The former genius, Lan Yu, had finally returned. That genius from the Lan family not only didn't die, but he also became a divine contractor. The eldest daughter of the Feng family had just broken off her engagement, and Lan Yu had already made a contract with a god. However, Feng Mengjie and Lan Jun, standing some distance away, looked ashen-faced. She suddenly roared at the guards beside her. "Kill Lan Yu. Now, immediately." "Feng Mengjie wants to kill Lan Yu? Has she gone mad?" The guards and the old butler standing beside her were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Even the head of the Feng family wouldn't dare issue such an order. The divine contractor is an existence that can change the world's future. To touch him is to provoke the entire Feng family. The old butler hurriedly stepped in front of Feng Mengjie. "Young miss, he is now a divine contractor. His status is different from before." But Feng Mengjie was blinded by jealousy and anger and wouldn't listen to anything. Why could this good-for-nothing gain the favor of the gods? "Useless. A bunch of useless trash," she screamed, the aura of the holy angel overflowing uncontrollably, its oppressive power sweeping the surroundings. Although this pressure was nothing to the guards who had experienced the dragon god's pressure, her scream sent chills down everyone's spines. "I order you. Kill him. Don't you understand?" she screamed hysterically. "Whoever kills him will be richly rewarded by the Feng family." Standing on the high platform, Lan Yu heard Feng Mengjie's screams from afar. In his eyes, the distorted look on her face was like a clumsy farce. Under her commands and intimidation, the Feng family guards exchanged glances, too afraid to move. Feng Mengjie, seeing the unresponsive guards, angrily turned to Lan Jun. A calculating glint flashed in her eyes, her tone seductive. Lan Jun, go kill him. Haven't you always liked me? If you kill him, I'll accept your proposal. Lan Jun's body trembled, an irresistible impulse welling up within him. Meng Jie had agreed to be with him, and now he had a chance. Anger, humiliation, and jealousy overwhelmed him, causing him to lose his mind in an instant. Kill Lan Yu. Then I can have Meng Jie. He roared and took a step forward, unleashing the power of an A-rank fire giant. The ground began to scorch, and the air became scalding hot. However, just as he was about to rush onto the platform, his eyes met Lan Yu's. In Lan Yu's deep, dark eyes, something seemed to be awakening. Those were golden, vertical pupils. Lan Yu's gaze carried a godlike pressure, and the phantom of the fire giant wailed in agony. Lan Jun let out a cry of surprise. His steps abruptly halted, his body stiffened, and the power of the flame giant within him instantly weakened, even beginning to tremble. Lan Jun, what are you doing? Go get him. Feng Mingjie screamed angrily when she saw Lan Jun stop. You piece of trash. Are you even afraid of him? Before she could finish speaking, a blurry afterimage flashed past the edge of the platform at a speed beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Before her scream had even faded, Lan Yu appeared before her, enveloped in a faint aura of black energy. He raised his hand high, then delivered a resounding slap across her face. Everyone was stunned. Lan Yu had somehow appeared in front of Feng Mingjie. Feng Mingjie was sent flying by a single slap from Lan Yu. She flew out like a kite with a broken string, falling more than 10 meters away before landing heavily. The awkward position caused her to faint on the spot. An S-class contractor was defeated with a single slap? Lan Yu withdrew his hand. What a nuisance. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Lan Yu was not only exceptionally talented, but also remarkably swift and decisive in his actions. Once the Feng family guards and the old butler recovered, they hurriedly shouted, "Protect the young lady. You dare to hurt our young lady? You're asking for death." The Feng family's butler roared, and the guards, their eyes flashing with menacing rage, surrounded Lan Yu. Just then, an old yet agile figure appeared before Lan Yu as if by teleportation. Uncle Fu. The black cane in his hand split open, revealing a gleaming slender sword whose blade reflected a chilling light in the sunlight. Uncle Fu, who was usually gentle and kind and slightly hunched over, stood up straight and had eyes like an eagle. That killing intent was even several times stronger than Feng Mingjie's S-level angelic pressure just now. If you want to touch the young master, you'll have to get past the weapon in my hand first, Uncle Fu said coldly, holding a thin sword. The minimum standard for the Lan family's butler is a 6-star Shadow Master. If this old butler doesn't have real skills, how can he take on such an important task? The Feng family guards froze, their expressions changing drastically. This old man is incredibly strong. Among the crowd, some experienced teachers or parents caught a glimpse of Uncle Fu's sword-wielding posture, and their expressions changed drastically. The death pianist? The 7-star expert who was famous for his swift sword 30 years ago? He's actually the Lan family's butler? The death pianist, the 7-star Shadow Master. Upon hearing these two titles, the Feng family guards were instantly terrified. At this moment, the teacher hosting the event on the platform was sweating profusely upon seeing this scene, completely at a loss for what to do. On one side are newly promoted divine contract masters and 7-star powerhouses, and on the other side is the local powerful Feng family. He can't afford to offend either of them. In the midst of this stalemate, a clear, cold voice drifted down from the sky. "Gentlemen, could you do me the honor of stopping for now?" Everyone instinctively looked up and saw a female ninja in a black bodysuit standing at the top of the flagpole. She was slender, and a mask covered half of her face. A black ribbon was wrapped around her arm, embroidered with the emblem of a sword and shield, the symbol of the contractor administration. Upon seeing the newcomer, Uncle Fu's imposing aura receded like a receding tide, replaced by his usual gentle demeanor. He gently sheathed his rapier. "Miss Qing, it's been a long time." The woman nodded slightly in response. She coldly surveyed her surroundings, and the Feng family guards, including the butler, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They subconsciously restrained their imposing manner, their hands gripping their weapons stiffened, and they all avoided meeting her gaze. Qing's gaze finally settled on Lan Yu, her voice still cold. "You are the 11th divine contractor, aren't you? Come with me to the administration bureau to register." Lan Yu turned his head slightly to look at Uncle Fu beside him. Uncle Fu nodded, indicating that they could proceed. The administration is an official body responsible for managing all contractor affairs, and registration is mandatory. Lan Yu no longer hesitated and turned to Qing. Okay. Qing didn't say much. With a flash, she was as light as a feather and jumped down from the flagpole silently. She turned and walked towards the edge of the playground, with Lan Yu and Uncle Fu following closely behind. The three of them left the chaotic playground. The car was silent. Lan Yu's gaze drifted to Miss Qing in the front seat. She took out a sewing kit from her bag and was intently sewing a small bear doll. This contrasted sharply with her cold exterior, which surprised Lan Yu. He didn't say much, checking the panel in his mind. Name: Lan Yu. Rank: 2-star Shadow Master. Contracted Shadow Spirit. Evil Dragon God from the Ancient Abyss. Shadow Technique: Shadow Aura Summoning. Basic: Divine Authority. Death, Chaos. Death, Authority Ability. Death Rewind. Death Rewind. After suffering a fatal injury, you will not die immediately. Your wounds will heal within 10 minutes, restoring you to full health. All things begin in chaos. For every 5 shadow monsters of the same rank killed, or 1 shadow monster of a higher rank killed, 1 stack of authority power is gained, each stack increasing shadow aura intensity by 1%. Every 5 layers of power allow one to draw upon 1 ability or talent from the power of the gods. Lan Yu's gaze lingered on the current rank, 2-star Shadow Master. This was unusual. Normally, after completing the awakening ritual, the contractor's initial rank should be 1-star Shadow Master, but because of his extremely high talent, he jumped to 2-star Shadow Master. Moreover, the Dragon God's blessing he received during the contract greatly enhanced Lan Yu's physique, even bringing him close to the level of a 3-star Shadow Master. In just a few minutes, he went from a terminally ill patient to a monster with the strength of a 3-star film master. This is the power of the gods. Lan Yu also tried to sense the contracted spirit within his body. However, all he received in response was silence. The other end of the connection between their consciousnesses was empty. Lan Yu sensed that the 2 powerful auras were still lurking deep within his shadow, and no matter how he called out, there was no response. He recalled the final moments of the contract, when the sister dragon gods seemed to say something. You've eaten your fill, take a nap, energy conversion in progress. He thought to himself, these 2 legendary dragon gods are just sleeping after eating. Isn't that a bit too casual? As I was pondering this, the car slowly came to a stop, and Qing's calm voice came. We've arrived. Everyone got out of the car, and Lan Yu looked up and saw an ordinary office building. This was a branch of the Qiming City Management Bureau, one of the most heavily guarded places in the city. Qing pushed open the glass door and led Lan Yu and Uncle Fu inside. The hall was spacious and bright, but the atmosphere was somber. Several staff members saw them enter. Qing ignored them and headed straight for the private elevator. The elevator quickly took them to the top floor. As soon as the door opened, dozens of eyes focused on them upon entering the conference room. Most of these people were top figures in the Qiming City Contractor Circle. Inside the conference room, a dozen or so people sat around a huge round table, each exuding a distinct aura and creating a strong sense of oppression. Sitting in the main seat was Bai Yi, the director of the Qiming branch, whose sharp eyes were hidden beneath his gray hair. Bai Yi stood up and walked towards Lan Yu. I am Bai Yi, the director of the Qiming Branch Bureau. Young friend Lan Yu, congratulations. Your appearance is the pride of our entire Qiming city. Lan Yu was taken aback. Director Bai Yi got straight to the point. Young friend Lan Yu, on behalf of the Contractor Management Bureau, I invite you to join us. S-level access, millions of resources, top-tier shadow techniques, rare items, exclusive secret realms. All resources are negotiable. Leaders from other factions rose to their feet and began vying for the offer. Our Hunters Guild is also sincere. The Temple of War will provide even more resources. The entire conference room instantly descended into chaos. Lan Yu's lips twitched as he watched these big shots arguing heatedly over him. He interrupted their argument. I appreciate the kindness of all the seniors, but I have just awakened, and there are many things I need to consider and discuss with my family. Choosing a faction is important. I need to discuss it with my elders first. Lan Yu cleverly used the excuse of family discussion to refuse all invitations. Director Bai Yi smiled and said, Young friend, you're right. We were indeed too hasty. Then, he gestured for a staff member to bring over a silver-white instrument. Young friend Lan Yu, please place your hand in the groove and inject a wisp of shadow power to confirm your identity. The instrument can detect the contractor's identity and the rank of the contracted spirit. Lan Yu followed instructions, injecting a wisp of shadow power. The instrument instantly lit up, and data flashed across the screen before finally freezing. Name: Lan Yu. Identity: Contractor. Contract Spirit: Evil Dragon God from the Ancient Abyss. Rank: Unknown. Contractor Number: 011. Lan Yu turned to Bai Yi, who smiled and said, "The rank of a god cannot be detected by instruments. Young friend Lan Yu, you don't need to worry about that." Nevertheless, whispers immediately broke out in the meeting room upon seeing the evil dragon god from the Ancient Abyss. It's actually the god of evil dragons? The weakest contracted spirit in legends actually has a god? Evil dragons are cursed, and none of their contractors have a good ending. Those powerful figures who had previously been vying for Lan Yu were now buzzing with discussion. Lan Yu had contracted with the worst lineage? That was a joke. Director Bai ignored the discussions, his smile unchanged, and patted Lan Yu on the shoulder. "Young friend Lan Yu, let's go. Let's proceed with the next test." The two left the conference room, followed closely by Qing and Uncle Fu. They took the elevator to the special testing area on the first floor and entered a spacious open space. The walls were made of energy-absorbing alloy, and the floor was as smooth as a mirror, making it suitable for high-intensity combat. Uncle Fu was told to stay outside for the time being. Bai Yi pointed to the seats. "Please wait here for a moment." Lan Yu sat down and waited. On the other side, Bai Yi and the other representatives entered the observation room. Inside the observation room, a huge one-way glass window provides a clear view of the testing area, but those inside cannot see outside. The Hunters Guild representative frowned. "Chief, this child has only just awakened his power, and his shadow energy is unstable. How can we let him face shadow beasts?" The representative of the Temple of War Gods also said in a deep voice, "The identity of a divine contractor should not be underestimated, but it would be bad if word got out that he was injured right after awakening." Bai Yi waved his hand, still smiling. "He's a divine contractor, so we should have some expectations. Besides, everyone's here. If anything happens, we can save him." Inside the testing grounds, the Shadow Claw cat broke free of its seal and burst forth. This shadow beast was the size of a house cat, with a jet-black body, scarlet eyes, and sharp claws that inspired fear. It quickly locked onto Lan Yu, roared, and pounced on him. Inside the observation room, everyone held their breath in tension. However, just as the Shadow Claw cat was about to pounce on Lan Yu's figure vanished into thin air, leaving only a fading afterimage. The speed was so fast that even Shadow Claw cat didn't have time to react. The next second, Lan Yu was already to the side of Shadow Claw cat, effortlessly throwing a punch. The Shadow Claw cat's body crashed into a steel wall, its forward momentum abruptly halted. Its body cracked inch by inch, finally exploding in midair, turning into countless specks of light. The entire process took less than a second. The observation room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, utterly astonished. How is this possible? The speed, the power. Could this really have been done by a newly awakened rookie? Lan Yu withdrew his fist, lightly brushing the dust off his clothes. Director Bai Yi's eyes flashed with admiration. "Good lad. That's impressive, decisive." He turned to the staff. "It seems that one Shadow Claw cat is not enough. Increase the difficulty and release 5 one-star mid-level shadow dogs at once." "Chief, Shadowhounds aren't like Shadow Claw cats. 5 of them attacking at once would be a headache even for a seasoned veteran. This kid is going to die." Everyone tried to dissuade him, their expressions anxious. Bai Yi, however, simply waved his hand, signaling them to continue watching, his smile unchanged, but a hint of expectation in his eyes. As the command was given, 5 thick plumes of black mist surged out of the room in the testing area, transforming into 5 shadow dogs, each a size larger than the Shadow Claw cat. Shadowhound, a mid-tier 1-star shadow beast, is known for its speed, strength, and teamwork. The 5 shadow hounds let out low growls, quickly dispersed, and formed a 5-point encirclement formation, preparing to flank Lan Yu. Faced with this onslaught, Lan Yu's expression finally turned serious. He stood firm, his mind racing. Shadow Aura summoning. The next moment, black shadow energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, quickly surrounding Lan Yu and forming a thick black torrent. Inside the observation room, a guild leader couldn't help but whisper, "That's a shadow technique? How could he possibly use a shadow technique?" Another person exclaimed in surprise, "Didn't he just awaken? How can he use it so skillfully?" Everyone knows that newly awakened cultivators need several days to stabilize their internal shadow energy, and mastering a shadow technique requires several weeks of practice. Wait, look at his aura. A high-ranking official from the administration pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. This can't be right, can it? He actually has so much shadow energy. What about the evil dragon's curse? Isn't it said that the evil dragon suppresses the host's shadow power? Lan Yu stood amidst the dense shadow energy. Facing the approaching shadow hound, he moved slightly, causing the surrounding shadow energy to twist and deform. In the blink of an eye, dozens of shadow spikes emerged from the darkness. Go, Lan Yu uttered softly. Before the 5 shadow hounds could even let out a scream, they were pierced by shadow spikes, their bodies rapidly disintegrating and ultimately turning into scattered black shadow energy that disappeared into the air. 5 mid-level 1-star shadow beasts were instantly and cleanly killed, even easier than when the Shadow Claw Cat was killed previously. This time, Lan Yu used his precise shadow skills to instantly kill 5 shadow dogs, giving everyone an unprecedented shock. Director Bai Yi exchanged a glance with the other senior officials of the Administration Bureau, their eyes filled with turbulent emotions. The powerful aura of shadow they saw in Lan Yu, that condensed, pure aura with a deathly divine quality, far exceeded the scope of ordinary 1-star or even 2-star shadow masters. Lan Yu frowned slightly. After these few warm-up battles, he seemed to have realized something. He raised his head, precisely locking onto the direction of the observation room. Everyone, if you want to test my strength, a 1-star level is meaningless. Let's go straight for the 2-star ones. Immediately afterward, they realized that Lan Yu meant to challenge a 2-star shadow beast, and the entire observation room erupted in excitement once again. 2 stars. Has he gone mad? How dare a newly awakened rookie challenge a 2-star shadow beast? He's practically courting death. Director Bai Yi gently raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then looked at Lan Yu and asked, "Who told you that young friend Lan Yu is only a 1-star?" Everyone froze. Bai Yi pointed to the instrument screen beside him. The energy curve on it suddenly surged the moment Lan Yu made his move. Based on real-time data analysis from the combat detection system, Lan Yu's current strength rating is confirmed as a 2-star Shadow Master. 2 stars? A 2-star Shadow Master right after awakening? That's impossible. Even top geniuses need a week to break through to 2 stars after awakening, right? Moreover, wouldn't the evil dragon he contracted suppress its host? The entire observation room erupted in uproar. Director Bai waved his hand gently. To grant Lan Yu's request, initiate the 2nd-star test and release 5 armored shadow bulls. The staff acted swiftly, and 5 enormous, armored bulls appeared on the testing ground. They were massive, covered in black armor, and had crimson eyes. Armored bull is known for its formidable defense and impact, making a heavy thump-thump sound when it steps on the alloy ground. Just then, Nidhogg's lazy voice rang in his mind. What's all this noise? Lan Yu was startled and recognized the voice as that of the Dragon God. Dragon God, you've finally woken up? I ate too much and fell asleep, Nidhogg replied lazily. Lan Yu teased, what about hell? Still sleeping. Nidhogg chuckled. Lan Yu shook his head helplessly. These sisters can sleep forever. Nidhogg seemed to sense the situation. You're playing with these low-level energy beings? I don't think I've even taught you shadow techniques yet. A stream of information instantly flooded into Lan Yu's mind, and then he obtained a 2-star shadow skill called Dark Moon Dragon Breath. This is a technique I created casually, and its power is related to the purity of my shadow force, Nidhogg continued. However, it takes an ordinary person 3 to 5 days to learn it, so you probably can't use it either. Lan Yu smiled. Okay, let's give it a try. The shadow power within his body quickly flowed along the trajectory of the Dark Moon Dragon Breath, and he raised his right hand and made a light sweeping motion. A dark crescent moon appeared out of nowhere in front of him, hovering silently, swallowing the surrounding light and exuding an aura of death. The crescent moon followed closely, slicing through the air and sweeping past the 5 bulls with lightning speed. Then, the 5 bulls suddenly stopped, their massive bodies frozen in place. A tiny crack appeared between their brows, instantly piercing through their thick shadow armor, their bodies disintegrating into shadow particles at the crack. One strike. All 5 2-star shadow beasts vanished. Shouldn't Chapter 10 give us an explanation? As the 5 armored shadow bulls dissipated, a notification appeared in Lan Yu's mind. Defeat 5 shadow monsters of the same rank. Gain 1 layer of authority power. Increase shadow aura strength by 1%. Meanwhile, silence fell over the observation room. Everyone, including Director Bai Yi, Elder Zhao, and representatives of various forces in Qiming City, stood frozen in place, staring dumbfounded at the testing field. The 5 two-star shadow beasts vanished instantly, and Lan Yu maintained his waving gesture, his expression calm. What just happened? What kind of skill was that dark crescent moon? It instantly killed the armored shadow bull, known for its high defense, with a single move. Its power was terrifying. Awakened to 2 stars, it instantly killed 5 two-star shadow beasts, and possessed such a powerful skill. Even Bai Yi was speechless at such strength. God of evil dragons. The weakest contracted spirit? To hell with the weakest. If this is the weakest, what are the other contracted spirits? The silence lasted for more than 10 seconds before Director Bai Yi finally came to his senses, walked into the testing room, took out a black token, and handed it to Lan Yu. Please forgive our previous rudeness. This is a divine token, jointly created by other divine contractors, sealing a shadow technique called Divine Concealment Shield. It can withstand attacks from 9-star shadow masters and below for 1 minute, serving as a means of survival and a symbol of your status. With it, the authorities generally won't make things difficult for you. Lan Yu calmly accepted the token and nodded slightly in gratitude. The test was over, and registration was complete. Lan Yu and Uncle Fu left amidst the complex and awe-inspiring gazes of the Bureau's staff, heading towards the elevator. As soon as they stepped out of the Bureau's doors, the blinding sunlight made Lan Yu instinctively squint. Suddenly, they stopped. In front of the administration building stood a row of all-black sports cars, exuding understated luxury, flanked by dozens of bodyguards dressed in black. Each was tall and imposing, possessing a powerful aura, sharp as an eagle, clearly armed, and disciplined. These are the Lan family's most elite armed forces, the Shadow Guards. Each Shadow Guard is at least a 5-star Shadow Master. Standing at the forefront is Wu Zi, the Lan family head's personal butler, a powerful 8-star expert. Upon seeing Lan Yu and Uncle Fu emerge, Wu Zi immediately stepped forward and bowed, his voice steady. Young master, the patriarch is already waiting at home. Please follow me to the carriage. Lan Yu glanced at Wu Zi, nodded, and then got into the car with him. The convoy started silently and disappeared at the end of the street. Bai Yi and the other high-ranking officials watched the Lan family's convoy drive away, their hearts filled with turmoil. Old Bai, why didn't you just ask for the test directly? Why did you have to make such a fuss? Elder Zhao asked, puzzled. Bai Yi sighed. Don't you understand the Lan family's temperament? They're all so arrogant. They directly demanded a test. Do you think he would listen to me? He gazed at the departing convoy and sighed. He's already a 2-star awakener, and he possesses such terrifying shadow techniques. His talent is simply heaven-defying. It would be wonderful if we could recruit him into our management bureau. Just then, the elder rolled his eyes. You wish. Meanwhile, Lan Yu's sports car smoothly entered the Lan family manor. The manor was lush with greenery, luxurious yet tranquil. The car stopped in the main residential area, and the butler, Wu Zi, opened the door again. Young master, please get out of the car. Lan Yu got out of the car, gazing at this familiar yet somewhat strange place. He walked steadily toward the main hall. However, he stopped in the courtyard. 2 figures emerged from behind a tree, blocking his way. They were 2 slightly older boys. The one on the left, Lan Yun, was a bit chubby, and had a playful smile on his lips. Oh, young master Lan Yu, you've awakened to become a divine contractor? How impressive. The man on the right, Lan Feng, was thin with a cold look in his eyes. He crossed his arms and said, just because you've become a divine contractor doesn't mean you can treat us like we're invisible. Lan Jun was seriously injured by you and is now lying in the medical room. You have to give us an explanation. Lan Yu coldly glanced at the 2 men, quickly recalling their information in his mind. Lan Feng and Lan Yun, his cousins who were always causing trouble for the original owner of this body. Lan Yun said sarcastically, I heard you beat Lan Jun up badly, and he's in the hospital. Today, we're going to get an explanation. Chapter 11, A Brutal Beating in Person. Lan Feng sneered, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Don't think you're so great just because you've made a contract with some damn god. You've only just awakened, at most a 1-star shadow master. He pointed at Lan Yu, his tone even harsher. Today, I'll seek justice for Lan Jun. Kneel down, apologize to me, and compensate me for medical expenses and emotional distress. Otherwise, don't blame us brothers for showing no mercy. Lan Yu stood there, his face calm and his eyes indifferent, as if looking down at the 2 clowns in front of him. This silent disdain infuriated Lan Feng and Lan Yun more than any verbal attack. You're courting death. Lan Yun roared, charging forward with his shadow power surging within him, a faint black shadow aura swirling around his fist. Shadow strike fist. His fist, carrying a powerful gust of wind, aimed straight at Lan Yu's face, and it looked like it was about to hit him. However, Lan Yu did not move at all, and did not even lift his eyelids. Just as the fist was about to make contact with Lan Yu's face, Lan Yu casually raised his left hand, gently grabbed Lan Yun's wrist, and accurately caught it. Lan Yun was taken aback, then grinned maliciously. "So what if you catch him? Give him to me." Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and Lan Yun's expression instantly changed from smug to pain. His wrist was twisted lightly by Lan Yu, breaking at an unnatural angle. The bone fragments pierced his skin, and the excruciating pain made him scream, "Awa!" Upon seeing this, Lan Feng's pupils contracted sharply, and he roared angrily, "Let go of my brother!" He quickly gathered his shadow power and swept it towards Lan Yu, his leg movements sharp. Shadow blade kick. However, Lan Yu's reaction was even faster. He moved his right foot and struck Lan Feng's knee with lightning speed. Lan Feng screamed and lost his balance, falling to the ground. Before he could struggle, a foot gently stepped on his back. Lan Feng was unable to move, his face filled with a mixture of humiliation and astonishment. He simply couldn't understand how he and Lan Yun, both two-star shadow masters, couldn't even withstand a single move from Lan Yu. Lan Yu looked down at Lan Feng with a cold gaze, as if he were dealing with two flies. He lightly stomped on Lan Feng's back a few times, then walked towards Lan Yun and punched him in the face. "Wah! Stop hitting me," Lan Yun pleaded in anguish. However, Lan Yu's fist still fell mercilessly. Just then, a steady yet authoritative voice rang out. "Lan Yu, the patriarch has arrived." Lan Yu turned around and saw the butler, Wu Zi, standing respectfully by the corridor, while a middle-aged man stood at the end of the corridor. The man was dressed in a well-fitting dark coat, with a cold and aloof demeanor and an invisible pressure emanating from his brows. Lan Yu quickly recognized that this person was Lan Mingxi, the current head of the Lan family, and his biological father. Lan Mingxi's gaze swept coldly across the entire courtyard, finally settling on Lan Yu. He stared calmly at Lan Yu, his eyes devoid of any emotion. However, that cold gaze seemed to make the temperature in the courtyard drop suddenly. Lan Yu merely glanced at his father before looking away indifferently, as if he didn't care about Lan Mingxi at all. He raised his fist and continued to punch Lan Yun hard in the face. Chapter 12. You're dead. Lan Mingxi appeared deep within the courtyard. He stood under the eaves, tall and straight, his face cold and stern. Just by standing there, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire courtyard, making the air heavy. He looked at Lan Yu in the center of the courtyard, who was straddling his cousin Lan Yun and punching him repeatedly. Lan Yu's movements were swift and decisive. Each punch landed precisely on Lan Yun's swollen face. Everyone around held their breath, their hearts pounding. Logically, Lan Yu should have stopped and respectfully bowed to his father. After all, Lan Mingxi was the head of the Lan family, deciding the family's fate. However, to everyone's surprise, Lan Yu did not stop. Instead, he continued to punch with even greater force. Bang! Another punch landed on Lan Yun's face, and blood splattered. Silence, a deathly silence. Everyone stared in shock at the scene. Had he gone mad? The patriarch had arrived, and Lan Yu dared to continue his attack? Just then, a sharp, angry roar shattered the silence. Lan Feng and Lan Yun's personal butler rushed out, pointing at Lan Yu with fury and terror. "Insolence! The patriarch is here, yet you still don't stop." Lan Yu finally stopped throwing a punch, but he didn't turn around. He just glanced coldly at the butler and said in an icy tone, "Why didn't you stop them when they bullied me before?" "I was just sparring with my cousins," he said dismissively. "If you're not happy, then come and stop me." Upon hearing this, the steward froze on the spot, not daring to step forward. Family rules stipulated that stewards and servants were not allowed to interfere in disputes among family members, or they would be severely punished. Lan Yu was completely in accordance with the family rules. Seeing that the butler didn't move, Lan Yu's tone became even more mocking. "Besides, the patriarch hasn't given any orders." He sneered. "You're just a dog. How dare you bark at me?" The butler's face turned ashen, his fingers trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. The Lan family valued strength, encouraged competition, and even tacitly approved of infighting among the younger generation, as long as it wasn't fatal. He turned to Lan Mingxi, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, hoping the family head would intervene to stop Lan Yu. However, Lan Mingxi remained standing, her gaze deep, showing no intention of stopping him. Lan Yu sneered inwardly. The The family's rules were nothing more than a breeding ground for evil spirits. The strong were respected, and the weak were eliminated. When the original owner's ribs were broken, did Lan Mengshi intervene? No. Now that Lan Yu is sparring, according to the family rules, what reason does his father have to stop him? It's just a matter of course, and also a way to make an example of him. Lan Yun had completely broken down at this point, her voice hoarse as she begged for mercy. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Lan Yu remained indifferent and continued to throw punches. Bang, bang, bang. Each punch was precise, inflicting maximum pain, yet skillfully avoiding vital areas. Screams and pleas for mercy echoed in the courtyard, and everyone around fell silent. Without the patriarch's permission, who dared to utter a word? 5 minutes later, Lan Yun and Lan Feng finally stopped struggling and fell unconscious. Lan Yu stopped, clapped his hands, and remained calm, as if he had just crushed 2 insects. He turned around, his gaze coldly meeting Lan Mengshi's. Their eyes met, devoid of tension or warmth, only coldness and scrutiny. Lan Mengshi looked at Lan Yu, a fleeting hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. However, this instant was keenly caught by the butler, Wu Zi. Wu Zi was shocked. Lan Mengshi rarely showed her emotions. The expression she had just made was something he had never seen before. Go wash up, change your clothes, and come to my study. Lan Mengshi's voice was indifferent, as if devoid of any emotion. As Lan Yu was about to leave the courtyard to wash off the blood, Lan Feng's voice suddenly came from the ground. Lan Yu, you don't be so smug. You're about to be finished. Lan Feng's voice was filled with madness and schadenfreude. The first patriarch of the Lan family made a pact with the great god of giants. This is an ironclad rule. You chose the evil dragon, and what follows is only the patriarch's purge. Chapter 13. You, are you still my son? Lan Yu? Lan Feng gasped for breath, his eyes filled with despair. And you, Lan Yu, what did you choose? His voice trailed off, laced with a sneer. Evil dragon. You actually made a pact with the lowest, most cursed evil dragon. So what if you become a divine contractor? You've only just awakened. You're only a 2-star. You have violated the family rules of the first patriarch. You are doomed to die. Huh? Lan Feng's laughter gradually faded, and the air fell into a deathly silence. Lan Yu slowly turned around, his face expressionless, calmly looking at the guy who was still mocking him. Oh, Lan Yu's tone was calm. You can still talk? You're so energetic. He cracked his wrist, making a crisp snapping sound. Looks like I was too gentle just now. Lan Feng's eyes instantly filled with fear and despair. No. You, what are you going to do? He tried to use family rules as a shield. Family rules? Family rules say we can't kill. Don't worry. Lan Yu revealed a cold smile, his voice calm but full of threat. I'll be very careful. I'll guarantee you live, but you might not be able to speak very fluently afterward. The next second, Lan Yu raised his foot and stomped down without any mercy. Bang! Snap! Wah! When Lan Feng completely stopped moving and his body went limp on the ground, with only faint undulations remaining, it proved that he was still alive. Lan Yu pulled his foot back, looked at the sole of his shoe, and wiped it on the grass next to him with disgust. Having done all this, he turned away indifferently, as if nothing had happened, and walked out of the courtyard. 10 minutes later, Lan Yu changed into clean black casual clothes, and the bloodstains and dishevelment were nowhere to be seen. He returned to the corridor in front of the main hall, where Wu Zi was still standing respectfully at the door of the study. Seeing Lan Yu approach, Wu Zi bowed slightly and pushed open the heavy solid wood door. Young master, the patriarch is waiting for you inside. Lan Yu nodded and stepped into the study. The door closed gently behind him, shutting out the noise from the outside world. The study was quiet, filled with the mixed scents of ink and sandalwood. The dim lighting added to the solemn atmosphere. Lan Yu's gaze fell on the center of the study. Lan Mengshi, the head of the Lan family, had her back to him, holding a clean white cloth in her hand, intently wiping a long sword. The sword was ancient and narrow, its entire body a deep dark gold, radiating a chilling sharpness. Even from a distance, Lan Yu could feel the sharpness of the sword, as if it could sever one's soul. Lan Yu stood at the door without saying a word. He knew that the father in front of him was unfathomably powerful and even more difficult to fathom in his thoughts. Even if he were his own father, he would have to be cautious when facing this demigod-level powerhouse who stood at the top of the world. In the silence, Lan Mengshi finally stopped what she was doing. He didn't turn around, but spoke first, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable authority. Not bad. You've only just awakened, yet you're already a 2-star shadow master. Lan Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Sure enough, he couldn't hide anything from his demigod father. Lan Mingxi continued. According to family records, besides you, only the first head of the Lan family was able to achieve the 2-star awakening. Lan Yu's heart stirred. Regarding the mysterious first head of the family, the original owner only had some vague fragments in his memory. He was the founder of the Lan family's rise, made a pact with the Titan, the god of giants, and once suppressed an era by himself, becoming a legendary figure revered by all the younger generations of the Lan family. At this moment, Lan Mengxi finally turned around, her eyes sharp as an eagle's, and her gaze fell directly on Lan Yu. Those deep eyes seemed to see right through Lan Yu, inside and out. Just now in the courtyard, Lan Mengxi said in a calm tone, "You didn't call me father, but rather the head of the family." Lan Yu's heart tightened, but his face remained calm. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "It was father who taught me from a young age that in formal occasions, especially when dealing with family affairs, family rules take precedence over kinship. I must address him as the head of the family to show respect." Lan Mingxi stared at Lan Yu, her eyes deep and unreadable. After a moment, he nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction on his face. "Yes, it's good that you remember." Lan Mingxi paused, as if remembering something. "You used to always misjudge the situation and only call me father, which gave me a lot of headaches. Now it seems." Lan Mingxi's gaze fell on Lan Yu again, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Suddenly, her tone turned cold. "You have indeed grown up and become more sensible." And his tone suddenly changed, and a chilling aura instantly spread. "It has also become somewhat unfamiliar to me." The temperature in the study suddenly dropped. Lan Yu was slightly taken aback, and his heart tightened. Lan Mingxi strode forward, his imposing presence like a mountain, as if the entire study was suppressed by him. Lan Yu felt an irresistible pressure. Lan Mingxi's gaze was filled with inquiry, suspicion, and even a fleeting hint of murderous intent. Finally, Lan Mingxi stopped in front of Lan Yu, her gaze sharp as a knife, and coldly asked, "Tell me, are you still my son, Lan Yu?" Chapter 14: The Test of the Clan Head. Lan Mingxi's question was like a chilling current, instantly sweeping through the entire study, freezing the air and causing the temperature to plummet. Lan Yu looked up, meeting Lan Mingxi's sharp gaze without flinching, and said calmly, "Of course. I have always been your son, Lan Yu." Lan Yu stood quietly, letting the cold gaze sweep over him. Inside the study, only their almost inaudible breathing remained. Time seemed to stand still. Lan Mingxi's eyes were like a deep pool, silent and still. Suddenly, he raised the dark gold longsword, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground, its cold light gleaming. "Do you remember this sword?" Lan Yu's gaze fell on the sword, and the original owner's memories surfaced. "I remember, Jinhua, my father's sword, the proof of the head of the Lan family passed down through generations." Lan Yu paused slightly, then continued, "When I was little, I always thought it was very impressive and always wanted to take it, but you never gave it to me. Later, I secretly went into the study to steal it, but you caught me red-handed. You said at the time that only the recognized heir could pick it up." At this point, Lan Yu gave an awkward smile. "But you told me back then that these were the relics of the first patriarch, and only the heir could take them." Lan Mingxi's eyes flickered slightly, and the faint killing intent she once held subtly faded away. Lan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Mingxi slowly spoke. "Just now, if you hadn't been able to answer or had given any wrong details, I would have killed you on the spot without hesitation." Lan Yu secretly felt lucky. He had almost lost his life just now. Lan Mingxi then threw out the Jinhua sword. Catch. Lan Yu subconsciously reached out. The sword hilt was slightly heavy, cold, and substantial. As he took the sword, a thought struck Lan Yu. What did this sword, symbolizing the highest power of the Lan family, signify? "Let's go," Lan Mingxi said calmly. As Lan Yu was about to take his leave, Lan Mingxi suddenly spoke up. "Wait, it seems I forgot the most important thing." His gaze was sharp as he continued. "When you entered the godhood space, the wills of many gods descended, including the god of giants, right?" Lan Yu nodded. He couldn't deny that. Lan Mingxi's tone changed abruptly. "Then why did you violate the family rules and choose the evil dragon god?" Lan Yu took a deep breath and calmly replied, "Because my shadow power was overloaded at the time, I had to choose the evil dragon to survive." Lan Mingxi's eyes grew even deeper, and her voice rose. "So, in order to save your life, you violated the family's ironclad rules?" "Yes." Lan Yu nodded without hesitation. Lan Mingxi stared at Lan Yu. Do you know the consequences of breaking the ironclad rules? I know, Lan Yu said without backing down. The family has the right to execute traitors. Lan Mingxi's gaze sharpened. Do you regret it? Lan Yu shook his head firmly. No regrets. Lan Mingxi took a step forward, his tone icy. No regrets? I could kill you right now according to the family rules. He paused for a moment, then continued. If you show even a hint of remorse, perhaps I'll let you off the hook. Lan Yu smiled, not a cold laugh, nor a mocking laugh, but a calm laugh. I'm just telling the truth. He looked directly at Lan Mingxi. If you really intended to kill me for this reason, you wouldn't have asked so many pointless questions. Lan Yu weighed the sword in his hand. He would never hand over the patriarch's sword to me. Upon hearing this, Lan Mingxi's expression shifted slightly, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. The first patriarch established these rules for the prosperity of the Lan family. If we blindly adhere to them, we will be going against the original intention. His tone turned serious. Your awakening is at the second star level, comparable to the first patriarch. Killing you would be the greatest loss. He paused for a moment. So, I'll give you a chance. As long as you can withstand one of my blows, I'll let bygones be bygones for your past violations of family rules. Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. What kind of test? Lan Mingxi smiled and said, It's simple. Take one of my attacks. As long as you can withstand it and survive, this matter will be over. Chapter 15 I killed them all, leaving none alive. Lan Yu was stunned. He withstood an attack from a demigod. What a joke. Seemingly seeing through Lan Yu's doubts, Lan Mingxi's smile widened, tinged with a hint of malicious teasing. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. Lan Yu instinctively gripped the Zhenyue, a sword in his hand, pondering how to deal with the attack, when a sharp, urgent voice suddenly rang in his mind. An attack is coming. It's Nidhogg. Her voice was filled with unprecedented tension and urgency. Lan Yu was taken aback. An attack? The father was still standing in the same spot, without making any move. However, Nidhogg's voice rang out again, this time more urgent. Quick! Release all your shadow energy. Unleash your strongest attack. Lan Yu was filled with questions, but trusting Nidhogg, he stopped thinking about it. In an instant, he focused all his attention. The two-star shadow power within his body surged wildly, without reservation at this moment. Black shadow energy surged along his arm and into the Zhenyue, sword he gripped tightly in his hand. Buzz! With a low growl, Lan Yu gathered all his power into the tip of his sword. No fancy moves, just the simplest and most direct slash. A dark crescent moon appeared out of nowhere in front of him. This is the Dark Moon Dragon Blade. But this strike was much more solid and darker than any of his previous ones. It roared out with terrifying power, heading straight for Lan Mingxi, standing opposite. However, despite Lan Yu's all-out attack, Lan Mingxi remained standing still, without flinching. He didn't even lift his eyelids. The air in front of him merely distorted slightly. Then, a tiny, almost transparent air slash appeared out of thin air. This air slash was pitifully small, only as thick as a finger. It leisurely headed towards the terrifying Dark Moon Dragon Blade. An astonishing scene unfolded. The moment the two made contact, Lan Yu's Dark Moon Dragon Blade, imbued with all his strength and amplified by the Zhenyue sword. Like a fragile soap bubble, it was instantly pierced by that faint sliver of air. Then, it vanished without a trace, utterly powerless to resist. Lan Yu felt his head buzzing and his mind go completely blank. Where's the promised water release? His all-out attack was instantly crushed by an almost invisible slash of air. However, this is not the end. The air slash, its momentum undiminished, hurtled straight towards Lan Yu. There was no sound, no frills. But that unimaginable, terrifying pressure descended instantly. Lan Yu felt as if he had been hit by an invisible mountain. His body instinctively raised the Zhenyue sword, attempting to block the attack. Clang! A deafening explosion rang out in the study. Lan Yu felt an irresistible force coming from the sword, instantly piercing through his entire body. It felt like being hit by a speeding train, and I was thrown backward. His feet carved deep furrows into the hard ground, plowing out 2 terrifying tracks. Boom. Finally, he slammed his head against the heavy solid wood door of the study. Bang! Another loud bang, and the sturdy door was instantly covered with countless cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. The immense recoil made Lan Yu feel like his bones were about to fall apart. Even so, the air slash did not dissipate, pressing firmly on his sword. The immense pressure forced him to kneel on one knee, struggling to stay upright. He felt his body was nearing its limit. Lan Yu began to wonder if the other party was really going easy on him. This is clearly an attempt to crush him, just as he was about to collapse and his consciousness was fading. Nidhogg's urgent voice rang in his mind again. This time, her voice was filled with anxiety. You can't hold on. Quick, pour your shadow power into your shadow. Give it all to me. Hurry. Injecting shadows? Lan Yu was stunned. What kind of operation is this? But Nidhogg's voice was so urgent that, in this desperate situation, he had no choice but to believe her. Without any hesitation, Lan Yu immediately became distracted. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and poured all the power of his shadow energy into his own shadow. In that moment of distraction, the resistance to that air slash suddenly weakened. The terrifying pressure seemed to have found an outlet, and it intensified instantly. Clang. A crisp metallic clang. The Jinyu's sword, which was tightly gripped in his hand, could no longer withstand the immense force and was sent flying. It streaked through the air and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Without the protection of weapons, the air slashes are no longer an obstacle. It moved silently toward Lan Yu, who was kneeling on the ground, completely defenseless. Slash it down. Time stretched out infinitely at this moment. That seemingly insignificant air slash contained the terrifying energy of a demigod. Just as it was about to touch Lan Yu's forehead, as if the pause button had been pressed, it was eerily suspended in midair. The distance was less than 3 inches. The deadly sharpness caused the hair on Lan Yu's forehead to break silently. A chilling aura of death washed over us. At this critical moment, the shadow in front of Lan Yu twisted and lengthened without warning. A graceful figure, completely enveloped in dense shadow energy, rose from the deep darkness at some unknown time. He stood in front of Lan Yu. Her figure was slender and alluring, but the shadow energy surrounding her prevented any prying, making it impossible to see her true face. Only those cold, majestic, inhuman golden vertical pupils stood out. Like 2 burning pieces of gold, they indifferently watched everything before them. It is none other than Nidhogg, the god of evil dragons. She casually extended 2 slender fingers enveloped in shadow energy. He then stopped the demigod-level air slash. The movements were light and effortless, like plucking a flower. Then, she gave it a gentle squeeze. Snap! A crisp sound, like shattering glass, suddenly rang out in the study. That air slash, imbued with a trace of Lan Mengxi's power, was powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. Beneath these 2 seemingly delicate fingers lies something as fragile as glass, instantly covered in cracks. Then, it shattered completely. They transformed into countless tiny specks of light, drifting away like fireflies, and eventually vanished without a trace. Effortless mastery. Lan Mengxi, watching this scene from afar. Finally, a genuine look of interest appeared on that perpetually icy face. His gaze passed over the fragmented points of light, landing on the mysterious figure shrouded in shadow, his tone filled with inquiry and confirmation. Looks like they've finally shown up. Is this the evil dragon god from the ancient abyss? Before he could finish speaking, Nidhogg moved. Her figure swayed only slightly. It was as if it had transcended the limitations of space and ignored the physical distance, suddenly appearing in front of Lan Mengxi. Extremely fast. Those cold, golden vertical pupils looked down from above. With an endless indifference and coldness as if looking down upon ants, he stared intently at the head of the Lan family before him. One of the world's top demigod-level powerhouses. Chapter 16. Are you threatening me? As Nidhogg's will spread, a terrifying aura of chaos and destruction swept through the study, the air seeming to distort slightly. The ancient paintings on the wall silently turned to dust. Lan Mengxi's face suddenly darkened. Are you threatening me? Behind him, the air fluctuated violently, and the giant phantom appeared and disappeared. It was the projection of the Titan god he had contracted, and the power of a demigod was fully unleashed. Nidhogg's shadow aura intensified rather than diminished, his golden vertical pupils remaining indifferent and cold. No, I am merely stating the facts. 2 terrifying auras clashed, creating an extremely tense atmosphere in the study. An unexpected event occurred. Lan Mengxi's oppressive aura and the Titan phantom vanished abruptly, as if the tide had receded and they had never existed. Immediately afterwards, Lan Mengxi laughed loudly. Ha! Good, good. No one has dared to speak to me like that for so many years. Laughter pierced through the study door. Butler Wu Zi was shocked, his face filled with disbelief. Master, is laughing? Inside the study, Lan Mengshi finally stopped laughing, looked at Nidhogg and Lan Yu, and a hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Lan Yu, you really made a good contract with a god. Lan Mengshi's expression turned serious. You've passed the test. As he finished speaking, the oppressive aura completely disappeared. Nidhogg's golden vertical pupils gave Lan Mengshi a deep look before turning into a shadow and vanishing quietly. Lan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his father had tacitly approved of his violation of the family rules, and the matter was temporarily turned over. Thank you, father. Lan Yu bowed slightly, his tone calm. Lan Mengshi nodded, a look of satisfaction in her eyes. You awakened at the 2nd star level. Your talent is outstanding, surpassing even the first patriarch of the family. What are your plans for the future? Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the moment to discuss the future and value was about to begin. His father's approval of him must mean he saw potential or usefulness in him. After pondering for a moment, Lan Yu finally chose the safest answer. I plan to enter Sky Dome University, learn about Shadow Master knowledge, lay a solid foundation, and join a top guild after graduation to accumulate merits and resources to serve the family. Lan Mengshi frowned slightly and immediately rejected the idea. Academy? It's just a greenhouse. It might be good for ordinary people, but for you, it's too slow and too comfortable. His tone changed abruptly. Your talent and contracted spirit cannot be cultivated in the classroom. Only real life or death battles and the most brutal battlefields can allow you to grow at the fastest speed. Lan Yu was startled. As expected, his father's ideas were different from those of ordinary people. Lan Mengshi continued. Skip university and go straight to the guild. I'll arrange it for you. Lan Yu was taken aback. Father, the guild has extremely high entry requirements, usually requiring a university degree or an impressive combat record. Lan Mengshi, however, was unconcerned. Don't worry. He picked up a black card from the table and handed it to Lan Yu. Take this and go to the Other Shore Flower. Lan Yu took the card and was immediately shocked. The Other Shore Flower is a top-tier T0 guild in the country, known for its mysterious, powerful, and strict entry standards, which prevent many strong individuals from joining. The president of the Other Shore Flower Guild owes me a favor, Lan Mengshi explained calmly. Take this letter with you, and they will naturally make the arrangements. Chapter 17. The family will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. Outside the corridor, Butler Wu Zi stood respectfully at the doorway, watching Lan Yu emerge, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. His pupils constricted sharply, especially when he saw the sword of the first family head in Lan Yu's hand. That sword signified that Lan Yu had been officially recognized as the heir to the family headship. Wu Zi's heart was stirred. All of this indicated that Lan Yu, who had been neglected by his family, might be about to rise to prominence. Lan Yu was about to go back to pack his luggage and set off when he stopped. Not far ahead, the two brothers, Lan Feng and Lan Yun, were being helped along, their faces still bearing obvious injuries, looking utterly disheveled. Upon seeing Lan Yu, Lan Feng opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Lan Yun's voice was hoarse. How is this possible? How are you all right? Lan Yu gave a cold laugh and walked straight past the two of them, not even bothering to glance at them. The two brothers were utterly shocked. Suddenly, the steward whispered a few words in Lan Yun's ear, and Lan Yun's face turned deathly pale. What? He passed the test? And even obtained the sword of the first family head. Each word struck their hearts like a heavy hammer. Lan Feng was completely stunned, frozen in place. The steward continued. The patriarch even used his connections to get young Master Lan Yu directly into the Other Shore Flower Guild. What? The Red Spider Lily? Lan Feng's exclamation echoed through the corridor. The Other Shore Flower is a top-tier guild, one they can't even dream of joining. Lan Yu, whom they once considered worthless, was actually directly admitted? Why should I? Lan Feng roared angrily, his voice trembling. Lan Yun was calmer than Lan Feng, a sinister glint flashing in her eyes. Don't rush. We can't beat him now, but someone can. Lan Feng was taken aback. Who? Lan Yun whispered. Sixth brother. He is the true leader of the younger generation in the family. When sixth brother comes home, we will join forces with the other brothers to support him. Lan Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, and sixth brother too. Sixth brother will definitely be able to suppress Lan Yu. Don't forget, there's also the Feng family. Lan Yun added. Lan Yu slapped Feng Mingjie during the awakening ceremony, and the Feng family will never let this go. Their laughter echoed down the corridor. Feng family. The atmosphere in the luxurious reception room was tense. Feng Mingjie sat angrily on the sofa, the red mark on her face still clearly visible. She screamed, "That good-for-nothing slapped me. The Feng family has lost all face. And you're saying you'll let it go?" Feng Tianhe took a sip of tea, put down the cup, and said in a calm yet authoritative tone, "The reason is simple. First, Lan Yu is no longer a piece of trash. He is the 11th divine contractor in the world. Second, this matter was your fault." Chapter 18. Surrounded by Assassins. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Feng Mingjie jumped up from the sofa. "What did I do wrong? I couldn't possibly have done anything wrong." Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a loud slap. Slap. She fell to her knees, covering her swollen face, looking at her father in disbelief. Feng Tianhe looked at her coldly. "It seems that your family has spoiled you too much. You have a contract with an S-level holy light angel, and should be the pillar of the family in the future, but if you continue with this arrogant attitude, the family will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later." His eyes sharpened as he turned to Feng Wujuan behind him and said coldly, "From today onwards, you're in charge. The first lesson, sparring. She's not allowed to eat until she can withstand one of your moves." Feng Mingjie's eyes were full of grievance, but she did not resist. Feng Wujuan looked at her coldly, grabbed her by the back of her collar, and dragged her to the training field behind like a chick. Soon, the sounds of violent blows, the cracking of bones dislocating, and Feng Mingjie's gradually weakening cries filled the air, sending chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, Lan Yu had already boarded the family's special car, their destination being the other Shoreflower Guild in Qingfeng City, tens of thousands of miles away. The convoy was accompanied by the butler, Uncle Fu, and followed by several black sedans, providing tight security. The convoy passed through a dark portal, and Lan Yu silently expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sister." He thanked Nidhogg in his mind. If she hadn't intervened to block Lan Mengxi's attack, he would probably have been seriously injured. Nidhogg said lazily, "You're welcome. After all, he never intended to kill me." Lan Yu was taken aback, recalling that attack. "Was the purpose of that attack to lure you out?" Nidhogg chuckled. "That's right, although that's only one of the purposes." She paused. "Feel the changes in your body for yourself." Lan Yu pondered for a moment and found that the shadow energy within his body had become more condensed and substantial. Nidhogg explained, "That attack helped stabilize your realm and refine your shadow energy." Lan Yu suddenly realized that his father's intervention was not only a test, but also a way to help him improve his strength. However, Nidhogg's voice then turned playful. "By the way, kid, everyone in the convoy, from the driver to the guards, except for Fox, exudes murderous intent." Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat, and he asked suspiciously, "Is the entire guard team, except for Uncle Fu, all assassins?" He surveyed his surroundings, his sharp eyes catching a detail about the driver in front of him. A black scorpion tattoo was visible on the driver's wrist. Tattoos. This is a taboo for the Lan family guards. The Lan family's security is extremely tight. How could an assassin possibly infiltrate? Nidhogg's warning cannot be ignored. Suppressing his inner panic, Lan Yu began to communicate with Uncle Fu using the sign language passed down in the Lan family. "The enemy is attacking. Everyone except us is an assassin." Uncle Fu reacted instantly, a chilling glint in his eyes, and quickly replied, "Young master, how should we deal with this?" Lan Yu calmly responded, "Let's wait and see." He took the opportunity to take out his phone, quickly edited and sent encrypted information, marking the real-time coordinates to the Lan family. The convoy continued its journey, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. The scenery gradually became desolate, and the remote sections of the road far from the city became ideal locations for the murder and robbery. Suddenly, a screeching sound of brakes shattered the silence, and the car came to a screeching halt. Lan Yu calmly asked, "What happened?" The driver turned around, apologetic, and said, "I'm sorry, young master. It seems we have a flat tire." Chapter 19. After I kill these people, I'll tell you. The driver quickly got out of the car and went around to the back to check the tires. After a moment, he returned to the door with a sigh. "It's a flat tire. Changing it might take a while." He took 2 drinks from the insulated box next to him and handed them to Lan Yu with a smile. "Young master, it's hot. Have some to quench your thirst first. I'll take care of it as soon as possible." Lan Yu looked at the drink with a playful look in his eyes. "Is there poison in this drink?" His voice was calm, but it was like a thunderclap in the deathly silent carriage. The driver's face froze instantly, then he forced a smile. "Young master is joking. We are guards, we would never do such a thing. You must have misunderstood." Lan Yu's smile grew even colder. "Actually, I was just bluffing, but looking at your expression, I'm 100% sure. Before he finished speaking, Uncle Fu moved. The moment the canes separated, a cold light flashed out like a venomous snake's tongue, and the driver's arm holding the drink was instantly severed, blood spurting out. The second flash of cold light was faster and more ruthless, severing the driver's hand as he instinctively reached for the car door. The third sword sent a head flying, blood splattering across the car window. The three sword strikes were clean, swift, and bloody, ending in the blink of an eye, from Lan Yu revealing the truth to Uncle Fu taking action. The assassins outside sensed something was wrong. They cautiously approached the car door, and Uncle Fu slowly stepped out, still respectful and humble, with blood dripping from his thin sword. A blurry elven phantom appeared behind him, holding an ancient lute and exuding an aura of death. That was Uncle Fu's contracted spirit, the Death Song Elf. The assassins were exposed and surged out from all directions, unleashing a torrent of poison blades. More assassins, lying in ambush, emerged from the hills and forests on either side of the road. Lan Yu frowned and scanned his surroundings. The signal bar was full, but his home communication interface only showed received, processing, with no news of reinforcements. A thought struck him. Unless his family already knew about this and had made arrangements, why hadn't the reinforcements arrived yet? His gaze fell on Uncle Fu, and a thought crossed his mind. Nidhogg, Lan Yu exclaimed inwardly, ordering her to rescan the surrounding assassins, and see who doesn't intend to kill me. The car door was pushed open, and Lan Yu stepped out, his expression calm. His gaze passed over the swarm of assassins and landed on a few figures on the highest point of the hill, not far away. His voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely penetrating. Sir, the Lan family sent you here to protect me, right? Why are you just standing around watching the show? A commotion arose among the group on the mountaintop, and a hoarse, mocking voice rang out. Protect you? Haha, you're scared out of your wits. We're here to take your life. The leader turned his head and whispered a mocking laugh at number 76, but number 76 remained silent, quietly gazing at Lan Yu, and asked from afar, How did you find me? Lan Yu remained calm. I'll tell you after I kill these people. What's going on in chapter 20? Such a big fuss? The assassin beside him froze, then turned to Agent 76 and yelled, What are you talking nonsense for? Just kill this guy. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a sharp gust of wind. Number 76 casually waved his hand, and a line of blood instantly appeared on his neck. The next second, blood gushed out. The head of the scorpion mask rolled to the ground, and the headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. The remaining assassins were so terrified they nearly fainted. 76. Are you insane? You killed Boss Scorpion. Ignoring the questions, number 76 slowly tore off his black mask, revealing a handsome young face with a smile. He glanced coldly at the corpse on the ground, then looked at his terrified companion. Tesuke, so noisy. He calmly corrected him. The 76-foot you're talking about, I threw it into the sea a long time ago. With a snap of his fingers, ripples appeared in the air, and dozens of dark figures darted out from between vehicles, bushes, and rocks. The shadowy figure moved with incredible speed and perfect coordination, its cold and deadly aura radiating as it pounced on the stunned assassins. Screams, groans, and the sounds of blades piercing flesh rose and fell, then quickly fell silent. This was not a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. 5-star and 6-star assassins offered almost no resistance and were killed instantly. To avoid being captured alive, the remaining assassins all bit into poison and committed suicide, leaving only corpses and the smell of blood at the scene. The battle ended cleanly and thoroughly. The young man who had torn off his mask walked up to Lan Yu and casually took out a lollipop. He introduced himself, Chen Feng, mentor of Group 1 in the Higanbana Guild. This made Lan Yu's heart skip a beat. The mentors of the other Shore Flower were all incredibly powerful, and the person in front of him, though seemingly carefree, was extremely ruthless. Chen Feng handed over a lollipop. Here, have some. Now, can you tell me how you were discovered? Lan Yu took the candy and replied calmly. Because among the assassins present, only you had no murderous intent. Chen Feng was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, interesting. You've got guts and a sharp eye. He suppressed his smile and stared sharply at Lan Yu. I was planning to see what you were made of, but you're just trash, so I kicked you back. I, Chen Feng, despise incompetent people with connections the most. The other Shore Flower never accepts trash. He then changed the subject. However, your performance was passable. You showed good courage and observation skills, so you passed my interview. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Lan Yu asked, "Who are these assassins? Have you found out?" Chen Feng shrugged. "I don't know. My mission is simply to ensure the target reaches the other shore flower safely. Look up the rest yourself." Lan Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. This was a test given to him by his family. He had to find out the assassin's identity himself. Chen Feng praised, "Smart." Escorted by Chen Feng and his cleaners, the vehicle smoothly entered the center of Qingfeng City, where the headquarters of Higanbana stood before them. Lan Yu followed Chen Feng toward the main entrance, where a large crowd of people gathered, flashbulbs were going off, and reporters were packed in. Lan Yu couldn't help but take a few more glances and asked curiously, "What's going on? Why such a big commotion?" Chapter 21, You don't even know who you escorted back? Lan Yu looked at the reporter who had surrounded the entrance. There were so many people, 3 or 4 layers deep, that he couldn't see who the person in the center was at all. Chen Feng, standing beside him, glanced in the direction of the gaze, curled his lips, and, with a lollipop in his mouth, said in a contemptuous tone with a hint of sourness, "Don't look, that's an SSS-level rookie contractor. He got into the guild through sheer ability, and just passed the most difficult membership test." Chen Feng paused, then added meaningfully, "Unlike some people." Lan Yu had no choice but to think to himself that strength ultimately depends on oneself, not on words, and there was no need to argue. Chen Feng led him around the noisy crowd and into the guild hall through a side door. He walked straight to the front desk and tapped the smooth countertop with his finger. The female staff member behind the counter looked up and gave a professional smile. "Mentor Chen Feng, you've arrived." Without wasting words, Chen Feng slapped Lan Yu's black card and his mentor's ID card onto the table. "Process the membership procedures for this kid, and I've already given instructions for the evaluation test." The staff member took the card and verified it. Beep. "Verification successful. Instructor Chen Feng, please wait a moment." Chen Feng turned to look at Lan Yu, switching the mouthful of lollipop to his other hand. "The old man has a lot of influence, so he exempted you from the assessment, but you still have to go through the strength evaluation. The assessment will determine your group assignment and resource allocation." After completing the process, the staff member handed over a temporary ID card that was flashing blue. Chen Feng took it and casually handed Lan Yu a crumpled map. "The assessment is on the 2nd floor. You can go there yourself." After saying that, he waved his hand and said, "I have something to do. I'll be going now." He walked quickly, as if he didn't want to stay a second longer. Lan Yu looked at the map and his ID card, then at Chen Feng, who had disappeared around the corner, and shook his head helplessly, thinking that his mentor was really straightforward. With a lollipop dangling from his lips and hands in his pockets, Chen Feng swaggered toward his mentor's private office, grumbling to himself, "Damn it, it just so happens to be my turn to be on duty, and I've been assigned this stupid task of escorting the young master, which is a waste of my time slacking off." He thought of Lan Yu's indifferent expression and the words, "Only you have no intention of killing me," and curled his lip, realizing that the fact that he was a crony still remained unchanged. As Chen Feng approached the office door, he pushed it open and entered. His impatience instantly froze. The office was filled with his mentors. The spacious room was filled with core mentors, some with their arms crossed and eyes closed, some with their legs crossed and drinking tea, and some pointing at the screen, all exuding a powerful aura. Wu Qinxin, dressed in a fiery red outfit and with a voluptuous figure, was particularly eye-catching. With a sharp smile on her lips, she was Chen Feng's old rival, known for her shrewdness and sharp tongue. Chen Feng leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and joked, "Did the sun rise in the west? Aren't you all on duty today? You've all come to this little place of mine." His gaze swept over her and landed on Wu Qinxin's face. Still thinking about that SSS-level genius kid at the door? The mentors all looked at him. Wu Qinxin sneered, put down her teacup, swayed over, her red lips slightly parted, her eyes mocking. "Chen Feng, what are you saying? SSS-level prodigy, not bad, but not enough to bring us all together." She reached out and tapped his chest, her eyes playful. "We've come for the distinguished guest you just brought back." Chen Feng frowned, his teasing vanished, and his vigilance rose. "Lan Yu? Someone who got in through connections and back channels. Why would he want to take on all of your mentors?" The bald instructor slowly opened his eyes, sighed, and shook his head, his gaze strange yet filled with a mixture of speechlessness and pity. "Chen Feng, I'm telling you, kid, you don't even know what kind of person you've escorted back, do you?" Chapter 22, Identity Notes, Divine Contractor. The bald-headed mentor pointed to the electronic document that had just been sent to Chen Feng on the table, indicating that he should take a look. Chen Feng picked up the thin document suspiciously. What is this? Isn't he just a young master who got in through connections? He casually glanced at the document. Name: Lan Yu. Rank: 2-star Shadow Master. Still looking unimpressed. A 2-star Shadow Master? This level of skill? You wouldn't even find one in a crowd. He muttered. However, when his gaze fell on the last line of the notes, identity note, Divine Contractor, he froze. His relaxed expression froze instantly. The lollipop fell to the ground with a thud, and he stared intently at the screen. His pupils contracted sharply, and he looked up at the others in the office, his voice hoarse. That kid, he's the 11th Divine Contractor? The office was completely silent. The professors had different expressions, but they all seemed to say, "You finally understand." The bald instructor frowned. Chen Feng, this isn't right. How could you not know? The mission of escorting the Divine Contractor is important. Wu Qinxin interrupted with a sneer. Director Zhang, you don't understand. She glanced at Chen Feng's changing expression with a mocking look. When they see someone with connections, they probably don't even bother to look at the information before just throwing it away, right? She said slowly. Chen Feng trembled slightly, feeling extremely guilty. She had guessed everything. He had indeed only glanced at the beginning and crossed out the 2-star Shadow Master. Wu Qinxin approached with a wicked grin, her tongue flicking like a viper's. Did you use the "I don't accept trash" standard to make things difficult for our Divine Contract Master? Chen Feng shuddered again, recalling his impatience with Lan Yu on the way and his departure after throwing away the tattered map. Wu Qinxin leaned in and coldly added, You even left the noble god contractor in a complicated testing ground, letting him find his own way, while you ran off to slack off. A gust of wind swept through the office, and Chen Feng's figure flashed, disappearing instantly through the doorway. Lan Yu stood at the crossroads, looking helplessly at the map in his hand. The crooked lines and the scribbled arrows made it impossible for him to understand. Uncle Fu leaned closer and said helplessly, Young master, this map is too impressionistic. I'll go ask the staff. Lan Yu nodded. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. Look, an SSS-level contractor. Reporters rushed towards Lan Yu, and the scene became chaotic. A huge alloy display case was knocked askew and collapsed with a crash, nearly hitting Lan Yu. Lan Yu remained calm and composed. With a thought, he summoned Shadow Qi, and Black Shadow Qi surged forth and condensed into a shield. With a loud crash, the display case slammed into the Shadow Energy shield, causing a slight tremor in the ground. The shield remained as steady as a rock, supporting the massive display case. The reporters and staff were stunned. Lan Yu moved the cabinet back to its original position and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he felt his trouser leg tighten. Looking down, he saw a 4 or 5-year-old girl hugging his leg, trembling. The mother rushed over, picked up her daughter, and bowed repeatedly to Lan Yu, saying, Thank you. Thank you so much. Lan Yu waved to indicate that everything was all right, and the mother and daughter left gratefully. He then prepared to go find Uncle Fu. A frivolous voice came from the side. TSK, my friend, you're quite skilled at using shadow energy. Chapter 23 The Most Handsome Man in the World. Lan Yu turned his head and saw a young man wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hoodie that covered him completely, leaning against a pillar and looking him over. Seeing Lan Yu looking over, the man took the initiative to approach, lowered his voice, and said confidently and arrogantly, Hello, my name is Hua Xiao. I'm 21 years old, and the most handsome man in the world today. Just passed the highest difficulty test of the Other Shore Flower and will soon join the guild. The new contracted spirit is an SSS-level Holy Light Kirin. Lan Yu raised an eyebrow as a flash of inspiration struck him, and he mentally contacted the reporter. So, you're the one who brought those reporters here? Lan Yu asked calmly. Hua Xiao, startled, quickly covered his mouth and looked around. Keep your voice down. I just swatted away a fly. He released his grip and explained, I didn't mean to. I just heard some news that the 11th Divine Contractor is going to join the guild, and I wanted to sneak out and see. Lan Yu asked, What do you want to do if you meet him? Hua Xiao puffed out his chest, full of confidence. Tell him, no matter how strong the Divine Contractor is, I, Hua Xiao, am no less than him. Lan Yu. Saying things like that as soon as we meet. This guy must be out of his mind. Hua Xiao's gaze fell on the hidden pattern on Lan Yu's collar, and his eyes lit up. You're from the Lan family? Could it be you're Lan Yu? He shook his head in denial. No, divine contractors are treasures that attract global attention. When they come to the guild, they will be surrounded by mentors. I see that you don't have any guards around you, so they must just be guards or servants. Lan Yu nodded calmly. You guessed pretty much right. Hua Xiao snapped his fingers smugly, feeling that he was exceptionally wise, and patted his shoulder to indicate. When the young master comes, please tell him about my good looks and strength. Lan Yu nodded. Okay, I'll definitely pass it on when I have the chance. Hua Xiao nodded in satisfaction, turned to leave, and still asked narcissistically, Want to know my exclusive beauty secrets? Lan Yu was speechless. Suddenly, he noticed the reporters looking around. He took a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs, Holy crap! Isn't that SSS-level contractor Hua Xiao? What's he doing here? Instantly drawing all the reporters' attention, Warsaw's expression froze, and the next second he was surrounded by reporters, bombarded with all sorts of questions. Hey, stop pushing. Let me breathe. Warsaw was thrown into chaos and looked utterly disheveled. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lan Yu slipped away silently from the encirclement and, after a few turns, saw Uncle Fu standing anxiously by the information desk. Young master. Uncle Fu breathed a sigh of relief and came forward. Are you alright? What happened over there just now? Lan Yu waved his hand. It was just a small problem. It's resolved. Did you find out about the test site? Uncle Fu nodded. It's at the end of the second floor. The staff gave us directions. The two followed the directions and soon arrived at a metal gate with a sign that read, Newcomer Assessment and Testing Area. A tall guard stood at the entrance, dressed in guild uniform, with a serious expression. He stretched out his hand to block the way. Halt. No unauthorized personnel allowed. This is the test area. Uncle Fu bowed slightly and explained. He is a new member who has come to participate in the evaluation test. The guard sized Lan Yu up and down, a cold smile playing on his lips. Participate in the test? Show me your admission ticket. Lan Yu frowned slightly. Chen Feng had only given him a temporary identity card and a map before. Chapter 24 Nidhogg. Can you do these questions? Lan Yu looked bewildered, but the guards became increasingly disdainful, clearly used to seeing all sorts of shady characters sneaking into the testing grounds. No exam admission ticket? Get out. The guard raised his voice. His attitude was rude, and he almost pushed the person. Uncle Fu's face darkened, a flash of anger crossing his old eyes. Just then, a furious roar exploded. Get the hell out of here. A figure flew in like a ghost, so fast that the guards couldn't react at all. Bang! The guard was sent flying more than 10 meters, crashing into the alloy wall and falling heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. Lan Yu looked up and saw who it was, Chen Feng. His impatience vanished, replaced by a warm smile. He kicked the guard away, not even glancing at the trash on the ground, and strode up to Lan Yu, feeling remorseful and guilty. Brother Lan Yu, damn it, I completely forgot to give you the most important thing. Chen Feng exaggeratedly slapped his forehead. He took out an exquisite card from his pocket, on which was written Lan Yu's name and photo. The other Shoreflower Newcomer Assessment Test Admission Ticket. Chen Feng handed it over with both hands, his attitude attentive. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to have startled you. He took the initiative to push open the heavy door. Come in. Please come in. He jogged in first, spotted an empty seat in the front row, and considerately pulled out the chair. Lan Yu looked at Chen Feng's 180-degree change in attitude and felt a strange feeling, but he still sat down calmly. With a broad smile, Chen Feng urged, Do your best. I have high hopes for you. Then he reluctantly left the testing ground. Lan Yu surveyed the test site, which resembled a university lecture hall. The newcomers were scattered around, and an invisible competition permeated the air. Uncle Fu stood behind him like a shadow. Soon, a clear bell rang, and the middle-aged examiner wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked onto the podium. Silence. The 2025 Newcomer Ability Assessment Test is now beginning, the examiner announced, which includes both theoretical and practical components. First, a written test. Lan Yu was slightly taken aback, thinking that the test would be a direct test of shadow energy or combat, but he didn't expect there would be a written test as well. The thick stack of test papers was distributed to each newcomer. Lan Yu casually flipped through one and was utterly speechless. The exam paper is titled Comprehensive Ability Test of Basic Theory for Filmmakers, Newcomer Version, and the questions are varied and dazzling. From the 3 forms of shadow chi and methods to counter shadow monsters, to ancient runes and the history of gods. Lan Yu was dizzy. This connected student was completely unprepared and couldn't answer a single question on the exam. Taking a deep breath, he mentally called out, Nidhogg. Can you do these questions? Chapter 25 What's going on? In her mind, Nidhogg's concise and straightforward answer quickly came to mind. Won't. Hearing Nidhogg's crisp and decisive no, Lan Yu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally dead. Sure enough, they were hoping the ancient evil dragon god would answer their questions. I was overthinking it. He looked at the thick exam paper again. The dense text made him dizzy. Shadow aura form? Shadow monster counter? Godfall era? Ancient runes? What is all this nonsense? He was a transmigrator who had just acquired a cheat code and was ready to dominate the world. Who has time to study these theoretical concepts? Lan Yu's lips twitched slightly. After a brief moment of thought, he made a decision. The exam had been going on for less than 5 minutes. While the other newcomers were either scratching their heads or writing furiously, a hand was calmly raised. Brush. The entire lecture hall fell silent for a moment. All eyes instinctively turned to the person who had raised his hand, Lan Yu. On the podium, the examiner with the gold-rimmed glasses and a serious expression was also stunned. He pushed up his glasses and looked at Lan Yu. Excuse me, is there a problem? Lan Yu remained calm despite the dozens of astonished, puzzled, and inquisitive gazes he received. Teacher, I'm handing in my paper. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Silence. A deathly silence. A few seconds later, whoosh, the entire classroom erupted in chaos. What? Handing in the exam? Holy crap, it's only been less than 5 minutes. He's already finished? That's impossible. This exam is so difficult. Even if you memorize the answers beforehand, it'll still take you a while to copy them, right? Could he be the legendary test taker? A born test-taking genius. Hiss. Are there any monsters like this among this year's newcomers? Low gasps and whispers rose and fell. The gazes directed at Lan Yu were filled with shock and disbelief. There were even a few sitting nearby. The test takers were originally deep in thought, so shocked by this sudden declaration of handing in the paper that he dropped his pen. However, Lan Yu, who was in the spotlight, seemed oblivious to the commotion around him. He ignored the astonished looks, took his almost blank exam paper, and walked straight to the examiner, who was also somewhat bewildered. The exam paper was gently placed on the podium. The examiner glanced down at it subconsciously. Blank. There's nothing there except the name. Examiner. He looked up at Lan Yu with an expression that said, Are you kidding me? Lan Yu ignored the examiner's questioning gaze and silently complained to himself. Anyway, I got in through connections, I got in through the back door. Even if I get a 0 on this stupid written test, they can't really kick me out, right? Whatever, I'll just give it a perfunctory answer. Strength is earned through fists. Doing math problems? Forget about it. Under the complex and unreadable gazes of the examiners and other candidates, Lan Yu turned around and walked out of the examination room with an air of nonchalance. He left behind a classroom full of bewildered newcomers in the wind. The waiting area in the corridor outside the examination room. Lan Yu found a spot against the wall, closed his eyes to rest, and waited for the next test. Uncle Fu remained as quiet as a shadow, standing half a step behind him. About 10 minutes later, the door to the next examination room creaked open. A figure staggered out. It was none other than the narcissistic SSS rank contractor, Warsaw, who had previously kept himself completely hidden. Looks like this guy handed in his paper early too. As soon as Huashao stepped out of the examination room, he spotted Lan Yu in the waiting area. His eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered a new continent, and he strode over with delight. Hey, bro, so you're a newbie in the guild too? He walked up to Lan Yu and patted him on the shoulder in a familiar manner. Wow, bro, I could tell just now that you were really good at summoning shadow energy. You must be quite skilled. He looked Lan Yu up and down, clicking his tongue in amazement. I thought my Warsaw exam submission speed was already incredible, but I didn't expect you to be even faster than me. He was completely unaware that his speed and Lan Yu's were not the same concept at all. Lan Yu's eye twitched, but he ignored him. Warsaw, however, was completely absorbed in his own world and began to check the answers on his own. Hey bro, let's check our answers. He leaned closer to Lan Yu, lowered his voice, and spoke mysteriously. The last question, that shadow force transmission model, calculating the deviation value of energy dissipation, is incredibly complicated. But it's still no challenge for the most handsome man in the world. I just need to make a slight move, and the answer comes to me with ease. As he spoke, his bright eyes looked at Lan Yu. The answer is 3.4, right? Yours must be 3.42. He looked at him with an expression of great minds think alike, hoping for the other's approval. Lan Yu's lips twitched uncontrollably again. 3.4? I submitted a blank exam paper. What kind of answer is that? He chose to remain silent. However, at that moment, another student who handed in their paper early walked out of the same exam room in Warsaw. She was a girl with a neat single ponytail, sharp eyes, and a cold demeanor. She seemed to have just witnessed the scene of Warsaw and Lan Yu comparing answers. I also heard Warsaw's confident statement. The answer is 3.4. The girl paused, her eyebrows furrowed, and she gave a cold snort without any politeness. Idiot. Warsaw was taken aback and turned to look at the girl. Huh? If someone as handsome as me is an idiot, then wouldn't everyone in the world be mentally challenged? Although Warsaw appears to be refuting the other side in France. But Lan Yu felt like he was being inexplicably targeted by an area of effect attack. The girl crossed her arms, raised her chin slightly, and looked at him with disdain. The answer to the last question is clearly 3.5. Only an idiot would calculate it as 3.4. Warsaw immediately objected. Hey miss, what do you know? That question has so many distractors, one trap after another. The final result will definitely be 3.4. The two fought like cockfighting, all for one answer. They started arguing fiercely in the hallway, spitting as they spoke, neither willing to back down. The staff members who occasionally passed by avoided them, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Lan Yu stood to the side, watching these two geniuses arguing heatedly over a problem he couldn't even understand, and felt a headache coming on. The world of top students is indeed hard to understand. After arguing for a long time, neither of them could convince the other. Finally, the two seemed to realize something at the same time. Suddenly, everyone turned their gaze to Lan Yu, who remained silent and seemingly detached from the situation. Hey, times two. The two asked in unison, their tone carrying an undeniable authority. Bro, you tell me, is the answer 3.4 or 3.5? Chapter 26. Could it be that he saw through the essence of the exam? Lan Yu. He felt like he was caught between two angry bulls, looking at their eyes that seemed to say, don't even think about leaving today unless you give me a straight answer. Lan Yu sighed and said, neither. Huh, times two. Both Warsaw and the girl with the single ponytail were stunned. Lan Yu looked at them and spoke the truth. Because I didn't even touch the last question. I handed in a blank paper. Warsaw, girl with a single ponytail. An eerie silence fell over the air once again. A few seconds later, ha ha ha. Warsaw broke into a thunderous laugh, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up and tears were welling up in his eyes. Brother, you're a real genius. You're such a joker. He patted Lan Yu on the shoulder while laughing. Submit a blank paper? Ha. This is the evaluation test for the Red Spider Lily. The score directly affects the group assignment and subsequent resource allocation. Who would dare to submit a blank paper? Unless they've been kicked in the head by a donkey. He wiped away the tears of laughter, leaned closer to Lan Yu, and made faces at him. All right, stop pretending. Tell me, what's your answer? Let me see if you're as smart as the world's most handsome genius. Although the girl with the single ponytail didn't smile, her eyes were full of doubt as she looked at Lan Yu, clearly not believing that anyone would actually hand in a blank paper. Lan Yu could only manage a forced, polite smile. How do you explain that? I need help urgently. Fortunately, just as Warsaw was about to press Lan Yu for the real answer, his savior has arrived. The stern-looking examiner from before walked out of the classroom where the written test was being conducted. He glanced expressionlessly at Warsaw, who was still laughing incessantly. And there was the girl with the single ponytail standing next to him, looking suspicious, and Lan Yu with a helpless expression. All right, all candidates who finished the written exam early, follow me. Follow the examiner through several passageways. Lan Yu, Hua Xiao, the girl with the single ponytail, and several other candidates who also handed in their papers early. We arrived at a huge indoor training ground. The training ground is quite large, enough to accommodate thousands of people. In the center of the arena was a wide arena made of a special alloy, gleaming with a metallic luster. All around were tiered seating areas for the audience. The moment Lan Yu saw the dueling platform, his heart settled. It seems that this second test will finally not involve writing. This is where he excels. His gaze casually swept across the audience. He paused slightly. He saw Uncle Fu, who was standing in an inconspicuous spot in the audience, his eyes filled with concern. And in the very front row of the audience, near the fighting platform, he actually saw several familiar or unfamiliar figures. That person's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn. The mentor, Chen Feng, whose enthusiasm was somewhat bizarre, was among them. At that moment, Chen Feng was sucking on a lollipop when he saw Lan Yu looking over. He even gave Lan Yu a thumbs up, revealing his sparkling white teeth, and gave him an encouraging smile. It wasn't just Chen Feng. Several men and women sat next to him, their auras deep and powerful, clearly not ordinary people. Their gazes seemed to be subtly focused on themselves and the people beside them, including Warsaw. Among them, a woman dressed in a fiery red outfit, with a hot figure, beautiful face, and a playful smile on her lips, was particularly eye-catching. She seemed to notice Lan Yu's gaze. She even winked gently in Lan Yu's direction with great interest, her red lips curving into a meaningful smile. Audience seating, mentors area. Wu Qinxin looked down at the calm-looking black-haired boy beside the arena. With a slight upturn of her red lips, she gently nudged Chen Feng, who had a serious expression but was actually panicking inside, with her elbow. "Hey, Chen Feng." Her voice, tinged with laughter, reached out to the other instructors around her. "Did you know? Our distinguished guest, who came through the back door, was the first one to leave the exam room. It took less than 5 minutes. 5 minutes. The bald instructor next to him, Director Zhang, exclaimed in surprise and almost crushed the teacup in his hand. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng frowned even more deeply. 5 minutes? Are you kidding me? He knew exactly how difficult that exam was. The final calculation problem, especially the one about the shadow force transmission model, involves an extremely large and complex amount of knowledge and calculations, let alone newcomers, even a seasoned mentor like him. Or if those scholars in the guild who specialize in theoretical research came to do it, it would be impossible to finish in less than 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Could this kid really be a hidden theoretical genius? Looking at Chen Feng's furrowed brows, he seemed to be questioning the meaning of life. Wu Qinxin's smile became even more playful. Just now, having nothing better to do, I went to the examination system and checked out this young Master Lan's exam paper. She slowly picked up the teacup in front of her, took a small sip, and whetted the appetites of all the mentors around her. Only then did he put down his teacup and, in a sly tone reminiscent of someone who had triumphantly succeeded in a prank, slowly and deliberately reveal the answer. What he submitted was blank paper. Wu Qinxin parted her red lips slightly and uttered these 2 words, as if a bombshell had been dropped onto a calm lake. The surrounding air seemed to freeze for a moment. His bald mentor, Director Zhang, standing next to him, even trembled slightly. A few drops of scalding tea spilled out, burning him and making him wince. A blank paper? Director Zhang's eyes widened as he stared at Wu Qinxin in disbelief. A blank paper in 5 minutes? What's this kid thinking? Chen Feng also frowned, completely baffled. Even if it's truly a case of someone with connections, and it's just a formality, surely it's not as outrageous as submitting a blank paper? Isn't this a blatant slap in the face to the head of the Lan family? Wu Qinxin slowly picked up her teacup and blew on it to cool it down. His gaze swept over the bewildered Chen Feng and Director Zhang, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "Perhaps," she drawled, "our young Master Lan is much smarter than we think." Smart. Director Zhang was even more confused. What kind of smart thing is submitting a blank paper? Wu Qinxin put down her teacup, leaned forward slightly, lowered her voice, and spoke with a hint of speculation. "Do you think there's a possibility?" He realized that this so-called written test was, in the grand scheme of things, completely unimportant. Upon hearing this, both Chen Feng and Director Zhang were taken aback. The evaluation and assessment of the Higanbana Guild prioritizes strength above all else. The written test, to put it bluntly, is just a formality, a procedure, mainly to deal with the rigid regulations of the bureaucrats in the Management Bureau. In the final evaluation, the written test accounts for a pitifully small percentage, only a mere 1%. This is practically an unwritten rule within the guild. Anyone who isn't an idiot knows where the focus should be. But knowing is one thing, but to actually flip the table and hand in a blank paper like Lan Yu, that's truly a first. Wu Qinxin looked sharply at Chen Feng, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Chen Feng, tell me the truth. You wouldn't have secretly told this unspoken rule to him in order to curry favor with this divine contractor ahead of time, would you?" Chapter 27, The Monster Arrives. Chen Feng's face darkened, and he retorted with a stiff neck. "Bullshit. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Even if I'm really craving, cough, even if I really like that kid, I absolutely won't do anything that crosses the line and breaks the rules." Although his attitude towards Lan Yu has now completely changed, but there are still basic principles and bottom lines. Wu Qinxin raised an eyebrow, seemingly accepting this explanation. "So, it really was that child who noticed it himself." Chen Feng paused for a moment, recalling his brief encounter with Lan Yu. Although the young man looked young, the calmness and composure in his eyes were unlike that of an ordinary two-star shadow master. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Based on my previous observations, that child is indeed very perceptive and thoughtful. Perhaps he really saw through the essence of this exam. After all, if they hadn't figured it out, most people would at least pretend to write for a while to save face, and guess on a few multiple-choice questions, right?" Tsk tisk. Wu Qinxin clicked her tongue and looked down at the figure still standing calmly in the training field, her eyes becoming increasingly amused. It seems this child is truly extraordinary. On the martial arts arena, Lan Yu was standing against the wall, looking utterly bored. Nearby, Warsaw was still discussing the written test answers with the girl with the single ponytail. "I got the answers right from the open-ended questions all the way down to the multiple-choice questions." But when he heard that there were multiple-choice questions, Lan Yu's ears twitched. Only then did he belatedly realize what had happened. "Oh right, that test paper seemed to have multiple-choice questions, didn't it? I was so busy complaining about those bizarre short answer and essay questions that I didn't even bother to look at the question types later on." Lan Yu felt a little regretful. If I had known there were multiple-choice questions, I would have just guessed a few A, B, C, or D. Submitting a blank paper seems a bit too arrogant. However, it's too late for regrets now. He shook his head, putting the little incident behind him. As for the written test, let it be. The upcoming real-world tests will be his true stage. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long. The examiner, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a serious expression, walked onto the stage and announced, "Now, let's proceed with the second test. Real-world assessment." Upon hearing the words real-world assessment, Warsaw and the girl with the single ponytail immediately stopped arguing. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing a burning fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The rivals, who were arguing heatedly over a single decimal place just a moment ago, now seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. The examiner simply waved his hand. The next second, the box behind the examiner was opened. Countless butterflies, radiating a faint blue glow, swarmed out. These butterflies are not large, with a wingspan no bigger than the palm of your hand, but there are so many of them that they are densely packed and blot out the sun. They flapped their wings, scattering specks of light that looked like black powder. The light spots seemed to have a life of their own, quickly covering the entire training ground area. Almost the instant the black powder fell, boom, an indescribable, heavy pressure, like an invisible mountain, suddenly descended upon every candidate in the venue. Caught completely off guard. Thump, thump. Apart from Lan Yu, all the candidates included Hua Xiao and the girl with the single ponytail. They all felt their bodies suddenly sink. The weaker ones were even pressed to the ground by the sudden, heavy pressure, unable to move. The examiner's cold voice rang out at the opportune moment, echoing in the empty training ground. "This is a gravity butterfly. It will generate a strong repulsive force on all matter except pure shadow energy and apply a gravitational field. The pressure you are feeling now is a manifestation of their power. Getting through this hurdle is very simple." The examiner pushed up his glasses and coldly swept his gaze over the crowd who were struggling to hold on under the weight of gravity. "Use your own shadow energy to resist the pressure exerted by the gravity butterfly. Stand completely upright for 5 seconds to pass." The rules are simple and straightforward. But in practice, it's as difficult as climbing to the sky. Inside the venue, most of the newlyweds were pinned to the ground. They mobilized the shadow energy within their bodies, desperately resisting the omnipresent, heavy pressure. He tried to struggle to his feet, but every attempt seemed so difficult. Often, just as they lift their bodies slightly, they are forcefully pushed back down by an even stronger gravity. Ugh! A newcomer let out a low growl of resentment, unleashing his shadow energy, but it was still unable to shake the mountain-like pressure. And in this struggling cross-section of humanity, Warsaw's performance was particularly outstanding. Mere gravity butterfly. Although he was also forced to kneel on one knee, his face showed no fear, but was instead filled with high fighting spirit. "Get up!" A loud shout. Boom! A dazzling golden aura erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption. Behind him, a majestic phantom of a Qilin, bathed in holy light, appeared and disappeared. SSS-level contract spirit, Holy Light Qilin. With the blessing of the Holy Light Qilin Phantom, Hua Xiao's aura rose steadily. He endured immense pressure, but his back straightened up little by little. Although the speed was not fast, every inch it rose showed unwavering determination. Seeing this scene, the examiners in the room also nodded slightly. He gave an approving look. On the audience stage, the mentors displayed a variety of expressions. Director Zhang spoke first, his tone tinged with surprise. As expected of an SSS-level contractor, this talent and potential are truly astonishing. The Holy Light Qilin truly lives up to its name. Chen Feng frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. However, judging from Warsaw's appearance, he seems to be struggling a bit. He's a 3-star Shadow Master. How could the gravity butterfly suppression be this strong? Was this assessment a little too difficult? Sweat dripped from Warsaw's forehead, falling to the ground and creating a small dent. The phantom of the Holy Light Qilin behind him also seemed to flicker, clearly indicating that he had consumed a lot of energy. Director Zhang sighed and explained. There's nothing we can do. This assessment has produced so many geniuses all at once. At this moment, Wu Qinqin's fingers, which were holding the teacup, paused slightly. She seemed to remember something and spoke. Speaking of which, if I remember correctly, that little guy from the Lan family, he seems to only be a 2-star Shadow Master, right? This gravity butterfly isn't very friendly to low-level Shadow Masters. This time, he's probably going to suffer a lot. The mentors all turned their gaze toward Yunza. I thought I would see the other person struggling under immense pressure, or even possibly being crushed to the ground in a pathetic state. After all, the gap between 2 stars and 3 stars is not small. Moreover, even Warsaw, one of the best 3-star filmmakers, seemed to be struggling so much. However, when their gazes actually fell on Lan Yu, they were all taken aback. Their expressions froze instantly. How is this possible? Chapter 28. The mentors are about to fight. Inside the examination room, the examiner was surveying the surroundings. However, just when everyone's attention was drawn to Warsaw's amazing performance, a voice, seemingly out of place, suddenly rang out. Teacher, it's Lan Yu. Upon hearing this, the examiner's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Asking questions at this time? Is he trying to plead for leniency or find an excuse? He turned his head and said coldly, this exam will not offer any assistance, nor will it allow any external help. However, when his gaze fell on Lan Yu, the second half of the sentence, however, got stuck in his throat. Inside the training field, the others were all struggling, either lying down or kneeling, under the pressure of the gravity butterflies. Only Lan Yu, it appears to be completely unaffected by gravity. He stood there straight the whole time. Upright posture, calm expression. He wasn't even slightly affected by gravity, let alone being crushed. And what's even stranger is, there wasn't a single gravity butterfly around him. Those countless blue butterflies covered the entire area. It was as if we had encountered some invisible barrier. They actually deliberately avoided the small area where Lan Yu was. Not a single butterfly approached him. It was as if he were in existence completely ignored by the entire gravitational field. Examiner. The other struggling test takers also noticed this bizarre scene, their eyes widening as if they had seen a ghost. Even Hua Xiao, who was unleashing his shadow energy and trying to stand up straight, paused for a moment, turned to look at Lan Yu, and looked at him with disbelief. What's going on? Cheating? Or a hallucination? Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lan Yu looked puzzled, pointed to the empty area around him, then to the gravity butterflies hovering and dancing above other people's heads, and spoke again, his tone serious. Teacher, I have a question. I didn't feel any gravity. Is there a problem with the test? The examiner stared intently at Lan Yu, then glanced at the strange vacuum zone around him, his mind racing. Fault. Impossible. The gravity butterfly test has been running for decades and has never encountered this problem before. Moreover, he was certain that the gravity butterflies he had just released had covered every corner of the arena. There shouldn't be not a single butterfly around Lan Yu. This was the first time he had ever seen anything like it in all these years. Logically speaking, gravity butterflies will not react to pure shadow energy. For any other existence containing non-shadow energy, whether it's a person or an object, they will instinctively repel and exert gravity. Lan Yu is a person, not a pure cloud of shadow energy. How could I not be ostracized? How could there be no gravity? Unless... An extremely absurd explanation suddenly flashed through the examiner's mind. In theory, the gravity butterfly's perception is not perfect. They perceive the proportion of non-shadow matter. If the amount of shadow energy in a living being's body is so enormous as to be unbelievable, the proportion of its shadow energy far exceeds the proportion that makes up its physical body. Therefore, in the perception of the gravity butterfly, This person was infinitely close to a pure shadow energy. It's like throwing a small pebble into a boundless ocean. Gravity butterflies can only sense the existence of the ocean, while the insignificant pebbles are completely ignored. But what terrifying power of shadow energy would be needed to accomplish this? How could one person have so much shadow energy in their body? Such a large amount of shadow energy will surely overwhelm the holder. The other party cannot possibly still be alive. But given the current situation, this was the only explanation he could offer. Just as the examiner was shaken to his core and his worldview was crumbling. Looking at the butterflies that still dared not approach him, Lan Yu asked again. Teacher, how about I try running towards areas with lots of butterflies? The examiner took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock. After thinking for a moment, he finally shook his head. No need. His voice was a little hoarse. Rules are rules. As long as you can stand up straight in the examination room, you pass. You passed. He paused, then added, as if trying to convince himself, and also as if giving others an explanation. Although, it might just be some kind of rare accident. But luck is also a part of ability. Upon hearing this, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Those newcomers who were still struggling on the ground were dumbfounded. What is that? It's approved already. They didn't even feel gravity, and they passed just because they were lucky? So what are we doing here, working ourselves to the bone, crawling on the ground like dead dogs, just to experience life? Teacher, this is not fair. A new student immediately shouted, his voice filled with grief and resentment. Yeah, why does he pass just because he's standing still? This is blatant cheating. Questions and criticisms arose one after another. In the audience seats, the mentors looked at each other. Their expressions varied. Bald-headed instructor Zhang opened his mouth, looked at his colleagues, and asked, "What do you all think?" Wu Qinxin smiled, her red lips barely moving, her eyes fixed intently on the boy below who had caused the commotion. How else can we look at it? Surely no one really thinks this is just a so-called accident or luck. Wu Qinxin's gaze, like that of a hunter who has discovered a priceless treasure, was fixed on Lan Yu in the center of the arena. This year, an incredible monster has arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, without even waiting for anyone else to react, she stated her position first, her tone carrying an undeniable forcefulness. Let me state this first. No matter how you try to take it from me next. This child, Wu Qinxin. I'm taking it. Wu Qinxin's words were filled with an undeniable air of authority. She had barely finished speaking. Wu Qinxin, don't speak too soon. A cold voice rang out. Chen Feng met Wu Qinxin's gaze with sharp eyes, showing no sign of weakness. I'm not planning to give up on this kid yet. Upon hearing this, Wu Qinxin scoffed, her red lips parting slightly, revealing an undisguised mockery. Oh, Professor Chen hasn't given up yet. She looked Chen Feng up and down, her tone becoming increasingly mocking. I don't know who it was, but they gave Lan Yu a sour face the first time they met, acting all hostile and unfriendly. Later, they even left him all alone outside the exam hall, and just walked away. TSK, with such a terrible first impression, do you think they'll choose you? With each word Wu Qinxin spoke, Chen Feng's face darkened further. These are indeed the areas where he is in the wrong. But Chen Feng is not one to easily admit defeat. Those are all minor matters. Chen Feng stiffened his neck and responded forcefully. There will be plenty of opportunities to make up for it later. Unlike some people who only know how to use sweet words. Who are you calling a smooth talker? Wu Qinxin's eyebrows shot up, and her aura instantly became fierce. So what if I say it to you? Chen Feng refused to give an inch. Boom. Boom. Two powerful auras of shadow energy suddenly erupted from the two of them. The invisible force fields collided violently in the air, producing a dull bang. The chairs around them cracked and shattered into pieces on the ground under the impact of this aura. Seeing this, the other instructors all looked troubled. Sigh, here we go again. These two are always at odds. They can fight anywhere. They're practically two mobile powder kegs for the guild. Just then, Director Zhang, who had been sitting between Wu Qinxin and Chen Feng and hadn't said much, suddenly spoke up. Gentlemen, calm down and let me say something. His voice was gentle, and his face wore his usual honest smile. The surrounding mentors immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Director Zhang is still the most steady. Yes, Director Zhang, please persuade them. Everyone thought that Director Zhang, who is known for his easygoing and kind-hearted image, would step in to smooth things over and calm down these two hotheads who are prone to exploding at the slightest provocation. However, Director Zhang's next words, however, froze everyone's expressions. He said slowly, excuse me for interrupting. I think Lan Yu is better suited to be in my second group. Chapter 29. Who is that girl? The entire venue was deathly silent. All the mentors looked at Director Zhang with a "are you kidding me" expression. So after all this time, you weren't here to mediate a fight. You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are here to steal someone too. Wu Qinqin was the first to react. She sneered and looked at Director Zhang. Director Zhang, you want to get involved too? Chen Feng also stared at Director Zhang with an unfriendly expression. Goodness, he usually looks honest and unassuming, but I never expected him to be a cunning old fox. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Wu Qinqin slammed her hand on the armrest, stood up, and her eyes were sharp as knives. Our Higanbana Guild has always relied on strength since its inception. Whoever has the stronger fist is right. Why don't we fight right here and now? Whoever wins, Lan Yu will be with them. Her words were like adding fuel to the fire. The surrounding mentors turned green with rage. No. Sister Wu, calm down. Calm down. Let's talk this out. We're still testing. Why are you fighting? Instructor Qinqin, Instructor Chen Feng, Director Zhang. Please calm down. Please calm down. A group of mentors rushed forward, trying to pull the three men, who had already started rolling up their sleeves, apart. The entire audience area was in complete chaos. Off the field, Lan Yu had just passed through the testing area under the examiner's instructions and was preparing to leave the arena. He was completely unaware of the enthusiasm of the mentors in the audience. But just then, bang! A deafening, violent explosion suddenly erupted from above the audience seats. The entire arena trembled violently with the explosion. The overhead lights swayed, and dust fell in clumps. Lan Yu paused in his steps. He suddenly turned his head and looked towards the audience seats. At the epicenter of the explosion, smoke and dust filled the air. In the shadows, three figures could be seen, their auras fully unleashed, their shadow power surging, each refusing to yield to the other. Lan Yu could clearly feel the violent energy fluctuations even from a great distance. The mentors got into a fight? Lan Yu blinked, a little confused. Are all members of the other Shoreflower Guild this wild? The examiner with gold-rimmed glasses in the arena witnessed this scene. He could only sigh helplessly and rub his forehead. Their expressions and movements were so practiced that it was heartbreaking. It seems that this situation is already commonplace and nothing surprising anymore. He picked up the megaphone and tried to speak weakly. Hey professors, could you please not fight during the exam? This has a very bad influence. His response was a cold, sarcastic remark from Chen Feng, the voice carrying clearly through the smoke and dust. You bespectacled nerd, this is none of your business. You should just go home and sleep with your anime body pillow. Puff. Upon hearing this, inside the examination room, many students who were struggling or had just recovered couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Lan Yu looked at the examiner with some surprise. Four-eyed as shut-in? Anime-style body pillow? This seemingly serious and rigid examiner actually has such a down-to-earth side in private? The examiner, known as a four-eyed otaku, twitched his lips. The veins on his forehead bulged out clearly, one by one. He expressionlessly removed his gold-rimmed glasses and casually stuffed them into his pocket. Then, slowly and deliberately, he began to roll up his sleeves. A surge of shadow energy, far more terrifying and refined than when Warsaw erupted earlier, slowly rose from his body. Very good. The examiner's voice was so cold it felt like ice shards could fall from it. I see you guys have been acting like bullies in the guild lately. You're really asking for a beating, aren't you? Judging from his posture, he's preparing to personally step in and teach those three overconfident mentors a lesson, one by one. And just as tensions were rising, a major war was about to break out. A slightly languid, yet undeniably authoritative male voice suddenly rang out. The sound wasn't loud, but it traveled clearly to the ears of everyone present. That's enough. Are you trying to tear this place down? The voice seemed to possess some kind of magic. Chen Feng, Wu Qinqin, Director Zhang, and the enraged examiner were originally on the verge of a fight. Upon hearing that sound, they all froze instantly. His aura, like a punctured balloon, quickly dissipated. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. At the entrance to the audience seating area, a man was standing quietly. The man looked to be in his early 30s. He wore a well-tailored dark British gentleman's three-piece suit, with a gold pocket watch chain hanging from his waistcoat pocket, exuding a classic air. A completely black monkey was perched on his right shoulder. The monkey's fur was shiny and its eyes darted around, gleaming with a cunning light. That's the vice president. People instantly recognized the newcomer and let out suppressed screams. It really is the vice president. My God, why would the vice president come to an assessment event for newly promoted filmmakers? Look at that black monkey on the vice president's shoulder. That's the shadow demon ape, a legendary, terrifying shadow beast whose strength is said to rival that of a 7-star shadow master. To be able to keep a shadow demon ape as a pet, the vice president's strength, wow, unfathomable. Discussions rose and fell under the calm gaze of the vice president. Just moments ago, Wu Qinxin, Chen Feng, and Director Zhang were arrogant and domineering, as if they wanted to tear the roof off. But now they were like ducks with their necks being choked, all of them wilted. They exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of unease in each other's eyes. Wu Qinxin lowered her voice and complained to Chen Feng and Director Zhang beside her. Holy crap, what's going on? Why is the vice president here? We can't even get him to grace the guild with his presence normally. Is the sun rising in the west today? Chen Feng's expression was also somewhat unpleasant, his brows furrowed. I think I heard that the vice president has recently been looking for some promising newcomers and plans to personally train them. If he also takes a liking to that kid Lan Yu, then we're truly doomed. Director Zhang also looked solemn, but his gaze fell on another person next to the vice president. Look, Director Zhang lowered his voice and gestured to the two of them. It seems like the vice president is receiving someone else. Upon hearing this, Wu Qinxin and Chen Feng immediately followed Director Zhang's gaze. Really? Beside the vice president stood a figure standing quietly. It was a girl. The girl wore a plain blue mask without any patterns. It covered most of her face, revealing only a pair of calm, ruby-like eyes. Her long, waist-length blue hair, like the purest deep-sea water, flowed smoothly down her back. His combat suit was well-tailored and made of high-quality materials. A striking family crest is prominently printed on one corner of the skirt. That's the symbol of the Lan family. That mask, if I remember correctly, represents a pillar-level powerhouse with extremely high status and strength within the Lan family. In the Lan family, only those who are truly capable of standing on their own are truly respected. Only those who become the pillars of the family and are among the strongest are qualified to be bestowed with this special mask and honored as the family's pillar. The Lan family actually sent people to pay attention to this small guild assessment. Moreover, the one sent was a pillar-level powerhouse, being able to sit on equal footing with the vice president and have face-to-face conversations. This indicates that the other party is not simple and has considerable strength and status. It seems that the Lan family truly values Lan Yu, this genius, to the extreme. Only, who exactly is that girl? He looks so young. Is there such a powerful figure among the younger generation of the Lan family? The long-established powerhouses of the Lan family. They had all heard about it or seen the information. This girl wearing a blue mask. I've never heard of her before. That girl seemed to have been staring at Lan Yu ever since the assessment began. Chapter 30, The Strongest Killing Goddess Sister. Deep within the Lan family mansion, the two brothers, Lan Tian and Lan Yun, still had bruises on their faces, but their eyes were filled with a mixture of resentment and a hint of flattery. They had just learned that the Feng family had not caused any trouble for Feng Mingjie because Lan Yu had slapped her. Instead, they took the initiative to go to his home to apologize. Useless. The Feng family is a bunch of useless trash. Lan Yun cursed through gritted teeth. However, it wasn't all bad news. Their sixth brother. I'm finally back. The two arrived outside a quaint study. Knock knock. Lan Tian carefully and gently knocked on the door. Come in. A gentle voice came from inside. The two exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to enter. The study was brightly lit, and a faint scent of sandalwood filled the air. A young man dressed in a dark blue robe was sitting behind a desk. He wore a monocle, had a refined and scholarly air, and was quietly reading a thick ancient book in his hands. The young man was handsome, but his eyes were as deep as an ancient well, seemingly isolated from all the noise of the outside world. This is their sixth brother, Lan Qiming. Sixth brother. Blue sky and blue clouds immediately put on pitiful expressions and hurried forward. You've arrived. Lan Qiming raised his head, his gaze calmly sweeping over them. Noticing the injuries on their faces, his eyes showing no emotion. Please sit down. He put down the book and gestured to the chair next to him. Blue sky and blue cloud quickly sat down, as if they had found someone to confide in. Sixth brother, you must stand up for us. Lan Yun spoke first, her voice trembling with tears. That bastard Lan Yu, he went too far. Blue Sky quickly chimed in. Yes, sixth brother. Look at us. He's the one who beat us up. He's ruthless. He's completely lawless. They began to embellish the story of Lan Yu's atrocities in the arena, how he publicly humiliated them, and how he slapped Feng Lingjia, forcing the Feng family to apologize. My injury hasn't fully healed yet, and it still burns every day. Lan Yun pointed to her cheek, trying to elicit sympathy. He doesn't respect us at all, nor does he respect the family rules. Lan Tian said through gritted teeth, trying to incite Lan Qiming's hatred towards Lan Yu. Lan Qiming listened quietly, his face expressionless. He closed the book in his hand, his slender fingers gently tapping the table. The atmosphere in the study became somewhat oppressive. Lan Qiming's eyes were sharp as knives as he slowly swept across the blue sky and clouds. They felt as if they had been completely seen through, and their bodies felt somewhat uncomfortable. Time passed by second. The only sounds in the study were the soft tapping of fingertips on the table and the two people's somewhat rapid breathing. The silence lasted for a minute. For the scheming blue sky and blue clouds, this minute felt like an eternity. Lan Yun couldn't help but want to speak again, to break the suffocating silence. However, the moment he opened his mouth, Lan Qiming suddenly threw out a question. The voice wasn't loud, but it felt like a cold stone that suddenly slammed into their hearts. Not long ago, I heard that Lan Yu was attacked by assassins on his way to the other shore flower. Lan Qiming's gaze was fixed directly on their eyes. Does this have anything to do with you? The two were stunned, somewhat bewildered. Then he shook his head and said, and no. Lan Qiming's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at their straightforward reactions. He withdrew his sharp gaze and softened his tone. That's good. He said it casually. Now, Lan Yu's status in the family is incomparable to what it used to be. Lan Qiming picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip. He is the 11th divine contractor in the world. This is not only his personal honor, but also an opportunity that the Lan family has not had in hundreds of years. He put down his teacup, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. The patriarch values him far more than you can imagine. If it's discovered that this assassination attempt was related to you. Lan Qiming's gaze fell on them again, his tone eerily calm. Even I can't protect you. The blue sky and blue clouds felt a chill again. They knew Lan Yu's status was different now, but they didn't expect the family head to value him to this extent. Even sixth brother said he couldn't protect them. I already know about Lan Yu's situation. Lan Qiming's voice pulled them back to reality. To deal with him, we need to plan carefully. Now is not the best time. Lan Yun couldn't help but ask. Why sixth brother? He's only a 2-star shadow master right now. His strength hasn't fully matured yet. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to deal with him? Lan Tian nodded in agreement. Even if a 2-star shadow master has exceptional talent, they are still much easier to deal with than when they grow up and become invincible. Lan Qiming shook his head at their puzzled expressions. Because second sister is coming back. Sister Lan Shuang. She has completed the long-term mission assigned by the family and will be returning to the family soon. Upon hearing this name, Lan Tian and Lan Yun looked puzzled and anxious. In an instant, I was overwhelmed by an extreme fear. Their bodies even began to tremble slightly, almost uncontrollably. The pupils also contracted due to fear. It's as if this name is some kind of forbidden incantation. It can awaken their deepest, most primal fears. Sister Blue Frost. 9-star Shadow Master. He is undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation of the Lan family. However, what is truly frightening is not her unparalleled strength among her peers. It was her cold-blooded and ruthless personality that treated human life like dirt. And that chilling title, a ruthless god of death. In the past internal family struggles, she once took direct action because she was tired of those underhanded tactics. He publicly beheaded his own elder brother who was fighting with him. That was a breach of the family's bottom line. But I don't know why. In the end, the head of the family forgave his second sister. This incident caused a great sensation within the family at the time. And it was after this incident. No one in the family dared to provoke the older sister, Lan Shuang, anymore. They would even avoid him when they saw him, for fear of accidentally angering that killing god. Seeing the fear in their eyes, Lan Qiming knew he had achieved his goal. He stood up and walked to the window. That killing goddess sister is unpredictable and doesn't know how to handle things. His voice carried a hint of warning. So you all had better behave yourselves these days. Otherwise, if she sets her sights on you, you'll just have to accept your bad luck. At the same time, the testing ground of the Higanbana Guild. The vice president stopped the mentor's farce. He turned around and put on a kind smile. But that smile looked somewhat unnatural and stiff. He cautiously looked at the mysterious woman wearing a pure blue mask standing at the entrance. His tone carried a barely perceptible hint of helplessness and exasperation. God of Slaughter. No, Miss Blue Frost, if you come to the other Shoreflower next time, please let me know in advance. The vice president coughed twice, trying to cover up the taboo term he had almost blurted out. A top expert like you suddenly appearing without a word will be very troubled. He wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead and continued. You wouldn't believe it. Those young men who were guarding the door were so scared by the aura you exuded that they're still hiding under the covers in their room, trembling with fear. Lan Shuang was wearing a mask, so her expression was not visible, but those ruby-like eyes remained calm and undisturbed. She responded calmly. Really? I'm so sorry. His tone was flat, without the slightest hint of apology, as if he were just saying something insignificant. The vice president inwardly groaned. This guy was truly a troublemaker. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and continued to ask with a forced smile. I wonder what important matter brings Miss Lan Shuang to our other Shoreflower garden. Lan Shuang's gaze once again locked onto Lan Yu, who was preparing to leave the sidelines. Nothing. Her voice was cold and indifferent. I just came to see my younger brother. Chapter 31 The Assassin's Stronghold has been found. To see his younger brother? The vice president became suspicious upon hearing this answer. The legendary ruthless killer who treats human life like dirt would actually come to see his brother? This isn't like her. He looked at Lan Yu in the audience again. Then she recalled the brutal infighting within the Lan family and the rumor that Lan Shuang had personally killed her own elder brother. A terrifying possibility instantly flashed into his mind. Could this killing god have his eye on Lan Yu? She worried that her genius younger brother would surpass her in the future. So, he wanted to kill his younger brother, who was just beginning to show promise and had unlimited potential. The vice president's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but cough, trying to hide his inner shock. He spoke tentatively, his tone tinged with caution. Well, I am aware of the fierce infighting within your family. But, after all, Lan Yu has already joined our other Shoreflower. The vice president coughed. Ahem. Miss Lan Shuang, please give us some face and don't attack young friend Lan Yu. After saying this, the vice president felt a chill run down his spine. He watched Lan Shuang's reaction with bated breath. How will the second young lady of the Lan family, who is known as the God of Slaughter, react? Was it a sudden outburst of anger? Or do you simply disdain it? The air seemed to freeze at that moment. All I saw was Lan Shuang slowly, very slowly, turned her head. The plain blue mask, devoid of any patterns, was facing the vice president. Beneath the mask, a pair of eyes, like the purest rubies, were staring straight at him. His eyes held an indescribable, amused, almost mocking expression. Her voice was deep, with a dangerous magnetism. What if I insist on attacking my own brother? The moment the words fell, an indescribable, terrifying aura erupted from this god of death. That wasn't shadow energy, nor was it simply oppressive force. Rather, it is a pure, condensed to the extreme, aura of death. Cold, deathly silent, despair. The seven-star shadow demon ape on the vice president's shoulder, which had been relatively calm, now had all its black fur standing on end. It let out a terrified scream and scrambled off the vice president's shoulder. He darted into the vice president's tuxedo in a flash. Only a pair of terrified eyes were visible. He trembled and didn't dare to breathe. The vice president's heart sank to the bottom. Really? This woman, this killing goddess of the Lan family, doesn't even intend to spare her own younger brother. Her previous statement about coming to see her younger brother was just a pretext. Or rather, he came to send his younger brother on his way. Lan Yu. The president personally instructed that they should be given special attention. Such a promising talent. It's a shame he died so tragically at the hands of his own sister. How can he, as the vice president, possibly face the president? No, absolutely not. Cold sweat seeped from the vice president's forehead and slid down his cheeks. The deathly aura emanating from Lan Shuang was like countless cold steel needles, piercing every inch of his skin and pressing on his nerves. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no, the next second, the opponent will not hesitate to strike, turning him and the entire test site into a dead zone. But he cannot back down. The vice president took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, forcibly suppressing the fear and trembling in his heart. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, but his voice carried an undeniable firmness. Miss Bluefrost, although I may not be your match, if you insist on taking action, then I will still do everything in my power to stop you. After saying this, the vice president's aura began to slowly rise. We are prepared to fight to the death at any time. The air froze. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Beneath the blue frost mask, ruby eyes silently gazed at the vice president, revealing neither joy nor anger. Just when the vice president thought a massive battle was inevitable, they even started calculating how many moves they could withstand. A sudden change has occurred. The suffocating aura of death emanating from Lan Xuan receded abruptly, like a receding tide. They vanished without a trace. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. Vice President. He was a little confused. What's going on? The script is wrong. According to normal procedures, it shouldn't be a matter of him spouting nonsense. Then the other party gets angry and the two sides start fighting? How? Are we just going to let it go like this? What surprised him even more was yet to come. All that could be seen were the red pupils beneath Lan Xuan's blue mask. It seems to reveal a kind of relief, even though there was a mask in between. But the vice president could clearly sense that the other party's emotions had indeed changed. The feeling was like an elder seeing a junior who was reasonably sensible. A hint of approval appeared on his face. She turned around, her gaze once again falling on Lan Yu's retreating figure, who was almost out of the arena. Her voice remained as cold as ever. Then, I entrust my younger brother to you, the red spider lily. After saying that, she started walking and headed straight for the exit. The vice president was left standing there, completely bewildered and utterly disoriented. Is that all there is to it? A lot of thunder but little rain? No, there wasn't even a drop of rain. The vice president felt his brain wasn't working properly. This killer's style of doing things is just too unpredictable and doesn't follow any rules. He even suspected that the other party had been deliberately testing him, to test how much importance the other Shoreflower Guild attaches to Lan Yu. Just as Lan Xuan was about to walk out of the entrance, and her figure was about to disappear from everyone's sight, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. He turned his head away. Those ruby-like eyes looked once more at the vice president, who still seemed somewhat nervous and puzzled. Then, he asked a rather strange question. Oh right. Lan Xuan's voice carried a hint of earnest inquiry. When you travel for work or go on long trips back home, what gifts do you usually bring back for your younger siblings? The test finally came to an end amidst this series of farces and unexpected events. The combined scores of all candidates will be released on the following day. At that time, the guild will also group the new filmmakers and make subsequent training arrangements based on their performance. This means that Lan Yu has an extra day of free time for now. But he had no intention of just sitting idly by. He had never forgotten the group of assassins who tried to kill him on the way. His family had also assigned him the task of dealing with the assassins. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Shortly after the test began, Lan Yu had already instructed Uncle Fu to use this time to investigate clues about the assassin. Although those assassins all chose to commit suicide at the crucial moment when their mission failed, leaving no survivors. But this does not mean that the trail has ended. Some information doesn't necessarily have to be pried out of a living person. Uncle Fu's contracted spirit is named Death Song Spirit. This is an extremely rare support/combat type shadow spirit. One of its core abilities is the ability to briefly summon the spirits of the dead and communicate with them to some extent. Although it's impossible to conduct a detailed interrogation like a living person, obtaining some key information is not difficult. As Lan Yu finished his test and prepared to leave the arena, Uncle Fu happened to return as well. He did not disappoint Lan Yu. By questioning the lingering spirits on the assassins' corpses, Uncle Fu has successfully located the group of killers' hideout. Young master, we found it. Uncle Fu's voice was as steady as ever. The assassin stronghold is located in our Qingfeng city, in a place called Black Scorpion Theater. Chapter 32. All assassins annihilated? Uncle Fu continued recounting the information he had gathered. On the surface, it was just an ordinary, even somewhat dilapidated, little theater. But in reality, it was the lair of an assassin organization called Black Scorpion. Black Scorpion Theater? Assassin organization? Lan Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. These rats who can't stand the light of day are quite good at finding a place for themselves. They even used the whole theater as a front to play the artsy card. Very good. Lan Yu nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. Uncle Fu, let's get ready to visit this Black Scorpion Theater. Of course, the purpose of this trip is not to simply rush in and wreak havoc, uprooting the entire assassin organization. Lan Yu isn't that reckless. To launch an attack without knowing the opponent's specific strength and personnel configuration is the act of a reckless fool. His main purpose in going there was to scout, investigate, and gather intelligence. Only after thoroughly understanding the enemy's true nature can the safest, yet most lethal, elimination plan be formulated. Since the purpose is to scout and reconnoiter, necessary disguise is naturally indispensable. Ordinary disguise techniques, or simple concealment. It would be difficult to fool those professional assassins who spend years walking the line between life and death. Their perception of danger and their vigilance towards strangers far exceed that of ordinary people. So, Lan Yu thought of the other Shoreflower Guild. Large filmmakers guilds like this. They usually keep some highly effective professional camouflage tools in stock. Although, according to the rules, only official members of the guild are generally eligible to apply for and use such items. Lan Yu is currently just a prospective member who has passed the assessment. He originally thought that it might take some persuasion or some price to borrow suitable disguise props. As a result, when he found Chen Feng and explained his purpose, Chen Feng's reaction, however, was far beyond his expectations. The other party waved his hand generously, appearing extremely forthright. He didn't even ask Lan Yu what he needed the disguise props for. He just patted his chest, turned around, and left. Less than a minute, Chen Feng returned, carrying 2 black cloaks, and handed them to Lan Yu. Here, this shadow camouflage cloak is considered a high-level disguise item in the guild right now, and the effect is amazing. It's yours. The other party also said that there are still quite a few of these things piled up in the guild warehouse, and they're worthless. Lan Yu was somewhat bewildered. However, he didn't make a fuss. After thanking him, he accepted the black cloak. Then, the guild that Lan Yu and Uncle Fu left. He simply draped the cloak over his body. Buzz. A faint ripple of shadow energy emerged from the cloak, quickly covering him and Uncle Fu standing beside him like ripples on water. The light is distorted. Under the influence of the shadow energy, the figures and faces of the two began to undergo strange changes. In the blink of an eye, they became 2 completely insignificant strangers. The effect is indeed quite good. Ready. An hour later, Lan Yu and Uncle Fu took an inconspicuous taxi and arrived near the Black Scorpion Theater, located on the outskirts of the city. The theater is not very large, and it could even be described as somewhat old. The exterior walls are covered with the marks of time, and half of the neon sign is broken, flickering with a faint light, exuding an air of desolation. Night had fallen. The theater is also nearing its daily closing time. The surrounding streets were sparsely populated, making the place seem even more deserted. Lan Yu and Uncle Fu exchanged a glance, lowered their hat brims, and walked into the theater one after the other. Unexpectedly, the theater's foyer was completely empty. There were no ticket sellers, no seat ushers, and not even a security guard at the gate. It was eerily quiet. Lan Yu felt a sense of unease. He tiptoed along with Uncle Fu toward the dimly lit passage leading to the inner hall of the theater. The passageway was dimly lit and filled with a faint smell of mildew and dust. Just as the two were about to reach the end of the passage and turn towards the entrance of the hall, tap 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 tap, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from ahead. Someone was running towards them, towards the theater entrance. Lan Yu and Uncle Fu immediately became extremely alert. The shadow energy within his body also quietly began to circulate. The footsteps grew closer. Soon, a staggering figure rushed out from around the corner and appeared in the relatively brighter light of the passageway. He was a man wearing a theater uniform. Lan Yu's gaze instantly locked onto the man's exposed right arm. There, a ferocious black scorpion pattern was clearly tattooed. They're from an assassin organization. However, at this moment, this killer, who should have been cold and ruthless, his face was filled with extreme fear and horror. His eyes widened in shock, his pupils contracting sharply with fear. It was as if I saw something incredibly terrifying behind me. His lips trembled, and he made incomprehensible hoarse sounds from his throat. From his mouth, he kept repeating 2 words in a trembling, tearful voice. Monster! Monster! The assassin ignored the 2 of them. They seemed eager to get out of this place as soon as possible. But when he rushed to within 3 meters of Lan Yu and Uncle Fu, but it felt like he tripped over something, and he fell forward. He fell hard, making a dull thud, but he seemed to feel no pain at all and struggled to get up. However, just as he fell, an astonishing scene unfolded. The killer's feet as he fell to the ground. Both the shoes and the skin covered by them are changing at a visible rate. Disappear. Evaporation. No, it's not evaporation. Lan Yu's pupils contracted slightly. It didn't disappear into thin air, nor did it evaporate. Rather, it is an extreme kind of speed, so fast that it is almost impossible for the naked eye to perceive it. Cut. It was as if an invisible blade was moving at an appalling speed. They peeled away and shaved off the skin, flesh, shoes, and everything else from his feet, layer by layer. Only stark, white bones remained. The assassin saw the change in his feet, and his face showed even greater terror. He didn't even have time to let out a scream of agony. He didn't have time to think. He could only use his hands to support himself on the ground and desperately crawl forward. However, this bizarre evaporation scene spread rapidly. Starting from the feet, it spread to the calves, thighs. Wherever it passed, flesh, clothing, and everything else vanished swiftly under its invisible yet sharp cutting. Only the internal skeleton remains. Less than 3 seconds. Before Lan Yu and Uncle Fu, this killer who had just been alive was now a shadow of his former self. It turned into a stark, white skeleton, maintaining a forward crawling posture. The skeleton fell to the ground with a soft click. Then, it remained motionless. Utter silence. A strong, pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air, mixing with the theater's existing musty odor to create a nauseating smell. Uncle Fu's expression turned unusually serious the moment the assassin's body underwent a strange change. Before Lan Yu could react, his body had already instinctively moved to shield Lan Yu. He was now holding that seemingly ordinary black cane tightly in his hand. His eyes, like a drawn sword, were warily fixed on the darkness deep within the passage. There, something extremely terrifying seems to be lurking. Chapter 33 Lan Yu, your sister is back. Uncle Fu almost instinctively sensed a powerful aura slowly, very slowly being released. That aura was deep, cold, and carried the scent of death and decay. Young master. Uncle Fu's voice was more solemn than ever before. There is a very powerful aura here. Its strength is unfathomable. He did not specify the exact level of power he perceived. It only used the 4 words, unfathomable. This is enough to demonstrate how terrifying the other party is. Given this strange turn of events, perhaps we should retreat for now. Uncle Fu hadn't finished speaking. Lan Yu had already stepped over Uncle Fu, who was blocking his way. He didn't look at Uncle Fu, or even at the pale white skeleton lying on the ground. His gaze pierced through the dimness of the passageway, reaching deeper into the theater lobby. Without pausing, he continued walking forward on his own. He spoke softly, his voice as calm as if nothing had just happened. Come on, Uncle Fu. Everything will be all right. Uncle Fu was stunned. He looked at Lan Yu's thin but determined back, his heart filled with confusion. That's a terrifying power capable of instantly turning a 7-star shadow master into a skeleton. How could young master be so confident? But in the end, out of trust in Lan Yu, Uncle Fu gripped his rapier tightly and followed. Lan Yu remained so calm. It was because he was all too familiar with that scene. Or rather, the original owner's memories were all too familiar with this. That kind of extreme swordsmanship was so fast that it was mistaken for evaporation or dissolution. That kind of peeling away layer by layer of a person's skin and flesh. The means that are reduced to mere skeletons. In the original owner's memory, only one person could do this. It was his sister, who was known as the god of slaughter. Blue Frost. We haven't reached the end of the passage yet. From the darkness ahead, a melodious piano sound could be faintly heard. A little tune hummed by a girl drifted through the dimly lit passage. That tune. It's very familiar. It was a little tune that one of the original owner's older sisters often hummed when he was a child. Upon hearing that familiar tune, the last bit of doubt in Lan Yu's heart also dissipated. He quickened his pace, with Uncle Fu close behind. The two walked out of the passage. Upon entering a spacious theater lobby, suddenly, I witnessed an amazing scene. Even Uncle Fu couldn't help but gasp. The theater stage was a complete mess. Scattered skeletons and still drying dark red bloodstains were everywhere. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mixed with a faint scent of sandalwood, creating an eerie harmony. And in the center of the stage, on this ruin of death, a girl wearing a plain blue mask without any patterns. She was wearing a dark-colored combat dress. He was casually sitting on a bloodstained piano. Her legs, slender and long, swayed gently and rhythmically to the tune she hummed. The tune was gentle, melodious, and had a touch of childlike charm. This scene, filled with devastation and corpses, presents a stark contrast. Like a white lotus in the mud, isolated from the world. She seemed completely oblivious to the arrival of Lan Yu and Uncle Fu. And so, I immersed myself in my own world. Lan Yu stood on the high platform in the audience, without interrupting. He watched the figures on the stage quietly. The scenes from my memory slowly overlapped with the sight before my eyes. Until the tune was finished. The girl stopped swinging her legs. Lan Yu then softly called out to the girl in the center of the stage. Sister Lan Shuang. The girl wearing the blue mask heard the shout. Her body suddenly stiffened. Then, like a wind-up toy, it slowly, very slowly turned its head. The plain blue mask, devoid of any patterns, was pointed in Lan Yu's direction. Beneath the mask, those eyes, like the purest rubies, instantly locked onto Lan Yu's figure. Just as she realized that the person who came was Lan Yu, her previously indifferent red eyes suddenly shone with an indescribable brilliance. In the blink of an eye, the figure at the center of the stage vanished as if by teleportation. Uncle Fu's eyes sharpened, and he instantly raised his slender sword, trying to track the other party's movements. However, he didn't have time to react. A blue figure appeared in front of Lan Yu as if by teleportation. Immediately afterwards, a warm scent carrying a faint, cool fragrance wafted over. The girl wearing the blue mask has already hugged Lan Yu. Then, it was his sister's voice, softly ringing in Lan Yu's ear. Lan Yu, your sister is back. And Lan Yu. No. To be precise, it was the original owner's body that subconsciously responded. Welcome back, sister. This feeling is strange. This hug, this sound. They were exactly the same as the hugs Lan Shuang gave him in the original owner's memories. The sense of familiarity was so strong that Lan Yu felt as if he had returned to the original owner's childhood. But this is ultimately just a memory. It wasn't something that Lan Yu, the time traveler, actually experienced. Sister Blue Frost. He is undoubtedly the strongest among the younger generation of the Lan family. Nickname: the Ruthless God of Slaughter. Before Lan Yu was born, she was the most anticipated genius in the family. Because of this talent, she also suffered from targeting and isolation from other members of her family. Because of this point, she shares the same predicament as the original owner of this body. So when I was a child, the two often played together. Sister Lan Shuang was one of the few people the original owner had. Family members you can completely trust. You could even say they are his only family. In the original owner's memories, my older sister is like a sharp sword. Outside, she is a ruthless goddess of death, cutting down any obstacle that dares to stand in her way. However, when this sharp sword is turned against her younger brother Lan Yu, it will conceal all its edge and reveal its unique gentleness. Sister, what are you doing here? Lan Yu snapped out of his daze and asked. Sister Lan Shuang released her grip on Lan Yu and removed the blue mask from her face. She revealed a face so perfect it was breathtaking. Her long, blue hair, as pure as the deepest ocean water, flowed smoothly over her shoulders, setting off her eyes that shone like rubies. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and her skin was so fair it was almost transparent, as if even the sunlight could not leave the slightest mark on her face. She smiled and said, Because I heard not long ago that you were assassinated. I just went by instinct and found their hiding place, so I came over to help you take care of these assassins. She said it casually. Based on intuition, Lan Yu felt somewhat helpless. He found this place after investigating for half a day thanks to Uncle Fu's abilities. But Sister Lan Shuang relied solely on her intuition. After saying that, the older sister pulled out something from behind her back, as if by magic. Unpackaged gift boxes. And the gift inside the box. It was a stark white skull. There were still some bloodstains on the skull. The older sister handed the box to Lan Yu. Oh, right, Lan Yu, this is a gift your sister brought for you. She shook the skull in her hand. This guy is the leader of this assassin organization, and his strength is passable. I originally intended to surprise you with this as a gift. Lan Yu stared at the stark white skull before him. This is definitely a surprise. Not fright. Normally, people wouldn't give such a gift to a younger brother they haven't seen in a long time. They certainly wouldn't think of it as a gift. Lan Shuang's expression looked very natural. It was as if giving his younger brother the skull of a top assassin was a perfectly normal gift when they first met. In the original owner's memories, this woman's thought process is a bit different from that of normal people. I often gave myself gifts like this when I was a child. He's gotten somewhat used to it by now. This is definitely Blue Frost sister's style. Lan Yu did not refuse. He smiled. He took the box containing the skull. Thanks, he said. Then, the older sister began to observe Lan Yu's appearance more closely. Her red eyes, like X-rays, scanned back and forth over Lan Yu. Then, she reached out and gently touched Lan Yu's cheek. Her fingers were slightly cold. It's been 3 years. Have you lost some weight? Her tone carried a hint of heartache. Have you been eating properly lately? Have you been getting enough rest? She asked very seriously. Lan Yu answered normally. Listen, sister. Her fingers continued to gently caress Lan Yu's cheek. We were talking for a while. The older sister's eyes turned somewhat cold. Her voice also lowered a bit. I will not be in this period of time. Those people in the family must have bullied you again. She touched Lan Yu's face as she spoke. Those people in the family only know how to use despicable methods. She muttered to herself, as if savoring something repulsive. Lan Yu was just about to tell his brother about how he had recently stepped on his brother's face. But at this moment, then, the older sister seemed to realize something. What the other person said next left Lan Yu stunned. Her eyes were slightly cold, and she spoke with an air of matter-of-fact certainty. That's right. How about this? I'll find a chance to kill them all. That way, no one will bully you anymore. Chapter 34 Gift. When Sister Bluefrost said this, his face was calm and composed, as if he were discussing the weather today. But Lan Yu was certain. She was serious. All you have to do is nod. Sister Lan Shuang will definitely take action without hesitation. She cleaned up all the family members who had bullied him in the past, or whom she believed might bully him in the future. After all, she had done it before. The shockwaves caused by the public killing of his own elder brother have not subsided in the Lan family to this day. Lan Yu felt his throat was a little dry and swallowed hard. He took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and then began to speak. Sister, no need. I have now awakened as a divine covenanter, and I can handle those clowns on my own. After a pause, Lan Yu spoke. Besides, no matter what, those people are related by blood. We can't let my sister bear the stigma of murdering her own mother any longer. Sister Lan Shuang tilted her head, a hint of confusion flashing in her ruby-like eyes. But for me, only Xiaoyu is my family. As for the others, let them be killed. What difference does it make? That matter-of-fact tone made Lan Yu break out in a cold sweat. My sister's thought process is definitely different from that of normal people. Sister, really, there's no need. Lan Yu emphasized again firmly. Some things are more meaningful for me to handle myself. Lan Shuang looked at him quietly, and after a long while, she nodded slightly. All right, she said. Since Lan Yu wants to play by himself, then I won't interfere. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject. Sister, why did you suddenly come back? Is the mission over? When the mission was mentioned, Lan Shuang's expression softened slightly. Yes, I rushed back to see you as soon as the mission was over. She reached out and tidied Lan Yu's slightly messy hair at his forehead. I haven't gone home yet. My father keeps urging me to go back. I guess he'll get angry if I don't go back soon. As she spoke, she prepared to turn and leave. Her decisive and efficient manner was quite in line with her title of Ruthless Killing God. She strode to the exit of the theater lobby. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, it abruptly stopped. Lan Shuang turned around, her ruby-like eyes scanning Lan Yu. Then he started rummaging through a backpack that he was carrying, which didn't look very big. A moment later, she took something out and handed it to Lan Yu. It was a fist-sized fruit that was completely black. The surface of the fruit is covered with strange patterns and emits a faint fragrance. Faintly, one could also smell a strange fragrance. Oh right, Lan Yu, here you go. Lan Shuang stuffed the black fruit into Lan Yu's hand. This is a trophy that my sister got after defeating a guy during her mission. It should be of some use to you. Her tone was casual, as if she were giving him just an ordinary wild fruit. Eat it now, it will enhance your strength, Lan Shuang added, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Lan Yu held the black fruit, which felt slightly heavy and had a peculiar texture, and felt a sense of curiosity. Just then, Nidhogg's lazy yet slightly surprised voice rang in his mind. Oh, it seems your sister is quite something, actually able to produce something of this caliber. Lan Yu's heart stirred, and he asked in his mind. Nidhogg, what is this? Nidhogg's voice rarely carried a hint of approval. Nice one. Don't worry about the specifics. It's a high-grade and rare item. If I had to describe it, this thing would at least be the essence that a Shadow Realm magical beast at the level of a 9-star Shadow Master could condense after its death. Eating it will only do you good. Hearing even Nidhogg say this, Lan Yu had no more doubts. He looked up at Lan Shuang, whose sister was looking at him with encouraging eyes. Lan Yu grinned, and, without the slightest hesitation, swallowed the black fruit. The fruit melts in your mouth, turning into a warm current that slides down your throat and into your stomach. The next moment, an indescribable burning sensation suddenly erupted from his lower abdomen. The surge of heat was like a flood bursting its banks. It surged instantly to his limbs and bones, impacting every meridian and every cell. Lan Yu felt as if his body had been thrown into a furnace, radiating astonishing heat from head to toe. His skin quickly turned bright red, veins bulged on his forehead, and large beads of sweat kept seeping out. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Everything before my eyes began to blur, and I felt dizzy. Finally, everything went black, and Lan Yu completely lost consciousness, his body slumping backward. In the instant he lost consciousness, Uncle Fu appeared behind him like a ghost and steadily supported him. Lan Shuang also quickly stepped forward. She reached out her finger to check Lan Yu's pulse and aura fluctuations, and only felt relieved after confirming that he was all right. Uncle Fu, I'm entrusting Lan Yu to you, Lan Shuang said to Uncle Fu, her tone returning to its usual coldness. I have to go back to my family. Uncle Fu bowed slightly. Second miss, rest assured, I will take good care of the young master. Lan Shuang nodded, and took one last deep look at the unconscious Lan Yu. He turned around, and with a few flashes, disappeared at the theater exit. In his deep sleep, Lan Yu had a bizarre and fantastical dream. In the dream, there was only endless darkness. In the center of the darkness lay a colossal creature, beyond description. Its body resembled a continuous mountain range, its jet-black scales shimmering with a dark luster, each scale larger than a house. A terrifying pressure emanated from it, causing the entire dream space to tremble. The enormous creature seemed to be severely injured, its aura weakened, and its massive body was covered with grotesque wounds, with dark golden blood flowing out like a river. Is it the last remaining fragment of memory of the guy defeated by his sister? It let out a defiant roar, its voice filled with anger and despair, echoing in the darkness. I am the king of the Shadow Realm, the supreme being who rules the netherworld and reigns above all things. How could I be defeated by a mere human like you? I refuse to accept this. I'm not reconciled. Its sound was like rolling thunder, shaking Lan Yu's consciousness. Just then, a cold female voice suddenly rang out in the darkness, carrying a hint of impatience. You talk too much nonsense. Just go die already. That voice, it's Sister Lan Shuang. As these words fell, an indescribable sword light, like lightning tearing the heavens and earth apart, suddenly shone brightly. Then, the dream shattered. When Lan Yu opened his eyes again, I found myself lying on a sofa in the theater. Young master, you're awake? A familiar voice sounded from the side. Lan Yu turned his head and saw Uncle Fu standing by the bed with a glass of water in his hand, his face showing concern. Lan Yu spoke, his throat feeling dry and hoarse. Uncle Fu, how long did I sleep? Uncle Fu handed the water glass to Lan Yu. Young master, you've been unconscious for a whole day. It's already the morning of the second day. A whole day? Lan Yu took the water glass, took a sip, and felt much better. He remembered what happened before he fell unconscious, the black fruit his sister had given him. Where is my sister? Lan Yu asked. Uncle Fu replied. The second young lady left shortly after you fell into a coma. She said that there was an urgent matter at home that required her to return and that she couldn't wait for you to wake up. Lan Yu nodded. This was indeed his sister's style. However, the second young lady left you a note. Uncle Fu said, taking a folded note out of his pocket and handing it to Lan Yu. Lan Yu took the note and unfolded it. The note contained only a line of neat and strong handwriting, and a cute, simple smiley face. Your older sister will wait for you to become stronger. Smiley face. Upon seeing these words, Lan Yu couldn't help but smile warmly. Uncle Fu said from the side. By the way, young master, the guild has already announced the overall results of the assessment today and has started to group the new shadow artists and assign tasks. We should probably head over there soon. Okay, sure, Lan Yu replied, sitting up. He stretched his body and felt an unprecedented surge of power, as if he had been reborn. The effect of that black fruit seemed quite astonishing. On the way to the guild, Lan Yu closed his eyes and with a thought, began to check his current physical information. Upon seeing this, he was completely stunned. Chapter 35, promoted by half a level. Name, Lan Yu. Rank, 2-star Shadow Master. Current rank progress, 56%. Holy crap, Lan Yu cursed inwardly. He only ate a black fruit given to him by his sister. It actually caused his rank progress to skyrocket from the early stage of a 2-star Shadow Master to 56%. That's more than half a level up. The effects of that fruit are simply too incredible. Moreover, in addition to the explosive increase in rank progress, he also acquired a new talent. Talent. King's Body Beginner. King's Body Beginner slightly increases base physical strength and wound healing speed. The effect is increased physical strength and faster wound healing after injury. Good heavens. Lan Yu couldn't help but grin. His current physical strength was already enough to barely hold his own against a 3-star film master. Now with the added bonus of King's Body, wouldn't it be even better? Especially the effect of accelerating wound healing. It's practically a divine skill tailor-made for his Death Rewind. Death Rewind. After suffering a fatal injury, you will not die immediately. Within 10 minutes, as long as the wound can be repaired, you will be fully recovered. Now, combined with the accelerated self-healing effect of King's Body, Lan Yu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Unless it's something that can instantly obliterate him into dust. An attack that doesn't even give him a chance to repair himself. Otherwise, wouldn't he really be an unkillable cockroach? Give him a chance to catch his breath, and he'll be back to full health. TSK Tisk, that's awesome. Lan Yu rubbed his chin, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. He's getting impatient and wants to find a clueless guy. Go and put yourself to the test, see how you're really capable. The Red Spider Lily Guild. The branch building houses a dedicated floor for training newly recruited filmmakers. Lan Yu was accompanied by Uncle Fu. Upon entering the designated training room, I accidentally slept for too long. Unsurprisingly, he was late. The room was already filled with newly qualified filmmakers who had passed the assessment. However, the person standing at the front of the room, who should have been the mentor, was not any of the guild mentors they had expected. Instead, he was a middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored British 3-piece suit, with his hair neatly combed and a gentle smile on his face. He is the vice president of the Red Spider Lily Guild. At this moment, the black-haired monkey, with its jet-black body and darting eyes, was still perched on the vice president's right shoulder. The vice president was holding a list. It is clear that they are grouping people or announcing some important matters based on previous assessment results. Lan Yu's appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the room. He calmly walked into the room and gave a slight bow to the vice president. Sorry, vice president, something came up on the way and I'm late. The vice president's smile remained unchanged, and he waved his hand gently. It's all right, young friend Lan Yu, please find a seat. His tone was very polite, showing no dissatisfaction whatsoever about Lan Yu's lateness. Lan Yu nodded and walked straight to an empty seat in the room. However, he keenly sensed that from the moment he stepped into the room, almost everyone's eyes were focused on him. That look in his eyes was very strange. It doesn't seem like we're simply looking at someone who's late. It looks more like they're looking at something, a rare animal. Lan Yu was puzzled. What's going on? It's just a few minutes late, isn't it? Why look at me like that? Have you never seen a handsome guy late? He muttered to himself as he searched for a seat. Halfway there, I caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of my eye, who was furtively waving at me. Lan Yu looked closely. Wow, an old acquaintance. It was Warsaw, the guy who called himself the most handsome man in the world and sported a head of flamboyant blonde hair. At that moment, Hua Xiao was winking and pointing to an empty seat next to him, gesturing for Lan Yu to sit down. Lan Yu didn't stand on ceremony and walked straight over, plopping down on the floor. He had barely settled in when Warsaw's blonde head leaned closer, his voice low and tinged with a hint of resentment. Hey, Lan Yu, you're pretty good, aren't you? So you're the legendary divine contractor. That day in the assessment hall, you were still putting on an act with me, saying you were just an ordinary person. That was really unfair, bro. Lan Yu glanced at him, his expression indifferent. He knew that it was only a matter of time before his identity as a divine contractor was exposed. He was not surprised at all by this. Lan Yu ignored Warsaw's rambling and was more concerned about something else. He frowned slightly and asked in a similarly low voice. Hey, what's wrong with these people today? Why are they all giving me weird looks since I came in? You can't be making such a fuss just because I was late, can you? Upon hearing this, Warsaw's resentment was instantly replaced by an expression that said, You're still pretending, kid. He chuckled and pointed to the huge electronic display screen hanging on one side of the wall. They're staring at you, not because you're late. Here, see for yourself. Lan Yu looked in the direction he was pointing. On the huge electronic display screen, the overall ranking of the new filmmaker's assessment was clearly displayed. The names and scores were clearly displayed, line by line. And it ranks first. In that most prominent and dazzling spot, 2 large characters were prominently displayed. Lan Yu. Following its name is a bright red number, enough to blind anyone. 100 points. Full marks. Below Lan Yu's name, in second place is Hua Xiao. His score was 99.6. Another score that was equally outrageously high was still overshadowed by that glaring 100. Hua Xiao looked at Lan Yu, her tone sour yet tinged with a strange excitement. You little rascal, you've really been hiding your true strength. Submit a blank paper for the written exam? How dare you say that? If you can get full marks even if you hand in a blank paper, then wouldn't all of us who work so hard to answer the questions be considered idiots? The assessment results for newly recruited filmmakers are a combination of written tests and practical experience. As for Lan Yu, during the written test, he was certain that he had submitted a blank paper. But why is it a perfect score? How did someone who submitted a blank paper actually get a perfect score and immediately take first place? What kind of international joke is this? However, Warsaw's focus at this moment was somewhat off topic. He looked at Lan Yu, his eyes gleaming with the intense light of a worthy opponent, and sighed to himself. But that's how it should be. Only a powerhouse of this caliber is worthy of being my rival, Warsaw. Only such a person is worthy of being surpassed. He unilaterally announced his declaration of competition and even struck the pose of a protagonist from a shonen manga. However, at this moment, Lan Yu completely ignored Hua Xiao's self-indulgent ecstasy. His brain was completely blank and shut down. He stared intently at the glaring 100 points on the screen. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 36. Seriously? Getting a perfect score even with a blank paper? Could it be a bug in the guild system? Or is there some shady deal involved that he's unaware of? Lan Yu was completely baffled. Just as he was sinking into deep self-doubt, the vice president, standing at the front of the room, cleared his throat, a warm smile on his face, and spoke. All right, fellow new filmmakers, the overall results of the assessment have been announced. First of all, let's congratulate Lan Yu on winning first place in this assessment with an indisputable perfect score. As soon as he finished speaking, a sparse but somewhat complex round of applause filled the room. Envy, jealousy, and confusion. All sorts of gazes were directed at Lan Yu. The vice president smiled and continued. According to the guild's rules, the first place winner in this assessment will receive a special reward. He abruptly changed the subject and took an exquisite black brocade box from his assistant. This reward is called Star Origin Essence Liquid. The vice president slowly opened the brocade box, revealing a crystal test tube containing a dark blue liquid. The liquid emitted a soft halo, and faintly, starlight seemed to flow within it, filling it with a mysterious aura. Star Source Essence can help Shadow Masters of 3-star level and below to directly increase their current cultivation progress by 10%. This is an extremely rare cultivation resource. It is said that currently, the only organization in the entire world that can stably produce this Star Source Essence is our other Shoreflower Guild. The vice president's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples among the crowd. Hiss! A direct 10% increase in rank progression. My God, this reward is too generous. It can be used by anyone below 3 stars? Doesn't that mean that if a 1-star Shadow Master uses it, they could potentially reach the peak of 1 star, or even touch the threshold of 2 stars? This is outrageous. This Star Origin Essence Liquid is probably a priceless treasure. A barrage of envious and longing gazes were cast toward the dark blue test tube in the vice president's hand. 10% progress in tier. For the vast majority of photographers, this could mean months or even longer of arduous training. Now, all it takes is a small dose of medicine to achieve this. The temptation is too great. Under the intense gazes of everyone, the vice president smiled and handed the brocade box in his hand to Lan Yu, who was still somewhat dazed. Young friend Lan Yu, this is the reward you deserve. Looking at the brocade box in front of him, and then at the vice president's sincere smiling face, Lan Yu had even more questions in his mind. This? You just gave it to me like that? Aren't you going to explain how I got a perfect score on a blank paper? He really wanted to ask, but the words stuck in his throat. After all, why not take a free reward? Who cares where it came from? I'll just accept it first. Lan Yu reached out and took the brocade box containing the Star Origin Essence. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. Thank you, Vice President. He spoke calmly, but in his mind he was already calculating how much further this thing could advance his rank. The Vice President nodded in satisfaction, and then announced some matters regarding the grouping of the newly recruited filmmakers and the subsequent mentor arrangements. Most people were divided into several groups, and each group had a senior shadow artist from the guild as a mentor, responsible for the subsequent guidance and task assignment. Soon, Everyone left the room one after another according to the assigned group information and went to report to their respective mentors' areas. The number of people in the room is decreasing. Lan Yu also prepared to get up and go find his mentor. However, at that moment, the vice president's voice rang out again. Young friend Lan Yu, please wait a moment. Lan Yu stopped and looked at the vice president with some confusion. The vice president's smile remained gentle, but his eyes held a strange undertone. He waved to Lan Yu, signaling him to come forward. There are some things about you that I need to talk to you about privately. The others have already left. Only Lan Yu remained. And the vice president, who always had a gentle smile. The vice president still had his signature smile on his face. He waved to Lan Yu, signaling him to come forward. Young friend Lan Yu, please follow me. Lan Yu nodded and followed. The vice president did not take him to any secluded office. Instead, she led him to the end of the corridor, to the outside of a room with a tightly closed metal door. This room looks like a specially designed testing ground. Bang! Boom! Before the vice president could speak, a violent tremor and a dull thud suddenly came from inside the metal door. The ground trembled slightly. It seems that a rather fierce battle is taking place inside. Moreover, judging from the emanating battle fluctuations, the people fighting inside were definitely not weak. Lan Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at the vice president with a questioning look in his eyes. The vice president remained as calm and collected as ever. He gently patted the metal door in front of him, feeling the vibration coming from behind it, his smile undiminished. Young friend Lan Yu, regarding your mentor arrangement, due to some, rather complicated reasons, it wasn't directly announced in the list just now. Lan Yu's doubts deepened. Complex reasons? What complicated reasons could there be for assigning a tutor to someone you know? The vice president seemed to read his mind, pointed to the metal door in front of him that kept groaning, and explained. Regarding your choice of mentor, due to some disputes, it was ultimately decided to arrange it through a martial arts competition. Wait a minute, the first person to come out of this combat room. He's your mentor. Lan Yu's lips twitched slightly. Speechless. This method of choosing a mentor is truly unique. However, since the vice president had said so, Lan Yu could only wait patiently outside the door. Waiting time is always a bit boring. Lan Yu thought for a moment and then asked, Vice President, may I ask you a question? The vice president made a please gesture. Of course, young friend Lan Yu. Please feel free to ask. Lan Yu organized his thoughts and asked, regarding my assessment results, are there really no mistakes? He paused, then added, for example, what if someone accidentally took someone else's grades and put them on my head? After all, getting a perfect score on a blank exam paper is just too outrageous. He still feels it's all a bit unreal. Upon hearing Lan Yu's question, the vice president's smile took on a more meaningful tone. Instead of answering directly, he chuckled and said quite decisively, Hee, young friend Lan Yu. You want to ask why you got a perfect score even though you submitted a blank paper, right? Chapter 37, A Request Beyond One's Level. Lan Yu. Good grief, they've revealed their hand completely. Seeing Lan Yu's tacit agreement, the vice president stopped being mysterious and explained. Really, if we follow the normal written test scoring criteria, young friend Lan Yu, I'm afraid your written test score would be very difficult to get a perfect score. Lan Yu understood, this was the normal situation. However, the vice president's next words stunned him completely. But just last night, the vice president recalled, his tone carrying a hint of something strange that was hard to detect. Hey, a powerful and mysterious 9-star expert suddenly broke into our other Shoreflower Guild. A 9-star powerhouse. Lan Yu's eyelids twitched. The vice president continued. That powerful individual went directly to the tutor responsible for grading the written exam papers of this year's newly promoted film artists. The vice president paused here, seemingly considering his words. Then, hold a knife to that professor's throat. Cough. In a more persuasive way, get that professor to change a candidate's written test score to full marks. Even if that candidate submitted a blank paper. After the vice president finished speaking, he looked at Lan Yu and gave him a knowing smile. Lan Yu. Of course he understands. A 9-star powerhouse capable of such a thing, and who even specifically looked after Lan Yu. Aside from his ruthless killing god sister, Lan Xuan. Who else could it be? In an instant, Lan Yu felt a warm current flowing through his heart. He never expected that his sister would personally come to the guild to argue about something as trivial as his written test score. And in such a simple and crude way. Crack boom. Just then, the tightly closed metal door in front of them suddenly emitted a piercing metallic twisting sound, and then dented inward by a large chunk. Immediately afterwards, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open from the inside. Bang! The heavy metal door flew out and smashed into the opposite wall with a loud bang, causing plaster to fall off in a shower. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, a figure slowly walked out from inside the door. He was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s. It was his familiar mentor, Chen Feng. The other person was wearing slightly loose casual clothes, but looked rather disheveled. His clothes were covered in dust and had several obvious tears, and there seemed to be a little blood at the corner of his mouth. But his overall aura was terrifyingly fierce, especially his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, carrying an air of untamed arrogance. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a lollipop, tore open the wrapper, and skillfully popped it into his mouth. Lan Yu's gaze passed over Chen Feng and landed inside the testing room. The room was in complete disarray. Various testing equipment were overturned, the ground was pitted and uneven, and the walls were covered with cracks. What's even more striking is that in the corner of the room, several people dressed in guild mentor uniforms are lying haphazardly. They were all bruised and battered, their clothes disheveled, looking as if they had just been trampled by a herd of bison. Lan Yu's eye twitched. This is the so-called mentor decision battle. That's way too intense. The man with the lollipop in his mouth seemed to have noticed Lan Yu and the vice president at the door as well. He held a lollipop in his mouth, tilted his head, and glanced at Lan Yu a few times. Lan Yu looked at him and couldn't help but ask, are the mentors all right? The man with the lollipop in his mouth, Chen Feng, grinned upon hearing this, revealing a set of white teeth. He walked up to Lan Yu, reached out, and patted Lan Yu's shoulder heavily. The force was so great that Lan Yu felt a slight weight on his shoulder. Chen Feng, with a lollipop in his mouth, said in a tone that seemed to assert his dominance. It's all right. They're young people. They sleep well. They've just fallen asleep. Don't worry about them. He paused, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes, and grinned at Lan Yu. In short, from today onwards, you're working for me, Chen Feng. At the same time, on the edge of Qingfeng City, at the top of a skyscraper, the night wind howled. A blue figure dressed in a dark combat dress quietly appeared. It was Blue Frost. She gazed into the distance at the brightly lit building of the other Shoreflower Guild. Her ruby-like eyes held a subtle gentleness. Behind her, the air distorted slightly. A gigantic, pitch-black phantom several meters tall slowly emerged. The giant was entirely black, with a massive build, and exuded a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. A cool, slightly languid female voice emanated from the giant's phantom, carrying a hint of mockery. I said, Shuang girl, your father is pressuring you so much, and you still have time to go and help your brother correct his exam papers. Aren't you spoiling him a little too much? Upon hearing this, Lan Shuang smiled slightly. No way. Her voice sounded exceptionally soft in the wind. Because he's my brother. Inside the private office of Mentor Chen Feng at the other Shoreflower Guild, Lan Yu followed Chen Feng in. The office wasn't big, but it was fairly tidy. However, there was a faint, sweet smell in the air. It probably tastes like a lollipop. Chen Feng sat down behind his desk with an air of authority, without uttering a single unnecessary word. He threw several documents out of the drawer and onto the table in front of Lan Yu. Here, these are all commissions that are suitable for your current level. 2-star difficulty, but they are all tough challenges, and the rewards are relatively generous. Pick one yourself, and then you can get to work. Chen Feng's style of doing things is characterized by being decisive and efficient. Lan Yu picked up the documents and quickly browsed through them. Commission No. C-2088. Objective: hunt down the 2-star mutated shadow wolf leader entrenched in the abandoned factory area in the west of the city. Requirement: obtain its shadow core. Commission No. C-2095. Objective: escort vital supplies through the outskirts of the Black Forest, anticipating an attack by a 2-star shadow beast. Commission No. C-2103. Objective: investigate the recent incident of uncontrolled shadow energy in the residential area of the southern city, which may be caused by a 2-star shadow monster. These commissions, as Chen Feng said, were indeed among the more difficult ones at the 2-star level. For an ordinary 2-star filmmaker, each one is full of challenges. But Lan Yu's gaze was drawn to a document at the very bottom, which was a slightly different color. That was a commission from Samsung. Commission No. B3056. Objective: clear the newly appeared Shadow Cave and the shadow monsters in the surrounding area of Qingfeng City's East District, and completely eliminate the Shadow Cave. A commission from Samsung means you'll be facing a 3-star level shadow monster. Given Lan Yu's current rank of 2-star Shadow Master, accepting a 3-star commission would undoubtedly be a challenge beyond his level. But Lan Yu developed a strong interest in this commission. There is no other reason. The power of chaos. All things originated from chaos. All things begin in chaos. For every 5 shadow monsters of the same rank killed, or 1 shadow monster of a higher rank killed, 1 layer of authority power is gained. Each layer of authority power increases shadow aura intensity by 1%. For every 5 layers of divine authority gained, 1 ability or talent can be drawn from the powers of the gods. A kill against a higher level opponent. These 4 words were incredibly tempting to Lan Yu. This means that he can accumulate power of authority more quickly, extract new abilities or talents more quickly, and become stronger more quickly. With his current strength, Lan Yu was confident that he could handle the 3-star level shadow monster. Chen Feng noticed that Lan Yu's gaze was fixed on the 3-star commission and raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, kid, you've got quite an appetite. You've just arrived and you're already trying to take on a Samsung commission? Lan Yu raised his head, his eyes resolute. Mentor-chun, I'd like to take this commission. Chen Feng, with a lollipop in his mouth, looked Lan Yu up and down, his eyes filled with scrutiny. A moment later, he grinned. Interesting. Although according to the guild's rules, newly recruited shadow artists are generally not allowed to directly accept cross-level commissions. However, Chen Feng drawled, it's because you were the first place in this assessment. They do have this much privilege. Chapter 38 Command. You dare to challenge me? Chen Feng picked up the authorization document B3056 and weighed it in his hand. The Shadow Cave clearing mission, with a 3-star difficulty rating, is indeed quite challenging. The so-called Shadow Cave is an unstable form of the Shadow Realm Rift. It will randomly appear in certain areas of the real world, like a natural monster spawn point, from which shadow monsters constantly emerge. If such things appear near a city and are not dealt with in time, they can cause considerable chaos. Lan Yu nodded, indicating that he understood. All right, since you've got the guts, I'll approve it. Chen Feng picked up the guild seal on the table and stamped it on the commission document with a snap. I'll take care of the formalities for you. You wait here for a while. After saying that, Chen Feng, with a lollipop in his mouth, rushed out. It's very efficient. Not long after, Chen Feng returned with the completed paperwork in his hand. Done. He handed a confirmation document to Lan Yu. Kid, we can set off now. However, there's something I need to remind you. Chen Feng's expression became more serious. After all, it's a 3-star commission, so the risk is not low. Therefore, the guild has assigned you an extra partner to assist you in completing this mission. Partner? Lan Yu was stunned for a moment. They're already waiting for you downstairs in their mission vehicle. Chen Feng pointed out the window. Go on, don't keep them waiting. Lan Yu nodded, put away the commission documents, and turned to leave Chen Feng's office. Arrived at the entrance of the guild building. Sure enough, a black off-road mission vehicle was parked on the side of the road. Beside the car, a familiar figure leaned against the door, idly fiddling with his flamboyant short blonde hair. That's right. It was Warsaw. When the man turned around and saw Lan Yu, an exaggerated smile instantly appeared on his face. Hey, brother Lan Yu. What a coincidence. I never expected my partner this time would be you. On Warsaw's handsome face, the smile was so exaggerated it was almost punchable. Hey, brother Lan Yu. He slammed his hand on the car door, making a loud bang, which drew the attention of passers-by. What a coincidence. What an incredible coincidence. I never expected my partner this time would be you. Lan Yu looked at him, expressionless. He was already somewhat used to Warsaw's overly friendly manner. Once in the car, Warsaw stepped on the gas, and the black off-road mission vehicle let out a low roar as it merged into the traffic. Without delay, Lan Yu took out the exquisite black brocade box from his pocket. Upon opening the brocade box, the deep blue, star essence liquid lay quietly inside, radiating a soft glow. Without the slightest hesitation, he drank it all in one gulp. A cool liquid carrying immense energy flowed down his throat, quickly dissolving within his body and permeating his limbs and bones. Lan Yu could clearly feel that the shadow energy within his body was growing and condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rank: 2-star Shadow Master, 66%. The numbers on the panel clearly show the improvements made. The advancement progress has increased by another 10%, reaching 66%. We're one step closer to Samsung. Just then, Warsaw, who was standing next to him, suddenly reached into his storage compartment and handed him something. Here, put this on. Lan Yu took it and found it to be an exquisitely crafted black metal mask. Below the left eye of the mask is a lifelike, eerie crimson spider lily pattern. This is a tradition of our other Shoreflower Guild, Hua Xiao explained. We wear them when we're on missions. It's a kind of identification and helps us avoid unnecessary trouble. Lan Yu nodded, asked no further questions, and put the mask on his face. A cool touch came through the mask, which fit his face perfectly without obstructing his vision. The car sped along. Before long, the two arrived at the mission location in the eastern district of Qingfeng City. However, when they arrived at the scene, they discovered that there were no longer just their forces there. Several vehicles bearing the emblems of different guilds were parked outside the blockade, while others were standard vehicles belonging to the Shadow Artists Bureau. A group of shadow artists dressed in various combat suits gathered together, talking in hushed tones, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Wow, quite a lineup. Hua Xiao whistled, his tone tinged with amusement. It seems the client has really gone all out this time, bringing in everyone they could. His gaze swept over the badges on the vehicles, and he continued. The Eternal Night Chamber of Commerce, a well-known nouveau riche in Qingfeng City, is indeed rich and willful. Inside the cordon, there was an area of tents that had been temporarily set up. A middle-aged man, dressed in a well-tailored suit and looking quite ordinary, was standing there, seemingly waiting for something. He must be the representative of the Eternal Night Merchant Guild. Lan Yu and Hua Xiao got out of the car and walked straight over. The middle-aged businessman saw them, put on a professional smile, and came forward to greet them. You two must be the shadow artists sent by the other Shoreflower Guild, right? Thank you for your hard work. He briefly explained the situation. One of our Eternal Night Merchant Guild's important branches is located in this area. Not long ago, a shadow cave suddenly appeared. In order to avoid further damage to our goods and facilities, we urgently entrusted you to handle the situation. The middle-aged businessman pointed to the street not far away, shrouded in dense shadow energy. The main task of this mission is to clear out that shadow cave and all the shadow monsters entrenched in it as soon as possible. He paused, then added, according to our information, an elite team belonging to the Bureau has already entered the shadow cave area to conduct reconnaissance. Once you're inside, you can try to join them and act together. After stating the main request, the middle-aged businessman's smile faded slightly, and his tone became more earnest. In addition, there is an additional commission. This is not mandatory. It is a task that you should pay attention to while completing your main tasks, if it is within your capabilities. He paused, then continued. It's about our boss's son, young Master Yong Leming. He happened to be at the branch when he appeared in the shadow cave, and he's currently trapped inside as well. If you are able to find him and bring him out safely during the process of clearing the shadow cave, the Eternal Night Merchant Guild will offer an additional reward as a token of our gratitude. Lan Yu and Hua Xiao exchanged a glance, and they both understood. All right, that's roughly the situation. The middle-aged businessman shrugged. Does anyone have any further questions? Just then, a burly man who looked like the leader of another guild suddenly chuckled and walked over. He looked Lan Yu and Hua Xiao up and down, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. The other Shoreflower Guild? Huh, I thought they were something special. Behind the burly man followed 7 or 8 shadow artists, all wearing the same guild uniforms, each with a mocking expression on their face. I say, has the other Shoreflower Guild made a mistake? For a task like clearing the shadow cave, they sent 2 greenhorns? Or has the other Shoreflower Guild fallen so low that they can't even put together a decent team? A member from another guild chimed in sarcastically. That's right. Our Iron Fist Alliance sent an elite team of 8, and the Wolf Gang also sent 6 skilled fighters. You two from the other Shoreflower family are quite something, aren't you? Are you here for sightseeing? That Zhuang man spoke arrogantly, with an air of superiority. If you really want to complete the mission and not cause trouble, then listen to our instructions and don't hold everyone back. His teammates behind him also started to jeer, their words filled with contempt and disdain for Lan Yu and Hua Xiao. In their view, the other Shoreflower Guild may have a prestigious name, but this time they only sent 2 people, and they looked very young, clearly just there to make up the numbers. Lan Yu's gaze swept indifferently over the group of clamoring shadow artists. Command. You think you're worthy? Chapter 39 Shadow Demon. Lan Yu's expression remained unchanged. We don't need you to tell us how to act. Just complete your respective tasks. The words were simple, yet they carried an air of indifference and rigidity that kept people at a distance. What did you say? The burly man's face changed, and he flew into a rage. Kid, don't push your luck. We're doing this for mission efficiency. Following orders means. Brother Lan Yu is right. Hua Xiao suddenly clapped his hands, interrupting the burly man, with his signature smug smile on his face. Exactly. How can someone as handsome as me, the most handsome man in the world, hang out with a bunch of rabble like you? Not only do you lower my average looks, but I also have to take orders from you? Are you kidding me? He tossed his short, blonde hair, his tone filled with disdain for the others. We, the Red Spider Lilies, always act alone. Go play by yourselves. You. The burly man trembled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. The two sides were on the verge of conflict. All right, everyone. A middle-aged merchant from the Eternal Night Merchant Guild quickly stepped forward to smooth things over, his face full of wry smiles. We're all here for the mission, so let's keep things peaceful and make money. Members from other guilds nearby also stepped forward to mediate, finally managing to temporarily quell the impending conflict. Ultimately, the group decided to split up and act separately. Members of those small and medium-sized guilds spontaneously formed a so-called joint expedition team and marched in a mighty force toward the Shadow Cave area. Lan Yu and Hua Xiao formed their own team, following behind them at a leisurely pace. As you enter the neighborhood affected by the Shadow Cave, a faint, sweet, and pungent smell permeates the air, along with a subtle, dark aura. Some of these shadowy auras are emitted by shadow monsters. Some of it is contaminated energy, which has little effect on shadow masters. But if ordinary people are exposed to this environment for a long time, they may become weak and experience hallucinations, or even suffer from shadow energy invasion and death. Most of the shops on both sides of the street had their doors and windows tightly closed, creating a deathly silence. The members of the Joint Expeditionary Force led the way, each one looking wary and searching cautiously. Lan Yu and Hua Xiao seemed much more relaxed, as if they were taking a stroll. Just then, a slight noise came from a fruit shop not far ahead. Something's up. The members of the Joint Expeditionary Force immediately tensed up, raising their weapons and assuming fighting stances. Squeak. The door of the fruit shop was slowly pushed open a crack. A pale-faced woman, who looked to be in her 30s, timidly peeked out from behind the door, holding a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old. Shadow Master? The woman was stunned when she saw so many people outside. Then her face lit up with the joy of surviving a disaster. Great! We're saved! We're saved! She held the little girl in her arms, her voice trembling with tears. Shadow Masters, please, save us. This place is terrifying. The leader of the Joint Expeditionary Force, a burly man, softened his guard when he saw that they were just two ordinary people. Don't worry, we're here to get rid of the shadow monsters, and we'll protect you. He put on a righteous and awe-inspiring look. The woman and the girl expressed their deepest gratitude. There might be other survivors around here, the burly man said to the group. Let's search this area first, and then we can take them out together. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just as the mother was holding the little girl, preparing to leave the fruit shop with the rest of the group, Lan Yu noticed. The little girl was leaving the fruit shop. My right ankle was cut by broken glass. Warsaw, standing beside him, had clearly noticed this as well. Oh dear, little girl, you're hurt. He pulled a flashy cartoon band-aid out of his pocket and grinned as he leaned over to it. Don't move, brother will put a handsome guy band-aid on you, and it'll stop hurting right away. However, just as Warsaw bent down to treat the little girl's wound, he was taken aback. The wound on the little girl's fair ankle, which should still be bleeding, had disappeared. Her skin was as smooth as ever, without a trace of injury. The recovery speed of a normal person. How could it be so fast? Huh? Hua Xiao blinked, rubbed his eyes, and looked incredulous. Did I see wrong? I clearly saw it just now. Lan Yu stood there, expressionless and silent. He simply etched the scene from before, and the wound on the little girl's ankle that vanished instantly, into his heart. The group continued their journey deeper into the Shadow Cave. Soon, the group rounded a corner, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. It was a relatively spacious square, and across the square, a team suddenly appeared. The team consisted of about 7 or 8 people, all wearing standard combat uniforms from the Shadow Bureau, and appeared to be resting. They're from the Administration Bureau. The leader of the Joint Expeditionary Force, a muscular, burly man, revealed a hint of joy on his face. Great! With the Bureau's elite team here, our chances of success on this mission are even greater. He eagerly led his men to meet them, wanting to exchange information. Brothers from the Administration Bureau, we are a guild team commissioned by the Eternal Night Merchant Guild. How is the situation on your side? The burly man shouted. Upon hearing this, the people from the Management Bureau all stood up. The leader was a middle-aged man with a square face. He forced a smile and replied, "So it's friendly forces. We are the 7th squad that came in first to scout. We've cleared out most of the shadow monsters in this area and are preparing to advance towards the core area." Great. The burly man was overjoyed, and the other guild members also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Huaxiao also became interested and nudged Lan Yu's arm. "Hey, Lan Yu, shall we go take a look? Maybe we can get some information." He was about to take a step when Lan Yu grabbed his arm. Lan Yu's eyes were calm, yet carried a hint of coldness that was difficult to detect. He gazed at the management bureau, personnel ahead, and slowly shook his head. Warsaw was taken aback, somewhat puzzled. "What's wrong, brother Lan Yu?" Lan Yu's gaze swept over each of the management bureau members, his voice low and clear. "The premise is that they have to be humaned." "What's the meaning?" Warsaw was momentarily stunned. Lan Yu's gaze fell on the waists and hands of the management bureau members, his tone indifferent. Even though they were in a dangerous area, they didn't have any weapons in their hands. Furthermore, look at their posture and expressions. Do they show even the slightest sense of alertness as if they were in a dangerous area? After Lan Yu's reminder, Huaxiao also began to examine it carefully. Really, this area is on the edge of the Shadow Cave, where shadow monsters may appear at any time. How could an elite team from the administration be so lax? Lan Yu spoke calmly. Is there a kind of shadow monster that can perfectly mimic the appearance and aura of a human? Warsaw's expression changed slightly, and he nodded. Indeed, shadow mimicry demons, a very cunning and dangerous shadow monster. They can devour human memories and then perfectly replicate their appearance and behavior, even mimicking shadow energy fluctuations to a great extent, making them extremely difficult to distinguish. He swallowed hard. But isn't it a bit too hasty to conclude that they are shadow fiends based on this alone? Lan Yu spoke calmly. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we test it. Test? How do you test? Warsaw asked curiously. Lan Yu did not answer. With a flick of his wrist, a small knife appeared in his hand. Before Warsaw could react, "Call out." With a flick of his wrist, Lan Yu sent the small knife flying with lightning speed toward the square-faced captain of the management bureau, who was having a lively conversation with the burly men of the United Expeditionary Force. Ambush was laid in Chapter 40. The flying blades were extremely fast, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as they pierced the air. Careful! Enemy attack! The members of the Joint Expeditionary Force and the team members around the square-faced captain were all startled. The knife grazed the square-faced captain's cheek and embedded itself in the wall not far behind him, the entire blade disappearing into it. What the hell? The burly man from the Joint Expeditionary Force flew into a rage, turned around abruptly, and glared at Lan Yu and Huaxiao behind him. Have you people from the other Shoreflower region gone mad? Those are friendly forces. Do you want to attack your own people? Members from other guilds also glared angrily, clearly believing that Lan Yu was deliberately provoking them. Lan Yu, however, remained indifferent to their anger. His gaze remained fixed on the square-faced captain of the management bureau. If you want to live, I advise you to stay away from that person in front of you. The burly man was taken aback and subconsciously asked, "What's the meaning?" Lan Yu slightly tilted his chin towards the square-faced captain. "Just look at his face, and you'll know." The burly man turned his head away, still somewhat doubtful. On the square-faced captain's cheek, where the blade had grazed, a shallow bloodstain remained. However, what seeped from the wound was not bright red blood, but strands of thick, black liquid. What's even more chilling is that the wound is visibly wriggling and healing. In the blink of an eye, he was completely recovered, as if he had never been injured. This is... The burly man's pupils shrank, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. The square-faced captain of the management bureau froze instantly, his feigned smile turning into a hideous grin. Roar! A roar that sounded inhuman burst from his throat. His head suddenly split open, transforming into a huge, fleshy maw filled with fangs, resembling a man-eating flower, with foul-smelling saliva splattering everywhere. Snap! Extremely fast. Before the burly men of the Joint Expeditionary Force could react, that terrifying giant mouth had already bitten down hard. Blood spurted out. The burly man's neck, along with most of his shoulder, was ripped off. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the square. Monster! They are shadow monsters. Only then did the members of the other guilds wake up as if from a dream, their faces filled with fear and despair. At the same time, the members of the Management Bureau also launched their attacks, their bodies twisting and deforming to reveal the hideous true form of the shadow monster, and they pounced on the stunned shadow masters around them. In an instant, screams, roars, and the clash of weapons filled the air. "You bunch of scum! Get the hell out of my way!" At this critical moment, Warsaw roared and took a step forward. Buzz! Behind him, a phantom of a Qilin, several meters tall and engulfed in holy golden flames, suddenly appeared. Holy light Qilin. A dazzling golden light burst forth instantly, like the sun descending, enveloping the entire square. The shadow demons that had just revealed their true forms froze in their tracks when they were suddenly struck by the holy light, and let out painful roars. Holy light judgment. A magnificent golden longsword had appeared in Warsaw's hand at some point. Holy light flowed across the sword, and he moved like lightning. Sharp sword shadows flashed past, instantly cutting the two-pounced shadow demons into several pieces. Black blood splattered everywhere. Warsaw charged through the monster horde like a war god, with the phantom of the holy light Kirin close behind, each roar deterring the shadow monsters from their actions. The square was immediately engulfed in chaos, while Warsaw was fiercely fighting with those shape-shifting shadow demons. The mother and daughter who had been rescued earlier took advantage of the chaos to quietly break away from the protection of the other guild members and move towards Lan Yu's direction. The woman's face still held just the right amount of fear and helplessness as she tightly hugged the little girl in her arms. The little girl buried her face in her mother's arms, her body trembling, and she kept making soft sobs. Big brother." The little girl timidly raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lan Yu, her voice trembling with sobs, filled with dependence and fear. "Brother, I'm so scared. Protect me." "Well." She reached out her small hand, as if trying to grab the hem of Lan Yu's clothes. Lan Yu looked at her, his eyes still calm as still water, and gave a faint reply. "Okay, just hide behind me." Upon hearing this, the woman's face lit up with gratitude, and she thanked him repeatedly. She quickly pulled the little girl along and carefully went around to Lan Yu's back. "Thank you, Master Shadow. You are such a kind person." Just as the two of them were completely behind Lan Yu, and the woman had barely finished speaking her words of gratitude, the fear and gratitude on their faces vanished, replaced by an extremely sinister and eerie smile. Two flashes of cold light suddenly shot out from their sleeves. They were two fruit knives gleaming with a cold, sharp edge. Their movements were incredibly swift and their angles were tricky, aiming straight for Lan Yu's back and ribs. Backstab. However, just as the two fruit knives were about to touch Lan Yu's body, clang! A crisp, metallic clang rang out. Lan Yu seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, and didn't even turn around. He swung his hand back, and a simple, heavy black sword appeared in his hand without him noticing. The blade was wide and engraved with mountain patterns. It was none other than the Zhenyu. Zhenyu parried the two poison-like fruit knives with unparalleled precision. Sparks flew everywhere. The immense recoil caused the mother and daughter excruciating pain in their hands, and the fruit knife in their hands almost flew out of their grasp. The eerie smiles on their faces froze instantly, replaced by deep shock and disbelief. They clearly hadn't expected this seemingly young photographer to react so quickly and handle the situation so calmly. The sneak attack failed. Lan Yu slowly turned around, facing the mother and daughter who had revealed their hideous faces, his tone still calm and without the slightest ripple. "I've always been on guard against you." From the moment he saw the unusually rapid healing of the little girl's ankle, he had already placed the mother and daughter on his list of suspects. A flicker of panic flashed in their eyes as they prepared to reveal the shadow monster's true form in a final, desperate attempt. Lan Yu moved. He drew Zhenyu and flashed away. Quick. Extremely fast. A flash of sword light. Uft. Two heads, still bearing the terrified expressions of human women, shot into the sky. Black blood gushed out like a fountain. The headless corpses of the mother and daughter swayed, then fell heavily to the ground, their bodies quickly withering and turning into two twisted shadowy corpses. With the two-star shadow fiends killed, two streams of pure black shadow energy emanated from their corpses and were quietly absorbed by the shadow beneath Lan Yu's feet. Rank: 2-star Shadow Master, 68%. The numbers on the panel jumped again, and the upgrade progress steadily increased from 66% to 68%. At the same time, a message appeared in his mind. 2 shadow monsters of the same rank have been killed. Defeat 3 more shadow monsters of the same rank to gain 1 stack of Chaos Authority power, increasing Shadow Aura strength by 1%. 3 more are needed. Lan Yu thought to himself. In this world, there are two main ways for Shadow Masters to quickly improve their strength in the early to mid stages. One method is to cultivate one's own shadow energy through meditation, but this method is extremely inefficient, like a tortoise crawling. The second way is to kill shadow monsters and absorb the pure shadow energy released after they die. This is the mainstream way to quickly become stronger. Lan Yu's Chaos Authority will allow him to go faster and further on this path. However, just as Lan Yu was killing the two shadow demons. Roar! Hiss! Suddenly, chilling roars echoed from the surrounding buildings. One after another, dark figures surged out from the broken doors and windows like a tide. Shadow wolves, shadow bats, rotting zombies. All sorts of low-level shadow monsters, densely packed together. At a glance, there were at least 40 of them. Moreover, there are still more shadow monsters in the distance, drawn by the blood and battle fluctuations, and they are constantly coming here. Oh no, we've been ambushed. It's a trap. This is the shadow monster's lair. Chapter 41 continues, to be finished within an hour. Those guild members who were still fighting the shadow fiends turned ashen-faced and filled with despair when they saw the overwhelming army of shadow fiends. Although most of the other guild members present were 3-star shadow masters. Logically speaking, dealing with these low-level shadow monsters, which are generally only 2 stars, should not be a problem. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. Too many ants can kill an elephant. Moreover, many of the small and medium-sized guilds sent newcomers who had just entered the 3-star realm and lacked practical experience. Faced with such a terrifying scene, many of them were already flustered and their formations began to fall apart. For a time, everyone was in grave danger and engaged in a fierce battle. However, in this chaotic battlefield, unlike the other guild members who were in a flustered and disarrayed state, 2 figures stood out conspicuously. It was Lan Yu and Huashao. Warsaw wielded a holy sword of light and was clad in the phantom of a Qilin holy armor. With each swing of his sword, he unleashed a vast expanse of golden holy flames, turning several shadow monsters into charred remains. He was like a golden whirlwind on the battlefield. Wherever he passed, the shadow monsters howled and fell to the ground, unable to get close at all. Lan Yu, on the other hand, was even more decisive and efficient. Holding Jinyue in his hand, he moved through the monsters like a ghost. 1 cut, 1 kill. Clean and efficient. Those who previously looked down on Lan Yu and Huashao. Those who thought they were just joint extermination team. Members who were just there to make up the numbers were now staring wide-eyed and jaws dropped as they watched the 2 of them wreak havoc among the monsters. I didn't see wrong, did I? Those 2 people with the red spider lilies. Are they monsters? This combat power is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Less than 5 minutes. The shadow monsters that had previously surged like a tidal wave. They had already killed almost all of them. In the square, apart from the scattered corpses of shadow monsters, and the faint smell of blood and shadow energy still lingering in the air, there was not a single enemy standing. Lan Yu and Huashao stood like 2 killing gods amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Warsaw tossed his signature short blonde hair, pointed his sword diagonally at the ground, and the phantom of the holy light, Kirin, gradually faded behind him, a smug smile on his face. Tisk, is that all? Not even enough for this handsome man to warm up. Lan Yu calmly sheathed the Jinyue sword, as if the efficient massacre just now had nothing to do with him. His attention was more focused on the information that was coming to mind. In those few short minutes, he personally killed 21 2-star shadow monsters. Rank: 2-star Shadow Master, 87%. Experience points skyrocketed. It jumped from 68% to 87%. Only 13% of experience remained to reach the level of a 3-star Shadow Master. At the same time, the notification regarding the Chaos Authority has also been updated. Current level of Chaos Authority, 4. Current Shadow Aura Strength increase, 4%. Defeat 4 more shadow monsters of the same tier to gain another layer of Chaos Authority power, increasing Shadow Aura Strength by an additional 1%. Sure enough, leveling up by fighting monsters is still the fastest way. Lan Yu thought to himself. This rocket-like speed of advancement is unimaginable for ordinary people. The power of chaos is terrifying. Although Lan Yu and Huashao were fighting fiercely, as if cutting melons and vegetables. However, the situation is not so optimistic for other guilds. Even though the 2 of them drew most of the firepower, the members of the joint punitive expedition were still in a state of chaos. The battle was over, and after taking stock, Many people were found to have injuries and were still in shock. 3 filmmakers have already fallen forever on this polluted land, their bodies cold and lifeless. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy and oppressive for a moment. Just then, a girl who looked to be in her early 20s walked over from the United Expeditionary Force. She was wearing a fairly clean combat uniform. He wore a badge on his chest that represented the Azure Wolf Guild, suggesting he was a vice leader of a guild. The girl's face was a little pale, but her eyes were very sincere. She walked up to Lan Yu and Hua Xiao and bowed slightly. "Thank you both, seniors from the Higanbana Guild, for your help this time." Her voice carried a hint of relief at surviving a disaster. "If it weren't for the two of you turning the tide, we would probably have been wiped out here." This is not just a polite remark. They had all witnessed what had just happened. The overwhelming hordes of shadow monsters, and those cunning shape-shifting shadow demons. Any one of them could make them pay a heavy price. Upon hearing this, Warsaw casually tossed his blonde hair aside, a smile he considered incredibly handsome playing on his lips. No problem at all. No need to thank me too much. After all, being saved by me, the most handsome man in the world, is an incredible stroke of luck for you, something you've earned over many lifetimes." He patted his chest, with an expression that said, "Come and worship me." Everyone fell silent. This level of narcissism is simply off the charts. After a brief rest and expressions of gratitude, members of the other guilds began discussing their next steps. "This place is too eerie." "That's right, the intelligence is completely wrong. What happened to the plan of 1 3-star leader and about 10 2-star shadow monsters? We haven't even seen a shadow of the 3-star monsters, and the number of 2-star monsters has increased 5-fold. This mission's difficulty must be at least top-tier 3 stars, or even close to 4 stars, right? Continue? I don't want to lose my life here. Let's retreat. Survival is the priority." After a heated discussion, the surviving guild members quickly reached a consensus to retreat. The difficulty of this task has far exceeded their expectations and their capacity to handle it. Although the rewards from the Eternal Night Merchant Guild are tempting, my life is more important. Members of the Joint Expeditionary Force helped the wounded. Carrying the bodies of their fallen comrades, they began to retreat one after another along the way they had come. Before leaving, the girl from the Azure Wolf Society glanced at Lan Yu and Hua Xiao one last time, hesitated, and finally sighed before leaving with the rest of the group. Soon, the once bustling square was left with only Lan Yu and Hua Xiao. Warsaw stretched and loosened his limbs, then turned to look at Lan Yu. "Hey, Lan Yu, they've all run away, what about us?" Lan Yu did not answer immediately. He scanned the surrounding buildings that were being eroded by the shadow energy. He fell into deep thought. From a rational perspective, the choices made by other guilds were undoubtedly correct. The situation has exceeded expectations. Retreat is the safest option. But Lan Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. This was his first formal commission task. He was somewhat unwilling to give up halfway. Moreover, the surge in experience points he had just experienced had actually made him look forward to exploring the depths of the Shadow Cave. Risk and opportunity often coexist. Just as he was weighing the options in his mind, a cool, slightly languid female voice suddenly rang out from the depths of his mind. That was the voice of Nidhogg, the elder of the twins of the evil dragon god. "If you can finish this in 1 hour, you can continue with the task." Lan Yu's heart stirred. "What's the meaning?" Nidhogg responded in his mind. "Based on my perception, the highest level of shadow monsters that have emerged from this shadow cave so far is only 3 stars. She paused, then added, "But the shadow cave will grow. According to my perception, a 4-star level shadow monster may appear in this shadow cave in about an hour." "An hour?" Lan Yu's eyes flickered. If it were just a 3-star level shadow monster, with his and Viseo's strength, they might not be without a fighting chance. But 4 stars, that's a completely different dimension. "I see." Lan Yu made a decision in his heart. He raised his head, looked at Warsaw, and said calmly, "Continue." Chapter 42 3-Star Shadow Monster, The Vengeful Ghost. Upon hearing this, Warsaw's eyes lit up, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. "Hey, I knew it. This is more like the Lan Yu I know. Let's go. Let me see what kind of monsters and demons are hiding in this shadow cave." Without further delay, the two quickly identified the direction where the shadow energy was most concentrated. They then made their way towards the 3-story branch building of the Eternal Night Merchant Guild. The interior of the building was also in a state of chaos. Broken glass, overturned shelves, and corpses everywhere. Most of them were employees wearing the uniforms of the Eternal Night Merchant Guild. They died tragically, clearly having been suddenly attacked by the shadow monsters without even a chance to fight back. Lan Yu and Hua Xiao searched along the way, taking care of any low-level shadow monsters that occasionally appeared. The shadow monsters have been cleared out. However, no trace of the target, Shadow Cave, has been found for a long time. It seems the Shadow Cave isn't in this main building. Warsaw kicked open a rickety office door, peeked inside, and saw only a few corpses huddled in a corner. Just then, Lan Yu stopped at the door of a room that looked like a manager's office. Inside the room, a male corpse dressed in an expensive suit lay face down on the desk, with several deep claw marks on his back that exposed the bone. Although the corpse's face had been gnawed so badly that it was unrecognizable. But Lan Yu took out the commission documents that Chun Feng had given him from his pocket. The photo attached was of Yong Leming, the young master of the Yongya Merchant Guild. The Yong Leming in the photo is wearing the same custom-made suit as the corpse in front of us. It seems that the additional reward from the Eternal Night Merchant Guild is out of the question. Lan Yu said calmly, putting the photo away. He didn't show much emotion about the death of this rich young master. In the face of such a disaster of invasion by the film industry, status and position cannot serve as a life-saving shield. The two did not linger on the corpse, but continued to explore the area behind the building where the concentration of shadow energy was higher. After navigating several messy corridors, they finally arrived at a storage area at the back of the building. There are several large warehouses here. One of the warehouse doors was tightly closed, but through the crack in the door. However, a dense, almost tangible black aura continued to emanate from it, and at the same time, an intense, nauseating stench of blood also wafted over. Found it. Lan Yu and Hua Xiao exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. It's obvious without even guessing that it's the so-called Shadow Cave. It's most likely in this warehouse. Warsaw gripped the holy light longsword tightly in his hand, and golden flames rose once again from the blade. Lan Yu also silently took out Jinhua. Lan Yu slowly pushed open the iron gate of the warehouse. An even stronger stench of blood and shadow energy surged out, as if it had found an outlet. The warehouse was dimly lit. Using the dim light filtering in from the doorway, the two were able to see what was inside. Then, their pupils all contracted slightly. Corpse. A mountain of corpses. Men, women, and children, dressed in all sorts of clothes. It seems that almost everyone in this area who didn't have time to escape died here and were dragged to this warehouse, where they were piled up into a small mountain. And atop that mountain of corpses, radiating an overwhelming aura of resentment, a short figure was sitting there. It was a humanoid shadowy creature, less than a meter tall, entirely black, with 2 pairs of pointed ears and an ugly, ferocious face. Its eyes gleamed with a fierce, scarlet light. He was watching with great interest as Lan Yu and Hua Xiao walked into the warehouse. Behind it, an unstable, black vortex-like spatial rift was slowly rotating, from which pure shadow energy continuously overflowed. Shadow Cave. 3-star Shadow Monster, Wraith Imp. This is one of the ultimate goals of this mission. Upon seeing Lan Yu and Hua Xiao enter, the vengeful ghost grinned with an extremely sinister smile, full of mockery and cruelty. It slowly raised one paw and grabbed the relatively intact body of a young girl from the pile of corpses beneath it. The girl's face still bore traces of the terror and despair she felt before her death. The vengeful ghost extended its other claw, its sharp fingertips gently grazing the girl's neck. A wisp of pitch-black energy was injected into the girl's body. The next second, the girl's body, which had been cold and stiff, suddenly twitched its eyelids and then abruptly opened its eyes. Empty, devoid of spirit. Yet it also carried a strange sense of vitality. He's alive? Warsaw raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. The vengeful ghost grabbed the girl's hair, turning her face towards Lan Yu and Hua Xiao. The girl's mouth opened and closed, emitting faint, mosquito-like cries for help. Help me. Please, save me. At the same time, the vengeful ghost also grinned. They mimicked the helpless and expectant expression on the girl's face, as if hoping that the two would recklessly rush up to save her. However, Lan Yu and Hua Xiao stood still, completely motionless. Their eyes were cold and calm. They knew it very well. The girl in front of me did not come back to life. She simply transformed into something similar to the previous Shadow Fiends, a puppet controlled by the Shadow Fiends, a lure to entice her prey. Warsaw clicked his tongue and whispered to Lan Yu. This guy actually has the ability to create shadow monsters. Lan Yu nodded, his gaze remaining fixed on the vengeful ghosts atop the mountain of corpses. Moreover, he clearly possesses considerable intelligence. Intelligent shadow creatures are usually the most troublesome type. The previous shadow fiend, while able to mimic humans, was more of an instinct. The vengeful ghost before them, however, was able to use human emotions and corpses to set traps. Its cunning far surpassed that of ordinary shadow monsters. Warsaw licked his slightly dry lips, his tone carrying a hint of excited fighting spirit. So what's the next step? Should we start filming right away? Lan Yu remained calm, his tone even yet filled with undeniable domineering authority. Need I say more? One for each person. Warsaw was taken aback by what he heard. Lan Yu's voice came through. There's another one hiding in the shadow of the beam at the top of the warehouse. That guy has been watching us from up there ever since we walked in. It looks like he's looking for an opportunity to ambush us. Warsaw grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile carrying a hint of satisfaction at meeting a worthy opponent. TCH, I thought only I noticed. Turns out you noticed too. Lan Yu ignored his self-praise and directly issued the battle orders. The one on top of my head is yours. The moment the words fell, whoosh, Lan Yu's figure had already turned into a blurry afterimage. With a burst of speed from his feet, he charged towards the vengeful ghosts on the pile of corpses like a cannonball. Facing Lan Yu, who was shooting towards them like a cannonball. The mocking smile on the face of the little ghostly corpse atop the mountain of corpses grew even wider. Its scarlet eyes darted around, and its small, claw-covered hands flicked gently. Help me. I don't want to die. Someone please save me. A chilling scene has unfolded. The body of the young girl it had previously held in its grasp. He stood up unsteadily, his empty eyes staring blankly at Lan Yu, his mouth uttering heart-wrenching pleas. Then came even more corpses. The warehouse was piled high with corpses, one after another. Like a puppet controlled by invisible threads, he shakily crawled up from the pile of corpses. They stretched out stiff or rotting arms, repeating desperate cries for help, and staggered toward Lan Yu. The stench of corpses mixed with intense resentment almost solidified the entire warehouse space. These are all innocent people who died unjustly in this disaster. At this moment, however, they are being manipulated by the shadow monster and turned into weapons to attack the living. However, Lan Yu is concerned about these manipulated zombie hordes. He showed no pity whatsoever, nor did he hesitate for a moment, because he knew that these people were already dead. A flash of sword light. Snap. Limbs and severed arms flew everywhere, and black, filthy blood splattered all around. Those corpses that had just stood up were utterly defeated by Zhang Yu's unparalleled sharpness. Like paper, it was easily torn and cut. Lan Yu's figure did not pause at all. He wielded Jinyue in his hand like the wind, clearing a straight passage in the zombie horde. A swift movement. When the last corpse blocking his way was cut in two, Lan Yu's figure appeared like a ghost at the top of the mountain of corpses, in front of the vengeful ghost. His face was now incredibly cold. Those dark eyes were fixed on the vengeful ghost before them, their tone icy and chilling, filled with undisguised killing intent. Do you find it so enjoyable to toy with other people's lives? Chapter 43, New Divine Abilities. The smile on the vengeful ghost's face faltered slightly. It seemed they hadn't expected this young human to be so decisive and ruthless, completely unaffected by those bait tactics. At the same time, just as Lan Yu charged towards the vengeful ghosts on the mountain of corpses, in the shadow of the beams atop the warehouse, another small figure moved silently. That was also a vengeful little ghost. It lurked in the darkness, like the most patient hunter, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. At this moment, Hua Xiao stood alone below, seemingly with all his attention drawn to the battle on Lan Yu's side. A sinister smile spread across its ugly face. Chance. Silent and stealthy, like a ghost, it leaped down from the beam, its sharp claws gleaming coldly in the dim light, aiming straight for Warsaw's vital back. However, clang. A crisp, metallic clang rang out. The expected sensation of claws tearing through flesh did not come. Instead, a tremendous force of recoil shook the attacking vengeful ghost's claws, making them go numb. It looked closely and saw that the blonde human youth had turned around at some point, and the long sword in his hand, burning with golden flames, had precisely blocked its sneak attack. The vengeful imp that launched the sneak attack showed a human-like expression of surprise. Warsaw grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. His smile was bright, yet tinged with a hint of mockery. Hey little thing, what's wrong? Are you amazed by my face, the most handsome man in the world? He tossed his signature short blonde hair across his forehead and struck what he considered a strikingly handsome pose. It's a pity my handsome face isn't for filthy and ugly creatures like you to see. Before he finished speaking, the holy sword in his hand shone brightly with golden light, and a powerful holy aura burst forth. Holy light slash. The sharp sword light, like lightning slicing through the darkness, slashed down towards the vengeful little ghost. The vengeful ghost that had launched the sneak attack let out a cry and retreated hastily, narrowly avoiding the deadly sword light. On the ground, where the sword light grazed, a deep, charred mark was left, with faint traces of holy flames burning within. Tisk, that's a pretty quick reaction. Warsaw curled his lip, then charged forward again with renewed fighting spirit, engaging in fierce combat with the vengeful imp. The golden sword light and the pitch-black claw shadows clashed repeatedly, producing a series of ear-piercing sounds. On the other side, faced with Lan Yu's chilling question, the vengeful ghosts on the mountain of corpses let out a strange laugh, seemingly unconcerned. Lan Yu didn't waste any more words. Words are superfluous when dealing with this evil shadow monster that takes pleasure in toying with life. The only way is to completely annihilate them. Without any hesitation, his shadow energy surged wildly into the Jinyue sword. On the ancient and simple blade of the Jinyue sword, the mountain-like patterns seemed to come alive, emitting a deep and mysterious light. Shadow technique, Dark Moon Dragon Blade. This time, Lan Yu poured almost all of his shadow power into it. A tiny, dark crescent moon, no bigger than the palm of his hand but condensed to the extreme, appeared out of thin air in front of him. The crescent moon was small, yet it emanated a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. With the terrifying effect of the Jinyue sword, holding this sword increases the power of all sword-type shadow techniques by 50%. The power of this Dark Moon Dragon Blade has reached an astonishing level. Lan Yu swung his arm, and the Jinyue sword came crashing down. That jet-black crescent moon shot toward the vengeful ghost with speed exceeding that of lightning. For the first time, a look of utter horror appeared in the vengeful ghost's scarlet eyes. It sensed a deadly threat. Roar! It let out a sharp roar, and the mountain of corpses beneath it began to writhe violently. Countless severed limbs and broken corpses seemed to have come alive. They frantically converged towards it, attempting to form barriers of flesh and blood to block the deadly black crescent moon. However, it was all in vain. Wherever the Dark Moon Dragon Blade passed, those flesh and blood barriers were easily torn apart, like thin paper. Rotten flesh and blood flew everywhere, and dark shadows exploded. A muffled thud. The vengeful ghost let out an extremely shrill scream. One of its arms, along with half of its shoulder, was severed by that dark crescent moon. The blood, as black as ink, gushed out like a fountain. The remaining Dark Moon Dragon Blade, still brimming with power, completely annihilated a large pile of corpses behind it. He barely managed to block the fatal blow. The vengeful ghost was panting heavily, its eyes filled with resentment and fear as it looked at Lan Yu. It grinned, its smile both ferocious and smug. In its view, Lan Yu had unleashed such a powerful move. It must have consumed a massive amount of shadow power, and it must be at its limit now, unable to launch a second attack. However, when it raised its head, when he saw Lan Yu's current situation, the smile on his face froze instantly, his scarlet pupils contracted sharply, revealing an expression of disbelief. All that could be seen was the tip of the Jinyue sword in his hand. A new, jet-black crescent moon, identical to the previous one, is rapidly taking shape. Not only that, beside him, to his left, right, and above his head, 3 equally refined Dark Moon Dragon Blades floated, radiating a suffocating aura of destruction, poised to strike. 4 Dark Moon Dragon Blades, in total. Seeing the ghostly expression on the undead boy's face, Lan Yu spoke calmly, his tone tinged with a hint of mockery. What's wrong? Judging from your expression, do you think that trick I just used can only be used once? Revengeful ghosts. All it wants to do right now is curse. This is insane. Then, farewell. Lan Yu swung his arm down again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 jet-black crescent moons, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, like the scythe of death, blocked all the escape routes of the vengeful ghost from 4 different directions, slashing towards it. On the face of the vengeful ghost, only deep despair and resentment remained. No. The piercing screams abruptly ceased. Under the relentless cutting of the 4 Dark Moon Dragon Blades, The 3-star level Vengeful Ghost, along with the small mountain of corpses beneath its feet, was instantly shredded into pieces, turning into black ash and fragments of flesh and blood flying everywhere. From the moment Lan Yu made his move to the moment he killed the Vengeful Ghost, the entire battle lasted less than a minute. Clean and efficient. With the death of the Vengeful Imp, a black shadow aura, several times purer than the previous shadow demons, dissipated from the place where it vanished and was quickly absorbed by the shadow beneath Lan Yu's feet. At the same time, the information on the panel in his mind was also refreshed. Rank: 2-star Shadow Master, 100%. Experience points are full. This means that he can try to reach the level of a 3-star Film Master whenever he wants. Once I get back, I'll find a quiet place, and then I can start preparing for my promotion, Lan Yu thought to himself. Furthermore, since it was a kill of a 3-star shadow monster that was above the level of the enemy, the notification about the Chaos Authority reappeared. Defeat a shadow monster, 3-star, of a higher level to gain 1 stack of Chaos Authority power. Current level of Chaos Authority, 5. Current Shadow Aura Strength increase, 5%. The power of Chaos Authority has also been successfully accumulated to the 5th level. According to the effect of All Things Begin in Chaos, for every 5 layers of power gained, 1 ability or talent can be drawn from the powers of the gods. In other words, he can now obtain a new divine ability. Chapter 44. You're not actually a shadow monster in disguise, are you? A hint of anticipation flashed in Lan Yu's eyes. He glanced at the distance not far away. The battle between Warsaw and another vengeful imp continues. The golden holy light and the pitch-black shadow energy clashed continuously, creating an extremely intense scene. Warsaw clearly had the upper hand. The phantom of the holy light Qilin roared repeatedly, suppressing the vengeful ghost and forcing it to retreat step by step, its body already bearing several deep, bone-revealing sword wounds. However, it seems that it will take some time to completely resolve the battle. Perfect timing, now's the time. Without further hesitation, Lan Yu found a relatively clean corner, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. With a thought, his consciousness seemed to be instantly pulled into a boundless chaos. All around was swirling gray fog. There is no distinction between up, down, left, or right. The concepts of time and space become blurred here. Just then, a glimmer of golden light suddenly appeared in the gray, chaotic ocean ahead. They were a group of strange little fish that emitted a soft golden light. They swam happily in the chaos, like the most brilliant stars in the night sky. Lan Yu subconsciously reached out and grabbed at the nearest golden fish. The little fish seemed oblivious to the danger, continuing to swim leisurely past his fingertips. A gentle squeeze. Got him. The next second, the little golden fish transformed into a pure golden stream of light and merged into his palm. Immediately afterwards, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Congratulations on acquiring the divine sword skill, Flash of Light and Shadow. Description: an ultimate sword technique created by an ancient sword god. It involves extremely fast dashes and slashes, concentrating all the body's power into a single point for an instantaneous burst, ignoring defense. As the user's skill level increases, the power of the sword technique will continuously grow stronger. Legend has it that upon mastering it, one can cleave towering mountains in an instant with a single thought. A fleeting shadow, that sounds pretty good. Lan Yu carefully read the skill description, a satisfied look appearing in his eyes. This skill emphasizes extreme speed and single-point burst damage. This complements his current powerful and unrestrained Dark Moon Dragon Blade. Just as Lan Yu finished drawing the new skill and slowly opened his eyes. A woo! Not far away, a mournful and unwilling roar came. The battle in Warsaw has finally come to an end. He held a holy sword and pierced the heart of the vengeful imp with a single strike. Golden holy flames erupted instantly, purifying it completely into ashes. Phew, done. Warsaw let out a long breath, shook off the black ash from his sword, and flashed his signature flamboyant smile. However, when he turned his head and saw that Lan Yu had already finished the battle and was even sitting leisurely to the side as if resting, the smile on his face couldn't help but freeze slightly. No way, you're faster than me again? Warsaw pointed at Lan Yu with some disbelief. He clearly felt that he had used all his strength this time, and he dealt with the shadow monster very quickly, so how did he still lose to this guy? However, this feeling of frustration did not last long. Warsaw quickly adjusted his mindset, pursed his lips, and said defiantly, "Humph, you got lucky this time. Next time, Next time I'll definitely. Lan Yu ignored his rambling and stood up. Their gaze fell upon the deepest part of the warehouse, where a black vortex, still slowly rotating and exuding an ominous aura, lay, the Shadow Cave. There was still more than half an hour left before Nidhogg's 1-hour deadline. There is still plenty of time. The two walked side by side toward the Shadow Cave that exuded a strong shadowy aura. The method for removing shadow holes is very simple. Just destroy its core. Lan Yu stepped forward without hesitation, and Junyue reappeared in his hand. He took a deep breath and channeled his inner energy into the sword. A condensed, jet-black crescent moon took shape once more. Break! With a low shout, the Dark Moon Dragon blade roared out, slashing with unparalleled precision towards the core of the Shadow Cave. However, just as the Dark Moon Dragon blade was about to strike the Shadow Cave, a sudden change has occurred. The Shadow Cave, which had been rotating steadily, suddenly began to fluctuate violently. Immediately afterwards, a violent energy far exceeding any previous one suddenly erupted from the Shadow Cave. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire warehouse. Lan Yu, who was directly hit, didn't even have time to react before being instantly engulfed by the violent explosion. Boom! The deafening explosion nearly blew the roof off the entire warehouse. Warsaw was a little further away at the moment the explosion occurred. A golden light flashed around him, and the phantom of the holy light Qilin reappeared, protecting him firmly. Even so, the enormous impact caused his blood to surge, and he staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. Holy crap! He shook his somewhat dazed head, looked at the area shrouded in thick smoke and dust, and his heart skipped a beat. Lan Yu. Warsaw's expression changed, and he cried out in disbelief. That guy was right in front of the core of the Shadow Cave, right at the center of the explosion. Hey, Lan Yu, you better not just die like this. Warsaw shouted loudly into the smoke and dust, his tone revealing a hint of anxiety that he himself was unaware of. My opponent is still undecided. If you dare to die, I'll dance at your grave every day. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the view inside. Just as Warsaw was about to rush in, a slightly annoyed voice came from the dust. Ahem. Warsaw, are you cursing me? With a soft cough, the smoke gradually dissipated. Lan Yu's figure slowly came into view. He did look rather disheveled at that moment. His clothes were torn to shreds by the explosion, leaving him almost in strips of cloth, exposing large areas of firm skin. His face and arms were covered in ash from the explosion, and his hair was a bit messy. However, apart from a few small bloody scratches on the arm that had been used to wield the sword, caused by the aftershocks of the explosion, he seemed to be quite unharmed. Cull. Warsaw breathed a heavy sigh of relief, patted his chest, and said with lingering fear, Thank goodness, that scared me to death. If you had really died, wouldn't I have lost a supporting character to highlight my brilliance and prowess? Lan Yu glanced at him, too lazy to even comment. Warsaw walked over in a few strides, examined the wound on Lan Yu's arm, and clicked his tongue in amazement. You're really strong. That explosion was quite powerful. Anyone else would have been badly injured, if not killed. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket. He quickly pulled out a roll of pink band-aids with a cartoon bear pattern. Here, this is my collector's edition. You're lucky to get it. Hua Xiao handed it over with a pained expression. Lan Yu's lips twitched. Looking at the girlish band-aid, he decisively refused. No. The words had barely left his mouth. The small, still bleeding wounds on Lan Yu's arm began to wriggle and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the wounds had scabbed over and fallen off, revealing perfectly healed skin without leaving a single scar. Talent. King's Body Beginner. The body's basic strength has slightly improved, and the wound healing speed has slightly improved. This was a new talent he gained after eating the mysterious fruit given to him by Nidhogg in the God Realm. Although it was only at the beginner level, the recovery speed was already quite astonishing. Warsaw's eyes widened, and the pink band-aid in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He pointed at Lan Yu, then at his own eyes, and stammered. Holy crap! You kid! Are you even human? This recovery speed, are you cheating? He leaned closer to Lan Yu, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his eyes filled with suspicion. To be honest, if I hadn't been with you the whole time, I would have suspected that you were some high-level shadow monster disguised as a human, infiltrating human society with ulterior motives. Lan Yu pushed away his face, which was leaning closer, without any expression on his face. You have a really vivid imagination. Warsaw's gaze fell on the edge of the large crater left by the explosion in the Shadow Cave. Warsaw stroked his chin. That's not right. This shadow cave should not have exploded since it was destroyed. At most, the energy should dissipate and then slowly disappear. Lan Yu was aware of this as well. The essence of a shadow cave is a spatial rift. Destroying the core will only cause the rift to lose stability and gradually close. The violent explosion just now was clearly abnormal. He ignored Warsaw, who was still muttering to himself, and strode to the core of the shadow cave. There, a sizable crater had been blasted out, and the surrounding area was charred black. Lan Yu crouched down and carefully searched the edge of the pit. Soon, he picked up a small, charred crystal fragment about the size of a fingernail. This thing must have caused the explosion. Chapter 45: The Chamber of Commerce's Conspiracy. Lan Yu handed the crumbs to Warsaw. Warsaw took the fragments, examined them carefully, and his expression changed slightly. This is a fragment of a sealing stone. Sealing stones are a special item with considerable value. The effect is simple. It is used to temporarily suppress and seal the shadow cave, delaying its expansion and eruption. At this point, Warsaw frowned, a puzzled expression on his face. That's strange. According to the information provided, this shadow cave should have been discovered this morning, right? The Bureau's team that arrived early was wiped out on the outskirts long ago. No one should have come here to place the sealing stone. Lan Yu's eyes flickered slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke. Is there any possibility? Before the shadow cave was officially discovered by the Management Bureau, someone had already placed the sealing stone here? Warsaw was taken aback upon hearing this. What's the meaning? Lan Yu stood up, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic warehouse, and calmly analyzed the situation. The number and strength of the shadow monsters born in the shadow cave will continue to increase as the shadow cave exists for a longer period of time. The report says this shadow cave was only discovered this morning. But since we entered this place, the number and strength of the shadow monsters we have encountered, especially those 2 3-star level vengeful imps, have clearly exceeded the level that a shadow cave that has only been formed for half a day should have. As Hua Xiao listened to Lan Yu's analysis, his expression gradually became serious. You mean? Lan Yu nodded. The only explanation is that this shadow cave actually appeared several days ago, or even earlier. However, when it was just formed and still very weak, it was forcibly suppressed by a sealing stone and deliberately hidden away. Furthermore, it wasn't reported to the Administration Bureau. Lan Yu's gaze sharpened. It wasn't until this morning, probably because the energy of the sealing stone was exhausted, that the aura of the shadow cave leaked out and was discovered. Warsaw nodded repeatedly, a look of sudden understanding on his face. That makes sense. That explains why the monsters are so strong. Then, he frowned again. But the sealing stone is quite valuable, and those people went to such great lengths. Intentionally cultivating a more powerful shadow cave? What's the point? Lan Yu shook his head. Who knows? Maybe, they're just bored out of their minds. Just as the two were preparing to leave this place of trouble. Knock, knock, knock. Tap, tap, tap. A soft but clear tapping sound suddenly came from beneath their feet. The two stopped abruptly, exchanged a glance, and both saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. The sound was coming from underground? Following the sound, they walked to the edge of the crater formed after the explosion in the shadow cave. Due to the force of the explosion, large areas of the ground around the crater also cracked and collapsed. On one side of the pit, there was a metal plate that had originally been laid flat. It was now severely twisted and deformed, with its edges curled up, revealing a dark, seemingly underground passage entrance. The deformed iron plate completely blocked the entrance to the passage. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. As the two approached, the knocking became more rapid and louder. Faintly, a faint, tearful cry for help could be heard coming from beneath the metal plate. Help, help me. Is anyone there? Lan Yu and Hua Xiao exchanged another glance. There are people down there. Moreover, judging from the voice, it seems to be a living person. Clang. The Jinyu's sword was instantly drawn. Lan Yu flicked his wrist, and a flash of sword light appeared. Sizzle. That thick, twisted and deformed metal plate. Under the sharp blade of the Jinyu's sword, it was easily sliced in half like tofu. With a loud clang, the severed iron plate fell to the side. A narrow passage below, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, was revealed. When the two saw the face of the person on the ground, Lan Yu and Hua Xiao, their expressions changed simultaneously. I was stunned. Below the passage, a young face covered in dust and showing signs of shock came into view. Lan Yu and Hua Xiao's expressions froze almost simultaneously. It's the Yongle Ming dynasty. the young master of the Eternal Night Merchant Guild, who is supposedly dead. At that moment, he was wearing a plain gray coat that clearly didn't fit him properly. His hair was a mess, and his face and neck were covered with dust and solidified sweat. He looked disheveled and had no trace of the dignity of a rich young master. Cough, cough. Young Liming probably choked and coughed twice. When he looked up and saw Lan Yu and Hua Xiao, his bloodshot eyes instantly burst with the joy of surviving a disaster. Great! My saviors! You two have finally arrived. His voice was hoarse and choked with tears as he frantically tried to crawl out of the narrow passage. However, as soon as he made a move, he keenly sensed something was amiss. The expressions on the faces of Lan Yu and Hua Xiao, the two saviors in his eyes, seemed a little too serious. Instead of immediately helping him up, they instinctively took a small step back. This subtle movement made Yong Liming's heart skip a beat. He noticed that Lan Yu's hand, which was gripping the black heavy sword, had its knuckles slightly tightened. While Warsaw still wore his signature flamboyant smile, his eyes held a newfound scrutiny and wariness. An ominous premonition spread through Yong Liming's mind. He stood frozen in place, somewhat taken aback, and asked, "What's wrong, brothers? Could it be? We haven't finished fighting the monsters outside yet." Lan Yu's eyes were calm, and his voice revealed no emotion. "The monsters outside have been cleared out." He paused, then continued, "But now, we're wondering if you're a monster." Huh? Yong Liming's joy froze instantly, replaced by astonishment and confusion. Warsaw curled his lip and replied, "There's nothing we can do, little brother. We just saw your corpse with our own eyes in your Chamber of Commerce building. The way he died, TSK, it was horrible. His face was bitten to pieces." He seemed to want to describe it more vividly, but Lan Yu stopped him with a look. Warsaw coughed lightly and continued, "Furthermore, the shadow creatures here are particularly adept at mimicking humans, so—" He shrugged before he could finish speaking, but the meaning couldn't be clearer. The color drained from Yong Liming's face in an instant. He finally understood why these two powerful shadow masters harbored such great hostility towards him. That's not me," Yong Liming hurriedly explained, his voice trembling. "That was one of my men. He took the fall for me. When I sensed the shadow monsters attacking, I immediately hid in this underground shelter, thinking I'd come out after things calmed down, but who knew?" He became increasingly agitated as he spoke, trying to make his explanation sound more believable. However, the expressions on Lan Yu and Hua Xiao's faces remained completely unmoved. The suspicious gaze still fell upon him, as if it were a tangible thing. Clearly, this weak explanation was far from enough to dispel their doubts. Indeed, who would see a corpse with their own eyes? Now that a living, breathing person has suddenly appeared, it all feels eerie. Yong Liming was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He knew very well that if he couldn't prove his identity, these two ruthless shadow masters would definitely kill him on the spot without hesitation, mistaking him for a shadow demon. What to do? What to do? His brain was working at lightning speed. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he pulled a butterfly knife from his pocket. Upon seeing this, Lan Yu and Hua Xiao became extremely vigilant. However, the next second, Yong Liming then made a surprising move that caught both of them off guard. Chapter 46, a play directed and acted by himself. Young Master Yongla did not point the blade at Lan Yu or Hua Xiao. Instead, he slammed his left palm hard onto the rough, uneven ground in front of him. Then, gripping the butterfly knife tightly in his right hand, his eyes flashed, and he brought the knife down with a swift motion. A muffled thud, accompanied by a muffled groan that could not be suppressed. A bloody little finger, along with splattered blood, fell onto the dusty ground. The cut was smooth, and blood was dripping everywhere. Yong Liming's facial muscles twitched violently from the pain, and cold sweat instantly soaked his forehead. But he gritted his teeth and remained silent, enduring the excruciating pain. He raised his blood-soaked left hand, bright red blood still gushing from the severed finger. His voice trembled slightly from the intense pain. You all look. The blood is red. And the wound isn't regenerating. It's not healing as quickly as those monsters. Now you should believe that I am human." Yong Ming held up his still bleeding hand. He practically roared those words, his eyes filled with anticipation and a desperate, mad gamble. "Lan Yu, Warsaw." The two looked at Yong Liming's bloody severed finger, and his face, contorted with pain yet pleading, left everyone momentarily stunned. This guy is way too hard on himself. To prove his innocence, he went so far as to self-harm. Lan Yu and Hua Xiao exchanged a glance, both seeing a complex emotion in each other's eyes, although the methods were somewhat extreme. However, it must be said that Yong Leming's move was indeed effective. Bright red blood, wounds that won't heal quickly. These are things that the shadow monster cannot disguise. At least, none of the shadow fiends they've encountered so far have this ability. The two exchanged a glance. They put away their weapons. Warsaw took out bandages from his backpack and squatted down. "You little rascal, you're a real monster," Hua Xiao muttered as he squatted down and began frantically tending to Yong Leming's wounds. He first sprayed disinfectant on Yong Leming's severed finger. Hiss! Yong Leming's previous bravado crumbled the moment the disinfectant touched his wound, and he gasped in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. Gently, gently, brother. Do you have any anesthetic?" he wailed, curling up into a ball. "Ouch! It hurts. Big brother, be gentle, be gentle." Just moments ago, Yong Leming had been looking like he was bravely going to his death, but now he seemed to only belatedly realize the excruciating pain of his severed finger. He grimaced and cried out, tears welling up in his eyes. "Is there any anesthesia? Ouch! This hurts even more than childbirth." Warsaw was so amused by the contrast between his behavior that he rolled his eyes. "Bear with it, young master. Where am I supposed to find anesthetic for you in this desolate wilderness? Besides, you cut it yourself." Lan Yu also came over, looking at Yong Leming who was in so much pain he was about to cry, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. He was silent for a moment, then slowly began to speak. "Although, I admire your courage just now." Then Lan Yu continued. "But actually, all you need to do is make a small cut on your hand with a knife and let a little blood flow for us to see. There's no need to cut your finger." Yongle Ming Dynasty. His expression froze instantly. After a quick treatment of his wounds, Yong Leming's face was still pale, but his spirits had improved considerably. He was very generous in his gratitude to Lan Yu and Hua Xiao for saving his life. "Brothers, we really owe you a lot this time. This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it." Yong Leming took out 2 beautifully crafted black cards from the inside pocket of his coat and handed them over. The card is entirely black with a matte finish, featuring only a single, antique-style, Yong, meaning eternal, character in gold foil on the front, exuding understated luxury. "This is our Eternal Night Chamber of Commerce's supreme black card. From now on, when you two come to any of our Chamber of Commerce's properties for spending, just use this card, and all the bills will be charged to me." Warsaw's eyes lit up, and he took it without hesitation, twirling it between his fingers and whistling. "Hey, not bad, little brother, you've got it." Lan Yu accepted the black card. It felt slightly heavy and of exceptional quality. He doesn't have much of a concept of money, but he also won't refuse other people's kindness. At this moment, Yong Leming noticed the tattered clothes on Lan Yu's body. His eyes flickered, as if he had remembered something. He then turned around and crawled back into the narrow underground passage. A moment later, he took out a neatly folded, brand-new suit. It was a very well-made dark blue suit with subtle patterns, and it looked quite expensive. Yong Leming handed the suit to Lan Yu with a sincere smile on his face. "Brother Lan Yu, please change into this suit first. Today is actually my birthday. This suit was a birthday gift from someone, but I can't wear it now, so it's perfect for you." Upon hearing this, Warsaw raised an eyebrow, looked at Yong Leming, and said with a hint of amusement in his tone, "You're really unlucky to have this happen on your birthday." Yong Leming gave a wry smile and said nothing. After changing clothes, the two escorted the young master of the Eternal Night Merchant Guild and began to walk out of the warehouse. Throughout the journey, Warsaw's mouth never stopped. He put his arm around Yong Leming's shoulder, acting like they were old friends. "Hey buddy, I've taken a look at this mission, and your priority doesn't seem to be very high. The extra reward for saving you isn't even as high as the reward for protecting your family's goods. Isn't your status in your Chamber of Commerce a bit low? Could it be you're not your father's biological son?" Yong Leming's lips twitched as he was asked the question, but he maintained a polite smile and tried his best to answer the other person's questions. 10 minutes later, when Lan Yu and Hua Xiao led Yong Leming out of the devastated ruins, the other guild shadow artists and the management bureau personnel waiting outside were all so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They originally thought that even if Lan Yu and Hua Xiao were strong, they wouldn't be able to penetrate that level of shadow cave. Facing so many shadow monsters, their chances of survival are slim. They'll be lucky to even come out alive. But now, the two of them have cleared the shadow cave. They even managed to rescue the missing young master of the Eternal Night Merchant Guild. The two appeared to be almost completely unharmed. Is this even human? For a moment, everyone looked at Lan Yu and Hua Xiao with a mixture of shock, awe, and disbelief. Lan Yu and Hua Xiao ignored the various gazes around them. He brought Yong Leming to the middle-aged merchant from before. Second uncle. Upon seeing the middle-aged merchant, Yong Leming gave him a perfectly timed smile and took the initiative to greet him. However, the middle-aged businessman known as second uncle was, when he saw Yong Leming appear unharmed. Instead of joy and relaxation, his face showed no sign of happiness or relaxation. Instead, a fleeting look of undisguised astonishment and a faint hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Although that emotion was fleeting, it was still keenly captured by Lan Yu, who had been observing from the shadows. "Oh, Xiaoming, I'm so glad you're all right. I'm so glad you're all right." The middle-aged businessman quickly adjusted his expression, forcing out a slightly stiff smile. He stepped forward and patted Yong Leming on the shoulder symbolically, offering a few perfunctory greetings that revealed little genuine concern. This somewhat bizarre family reunion. Warsaw, watching from afar, curled his lip in disapproval. He leaned closer to Lan Yu and lowered his voice. "Hey, Lan Yu, something feels off about this atmosphere. This doesn't feel like a family reunion." Lan Yu didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly. Warsaw stroked his chin, seemingly lost in thought, and said, "The sealing stone fragment we found before is quite valuable. Only the Bureau or a powerful force like the Eternal Night Merchant Guild with deep pockets could possess something like that. At first I couldn't understand who was so bored as to use a sealing stone to nurture a shadow cave. But look at how these people treat Yong Leming now." Hua Xiao chuckled coldly. "I have a theory now." A glint of light flashed in his eyes. "Do you think this Shadow Cave incident might have been a staged event orchestrated by the Eternal Night Merchant Guild from the very beginning? And the target is the life of this young master, Yong Leming." Chapter 47 Mission completed. Lan Yu didn't say anything more. Having once been deeply embroiled in the dirty infighting within his family, he had seen this kind of thing many times before. Lan Yu's voice was calm. "This can only be our speculation. That fragment of the sealing stone alone doesn't prove anything, nor does it prove that they are the mastermind behind it all." Warsaw shrugged and clicked his tongue in annoyance. After all this time, it turns out it was all caused by internal family strife. To kill a young master, so many innocent lives were sacrificed. I really don't understand the thought process of these people. Lan Yu nodded and said with emotion, "Yeah, I really don't understand these people." Soon, Yong Leming ended his kind and friendly conversation with his benevolent second uncle. He walked over to the two of them. His smile remained gentle and polite, as if he hadn't noticed his second uncle's unusual attitude at all. Yong Leming bowed deeply to the two of them. "Thank you so much this time. I just heard from my second uncle that you two are experts from the famous Other Shore Flower Guild. If I hadn't managed to get the Higanbana Guild to help me, I'm afraid I would have been in grave danger." He expressed his gratitude again and made a promise. "When I get back, I will definitely ask the Higanbana Guild for additional compensation for this incident." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave with his second uncle. Lan Yu looked at the other person's lonely back. He suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment." Yong Leming turned his head, his smile still on his face. Lan Yu said calmly, "As a return gift for your black card, and this suit." He paused, then recounted the discovery of the sealing stone fragments at the core of the Shadow Cave. He briefly told Yong Leming about his and Warsaw's speculation that the accident might have been orchestrated. Lan Yu finished explaining his speculation. He looked at Yong Leming, wanting to see how this young master, who had narrowly escaped death, would react after learning that he had almost been eliminated as a KPI. However, Yong Leming's expression after hearing this was, they did not experience the shock, anger, or lingering fear that Lan Yu and Hua Xiao had anticipated. The smile on his face gradually faded. Instead, there is a calmness beyond one's years. There was even a hint of relief. His expression suggested that he had known all along, and that Lan Yu's words merely confirmed some of his suspicions. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Yong Leming was silent for a few seconds, then slowly raised his head and looked at the gray sky in the distance. He sighed softly. His tone carried an indescribable weariness and sorrow. "Originally, I thought, at least on my birthday, everyone could restrain themselves a little and get along peacefully for a day." The wind blew, lifting the wisps of hair on his forehead and revealing his deep, complex eyes, which were no longer concealed. But I was still too naive. It was my naivete that killed innocent people in this region, and also my loyal subordinates. His voice was soft, yet it felt like a heavy boulder pressing down on one's heart. After a long while, he slowly turned his head back and looked at Lan Yu and Hua Xiao again. Miraculously, that familiar, gentle, and harmless smile reappeared on his face, as if the person who had just shown endless sadness and exhaustion was just an illusion. Thank you for reminding me. In the future, if there are any requests, I will definitely give priority to the other Shoreflower Guild. In addition, I will arrange for the additional reward to be sent to the guild as soon as possible. After saying that, he nodded to the two of them again, then turned around and, surrounded by several bodyguards in black, got into a black luxury car that was already waiting by the roadside. The car window slowly rolled up, separating the inside from the outside. The car started and smoothly drove away from the post-disaster ruins, merging into the traffic in the distance. He returned with his family, who might be plotting how to take his life again. The car smoothly drove away from the ruins and merged into the traffic in the distance. Lan Yu withdrew his gaze. I stood there, stunned, for a while. After an unknown amount of time, he sighed softly. Then I brought my thoughts back to the present. Turning around, he and Hua Xiao boarded the car sent by the Higanbana Guild and returned to the guild's base. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the other Shoreflower Guild. Lan Yu walked straight to the office of Chen Feng, the mentor of Team 1. Knock knock knock. Enter. Inside the office, Chen Feng was still the same as always, with a lollipop in his mouth and buried in piles of documents. Hearing footsteps, he asked without looking up. The mission is complete? I hope the people from the Eternal Night Merchant Guild didn't cause any trouble. Lan Yu pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down, his voice calm. It's done. Chen Feng looked at Lan Yu and raised an eyebrow slightly. Well done, kid. I heard there were some unexpected issues with this Samsung commission, which made it much more difficult. I didn't expect you to still manage to finish it. You're doing great. Chen Feng's tone carried a hint of approval. The Eternal Night Merchant Guild is very satisfied with the results this time, and they specifically requested to give you additional compensation, which I heard is quite a lot. I estimate. Well, in about 10 minutes, their people will bring the money over. Lan Yu understood. This should be the extra gift that Yong Leming mentioned. Thank you, Instructor Chen Feng. It's nothing. Chen Feng waved his hand, then seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead. Oh right, there's something I should have done before you took on the task, but I got busy and forgot. He took a form and a pen from the drawer and pushed them in front of Lan Yu. In the Red Spider Lily, in order to protect the privacy of its members and to facilitate their actions, everyone generally does not use their real names, but is referred to by code names instead. Think of one yourself, fill it in, and this will be your official code name in the guild from now on. Code name? Lan Yu pondered for a moment. He picked up his pen and randomly wrote something in the code column of the form. Longust. Almost the instant he wrote the name. Suddenly, the cool yet slightly languid voice of her sister Nidhogg rang in her mind. Longust. There was a barely perceptible hint of surprise in that voice. Lan Yu asked himself, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the name? Nidhogg was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. It's nothing, it just feels a bit familiar. I had a friend with this name back in the mythical era. Her voice was devoid of much emotion. Lan Yu seemed to be deep in thought. An old friend. If you mind, I can choose another one. Nidhogg's voice returned to its usual cool and aloof tone. No need to change it. It's just a code name. Maybe it's just a coincidence. No need to worry about it. Lan Yu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He handed the completed form to Chen Feng. Chen Feng saved the form and then added a sentence. By the way, regarding your being a divine contractor, the guild leader has ordered the highest level of secrecy to be maintained within the guild. Those who knew about it before have either been silenced or had their memories altered. Currently, apart from the president, myself, and a few others, no one knows your true identity. Therefore, you don't need to worry about unnecessary trouble caused by your identity being exposed in the guild for the time being. Understood, Lan Yu replied. This is undoubtedly good news for him. Mentor Chen Feng, which floor is the guild's Shadow Chi training room on? Lan Yu asked. Chen Feng, with a lollipop in his mouth, pointed to the ceiling. On the third floor, in the general training area, the innermost rooms are the special training rooms. After he finished speaking, he casually asked, What? You're rushing to the training room as soon as you get back. Don't you want to rest a bit? Lan Yu stood up, stretched his limbs, and said calmly, No, this mission is over, and I've already reached the peak of the 2-star Shadow Master. I plan to try and see if I can break through to the 3-star level. Chen Feng said, Oh, nodded subconsciously, and continued to look down at the documents. But the next second, the pen in his hand fell onto the table with a thud. The lollipop slipped out of his mouth and rolled onto the document. What the heck? Preparing for a breakthrough? Didn't that kid just reach 2 stars not long ago? Chapter 48 Can't Accept Defeat? Trying to cheat? Chen Feng suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open like copper bells. What did you say, you brat? Peak of the 2nd star? Preparing to break through to the 3rd star? He remembered clearly that, according to the guild's data, Lan Yu had only just awakened to become a 2-star Shadow Master 3 days ago. How long has it been? 3 days. At most, including today, it's just over 3 days. Is this the peak of 2 stars? They're even trying to challenge Samsung. Did this upgrade via rocket? But when Chen Feng wanted to question him more carefully, he found that Lan Yu was nowhere to be found in the office. The person has long since disappeared. Damn, this kid. Chen Feng's lips twitched a few times. He picked up the lollipop on the table, not even bothering to wipe it, and stuffed it back into his mouth, muttering indistinctly, "He's a monster." Following Chen Feng's directions, Lan Yu quickly arrived at the comprehensive training area on the 3rd floor of the guild. He had long heard of the special training room of the other Shoreflower Guild. It is said that these training rooms are equipped with special energy-gathering arrays. It can gather and purify free shadow particles in the air, making the concentration of shadow particles in the room far exceed that in the outside. Cultivating in such an environment not only allows shadow masters to master and become proficient in shadow techniques more quickly, but more importantly, it can significantly increase the success rate when breaking through ranks. A shadow master's rank breakthrough is not 100% successful. The leap from 2 stars to 3 stars is a significant hurdle. It is said that the success rate of ordinary filmmakers breaking through on their own is only about 20%. There are also many unlucky people who fail more than 10 times in a row and still can't break through. With the assistance of the special training room of the Higanbana Guild, the success rate is said to be increased to around 30%. Don't underestimate this 10% improvement. At crucial moments, it can be enough to change the fate of many people. Lan Yu walked to the front desk of the training area. A sweet-looking young lady wearing a guild uniform was sitting there. "Hello, I'd like to request a special training room," Lan Yu said. The receptionist gave a professional smile. "Okay, please wait a moment while I check for you." She fiddled with the terminal in front of her for a few moments, then quickly looked up. "You're in luck, sir. There's one last special training room available. That one is the one I want. Okay, please register." Before the receptionist could finish speaking, a slightly shrill voice, tinged with arrogance, interrupted from the side. "Wait, I want this special training room." Lan Yu frowned slightly and turned to look. There stood a tall, thin young man with prominent cheekbones and a somewhat gloomy look in his eyes. He swaggered over, accompanied by 2 men who looked like henchmen. The tall, thin man was wearing the uniform of the other Shoreflower Guild. He wore a badge on his chest that represented a 3-star filmmaker. Judging from appearance, he is a longtime member of the guild. This person, codenamed Green Thorn, is considered a veteran in the guild. What he likes to do most on weekdays is bully newcomers or take advantage of his seniority to seize some public resources. Qingji looked Lan Yu up and down. When he saw the brand new 2-star Shadow Master badge on Lan Yu's chest, a hint of undisguised contempt curled at the corner of his mouth. The new guy? He walked slowly to the front desk, slammed his ID card on the table, and said to the receptionist, "I just completed a 3-star difficulty mission and gained some insights into the new shadow techniques I've learned. I urgently need a special training room to consolidate my skills. Give me this last one." After speaking, he turned his gaze to Lan Yu, his tone carrying a condescending generosity. "Kid, as a newcomer, you should know how to be courteous to your seniors. You should understand this rule, right? Give up the training room, so we can look out for each other in the guild later. What do you think?" The 2 henchmen behind him also revealed malicious smiles at the opportune moment, subtly forming a pincer movement against Lan Yu. Seeing this, the receptionist looked embarrassed, but didn't dare to say anything. In guilds, this kind of thing happens where senior members prioritize using resources based on their seniority. Although it is not encouraged, it can be considered a kind of unwritten rule. As long as it's not too excessive, generally no one will care. Lan Yu's eyes were calm and expressionless. He didn't even bother to glance at the thorns, and simply said to the receptionist, "Register." Qingji's smile froze. He never expected that this seemingly green newcomer would dare to ignore him. "Kid, what do you mean?" Qingji's voice turned cold. "Didn't you hear me?" Lan Yu finally turned his head, his gaze calmly landing on Qingji's face. "What if I don't allow it?" In a single sentence, The surrounding air instantly plummeted to freezing point. Qingji's face darkened completely, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. In the Higanbana Guild, it is almost an unwritten rule that newcomers should show deference to their seniors. He had already given this kid a way out. I never expected this kid to be so ungrateful. He doesn't appreciate my kindness at all. Heh. Qingji laughed angrily, and shadow energy began to emanate from his body. It seems that you really don't know what rules are. Since that's the case, then today, let me, your senior, teach you what respect truly means. Before he finished speaking, Qingji had already assumed a fighting stance. The 3-star filmmaker's aura pressed down on Lan Yu without reservation. His 2 henchmen behind him were also rubbing their hands together, staring at Lan Yu with sinister smiles, as if they had already foreseen the miserable end that this arrogant newcomer was about to be severely taught a lesson. Faced with the pressure and provocation of Qingji, Lan Yu's expression remained unchanged. He merely raised his eyelids slightly, his tone as indifferent as if he were discussing the weather. If you're going to fight, then hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Qingji looked at the arrogant newcomer in front of him. He's a 3-star shadow master, a veteran in the guild. When has he ever been so rude to a newbie? Kid, you're refusing a toast only to suffer the consequences. The aura around Qingji fluctuated more and more violently, clearly indicating that he was really angry and was preparing to teach Lan Yu a lesson. Just then, one of his weasel-faced lackeys crept up to him and whispered in his ear. Brother G, calm down. This kid, I think I remember him. I recently spent some money to find out information about this new recruit assessment. I heard a newbie got a perfect score on the assessment, and he even took on a 3-star commission right after joining, and completed it. It's him. A perfect score assessment, commissioned by Samsung. The anger on Qingji's face faltered slightly, and the fierce light in his eyes also subsided a bit. As a veteran of the other Shoreflower Guild, he knew all too well how insane the guild's assessments were. Let alone a perfect score, anyone who gets 60 points is considered an elite. As for daring to accept Samsung's commission right after joining the company, and someone who can actually accomplish that, anyone with a brain knows he's a tough nut to crack, a monster. These past 2 years, I've never heard of any newcomer being this outrageous. If this kid really is that kind of monster. Qingji secretly glanced at Lan Yu. The other party remained as calm and collected as ever. It was as if his own aura as a 3-star shadow artist was no different from a gentle breeze in front of him. This guy might actually be a tough character. Should we confront this monster head-on? Although Qingji likes to bully newcomers, he's not stupid. In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts flashed through Qingji's mind. Ultimately, reason prevailed. He forcibly suppressed his anger and looked at Lan Yu, whose momentum remained undiminished. He shook his head dryly, adopting an attitude of a magnanimous person doesn't hold grudges. Forget it. I'll let it go this time since you're a newbie and don't know the rules. I don't bully newcomers. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu raised an eyebrow almost imperceptibly. This guy changes his tune pretty quickly, just when he thought the matter was over. When I was about to ask the receptionist to register my room key, Qingji stepped forward again, reached out, and pressed the room key on the counter. I don't fight, but I didn't say I was just giving you this training room. Qingji's face returned to that forced, insincere smile. Lan Yu looked at him calmly. What's the meaning? Qingji spoke smugly. Kid, since you don't know how to show deference to your seniors, then we'll do it according to the guild's rules. In the other Shoreflower Guild, training rooms are a scarce resource, so naturally, whoever contributes the most to the guild has priority in using them. He patted his chest, looking proud. After a guild member completes a commission, the commission amount will be recorded by the system and converted into corresponding performance points. According to guild rules, those with high performance have priority access to the training room. Qingji glanced at Lan Yu, a hint of mockery on her lips. He had accurately predicted that Lan Yu would be a newcomer to the organization. Even if you complete a 3-star commission that goes beyond your current level, how many performance points will you get? This month, he has already completed 2 Samsung commissions. My performance is definitely higher than theirs. The receptionist also checked the performance points of both parties in a timely manner. Mr. Lan Yu, you have completed a 3-star commission and have 5,000 performance points recorded. Mr. Qingji, you have completed 2 3-star commissions this month, accumulating 9,000 performance points. Without a doubt, according to the rules, Qingji won. Upon hearing the result, his smile widened even further. Qingji reached out to take the room key that symbolized the right to use the special training room. So, kid, according to the rules, this training room is mine. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the room key. Lan Yu's hand moved even faster, gently pressing the room key. No rush. Lan Yu's tone remained calm, revealing no emotion. Qingji paused, looking at Lan Yu with displeasure. What? Can't accept defeat? Trying to cheat? Lan Yu said calmly. My task also included an additional performance bonus, which hasn't been included in the calculation yet. Chapter 49, I can help you with this. He remembered it clearly. It was in Professor Chen Feng's office. Chen Feng had mentioned that the Eternal Night Merchant Guild was very satisfied with his performance and would provide him with an additional reward. Moreover, Chen Feng specifically emphasized that this additional compensation is substantial and may even exceed the amount originally entrusted. Additional compensation? Upon hearing this, Qingji was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Huh, kid, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? How much extra reward could there be? 1,000? 2,000? Could it be that it has more than my 9,000 points? He simply didn't believe that a newcomer's additional compensation could be that high. Lan Yu checked the time. That should be about right. He turned his gaze to the receptionist. Could you check it again for me? The receptionist nodded. I was just about to search. Suddenly, a notification light appeared on the terminal in front of me. She glanced at it, then abruptly looked up, her face showing disbelief, and her voice even stammered. The money has arrived. Mr. Lan Yu, the additional reward that the Eternal Night Merchant Guild just offered you has been confirmed. Qingji snorted coldly and urged impatiently. How much? Tell me quickly. Stop dawdling. He couldn't wait to see Lan Yu's disappointed expression. The receptionist took a deep breath, looked at Lan Yu and Qingji, and announced in a dreamlike tone. The additional reward that the Eternal Night Merchant Guild has offered to Mr. Lan Yu this time is... She paused, seemingly still processing the astonishing number. 100,000. Puff. Qingji was about to take a sip of water to calm his nerves when he heard the number, and he spat out a mouthful of water, choking and coughing repeatedly. Steal the young master. His eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, as if he had misheard. Not only him, but even Lan Yu himself was slightly taken aback. 100,000. Is Yong Leming's ambition really that big? This is more than just being on the right track. It's practically being blessed by the god of wealth. Seeing Qingji's horrified expression, the receptionist repeated herself, her tone very certain. Yes, Mr. Qingji, you heard right. It's 100,000 performance points. This left Qingji completely dumbfounded. The smugness and arrogance on his face vanished instantly. Instead, he had an unpleasant complexion, like someone suffering from constipation. 100,000. He worked hard for a month, risking his life, and only earned 9,000 points. And then they added an extra reward of 100,000. The Eternal Night Merchant Guild has gone mad. Who gives away money like that? Lan Yu smiled slightly as he looked at Qingji's discomfiture. He easily took the room key from Qingji's stiff fingers and waved it lightly in front of her. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. After saying that, he ignored Qingji, who was petrified on the spot. He turned and walked towards the special training room area. Only Qingji and his 2 henchmen were left standing there, bewildered in the wind. About an hour later, the door to the special training room slowly opened. Lan Yu walked out of there feeling refreshed. The aura surrounding him was significantly stronger than before. He had already successfully broken through at this point. They have reached the level of a 3-star filmmaker. As expected of the Higanbana Guild's special training room, the effect is truly outstanding. Then, with the help of his own genius body. Success on the first try. Not bad, kid. Your leveling speed is even faster than I expected. Nidhogg's cool, languid voice. The voice echoed in his mind, carrying a hint of approval. As Lan Yu stretched his limbs and felt the increasingly abundant shadow chi within his body, he asked himself, where's Hell? Is she still not awake? Nidhogg paused. That girl, Hell, expended too much energy before, and her soul essence is somewhat weak. She will probably need to sleep for about another week before she can wake up. A week? Lan Yu frowned slightly. Is there any way to wake her up sooner? Nidhogg chuckled softly. Well, there are ways. Oh, what method? Lan Yu immediately asked. Look, see that shelf over there? Nidhogg's voice carried a hint of guidance. Following her directions, Lan Yu's gaze fell on the storage rack behind the front desk of the training area. There were all sorts of items on it, each emitting different energy fluctuations. Most of them were potions or special materials. See that third one from the left on the top shelf, the one with the light blue liquid? Nidhogg continued. Lan Yu looked closely and indeed found a delicate little bottle. It contained a light blue liquid as pure as the sky, emitting a faint fluorescence. If you can get your hands on that thing, Nidhogg's voice held a hint of temptation. I have a way to wake Hull up earlier. Without the slightest hesitation, Lan Yu walked straight to the front desk. Hello, how many guild points are needed to exchange for the third light blue potion on the left of the top shelf? Members of the Higginbana Guild complete their commissions. In addition to cash rewards and performance bonuses, guild points will be awarded based on the difficulty and completion of tasks. These are guild points. Within the guild, you can exchange for various rare resources, powerful shadow tools, and even certain special intelligence. The amount of guild points can be viewed by wearing a guild mask. He tapped the mask on his face twice. Suddenly, a black light screen appeared in front of him. He had just completed the Samsung commission, plus Yong Leming's additional payment. In addition to cash, they also received a total of 30 guild points. The receptionist heard Lan Yu's question. She was taken aback at first, then a professional, sweet smile appeared on her face. She looked up at the potion Lan Yu was pointing to, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, then explained softly. Sir, you have excellent taste. This potion is called Divine Lotus Morning Dew. Legend has it that it was collected from the lake water of a 7-colored divine lotus that grew by absorbing divine power in the ruins of a fallen god's kingdom. It contains extremely pure life energy and a faint divine aura, which has a miraculous effect on repairing damage to the source. After the receptionist finished her introduction, she paused, then announced a number that made Lan Yu's eyelids twitch. To exchange for this bottle of Divine Lotus Morning Dew, you need 8,000 guild points. How much? Lan Yu suspected there was something wrong with his ears. 8,000. He glanced subconsciously at the lone 30 guild points displayed on his guild mask. 30 points to 8,000 points? The difference is far more than just a tiny fraction. Lan Yu's lips twitched slightly, and he mentally ranted. 8,000 points. Why don't you just rob someone? Just as Lan Yu was momentarily stunned by the astronomical exchange price. A slightly deep, yet somewhat cynical, male voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Perhaps, I can help you with this. Chapter 50 didn't seem too difficult. Lan Yu looked in the direction of the sound. A tall, white-haired young man with a somewhat cynical smile was leaning against the wall next to him. He was wearing a pair of black sunglasses. My gaze went through the lenses. He was observing Lan Yu with great interest. Lan Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Who are you? The young man straightened up, walked over, extended his hand, and smiled very friendly. Baiya, a 3-star shadow master, just call me Baiya. Lan Yu shook his hand symbolically, his words brief and to the point. Longust. Baiya withdrew his hand, his gaze falling on the bottle of Divine Lotus Morning Dew that Lan Yu had been staring at, and smiled. If you want this potion, perhaps, I can help you with that. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu's eyes lit up immediately. His face immediately lit up with a delighted smile. He stepped forward and warmly grasped Baiya's hand. Really? You're going to pay for this potion for me? Oh my, you are such a kind person. Brother Baiya, may you live forever and never die. Thank you. Thank you so much. As he spoke, Lan Yu turned around to take the Divine Lotus Morning Dew from the counter. The smile on Baiya's face remained unchanged. You're welcome. Bullshit. Baiya's eye twitched slightly, but he quickly realized what was happening. Whoosh. The white crow flashed by, so fast that it almost left a trail of afterimages. He grabbed Lan Yu's wrist as he was picking up the goods. Wait a minute. You're pretty skilled at this combo, aren't you? You've probably done this a lot of times before, haven't you? Lan Yu froze, but said without batting an eye. Didn't you offer to help me? Baiya maintained a somewhat stiff smile on his face. I mean, I'll help you. But I didn't say I'd pay for you. He then pointed to the other side of the training area, where a group of people were gathered, and noise could be heard from time to time. Baiya continued. When I said I'd help you, I meant I was offering you a new idea. Lan Yu looked in the direction he was pointing. In a makeshift arena, a group of guild members were pointing and commenting on a strangely shaped wooden puppet. The puppet was about the height of a person, made entirely of some unknown metal, and gleamed with a cold, icy light. Most remarkably, it has 8 arms. Each arm gripped a sharp, long sword tightly. On the top of the puppet's head is a green gem the size of a pigeon's egg, emitting a faint glow. On its chest are engraved several large characters. Master of 8-armed swordsmanship. This is... Lan Yu's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. Baiya crossed his arms and explained. That's Sword Puppet Master, the masterpiece of an 8-star puppeteer in the guild. Consider it a little Easter egg. Guild members can challenge it. The challenge requires a payment of 30 guild points as an entry fee, and then the challenger has one chance to make a move. If you can hit the sword heart stone on its head during the battle, you will be considered to have succeeded in the challenge. You will not only get back your 30 points, but also gain all the guild points accumulated on this sword puppet master. Baya paused, then added. Conversely, if we fail, those 30 guild points will be taken away and become part of the prize pool. Simply put, it's a prize pool mechanism. The more people fail, the more points are in the prize pool. Lan Yu understood, this thing was just a pay-to-win lottery machine. However, this prize pool sounds rather interesting. Just then, a commotion broke out in the crowd. A tall, thin young man with an arrogant expression pushed his way through the crowd and walked up to this sword puppet master, amidst a chorus of compliments. Oh, it's Quick Sword Lin Feng. Baya raised an eyebrow, seemingly recognizing the person. He was the most anticipated newcomer king last year. I heard he completed a total of 5 3-star commissions last month. His strength is quite astonishing, and his quick sword skills are rarely matched among his peers. The man called Lin Feng clearly enjoyed being the center of attention. He raised his chin slightly, his eyes filled with confidence. The surrounding audience was also discussing it. It's brother Lin Feng. Is he also going to challenge the sword puppet master? TSK. I heard that no one has been able to clear the sword puppet master's prize pool for a year. I wonder if brother Lin Feng can do it this time. This is tough. The last person to break the sword heart stone was one of our guild's ace players, Instant Blade. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and his shadow energy surged from his body, causing a slender sword to appear out of thin air in his hand. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly took a step forward. Clang, 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 clang. A series of ear-piercing metallic clanging sounds rang out. Suddenly, the sword puppet master's 8 arms began to move, the sword flashing and the speed dazzling. For an ordinary challenger, it would be quite an achievement to force this sword puppet master to use his swordsmanship with both arms. Lin Feng actually forced it to use all 6 of its arms to block. Swords flashed and sparks flew. So fast. Brother Lin Feng can actually keep up with the sword puppet master in his 6-armed form. However, before the exclamation subsided, clang, an even heavier impact rang out. The slender sword in Lin Feng's hand was slammed hard by the long sword that suddenly appeared from the 7th arm with its strange movements. He staggered back several steps, his face turning pale. Challenge, failure. Oh, what a pity. We were so close. That's already very impressive. To force out the 7 arms technique, brother Lin Feng is still honorable despite his defeat. Everyone sighed with regret. Lan Yu walked to the front desk, where the sweet young lady was still there. Hello. Could you tell me how many guild points have accumulated in the prize pool above the sword puppet master's head? The receptionist checked and smiled. Mr. Longust, the prize pool for sword puppet master has now accumulated to 10,350 guild points. 10,000 points. Lan Yu's heart stirred. The white crow had somehow crept up to him and nudged him with its elbow. How about it? Interested in giving it a try? 10,000 points is enough for you to buy that bottle of Divine Lotus Morning Dew, and you'll still have a lot left over. Lan Yu glanced at him. You're quite good at encouraging people. He was indeed tempted. The sword puppet master's swordsmanship was extremely fast and had tricky angles. Coincidentally, among the powers and abilities he inherited from the god of evil dragons was a divine sword technique, Flash of Shadows. The key is speed, and we were just in the training room. He also practiced the sword technique a little. The speed certainly satisfied him. Using this sword puppet master to test my moves isn't bad. Anyway, he only has a mere 30 guild points, which is a far cry from the 8,000 points of Divine Lotus Morning Dew. Losing is just a loss of 30 points, nothing serious. If we win, we'll achieve our goal in one fell swoop. Take a gamble, and you might just turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Moreover, after watching the sword puppet master's moves, he felt, it doesn't seem that difficult. Chapter 51. Hurry up, friend, it's time to settle the accounts. Let's do it. Having made up his mind, Lan Yu put on the mask and headed towards the arena. His movement immediately caused an unusual commotion in the already somewhat noisy crowd. A burly man said in a deep, booming voice. Huh? Who's that kid? He looks unfamiliar. Could he be a newbie who just joined the group? A skinny, monkey-like photographer next to him sneered. Hey, I think he's just a young calf who's not afraid of tigers, trying to throw 30 guild points down the drain and make a splash. What a joke. Even brother Lin Feng, who is considered one of the top 3-star film masters, was defeated. For a complete newcomer like him to go up there is just pure suicide. He's just adding bricks to the sword puppet master's prize pool for nothing. Lin Feng, who had failed in his previous challenge, was standing aside, meditating, his face still somewhat pale. Hearing these comments, I looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw Lan Yu's figure, which was clearly that of a newcomer, his face showed undisguised disdain. Humph, overestimating yourself. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly, but a hint of hidden anticipation flashed in his eyes. He couldn't wait for Lan Yu to go up and be easily dealt with by that sword puppet master, so he could get 30 guild points for free. After he had adjusted himself, he launched another attack. He refused to believe that his swift sword couldn't break this mere puppet. Some people have even started advertising and offering to open sales on the spot. Come on, place your bets. Let's bet on whether this kid can win. A man with a pointed face and monkey-like features shouted at the top of his lungs, with a simple sign placed in front of him. I bet he can't even last one arm. He'll be instantly killed. I'm betting on 10. I'm betting 20 points, betting he can force out both of the sword puppet master's arms. Just then, Baya strolled leisurely to the stall owner who had opened the stall. The stall owner clearly recognized Baya and said with a forced smile, "Hey, White Crow, you want to play a round too? You want to bet on this kid to lose?" Baya smiled, took out a card from his pocket, and waved it in front of the stall owner. "I bet on him to win." The stall owner was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Baya, you're really joking. Betting on this newcomer to win? You're probably..." His laughter stopped abruptly, because Baya slammed the card on the table and said calmly, "I'll bet all 5,000 guild points on him to win." The stall owner almost choked, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. 5,000 points. Baya, what's gotten into you? You've staked everything on this newbie? The people around were also in an uproar. They all looked at Baya as if he were an idiot. The stall owner steadied himself, his fat face twitching slightly as he looked at Baya suspiciously. "Baya, you never do anything that doesn't benefit you. Do you really think this newcomer can win?" Baya nodded firmly, her smile unwavering. "That's right." The stall owner was even more confused. "Why?" Baya merely shrugged non-committally, his gaze drifting leisurely towards the masked figure in the center of the arena. "Based on my intuition." At this moment, Lan Yu had already stepped onto the dueling platform. As the mask of the Higanbana Guild on his face was scanned by a beam of light. Ding! The challenge fee of 30 guild points has been deducted. A cold, electronic voice sounded. Opposite them stood the sword puppet master, whose entire body was made of an unknown metal. The moment Lan Yu stepped onto the stage, it was as if he had awakened from a deep sleep. Two crimson lights suddenly shone in its deep, pupilless eye sockets. Like a will-o'-the-wisp burning deep in hell, it stared intently at Lan Yu, radiating a chilling sense of oppression. Snap, snap. The metallic friction produced a teeth-grinding soft sound, and its 8 arms, tightly gripping the sharp longsword, adjusted their angles slightly, like a venomous snake poised to strike its prey. They all turned towards Lan Yu. The atmosphere froze instantly. All eyes were focused on Lan Yu. Just when everyone thought a predictable rookie training match was about to unfold, Lan Yu moved. There was no warning, no starting stance, and not many people even saw how he moved. People's retinas seemed to only capture the fleeting moment when his shoulder dipped slightly. The next moment, a soft clang was heard. A jet-black blade of light, like lightning tearing through the night sky, vanished in an instant. A fleeting moment. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out. Everyone felt as if a thick, dark line had been forcibly drawn across their vision. Immediately afterwards, clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic cracking sounds rang out. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, as if the extreme black light from before was just an illusion. But when they looked closely, the next second, everyone felt as if an invisible hand had grabbed their throats, and their breath caught in their throats. The once majestic sword puppet master, with 8 arms wielding a sword, has now become a bald human stick. Its 8 indestructible metal arms have caused countless challengers to perish. At this moment, they were neatly severed from the root, the cuts as smooth as mirrors, scattered on the cold metal ground. The pale light from the training room ceiling lights reflected off the equipment. The emerald green sword heart stone on its head has also disappeared. Lan Yu slowly retrieved Jinhua, which had appeared in his hand at some unknown time. In his other hand, the emerald green gemstone lay quietly. He didn't even move an inch. One strike. Just one strike. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place. He stared blankly at the somewhat frail figure in the center of the field, and at the pile of broken metal arms at his feet. A good 10 seconds or so passed. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. Immediately afterwards. Holy crap. This is way too fast. What happened? Am I seeing things? One move, just one move. All 8 arms severed, and the sword Heartstone in hand. A monster. This is definitely a monster. A deafening roar of screams, like a tsunami, instantly swept across the entire training area. Amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, Lan Yu calmly walked off the stage. He went to the front desk and handed over the sword Heartstone in his hand. The receptionist's mouth was slightly agape at that moment. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief, and it took her a while to react before she hurriedly helped Lan Yu redeem his points. 10,350 guild points have been credited to your account, Lan Yu said without hesitation. Exchange for that bottle of Divine Lotus Morning Dew. 8,000 points deducted. Holding the bottle of light blue potion that radiated pure life energy, he turned and walked back to the special training room area. He left behind a group of guild members with their jaws dropped and still questioning their existence. On the other side, the stall owner who had just opened the stall had an expression on his face that was even more unpleasant than if he had swallowed a fly. Baya chuckled and patted his shoulder. Hurry up, friend, it's time to settle the bill. Chapter 52 The Lost. At the same time, far away, in a desolate wilderness, far removed from the bustling city, on a mountain of bones formed by countless shadow monster corpses. It was as tall as 2 people, with a bizarre centaur-like body. A giant puppet with 4 thick, long metal legs stood silently. It is not made of flesh and blood, but is precisely assembled from cold metal and complex mechanical components, exuding a chilling and ominous aura. The puppet's face was covered with a mask from the other Shoreflower Guild, the same one Lan Yu wore. Beneath the mask, no one knows his true face. This person is the mysterious and unpredictable 8-star puppeteer in the other Shoreflower Guild. Its true nature is undoubtedly human. However, I have almost regarded this centaur puppet as my second skin and rarely show my true face to others. Within the guild, those who have actually seen the other party's true face are extremely rare, numbering only a handful. Just as Lan Yu defeated this sword puppet master, the centaur puppet, thousands of miles away, paused almost imperceptibly on its masked head. It was as if it sensed something. It slowly turned its metal head, looking at the sky to one side, with red light flickering in its deep eye sockets. Whoosh snap. In the silent wilderness, a sharp whooshing sound suddenly rang out. Immediately following, a long black whip gleamed with a dangerous light. Like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, it lashed out with a piercing shriek as it tore through the air, striking the centaur golem's head with deadly force. However, the centaur golem remained unmoved in the face of this sudden attack, as if it were already used to it. Just as the whip was about to strike, clang! A cold glint flashed. A battle puppet wielding a sharp sword emerged from the shadows beside the centaur golem and parried the fatal blow with perfect precision. Sparks flew. The centaur puppet slowly turned its head, and a slightly distorted, synthesized mechanical voice emitted from the speaker beneath its mask. Phantom, how many times have I told you to stop ambushing me? We're teammates in the same guild, aren't we? The words had barely left his mouth. A coquettish female voice, tinged with languor and a hint of mockery, drifted from not far away, its tone filled with undisguised disappointment. TCH, they just want to see if they can cut open your turtle shell and see your true colors. I've been in the guild for almost 10 years, and I still don't know whether you're male or female, old or young. That's really unfair, isn't it, little one? Looking in the direction of the sound, a tall, curvaceous woman stood gracefully atop a giant rock. She wore a black magic hat adorned with feathers, revealing a pair of captivating almond-shaped eyes beneath the brim. He was playing with a long, black whip in his hand, the tip of which flicked through the air, creating several beautiful whip flowers. Her tight black leather outfit perfectly accentuated her stunning figure, exuding a wild charm. She walked with graceful cat-like steps to the centaur puppet, examining it with great interest, her red lips slightly parted. What's wrong, Xiao? You seemed a bit distracted just now. The 8-star puppeteer, known as Little Puppet, remained silent for a moment. That unique, synthesized mechanical voice rang out again, deep and steady. The 8-armed sword puppet that I placed inside the guild for testing was defeated. Upon hearing this, the tall woman codenamed Phantom was taken aback at first, then covered her mouth and chuckled softly. I thought it was something serious. It's just that your piece of junk got taken apart. It seems the guild has recently recruited some promising newcomers, which is a good thing. She paused, a hint of curiosity flashing in her beautiful eyes. But then again, Your doll toys have been broken more than once or twice. It's not uncommon. Why the big reaction this time? The head of the little puppet doll had its scarlet eye sockets gleaming slightly. It answered in a mechanical voice devoid of any emotion, each word deliberate and forceful. All 8 arms of the puppet were severed. This is the first time. The smile on Phantom's face faded slightly. She scrutinized the enormous centaur puppet before her, seemingly trying to discern something from its expressionless mask. Oh, all 8 arms severed. That's certainly interesting. She stroked her smooth chin, her eyes filled with amusement. What? You've become interested in that newcomer? The metal head of Little Doll nodded almost imperceptibly. The change was so small that it would be almost impossible to detect without the Phantom's exceptional eyesight. Seeing this, Phantom's red lips curved into a captivating smile, and she stretched alluringly, revealing her breathtaking curves. Well, this cleanup mission is almost over. Since you're so curious, let's go back to the guild on the way and see who this newbie who could tear your precious darling to pieces really is. On the other side, the door to the special training room slowly opened again. Lan Yu walked out from there. This time, he stayed inside for the entire night. The time it took to absorb the divine lotus morning dew was much longer than he had expected. But the results were surprisingly good. Indeed, the medicinal effects of that divine lotus morning dew are even more refined than I expected. Nidhogg's cool, languid voice echoed in his mind, revealing a clear sense of satisfaction. Hell's soul essence has been completely stabilized. She should wake up sometime today, or at the latest tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu felt a great weight lifted from his heart, and his tense nerves relaxed considerably. He nodded slightly, a relaxed smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. He walked to the front desk and handed the room key for the special training room back to the still sweet and lovely young lady. The young woman took the room key, a professional smile on her face, and softly reminded him. Mr. Langus, about an hour ago, Minter Chinfeng came to see you. He instructed me to go to his office as soon as you come out, as he has something important to discuss with you. Minter Chinfeng? Lan Yu raised an eyebrow, nodded, and walked straight toward Chinfeng's office. However, when he pushed open the office door, but the place was completely empty. Chinfeng isn't here at all. On the desk, there was only a single sticky note. The note had a few lines of writing written on it in a flamboyant style. Kid, the commission has been accepted for you. It's under the note. The guild has some urgent matters that I need to handle, so I'll have to go now. Please check the details of the request yourself. Remember, be careful. Wow. What's going on? You urgently called someone over, only to slip away yourself first? Lan Yu looked at the note, his lips twitching involuntarily, and he mentally cursed this unreliable mentor. He picked up the note, and, sure enough, found a sealed envelope of authorization documents underneath. Open the document bag and take out the authorization details form inside. Lan Yu's gaze was immediately drawn to the location of the commission. It wasn't the Qingfeng city he was familiar with, but another city called Ash City. What surprised him even more was the party that issued the commission. It turned out to be a cooperation commission officially issued by the Management Bureau. The task assigned was clearly a 3-star difficulty mission. Client title: Investigation into the abnormal proliferation of the Lost Ones in Ash City. Details of the commission. Recently, the frequency of Lost Ones incidents in Ash City has increased abnormally. The so-called Lost Ones. In simple terms, these are ordinary people who, in the context of the era of Shadow Aura and Awakeners, came into contact with Shadow Aura but were unable to awaken normally for various reasons. Instead, they were corrupted and polluted by the power of Shadow Aura, and ultimately lost their minds completely. Since the emergence of Shadow Aura and Awakened Ones, such unfortunate individuals have occurred from time to time. Once someone becomes completely lost, there is no possibility of regaining their sanity. Therefore, the Management Bureau usually identifies them as special shadow monsters and eliminates them. Normally, in a city with a population of 1 million, there will probably only be 1 or 2 cases of lost persons per month. This probability is not high. But the situation in Ash City, however, appears extremely abnormal. In the past month, the frequency of lost people has reached more than 5 times that of other cities of the same size. This month alone, a total of 5 cases have been reported. This has far exceeded the scope of normal fluctuations. Therefore, the Ash City Administration Branch had to request assistance from the major shadow artist guilds, entrusting the other Shoreflower Guild to dispatch elite shadow artists to investigate and find a solution to the root cause of the abnormal increase in the number of lost ones. Note: As this is an official commission, and the target area is complex and potentially dangerous, solo execution is not recommended. The guild has assigned teammates to the shadow artist who accepted this commission. Teammates? Lan Yu understood what was going on when he saw this. After all, it's an official commission, and it sounds quite complicated, so it's normal to form a team to carry out the mission. He continued looking down. At the end of the request form, a brief list of teammates was attached. However, when Lan Yu's gaze fell on those familiar, yet unfamiliar names on the list, his expression froze instantly. Chapter 53: The Strange Nurse. Lan Yu's gaze was fixed on the list of teammates at the end of the commission form. I recognized several of the names. Most of them were acquaintances. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the office door, which was then pushed open in response. Mentor, what kind of tough mission is it this time? Let me tell you, this time, this handsome guy. An exaggerated voice, as if accompanied by its own background music, was the first to enter. Immediately afterwards, 2 men and a woman appeared at the doorway. The first one, with dazzling blonde hair and striking good looks, was none other than the SSS-level contractor, Hua Xiao, who was narcissistic to the core. Behind him followed a tall, white-haired young man wearing black sunglasses, with a smile on his face. Lan Yu also had some recollection of the last girl. She has a neat single ponytail, delicate features, and sharp eyes. She was the same pretty girl who had argued fiercely with Warsaw about the answers after the last test. According to the information, the code name for the girl's guild's operations is Shadow Moon. Baiyu spotted Lan Yu in the office at a glance. His eyes behind his sunglasses curved into a smile, and he walked over with an air of familiarity. Oh my, isn't this Langstroth? What a coincidence, we meet again so soon. He warmly extended his hand, wanting to shake hands with Lan Yu. Lan Yu didn't move, but merely glanced at him, his tone indifferent. I heard you bet on me to win yesterday, and earned a lot of guild points. You said you'd help me before, was it just for this? Baiyu's outstretched hand paused in midair, then he casually withdrew it, chuckling as he spoke. Hey, what are you saying, Brother Lan? I genuinely wanted to help you yesterday, he said earnestly. So, I absolutely did not intend to use you to earn guild points. Am I that kind of person? Definitely not. As he spoke, he guiltily averted his gaze, deliberately changing the subject and turning towards the empty desk. Huh? Where's Instructor Chen Feng? Wasn't he the one who called us here? Warsaw also joined in, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Yeah, where's that old guy? He called me over, but then disappeared without a trace. How rude of him. Lan Yu was too lazy to waste words with them, so he tossed the sticky notes and the envelope containing the authorization documents on the table over to them. Mentor Chen Feng has something urgent to attend to and has to leave first. The details of the commission are all here. Please take a look. Baiyu picked up the file bag, and Hua Xiao and the girl with the single ponytail also came over to look. Originally, Lan Yu thought that after these 3 people read the contents of the commission and the personnel arrangements, there would definitely be some minor troubles. After all, according to the meaning of the note from Instructor Chen Feng, the captain of this temporary team is Lan Yu. Baiyu is slippery, so he probably doesn't care. But both Hua Xiao and that girl with the single ponytail are proud and arrogant, especially Hua Xiao, who is extremely narcissistic. It would be strange if anyone obeyed his orders. After the 3 finished reading, a brief silence fell over the office. Warsaw stroked his chin, his brows furrowed slightly, as if he were thinking. The girl with the single ponytail had a shifty look in her eyes, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Lan Yu raised an eyebrow, looked at the group, and tentatively asked, What about you guys? You don't have any objections, right? For example, about me being the team leader. As expected, Baiyu said he had no objection. Warsaw snorted, crossed his arms, raised his chin slightly, and said in his signature narcissistic tone, To expect this handsome guy to take orders from others is an insult to both my looks and my abilities. But then again, he changed the subject, glancing at Lan Yu with a complicated expression. In the simulated battle in the Godhood space, last time, your performance was indeed, well, a little bit more eye-catching than mine. This time, I'll reluctantly acknowledge your leadership for now. But, only this time. Next time, who knows? This guy holds a grudge. Lan Yu inwardly grumbled, but his face remained impassive. My gaze shifted to the last girl with the single ponytail. The girl seemed to be deep in thought. After a moment, she raised her head, met Lan Yu's gaze, and gently shook her head, her voice cool and clear. I have no objection. This outcome was unexpected by Lan Yu. Since no one has any objections, let's prepare to set off. Lan Yu turned around first and walked out of the office. White Crow and Warsaw immediately followed. Just as Lan Yu was about to walk out the door, He heard Ingwe, the girl with the single ponytail, speak from behind him with a slightly hesitant voice. That? Lanyu stopped and turned to look at her. What's wrong? He wondered to himself. Could this girl really be unhappy about me being the team leader and is only bringing it up now? Ingwe looked up at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions, as if she wanted to say something, but her lips moved as she ultimately lowered her head and gently shook her head. Fine. Lanyu. This girl, she almost said it, but then swallowed it back. What does that mean? He was a little puzzled. Sometimes, he really couldn't understand what these girls were thinking. Never mind. He's not the kind of person who likes to pry into things. However, since the other party didn't want to talk about it, he didn't ask. He responded and led the way toward the Shadow Oro wormhole area, which the guild was specifically responsible for long-distance teleportation. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in Ash City, the largest wind chime amusement park in the city center was bustling with people and filled with laughter. Su Qing, an ordinary 28-year-old girl. At that moment, she was somewhat absent-mindedly being led by the hand by a slick-haired man towards the haunted house. The man was a blind date she had been forced to meet by her mother 3 days prior, who threatened to kill herself. He claimed to be the son of a wealthy listed company. Although Su Qing did not awaken to become a shadow master, she did not have any superpowers. But she had an almost animalistic keen intuition since childhood. They can always sense things that are unfavorable to them in advance. The first time I saw this so-called rich second-generation boyfriend, her intuition told her something was wrong. With her keen eye honed through years of observing all sorts of people, she easily discerned that the so-called luxury watch on the other person's wrist was a high-quality counterfeit, and the flashy sports car parked downstairs was also a temporary rental. Coupled with the other party's overly skillful flirting techniques and the frivolous look he inadvertently revealed, Su Qing could almost conclude that this was a professional scumbag who used his status as a rich second generation to swindle money and sex. However, Su Qing was too lazy to expose him. This guy is perfect for dealing with my mom's endless pressure to get married. After a while, I'll find an excuse to dump him. The two arrived at the entrance of the haunted house, where the queue was quite crowded. Just then, a nurse dressed in a haunted house uniform appeared. A woman covered in blood and with terrifying makeup on her face. He stumbled and ran out of the haunted house, his expression somewhat strange. Hey, what's this NPC from the haunted house doing outside? The rich second-generation boyfriend's eyes lit up, seemingly finding it very interesting, and he pulled Su Qing to join in the fun. The latest interactive segment? Let's go check it out. Su Qing suddenly stopped and, with a slight twist of her wrist, broke free from the man's grasp. What's wrong, Qing? Are you scared? Her boyfriend turned around and asked with a teasing smile. Su Qing did not respond. That familiar, inexplicable intuition that had saved her from trouble time and again was now frantically alerting her. There's something very wrong with that nurse in front of me. Something's very wrong. I have a bit of an upset stomach. I need to go to the restroom first. Su Qing made an excuse and turned to leave. Her wealthy boyfriend watched her hurried departure, a smug smile playing on his lips. TCH, looks like a coward. For a seasoned player like him, this kind of woman is incredibly easy to handle. He was already fantasizing about how to get this seemingly innocent girlfriend drunk tonight and how to take things to the next level. But just then, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the crowd. Then came the nurse, who had run out of the haunted house. Suddenly, without warning, she bent over and began to vomit violently. The amount of vomit was astonishing, and what came out was all dark, viscous liquid with a fishy and foul smell. Wow, this actor is so dedicated. His performance is so realistic. Is the prop blood-free? Some kind-hearted people even tried to step forward to ask, "Hey miss, are you alright?" After the nurse vomited that pool of disgusting black liquid, she slowly raised her head. He suddenly gave everyone a strange smile. Chapter 54. The four of us are enough. The nurse's eerie smile, which was originally just makeup, now appeared incredibly real and distorted. The next second, her body suddenly swelled up like an inflated balloon. Countless jagged, pitch-black branches, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, burst forth wildly from her body. A monster! Before the surrounding tourists could react, they were instantly pierced through by those black branches that resembled deadly venomous snakes. Blood, entrails, and severed limbs splattered everywhere like a torrential rain. The amusement park entrance, which was just moments ago filled with laughter and joy, has instantly transformed into a living hell. The smug smile on the rich second-generation boyfriend's face froze instantly, his pupils dilating to their maximum size due to extreme fear. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. A thick, black branch pierced precisely into his back, through his chest, and lifted him high into the air. On the other side, Buzz. With a slight spatial fluctuation, the special off-road vehicle made by the other Shoreflower Guild, carrying Lan Yu and his companions, smoothly drove out of the Shadow Aura wormhole, exit located on the outskirts of Ash City. They had planned to first go to the Bureau's branch in Ash City to meet with officials and learn more details. The driver was Baiya, who skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel while humming an off-key tune. Just then, ring ring ring. Lan Yu's phone suddenly rang urgently in his pocket. He took out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and saw it was an encrypted internal communication within the guild. The call was connected. As he listened to the urgent report from the other end of the phone, Lan Yu's brows furrowed even more. A few seconds later, he hung up the phone, his face somber. White Crow. Baiya glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Turn around. Lan Yu's voice was devoid of any emotion. Go to Windchime Amusement Park. There have been new lost souls there. The Shadow Wormhole is not far from Windchime Amusement Park. In about half an hour, everyone could see the iconic large Ferris wheel in the distance, standing quietly under the gray sky, exuding a somewhat eerie stillness. The closer you get to the amusement park, the more chaotic the scene becomes. The piercing sirens, the blaring car horns, and the panicked screams of the crowd intertwined to create an apocalyptic chaos. Numerous cars were haphazardly parked on the roadside, or even driving against traffic, desperately trying to escape this place of trouble. And Lan Yu and his group were driving an unassuming black SUV. But it was like a lone boat sailing against the current on the street. Outside the car window, pedestrians scattered like frightened birds, their faces filled with fear. Warsaw looked at a bank with its glass doors smashed to pieces on the side of the road, where several masked men were frantically stuffing something into sacks. He clicked his tongue twice. Holy crap, these bastards are something else. Taking advantage of a crisis? What's wrong with their brains? Are they out of their minds? Lan Yu didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, only glancing at it indifferently. The riots caused by the lost individuals put all the attention of the management and police on the amusement park. At times like these, no one cares about these clowns who take advantage of the chaos to commit crimes. Of course, this is not something they need to worry about. The SUV completely ignored the farce and continued on its way. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the outer perimeter of the Windchime Amusement Park. As soon as I got out of the car, a faint, eerie aura emanated from me, carrying an unsettling chill. Several staff members dressed in bureau uniforms and armed with guns immediately came forward. The leader was a young man wearing glasses, with a slightly haggard face, but still sharp eyes. He strode up to Lan Yu, extended his hand, and spoke with a hint of urgency. You must be the support sent by the other Shoreflower Guild, right? I am Qin Ming, the on-site coordinator for this Lost Ones incident, and also the contact person for this commission. Lan Yu did not shake hands with him, but simply nodded slightly. Qin Ming didn't mind and led Lan Yu and the other three quickly toward a heavy truck parked not far away. The truck looked unremarkable, but when the rear door of the cargo compartment was opened, what was revealed was a mobile command center filled with various sophisticated instruments and monitoring displays. The situation is urgent. Let's get straight to the point. Qin Ming led them into the car and pointed to the largest display screen in the center. On the screen is an aerial map of the entire amusement park, with several flashing red dots standing out conspicuously. Based on our current detection, 5 main lost individuals have been confirmed to have appeared in the amusement park, and their initial assessment indicates that they are all at the 3-star level. As he spoke, he pulled up several blurry surveillance clips. The image shows several figures with distorted shapes, exuding an ominous aura. They occupy 5 areas: the haunted house, the carousel, the roller coaster, the water park, and the central plaza. Lan Yu's gaze swept quickly across the screen. He soon noticed that, in addition to the 5 prominent red dots, the map was covered with many smaller, denser dark red dots. He pointed to the points of light. What are these? Qin Ming explained with a solemn expression. These are secondary shadow monsters that are not yet fully formed and cannot be considered independent shadow monsters. Their strength is less than 1 star. We judge that they should be the product of the special ability of one of the 5 main lost ones. In theory, these secondary shadow monsters will dissipate on their own once their main body is destroyed. He paused, his tone heavy. Currently, Most visitors have been successfully evacuated from the amusement park, but a small number of visitors are still trapped inside for various reasons, and the situation is very critical. After listening to Qin Ming's introduction, Bai Ye, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, his eyes behind his sunglasses making it difficult to see clearly. Director Qin, in principle, an incident of this scale involving lost people is no small matter, and it has already caused civilian casualties. Logically speaking, your administration should have dispatched top experts immediately to quickly bring the situation under control. Why are you? He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming lowered his head, adjusted his glasses, and a bitter and helpless expression appeared on his face. To be honest, several high-risk Shadow Rift incidents have recently broken out simultaneously in the area surrounding Ash City and several other regions. The situation is extremely urgent. Almost all the experts in the administration who can handle this level of lost person incidents have been temporarily reassigned. Otherwise, we wouldn't have issued an emergency request to your guild. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. It seems the Management Bureau is indeed facing a shortage of funds this time. Lan Yu ignored their conversation, his attention completely focused on the amusement park map, his fingers lightly tapping on several key locations, as if he were planning something. A moment later, he raised his head and looked at Qin Ming. You've already sent people in, haven't you? A hint of shame and regret flashed across Qin Ming's face, and he nodded. Yes. About half an hour ago, we organized a 20-person action team to attempt a rescue. However, we severely underestimated the combat capabilities and unpredictability of those lost ones, and the team, eager to rescue people, acted somewhat recklessly. His voice was somewhat hoarse. The first group of brothers who went in suffered heavy casualties. Most of them have lost contact and are probably in grave danger. The rest are trapped inside, and their exact location is unknown. It seems our mission is not just about clearing out the lost and rescuing ordinary tourists. Warsaw crossed his arms and pursed his lips. Qin Ming took a deep breath, his eyes filled with earnestness and urgency, and looked at Lan Yu. Our second reinforcement team, which we urgently dispatched, is expected to arrive in 10 minutes. I hope that everyone in the other Shoreflower Guild will cooperate with our reinforcement team and make sure. Before he could finish speaking, Lan Yu interrupted him. Lan Yu had already turned around and walked straight towards the exit of the combat vehicle, saying without turning his head, "There's no need for that." Qin Ming was stunned and didn't react. Bai Ye and Hua Xiao exchanged a glance and followed Lan Yu out, with Ying Yu silently following behind. Lan Yu's voice came from outside the car, clear and cold. By the time your reinforcements arrive, most of the people inside will probably be dead. Moreover, given the current situation, resolving the situation in the amusement park is still a challenge. The four of us are enough. Chapter 55. Are you from the Bureau? Qin Ming opened his mouth, watching Lan Yu and his group walk away towards the amusement park entrance without turning back. It felt like there was a stone stuck in my throat, and I couldn't say a word. He just left like that? For people? Is he joking? The elite squad of 20 men they sent in earlier hasn't made a sound yet. How can these 4 men possibly cause any trouble? Qin Ming's mind was in complete turmoil, and the other members of the Administration Bureau looked at each other in bewilderment, clearly stunned by Lan Yu's confident remarks. But before Qin Ming could even speak, Lan Yu and his men had already disappeared without a trace. Lan Yu had no idea how complicated Qin Ming's feelings were at that moment. As early as when I received the commission and saw the list of teammates and their briefings, he had already made a general assessment of the team's combat strength. Although Warsaw is incredibly narcissistic, but his strength is beyond doubt. He is a peak 3-star Shadow Master with an SSS-level contracted spirit, the Holy Light Kirin. His ability to directly attack is absolutely top-notch. As for the girl with the single ponytail named Yingwe, the information shows that her contracted spirit is an SS-level Starry Unicorn, a rare and highly promising growth-type contract spirit. Its initial rating was a level higher than Feng Mengjie's S-level Holy Light Angel. To achieve third place in that insanely difficult guild assessment speaks volumes about their strength. As for Bai Ye, that guy is the one Lan Yu is least worried about. Although the information about his contracted spirit and specific abilities is specially encrypted, marked as confidential, his resume, which shows that he independently completed a high-risk Samsung project last month, speaks volumes. Not to mention, there's also himself. Therefore, in his opinion, the 4 of them were more than capable of handling the mess at the amusement park. The group had already learned about the amusement park map. Lan Yu glanced at it and pointed at the map with his finger. Warsaw, go to the carousel area. The lost souls there are yours. Shadow Moon, you went to the roller coaster area. White Crow, the water park is your responsibility. None of the three objected. As for the central square and the haunted house, Lan Yu's gaze fell on two very close red dots on the map. I'll handle those two. After the assignments were completed, the four of them stepped into the amusement park. A strong, pungent smell of blood mixed with a nauseating stench wafted towards us. On the ground, there were congealed dark red bloodstains and scattered debris everywhere. The originally brightly colored cartoon decorations now appear eerie and grotesque. Roar! Before he finished speaking, a dozen or so creatures with distorted shapes suddenly rushed out from around the corner, not far ahead. A small monster emanating faint shadow energy fluctuations. Some of them resembled deformed dolls, while others looked like half-melted wax figures, emitting low growls as they pounced on the four of them. It was the lesser shadow monster that Qin Ming had mentioned. Lan Yu didn't even lift his eyelids and casually waved his right hand. Call out. A wide, dark crescent moon appeared out of nowhere. Like a black lightning bolt tearing through space, it instantly swept past the group of lesser shadow monsters. Puff, puff, puff. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the dull sound of a sharp blade cutting through rotten wood. The dozen or so lesser shadow monsters stopped abruptly. The next second, their bodies broke in half and vanished into black smoke. One strike to wipe out the entire enemy. Wow, Captain is awesome. White Crow whistled at the right moment, his tone carrying a bit of exaggerated praise. Just then, behind an ice cream stand that had been knocked over, another large horde of lesser shadow monsters surged forth, even more numerous than before, a dark, menacing mass that sent chills down one's spine. Lan Yu frowned slightly, just as he was about to condense the Dark Moon Dragon Blade again. Captain, there's no need for you to deal with these small fry. Baya chuckled and stepped forward first. He put one hand in his pocket and casually waved the other hand forward. Shua shua shua. A bizarre scene unfolded. The shadow beneath Baya's feet suddenly twisted and wriggled violently. Then, 6 humanoid shadows, all black and wielding various weapons, silently separated from his shadow. These shadowy figures had no facial features, only vague human-shaped outlines. But the chilling killing intent emanating from him was undeniably real. I'm leaving it to you, old friends, Baya said calmly. Like hunting dogs on command, the 6 black shadows instantly transformed into 6 black streaks of light, fearlessly charging into the group of lesser shadow monsters. Swords flashed and shadows darted about. Those lesser shadow monsters that are nightmares in the eyes of ordinary people. Before these mysterious shadowy figures, they were as fragile as paper and were slaughtered in an instant. In just over 10 seconds, the horde of monsters that had been surging like a tide was completely wiped out. After the 6 black shadows killed the monster, they silently returned to the feet of the White Crow and merged back into his shadow, as if they had never appeared. Done. Baya clapped his hands, a meaningful smile playing on his lips behind his sunglasses. Lan Yu's eyes flickered slightly. A summoning-type shadow master? Moreover, it seems that the summoned creatures are shadow servants with considerable independent combat capabilities. Once a shadow master of this type matures, they become an army in themselves, playing a crucial role in various missions and making them highly sought after by all major powers. No wonder this guy's contracted spirit and ability information are classified as confidential. It seems that the Hidden Flower Guild is full of hidden talents. Alright, stop showing off. Lan Yu withdrew his gaze. According to the plan, let's split up and proceed. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at a fork in the road. Remember, maintain contact through the guild mask throughout the mission, Lan Yu instructed the 3. If you encounter unexpected danger, or if the situation turns out badly, retreat immediately. Remember, the mission is secondary. Saving your own life is the most important thing. Understood. Hua Xiao was the first to respond, a confident smile on his face. Don't worry, a mere 3-star lost one is nothing to this handsome guy. Inyuan nodded slightly, her eyes still sharp. The White Crow then said with a grin. Don't worry, Captain. I'm a man who values his life very much. The 3 of them then quickly ran towards their respective assigned areas. Lan Yu watched them leave, then turned and walked towards the pirate ship. At the same time, deep inside the amusement park, in a flower bed next to an abandoned staff changing room, 8 team members, dressed in the Bureau's combat uniforms, their faces showing exhaustion and despair. They were huddled here, trying their best to hide their form and presence. Not far from them lay more than a dozen cold corpses lying haphazardly. They were their comrades who had fought side by side not long ago. The team leader was a tall, slender, and spirited female captain named Lin Wei. At this moment, her once neat and tidy short hair was now stained with blood and dust. His knuckles turned white from gripping the tactical dagger so tightly, and his eyes were bloodshot and filled with resentment. Just an hour earlier, their advance team of 20 people had confidently rushed into the amusement park. They thought that with their numerical advantage and superior equipment, they could defeat the 5 marked 3-star Lost Ones one by one and rescue the trapped tourists. But they never expected that those lost souls were not only strangely powerful. Moreover, one of them can even continuously generate those unkillable and endless secondary shadow monsters. Hundreds and thousands of lesser shadow monsters surged in like a tide. In addition, they had to be distracted by protecting the fleeing civilians, and their squad was quickly scattered and thrown into chaos. Ultimately, the team paid a heavy price, losing 12 members. They managed to escape here in a sorry state, barely clinging to life, under the cover of a teammate with stealth abilities. Lin Wei raised her head and looked through the gaps in the flowers at the huge pirate ship not far away. A 3-star Lost One, over 20 meters tall, covered in twisted tumors, and radiating a strong aura of shadow. It was using its thick tentacles to repeatedly fling the pirate ship high into the air before slamming it down again. Whoa! Help! On the pirate ship, several tourists, restrained by seatbelts, let out piercing screams and desperate cries. The monster didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill them. Instead, it seemed to be toying with its prey. They would occasionally make the pirate ship perform a 360-degree turn. It seemed as if it wished it could shake the brains of the tourists above to a crisp. Cruel, yet full of irony. Lin Wei bit her lip so hard that her nails almost dug into her flesh. Frustrating. An overwhelming sense of frustration filled her chest. They are the elite of the Administration Bureau, the shield protecting this city. But now, they can only watch helplessly as the monster ravages the area not far away. Watching innocent civilians die amidst their cries of agony. And they can't do anything about it. Captain, a young team member pleaded in a hoarse voice. Let's try one more time. Even if we die, we have to rescue those tourists. Shut up, Lin Wei snapped, her voice trembling slightly. What can we do by rushing out now except throw our lives away? How could she not want to save people? But reason told her that with the few people they had left and their current condition, rushing out would be no different than delivering vegetables to the enemy. All we can do now is wait. Lin Wei took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation in her heart. Wait for reinforcements from headquarters. As soon as the reinforcements arrive, we can. She hadn't finished speaking. An unfamiliar young man's voice suddenly rang out behind them. Are you from the Bureau? Chapter 56 instantly. I heard an unfamiliar voice. Everyone froze, as if they had been frozen in place. A layer of fine goosebumps instantly rose on my back, and I turned around abruptly almost at the same time. A tall, slender young man with blue hair and wearing a black metal mask was seen. Without them noticing, it appeared silently less than 5 meters behind them, like a real ghost. Below the left eye of the mask, a strange, blood-red spider lily pattern shimmers slightly in the light, as if it were alive, exuding a chilling and eerie beauty. You. A young team member who was closest to the camera turned pale, his pupils contracted, and he was about to cry out in alarm. Lan Yu's figure moved with lightning speed, appearing in front of him in an instant. One hand quickly and swiftly covered his mouth, while the other hand raised its index finger, making a shu gesture. The cold touch and the young man's calm, yet oppressive gaze. The team member immediately swallowed his scream, leaving only rapid breathing and a pounding heart. He nodded frantically, indicating that he understood. Lan Yu then released his grip, his gaze calmly sweeping over the group of still-shaken Bureau members before him. His voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. I am a member of the Higanbana Guild who came to provide support. I'll ask you one more time, are you from the Bureau? Higanbana Guild. A storm raged within Lin Wei's heart. This name comes from a top-tier guild that is rumored to be famous for its elite members. Rumor has it that those who can join the other Shoreflower Guild are all genius shadow masters selected from among thousands, each possessing terrifying strength far exceeding that of their peers. But what she found even more perplexing, and even somewhat chilling, was they clearly took advantage of a team member who had the ability to conceal presence. By taking advantage of the complex surrounding terrain, it concealed its presence and form to the greatest extent possible. I admit that even among fellow 3-star Shadow Masters, it would be extremely difficult to detect their presence without conducting a thorough mental search. But in front of him was a blue-haired youth wearing a mask of a demon made of red spider lilies. Just like taking a stroll in your own backyard after a meal, you can find them easily and effortlessly. Moreover, what's most terrifying is when he got behind them. None of them noticed. What kind of monster is this? Despite being deeply shaken, Lin Wei was, after all, a seasoned captain. She quickly calmed herself, took a deep breath, suppressed her surprise and doubt, and replied in a deep voice. Yes, we are members of the First Action Team of the Administration Bureau. I am the team leader, Lin Wei. Lan Yu nodded slightly, as if to say hello. He didn't waste any unnecessary words. They learned about the current situation inside the amusement park from Lin Wei and others, as well as the unexpected events and heavy casualties their team encountered after their intrusion. The situation was not significantly different from what he had heard from Qin Ming and what he had predicted. Those lesser shadow creatures are indeed a problem. After understanding the basic situation, Lan Yu did not hesitate at all and seemed ready to take action immediately. Lin Wei looked at Lan Yu and noticed that he was alone the whole time, which made her feel even more uneasy. She couldn't help but speak, her tone tinged with a mixture of tentativeness and disbelief. Sir, may I ask, is the support sent by the Higanbana Guild just you? Where are the other teammates? Lan Yu turned and glanced at her, his eyes behind the mask revealing no emotion. He shook his head, his tone as indifferent as if he were talking about something trivial. It's all gone. I'm all alone now. Oh. Lin Wei was stunned. The team members behind her also looked bewildered, exchanging glances. One person, a young team member couldn't help but exclaim, his voice trembling. You're kidding, right? One person coming to help. How is this possible? Their elite squad of 20 men was mostly wiped out. They're trapped here waiting to die, and now we're telling them there's only one source of support. Isn't this a ridiculous joke? Lin Wei's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask something more. But before she could even utter a word, Lan Yu has already made a move. He didn't even glance at them again before his figure blurred. Like an arrow released from a bow, it rushed straight towards the area where the pirate ship was wreaking havoc not far away. The target was that 3-star shadow giant, which was over 20 meters tall and kept throwing the pirate ship into the air. Roar! It seems they have noticed a new intruder. The dozens of lesser shadow monsters that had been circling the pirate ship immediately changed direction, letting out piercing roars, and swarmed towards Lan Yu like sharks that had smelled blood. Watch out! Lin Wei exclaimed instinctively. Although those lesser shadow monsters are not strong individually, they are numerous, fearless, and extremely difficult to deal with. However, Lan Yu was met with the oncoming secondary shadow monsters. But it was as if he didn't see it at all, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. His steps did not falter at all. A leap forward. He stepped on the face of the lesser shadow monster. His gaze was sharp as a knife, fixed on the 3-star giant in the distance. Just before the lesser shadow monster was about to grab him. Buzz! Lan Yu's figure suddenly blurred for a moment, then left a faint afterimage in the spot. A fleeting shadow. Lin Wei and the others stared in stunned silence. Lan Yu's figure seemed to teleport, directly traversing a distance of tens of meters, and instantly appeared above the head of that 3-star shadow monster giant. Fast. Too fast. He moved so fast that their eyes couldn't even keep up with his movements. A dull thud, like cutting through rotting flesh. The 3-star shadow giant didn't even manage to let out a scream. Its enormous, tumor-covered head was cleanly and decisively split in two by that dark crescent moon. Its massive body shook violently, and then, as if all its strength had been drained, it crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Sold out instantly. Just one strike. A genuine 3-star lost one. Just like that, gone? The battle is over? Lin Wei and her team members all gaped, their eyes wide open. As if they had seen a ghost, they stared blankly at the collapsing giant, and Lan Yu slowly landing from midair. What just happened? Are they seeing things? Those were 3-star lost ones. They paid a heavy price. A terrifying existence that could only be forced to flee in a sorry state. He was defeated in a single move by this person? Is this even human? Lan Yu landed steadily, but his brows furrowed slightly. He glanced around. Those lesser shadow monsters that had been charging at him stopped after the 3-star giant fell to the ground. There was only a brief pause, but soon they went berserk again, swarming towards Lan Yu without any sign of dissipating. Tisk! Lan Yu clicked his tongue in disappointment. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Lin Wei and the others' ears. It seems that this is the largest and most intimidating Samsung giant. It is not the original body that Qin Ming mentioned, which can continuously generate secondary shadow monsters. Could it be that he's with his teammates? Chapter 57, Why Think So Much? It seems that the largest one is not the main body that Qin Ming mentioned, which can spawn secondary shadow monsters. What a wasted trip. He waved his hand again, somewhat impatiently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several dark moon dragon blades shot out. With precision and efficiency, it shattered all the surrounding secondary shadow monsters, which then dissipated into black smoke. Well, Lan Yu sighed softly to himself. To be honest, he didn't really want to get entangled with these things. The shadow energy within these secondary shadow monsters is not yet fully formed and is pitifully weak. Killing them will not provide any effective feedback on your aura or advance your rank. It does little to enhance his power of the all things began in chaos authority. It's a complete waste of effort. Just then, the crimson pattern below the left eye of the spider lily mask on his face flickered slightly. Bai Ye's somewhat flippant voice came through the internal communication system. Captain, I've taken care of things here. That 3-star wreck in the carousel area has been sent to meet its grandmother. However, those small fry are still lively and jumping around, so it seems the main body isn't here. Lan Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Really, this white raven's strength far exceeds what the data suggests. To have taken down a 3-star lost one so quickly, it seems his mysterious shadows are quite formidable in combat. As for Shadow Moon and Warsaw, there shouldn't be any major problems. It seems I need to speed things up as well. He turned his head and looked at the haunted house not far away, which exuded a sinister aura. According to the information Lin Wei and the others just provided, of the 5 remaining main lost souls in the amusement park, apart from the pirate ship giant that he had already dealt with, and the lost people in the carousel area that White Raven had taken care of, inside the haunted house, a 3-star lost soul lurks. The lost creature, whose form resembles a human, is probably still inside, hunting down the trapped tourists. Lan Yu looked at the strangely shaped haunted house building, whose entrance resembled the maw of a giant beast ready to devour anyone. According to the amusement park map provided by Qin Ming, this haunted house occupies a considerable area, and its internal structure is intricate and complex, with countless side paths and secret passages. If we just rush in and search each room, it will probably waste a lot of time. Moreover, who knows where that lost soul might be hiding? Is there any way to quickly and efficiently find that guy inside, or to take them all out at once? Lan Yu stroked his chin. Suddenly, his eyes lit up slightly. A simple, crude, but potentially exceptionally effective method came to mind. On the other side, Su Qing huddled in a dusty prop cabinet in the corner of the haunted house. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of my throat. She covered her mouth tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. They even breathed very softly and slowly, afraid of making the slightest sound. This alerted the unknown, terrifying being outside. Just a few minutes ago, under the warning of intuition, she had only taken a few steps when she left under the pretext of going to the restroom. The next second, a human tragedy unfolded in the amusement park. The nurse who came out of the haunted house suddenly swelled up and exploded. Countless menacing black branches shot out, instantly slaughtering all the surrounding tourists. Her cheap boyfriend hadn't even had time to wipe the smug smile off his face. He was pierced through the back of his heart by a thick branch, his body sticking out high in the air, a gruesome death. Su Qing's mind went blank at that moment, leaving only instinctive fear. As if possessing a mind of its own, those terrifying branches began to hunt down the tourists who were scattering in all directions. The exit route was already blocked by the twisting branches and the panicked crowd. Left with no other option, her survival instinct led her to make an almost insane decision. She gritted her teeth and relied on her vague memory of the amusement park map. They rushed headlong into the haunted house next door in the opposite direction. If she had been even a second slower, she had no doubt that she would have ended up like those random passersby. Like her unfortunate rich second-generation boyfriend, she turned into a blurry mass of flesh and blood. The haunted house was dimly lit and filled with a strange smell of cheap incense and dust. Various bizarre props and ghost models that suddenly appear. It might scare off timid tourists under normal circumstances. But now, faced with a real threat of death, all of this seems so ridiculous and childish, not even as practical as a wooden plank to hide under. Tap, tap, tap. A series of steady, rhythmic footsteps suddenly broke the silence of the haunted house. Su Qing shuddered and didn't dare to breathe. At a time like this, anyone who dares to leisurely stroll in a haunted house can't possibly be a living person. It could only be that kind of monster. The footsteps grew closer, seemingly lingering near the closet where she was hiding. Su Qing was so nervous that her palms were covered in cold sweat, and her body trembled slightly. She peered through a small crack in the cabinet door. A blurry human figure could be vaguely seen moving around outside. The footsteps stopped in front of the cabinet next to her. Su Qing's heart was in her throat. A muffled thud as a sharp weapon pierced flesh was heard clearly. Immediately following was a brief, piercing scream, and the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. There was someone hiding in the cabinet next to her. Su Qing only realized this at this moment. But it doesn't matter anymore, because that person was obviously dead. Through the crack in the cabinet door, Su Qing saw something in horror. The blurry figure slowly raised a hand. That hand, or rather, the end of that hand transformed into a gleaming, black blade. And that hand knife was slowly aimed at the cabinet where she was hiding. Despair, like an icy tide, instantly engulfed Su Qing. She closed her eyes, awaiting death. Just then, a slightly cold, youthful voice, like a thunderclap, suddenly echoed throughout the haunted house. I am the Shadow Master responsible for eliminating the shadow monsters. Notify all tourists inside. If you want to survive, immediately crouch down or lie down. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. The sound clearly penetrated every corner of the haunted house. The young man's voice was repeated 3 times in a row. The hand chop that was about to stab Su Qing's cabinet paused slightly. That blurry, grotesque figure. They seemed to have been drawn to the sudden sound as well. He stopped moving for a moment and tilted his head. It's like trying to identify the source of the sound. Su Qing suddenly opened her eyes. Photographer. The filmmaker has arrived to help. She was like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. The will to survive instantly overwhelmed all fear. Why think so much? Follow instructions. Chapter 58 Simple and Effective Methods. That was the only sentence left in Su Qing's mind. Fortunately, this prop cabinet isn't very big, but it's not too narrow either. In addition, she has always insisted on exercising in order to maintain her figure. She gritted her teeth, trying to suppress the stiffness in her body and the fear she felt. Curled up, barely able to fit into the small cabinet space. He squatted down little by little. Almost the instant she had completely squatted down. Call out. An indescribable, pitch-black light. It swept across suddenly. It was a wide, flat, almost solid black crescent moon. It is silent and stealthy, yet it carries a terrifying aura that can destroy everything. Crack. Rumble. All the walls, props, cabinets, in the haunted house, including the one who was just holding up a hand chop. The shadow monster seemed somewhat bewildered, still maintaining its standing posture. They were all on the same horizontal line, and were all cut off by that dark crescent moon. The shadow monster's body was precisely split in 2 at the chest. His upper and lower body slid apart, and he couldn't even let out a cry of pain. It turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated into the air. Immediately afterwards, the haunted house lost its supporting structure. It let out a tooth-grinding groan and collapsed with a crash. Wood chips, dust, and broken props fell like rain. Fortunately, most haunted houses are constructed of wood and lightweight materials. The impact of the collapse was not too severe. Su Qing was hit by a piece of broken wood falling from above, and the pain brought tears to her eyes. She hastily brushed aside the debris covering her. He staggered to his feet, covered in dust and dirt from the chaotic ruins. The glaring sunlight made it difficult for her to open her eyes for a moment. After her eyes finally adjusted to the light, she looked up. It was on an open space not far away. A tall and slender figure. A blue-haired youth wearing a black mask stood there quietly. He maintained a gesture of swinging his right hand forward. It seems like the fatal blow was just delivered. Below the left eye of the mask is a strange, blood-red spider lily pattern. In the sunlight, it shimmered with a chilling, eerie luster. All around were the haphazard, collapsed ruins of the haunted house. As well as, like her, they struggled to crawl out of the ruins. Several other tourists looked both relieved and incredulous. The young man slowly withdrew his hand, his gaze calmly sweeping over them. Then he spoke, his voice still flat and devoid of emotion. Are you all alright? Since being promoted to 3-star filmmaker, one you could clearly sense it. The maximum amount of shadow power that can be injected into the Dark Moon Dragon Blade has doubled. This means that its power has also reached a new level. In that attack in the haunted house, just now, he only infused a little more shadow power. The results were surprisingly good. Not only did it precisely kill the 3-star shadow monster hiding within, they even demolished the entire haunted house building. It saved him a lot of trouble. At this moment, the spider lily mask on his face sent another communication request. It's that guy Warsaw. That slightly boastful voice, tinged with a hint of self-aggrandizement, rang out. I've got this sorted out too. That 3-star idiot in the carousel area has already been sent to meet its ancestors by this handsome guy. However, those small fry are still lively and jumping around, so it seems the main body isn't here. This guy is still so irresponsible. Lan Yu pondered to himself, but asked aloud. How's the situation on Shadowmoon's side? Do they need support? There was a few seconds of silence on the communication channel. Then came Shadowmoon's slightly cold, but still steady voice. No need, it'll be ready soon. Lan Yu thought for a moment and added. Based on the current situation, there is no sign that the lesser shadows have disappeared. The lost one in the roller coaster area you're in charge of is very likely the original form of the secondary shadow monster. If things get tough, I'll send White Crow over to support you. He's not far from your area right now. On the other end of the communication, Yingyue's voice came through with a hint of stubbornness. I said I don't need it. The voice wasn't loud, but the tone was unusually firm. Lan Yu was slightly taken aback. I didn't expect this girl to be so competitive. Yingyue on the other end of the communication line seemed to realize that her attitude had been a bit too forceful. She paused, her tone softening slightly, carrying a hint of barely perceptible apology. Sorry, Captain. What I mean is, I can handle things here. Give me 2 minutes. No, 1 minute is enough. Lan Yu pondered for a moment, his eyes behind the mask revealing no emotion. Good. He nodded, his voice calm. If the battle isn't over in a minute, I'll send White Raven over. Clear. Yingyue answered crisply and decisively. After ending the communication, Lan Yu's gaze fell back on Su Qing, who was not far away. At this moment, Su Qing was slumped on the ground, still in shock, panting heavily. And not far from her, the 3-star shadow monster that he had cut in two was still clinging to life. Its upper body was dragging along broken internal organs and bone fragments. It is persevering, little by little. They crawled toward the trembling Su Qing. In those cloudy eyes, it is filled with greed and resentment towards the flesh and blood of living beings. Su Qing had obviously also noticed this terrifying scene. Terrified, she screamed and tried to move backward using her hands and feet, but was too exhausted. Instead, he stumbled and was about to be caught by the monster. In the nick of time, she instinctively grabbed onto the nearest lifeline, Lan Yu's leg. Lan Yu didn't even frown. He was too lazy to even conjure a new Darkmoon Dragonblade. He simply lifted his foot casually and then slammed it down. Bang! A muffled thud. The upper half of the shadow monster's body looked like a watermelon that had been smashed by a giant hammer. It exploded instantly, turning into a puddle of black mud, and fell completely silent. The remaining pure shadow energy within the shadow monster's body. They were swallowed up by the shadow beneath Lan Yu's feet. It took Su Qing several seconds to react before she felt the firm touch on her thigh. And seeing the monster's aura completely dissipate, she quickly let go. I thanked them incoherently. Thank you, thank you. Lan Yu simply nodded slightly in response. At this moment, Lin Wei also led her few surviving team members. They carefully walked over from the other side of the ruins. The memory of witnessing Lan Yu demolish the haunted house in one fell swoop still lingered on each of their faces. The sheer awe of the shadow monster being instantly killed. The impact was more direct and brutal than when Lan Yu instantly killed the pirate ship giant. This supporter from the Higanbana Guild is incredibly strong. It was so good that it overturned their perception of Samsung's filmmakers. Lan Yu's gaze swept over them, and he said in a calm tone, the task of calming and evacuating the tourists is now in your hands. His gaze swept over Su Qing and several other tourists who were equally shaken. Lin Wei took a deep breath, quickly composed herself, and nodded solemnly. Yes, please rest assured. We will handle it properly. Although their teams suffered heavy losses, they were still able to handle basic rescue and cleanup work. Just then, the communication of Lan Yu's mask was triggered. Yingyue's somewhat hurried voice suddenly came over. Chapter 59 The Big Fish is down there. Yingyue's voice sounded tired. She gasped for breath as she spoke. Captain, it's done. The last 3-star lost in the amusement park has been eliminated. It's done. Thus, The 5 publicly known 3-star lost individuals within the amusement park have been identified. Clear everything. At the same time, inside the temporary command center outside the amusement park, Qin Ming and a group of bureau members received real-time monitoring footage transmitted by drones and clips from the combat recorders of each squad member. I witnessed almost the entire incredible event. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Inside the command center, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to have been petrified, staring blankly at the blue dots on the screen that represent the members of the Higanbana Guild. Navigate the amusement park, extinguishing each red danger sign one by one. Quick. That's too fast. From the moment Lan Yu and his companions entered the amusement park until the last 3-star lost one was defeated by Yinghua. All in all, it probably takes less than half an hour. Is this even human? This is practically a humanoid monster. Qin Ming's mind was buzzing. He initially harbored some doubts, worrying that Lan Yu and his group were just young and fearless. Being too arrogant will lead to repeating the mistakes of their advanced team. But now it seems he's narrow-minded. Is the gap between 3-star photographers really that large and despairing? So, can geniuses from top guilds really be this unreasonable? A young communications officer standing nearby spoke, his voice trembling. Captain Qin, all 5 3-star lost ones have been completely eliminated. Qin Ming swallowed hard, his throat dry. He was about to say something to ease the eerily tense atmosphere. However, before he could fully recover from the immense shock and elation, an unexpected turn of events suddenly occurred on the monitor screen. Logically speaking, with all 5 main 3-star lost ones eliminated, the secondary shadow monsters derived from them should also lose their energy source and quickly dissipate. But the screen is covered with countless tiny red dots representing the faint energy of the lesser shadow monsters. After the signal came that 5 3-star lost ones had been eliminated, it did not disappear as quickly as expected. Instead, it's still increasing. It was as if it had been injected with new vitality. Those red dots are flashing faster and over a wider area. In the blink of an eye, the entire amusement park map was once again covered by a constant stream of red dots. It's even more concentrated than before. What happened? Qin Ming's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in shock. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped his heart. He suddenly stood up and braced his hands on the control panel. Staring intently at the screen, his voice trembled with disbelief. Why is this happening? Shouldn't the original bodies all be dead? Why are these lesser shadow monsters still increasing in number? Inside the amusement park, Lan Yu also realized something was wrong at almost the same time. The lesser shadow monsters that he had just wiped out surged back from all directions like a tidal wave, even more numerous and more frenzied than before. Tisk. Lan Yu clicked his tongue in annoyance. These things are easy to kill, but they're really disgusting. He immediately contacted Qin Ming via the masked communication device. Qin Ming, what's going on? On the other end of the communication, Qin Ming's voice came through, somewhat distorted, and clearly filled with anxiety and confusion. Captain Blue. I don't know either. Logically speaking, once the main body of the derivative lost one dies, the lesser shadow monster should immediately dissipate. Our detection satellites have repeatedly scanned the area on the ground of the amusement park. There is absolutely no way we could have missed a 3-star lost person. This situation was completely beyond his comprehension. Nothing was missed. Lan Yu casually swung out a few Dark Moon Dragon Blades. He slashed the approaching lesser shadow monster into black smoke, while rapidly pondering. Now that it has been confirmed that there are no other high-level shadow monsters on the ground, so where do these endless streams of secondary shadow monsters come from? Unless... Lan Yu's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a bold guess surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the real entity isn't even in this amusement park? This question had just arisen in Lan Yu's mind. From within his shadow came Nidhogg's cool and languid mature female voice. No, it won't. She immediately dismissed Lan Yu's speculation. Given the strength of these lesser shadow monsters, it's impossible for them to stray too far from their original forms. In my perception, the aura of that entity is very strange. It seems to permeate every corner of the entire amusement park. Nidhogg paused, his voice tinged with thought. Perhaps some special method was used to disrupt my perception. But one thing is certain. It is still inside the amusement park, just hidden even deeper. Lan Yu nodded slightly upon hearing this. He naturally trusted Nidhogg's judgment. He immediately contacted Qin Ming through the communication channel of the Spider Lily mask. Qin Ming, Get me the surveillance footage from all areas of the amusement park, especially those inconspicuous corners. Find out where those lesser shadow monsters came from. Qin Ming immediately responded that there was no problem. Lan Yu didn't just wait idly. His gaze swept across the sky and locked onto the towering Ferris wheel not far away. The next moment, call out. The figure suddenly turned into a blurry afterimage. Flash of shadows activated. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lan Yu appeared at the highest point of the Ferris wheel. The metal brace beneath his feet groaned slightly. A cold wind howled, blowing the blue hair on his forehead. From his vantage point, he had a panoramic view of the entire amusement park layout. After scanning for half a minute, he made a discovery. Those newly appearing secondary shadow creatures did not arise out of thin air. They came from those inconspicuous manhole covers on the ground of the amusement park. They keep crawling out. I see. It's underground. Lan Yu muttered to himself. No wonder the satellites couldn't find it even after repeated scans of the ground. The real lair was hidden underground, a place everyone had overlooked. He immediately relayed this crucial information. The message was sent to White Raven, Shadow Moon, and Warsaw via the communication channel. White Raven, Shadow Moon, Warsaw, watch out for the manhole covers in the amusement park. Those things come out of the ground. Try to position the manhole covers as close together as possible and block their exits as much as possible. Clear. Receive. Okay, leave it to me, Captain. The three responded crisply and decisively. Lan Yu, on the other hand, turned his attention to the area near the central square of the amusement park. A giant manhole cover from which countless secondary shadow monsters continuously swarm. The energy reaction is most intense there. It seems the big fish is down there. Chapter 60 This thing, is there more than one? His figure flashed again, and Flash of Shadows was activated. Puff puff puff. As the sword flashed, a large group of secondary shadow monsters emerged from the manhole cover. It was instantly cleaved into a cloud of black smoke. Lan Yu's figure did not pause for a moment. They jumped directly into the dark sewer entrance. A damp, putrid smell, mixed with the distinctive fishy odor of the shadow monster, wafted towards us. The sewer was dimly lit. Only a faint ray of sunlight occasionally pierced through the distance, along with the faint glow emanating from Lan Yu's own shadow energy. His shadow spread out beneath his feet as if it were alive. It devoured the surrounding darkness. Countless tiny secondary shadow monsters, like sharks that have smelled blood. From the depths of the interconnected pipes, it roared and surged toward him. Lan Yu remained unfazed, casually wielding the Jinhua sword. The Dark Moon Dragon Blade, like the scythe of death, relentlessly reaped the life of these small fry. He went against the flow, following the direction from which the lesser shadow monsters surged, and slaughtered them all along the way. Thick, black liquid, and broken limbs. The ground behind him was covered with a layer of energy, which was then quickly swallowed up by his shadow and transformed into pure shadow energy. I don't know how long we went in there. The view ahead suddenly opened up. A huge space, like an underground cavern, appeared before Lan Yu. At the center of the space, the sight made his pupils shrink sharply. A gigantic, eerie tree, entirely black. Like a malignant tumor, it is deeply rooted and embedded in the walls of the sewer. Its twisted branches are gnarled and intertwined. It reeks of a nauseating odor. And at the very top of that giant tree, it was clearly a woman's face. His face was pale and swollen, and his eyes were empty. A stiff and eerie smile lingered on his lips. The tattered fabric was still faintly visible on his body. Upon closer inspection, it seems to be the style of the nurse's uniform from the haunted house. Countless black fruits. It is constantly growing, expanding, and splitting open from the branches of the giant tree. Then they transformed into ferocious secondary shadow monsters. It fell to the ground with a piercing screech. Without a doubt, before me stood a terrifying, gigantic black tree. It is the entity from which all secondary shadow monsters originate. Moreover, judging from the aura fluctuations it emits, it has reached the level of a 4-star shadow monster. Finally found you. Lan Yu's eyes were icy cold as he slowly raised the Jinhua longsword in his hand, and sharp sword energy began to condense. However, just as he was about to make his move and finish the thing off in one strike, a sudden change has occurred. At the top of the giant tree, the woman's face, which had been wearing a strange smile, suddenly twisted without warning. 2 lines of dark liquid, like tears, slid down from her empty eye sockets. I want to die. A broken, hoarse, and dry voice. Yet, a woman's voice, carrying a hint of longing for relief, suddenly echoed in the sewer. Please kill me. Lan Yu's movements suddenly froze. The Jinyue sword he was about to unleash was abruptly halted in midair. Behind the mask, his brows were tightly furrowed. The Lost Ones, can they talk? Would someone still want to die? This completely overturned his understanding of this type of existence. The Lost Ones should be monsters that have completely lost their minds and are left only with the instinct to kill. In that brief moment of Lan Yu's daze, the woman's face on the giant tree suddenly changed expression. All the previous pleas and pain had vanished. Instead, it was replaced by an extreme resentment and madness. Roar! A piercingly sharp screech burst forth from its mouth. The sound waves were so real that they made the entire underground space buzz. The noise made Lan Yu instinctively want to cover his ears. Immediately afterwards, shua, countless thick, black branches. Like a venomous snake, it shot out from the giant tree and coiled towards Lan Yu. Meanwhile, the newly spawned lesser shadow creatures on the ground. They charged forward fearlessly. Court death. Lan Yu's eyes turned cold, and he no longer hesitated. No matter how strange it is, let's kill it first. Dark Moon Dragonblade. A perfectly condensed, jet-black crescent moon. It appeared in front of him and instantly surged in size. Sweep through. The lesser shadow monsters that rushed forward were as fragile as paper, instantly sliced into a cloud of black smoke. The dark crescent moon, its momentum undiminished, slashed fiercely at the giant tree. The giant tree seemed to sense a deadly threat as well. More black branches surged forth, layer upon layer, blocking the way. Crack, crack. The Dark Moon Dragon blade swept through the branches with unstoppable force, severing at least half of them. But in the end, it was still blocked by that fearless sea of branches. Its shadow power was exhausted and dissipated into the air. However, it was precisely those remaining branches that, in the moment when the giant tree itself thought it had blocked the fatal blow, a thin line that is almost imperceptible, it appeared abruptly in the middle of those broken branches. And it quickly spread to the main body of the giant tree. Lan Yu's figure. I don't know when. It had already appeared like a ghost beside the giant tree. He maintained a sword-wielding posture. The Jinyue long sword in his hand was slowly returning to its sheath. The moment after using the Dark Moon Dragonblade, he used Flash of Shadows, almost immediately. Snap! The crisp snapping sound was particularly jarring in the silent sewer. Those remaining, resilient branches, along with the enormous black tree itself. It was cleanly and decisively split in two. The cut is flat and smooth as a mirror. Well, the woman on the giant tree let out a short whimper. Then, along with the entire tree trunk, it turned into a cloud of black smoke and completely dissipated. The battle is over. Quick. That's too fast. The speed was so fast that even Lan Yu himself was somewhat caught off guard. This 4-star shadow monster seems to be a bit more fragile than he imagined. Lan Yu stood still, his brows still furrowed behind the mask. The lost soul suddenly asked to die. What is going on? He always felt that things weren't that simple. Just as Lan Yu was pondering. Boom! The entire sewer suddenly began to shake violently. It was as if some enormous creature was awakening deep underground. Immediately afterwards. Click, click, click. On the surrounding walls. Grotesque cracks began to appear. The next second. Uft, uft, uft. Thick, black branches, just like the giant tree from before. It suddenly burst out of the crack in the wall. At the tips of the branches, familiar black fruits quickly appeared. The fruit split open, and new lesser shadow monsters emerged one after another. The numbers are greater than before, and their aura is even more ferocious. Damn it, is this never going to end? Lan Yu's face darkened completely. It seems, what we just killed wasn't the real entity. Or rather, is there more than one of these things? Chapter 61 Hell Awakens. Lan Yu's face darkened completely. He felt it clearly. The ground beneath my feet. No, it was the entire wall of the sewer system. They were all moving slightly, but continuously. It's like the entire underground structure. They are all alive. Boom. The tremors became increasingly violent. Click, click, click. More cracks spread across the surrounding walls like a spider web. Immediately afterwards. Puff, puff, puff. One after another, thick, black branches, just like the giant tree from before. It suddenly burst out of the crack in the wall. The fishy stench instantly intensified several times over. At the tips of those branches, familiar black fruits quickly appeared. The fruit beats like a heart. Then it suddenly split open. New lesser shadow monsters are constantly emerging. They roared and howled, their numbers only greater than before. Its aura has become even more ferocious. On the wall above the sewer, Countless fine black roots intertwined and wriggled, slowly converging. A giant woman's face, formed from tree fibers, reappeared. That face was still pale and swollen, with empty eyes. The corners of his mouth still held that stiff, eerie smile that sent chills down one's spine. It looked at Lan Yu, seemingly mocking his futile efforts. Lan Yu's pupils contracted slightly. He understood instantly. The root system of this shadow monster. It has probably already completely infiltrated and assimilated the entire sewer system beneath the amusement park. This means that the walls, floor, and even the ceiling of this vast sewer system where he is now located, they are all each other's original forms. Or rather, part of the entity. No wonder those minor shadow monsters kept popping out of manhole covers in every corner of the amusement park. Because their mother is everywhere. TSK, this is really troublesome. Lan Yu frowned. This is troublesome. If you want to kill the other party completely, doesn't that mean I'd have to completely dismantle the entire underground sewage system of the amusement park? This is an enormous undertaking. Moreover, that's not the only problem. In the instant he was pondering. Swish, 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 swish. 6 unusually thick, black, giant branches suddenly shot out from the walls of the sewer. Each one was as thick as a bucket, like a ferocious, giant python. With a whooshing sound as it cut through the air, they crisscrossed from different directions, instantly trapping Lan Yu in the center. Immediately afterwards, the tops of these enormous branches, it swelled rapidly, forming a black tumor several times larger than any of the previous fruits. Puff, puff, puff. The tumor split open, and 6 monsters exuding the aura of 3-star shadow monsters struggled out from it. These 3-star shadow monsters all resembled that woman's face. It's just that its body shape is more solid. Its body is covered with a tough, bark-like carapace. They all wore the same eerie smile. 6 pairs of empty eyes stared intently at Lan Yu. A chill crept up my spine. What made Lan Yu's heart sink even more was, more branches continue to emerge from all directions. Those enormous fruits that are forming. A quick glance reveals at least 10 more. In every fruit, you can vaguely see a grotesque figure that is writhing and about to take shape. Is this a strategy of overwhelming him with sheer numbers, using 3-star shadow monsters to swarm him? Buzz. Just then, the mask of the other shore flower on Lan Yu's face trembled slightly. Baya's somewhat hurried voice came over. Captain, what's the situation on your end? The little fish on the ground suddenly went crazy. They all turned around and surged towards the central plaza of the amusement park. Then came Warsaw's voice. Holy crap, really? Me too. These things aren't attacking us anymore. They're all coming over there. Clearly, this is a cunning lost soul. After realizing the enormous threat that Lan Yu posed to it, we intend to concentrate all our resources and spare no expense to eliminate this greatest threat first. Lan Yu took a deep breath. The stench of decay and blood that filled the air made him frown slightly. He gripped the Jinhua longsword tightly in one hand, and dark shadow energy began to circulate on the blade. However, just as the shadow energy within his body was about to burst forth, when you're ready to have a good fight, mutation and regeneration. Lan Yu suddenly felt his body go empty. An irresistible, immense suction force. It suddenly came from the shadow beneath his feet. The shadow energy within his body surged forth like a floodgate opening. Uncontrollably, they surged wildly toward their own shadow. This sudden turn of events abruptly interrupted his planned attack. The rapid loss of shadow energy brought a strong sense of weakness. He swayed and almost lost his balance. He had no choice but to kneel on one knee and use the Jinhua longsword to support himself on the ground. What happened? Lan Yu's expression changed. Looking down at the shadow at my feet, which was churning and growing ever deeper in color. The shadow power is still being continuously absorbed. He immediately asked in a deep voice in his mind. Nidhogg, what's going on? If you were going to drain my shadow power, you could have told me beforehand. What's the situation now? This kind of failure at a crucial moment. This is no joke. Nidhogg's voice echoed in his mind, carrying a rare hint of amusement. Oh, little guy, I didn't do this. Lan Yu was taken aback. Not you? Then it is. Or is it? A thought flashed through his mind. Nidhogg chuckled, confirming his guess. It's Hel. That child seems to have woken up. Hel, the younger sister of the twin dragon gods who wields the power of death and has been sleeping in his shadow ever since. Is she awake now? 6 3-star shadow monsters in the distance. And the giant human face on the wall. They had clearly noticed Lan Yu's unusual state. In their empty eyes, a hint of doubt seemed to flash across his face, But more than that, there was an undisguised bloodlust. Roar. The giant face let out a silent roar. 6 three-star shadow monsters. And countless newly formed secondary shadow monsters on the surrounding walls. Like a mad dog that has received a command. It was accompanied by a sharp screech and a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. From all directions, they were directed at Lan Yu, who was kneeling on the ground. It pounced on them. Countless jagged branches, like the fangs of a venomous snake, blocked all his escape routes. And at this critical moment, the frantic process of drawing upon Lan Yu's shadow power suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, gulp, gulp, the dark shadow beneath Lan Yu's feet. Like boiling water, it surged and swelled violently. A blurry, slender figure of a black girl. Slowly, it rose from Lan Yu's shadow. Chapter 62: The Power of Death. The figure was initially just an outline made of pure shadow. But with her appearance, a chilling coldness that defies description. Yet it also carried an aura of supreme majesty, which suddenly spread out. And just as the black figure fully emerged, buzz, time seemed to have been paused by an invisible hand. Those ferocious branches that are rushing in from all directions. Those 3-star shadow monsters that emitted piercing screeches and bared their fangs and claws. Those fearless, surging secondary shadow monsters like a tidal wave. Everything. They were all less than half a meter away from Lan Yu. It was as if they had been frozen in place. It stopped abruptly. The madness and greed on their faces were frozen in that moment. There was no violent explosion, no clash of energy. The next second, those branches and shadowy figures suspended in midair. Whether it's Samsung or a regular secondary brand. Their bodies resembled sand sculptures weathered by time. Silently, it began to crumble, inch by inch. It turned into the purest black powder, falling softly and then completely dissipating into the air. It was as if their existence had been completely erased from the root. The entire process was eerily quiet. It was so fast it was breathtaking. Then, the black-clad girl's figure hovering in front of Lan Yu. Like ink receding with the tide. The pure black shadow power slowly faded, revealing her true appearance. She was a beautiful young girl. Her long, snow-white hair flowed smoothly down her back. She wore a pure white dress, as if woven from moonlight, and her small, crystal-clear feet were bare. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were so exquisite that they resembled the most perfect creation of the gods. But those eyes were as pure as a clear spring. At this moment, however, he exudes a coldness and indifference that keeps people at a distance. It was as if everything in the world was no different from dust in her eyes. She floated there silently. He exuded an indescribable aura of deathly stillness. It is the evil dragon god who wields the divine authority, death. Hell was surrounded by shadowy figures. They all displayed an extreme indifference. She ignored everything around her. She let out a small yawn. She stretched, her fair and delicate neck tracing a graceful arc. Those pure and clear eyes still carried a hint of sleepiness. It seems she's not fully awake yet. And from the moment Hell appeared, it was still wriggling wildly. The Lost Ones themselves are attempting to regroup and launch another offensive. All its movements came to an abrupt halt. Those black roots that covered the walls. Those lesser shadow monsters that have just struggled to crawl out of the fruit. Even the enormous woman's face at the top of the sewer, made of countless tree fibers. The stiff, eerie smile on its pale, swollen face froze completely. For the first time, an emotion called fear emerged in those empty eyes. And it was an intense, extreme fear. They were all trembling slightly, unable to stop themselves. It is a fear stemming from the most primal instinct of life. A fear of the very concept of death. They are afraid. I'm afraid of this seemingly frail and harmless person in front of me. Even a somewhat languid white-haired girl. Fear spread like a plague among these mindless monsters. But soon, the instinct to survive, or rather, completely corrupted, all that remained was a frenzied instinct, which overwhelmed the fear. Ho up! The huge woman's face on the wall suddenly emitted a sharp, piercing screech again. The voice was filled with hysterical madness. Uff, uff, uff. More black branches, like a maddened venomous python. They burst out from the walls on all sides. More black fruits, rapidly formed and split open at the tips of the branches. One after another, ferocious secondary shadow monsters appeared. Roaring and howling, they surged forth fearlessly. Those who are lost seemed to want to take advantage of this endless numerical superiority. To dispel the fear in my heart that was about to devour me. Overwhelmed the white-haired girl who threatened its life with sheer numbers. However, Faced with this overwhelming, terrifying scene, enough to kill any person with trypophobia on the spot, Hel merely lifted his eyelids lazily. She glanced lightly at the ferocious, terrifying monsters around her. That exquisitely beautiful little face. He revealed a faint, undisguised look of disgust. It's like seeing a pile of disgusting garbage. The next moment, the white-haired girl who remained quietly suspended in place from beginning to end. It moved. It was at this moment that Nidhogg seemed to anticipate what Hel was going to do next. Her voice, tinged with anxiety, suddenly rang out. Hel, stop. Don't use that. But it was too late. Hel slightly raised her snow-white hand and parted her rosy lips. A cold, indifferent voice uttered softly. Sleep peacefully. Just 3 simple words. There was no earth-shattering fanfare. There were no earth-shattering energy fluctuations. However, the moment those 3 words fell, Lan Yu felt as if everything in front of him had suddenly lost all color. The whole world suddenly turned into a deathly gray and silent expanse. Time stood still at this moment. Space froze at that moment. Immediately afterwards, an invisible ripple, imperceptible to the naked eye, yet undeniably real. Centered on Hel, it spreads like ripples on the surface of water. It slowly spread out in all directions. Where the ripples passed, everything, whether it's those ferocious roars and the lesser shadow monsters that are rushing in madly, still those incredibly resilient black branches, intertwined like an iron cage. Even the one embedded in the top of the sewer. A giant woman's face formed from countless roots. All their movements froze completely the moment they came into contact with those invisible ripples. The madness, resentment, and greed on his face all froze. The next second, rustling. There was no explosion, no screaming. The shadowy figures, branches, and the enormous woman's face that were frozen in midair. Their bodies, like a sand sculpture that has weathered over millions of years. Silently, it began to shatter inch by inch, turning into black dust that drifted and scattered. Then, it completely dissipated into the air. It was as if they had never existed in this world at all. One strike. It was just one sentence. The entire sewer space was cleared instantly. That domineering and eerie nature of completely erasing all traces of existence from the very source. Lan Yu, who witnessed all of this firsthand. They all felt a chill rise from the bottom of their hearts. Is this the power of the authority of death? And just after the surrounding shadow monsters were cleared away, Hel turned around. Those cold pupils lit up slightly. Then, in the next moment, before Lan Yu could react, Hel then threw herself into Lan Yu's arms. Chapter 63. What exactly is that level of power? The area outside the amusement park. White Crow, Warsaw, Shadow Moon, and their group. They are trying to stop the secondary shadow monsters that keep rushing towards the manhole cover. But these monsters completely ignored them. Let them attack as they please. They surged wildly toward the central plaza of the amusement park, which was also the direction of the sewer entrance where Lan Yu was. However, when they caught up to the vicinity of the manhole cover, Warsaw and Shadow Moon were preparing to jump down to provide support, etc. Suddenly, Baiyu reached out and stopped them. What's wrong, White Crow? Huashao turned around, puzzled, his tone anxious. The captain is still down there. Ingyue also cast an inquiring glance at her. Baiyu did not answer immediately. He simply stared intently at the deep well opening. An indescribable tremor emanated from the depths of the well, sending chills down his spine. For some reason, my intuition tells me that it's dangerous down there. His voice was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. The moment he finished speaking, buzz, an invisible ripple, imperceptible to the naked eye, like ripples created by a pebble thrown into a calm lake. It spread silently from the well opening. Where the ripples passed, those lesser shadow monsters were scrambling to enter the sewers. Their movements are like a movie scene that has been paused. They froze suddenly. The ferocious expression on their faces froze. The next second, rustling. There was no explosion, no screams. Those lesser shadow monsters, frozen in place, their bodies, like a piece of rotten wood that has been instantly drained of all moisture and vitality. Silently, it began to shatter inch by inch, turning into the purest black dust. It drifted away with the wind and disappeared completely into the air. It was as if they had never existed. Gulp. Warsaw swallowed hard, his eyes wide open. What's going on? Even Ingyue's usually calm and pretty face was filled with shock. The scene before her was completely beyond her comprehension. White Crow watched as the shadowy creatures vanished into thin air. Looking at the bottomless well, my feelings were extremely complicated. That force just now, Was it the blue team who did it? What level of power is that exactly? Meanwhile, deep inside the sewers, Lan Yu was still reeling from the shock of Hell's terrifying ability to clear the field, which seemed to make his words come true. Defeat 17 shadow monsters of the same level, and defeat one higher-level shadow monster, the Lost One's true form. Current level of Chaos Authority, 9. Current Shadow Aura Strength increase, 9%. Defeat 3 more shadow monsters of the same level, or defeat one shadow monster of a higher level, to gain another layer of Chaos Authority power, increasing Shadow Aura Strength by an additional 1%. The series of prompts in his mind pulled Lan Yu back to reality. He subconsciously glanced at his own status. Rank, 3-star filmmaker, 26%. The progress bar, which was originally only 1%, suddenly surged to 26% after Hell's attack. This upgrade speed is faster than a rocket. However, just as Lan Yu was feeling overwhelmed by this enormous gain, just moments ago, he was like the Grim Reaper, high and mighty. The cold, aloof, and all-powerful white-haired girl, Hell. Now, the girl stretched out her slender, fair arms and hugged his arm tightly. Her soft cheeks rested gently on his shoulder. It even moved its little head slightly and rubbed against the surface gently, like a bird that has found a comfortable corner. A kitten preparing to sleep peacefully. Then, she closed her pure eyes. Breathing became calm and long. Sleeping? Asleep? Lan Yu froze, his mind going completely blank. 1 second ago, he was the one who could decide life and death with a single word. With a wave of her hand, she obliterates enemy ships and towers, a goddess of death who strikes fear into the hearts of countless shadowy monsters. The next second, it was hanging on my body without any warning. Are you asleep? The contrast is too big, isn't it? Lan Yu's lips twitched, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. And just then, buzz! He felt the shadow energy within his body once again. Like a flood bursting its banks, it surged uncontrollably toward the shadow. The familiar feeling made Lan Yu's eyelids twitch. Really, a slender black figure slowly rose from the shadow beneath his feet. It was Nidhogg. She glanced at Hell, who was clinging to Lan Yu like a koala, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Then, she strode over to Hell. Without any hesitation, he looked directly at Hell's smooth forehead. It was just a flick on the forehead. Thump. Nidhogg's voice rang out, tinged with seriousness. Didn't I tell you not to use your authority? Hell was jolted awake by the knock, and opened his eyes groggily. Her little mouth pouted slightly, clearly indicating that she had been hit in pain. She rubbed her forehead, seeing Nidhogg's face with a somewhat kind smile. The little body trembled involuntarily. Then, she hugged Lan Yu's arm even tighter. The little head tried its best to hide behind Lan Yu. He looked exactly like someone who had done something wrong and had been caught by their parents. A pitiful little guy trying to find a powerful backer. Lan Yu watched this scene with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He cleared his throat and asked, Nidhogg, was that Hell's power of authority, death? Nidhogg nodded. His gaze shifted from Hell to Lan Yu's face. Lan Yu was somewhat puzzled. Such a powerful move. Why don't you let her use it? Just now, Nidhogg said stop. He heard it all clearly. Upon hearing this, Nidhogg gave him a meaningful look. Just look at your own body, and you'll know. My body. Lan Yu was taken aback upon hearing this, and subconsciously raised his arm. I only glanced at it. His pupils suddenly contracted. All that could be seen was his right arm. I don't know when, but it was covered with fine cracks. The cracks spread out like a spider web. It covered the entire arm. It looks like a piece of porcelain that is about to break. Crimson blood was seeping out from the cracks. It stained his sleeves red. An indescribable, excruciating pain then spread from my arm. Nidhogg's tone was somewhat serious. Although you currently possess a vast amount of shadow chi, sufficient to support us in wielding the power of authority. But you must understand, this is the authority of the gods, the power that belongs to the gods. With your current level and strength, you are still too fragile as a vessel to unleash this kind of power. If you are not careful, you will be devoured by this force and completely destroyed. She paused, then continued. Just now, if it weren't for the fruit you asked your sister to deliver, which granted you the king's body, beginner, and strengthened your physique to a certain extent, you would have been in trouble. I'm afraid that by now, it's not just a matter of your arm being cracked, it's shattered into pieces. Chapter 64 Strange Things. Hearing this, Lan Yu finally realized the seriousness of the situation. A feeling of lingering fear welled up from the bottom of my heart. I almost messed things up. Nidhogg finished speaking. He then turned to look at Hell, who was still clinging tightly to Lan Yu's arm, trying her best to hide herself. So, you almost killed our contractor just now. Don't do that again, understand? Hel was knocked until her eyes were filled with tears. It let out a soft woof, but still nodded obediently. I understand, sister. Seeing my younger sister looking so wronged. Nidhogg sighed helplessly. All right. Nidhogg rubbed his temples. The simultaneous manifestation of both of us sisters will greatly deplete your current power of shadow and mental strength. After saying that, she reached out and grabbed Hel's arm. Hel looked reluctant and clung tightly to Lan Yu. It was like peeling a plaster off a wall. He tore his own sister off Lan Yu. While Hel was about to say something when Nidhogg pulled him away. They transformed back into two black shadows, merging into the shadow beneath Lan Yu's feet. Lan Yu felt the shadow energy within his body rapidly calming down. And that faint connection left me with mixed feelings. These two lively dragon gods. And just then, a series of hurried and chaotic footsteps suddenly came from deep within the sewer. A series of hurried and chaotic footsteps suddenly came from the other end of the sewer. Then came Warsaw's signature loud voice. Captain, are you alright? Bai Ye and Ingyu followed closely behind, both with a hint of anxiety on their faces. When they saw Lan Yu, they were all stunned. Especially the white crow, its eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. Pointing at Lan Yu's face, his voice even trembled slightly. Oh my god, your face is covered in cracks? You look like a porcelain doll. It would shatter if you touched it. All that could be seen on Lan Yu's face, and even on the exposed skin of his neck. They were covered with fine, spiderweb-like, blood-red cracks. It looked shocking, as if it would completely collapse at any moment. Lan Yu forced a smile and said, It's nothing. He was about to lift his foot and take a step. However, the next moment, an indescribable sense of weakness surged over me like a tidal wave. It instantly drained all the strength from his body. Suddenly, everything went black. Thump. Lan Yu didn't even have time to utter a sound. His body then fell straight down forward. He lost all sensation. I don't know how much time passed. In a daze, Lan Yu woke up. What came into view was the all-too-familiar, stark white ceiling of the hospital ward. A hospital. He smiled bitterly to himself. It was the same old place again. A faint smell of disinfectant lingered in the air. The surrounding area was filled with various medical devices that made soft, beep sounds. He himself was covered in thick bandages, looking like a mummy. He instinctively tried to get up. But I felt an unusual heaviness on the left side of my body, as if something was pressing down on it. He turned his head with some difficulty. The next second, he paused slightly. There stood a girl with snow-white hair, bare feet, and wearing a pure white dress. She was lying quietly on his left arm. The little head was resting on his arm, and she was fast asleep. If it's not Hel, then who is it? Her snow-white hair spread out smoothly. A few playful strands of hair fell onto Lan Yu's arm, bringing a slightly itchy sensation. Her peaceful sleeping face was as exquisite as a fairy in a painting, making one reluctant to disturb her. It seemed to have sensed Lan Yu's movement. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then she slowly opened her pure and clear eyes. Still sleepy-eyed, with a hint of confusion from just waking up. Their eyes met. Lan Yu was the first to break the silence. Good morning, Miss Hel. Hel blinked, seemingly trying to understand the meaning behind Lan Yu's words. A few seconds later, she nodded slightly, as if in response to Lan Yu's greeting. Then she rubbed her little head against Lan Yu's arm. Finding a more comfortable position, I closed my eyes again, and my breathing became calm and long. Falling asleep again. Lan Yu's lips twitched slightly. This goddess of death is really quite capricious. Just then, a voice, tinged with helplessness, yet carrying a clear warning, suddenly came from the shadow beneath Lan Yu's feet. Hel. These two simple words carry an undeniable authority. Hel, who was sleeping soundly on Lan Yu's arm, suddenly jolted awake. Like a startled rabbit, she quickly raised her head, all sleepiness gone. The next second, without even looking at Lan Yu, she transformed into a faint black shadow. With a whoosh, it shrank back into the shadow beneath Lan Yu's feet and disappeared. The movement was so fast that Lan Yu didn't even have time to react. Lan Yu. It seems that Nidhogg's prestige still holds a deep place in this sister's heart. Squeak. Just then, the door to the ward was pushed open from the outside. Bai Ye, Hua Xiao, Ingyu, and Qin Ming, the head of the Ash City Administration Bureau branch, walked in together. As soon as Hua Xiao saw Lan Yu with his eyes open, he immediately started shouting loudly. Captain, you're awake. You've slept all day? You scared us to death. You just collapsed suddenly. Inghua also breathed a sigh of relief, her usually calm and pretty face showing a hint of relief. At this moment, he also felt a sense of relief. Baya walked to the bedside with a smile. How are you feeling? The doctor said that your body has been subjected to far more force than it could have, resulting in multiple tissue tears, in addition to physical exhaustion. You need to rest well. Qin Ming also walked over, his expression solemn. Mr. Lan Yu, we owe you a great deal for this amusement park incident. On behalf of the Ash City Authority and all the rescued citizens, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to you. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Lan Yu. Lan Yu waved his hand, indicating that it was unnecessary. Mr. Qin, you're too kind. I am a member of the Higanbana Guild, and dealing with the Shadow Monster incident was simply part of my assigned duties. After a few polite words, Lan Yu got straight to the point. His biggest concern right now is still the plight of the lost. Qin Ming, the person in charge, regarding the lost people at the amusement park. And regarding the previous incidents involving lost individuals in Ash City, does the Bureau have detailed information? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming seemed to have anticipated that Lan Yu would ask such a question. He nodded. He took a document from his briefcase and handed it over. This is all the relevant information we have compiled so far. Please take a look. Chapter 65 Clues. Lan Yu took the document and began to carefully read through it. The document details the locations, times, and preliminary investigation results of 6 recent incidents involving lost individuals in Ash City. The first incident occurred at an old bookstore in the west of the city. The second incident involved an abandoned textile factory. The third incident occurred in the morgue of the city's central hospital. The fourth incident occurred in the underground parking lot in the southern suburbs. The fifth case involved a middle school in the northern district. The sixth incident was at the amusement park. These locations span various areas throughout Ash City. On the surface, these locations do indeed appear, as Qin Ming said, chaotic and without any discernible pattern. Lan Yu's brows furrowed slightly. The investigation into the identities of the lost individuals presents an even more challenging problem. A total of 13 people were lost in the 6 incidents. Of these 13 lost individuals, 10 were identified through identity verification. It was confirmed to be several years ago. Even more than a decade ago, there were missing persons reported in official files. The remaining 3 are even more troublesome. Their identity information cannot be found in the official database at all. This means that there are 3 people. They are either unregistered individuals who have never been recorded in the official system, or they come from other remote areas. They might even be people from overseas. Lan Yu pondered for a moment and said, the clues we can currently obtain mainly come from the identities and backgrounds of these missing persons. But the time span of their disappearances is too long, ranging from several years to more than a decade ago. The locations where they went missing are all different, and it would probably take a lot of time and effort to find commonalities among them. Qin Ming sighed. That's true. We've assigned dedicated personnel to investigate, but progress has been slow. He paused, then looked at Lan Yu, Baya, and the others. Mr. Lan Yu, and everyone else, in your battle against the lost ones. Have you found any other clues, or anything unusual? Upon hearing this, Lan Yu began to carefully recall the battle in the amusement park sewers. A thought suddenly struck him. What did I remember? The lost one I was fighting seems to have spoken. What? These words caused an uproar among the people in the ward. Everyone, including Qin Ming, wore expressions of disbelief. Warsao shouted even louder. Are you kidding me? The lost ones can talk. Aren't those things all irrational monsters that only know how to kill? Shadow Moon also frowned. This is indeed illogical. Once a lost soul is formed, their human reason and emotions should have been completely eroded, making it impossible for them to possess the ability to speak. Qin Ming's expression was solemn. Mr. Lan Yu, are you sure? Lan Yu nodded affirmatively and recounted his experience to everyone. Silence fell over the ward. A talking lost one. This undoubtedly overturned their previous understanding of this kind of monster. Just then, Baya, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke. Speaking of which, the area I was in charge of cleaning up. The lost person we encountered didn't speak, but his behavior was also a bit strange. Lan Yu immediately asked, how is it strange? Baya pushed up his sunglasses and recalled. The lost one did not immediately seek out the next target after killing the amusement park visitors. Instead, it would carefully cut off the ears of the dead with its claws and then place them on its own body like collectibles. This applies to every tourist it kills. Hiss! Warsaw felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shudder. Holy crap, is it really that weird? This sounds like the custom of a chieftain in some savage tribe, or the hobby of a murderer. Logically speaking, the Lost Ones are simply irrational monsters. They only follow their instincts, engaging in destruction and killing without restraint. How could someone have such a strange habit? Lan Yu's brows furrowed even more. He remembered the amusement park. The lost giant guarding the pirate ship. It did not immediately rush down and slaughter the tourists trapped on the boat. Instead, they rocked the huge pirate ship again and again, seemingly enjoying it immensely. The louder the screams from the tourists on the boat, the more excited it seemed to become. That appearance was less like killing and more like. It's more like playing around. An idea, like the sun breaking through the clouds, gradually became clear in his mind. Lan Yu slowly opened his mouth. The lost people we encountered this time. They seem quite different from the ordinary lost souls described in the data who have completely lost their minds. It's as if they still retain a part of their human instincts, or rather, obsessions. These words were spoken. The entire ward fell into a deathly silence once again. Lost individuals who retain some semblance of humanity? How is this possible? If this is true, then the concept of lost people it's probably going to need to be redefined. After a long while, Qin Ming finally spoke with difficulty, his voice somewhat hoarse. Mr. Lan Yu, you mean? Lan Yu met Qin Ming's probing gaze and asked in return. In charge of Qin Ming's case, in the past cases of lost individuals handled by the Administration Bureau, have there been any similar cases of lost individuals who still retain some of their habits or obsessions from their previous life? Qin Ming frowned, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. To the best of my knowledge, this has never happened before in the records. In our subsequent investigation reports on the previous 5 cases of missing persons, no similar anomalies were mentioned. He paused, then added, however, this is not absolute. After all, the Lost Ones are an extremely abnormal existence, and we have not yet fully understood their formation mechanism and behavior patterns. I see. Lan Yu seemed to be deep in thought. Qin Ming seemed to have thought of something, and said to Lan Yu, Mr. Lan Yu, if you would like to learn more about the historical information and research reports on the Lost Ones, I suggest you visit the Shadow Aura Application Research Institute in Ash City. Qin Ming continued. That place gathers the top Shadow Aura researchers in our Ash City. It also preserves the most complete research archives on shadow monsters and related phenomena. Perhaps you can find some useful clues from those old papers. Shadow Aura Application Research Institute. He repeated the name to himself. Qin Ming nodded. Yes, once you've recovered, perhaps you can have a team member go there. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu looked down at the bandages wrapped around his body, making him look like a mummy. He, however, seemed unconcerned and spoke calmly. No need, I'll go now. Chapter 66 Help. Then he raised his hand. To the astonishment of the others, he decisively began tearing off the bandages from his body. Sizzle. The bandages were torn off layer by layer. Qin Ming was about to speak up and try to dissuade him. But before he could even utter a word, he froze. Beneath the bandages, Lan Yu's skin was as smooth as ever, whereas even a trace of the terrifying, spiderweb-like cracks from before. As the last few layers of bandage were torn off, his muscular upper body was revealed. His well-defined 8-pack abs looked particularly clear under the hospital room lights. Lan Yu stretched his limbs, producing a soft, crackling sound. It's all right, my injury has healed. The self-healing ability of a monarch's body. In addition, his physique was far superior to that of ordinary people. This injury, after resting for a while, has healed. It has already recovered to about 70 to 80%. Warsaw, who was standing next to Qin Ming, patted him on the shoulder as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. A look that says, dude, you're still young. Manager Qin, you'll get used to it. We can't judge our team leader by common sense. Baya pushed up his sunglasses. A meaningful smile played on his lips, but he remained silent. A hint of surprise flashed in Yue's cool eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Lan Yu put on the clothes next to him and said to Qin Ming, Director Qin, there's no time to lose. I want to go to the Shadow Qi Application Research Institute right now. Qin Ming snapped out of his daze and quickly said, Okay, I'll arrange a car to take you there right away. He paused, then said to Baya and the others, As for the locations of the previous cases of missing persons, I would like to trouble you to make another trip there. Let's see if we can find any new clues, especially whether those who are lost also exhibit similar abnormal behavior of retaining obsessions from their previous lives. Baya nodded. No problem. Warsaw also patted his chest, and said, "Leave it to us with confidence." Therefore, they split into two groups. The three are Baiya, Hua Xiao, and Yingyu. We will set off immediately to re-examine the locations of the previous missing persons incidents. Lan Yu went straight to the Shadow Energy Application Research Institute in Ash City. The Ash City Shadow Application Research Institute is located in a relatively quiet area on the outskirts of the city. The area is heavily guarded, with a large number of soldiers stationed at the entrance. Lan Yu was able to enter only after showing Qin Ming's specially approved warrant. Inside the research institute is a silver-white building filled with a futuristic, technological feel. In the corridor, people wearing white research coats could be seen from time to time. Researchers walked by in a hurry, most of them with serious expressions and eyes fixed straight ahead. Guided by a staff member, Lan Yu arrived at the archives room. He explained his purpose to a middle-aged researcher who was in charge of managing the archives. "I hope to be able to access all the original files and research reports on the lost ones." However, he was greeted by a cold, expressionless face. The supervisor, referred to as Professor Lin, wearing black-rimmed glasses, his eyes behind the lenses were full of scrutiny and impatience. He sized Lan Yu up and down, then spoke arrogantly. "People from the other Shoreflower Guild? I don't know them. Moreover, the data in our research institute is highly confidential and cannot be viewed by just anyone." Lan Yu frowned slightly. "I was entrusted by Qin Ming, the person in charge, to investigate the recent incidents involving the missing persons." Professor Lin chuckled. "Qin Ming? Who does he think he is? Our research institute is directly under the jurisdiction of the Alliance headquarters. He's just a branch manager. He's not qualified to tell us what to do." Professor Lin waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away flies. "I don't care who you are or what your request is. I'm busy right now, and my researchers are busy too. We don't have time to waste with you brainless war maniacs." Bang! Professor Lin unceremoniously gestured to his subordinates to close the door to the archives. Lan Yu was left standing outside the door. Lan Yu stood in the corridor, his face looking rather grim. "That old fellow, he's like a rock in a latrine, stinky and hard." He took out his phone and dialed Qin Ming's number. "Hello, Director Qin. I've arrived at the Research Institute, but..." Lan Yu briefly explained the situation. On the other end of the phone, Qin Ming was silent for a few seconds. Then his apologetic voice came through. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lan Yu. Those people at the Shadow Qi Research Institute are indeed a bit arrogant and have bad tempers. Please wait a moment. I'll call them right away and coordinate to get their cooperation in your investigation." Lan Yu rubbed his temples. Coordination? When will that even happen? Given Professor Lin's unyielding attitude just now, if Qin Ming were to make a phone call, he would probably only be asking for trouble. Just as Lan Yu was pondering whether or not to directly persuade him physically, he suddenly felt something gently tug at his trouser leg. He looked down. There was a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, with cute pigtails. She was staring at him with her big, dark eyes, full of curiosity. This little girl looks familiar. Lan Yu remembered. It was just 3 days ago. Was he the little guy who was almost hit by a falling display stand when he first reported to the other Shoreflower Guild, and whom he saved on a whim? How did she end up here? "Xiaoli, don't wander off. This is not a place for you." A slightly gentle, yet somewhat anxious male voice came from not far away. Lan Yu looked up. "I saw a man in his 30s wearing a white lab coat from a research institute." A man exuding a scholarly air strode over. The man quickly walked to the little girl's side and nodded apologetically to Lan Yu. "I'm sorry, the child is just being silly and has caused you trouble." He pulled the little girl to his side and gently patted her head. The man introduced himself. "My name is Tao Zishuan, and I am an assistant researcher here. This is my daughter, Tao Li." Lan Yu nodded as well. "Longust, members of the other Shoreflower Guild have come to assist in the investigation of the Lost Ones incident. The Red Spider Lily Guild." Upon hearing this, Tao Zishuan's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and grasped Lan Yu's hand tightly. "So it was you who cleared out the lost people and saved the amusement park yesterday. Thank you so much." Turned out to be. Yesterday, Assistant Tao took his daughter, who was celebrating her birthday, to the amusement park. Unexpectedly, they encountered the Lost Ones incident. If it weren't for the timely support from the members of the other Shoreflower Guild, they probably died inside. Just then, the little girl Tao Li suddenly broke free from her father's hand. She ran up to Lan Yu with her short legs. She tilted her little face up and took out a beautifully packaged lollipop from her pocket. She handed it to Lan Yu with a hint of shyness. "Big brother, here you go. Thank you for saving me the other day." The clear, childlike voice carried the unique innocence of a child. Lan Yu was slightly taken aback. I didn't expect the girl to still remember. He bent down and took the lollipop. Tao Zixuan, who was standing to the side, heard his daughter's words. He slapped his forehead suddenly, his face showing a mixture of sudden realization and surprise. So you were the gentleman who saved my Xiaoli back in the guild. My wife told me when she came back that Xiaoli almost got into trouble at the other Shoreflower Guild, but luckily she was saved by a young guild member. At the time, I was busy attending an academic seminar at the Higginbana Guild and was unable to thank you in person, which was really impolite. His face showed lingering fear and self-reproach. It's all my fault. I was too busy that day and neglected to keep an eye on Xiaoli. Lan Yu waved his hand, indicating that the other party didn't need to worry about it. Tao Zixuan, however, looked very serious. No, it was just a small favor for you, but for our family, it was an immense kindness. Besides, you saved us twice. Mr. Lan, what brings you to the Research Institute? If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask. Chapter 67A Guess. Lan Yu's heart stirred. It's like someone just brings you a pillow when you're feeling sleepy. No, it's a complimentary deluxe king room. He immediately wanted to look up information about the lost people. However, he recounted how Professor Lin had refused to let him in. After listening, Tao Zixuan frowned. Professor Lin, sigh, he's always had this temper. He bosses us assistant researchers around like we're nothing, and he's so arrogant. However, Mr. Lan, please rest assured, I can help you find the information. However, it all happened in less than a minute. He walked out looking disappointed again. With a hint of embarrassment, he said to Lan Yu, most of the information on the lost ones is classified. I'm just a research assistant and don't have the authority to view it. But then, as if he had thought of something, Tao Zixuan's eyes lit up slightly. He leaned closer, lowered his voice, and whispered to Lan Yu. Although the information cannot be found, there are paper backup files of all the lost ones incidents in that old guy's office. He paused, a sly glint in his eyes. Wait an hour. While he's taking a nap, I'll sneak you in and make a copy of the documents for you. Lan Yu shook his head slightly after hearing this. There's no need to wait for him to take a nap. Let's go over now. Tao Zixuan was taken aback and subconsciously raised his voice. Huh? He'll definitely be in his office before he takes a nap. What if we get caught? Lan Yu patted him on the shoulder and smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. He'll definitely be taking a nap when we get to his office. Tao Zixuan was completely bewildered, not understanding at all what Lan Yu meant by that. Although my heart was filled with doubts. But look at Lan Yu's confident demeanor. Tao Zixuan nodded and led Lan Yu toward Professor Lin's office. Professor Lin's office is at the end of the corridor. It was a separate room with a sign that read Director's Office on the door. Tao Zixuan gestured for Lan Yu to wait a moment, while he himself carefully walked to the door. I peeked inside through the small glass window in the door. Tao Zixuan whispered to Lan Yu. Professor Lin is still inside, drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. Lan Yu nodded, gesturing for him to step back. Lan Yu stood calmly at the door, not in a hurry to go in. The next second, a bizarre scene unfolded. A slender arm composed of pure black shadow energy. They slipped silently under the door. The black arm seemed to have a life of its own. She moved nimbly through the office and quietly made her way to Professor Lin's desk. At that moment, Professor Lin was sitting with his legs crossed. Holding a coffee cup in one hand and a newspaper in the other, he was engrossed in reading. They were completely unaware of the impending danger. The black arm's target was very clear. It stealthily reached towards the corner of the desk. There was a book there, as thick as a brick, titled The Complete Illustrated Guide to the Ecology of Shadow Monsters. With a gentle hook of his arm, he grasped the heavy book in his hand. Then, under Tao Zixuan's dumbfounded gaze, that black arm was carrying that thick, brick-sized book. Facing the back of Professor Lin's head. Thump. A dull thud. Professor Lin didn't even have time to utter a sound before his head lolled to the side, and he collapsed onto the table. It has completely slept peacefully in the past. The coffee cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, spilling coffee all over the floor. Tao Zixuan. It turns out it was physical hypnosis. Lan Yu calmly pushed open the office door. He went inside, and casually greeted Tao Zixuan, who was still standing there in a daze. Assistant Tao, you can come in and look for the information now. Tao Zixuan then seemed to wake from a dream and hurriedly followed him inside. The two began searching through Professor Lin's mountain of documents. Soon, Tao Zixuan found a folder labeled Special Research on the Lost, Top Secret. Lan Yu took the folder and quickly began to flip through it. The information inside is indeed very detailed. It contains a detailed report documenting all Lost One incidents in the history of Ash City. This includes the form and abilities of the lost ones, as well as preliminary analyses by some researchers. However, as Qin Ming said, in these materials, there were no mention of any cases of lost individuals retaining habits or obsessions from their previous lives. All the records describe the lost ones as having completely lost their minds. Monsters driven only by the instinct to kill and destroy. Lan Yu frowned again. Is this case of someone getting lost at the amusement park really an isolated incident? Just then, Tao Zishuan, who was standing to the side, looked at the documents in Lan Yu's hand. Then Lan Yu gave a brief description of the strange behavior of the people who got lost in the amusement park. He suddenly seemed to remember something, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Mr. Lan, regarding what you said about the lost ones retaining some humanity and obsessions, I may have an immature guess. Lan Yu immediately looked at him. Oh, please go ahead. Tao Zishuan looked around, then took a deep breath, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. About 3 years ago, Professor Lin, who had such a bad temper, participated in a secret experimental project led by the senior management of the Research Institute. The experiment involved attempting to fuse live animals with captured low-level shadow monsters in a special way. The goal is to enable ordinary animals to possess the extraordinary powers of the shadow monsters, thereby creating controllable biological weapons. Lan Yu's eyes narrowed. A fusion of animals and shadow monsters? Tao Zishuan gave a wry smile and continued. However, that experiment ultimately failed. Without exception, all the animals involved in the fusion became out of control, extremely aggressive monsters. Their strength has indeed increased, but their temperament has also become incredibly brutal. He changed the subject. But, in those failed cases, we discovered a very peculiar phenomenon. A small number of animals that have fused with shadow monsters become bloodthirsty and ferocious after transforming into monsters. But they still retain some of the habits and customs that were unique to them when they were alive. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. He stared at Tao Zishuan and asked, word by word, Assistant Tao, do you mean, those lost ones this time are very likely formed by fusing humans with shadow monsters through some kind of similar technology? Tao Zishuan's face was somewhat pale. He nodded, then shook his head. I'm not sure, this is just my guess. But, when I was processing the bodies of the lost people that I recovered during this amusement park incident, in their tissue samples, indeed, some special mutation traces that are very similar to those that would only occur after a failed fusion experiment back then were discovered. An experiment to fuse humans with shadow monsters? Chapter 68. Were all the banks robbed? The fusion of humans and shadow monsters. Inside an inconspicuous coffee shop on the street. Amidst the fragrant aroma of coffee, an invisible solemnity permeated the air. Lan Yu will be from the Shadow Energy Application Research Institute. He slowly revealed the astonishing speculation he had obtained from Tao Zishuan. Before him stood Qin Ming, Bai Ye, Ing Yu, Hua Xiao, and the others, each with a different expression on their face. Without exception, they all conveyed an unbelievable shock. How is this possible? Qin Ming slammed his hand on the table, nearly spilling the liquid from his coffee cup. His face looked haggard from days of hard work. He was filled with rage at that moment. Using living people for experiments? And fusing humans with shadow monsters. This is absolutely outrageous. It is a complete crime against humanity. His chest heaved violently. He was the head of the administration. This crosses the line of morality. It could even be described as a taboo experiment that trampled on human dignity, something he absolutely could not tolerate. If this is true, then the person behind it is utterly despicable. The atmosphere in the coffee shop became even more oppressive because of Qin Ming's anger. Bai Ye pushed up his sunglasses. The look in his eyes behind the glasses flickered uncertainly. He didn't speak immediately, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the smooth tabletop. They seemed to be processing this shocking news. Warsaw's handsome face, always sporting a narcissistic smile. At this moment, he also restrained his usual frivolity, his brows furrowed. Holy crap, this is insane. Turning people into monsters? Have these guys had their brains eaten by abyssal worms? A hint of coldness flashed across Ing Yue's clear, cold eyes. Her fingers tightened slightly as she gripped the water glass, clearly indicating that she was also deeply affected. Just then, the white crow, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. His fingers, which had been tapping on the table, stopped, and his tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Brother Lan Yu, now that you mention it, something comes to mind. When we went back to re-examine the locations of those missing persons cases, We didn't find any particularly valuable clues, and the missing persons had all been cleared out. But he paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Based on what you just said, this speculation about the fusion of a human and a shadow monster. I thought of an old case. I wonder if it could be considered a clue. Lan Yu's spirits lifted, and he immediately looked at him, instruct the other party to speak. Everyone else's eyes also focused on Baya. White Crow recalled. About 5 years ago, a series of horrific serial murders occurred in the neighboring city of Greycorn. The perpetrator in that case was extremely cruel, and had a very strange fetish. He paused deliberately, whetting everyone's appetite. He liked to collect the ears of his victims. What? Lan Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Collect ears. This behavior is similar to the one he encountered in the amusement park sewers before. The lost ones that White Raven was in charge of cleaning up were exactly the same. Could it be? Lan Yu pressed further. What happened to that prisoner later? Baya stroked his chin, trying hard to recall. It's been a while. I remember that the perverted killer was caught by the local authorities not long after he committed the crime. If I remember correctly, he is probably still locked up in the heavy-duty prison in Greycorn City. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu immediately turned to look at Qin Ming. Qin Ming is also a smart man. Almost the instant Lan Yu's gaze fell upon him, he understood what he meant. Qin Ming made a decisive decision. I see. I'll contact my colleagues in Greycorn City right now to verify the situation and confirm whether the prisoner is still serving his sentence. After saying that, he picked up his phone, quickly walked out of the coffee shop, and went outside to make a call. After Qin Ming left, the coffee shop fell into a brief silence. Everyone worked for most of the day and didn't get much rest. It happened to be in a coffee shop. The group picked up the menu, intending to order some food. Warsaw pointed to the most expensive item on the menu. I want the A package, the deluxe supreme version. Baya curled her lip, but her gaze lingered on the more affordable areas. TSK, how extravagant. Ingyue sat quietly to the side, taking small sips of water from her glass. His cool gaze occasionally swept across the window, as if he were pondering something. Lan Yu did not participate in ordering food. He leaned back in his chair. My gaze returned to the Ash City map spread out on the table. On the map, the locations of 6 missing persons incidents are marked in red. An old bookstore in the west of the city. An abandoned textile factory. The morgue of the city's central hospital. The underground parking lot in the southern suburbs. A middle school in the northern district. And the amusement park in the east of the city that they had just visited. These locations, spanning all areas of Ash City, geographically speaking, it is chaotic and without any discernible pattern. But now, the situation is different. If the Lost Ones incident was indeed deliberately created by someone through some kind of fusion technology. So who's behind all of this? What exactly is their purpose? Is it merely to create chaos and panic? Or is there a deeper scheme at play? Will they continue to create Lost Ones and attack the city? If so, where will they choose to strike next? Lan Yu's gaze slowly swept across the map. They were trying to find some overlooked connection between these seemingly unrelated locations. A clue hidden beneath the fog. His fingers unconsciously traced lightly between several points on the map, his brain working at lightning speed. Ugh, this is just incredibly unlucky. Baya suddenly let out a mournful cry, put down the menu, and looked utterly dejected. What's wrong? Warsaw was torn between choosing black pepper beef tenderloin or spicy chicken cutlet when he heard this, and gave him a strange look. With a mournful face, Baya began to pour out his grievances. I'm a bit short on cash lately, and I was thinking of going to the bank to withdraw some money. And what happened? After the Lost Ones incident, several banks were robbed in the chaos. I went to 3 different banks, and I couldn't withdraw any money from any of them. Now it's even worse. I can't even afford the cheapest student meal. As he spoke, he shamelessly winked and leaned closer to Ingyue and Hua Xiao, who were standing to the side. 2 big shots. I'm in dire need of help. Could you lend me some money first? A rare look of speechlessness appeared on Ingyue's usually aloof face. He quietly moved his wallet to the side. Warsaw, looking quite generous, pulled out his wallet. Of course, no problem. After all, I'm the best at taking care of my friends. Bank. Just as Baya was making jokes, Lan Yu, who had been silently pondering, seemed to be suddenly struck by something. He remembered when they went to the amusement park to provide support. It appears that a bank next to the amusement park was also robbed. The bank was robbed. Lan Yu's gaze was drawn to him, as if by a magnet. It landed on the map on the table again. His gaze searched the vicinity of the first crime scene, the old bookstore in the west of the city. His pupils contracted slightly. Less than 2 blocks from the bookstore, there is a branch of Ash City Commercial Bank, prominently displayed. He quickly shifted his gaze to the second crime scene, the abandoned textile factory. The factory is located far from the city center, but there is a sizable bank branch on the main road about 500 meters from the factory entrance. Thirdly, the morgue of the city's Central Hospital is right next to a branch of a large state-owned bank in the city. Fourth, the underground parking lot in the southern suburbs. Fifth, North District Middle School. Sixth, the East City Amusement Park. He quickly circled the banks next to the 6 crime scenes on the map. Each one, the location where each lost person incident occurred. Within a straight line distance of no more than 1 kilometer, there is a sizable bank. Is this a coincidence? Lan Yu raised his head and looked at Bai Ye, who had just finished his witty banter. Bai Ye, when you went to re-examine the crime scene before, were the banks near the crime scenes all robbed? Chapter 69. Your predictions were spot on. Ash City, a bustling commercial district. Across from the headquarters of a bank called Ash Union Bank, an inconspicuous black sedan was parked quietly on the side of the road. Inside the car, Lan Yu monitored every move around the bank across the street through the tinted glass. Bai Ye, sitting in the passenger seat, turned back to look at Lan Yu in the back seat, somewhat puzzled. Blue team leader, you weren't at the crime scene. How do you know those banks were robbed? Lan Yu explained calmly. I guessed based on my intuition. Bai Ye nearly swung his sunglasses down to his nose, giving him a, are you kidding me, look. I guess. You can even guess that. Lan Yu glanced at him indifferently, not paying any attention to his exaggeration, and continued to explain. After all, any event that is deliberately created by humans must have a purpose. After a pause, Lan Yu added, the experiment of human shadow monster fusion is a taboo experiment that, in theory, burns through money faster than a money printing machine. Whether it's the venue, equipment, materials, or manpower, which one doesn't require substantial financial support? And we've been ignoring that before. Now they are creating chaos to attract the attention of the authority, while robbing banks to quickly obtain funds to cover the huge expenses of their experiments. In the back seat, Warsaw was engrossed in reading a document. Hearing this, he raised his head and narcissistically tossed his dazzling blonde hair. That's right. I checked the surveillance footage around the bank. Although the robbers always covered their heads and changed their clothes, judging from their build and height, they were definitely the same group of people. Yue, who was next to him, was also looking at another document in her hand and added. Moreover, according to the analysis, each robbery took place within 5 minutes of the lost ones incident. The timing was exceptionally precise, with an error of no more than 30 seconds. These robbers are like prophets, knowing in advance where the lost ones incidents will occur and timing their actions perfectly. Lan Yu's gaze locked onto the Ash Union Bank across the street, and he smiled slightly. We'll find out soon enough whether these robbers are prophets or not. Ash Union Bank. This bank is currently located in the city center of Ash City, one of the few large banks that has not yet been affected. It was like a piece of fatty meat placed in the mouth of a hungry wolf. If those shady characters want to continue funding their clandestine research, this place is undoubtedly their best, and perhaps their final, destination. Moreover, Lan Yu was almost certain that they would make their move today. According to the information sent from Qin Ming's side, the recent incident of people getting lost at an amusement park caused considerable panic. The Ash Union Bank, in front of us, has already made a decision. The plan is to temporarily transfer most of the bank's cash reserves out of Ash City this afternoon, transported to a safer place. In other words, if the other party doesn't take action soon, the money in the bank might be gone. Just then, Lan Yu's phone vibrated in his pocket. The name, Qin Ming, was displayed on the screen. Qin Ming's voice came from the phone. Mr. Lan Yu, I have investigated the matter at the prison. I personally confirmed this with the warden of Gray Point City's serious criminal prison by phone several times. The serial killer with a fetish for collecting ears from 5 years ago is indeed still serving his sentence in prison and has not escaped or been paroled. Upon hearing this news, Lan Yu raised his eyebrows almost imperceptibly. Still in prison? Was his previous assumption wrong? Or is it just a coincidence? His mind raced. However, he quickly put the matter aside. Now is not the time to delve into this. Lan Yu responded. Understood, Manager Qin. Also, could you please help me conduct a more in-depth investigation into the application research of Shadow Qi? Lan Yu hopes the other party will investigate Professor Lin, especially the fusion experiment in which the other party participated. Qin Ming replied. Understood, I will arrange for someone to follow up immediately. And just as Lan Yu hung up the phone, It was as if some ominous premonition had been confirmed. Woo-woo dash. The piercing alarm sounded without warning throughout the entire city. This is an emergency evacuation alarm that is only triggered when a lost person appears. The streets were initially calm. Panic instantly ensued, with people screaming and scattering in all directions. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked urgently on the car window. Lan Yu turned his head to look. There was only one staff member wearing the bureau's uniform. He stood outside the car, panting, his face filled with shock and disbelief. The car window rolled down. The staff member reported breathlessly. Mr. Lan, it has appeared, just as you predicted. There really are lost ones in this area. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lan Yu could no longer be described simply as admiration. It was as if I were looking at a prophetic god. I was practically ready to kneel down and worship him on the spot. Lan Yu began simply. Specific location. The staff member pointed to another street not far away, his voice trembling with excitement. It's just 700 meters away on Ruixiang Commercial Street. There have been eyewitness reports confirming that it's a lost person. There are two this time, and according to the preliminary power test, they are both 3-star level. Lan Yu nodded slightly after hearing this. He turned to look at Bai Ye and Hua Xiao. As planned, the lost people over there are now in your hands. Okay. Bai Ye snapped his fingers, a hint of excitement in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Piece of cake. Watch how I, the handsome one, will take care of them in style. Warsaw confidently tossed his dazzling blonde hair. The two then took out their respective masks from the Higginbana Guild. An exquisite black metal mask, with an eerie, blood-red spider lily pattern below the left eye. A faint glow flickered in the dim light inside the car. They put on masks. With a click, the car door opened. Bai Ye and Hua Xiao's figures shot out like two arrows released from a bow. With lightning speed, he blended into the chaotic flow of people fleeing the street in an instant. They disappeared around the street corner in a few leaps. Lan Yu looked up and gazed once more at the Ash Union Bank across the street. Inside the bank at this moment, whether it's security guards wielding riot control equipment or bank employees in uniform, urged on by the alarm, everyone frantically organized their evacuation. The heavy explosion-proof gate is slowly descending. There were hardly any people left in the bank. It's almost time. Lan Yu also took out his own mask made of spider lilies from his pocket. He put on a mask, which covered most of his face. Only a pair of deep, cold eyes were visible. He pushed open the car door and stepped out. Shadow Moon followed closely behind, also putting on her mask. A black ponytail swayed gently behind her head. The two walked towards the bank, one after the other. Chapter 70. It's your turn next. Inside the Ash Union Bank. Deep inside the vault. The air was filled with the distinctive smell of banknote ink and a hint of cold metallic scent. Splash. Bundles of banknotes were roughly dragged out of the safe. They stuffed them into several huge canvas bags that were bulging. 6 figures were busy inside the vault. They were all wearing dark hoods. Only a pair of eyes, gleaming with greed and excitement, were visible. One of the robbers casually picked up the largest denomination bill from the pile of banknotes scattered on the ground. Rub your fingers together. He actually used a lighter to set a corner of the banknote on fire. The orange-red flames flickered. It reflected the satisfied look in his eyes beneath the hood. He used the burning banknote to light a cigarette for himself. I took a deep breath. Then, in a very obsequious manner, he approached a tall, thin man next to him. Hey boss, want one too? That tall, thin man. He was clearly the leader of this group of robbers. He did not refuse and let his younger brother light his cigarette. The waiter who lit the cigarette exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and chuckled. Boss, this job is getting easier and easier. Just release a few of those monsters outside, and the people in the bank will be so scared they'll run away faster than rabbits. These bank robberies were practically like picking up money off the ground, haha. Upon hearing this, another robber, who was engrossed in stuffing money, looked up, his voice tinged with a morbid excitement. Honestly, I'd love to see ordinary people get torn apart by the lost ones. It would be so satisfying, just listening to the sounds isn't enough. Their conversation was filled with indifference to life and a twisted sense of pleasure. Then the tall, thin man's hoarse voice broke the silence. Shut up. All of you. Hurry up and get to work. Be quick and efficient, don't dawdle. He wasn't as smug as his subordinates. There was always a hint of wariness in his eyes. The young man who had lit the cigarette earlier grinned, seemingly unconcerned, and said, Boss, there's no need to be so nervous, is there? Those few lost ones outside are enough to give those useless bureaucrats a run for their money. By the time they've cleaned it up, we'll already be counting our money on the road. Another robber chimed in. That's right, boss, you're being too cautious. Even so, but the men dared not disobey the tall, thin man's orders. After all, this guy is a 4-star shadow master. They are far stronger than them. They all quickened their pace. When collecting the money, the young man who had just lit the cigarette suddenly changed his tone and looked at the boss with a hint of curiosity. By the way, boss, did we overestimate the Bureau a bit after that incident at the amusement park? Releasing 6 lost ones at once feels a bit wasteful. After all, that thing isn't cheap, is it? The boss took a drag of his cigarette, and his eyes looked somewhat deep amidst the swirling smoke. He shook his head. I only released 5. The henchmen were stunned for a moment, then looked at each other in bewilderment. But the official report said that 6 lost ones were cleared out of the amusement park. One of them asked, puzzled. The eldest brother flicked his cigarette ash, his tone calm, yet revealing a hint of barely perceptible doubt. I did release only 5. As for the extra one in the amusement park sewers, I don't know how it got there either. This little incident didn't cause much of a stir. For them, whether there is one more or one less seems to have no impact on the overall situation. One of the robbers zipped up the last canvas bag, patted it contentedly, and mused. Hey, I wish these good days could last forever. The money came too fast, faster than a printing press. However, what the leader said next was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. This is the last order. What? Boss, why? Haven't things been going smoothly all along? Many people expressed their confusion and even some dissatisfaction. Who would easily give up a piece of fat meat that's already in their mouth? The eldest brother threw the cigarette but on the ground, crushed it out with his toe, and his voice turned colder. After this operation, we will have basically raised enough funds for our organization. And, he glanced at his men, his eyes sharp. Do they really think the people in the administration bureau are all idiots? Once or twice is an accident, but if it happens too often, they will eventually realize the connection between these missing persons incidents and bank robberies. We can't go too far and leave ourselves with future troubles. He paused, his tone leaving no room for argument. So this is the last time. Take as much as you can, and be quick about it. Yes. Clear. Although somewhat unwilling, the boss's words were orders. The robbers suppressed their other thoughts. Unleashing a final burst of passion, they quickened their looting pace, wishing they could pry open the vault floor and take it all. Just as the vault was once again filled with the sounds of metal clanging and heavy breathing. A young man's voice, slightly clear, yet carrying a chilling edge. A sudden, slow sound rang out from the deep entrance of the vault. Take as much as you can, take more. Don't worry, if you can't take them, I'll burn them for you at your graves. Swish. All sounds inside the vault ceased abruptly. The robbers' movements froze instantly, as if a pause button had been pressed. A chill ran from the soles of my feet straight up to the top of my head. They turned their heads sharply, looking in the direction from which the sound came, the deep darkness. A tall, thin man. That leader reacted the fastest. His pupils contracted sharply, almost without hesitation. Bang, 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 bang. He drew his pistol from his waist with lightning speed and infused it with black shadow energy. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger towards the dark entrance. A series of rapid gunshots rang out inside the sealed vault, deafeningly loud. The firelight flickered continuously in the darkness. The spent cartridges clattered and fell to the ground. The gunfire stopped. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Everything seemed to have returned to a deathly silence. One of the robbers swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Boss, has it been resolved? No one answered him. In the darkness, all was still deathly silent. Only their heavy breathing sounded exceptionally clear in the silence. The next moment, laugh, laugh. 2 beams of cold light, so fast they were almost impossible to see with the naked eye. It suddenly lit up in the darkness, flashing by in an instant. Like the scythe wielded by death. Ugh, puff. The 2 underlings standing next to the boss could only manage half a gasp. Their bodies were cleanly severed at the waist. Upper body and lower body. It separated helplessly amidst the gushing blood and slid to the ground. Internal organs mixed with scalding blood flowed all over the ground. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the entire vault. The remaining 3 robbers, including that boss. He watched helplessly as his companion died a horrible death, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The color drained from his face instantly. The eldest brother suddenly turned his head, his heart pounding. A figure had appeared silently in front of him without him even noticing. Lan Yu's cold voice rang out. Your turn next. Chapter 71. Did I allow you to leave? The man was wearing an exquisite black metal mask. Below the left eye of the mask is a strange, blood-red spider lily pattern. In the dim light of the vault, a chilling, eerie glow shimmered. The eldest brother felt his scalp tingle, and an unprecedented fear gripped his heart. He wanted to raise his gun and fight back. But it was all too late. Before he could react in any way, a hand, swift as lightning, suddenly grabbed his face. His 5 fingers gripped tightly like iron clamps, the immense force preventing him from even groaning. Well, but the masked youth, Lan Yu, had slightly bulging arm muscles. The next second, he grabbed the eldest brother's face and slammed it down hard. Bang! The leader's body was slammed heavily onto the cold, hard ground. Without pausing, Lan Yu grabbed his face. It just kept dragging and rubbing along the rough ground. The eldest brother let out a blood-curdling scream that was so shrill it was inhuman. His cheek rubbed violently against the ground, and the burning pain nearly made him faint. Blood instantly blurred his vision. Lan Yu dragged him along, like dragging a dead dog. He walked straight toward the heavy alloy vault door. Then, under the horrified gazes of the remaining robbers, Lan Yu exerted force with his arm and slammed the boss he was holding hard against the vault door. Thump! A deafening roar. The boss's body slammed into the indestructible alloy door like a tattered sack. It slid softly to the ground, curled up in a ball, and convulsed all over. He was so dizzy and disoriented that he saw stars. Blood and broken teeth kept gushing from his mouth and nose. Lan Yu grabbed the tall, thin man's hair and slightly lifted the man's disfigured face. He looked down at his dying boss. A cold, emotionless voice slowly emanated from behind the mask of the red spider lily, echoing clearly in the deathly silent vault. Now, it's time for us to have some fun. Inside the vault, only 3 of the robbers' henchmen remained. Seeing their boss being treated like this, they were terrified. But the instinct for survival still made them subconsciously want to resist or run away. However, they have just made a move. A beautiful figure flashed by like a ghost. Shadow Moon had appeared beside them without them even noticing. A flash of black light appeared on the long sword in her hand. Countless jet-black thorns burst forth from the blade. Like a venomous snake with life, it instantly coiled around the 3 robber henchmen who were trying to make a move. My hand. Amidst screams, the 3 were tightly bound by thorns. Unable to move, the weapon in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. In the blink of an eye, Shadow Moon had taken control of the situation. She didn't even change her expression under the mask of the red spider lily. It was as if I had only done a trivial little thing. The gang leader lay on the ground, coughing up blood. He watched helplessly as his last 3 men were also subdued in an instant. The horror in my heart was like a raging storm. Higginbana Guild? The thought flashed through his mind. But the intelligence report said that the strongest spider lily in Ash City this time is only a 3-star Shadow Master, right? Could the intelligence be wrong? Or is it? The guy in front of me wearing the mask of the red spider lily is truly a 3-star powerhouse. How about we utterly crush this genuine 4-star filmmaker? Is this even human? He's a monster. The excruciating pain and fear instantly brought him to his senses. As a seasoned veteran who has spent years licking blood from the edge of a knife, he knows when to back down. He struggled to raise his still movable hands and made a gesture of surrender. His voice was muffled due to the intense pain in his face. We surrender. Please stop fighting. We admit defeat. He paused, then seemed to remember something and quickly added, You can arrest me, but I have the right to contact my lawyer. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. As long as it buys time. As long as we can contact people outside. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu gave a silent, cold laugh. Lawyer. He thought he had heard the biggest joke in the world. The next moment, before the gang leader could react, Lan Yu suddenly grabbed his hair again and delivered a powerful knee strike to his face. Bang! A muffled thud. The leader of the robbers' nose collapsed instantly, and blood gushed out. His whole body, like a kite with a broken string, fell backward again, letting out a painful groan. Sorry, we are not government officials. Lan Yu's voice was devoid of any warmth. He approached step by step, looking down at the gang leader curled up on the ground. So don't expect us to go through the official, complicated procedures with you. Before he could finish speaking, Lan Yu kicked him in the stomach again. Well, the gang leader was in so much pain that his eyes almost bulged out. A mixture of stomach acid and blood foam spilled from the corner of his mouth. Lan Yu grabbed his hair and lifted his face off the ground. The cold eyes behind the mask stared at him. I heard your conversation just now, so tell me everything you know. That look made the gang leader feel like he was being stared at by a ferocious beast that was ready to devour its prey. My blood felt like it was about to freeze. He had no doubt that if he dared to play any more tricks, the other party would absolutely crush his throat without hesitation. I'll talk. Stop hitting me. I'll tell you everything. He raised one hand, trembling, pointing to a metal briefcase tightly clutched in the arms of a henchman bound by thorns not far away. The group's, organization's information, intelligence, is all in that box. His voice was choked with sobs and filled with fear. Lan Yu tilted his head slightly in acknowledgement. Inoue understood and slightly loosened the thorns wrapped around the henchman's arm. It's just the right size so he can use one hand to open the box. The younger brother felt as if he had been granted a pardon and tremblingly used the fingers he could still move. He unlocked the suitcase with the combination lock and then suddenly flung open the lid. The expected documents and materials did not appear. The next moment, a viscous, pitch-black liquid, as if it were alive, suddenly shot out of the box. Sizzle. The black mud slid down the younger brother's arm. It spread upwards at a visible speed, covering half of his body in the blink of an eye. The black mud quickly seeped into the little brother's mouth, nose, ears, and almost every other hole. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. A piercing scream erupted from the younger brother's mouth. His body began to convulse violently. His skin quickly became dry and shriveled, his eyes bulged out, and his veins stood out. Within seconds, it was as if he had been devoured and fused by something. It transformed into a distorted, ominous being, a lost soul. Roar. The henchman, now a lost soul, let out a non-human roar. Completely losing his mind, he swung his thick arms and smashed everything around him wildly. The metal cabinet was dented and deformed from the impact, with scraps of banknotes flying everywhere. The vault was in a complete mess. The gang leader witnessed this scene. A glint of ruthlessness and relief flashed in his eyes, a result of his plan succeeding. He took advantage of the moment when Lan Yu and Inyu's attention seemed to be drawn to the newborn lost one. Quietly, little by little, they tried to creep into the shadows of the vault. If he could leave this place, he would have a chance to escape. Just as he reached one hand into the darkness, a cold, sharp blade flashed past. Uffed. Blood spurted out. The outstretched hand was severed at the wrist. The gang leader let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. He rolled on the ground, clutching his broken wrist. Lan Yu was already standing in front of him without him noticing. The voice behind the mask of the red spider lily rang out coldly. Did I give you permission to leave? Chapter 72 Two Monsters. The leader of the robbers was ashen-faced. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. He looked at Lan Yu in disbelief. Does this guy not care about that monster at all? That's a 3-star level lost one. Just then, the lost one, transformed from the younger brother, appeared. They seemed to be attracted by the vibrant energy emanating from Lan Yu. Roaring, it turned around, its huge fist burning with black shadow energy, and slammed down towards the back of Lan Yu's head. The fist whistled through the air, accompanied by a sharp sound as it tore through the air. Upon seeing this, a glimmer of hope involuntarily flashed in the eyes of the gang leader. Die. However, just as the lost one's fist was about to strike Lan Yu, a black blade flashed as swift as lightning. The light suddenly shone from beside Lan Yu. They came later, but arrived first. Whoosh! A flash of light. The momentum of the Samsung lost one suddenly halted. The enormous body was cleanly and decisively split in two, the cut as smooth as a mirror. Black blood and internal organs burst open. Then the two halves of the body collapsed to the ground with a thud, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Throughout the entire process, Lan Yu didn't even glance back. He's not ignoring it. Rather, it was because he completely trusted his teammates. Inoue shook the black blood off her sword and sheathed it. The movements were fluid and effortless, as if he had simply crushed a troublesome insect. The gang leader, clutching his bloodied, severed hand, stared blankly at the scene, utterly dumbfounded. That's a 3-star shadow monster. How could he be defeated by that woman in a single move? These two people are monsters. A monster through and through. His last shred of hope was completely shattered. Lan Yu slowly squatted down. He met the fearful and desperate gaze of the gang leader. My patience is limited. He paused, each word like a cold, all-piercing the bandit leader's heart. If you want to be chopped into a stick, feel free to keep trying to trick me. Inside the vault, only the heavy, desperate breathing of the gang leader could be heard. and the sound of blood dripping from his severed wrist. He knew that this time, he had truly failed, completely and utterly failed. He had no doubt that if he dared to conceal or delay anything again, the other party would really do what they said. The gang leader completely gave up resistance, his voice trembling. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. 5 minutes later, Lan Yu listened to the entire confession of the robber leader without any expression. This includes the location of their organization, the Abyss, its personnel composition, and some of its dirty dealings. The intelligence has been obtained. Lan Yu slowly stood up and glanced down at the person on the ground who was barely breathing. The robber leader, his eyes unfocused. He had no interest in adding another kick. Let the authorities handle the rest. This kind of small fry isn't worth his effort. Shadow Moon, let's go. Lan Yu turned around, his voice completely calm. Yingyue sheathed her sword cleanly and swiftly, then followed behind Lan Yu. The two walked out of the vault, one after the other. He left behind 3 robbers, 2 were bound by thorns, and the fate of the third was unknown. Walking through the messy bank lobby, my feet were treading on scattered documents and broken glass. Lan Yu didn't pause in his steps, turning his head slightly as he said, "Thank you for earlier." Lan Yu suddenly spoke, his voice warmer than usual. He was referring to how Shadow Moon swiftly and decisively killed the Lost One, who had been transformed from a bandit henchman. If it weren't for Yingyue's decisive action, although he was not afraid, he would still have to put in a lot of effort. It might even give the gang leader a chance to escape. Yingyue walked beside him. She gave a soft in response, her tone remaining flat. "You're welcome, it's my duty." Lan Yu looked at her delicate profile, and that black ponytail swaying gently behind her head. She hesitated for a moment. There was no one else around now. White Raven and Warsaw were still dealing with the Lost Ones on the other side. "There are some questions you might be willing to ask." Shadow Moon. Yingyue turned her head to look at him. Lan Yu's gaze was calm. "Back then, before the mission, in the mentor's office, what did you want to ask me? If it's something I can help with, I will do my best." Yingyue clearly didn't expect Lan Yu to suddenly bring this up. She paused slightly, her expression hidden behind the mask. But Lan Yu could sense that she seemed somewhat surprised. She was silent for a few seconds, as if she was organizing her thoughts or making a decision. After a moment, she lowered her head slightly, her voice softer than before. What I wanted to ask was the last question on the written test during the membership assessment." Lan Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Yingyue continued, her tone carrying a barely perceptible stubbornness. "The answer to the last calculation problem is neither 3.4 nor 3.5. Both my and Warsaw's answers were wrong." She looked up, her gaze passing through the mask. He seemed to be looking directly into Lan Yu's eyes. "You got a perfect score on your test, so you must have done it correctly, right? I'd like to know, how did you calculate that problem?" "Lan Yu." He was stunned. "I was completely dumbfounded. How the hell am I supposed to know how to do that problem? I submitted a blank paper." She got a perfect score because her older sister, Lan Shuang, directly convinced the examiner through physics. How is he supposed to explain that? Does that mean, "Oh, that question? I didn't know it, but my sister was really good at it, so she got full marks"? Looking at Yingyue's eyes, which seemed to hold a hint of inquiry and expectation, Lan Yu felt cold sweat about to break out on his forehead. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. My mind raced, trying to find the perfect excuse. Lan Yu coughed lightly, his gaze unconsciously drifting elsewhere. "Well, it's a long story. The solution is quite complex and cannot be explained in just a few words." He paused for a moment, then decisively decided to shift the blame. No, to strategically divert the topic. "I'll tell you more after this mission is over and we get back to the guild. What do you think? Let's stall for now and find another solution later." Yingyue didn't seem to doubt Lan Yu's words. In her clear, cold eyes, a faint joy seemed to flash across his face. Although it was very subtle, Lan Yu still managed to catch it. She nodded slightly. "Good." His voice seemed to have lost some of its usual coolness. It has gained a subtle, almost imperceptible softness. Lan Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "That was close. We almost crashed." As the two were talking, they had already walked out of the Ash Union Bank. The blinding sunlight and chaotic streets came into view once again. At the bank entrance, Qin Ming was anxiously waiting with a team of bureau staff. Chapter 73 Meeting Gift. Lan Yu and Yingyu came out from inside. He visibly relaxed and quickly came forward. "Mr. Lan, Miss Yingyue, are you all right?" Qin Ming asked with concern, his gaze sweeping over the two men to make sure they were not injured. Lan Yu nodded slightly, indicating that there was nothing wrong. He pointed inside the bank. There are still 3 robbers alive inside. The leader of the robbers is dying. If you treat him, you should be able to get a lot of information out of him. Qin Ming's expression hardened, and he immediately nodded. Understood. I'll send someone in right away. He waved to his men, and several elite members of the bureau immediately rushed into the bank with guns drawn. Lan Yu extracts some core information about the Black Abyss organization from the bandit leader. They also briefly informed Qin Ming of the approximate location of their stronghold. That's the situation. In order to prevent the people at their base from noticing something was wrong and running away in advance, we plan to go over first to investigate and control the situation. After you finish dealing with things at the bank, send more people over to provide support. After listening, Qin Ming's face turned serious. He knew that Lan Yu's judgment was correct. These desperate criminals, once they discover their accomplices have gone missing, are likely to immediately relocate. Okay, I understand. Mr. Lan, please be careful. I will arrange for someone to go there as soon as possible. He already had a certain understanding of Lan Yu's style of doing things. They knew that once this young and powerful man made a decision, he wouldn't easily change it. Moreover, he also believed in Lan Yu's abilities. Lan Yu said no more, and letting you toward the black sedan parked by the roadside. Beside the car, 2 figures were leaning against the car door. It was White Crow and Warsaw. Baiya was still wearing those cool sunglasses, a relaxed smile on his face. Warsaw habitually tossed his dazzling blonde hair, a signature narcissistic smile on his face. Look at how relaxed they are. Clearly, the 2 lost souls on the other side had been easily dealt with by them. Baiya saw Lan Yu and Ing Yu and whistled. Hey, blue team, you're out? We've got it sorted out here. 2 3-star snacks won't even be enough to fill a tooth gap. Warsaw also joined in, saying smugly. Of course. Look who made the move. Once I, the commander, stepped in, those lost souls obediently surrendered their heads. Lan Yu ignored their banter. He opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Ingwei got into the car and sat in the passenger seat. Seeing this, Baiya and Hua Xiao also stopped joking and quickly got into the car. Go to this place. Lan Yu gave an address to Baiya, who was in charge of driving. That was the location of the Black Abyss organization stronghold. A black sedan sped along a highway on the western outskirts of Ash City. The view outside the window gradually became desolate. The high-rise buildings have long since disappeared, replaced by vast abandoned factories and overgrown wastelands. Captain, are you sure this is the place? Baiya skillfully steered the wheel. He glanced at the navigation on the center console through his sunglasses, his tone tinged with uncertainty. This place is the middle of nowhere. What's the point of opening a research institute here? Just for peace and quiet. Warsaw, sitting in the back seat, leaned over, brushed a wisp of flashy blonde hair from his forehead, and smirked. Exactly. In such a rundown place, there isn't even a decent restaurant. Doesn't this mean my good looks are going to be tarnished? Lan Yu ignored the 2 clowns' usual banter. He watched the target point on the navigation screen getting closer and closer. According to the intelligence from that bandit leader, the Black Abyss organization stronghold is located in this place called Cade Biomedical Research Institute. 7 years ago, a small-scale shadow cave incident occurred here, which triggered a wave of shadow monster attacks. After the incident subsided, the research institute was acquired by the current private enterprise at a low price. Soon, a 3-story white building with a considerable footprint came into view. At the main entrance, the sign for Cade Biomedical Research Institute hangs crookedly. The writing on it has faded somewhat. Warsaw looked disgusted. I wouldn't even take this lousy place for free. The car stopped in front of the research institute's gate. 2 burly men in security uniforms stood at the entrance, their eyes wary. Upon seeing an unfamiliar vehicle approaching, they immediately stepped forward and blocked its path. This is a private business. Entry is prohibited. One of the security guards, with a square face, spoke in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping over the people inside the car. Lan Yu pushed open the car door and got out. Shadow Moon, White Raven, and Warsaw followed closely behind. We are from the Administration Bureau and have official business to attend to. We need to go in and investigate. As Lan Yu spoke, he pulled out an ID from his pocket and waved it in front of the 2 of them. The 2 security guards saw the identification. The wariness on his face eased slightly. The square-faced security guard's attitude also became slightly more polite. So it's the officials from the Administration Bureau. But we are indeed a private company here. If you officials suddenly want to come in and investigate, there must be some procedure, right? Besides, our boss isn't here today, so there are many things we can't make decisions about. Another tall, thin security guard also smiled apologetically. Yes, yes. Why don't you officers wait here for a moment while we make a phone call to ask our superiors? The two spoke politely, but their actions showed no intention of making way, clearly indicating they were stalling for time. Lan Yu frowned slightly. He doesn't have time to waste here with these people. Get out of the way. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Sir, this. The square-faced security guard wanted to say something more. Lan Yu was too lazy to waste any more words with them. He strode forward and shoved aside the security guard blocking his way. Hey, how could you force your way in? Upon seeing this, the tall, thin security guard hurriedly tried to step forward to stop him, just as Lan Yu and his group were about to pass them and turn their backs to them. The previously friendly smiles on the faces of the two security guards suddenly turned into ferocious and terrifying ones. A chilling killing intent erupted from them. They simultaneously pulled out a gleaming dagger from behind their waists. It stabbed viciously into the back of Lan Yu and Ying Yu, who were closest to it. The action was ruthless, clearly intended to kill with a single blow. However, Lan Yu reacted even faster, before their daggers even touched the hem of their clothes. Laugh. A jet-black crescent-shaped blade of light flashed past Lan Yu at a speed too fast for the naked eye to detect. The two security guards froze in their forward momentum. The ferocious expression on his face froze. The next second, thump, thump. Two heads, their faces filled with shock and resentment, flew into the air and rolled to the ground. The headless corpse, gushing hot blood, collapsed limply to the ground. The entire process was extremely fast. White Raven and Warsaw hadn't even had time to react. The battle is over. Tisk. Aya smacked his lips, a strange glint flashing in his eyes behind his sunglasses. The blue team's greeting was quite direct. Lan Yu didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground, and walked straight towards the gate of the Research Institute. Chapter 74 Mr. Scar. The gate was not locked. Push open the iron gate. A strong smell, a mixture of alcohol, disinfectant, and a faint stench of blood, wafted over. The scene before them, however, made them pause for a moment. The lobby on the first floor of the Research Institute was brightly lit at this moment. It's less of a research institute and more like a party venue. Dozens of men and women dressed in white lab coats, who looked like researchers. They were gathered in twos and threes, holding wine glasses, chatting and laughing. The melodious music echoed in the hall. At the very front of the hall, in the main seat, there was even a bright red banner with the words, written in bold black letters. A warm welcome to Mr. Scarface for his first visit to the Capitaland Institute to provide guidance. Mr. Scarface? Lan Yu's eyes flickered slightly. He had heard this title from the intelligence given to him by the gang leader. He was the leader of the Black Abyss organization. He was also the leader of that fusion experiment. However, this leader usually seems to be very mysterious within the organization. Even among the organization's higher-ups, almost no one had ever seen the real face of this Scarface man. Why is he here today? Lan Yu smiled. Oh, if they really come today, we can wipe them all out in one fell swoop. The intrusion of these uninvited guests, and the strong smell of blood at the door. It quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. The music stopped abruptly. All eyes turned to Lan Yu and his three companions at the door. The smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by astonishment and wariness. Who are you? A middle-aged man wearing glasses, who looked like the person in charge, pushed through the crowd, stepped forward, and questioned them sternly. Lan Yu flashed his identification again, his voice icy. The Administration Bureau is handling the case. Now, everyone please stay where you are and cooperate with the investigation. No wandering around, no whispering, and absolutely no fidgeting. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Administration Bureau. The moment those three words were uttered, the atmosphere in the hall instantly became extremely tense. Those researchers who were just chatting and laughing. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. Many people showed signs of panic and fear in their eyes. The Administration Bureau? This is a legitimate medical research institute. What right do you have to barge in and investigate? Exactly. Do you have a search warrant? This is illegal. We haven't done anything illegal. You can't do this. A commotion and protests immediately erupted from the crowd. Several employees who were particularly agitated even tried to confront the situation. Amidst the chaos and commotion in the hall, at the very back of the crowd was an unassuming young researcher. While everyone's attention was drawn to Lan Yu, I quietly moved backward, trying to slip towards an exit on the side of the hall. As he backed away, he pulled out his walkie-talkie and shouted in a panic. It's bad. The authorities have broken in, quick. However, he hadn't finished speaking. A golden figure flashed by like lightning. Bang! A muffled thud. The young researcher who attempted to tip off the researcher. He was kicked to the ground by Warsaw, and curled up in pain, clutching his stomach. Warsaw tossed his blonde hair aside, looking down at him with a handsome, slightly mocking smile. I told you not to move around. Why are you so disobedient? At the same time, at the feet of the White Crow, several dark shadows spread out from beneath his feet. Like a venomous snake with a life of its own, it silently sealed off all the exits of the entire hall. The shadowy servants, appearing and disappearing in the shadows, exuded a chilling aura. The commotion and protests in the hall vanished instantly. Everyone was so frightened by this sudden turn of events that they fell silent. He stared at Lan Yu and the others, his face deathly pale, his eyes filled with fear. Lan Yu's icy gaze swept across the entire room. I'll say it again. Stay where you are and don't move. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All that remained were the heavy breathing and heartbeats of the crowd. Just when the tension was at its peak and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive, a slightly hoarse, yet playful male laugh suddenly came from the stairwell on the second floor of the hall. If the Bureau wants to kill these employees, then go ahead and kill them. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A man slowly emerged from the shadows on the second floor. He was wearing a white lab coat and had slightly messy long hair. He was tall and thin, with thin cheeks and high cheekbones. Combined with his deep-set eyes, he really looked a bit like a monkey. He held a wine glass in one hand, the scarlet liquid inside swirling gently. In his other hand, he was carrying an unopened bottle of red wine. Behind him, a dozen or so fully armed shadow puppeteers filed out. These people all exuded a fierce aura, had menacing eyes, and emanated a powerful aura. The lowest level is 3 stars. Among them, 2 individuals possessed such profound aura that they were clearly 4-star powerhouses. As soon as they appeared, they occupied all the advantageous positions on the second floor. His icy gaze, like that of a venomous snake, was fixed on Lan Yu and his 3 companions in the hall below, and the Research Institute staff, who were trembling with fear. The skinny guy in the white coat swirled the wine glass in his hand and bowed slightly to Lan Yu and the others. A strange smile crept across his lips. I am the second in command of Black Abyss. You can call me Professor Hu. Friends from the other Shoreflower Guild, it is an honor to have you here. We apologize for not welcoming you properly. He adopted a very humble attitude and spoke in a polite tone. But what gleamed in those eyes was undisguised mockery and malice. Lan Yu's eyes narrowed. The other party directly revealed their identities. Professor Hu seemed to have known from the beginning that they would come. The employees in the lobby were already pale with fright. They were just ordinary researchers at the Cade Institute and had never seen anything like this before. Previously intimidated by Lan Yu and others, now an even more ruthless Professor Hu and a group of murderous filmmakers have emerged. They felt like fish on a chopping board, ready to be minced into meat paste at any moment. One of the bolder employees, his voice trembling, asked in bewilderment, Professor Hu, what did you mean when you said you could just kill someone without warning? Upon hearing this, Professor Hu's smile widened. He took a sip of red wine and said slowly and deliberately, Oh, it means exactly what it says. Our research is now nearing completion. In other words, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the terrified faces below, his tone suddenly turning icy. You lowly monkeys are no longer useful. And I'll tell you a secret. Professor Hu's smile grew increasingly eerie. Today was never a welcome party to celebrate the arrival of Mr. Scar from the very beginning. It was Mr. Scar specially organized for you, a farewell party. The words fell. He tilted the unopened bottle of red wine in his hand slightly. The crimson wine, as red as blood, slowly flowed from the bottle and dripped onto the clean floor on the second floor. A bizarre scene unfolded. The red wine touched the ground. It instantly transformed into a pool of pitch-black, viscous liquid, which began to writhe as if it had a life of its own. Sizzle. The pool of black mud suddenly accelerated, like a venomous snake ready to devour its prey, shooting straight down from the second floor. The target was the man who had been kicked to the ground by Warsaw earlier, a young researcher who attempted to tip off his team. Warsaw's expression changed slightly. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The black mud was incredibly fast, and in an instant it pounced on the young researcher. Oh! A scream so shrill it was inhuman erupted from the researcher's mouth. The black mud, like maggots clinging to his bones, seeped into his mouth, nose, ears, eyes, and every orifice. They frantically crawled inside. His body began to convulse violently. The skin became visibly dry and charred, the eyeballs bulged, and the veins stood out. Within a few seconds, the young researcher then completely lost his human form. It transformed into a creature covered in black keratin, with twisted joints. The lost one, emitting a low growl. Roar. The other employees in the lobby were taken aback when they saw this. Then, as if they had thought of something, they all looked down at the wine glasses they had been holding. A bone-chilling coldness shot from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. A female researcher's voice trembled, her eyes filled with unbelievable fear. Could it be that you've put it in our wine? Chapter 75. The guests are still here. How can the host leave first? Professor Hu, appreciating the despair on the faces of the crowd below, smiled slightly and said, "Yes, I added this stuff to all your drinks, without exception." Immediately, the entire hall erupted into chaos. "You bastard. You beast, you betrayed us. We've sacrificed so much for the research institute, and you." Angry curses and desperate cries echoed throughout the hall. However, before they could finish their rant, they didn't even have time to put up any resistance. The agonizing screams rose and fell, instantly drowning out everything else. Inside the hall were the 60-odd Research Institute employees who were otherwise quite normal. At this moment, their bodies began to twist and mutate violently. The skin is dry and shriveled, the muscles are atrophied, the bones are misaligned and deformed, and black keratin is gushing out from under the skin. It only took a few seconds. The entire lobby on the first floor of the Research Institute was completely transformed into a living hell. 66 lost souls, each with a unique appearance and an aura of ominous madness. They replaced those former researchers. Their scarlet eyes turned in unison to the 4 remaining living people in the arena: Lan Yu, Ing Yu, Bai Ya, and Hua Xiao. The intense malice and bloodlust almost froze the entire space. On the second floor, Professor Hu looked down at the chaotic scene below, his smile growing even brighter. He raised his glass again, gazing at Lan Yu and the others. "I hope it's not too late to give you a welcome speech now. So, dear elites of the Other Shore Flower, our Black Abyss organization has a total of 66 hospitable junior staff members. Welcome." Looking down at Lan Yu and his companions, they saw the scene of them being engulfed by the wave of the lost ones. Professor Hu held a wine glass. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He instructed a 4-star filmmaker beside him. "Keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape. Leave no one alive." "Yes, Professor Hu." The 4-star filmmaker replied respectfully. Professor Hu nodded in satisfaction, raised his glass, and seemed to be about to turn and leave to deal with more important matters. However, just as he turned around, boom! A blinding white light suddenly erupted from the area below, which had been submerged by the lost ones. The white light, like the rising sun, instantly dispelled the surrounding darkness. The violent energy surge carved a path through the dense horde of lost ones. Several lost ones blocking the way were blasted away by this force. It slammed hard against the wall. Immediately afterwards, before the people on the second floor could react, a jet-black sword light, moving at incredible speed, its trajectory almost impossible to discern. Like lightning tearing through the night sky, it suddenly shone brightly. The sword light was aimed directly at the second floor. Whoosh! Professor Hu felt a blur before his eyes. The next second, click, a crisp cracking sound rang out. The exquisite wine glass in his hand, along with the few fingers that held its stem, were all severed. The scarlet wine mixed with scalding blood splattered everywhere. Ugh! The intense pain caused Professor Hu to let out a muffled groan. My body involuntarily staggered backward a few steps, almost falling over. He clutched his severed, bleeding finger. He looked ahead in shock and anger. It was at this moment that, on the opposite side of him, a figure had appeared silently in front of him without him even noticing. The newcomer had blue hair and wore an exquisite black metal mask. Below the left eye of the mask was a strange, blood-red spider lily. It was Lan Yu. The ancient long sword in his hand, Jinyue, still had a few drops of bright red blood slowly sliding down its blade. Professor Hu's pupils suddenly contracted, and a storm raged in his heart. This guy? How is that possible? There are 66 lost souls below. He charged forward despite the attacks from so many lost ones. Are you out of your mind? Professor Hu subconsciously lowered his head, his gaze sweeping over Lan Yu's body. Really, Lan Yu's clothes, which were once relatively clean, were now tattered and torn. His arms, chest, and even face were covered with hideous scratches and bite marks, dripping with blood. Clearly, that brief charge had cost him dearly. However, the next moment, Professor Hu's expression suddenly froze. What did he see? He was surprised to see the deep, bone-revealing wounds on Lan Yu's body. It is rapidly wriggling and healing at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. Muscle tissue is regenerating rapidly, and torn skin is healing quickly. In just a few breaths, those injuries that originally looked shocking have actually healed most of the way. Only faint traces of blood remained, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. What the hell is this monster? This recovery speed is simply unheard of. Before Professor Hu could recover from this extreme shock, Lan Yu's cold eyes, hidden behind the mask of the red spider lily. He glanced indifferently at Professor Hu's severed hand, which was bleeding profusely. A voice devoid of any emotion slowly rose. The guests are still here. Master, how can you leave first? Before he could finish speaking, Lan Yu suddenly raised the Jinyue sword in his hand. It chopped straight at Professor Hu's head. Just as Lan Yu's Jinyue sword was about to split Professor Hu's head in two, the sword came flying from his hand. At the critical moment, clang! A piercing metallic clang rang out. A black iron rod, unusually thick and shrouded in dense shadow energy. Like a ghost, it stood in front of Professor Hu, narrowly blocking Lan Yu's sure-kill sword strike. Sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying force traveled along the point where the sword and the iron rod collided. The shock made Lan Yu's arm go slightly numb. The one who blocked the attack was one of the dozen or so Shadow Masters who had been standing behind Professor Hu. One of the two 4-star Shadow Masters with the most powerful aura. He was a burly, bald man with bulging muscles and veins on his arms, his hand holding the iron rod as steady as a rock. At this moment, his face was full of displeasure and contempt, and he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, as he sneered at Lan Yu. Hey kid. You dare to mess with Professor Hu right in front of me? Aren't you being a little too arrogant? Before he could finish speaking, a sharp gust of wind swept in from behind Lan Yu. Another 4-star filmmaker, a thin man. The man with the sinister look in his eyes, like a venomous snake, had somehow circled around to Lan Yu's back. He formed his hands into claws, his fingertips gleaming with a ghastly green light. With a pungent, fishy stench, it aimed straight for Lan Yu's vital point in the back. A pincer attack from both sides. The narrow corridor on the second floor was instantly filled with violent fluctuations of shadow energy. The roar of battle was deafening. Bang! Sizzle! Professor Hu took advantage of this precious respite. He stumbled and crawled, surrounded by several loyal guards. They fled desperately towards the other end of the corridor, the passage leading to the third-floor laboratory. Stop him! All of you, get him! Stop that masked man! Whoever can kill him, I will ask Mr. Scarface to do the favor. Chapter 76 Cemetery. Professor Hu screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice distorted. He now has only one thought in mind, to escape. The farther away you get, the better. However, he had just rushed to the entrance to the passageway leading to the third floor. Before I could even breathe a sigh of relief. A sickeningly loud, tearing sound of flesh being ripped apart came from not far behind him. Immediately afterwards, thump. A corpse, split in two, lay like a tattered sack. It slammed hard against the wall in front of him, then fell to the ground with a thud. Tomato sauce was smeared all over the walls and floor. The corpse. It was the same person who had just been holding the black iron rod. An arrogant, bald, 4-star filmmaker. At this moment, the arrogant expression on his face had not completely disappeared, but he remained frozen there forever, his eyes filled with unbelievable terror. Professor Hu felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and his blood almost froze. He turned his head stiffly. The blue-haired youth wearing the mask of the red spider lily was still standing quietly in the corridor. The Jinyue sword in his hand, its blade pointing diagonally at the ground, drips of crimson blood slowly falling from its tip. Behind him was the gaunt 4-star Shadow Master who attempted to ambush him from behind. They were also stunned by what they had just witnessed. They dared not take any further action. Lan Yu slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of cold eyes behind the mask. It landed on Professor Hu. Professor Hu felt his heart skip a beat, and his soul seemed to leave his body. No, it's impossible. It's only been a short time. It probably won't even take a minute. He instantly killed a 4-star Shadow Master. No, they might not even last a single round. Is this guy? Is he even human? They're absolutely devilish. The guards around Professor Hu were already terrified by the bloody and horrific scene before them. Their faces were ashen, and their legs were trembling like leaves. Go! All of you go! Kill him! Kill him! Professor Hu went completely mad, pointing at Lan Yu. He roared hysterically at the few remaining guards around him. The guards were terrified, but under the dual pressure of Professor Hu's coercion and the fear of death, he had no choice but to grit his teeth, let out a desperate roar, and charge at Lan Yu with his weapon in hand. Professor Hu himself rushed into the passageway leading to the third floor without looking back. He didn't even dare to look back. Ah! Puff! Behind them, the guards' shrill screams rang out one after another. Each scream was like a heavy hammer blow. It struck Professor Hu hard in the heart, causing his inner fear to grow wildly like a tidal wave. Just then, sizzle rustle. The walkie-talkie clipped to his waist suddenly rang. Immediately afterwards, a subordinate's panicked, tearful voice came from inside. Professor Hu, something terrible has happened. The first floor, those 66 lost souls on the first floor, they're almost all killed. Those 3 people from the other shore flower, they're too strong, they're practically inhuman. The lost ones can't stop them at all. What? Professor Hu was struck dumb, stumbled, and nearly fell to the ground. 66 lost souls. That was a work that he had put a lot of effort into. They're going to be wiped out so quickly? He originally thought that only 4 people from the other Shore Flower Guild had come this time. It should be easy to solve. But now, just how strong are these guys? Just as he was deeply shaken and on the verge of collapse. Ring ring, ring ring. A sudden, urgent cell phone ringtone rang out in his pocket. Professor Hu was jolted awake and frantically pulled out his phone. When he saw that name on the caller ID, a look of wild joy and hope suddenly flashed across his pale, paper-white face. It's Mr. Scar. Mr. Scar called. He grasped at this last straw as if it were his last lifeline. With trembling fingers, she pressed the answer button, her voice trembling with tears, filled with grievance and fear. Scarface, I'm so sorry I messed things up. Then, on the other end of the phone, Professor Hu briefly recounted the whole process. There was a moment of silence. Professor Hu asked, trembling, "What should I do next, Mr. Scar?" On the other end of the phone came a slightly hoarse, yet remarkably calm and composed male voice. Don't panic. Mr. Scar's voice seemed to possess a strange magic. This miraculously calmed Professor Hu's anxious heart a little. Mr. Scar calmly said, "Those little guys from the spider lilies are indeed more troublesome than expected. However, there's no need to worry. I had anticipated that something unexpected might happen, so I prepared a backup plan in advance. This plan is enough to turn your defeat into victory." Upon hearing this, Professor Hu's eyes suddenly lit up, and his breathing became rapid. A backup plan? Mr. Scarface, you mean? I still have a chance. Mr. Scarface said calmly. Certainly. However, this plan will require you to pay a price. It may cost you most of your lifespan. Professor Hu was slightly taken aback. But then, without hesitation, he said, Mr. Scarface, please give your orders. As long as these spider lilies can be eliminated, I am willing to pay any price for our noble science. His tone was filled with fanaticism and obsession. The scarred man on the other end of the phone didn't seem surprised by his answer and chuckled softly. Very good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you, Professor Hu. You know that abandoned cemetery behind the Research Institute, right? Go there. 5 minutes later, Lan Yu's figure appeared at the back of the Research Institute. This is a fairly wide grassy area in the cemetery. Lan Yu's gaze quickly swept across the entire cemetery. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the exit of another, slightly shorter building across the grass. Several familiar figures emerged one after another. It was Warsaw, Shadow Moon, and White Crow. It seems they have also dealt with those who are lost. With their strength. This was within Lan Yu's expectations. The 3 of them had obviously noticed Lan Yu as well. Warsaw whistled from afar, while Shadow Moon nodded slightly. Lan Yu withdrew his gaze and refocused his attention on the cemetery. At this moment, the cemetery has been largely torn up, revealing a huge pit. Professor Hu was surrounded by several surviving guards. They were in a sorry state, frantically digging at something in the big pit. Lan Yu took a few steps forward. When he saw the scene inside the large pit, his pupils suddenly contracted. All that could be seen was the deep pit, densely packed, piled high with countless white bones. A rough estimate suggests there are at least 100 of them. These beasts. How many people were actually used to conduct that sordid experiment? Lan Yu's eyes turned cold as he gripped the Jinhua sword tightly. Enough with the chit-chat. He flashed forward and charged straight ahead. Chapter 77 Forbidden Items. Stop him. Stop him quickly. The guards at the edge of the pit saw Lan Yu rushing towards them like a god of death. Terrified, but still forced myself to go through with it. It let out a desperate roar and charged forward, brandishing its weapon. Court death. A cold glint flashed in Lan Yu's eyes. Dark Moon Dragon Blade. A dark crescent moon appeared out of thin air in front of him. Call out. The pitch-black crescent moon, like a death arc, instantly ripped through the night sky. Uffed. The two guards at the front didn't even have time to scream. His body was severed in two by that dark crescent moon. However, just as Lan Yu was dealing with the guards blocking his way, a burst of maniacal laughter, filled with morbid joy, suddenly erupted from the deep pit. Ha 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 ha. I found it. I found it. I finally found it. Lan Yu stared intently. Professor Hu emerged from the soil. They unearthed a strangely shaped metal machine covered in mud. The machine was about half a person's height and had a dark metallic color. Its surface is covered with intricate and eerie patterns, like the intertwined veins of some evil creature. There is a noticeable groove in the very center of the machine. The whole place exudes an extremely unsettling, chilling, and ominous aura. Lan Yu's pupils contracted sharply the moment he saw the machine clearly. Shadow Boundary Generator. He had seen records of this in his family's confidential archives. A forbidden device that is strictly prohibited. It can be achieved through specific catalysts and environments, forcibly tearing apart the barrier between the real world and the shadow world, summoning a powerful and even terrifying shadow world entity from within. But this summons comes at a price. Each activation requires a significant amount of the summoner's life force. It is precisely because of its significant side effects that it has been listed as a prohibited item, and any organization or individual is strictly prohibited from developing or using it privately. This professor who actually possesses such a thing. You will all die, all of you will die. Ha ha ha. Professor Hu was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a madman. Then, he took out a fist-sized black gem from his pocket. As soon as the gem appeared, Lan Yu felt a pure and powerful aura emanating from it. His smile grew increasingly ferocious and crazed. With so many skeletons, such a dense aura of death, and this abyss core as a catalyst, it will surely summon that great being to descend. Alarm bells rang loudly in Lan Yu's mind. An extremely strong sense of foreboding, like a heavy dark cloud, instantly enveloped his heart. We must stop him. He no longer paid any attention to the remaining guards. Let them attack you. Lan Yu bent his knees slightly, lowered his center of gravity, and assumed a stance of gathering strength. The shadow energy within his body surged wildly, pouring into the Jinyue, sword in his hand. The next moment, a fleeting moment, whoosh, a sword light, almost invisible to the naked eye, suddenly shone like lightning tearing through the darkness. A flash of sword light. It brought forth a torrent of bloody rain. Professor Hu let out a piercing scream. His right arm, which was tightly gripping the black gem, was cleanly severed at the elbow by Lan Yu's sword. The severed arm, along with the core of the abyss, was thrown into the air. However, before Lan Yu could even breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden change occurred. The shadow rift generator that Professor Hu placed on the ground. It seems that there is some kind of strange gravitational pull between it and that core of the abyss. All that could be seen was the black gem that had been flung out of his hand. After drawing an arc in midair, it was forcibly pulled by an invisible force and shot straight into the groove in the center of the machine. Click. A soft sound. The black gemstone fits perfectly into the groove. In an instant, the entire shadow rift generator began to vibrate violently. The black gemstone embedded in the groove seemed to come alive. It began to beat rhythmically, like the heart of a demon awakening. Each pulse radiates an ever-growing strength. A massive amount of shadow energy surged forth from the gem, only to be frantically devoured and transformed by the Shadow Realm Rift generator. A terrifying pressure that almost suffocated people, as if their souls were about to be frozen. It began to spread wildly in all directions, centered on the machine. Lan Yu had a bad feeling. Just now, I was too focused on speed and suddenness when using Shadow Flash. He didn't fully control the landing point. At this moment, he was close to the machine that was frantically absorbing energy. There's still a distance of more than 10 meters. Just as he was about to disregard everything and forcefully activate his shadow energy again to use Flash of Shadows. When attempting to approach and damage the machine, get back quickly. Nidhogg's authoritative and urgent warning suddenly echoed in his mind. At the same time, an unprecedented, intense sense of deadly crisis made his hair stand on end. It swept over his entire body instantly, like an icy tide. Without the slightest hesitation, Lan Yu instantly followed his body's instincts and Nidhogg's warning. His figure shot backward like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, he headed toward the edge of the cemetery he had just rushed to. The three people from Warsaw, who were just about to come to their aid, shouted at the top of their lungs. Danger! Get back quickly! Although Warsaw, Inouye, and Baya were confused. But seeing Lan Yu's solemn expression, and the increasingly terrifying energy fluctuations in the air made them all feel their hearts pound. His expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, he heeded Lan Yu's warning and retreated rapidly. Just after Lan Yu retreated more than 100 meters. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the center of the cemetery. Above that shadow rift generator. Without warning, space suddenly twisted and collapsed. Then, like fragile glass, it was forcibly torn apart by an invisible force. A dense, almost impenetrable black aura shot into the sky. Immediately afterwards, above the cemetery, a huge, irregularly shaped black shadow cave, emitting a faint, dark light, opened up out of thin air. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. A terrifying suction force erupted from the shadow cave. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everything within 100 meters of the shadow cave, whether it's the soil, the grass, the tombstones, or the bones scattered on the ground. Even light and air were instantly swallowed up by that terrifying suction force. A huge, menacing vacuum crater appeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. Professor Hu, standing beside the machine and protected by a strange barrier, remained unharmed. Roar. A terrifying roar, unlike any known creature, echoed from the depths of the dark shadow cave. Wherever the sound waves pass, the air vibrates continuously. Immediately afterwards, a strip covered in eerie, translucent gray scales. A ferocious, giant snake whose entire body was completely enveloped in pure shadow energy. It slowly emerged from the shadow cave, its head, as large as a small mountain, from the cave. The giant serpent's eyes were two burning, eerie blue flames, radiating a chilling coldness and savagery. It was merely a wisp of aura that had dissipated. Lan Yu, who was 100 meters away, felt a tightness in his chest, and his internal energy stagnated. Professor Hu summoned this terrifying giant snake. He paid a heavy price at this moment. The person aged rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. His hair turned white and dry within moments. His face was covered with deep wrinkles, and his skin was loose and sagging, as if decades of vitality had been sucked away in an instant. But he didn't care at all. Instead, he let out an even more triumphant and maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, did you see that? You scum. This is a minion of a great god from the true mythological era, the soul-devouring ancient serpent. It is a powerful being who once followed a true god and was granted a portion of divine authority by a great god. Its power is comparable to that of an 8-star shadow master. Professor Hu extended his withered finger and pointed at Lan Yu and the others. With all his might, he issued a cold and cruel command to the soul-devouring ancient serpent. Now kill them all. Chapter 78 Death. An existence at the level of an 8-star shadow master. This is something they simply cannot compete with in their current state. The current situation has far exceeded Lan Yu's expectations. Without the slightest hesitation, Lan Yu immediately gave the order to retreat to the three people, including Hua Xiao, who were on the opposite side in the distance. The three of them immediately did as instructed. But then, Nidhogg's voice rang in his mind. Don't worry, Hell has a way to deal with that giant snake. Lan Yu was taken aback and asked in his mind. What's the meaning? Nidhogg continued. Hell granted that giant serpent authority. She can handle it. But she's encountered a bit of an obstacle now and needs some time to prepare. You just need to stall for 1 minute. And at this time, Professor Hu had no intention of giving Lan Yu time. He has already begun his operation. Professor Hu simply waved his hand. The soul-devouring ancient serpent behind him suddenly moved its massive body. Like a gray lightning bolt, it rushed straight towards Warsaw and the others who were retreating. Its target doesn't seem to be just Lan Yu and his friends. On the path of the soul-devouring ancient serpent's charge, there were also a few who had previously protected Professor Hu. The Black Abyss members are trembling with fear as they try to escape. As they watched the giant snake charge, their faces showed relief at surviving the ordeal. They thought this terrifying summon was there to save them. Professor, help! One of the guards had just shouted out. The soul-devouring ancient serpent's enormous, semi-transparent body did not pause for a moment. It passed right through the guards. Hiss hiss. Any Black Abyss member who was touched by the giant serpent's gray shadow-like body. A thin layer of gray shadow energy instantly covered their bodies. The shadowy aura, like a maggot clinging to their bones, burned silently on their bodies. It only lasted a moment. The guards seemed to have been drained of all their life force. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. It has lost its breath. The shock and confusion of the last moment still lingered on their faces. The surviving guards shouted, Why did they attack us? Professor Hu, we were on the same side. Professor Hu stood at the edge of the pit, watching this scene, his smile growing increasingly twisted and crazed. I'm sorry, everyone. Mr. Scarface said that none of the people here today can live. Your sacrifices are for a greater experiment, for the lofty ideals of the Black Abyss organization. As soon as he finished speaking, the last glimmer of light in the guard's eyes went out completely. The soul-devouring ancient serpent did not stop and continued to charge towards Hua Xiao and his group. The aura of death drew ever closer. Lan Yu felt a chill run down his spine and cursed inwardly. Damn it! The giant snake was too fast. Although Warsaw and his men had already retreated desperately. But the distance between the two sides is still rapidly shrinking. At this rate, they will be caught up in less than 3 seconds. The consequences would be unimaginable. I didn't think much of it. His inner energy erupted without reservation. A fleeting moment. Whoosh. Lan Yu's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, it appeared in front of Hua Xiao, Yingyue, and Baiya. He suddenly stretched out his hands, one in each hand, and embraced Warsaw and Yingyue, who were closest to him. At the same time, he shouted at the white crow next to him. Grab me. Baiya reacted extremely quickly and immediately grabbed Lan Yu's shoulder. Almost simultaneously, Lan Yu activated his shadow chi again. A fleeting moment. Buzz. Another dark shadow flashed by. When Lan Yu reappeared, he was already 60 meters away with the three of them. They were temporarily out of the direct attack range of the soul-devouring serpent. He abruptly put the three of them down, staggered, and almost knelt on the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Lan Yu was panting heavily. To be honest, although Flash of Shadows is a divine sword technique, it is extremely practical. However, it also places a tremendous burden on the body. Each use requires a massive amount of physical strength and shadow energy. It also places extremely high demands on physical strength. After using it twice in a short period of time, waves of tearing pain were already coming from inside his body. He estimated that, given his current physical condition, using Flash of Shadows twice in quick succession is already the limit. Lan Yu urged the three of them. Run fast. After nodding, Yingyue and Baiya turned and continued their escape. However, Lan Yu noticed Warsaw, whom he had placed aside. At this moment, however, it remained motionless and unresponsive. Lan Yu frowned. Hey Warsaw, you bastard, stop sleeping with me and get moving. Lan Yu was getting impatient. As he spoke, he reached out his hand, intending to lift Warsaw up. However, the moment his hand touched Warsaw's arm, he froze completely. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. It was a temperature that didn't belong to the living. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of Warsaw's trouser cuffs and shoes out of the corner of his eye. At some point, it became tainted with a faint, almost imperceptible, gray aura. That shadowy aura, and the aura emanating from the soul-devouring ancient serpent. Exactly the same. A strong sense of foreboding gripped Lan Yu's heart instantly. No way. He reached out with trembling hands to check Warsaw's breath. He is not breathing. He then touched Warsaw's carotid artery. There was no pulse. Lan Yu's mind went blank for a moment. Warsaw Europa, that guy who always sports a head of dazzling blonde hair, claims to be the most handsome man in the world, and is always brimming with confidence, even to the point of being overly narcissistic. Dead. He just died like that? How could that be? Just now everything was fine. It was because when the giant snake charged at them, I was a step too slow. Was the other party still grazed by that dissipating gray shadow energy? However, the current emergency did not give Lan Yu more time to think. Ahead, a white crow that had already run to the edge of the cemetery suddenly let out a cry of alarm and turned back to shout. Blue team, no way. This cemetery, this meadow, is shrouded in that gray aura. We can't get out. Lan Yu suddenly looked up. All around the cemetery, barriers made of dense gray shadow energy had risen up. Like a cage, it completely sealed off the entire cemetery. Their escape route was completely blocked. At this moment, the soul-devouring ancient serpent, seeing its prey trapped, seemed to no longer be in a hurry to attack. Its mountain-like head slowly rose, facing the sky. Whoosh hiss whoosh. A strange song, seemingly emanating from the deepest hell, slowly emanated from its mouth. The singing voice was low and hoarse, with an eerie rhythm. Like a lullaby, it spread throughout the entire cemetery. Bai Ye and Ing Yu, who were standing beside him, felt an overwhelming sense of weariness wash over them. My eyelids felt uncontrollably heavy. The two of them swayed. Bang! Bang! Almost simultaneously, Bai Ye and Ing Yu's bodies went limp and they collapsed to the ground. Lan Yu was startled and was about to step forward to check. Then, Nidhogg's voice rang out again. Don't worry, they just fell asleep because of the singing. You are protected by the power of Mai and Hell's authority, so this level of soul attack is ineffective against you. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu felt somewhat relieved. He looked at the enormous soul-devouring ancient serpent in the distance, and at the one standing at the edge of the deep pit. Professor Hu was watching him with a cat-and-mouse gaze. He needs to calm down now. Let's deal with the immediate situation first. Our escape route has been completely blocked. I want to be in this not-so-spacious cemetery. 1 minute of struggle with an 8-star giant snake. It's getting difficult. Just as Lan Yu was pondering how to stall the other party. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Lan Yu's mind. Etc. Procrastination? Why does he insist on delaying? His gaze fell on Professor Hu, who was laughing wildly in the distance. Why is that? Why not give it a try within this minute? Kill that culprit, Professor Hu. Chapter 79 Hell makes his move. Once the controller is killed, the ritual should end. That giant snake should also disappear. This thought, like a wildfire, grew wildly in Lan Yu's mind and couldn't be stopped from popping up. He has even begun to rapidly devise action plans. The biggest trouble is undoubtedly the soul-devouring ancient serpent that's eyeing Professor Hu with predatory intent. Judging from the fate of those previous members of the Black Abyss organization, being touched by the giant snake's gray shadow aura seemed to result in immediate death, without even a chance to struggle. However, I possess the authority and ability to rewind from death. Death rewind. After suffering a fatal injury, you will not die immediately. Within 10 minutes, as long as the wound can be repaired, you will be fully recovered. Theoretically, being bumped should be fine. But the opponent is, after all, a being comparable to an 8-star Shadow Master. God knows if it has any other unknown or even more bizarre methods. Therefore, the best way is. The goal was to eliminate that old bastard Professor Hu in the shortest possible time with one move. Lan Yu quickly estimated the distance. He is currently about 150 meters away from Professor Hu at the edge of the pit. The maximum attack range of Flash of Shadows is 60 meters. In other words, if you want to attack that old guy, you need to use Flash of Shadows at least 3 times consecutively. This has exceeded the limits that his body can currently withstand. But he can give it a try. It's better than sitting here waiting to be slowly tormented to death by that giant snake. At this moment, Professor Hu, who was in the distance, seemed to realize that Lan Yu was the only one still standing. His face was covered in wrinkles, looking incredibly old from overworking himself. He revealed a cruel and mocking smile. He gently lifted his withered finger and pointed at Lan Yu. Roar! The soul-devouring ancient serpent let out a low roar, its massive body stirring up the wind and clouds. It brought with it a foul gust of wind and shot towards Lan Yu like an arrow released from a bow. Those ghostly blue eyes, glowing with ghostly light, were fixed on Lan Yu. Now, Lan Yu's eyes narrowed, and his internal energy surged to its peak in an instant. He slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the Jinhua, sword at his waist. Muscles tense, ready to strike. However, just as he was about to disregard everything and forcefully activate Flash of Shadows. Deep within his consciousness, Nidhogg's voice, tinged with a hint of languor, yet incredibly steady, suddenly rang out. All right, Hell has taken care of it. Lan Yu's action of preparing to explode suddenly froze. Nailed it? It had only been 30 seconds. So fast. He asked himself almost subconsciously. What do I need to do? Nidhogg's voice remained calm. Just stand still and don't move. Lan Yu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Standing still? That giant 8-star serpent, which preys on people, is about to rush up to your face. However, despite being filled with doubts, but out of trust in Nidhogg, Lan Yu chose to believe him. He took a deep breath and slowly lowered his hand from the hilt of the sword. Professor Hu stands at the edge of the deep pit in the distance. seeing that Lan Yu actually lowered his weapon just as the soul-devouring serpent was about to get close. He couldn't help but burst into a shrill, maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, what? Have you given up the fight? A wise choice is for ants to be aware of their place. Just die. His expression grew increasingly ferocious. It's as if I can already see Lan Yu's tragic end, being torn to pieces by the soul-devouring ancient serpent. The enormous head of the soul-devouring ancient serpent, carrying a suffocating pressure, was already within arm's reach. A foul-smelling gust of wind swept over him, making Lan Yu's hair flutter wildly. Those two ghostly blue eyes were almost touching his face. At the critical moment, Lan Yu suddenly felt the shadow energy within his body. It is being extracted at an astonishing rate. Immediately afterwards, a petite and exquisite white figure, yet exuding a sacred and pure aura. It emerged silently from Lan Yu's shadow. It was Hel. She was wearing a pure white dress that seemed to be woven from moonlight. Bare, crystal-clear little feet floated quietly in front of Lan Yu, facing the menacing, ferocious, and terrifying soul-devouring ancient serpent. Hel's eyes, as pure as a clear spring, remained completely still. She slowly raised her fair and delicate little hand. A few ethereal white petals, emitting a faint fluorescent glow. It quietly gathered in her palm, then drifted away with the wind. Light, graceful, and untouched by worldly concerns. The next moment, when those few seemingly fragile white petals, when gently touching the soul-devouring ancient serpent's massive body, which was composed of pure shadow energy, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The soul-devouring ancient serpent, which was about to devour Lan Yu, suddenly froze. Its eyes burned with eerie blue flames, filled with savagery and bloodlust. It flickered violently a few times the instant it touched the white petals. Immediately, the eerie blue flames began to fade away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, there was a clear, even somewhat bewildered look in her eyes. Immediately afterwards, what happened next left Lan Yu even more dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, the soul-devouring ancient serpent was incredibly ferocious, comparable to an 8-star shadow master. At this moment, it slowly lowered its mountain-like head. With its enormous head, it gently and carefully nuzzled Hel's petite figure. Its posture was as docile as a kitten trying to please its owner, whereas even a trace of the previous ferocity and tyranny. Is that all? Lan Yu felt that his brain wasn't quite up to the task. At that moment, Nidhogg's voice rang in his mind, explaining. Back then, this little snake was just an ordinary shadow beast that was about to die in the wilderness, and it hadn't even developed any intelligence yet. That girl Hel took pity on it, and, out of compassion, granted it a little power of death to help it gain sentience, thus keeping it as a pet to play with. Originally, it should have been possible for Hel to subdue that guy in an instant. Nidhogg's tone shifted, tinged with displeasure. But when Hel was trying it out just now, he discovered that the little snake was corrupted by the power of another god's authority. That power kept hindering Hel, which is why it took him some time to clean it. The power of another god's authority? Lan Yu's heart stirred, and he seemed to be deep in thought. At this time, Professor Hu, standing in the distance, was completely dumbfounded. His maniacal laughter froze on his face, his eyes wide open as if he had seen a ghost. What happened? The soul-devouring ancient serpent. Why did it stop? Attack! Attack now! He shouted commands at the soul-devouring serpent. He even went so far as to rekindle his already dwindling life force. However, the ancient serpent that devoured souls ignored his commands and remained obediently nestled beside Hel. The color drained from Professor Hu's face instantly, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart. He just couldn't understand it. Why did the powerful trump card I summoned at great cost suddenly lose control? What exactly did that blue-haired youth do? However, the next moment, a scene that terrified him and made him feel utterly horrified unfolded before his eyes. There stood the enormous, terrifying soul-devouring ancient serpent. At Hel's signal, it slowly, very slowly turned its ferocious head. Those enormous snake eyes, which had just regained their clarity, were now staring straight at him, cold and unwavering. No, it's impossible. Chapter 80. Could it be that the god you contracted with is? Professor Hu looked surprised. He stared at the hideous and terrifying ancient serpent, its cold, serpentine eyes fixed on him. Control of the soul-devouring ancient serpent has been taken away. How is that possible? Professor Hu's heart sank to the bottom. He stared intently at Lan Yu. No. Wrong. It's not that blue-haired masked man. Professor Hu's gaze passed over Lan Yu and landed beside the enormous body of the soul-devouring ancient serpent, on a petite and delicate white figure. She was a beautiful young girl wearing a pure white dress. It's her. It must have been her doing. Professor Hu sensed a faint, almost imperceptible feeling from that petite figure. Yet it possessed an incomparably vast and majestic sacred aura. That is, a divine contract spirit. The other party's contracted spirit was actually a god. Something's not right. Professor Hu's mind was racing. That's the soul-devouring ancient serpent, possessing the divine authority of death. He wanted to strip himself of control over the soul-eating ancient serpent. Unless it is a god who possesses the same, or even higher, authority over death, etc. Authority of death. Professor Hu's pupils suddenly contracted. It was as if he had grasped some extremely crucial clue, yet it also made his scalp tingle. He looked at Lan Yu in disbelief, then at the little girl in the white dress. An absurd idea, yet seemingly the only explanation, began to frantically grow in his mind. Could it be that the deity you've contracted with is? No, that's impossible. Professor Hu shook his head violently, as if trying to shake off the thought that made his soul tremble. He started talking to himself as if he had gone mad. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Since ancient times, the god who holds the power of death has never made a pact with anyone, not even the most gifted and brilliant divine covenantists, who have never received his favor. None of them have ever seen his true face. Such a solitary, supreme being. How could this be? How could I possibly sign a contract with this kid in front of me? This is simply a fantasy. Professor Hu roared hysterically. That's absolutely impossible. He preferred to believe it was an illusion rather than the guess that made his soul tremble. And beside the giant snake, Hull completely ignored Professor Hu's hysteria. Her pure eyes remained completely calm. She simply stretched out her fair and delicate little hand and gently, tenderly patted the cold and rough head of the soul-devouring ancient serpent. It felt like soothing a grumpy little pet. Hell's red lips parted slightly, and her cold, pure voice rang out. Go eat him. Just a few simple words. But it was like the final pronouncement of death. Wah! The soul-devouring ancient serpent let out a low roar. The next moment, its massive body, as large as a small mountain, suddenly transformed into a gray lightning bolt. Quick. It's almost at its limit. It was even several times faster than when they were chasing Warsaw and his men. Professor Hu's expression froze instantly. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. That face, filled with terror and resentment, was shrouded in a huge shadow. Snap! A sickening sound of bones cracking rang out. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. In just a moment, Professor Hu, who was arrogant and thought he had everything under control just a moment ago, it was then swallowed whole by the enormous maw of the soul-devouring ancient serpent. A fierce wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust. When everything settles down, in the cemetery, only Lan Yu remained, along with Ying Yu and Bai Ye, who were fast asleep not far away. And there's that enormous, soul-devouring ancient serpent. And Hell, standing beside its head, gently stroking it. Lan Yu looked into the distance and saw Hell's petite figure gently stroking the head of the soul-devouring ancient serpent again and again. The scene was warm and peaceful. If we ignore the soul-devouring serpent's hideous and terrifying appearance, and the bloody and cruel scene just now, it really does look like a little girl playing with her pet. Lan Yu raised an eyebrow and asked Nidhogg in his mind, is she playing with the giant snake? However, Nidhogg's voice carried a complexity rarely seen in his usual tone. No, she wasn't playing around. That was a farewell. Lan Yu was slightly taken aback. Bid farewell. Nidhogg sighed softly, his voice somewhat ethereal. That little snake existed even in the distant mythological era. Its lifespan should have come to an end long ago. The soul-devouring ancient serpent you see now is just a remnant of its soul and a trace of the divine power it was given, barely holding on. Lan Yu was also shocked upon hearing this. Remnant soul? Just holding on. He looked into the distance, where Hell was still gently stroking the giant snake. The giant snake also lowered its head obediently, allowing Hell to stroke it. Those eyes, which once burned with eerie blue flames, were now crystal clear. It carries an indescribable sense of filial piety and longing. I don't know how much time passed. Nidhogg's voice rang out again, tinged with a barely perceptible sigh. Perhaps this little guy just wants to see Hell again. That's why I've been struggling to hold on until now. The words fell. In the distance, the enormous body of the soul-devouring ancient serpent began to show strange signs. Its body, composed of pure shadow energy, began to become illusory. Little by little, thread by thread, it transforms into the purest energy particles. It slowly dissipated into the air. There was no pain, no resentment. There was only a sense of liberation and tranquility. Its enormous head was still gently rubbing against Hell's little hand. Those clear, snake-like eyes gazed intently at Hell. It was as if he wanted to forever etch her image into the deepest part of his soul. Her little hand paused slightly. A barely perceptible ripple seemed to flicker in her pure eyes. Finally, after a final, almost inaudible hum, the enormous body of the soul-devouring ancient serpent completely dissipated. Only a fist-sized, pitch-black orb of light remained in the same spot. The ball of light hovered silently in midair. Hell reached out her small hand and gently grasped the black orb of light. Then, she turned around and, with small, delicate steps, walked towards Lan Yu. Lan Yu looked at Hell, who walked up to him. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Comfort? That doesn't seem quite right. After all, the other party was the evil dragon god who controlled death. Perhaps she had a completely different understanding of death than most people. However, just as Lan Yu was pondering how to bring it up, Hell, however, raised his head first. Her eyes, as pure as a clear spring, gazed quietly at Lan Yu. Then, in an unquestionable yet somewhat matter-of-fact tone, she said softly, open your mouth. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu was taken aback. Chapter 81 4-Star Shadow Master. Although somewhat confused, looking into Hell's pure, unadulterated eyes, Lan Yu subconsciously opened his mouth slightly. The next moment, Hell held the black orb of light in his hand, which radiated immense energy. It was stuffed directly into Lan Yu's mouth. Lan Yu's eyes widened suddenly. The sphere of light melted upon entering the mouth. He was given absolutely no chance to react. In an instant, it transformed into an incomparably pure and powerful warm current, surging into his limbs and bones. After doing all this, Hell seemed to nod in satisfaction. Then, without saying anything, she vanished in a flash. It then transformed into a shadow and merged back into Lan Yu's shadow. Only Lan Yu remained, standing there. He felt the surging, overwhelming energy within him, which almost burst him apart. Boom! Lan Yu felt as if something had exploded in his mind. That pure aura of shadow was like a flood bursting its banks. It surged and gushed within him, nourishing every inch of his flesh and blood, every cell. He could feel it clearly. My own level of understanding is soaring at an unbelievable speed. 26%, 35%, 50%, 70%, 99%. He's just one step away from becoming a 4-star Shadow Master. However, that energy showed no signs of abating. Instead, it attacked that barrier even more fiercely. At this moment, Lan Yu suddenly felt his vision go black and his consciousness began to blur. He swayed, but ultimately couldn't hold on. Thump! He fell down. He had another dream. A bizarre, yet incredibly real dream. In my dream, there is an eternal twilight. The blood-red setting sun dyed the sky a desolate crimson. A majestic, ancient, yet dilapidated palace stands silently between the twilight sky and the earth. That is the palace of the gods. But at this moment, the palace, inside and out, is filled with the remains of gods and dragons. Broken wings, shattered divine essence, massive dragon bones. Everywhere you look, there is only deathly silence and desolation. And at the heart of that mountain of wreckage, two figures stood quietly. Dressed in a black dress, with an alluring figure, Nidhogg controls the chaos. Dressed in a white gown, pure and flawless, she is Hell, the one who holds the reins of death. Now, in Nidhogg's slender, fair hands, they were pinching an old man with prominent dragon horns on his head and wearing tattered golden armor. Judging from the terrifying pressure emanating from that old man, it turned out to be a powerful dragon god. Even when Nidhogg had his neck in his hand, the old dragon god continued to struggle, using his last ounce of strength to unleash a venomous curse. You have violated the taboo of the gods. All the gods in the myriad realms will regard you as their mortal enemies and will punish you. You will die without a burial place. Nidhogg responded to him with his actions. Click. It was a crisp sound of bone cracking. Nidhogg mercilessly pinched the old dragon god's neck. Completely broken. The last spark of life in his eyes quickly faded, and he lost all vitality. He casually tossed the dragon god's corpse aside, as if it were a piece of trash. Nidhogg stuck out the tip of his scarlet tongue. He gently licked the golden divine blood that stained his fingertips. Then, in a tone that was somewhat lazy and somewhat disdainful, he said casually, "The gods. So what? Why don't we just kill them all?" The words fell. Nidhogg and Hel slowly turned their heads. He looked at himself. Nidhogg laughed. "You're right, aren't you, Longust?" "Longust? Are you calling me?" Lan Yu's consciousness was somewhat hazy. He felt as if he had been having a long and vivid dream. In the dream, there was a blood-red sunset, a dilapidated palace, Nidhogg and Hel, and that nonsensical question. The next moment, all the scenes receded like the tide. Lan Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up from the ground. What came into view was the familiar dim light of the cemetery, and the still sleeping shadow moon and white crow not far away. Nidhogg's languid voice echoed in my mind. "Woke up." Lan Yu rubbed his temples, which were still a little swollen. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. He quickly looked inward at himself. Upon seeing this, Lan Yu himself was startled. Before falling into a coma, he was only at the peak of a 3-star Shadow Master, and there was still a clear bottleneck to reach 4 stars. At this moment, it's unexpected. It has already broken through to 4 stars. Holy shit. Lan Yu couldn't help but swear. He could clearly sense the shadow energy within his body. Both in terms of quality and quantity, there have been earth-shattering changes. That overwhelming sense of power is something only a 4-star Shadow Master can possess. Nidhogg's voice rang out at the opportune moment, explaining with a somewhat matter-of-fact tone. Although that little snake only has a remnant soul and a trace of divinity left, it was still enlightened by that girl Hel using the power of the Death Authority. The residual source of its power after it dissipates is a great tonic for you. It's not surprising that it reached 4 stars in one go. It turns out that the black orb of light that Hersey gave him was the source of the soul-devouring serpent's authority. Lan Yu suddenly understood, and at the same time felt a little emotional. That ancient serpent, struggling to survive, just to see Hel one more time. In the end, it was in this way that it repaid its owner. Just then, Lan Yu suddenly remembered something else. One's own authority over the concept of all things begin in chaos. After entering the research institute, they killed many shadow monsters along the way. Especially later in the laboratory, the monsters in those petri dishes, although of low rank, were numerous. The situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to check. Now, the power of authority has been accumulated enough to draw upon new abilities. With this in mind, Lan Yu no longer hesitated and his thoughts stirred. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came over me. His consciousness was once again pulled into that boundless chaos. The swirling gray mist enveloped him as always. Soon, in the gray, chaotic ocean ahead, patches of golden light reappeared. Strange little fish, their bodies radiating a soft golden light, swam merrily around him. Just like last time, every single little fish. They all represent a power or talent from the gods. Lan Yu composed himself and prepared to do what he did last time. Just pick one based on your gut feeling. However, just as he reached out and was about to touch the nearest golden fish, a small, fair, slender hand with a slightly cool touch. Without warning, it reached out from beside him and gently placed its hand on his right arm. Lan Yu was startled and instinctively turned his head. It's her. She appeared in this chaotic space of consciousness without anyone noticing. A white dress, whiter than snow, and bare, glistening little feet. Those pure eyes gazed at him quietly. Hel didn't speak, but simply controlled Lan Yu's arm and slightly adjusted its direction. Then, heading towards the chaotic ocean, one of the millions of tiny golden fish was precisely caught. Chapter 82 Resurrection. The chosen little fish, compared to the other glittering little fish. The colors seemed deeper and more lively. Pop. A soft sound. Lan Yu's hand accurately grasped the small golden fish that Hel had handpicked. The next second, the little fish transformed into a deep stream of light. It melted into his palm and disappeared. The surrounding chaotic scene also shattered. Lan Yu's consciousness returned to his original body. He immediately checked his newly acquired abilities. The realm of deathly silence. Source of ability, authority of death, Hel. Effect. Within a 100-meter radius centered on the user, all targets of lower rank will fall into an eternal slumber, withering and dying in the process. Against targets of the same rank, it also has the effect of disrupting their mental state. Lan Yu's eyes widened instantly after reading the introduction. Holy crap, this is a divine skill for clearing out mobs. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. You must understand the battle of the Shadow Master. Although higher-level units have absolute dominance over lower-level units, But the principle that many ants can kill an elephant applies everywhere. Once surrounded by low-level shadow monsters, even a high-level shadow master will eventually be worn down and die. But with this, eternal slumber and withering, any enemy below his rank can be eliminated. Within 100 meters, as many as come, they will die. This is practically a battlefield lawnmower. Moreover, it has the effect of disrupting the mental state of targets of the same level. Although it wasn't an instant kill, it's still very practical. No wonder it was personally selected by Hell. Lanyu was secretly delighted. He stood up and glanced at Ingwe and Baiyan not far away. The two remained lying on the ground, breathing steadily. He simply fell into a deep sleep. Nidhogg's voice came through. "Don't worry, they're fine and will wake up soon." Lanyu nodded, feeling slightly relieved. However, when his gaze fell on another figure not far away, his eyes darkened. Warsaw, Europe. That guy always had a head of dazzling blonde hair and a narcissistic smile that was always on his lips. He's the kind of guy who always insists he's the most handsome guy in the world whenever we meet. At this moment, however, he lay there silently, like a worn-out doll that has been carelessly discarded. Lanyu's mood instantly became heavier. The first time I officially led a team on a mission, one of my teammates died. He's a really incompetent captain. Lanyu took a deep breath, suppressing the self-blame and bitterness in his heart. He walked toward Warsaw's body. Anyway, we can't let this guy lie here all alone on this cold ground. However, just as Lanyu bent down, as they prepared to pick up Warsaw's body, a sudden change occurred. All that could be seen was Warsaw's already cold and stiff corpse. Suddenly, wisps of extremely dim gray shadows appeared. The shadow aura was so faint that it was almost imperceptible, yet it carried an indescribable sense of deathly stillness and eeriness. Next, on Warsaw's chest, a figure shrouded in thick black shadows appeared and disappeared. The figure was blurry, and its specific appearance was unclear. It could only be barely discerned as the outline of a human figure. Contract spirit. Lanyu frowned. Something's not right. He remembered it very clearly. Warsaw's contracted spirit. It was a Qilin radiating holy light. The figure before me was shrouded in darkness, exuding an aura of death. It doesn't look like that flashy holy light Qilin at all. Just as Lanyu was filled with doubt and uncertainty, the blurry black shadow slowly emerged a hand from Warsaw's chest. The shape of that hand was also very strange, as if it were formed from swirling black mist. In the black mist's hand, it held a flower the size of a palm. It is entirely black, as if it were a rose sculpted from the purest darkness. The black rose exuded an eerie and mysterious beauty. The shadowy figure was over the black rose. Gently, it was placed on Warsaw's heart. After doing all this, the shadowy figure seemed to become even more ethereal. It gave Warsaw a deep look. Then his entire figure turned into a wisp of green smoke and completely dissipated into the air. It was as if it had never existed. The entire process was extremely fast, taking only a fleeting moment. Lanyu didn't even have time to react. And just as the dark figure vanished, an even more unbelievable scene then unfolded. The black rose placed in Warsaw's heart began to slowly bloom. As the petals unfurled, a pure and exquisite life force emanated from the flower's stamen and merged into Warsaw's body. Lanyu subconsciously reached out, wanting to touch Huashao's body. The fingertips just touched the other person's skin. A warm sensation came from my fingertips. It was no longer the bone-chilling cold that belonged to the dead. Rather, it's the temperature of a living person. Lanyu's pupils suddenly contracted. He suddenly probed Warsaw's nose for breath. A faint, but undeniable breath. He then touched the other person's carotid artery. Thump, thump, thump. The steady, powerful heartbeat clearly reached his fingertips. Warsaw is alive? What the hell is going on? Lanyu tried to understand what had just happened. What exactly was that dark shadow just now? What kind of treasure is that black rose? How could someone who was confirmed dead be brought back to life? This power is comparable to the authority of a god. But Warsaw's contracted spirit is clearly just the holy light Kirin. A series of questions flooded Lanyu's mind, leaving him completely bewildered. What secrets is this kid hiding? Lanyu's gaze unconsciously fell on Huashao's face, which he considered handsome. Just then, he keenly noticed. Warsaw's tightly closed eyelids seemed to tremble slightly. It opened up a tiny, almost imperceptible crack. When he realized that Lanyu was staring at him, the slit closed quickly again. Lanyu. This guy seems to be really alive. Lanyu's lips twitched. He looked at the motionless Warsaw. Hey, if you don't get up, I'm going to dig a hole in this cemetery and bury you right there. Anyway, the feng shui here is good. with beautiful mountains and clear waters, suitable for a peaceful rest. Lan Yu spoke slowly, his tone devoid of emotion. The words had barely left his mouth. Warsaw was originally completely dead. He suddenly leaped up from the ground. Their movements were incredibly swift and agile. Where is there even a trace of the cold and stiff appearance from before? He brushed off non-existent dust from his body. His signature narcissistic smile reappeared on his face. Oh, don't be like that, Brother Lan. I was just joking with you to lighten the mood. Warsaw approached with a grin, trying to put his arm around her shoulder. Lan Yu dodged his claws expressionlessly. Looking at this energetic guy in front of me, who even had the leisure to act silly. Lan Yu was genuinely a bit bewildered. The icy, bone-chilling touch, the vanished breath and heartbeat. It was definitely not an illusion. He was 100% certain that Warsaw was indeed dead at that time. But now it's alive again. Lan Yu frowned, just about to ask. What you just did? Before he could finish speaking, Warsaw interrupted him. Chapter 83: The False Truth. Stop. Warsaw extended a finger, blocking Lan Yu's path. I know what you want to ask, but I hope you won't. He looked at Lan Yu's questioning eyes. He sighed, a rare occurrence, and explained. Well, everyone has their own secrets, right? Just like you, Brother Lan. Warsaw glanced meaningfully at the direction in which the soul-devouring serpent had disappeared. Why did that giant snake, which was comparable to an 8-star shadow master, suddenly obey you and even turn around and attack that old guy? This is your secret, and I won't pry. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu's heart stirred. This guy, wasn't he already dead just now? Even after death, one can still see what's happening outside? This is absolutely outrageous. Warsaw seemed to see through Lan Yu's thoughts, but offered no explanation. He simply continued. So, I hope you won't ask me any more questions about my death, just now. Just pretend you didn't see anything, okay? Warsaw's eyes held a hint of seriousness. He was completely different from the narcissistic guy he usually was. Lan Yu gave him a deep look. I pondered for a moment. Lan Yu finally nodded. Okay. Seeing that Lan Yu agreed, Hua Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. His facial expression instantly reverted to his usual narcissistic and irritating look. I knew you were a reasonable person, Brother Lan. He triumphantly tossed his brilliant blonde hair, then pointed to Shadow Moon and White Crow, who were still fast asleep, not far away. All right, now that everything is resolved, let's get down to business. Let's each carry one and get these two sleepyheads out of here. Qin Ming's reinforcements should be arriving soon. Together, the two carried Ingwe and Baya on their backs and headed towards the exit of the Research Institute. Just as Warsaw predicted. As they walked out of the Research Institute's gates, Qin Ming was already waiting outside with a team of members from the Administration Bureau. Seeing Lan Yu and Hua Xiao carrying people out, Qin Ming's haggard face revealed an undisguised joy. Captain Blue, you're all right? That's great. He hurried forward, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious Ingwe and Baya, and asked with concern. What are they doing? Lan Yu gave a simple explanation. It's nothing serious, he just fell asleep temporarily. Qin Ming nodded, and quickly gave instructions to his men. They carefully took Ingwe and Baya and arranged for them to be sent to the medical team in the rear. Lan Yu then recounted the details of the operation. He briefly explained to Qin Ming the findings at the Research Institute. When they heard that Scarface, the leader of the Black Abyss organization, had not appeared. Moreover, almost all of the core instruments and data in the Research Institute were destroyed by Lan Yu. Qin Ming did not show any disappointment or blame on his face. Instead, he seemed relieved and said in a deep voice, those instruments and data are better destroyed. That kind of inhumane research should never exist in this world. A flicker of lingering fear and relief flashed in Qin Ming's eyes. If those things are successfully researched and put into large-scale use by the Black Abyss organization, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Ming changed the subject and began to report on the situation on his side. By the way, Captain Blue, we've also made some new progress on our side. Our preliminary investigation revealed that some of the shares of that Kide pharmaceutical company are actually registered under the name of Professor Lin from the Administration Bureau. And our people began to secretly investigate Professor Lin. He acted very strangely, especially when it came to the secret laboratory project he was involved in back then. Qin Ming paused, then lowered his voice. Then, when we decided to conduct a further investigation, Professor Lin seemed to have sensed something and ran away ahead of time. Lan Yu frowned slightly. They ran away? Qin Ming nodded. He hesitated for a moment, then finally decided to speak. And, I don't know if it's a coincidence. We found that Professor Lin participated in the Shadow Monster fusion experiment many years ago. During that experiment, he was unfortunately scratched because the test subject went berserk, leaving a very hideous and huge scar on his back. As Qin Ming spoke, his eyes became meaningful. There's a huge scar on his back. Lan Yu repeated thoughtfully. Qin Ming slowly exhaled. Furthermore, according to the intelligence you gave us, the codename of the leader of the Black Abyss organization is Mr. Scarface. Consider the other side's actions and the current evidence. We now speculate that Professor Lin is the mastermind behind the Black Abyss organization, Scarface. Qin Ming looked at Lan Yu, his expression becoming much more serious. This incident involving the lost people is already very serious and has many implications. The authorities have urgently recalled a 7-star expert to specifically investigate Professor Lin's case. Qin Ming paused for a moment, then continued. Based on the intelligence we currently have, Professor Lin's location and activity trajectory have been basically locked down. It shouldn't be long before we can bring him to justice. He breathed a long sigh of relief, a sense of relief at surviving such a close call. I am so grateful to the other Shoreflower Guild for this, especially Captain Blue. Leave the follow-up pursuit and clean-up work to our bureau. Lan Yu nodded slightly, without saying anything more. After saying goodbye, Lan Yu boarded the car that took him back to the guild's base. The vehicle drove through the streets of Ash City at night. The neon lights outside the window were bizarre and flashed by rapidly. Lan Yu leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. However, his brain was working at lightning speed. Is that the end of it? He felt that something was wrong. What place is it? He meticulously reviewed the entire incident from beginning to end in his mind. From receiving the mission to the amusement park, to interrogating the robbers, to infiltrating the research institute, and encountering Professor Hu. Finally, there's the information Qin Ming provided about Professor Lin. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. The Black Abyss organization established a secret research institute in Ash City to conduct illegal human experiments. Professor Hu is the executor. Professor Lin, on the other hand, is the Scarface who is hiding behind the scenes, the real mastermind. Professor Hu is now dead, and the research institute has been destroyed. Professor Lin's identity has been exposed, his whereabouts have been tracked, and it's only a matter of time before he's caught. Perfect. It was a textbook example of a perfect crime-solving process. Lan Yu's brows furrowed slightly without his notice. That's what makes it perfect. It made him realize that something was wrong. Things have gone too smoothly. Every step seemed to have been meticulously planned. The clues are interconnected, and the chain of evidence is clear and complete. The targeting is too obvious. It's as if there's an invisible hand gently pushing from behind. It guides them step by step toward this truth. This feeling made Lan Yu feel vaguely uneasy. He pondered for a long time. Lan Yu slowly opened his eyes. He picked up his phone, which was lying to the side, and dialed a number. The call was connected almost instantly. A slightly aged, yet still steady and powerful voice came through the receiver. Young master. Lan Yu's voice was calm and composed. Uncle Fu, I'm sorry, I know you're probably busy investigating the people who tried to assassinate me. But I hope you can find some time to help me investigate another matter. Chapter 84 Scapegoat. At the same time, Ash City, East District. The once bustling commercial district is now marked by conspicuous yellow warning lines. And armed Special Forces members from the Administration Bureau. Layer upon layer of blockade, completely sealing off the area. A tense and somber atmosphere filled the air. The piercing sirens echoed through the night sky, proclaiming the unrest in the area. At the top of a building that is dozens of stories high. At the edge of the rooftop, a tall and slender figure stood silently, like a cheetah in the dark night. She was a woman dressed in a black, tight-fitting combat suit. The combat uniform perfectly accentuated her shapely yet powerful figure. Her short, neat blue hair swayed slightly in the wind. She was wearing a black metal mask that covered the lower half of her face. Only a pair of narrow, sharp eyes and a beautifully shaped jawline were visible. She was the one who was urgently recalled from the capital by the Administration Bureau. A female ninja codenamed Qing, a 7-star expert specifically tasked with hunting down Professor Scarface Lin. He was also an acquaintance who had taken Lan Yu to the Administration Bureau to register last time. Behind Qing, a young team member, also dressed in the Bureau's uniform, respectfully reported. The target has been completely contained in this area. Our people are conducting a thorough search and should be able to arrest the suspect within an hour. Qingwei nodded slightly. He indicated that he understood. Below, in a dark, narrow, musty old room, Professor Lin was like a frightened bird. He was curled up on a dilapidated wooden chair. Outside the window, the sharp, piercing sound of police sirens could be heard. Like a death knell, it struck again and again, relentlessly pounding against his already fragile nerves. His face was as pale as paper, and his forehead was covered with beads of cold sweat. Damn it! Damn it! How did those hyenas from the Administration Bureau suddenly find their way back to that experiment from back then? Professor Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and incomprehension. He had clearly spent a lot of money to cultivate relationships at all levels. Let those guys keep that damned experimental file buried in the dustbin of history forever. Those bastards who took the money did absolutely nothing. Or is it? Familiar faces flashed through Professor Lin's mind. Could it be that someone on the inside betrayed me? Damn it. He grew angrier the more he thought about it, and couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath. But now is clearly not the time to dwell on these things. The most urgent task is to figure out how to escape from this inescapable trap. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. His brain raced as he considered a way to escape. A moment later, his hands trembled as he fumbled in his pocket for a long time. Finally, they pulled out a palm-sized cube of Rubik's Cube, which was a strange purple color. This item is called the Shadow Realm Leap Cube. It is one of the Institute's newest, and also most unstable, research findings. It can forcibly tear through space, creating a small, temporary teleportation channel to the Shadow Realm. The film industry. It was a parallel world to the real world, yet bizarre and full of unknowns and dangers. Countless powerful shadow spirits dwell within it. The power of the Shadow Masters comes from the contracts they make with these creatures of the Shadow Realm. But the world of film itself remains a forbidden zone for humankind. It is filled with raging shadow monsters and all sorts of unpredictable and deadly dangers. To date, human exploration of it has only scratched the surface. This Shadow Realm Jump Cube allows people to be directly teleported to that perilous world. Although entering the film industry was fraught with peril, it was a life or death situation. But thanks to the life-saving equipment he's amassed over the years and his own 3-star strength, there is at least a glimmer of hope. It's better than it falling into the hands of those management bureaus outside. Especially, the thought that it was that woman who was in charge of hunting me down. Professor Lin's body involuntarily shivered. Green. Within the Administration Bureau, there is the infamous, cold-faced judge. It is said that any prisoner who falls into her hands, none of them were able to leave that special interrogation room unscathed. Unable to live, unable to die. That was the real hell on earth. He was willing to risk his life to break into the film industry. I would rather fight those hideous shadow monsters than fall into the hands of that perverted woman. Professor Lin gripped the Shadow Realm Leap Cube tightly in his hand, his palms already soaked with cold sweat. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with madness and determination. Let's give it our all. He let out a low growl, preparing to activate the Rubik's Cube regardless of the consequences. However, at this very moment, clatter, clatter, clatter. Outside the quiet stairwell, a series of crisp and rhythmic footsteps suddenly echoed. The sound was like someone walking in high heels. One stroke at a time, slowly and steadily. Professor Lin froze instantly, and all color drained from his face. Someone is coming. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Outside the quiet stairwell, a series of crisp and rhythmic footsteps suddenly echoed. The sound was like the gentle treading of high heels, unhurried and unhurried. Yet it struck precisely at the most tense point in people's hearts. Professor Lin froze, his face drained of color, and he nearly slid off his chair. He had just gripped the Shadow Realm Leap Cube tightly. Because of this sudden change, they were suspended in midair, not daring to make a sound. Damn it! Could it be that the Bureau of Management has caught up with us? Impossible. They absolutely could not be that fast. He was already being very careful. They chose the most inconspicuous abandoned hotel. Even if the Bureau of Management conducts a thorough search, it will take at least an hour. Professor Lin's mind raced. His back was soaked with cold sweat. The rhythmic sound of high heels. Without veering off course, it finally stopped outside the door of the room where he was. Knock, knock, knock. 3 very polite knocks sounded on the door. Immediately afterwards, a girl's calm, somewhat indifferent voice came from outside the door. Room service. Professor Lin was stunned after hearing this. What the heck? Room service? He never ordered any room service. Moreover, this is a dilapidated hotel that was completely abandoned more than a decade ago. There wasn't a soul in sight. So where did the waiters come from? Professor Lin suppressed his shock. He lowered his body silently, peeked cautiously out through the crack in the door. The next second, His pupils suddenly contracted. There was indeed a person standing outside the door, under the dim hallway lights. You can see a pair of feet wearing high heels. But those weren't human feet at all. More like some kind of cold, lifeless mannequin. You can even see unnatural seams at the joints. In other words, the person standing outside the door wasn't even alive. Chapter 85: The Main Culprit's Suicide. A chill ran from the soles of Professor Lin's feet straight up to the top of his head. He held his breath, not daring to even exhale. What kind of room service does this rundown place offer? His heart was pounding like a drum, almost bursting out of his throat. The girl, outside the door, didn't seem to stop even though no one answered. Knock, knock, knock. There were 3 more knocks on the door. That sickeningly sweet voice rang out again, repeating itself with a hint of stubbornness. Room service. Cold sweat streamed down Professor Lin's forehead, soaking his collar. He gritted his teeth, not daring to make a sound. He could sense that the thing outside the door was definitely not a kind person. A fear stemming from biological instinct made the hairs on his body stand on end. However, the girl seemed to have exceptional patience. Room service. Room service. Over and over again, like a demonic chant, it kept repeating itself. The monotonous and eerie calling echoed through the deathly silent corridors of the abandoned hotel, nearly snapping Professor Lin's nerves. Finally, he could no longer bear this extreme psychological torment. Professor Lin's voice trembled uncontrollably with fear as he roared. Are you from the Bureau? Who are you? What do you want? The moment he shouted it out, he regretted it. But more than anything, it's a kind of what's the use kind of release. The sounds outside the door paused for a moment. Professor Lin's heart jumped into his throat. Then, a hint of mocking laughter appeared in the girl's voice. The laughter was light and airy, yet carried a chilling coldness. No, I'm not from any bureau. I'm just here to provide you with room service. The services provided are. The sound was drawn out, carrying a playful, cat-and-mouse-like quality. To see you on your way. The words had barely left his mouth. Before Professor Lin could react at all, the black telephone cord that had been dangling in the corner next to him, it sprang up suddenly, as if it had come to life like a venomous snake. Professor Lin felt a blur before his eyes, and then a terrifying, suffocating force came from his neck. His eyes widened instantly. That black telephone line. It had already wrapped tightly around his neck and was suddenly tightening upwards. Professor Lin made an unintelligible hoarse sound from his throat, like a broken bellows pumping. His hands instinctively grabbed the telephone cord around his neck, trying to tear it off. The fingernails dug deep into the rubber of the telephone wire, trying to tear a way out. However, he is a 3-star filmmaker. The power that could split stone and shatter monuments seemed so pale and powerless at this moment. That seemingly fragile telephone line was incredibly strong, so tight that it made his bones crack. No matter how much he struggled, his face turning purple and veins bulging, he couldn't budge him an inch. His body was suspended in midair by telephone lines. With both feet off the ground, he kicked futilely in the air, overturning the old wooden chair beneath him with a dull thud. A feeling of suffocation washed over me like a tidal wave. The air in his lungs was slowly drained, and the shadow of death quickly loomed over him. Just moments before he was about to completely lose consciousness. He felt his consciousness starting to drift away. Outside the room, the voice of the waitress drifted over again. It was like whispering in his ear with an eerie tenderness. Guest room messages. After a brief beep sound, a calm, steady male voice sounded from outside the door. The voice was devoid of any emotion, yet it sent a jolt through Professor Lin's remaining consciousness. Professor Lin, you know, a bit too much. If the people in the administration find out about some of these things, then things will get complicated. So you just died peacefully as a scapegoat. This is the best outcome for everyone. That sound is. Professor Lin's pupils suddenly dilated. He found the voice somewhat familiar. But before he could remember, the blurry image in his mind was still unclear. The next moment, the telephone cord around his neck suddenly tightened, making a soft click sound. His pupils had completely lost all their luster, leaving only a lifeless gray-white. His hands fell limply to his sides. Inside the room, all was deathly silent. Only the corpse hanging in midair swayed slightly with the telephone line. It swayed slightly, casting a long shadow in the dim light. About 10 minutes later, a member of the Management Bureau reported to Qing via communicator. Master Qing, we found the target. It's on the 3rd floor of an abandoned hotel, room number 307. I've sent you the coordinates. Preliminary assessment suggests that the target may already be dead. The voice on the other end of the communicator carried a hint of uncertainty. Qing's figure was like a streak of blue lightning. In a few swift movements across the complex rooftops, it silently appeared in the corridor on the third floor of the hotel. When she arrived at the door of the abandoned hotel room, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The door was ajar, with a small gap between it and the door. A female mannequin dressed as a waitress. He stood quietly at the doorway, a commercial smile on his face that seemed incredibly eerie at that moment. That smile was stiff and standard, and under the dim hallway lights, it had an indescribable chill. How could this thing be here? Qing's gaze lingered on the mannequin for a moment, her sharp eyes seemingly trying to see right through it. Without thinking twice, she reached out and gently pushed open the door. The next moment, she saw the scene inside the room. Professor Lin's body was hanging from the dusty chandelier in the center of the room. A black telephone cord was tightly wrapped around his neck. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes wide open, unable to close them in peace. His face still bore the marks of disbelief and terror, and a lingering trace of despair. Qing stepped forward and carefully examined the scene. There were no obvious signs of a struggle in the room, and the doors and windows were intact. Her gaze remained unwavering, merely sweeping lightly over Professor Lin's distorted face. Suicide. The next day, at the Ash City Contractor Management Bureau branch, a brightly lit meeting room, Lan Yu looked at the figure sitting in the main seat with some surprise. Wearing a sharp, black, tight-fitting combat suit, it outlines a graceful yet explosive curve. His short, light blue hair was still neatly styled, and he wore a black metal mask that covered the lower half of his face. Only a pair of narrow and sharp eyes were visible. It was her, the female ninja who took me to register with the Administration Bureau, codenamed Blue. Unexpectedly, the 7-star expert urgently recalled by the administration from the capital was this acquaintance they had met once before. What a small world. Qing's gaze swept over Lan Yu, and she nodded slightly as a greeting. Her attitude remained as cold and unapproachable as ever, as if the surrounding air had cooled down several degrees because of her presence. Qing's voice was clear and cold, without any extra emotion. Captain Blue. She did not use Lan Yu's real name. She seemed to have been given a secret order regarding Lan Yu's name. Qing continued. Professor Lin's cause of death has been preliminarily determined to be suicide out of fear of punishment. As she spoke, she pushed a copy of a document in front of Lan Yu. We found a confession written by him in the room where he was hiding. Lan Yu's gaze fell on the document. It details all his crimes within the Black Abyss organization, including establishing secret research institutes, conducting illegal human experiments, and the Black Abyss organization's numerous arrangements and actions in Ash City. The content is basically consistent with the intelligence we currently have in the confessions we obtained from those Black Abyss organization robbers. Qing paused for a moment, then continued. Therefore, the case of Mr. Scar can be declared closed. The administration is very satisfied with the performance of the other Shoreflower Guild, especially Captain Blue. A dedicated person will handle the subsequent commendations and mission reports. Around noon today, a special car will come to pick you up and take you back to the guild headquarters. Lan Yu picked up the copy of the confession and glanced at it a few times. The handwriting was indeed Professor Lin's, so perfect that no one could find any fault with it. Understood. Lan Yu nodded slightly. He accepted Qing's arrangement. Chapter 86 The Last Experiment. Night was falling. An inconspicuous house in Ash City. Inside a room so dimly lit that the furnishings were almost invisible. The sharp ringing of the telephone suddenly broke the silence. It broke the suffocating silence. The bell rang several times before it was picked up by a hand. The call was answered quickly. A calm, composed, and even somewhat gentle male voice rang out. Really? Professor Lin just passed away like that. That's such a shame. A soft, undisguised laugh came from the other end of the phone. The laughter was filled with disdain and mockery of such pretentious remarks. I hope you won't laugh like that. The man's voice on the other end of the line remained steady. Professor Lin, after all, was my mentor for many years, and I learned a great deal from him. The person on the other end of the phone recounted recent events. The man held the receiver and listened quietly. Really? Have all the research data been destroyed by the spider lily? But it doesn't matter. Even if the authorities get hold of it, they won't be able to find anything. The man laughed. Moreover, if they get their hands on it, some high-ranking officials might not be able to resist using the research data themselves. After a brief chuckle, the man changed the subject. By the way, are those people from the other Shoreflower still in Ash City? Oh, they're gone. They left around noon today. Hearing this, The man visibly breathed a sigh of relief. I do care about them a bit, especially that young man with blue hair inside. He gave me the impression of being difficult to deal with. My intuition told me that if I let him continue investigating, I might discover some clues. Now that he's gone, everything's fine. He paused, as if answering a question from the person on the other end of the phone. Me? I'm not leaving yet. I have one last experiment left, and this experiment is very important to me. I will leave naturally after I finish this experiment. Just then, the door to the room creaked open gently. A bright ray of light instantly dispelled part of the darkness. The light shone in, illuminating a corner by the door. A clear, childlike voice, like a silver bell, rang out cheerfully. Dad, are you better? Beside the phone, the light and shadow outlined the silhouette of a middle-aged man. He was of medium build and had a gentle face. He possessed a strong scholarly air. It was Tao Zishuan, the humble and polite assistant at the Research Institute. Assistant Tao put down the phone, and the expression on his face changed the moment his daughter's voice rang out. Then he switched to a gentle and loving smile. He opened his arms to meet him. He held his daughter, who was rushing towards him like a little cannonball, firmly in his arms. The girl snuggled against him, tilting her little face up with a hint of coquettishness. Dad, have you forgotten that today is my birthday party? Tao Zishuan gently touched his daughter's soft hair with his cheek and said softly, How could Dad forget? I couldn't properly celebrate your birthday at the amusement park that day. Dad has always remembered this and promised to help you get an even better one. Tao Li, the daughter in her arms, let out a happy laugh. The little arms wrapped tightly around her father's neck. I knew Dad was the best. Tao Zishuan held his daughter like this. He turned around, took a step, and walked towards the door leading to the basement deep inside the room. His daughter, nestled in his arms, curiously shook her little head. Her jet-black pigtails swayed along with it. Dad, why are we going to the basement? And I don't think I saw a birthday cake? Tao Zishuan didn't stop walking, and the smile on his face remained gentle. I'm sorry, Lily. Dad has one last little experiment to do. After we finish this experiment, Daddy will celebrate your birthday, okay? A look of anticipation appeared on her daughter's little face. Do you need my help? Tao Zishuan looked down at his daughter's pure and bright eyes. There was a hint of something unreadable in his smile. Of course, Lily is an indispensable part of Daddy's experiment. The daughter was even happier after hearing this, and her voice rose a few decibels. Really? I can help Dad? That's wonderful. She tilted her head and asked again. By the way, where is Mom? I haven't seen her all day. Tao Zishuan stopped in front of the basement door. He reached out and grasped the doorknob, his voice as soft as a whisper. Mom, she's already waiting for us in the basement. The smile on his face looked somewhat strange in the dim light. Our whole family is important to this experiment. No one can be missing. However, just as Tao Zishuan pushed open the heavy iron door to the basement, he held his daughter and casually pressed the switch on the wall. Smack! The lights came on, dispelling the darkness of the basement. However, the smile on Tao Zishuan's face froze the moment he saw the scene before him. In the very center of the room, at some point, a blue-haired young man appeared, sitting quietly. The young man was dressed casually and had a calm expression. She even had a faint smile on her face, looking at him calmly. Big brother. Tao Li's clear voice broke the eerie silence. She quickly recognized the young man in front of her, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She broke free from Tao Zishuan's embrace. He jogged towards Lanyu. Big brother, what are you doing here? Lanyu's smile deepened. He turned slightly to the side. She pulled out a beautifully packaged, luxurious birthday cake from behind her back, adorned with colorful candles. Happy birthday, Tao Li. When the daughter saw the cake, her eyes widened in surprise. Wow, what a beautiful cake. Tao Li's eyes lit up instantly, like two dazzling stars. She accepted the cake with delight, her little face beaming with happiness. She turned her head, holding the cake. Excitedly, he looked at his father, who was still standing at the door with a stiff expression. Daddy, is this the surprise you prepared for me? It's wonderful. Tao Zishuan, however, did not utter a single word from beginning to end. He just stood there, stunned, as if his body was bound by invisible chains. He stared blankly at the completely unexpected scene before him. Lanyu steadily handed the cake to Tao Li. He reached out and gently patted her little head. The sound was also played very softly. Take the cake up, Lily. He pointed to the stairs leading upstairs. My teammates are up there, and your mother is with them too. Everyone will celebrate your birthday with you today. Tao Li was even happier upon hearing this, and she nodded vigorously. She turned around with some difficulty, holding a cake bigger than her head. Lan Yu raised his head, his gaze shifting from Tao Li's innocent face to Tao Zishuan. As for your father. In that instant, the gentleness in his eyes vanished, replaced by a cold scrutiny. Lan Yu spoke coldly. I have some things I need to talk to your father about alone. The daughter happily agreed, grabbed the cake, and ran up the stairs. Before leaving, she turned back and gave him some final words of advice. Dad, big brother, hurry up and come up. Lan Yu smiled and waved to the girl. I watched her small figure disappear at the top of the stairs. The basement door was gently closed. Under the lights, Lan Yu's smile slowly faded. He turned his head, his gaze refocusing on Tao Zishuan, who was still standing frozen in place. Although your daughter really wants you to go up there. Lan Yu's voice was calm and even, yet it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. But I'm afraid. I can't let you go up. He paused, then clearly uttered the code name, word by word. Mr. Scarface. Chapter 87, The Empty Prison. The basement lights were a stark, blinding white. Assistant Tao. No, we should now call him Mr. Scarface. He quickly regained his composure, trying to maintain his usual polite and courteous demeanor. Mr. Lan, what are you talking about? Mr. Scarface, isn't that Professor Lin? I remember the official report said he had a knife scar on his back. He shrugged, his tone carrying just the right amount of confusion. He seemed completely baffled by Lan Yu's accusations. He still wanted to play dumb. Lan Yu looked at him and retorted with a smile. I also said that there's a wife in the wife cake, and Zhang Mozi has pockmarks on his face. If you actually follow this kind of clue to find the culprit, then you're a complete idiot. His voice was calm, then suddenly turned cold. And you don't need to pretend anymore. I've already seen the so-called experimental machine at the back of this basement. At this point, Tao Zishuan's smile froze completely. He realized that any explanation would be weak and ineffective. He gave a dry laugh, the sound of which seemed particularly eerie in the empty basement. Hey, really? You've already seen it. Lan Yu ignored his self-deprecation and continued speaking. That must be the so-called machine that allows humans to fuse with shadow monsters, right? It's very similar to the one at the Cade Institute, or even more advanced. This should be an upgraded version. After speaking, he raised his head, his gaze fixed coldly on Tao Zishuan, his voice deepening. When I came over, I noticed two obvious spots on that machine. Your wife, Tao Li's mother, is unconscious and bound in one of the positions. Lan Yu paused. His gaze drifted meaningfully toward the stairwell where Tao Li had skipped away. The voice grew increasingly icy. As for the other empty seat, he didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning behind those unspoken words was clear. Based on Tao Zishuan's previous words and actions, and the purpose of that machine, the answer is already obvious. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Tao Zishuan maintained an eerie calm. He looked at Lan Yu and asked, when did you realize it? Lan Yu answered without hesitation. From the very beginning. It started when you brought up the experiment of fusing humans and shadow monsters to me at the Research Institute. And when the clues were intentionally or unintentionally directed towards Professor Lin, I felt something was wrong. Lan Yu's voice was steady, yet like a scalpel, precisely dissecting Tao Zishuan's heart. You knew this experiment was going to be exposed sooner or later. So, you want to deliberately detonate it before things are completely exposed and more flaws that can no longer be covered up. Lan Yu paused for a moment, then continued. Use my hand, or rather, use the hand of the other Shoreflower Guild, to find out part of the truth about this incident. Then, they perfectly shifted all the blame onto Professor Lin's Scarface. After all, he himself is not clean, so he is the perfect person to be the scapegoat. Finally, let's bring this matter to a satisfactory conclusion. Everything is going well, isn't it? Tao Zishuan's smile deepened, tinged with admiration. A brilliant deduction. Then a look of confusion appeared on his face. But intuition and these speculations alone shouldn't be enough to make you so certain that you've identified me, right? After all, I'm just a junior researcher with limited authority. Lan Yu nodded slightly in agreement. At first, I just thought there was a mole within the organization. Because we raided the Cade Institute based on the clues, we should have acted quickly enough that the Institute shouldn't have been able to react in time. But Professor Hu not only knew we were coming, he also made preparations in advance. From that moment on, I roughly guessed that there were people from your organization among the officials, or among the people who had access to information about our operations. Lan Yu's voice narrated calmly. At first I thought it was Professor Lin. But it wasn't until I heard another piece of information that I immediately identified you. A genuine curiosity flashed in Tao Zishuan's eyes. Oh, what's the news? Lan Yu slowly uttered a place name. Gray Point City Prison. One of my teammates noticed during a previous battle that one of the lost ones involved in the attack bore a striking resemblance to a notorious hardened criminal from Greyhorn City a few years ago. Lan Yu said calmly. So I asked the authorities to investigate the prison where that prisoner was located. However, the official response from the prison was that the prisoner was still serving his sentence and everything was normal. At first, I didn't think there was anything strange about it. Lan Yu then changed the subject. However, when I learned that the mastermind behind it was most likely a mole within the government, I have doubts about the official findings of this investigation. There was no discernible emotion in Lan Yu's voice. So I used some personal connections to get my family members to conduct a more in-depth investigation of that prison. My butler led officials and forced their way into the prison. He looked at Tao Zishuan, his gaze calm, yet carrying a hint of pressure. Guess what they saw in the prison? Before Tao Zishuan could answer, Lan Yu continued speaking to himself. A prison that is almost empty. According to the records, that prison should have held more than 300 vicious criminals. But 3 years ago, all the prisoners in the prison disappeared overnight. And that foolish warden, in order to cover up his dereliction of duty, chose to completely conceal the matter and claim to the outside world that everything was normal. If our people hadn't forced their way in, he probably would have kept this a secret for several more years. Lan Yu's gaze fell on Tao Zishuan. After that, my butler carefully investigated the prison's visitor records. Coincidentally, it happened a week before those prisoners disappeared. Your name appeared on that visitor list. Tao Zishuan. Upon hearing this, Tao Zishuan's smile finally vanished completely. Instead, he wore a complex expression that was a mixture of helplessness and relief. He clapped softly, the sound somewhat abrupt in the empty basement. My intuition was right after all. Captain Blue, you are indeed a very troublesome person. He took a deep breath, and his eyes sharpened again. His tone returned to its previous composure, even carrying a subtle hint of control. However, Mr. Lan, you seem to have made a fatal mistake as well. Tao Zishuan looked around the spacious but somewhat gloomy basement. He wore a faint smile on his face. You probably didn't find any finished lost ones in that research institute of Cade Bio, did you? Chapter 88. It seems like everything is over. Tao Zishuan smiled mysteriously. Do you know why? Before Lan Yu could answer, Tao Zishuan suddenly snapped his fingers. Smack! The crisp snap of fingers echoed in the basement. In an instant, the once spacious and flat basement floor suddenly developed jagged cracks. The walls also revealed a dense array of hidden compartments. Roar! Hiss! The ear-piercing roars and howls surged in from all directions like a tidal wave. One after another, shadow monsters of various shapes and ferocious appearances swarmed out from the cracks and hidden compartments. Some of them are enormous, with bulging muscles, exuding a ferocious aura. Some have bizarre shapes and move extremely fast, like hunters in the shadows. Some even retain some human characteristics. But his eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. In the blink of an eye, the entire spacious basement was completely filled with these countless, densely packed shadow monsters. Hundreds of them. There are at least hundreds of shadow monsters of different shapes and levels. They surrounded Lan Yu, their scarlet eyes fixed on him, emitting a chilling growl. A strong smell of blood and an aura of brutality. It instantly filled the entire space. Tao Zishuan stood at the rear of the shadow monsters, a sickly smile on his face, looking down at Lan Yu. I know you're strong, Captain Blue. With your strength, killing several, or even dozens, 3-star shadow monsters by yourself might not be a big problem. But if, he pointed to the menacing shadow monsters around him, radiating a terrifying aura. What if there are hundreds? Tao Zishuan's smile revealed a hint of crazy boasting. There are a total of 367 lost souls here. Almost all the prisoners from that jail are here. He spread his hands out, as if showing off his masterpiece. His tone was filled with the pleasure of being in complete control. Even with your teammates upstairs, can you handle it? This number is enough to drive any 3-star cinematographer to despair. Lan Yu's expression remained calm and undisturbed. He didn't even lift his eyelids, but simply spoke. We don't need them anymore. I am enough on my own. The sound wasn't loud, but it reached Tao Zishuan's ears clearly. Tao Zishuan's smile faltered slightly. It was as if they had heard some incredibly funny joke, and then a deep sense of doubt and confusion arose. What did you say? He wondered if he had misheard. One person? Faced with over 300, including many 3-star level lost creatures? Is this kid crazy, or is he just scared out of his wits? Lan Yu ignored his astonishment. He closed his eyes slightly. In an instant, an indescribable aura of terror emanated from him. Behind him, a hazy and wholly white phantom of a young girl slowly emerged. The phantom seemed to be composed of the purest death and silence, carrying an expression of compassion for all living beings. Just one glance at that phantom made Tao Zishuan feel his soul tremble. She gently stretched out her arms and embraced Lan Yu tenderly from behind. Buzz! An invisible ripple spread out. Illusory white petals, appearing from nowhere, began to drift throughout the basement. They are gentle and sacred, yet they carry a chilling stillness. The realm of deathly silence. As the white petals fell, an indescribable surge of energy suddenly spread outwards from Lan Yu. Those lost souls who were previously roaring and baring their teeth in a frenzy. The 3-star shadow monsters, exuding an aura of savagery, suddenly froze in their tracks. Subsequently, those powerful works that Tao Zishuan considered enough to crush everything. Whether they are enormous or move at unpredictable speeds, whether they are at the early stage of 3 stars or the peak of 3 stars. As long as it is a shadow monster of a lower rank than Lan Yu, their bodies began to wither and decay at a visible rate, and it began to crumble piece by piece. The black powder it turned into fell in a rustling sound and then dissipated into the air. In just a few seconds, just a moment ago, it filled the entire basement. Hundreds of lost souls, densely packed and enough to make your scalp crawl. At this moment, it has vanished without a trace. All that remained was the empty basement and the still lingering, chilling pressure of the oppressive atmosphere. The smile on Tao Zishuan's face had long since frozen. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape unconsciously. A strange hoarse sound came from its throat. He was frozen in place, as if under a spell. He was stunned by what he saw, a scene that was completely beyond his comprehension. This is impossible. He muttered to himself, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Those are 367 lost ones. It was the result of years of hard work and the use of countless resources. This is a trump card that was secretly cultivated. That's it gone? Was it erased so casually by this young man before him? This is a power that ordinary filmmakers simply cannot possess. Unless... A flash of lightning seemed to strike Tao Zishuan's mind. He seemed to understand something, yet also seemed unable to believe his own guess. The fear on his face was gradually replaced by a more complex emotion. It was a mixture of sudden realization, despair, and a hint of morbid fanaticism. Ha-hee-ha! Tao Zishuan suddenly burst into hysterical laughter. The laughter echoed in the empty basement, sounding particularly eerie and jarring. I see. He pointed at Lan Yu, his eyes filled with madness. I still don't understand why Professor Hu failed to summon the soul-devouring serpent. Now I understand. So the one you contracted with was actually the one that was rumored to be. His voice abruptly stopped. A fleeting shadow. Whoosh. The sword flashed and disappeared in an instant. Tao Zishuan's head, still bearing the lingering madness and horror, flew high into the air. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Lan Yu slowly sheathed the Jinyue sword, his expression cold and his eyes devoid of any emotion. You don't need to know. His voice was calm, as if he had merely crushed a trivial insect. Thump. Tao Zishuan's headless body fell heavily to the ground. The basement fell silent once more, deathly still. And at that very moment, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Upstairs, the cheerful sound of a birthday song could be faintly heard, mixed with Tao Li's innocent and carefree laughter. Drizzling. Outside the window, a light rain had started to fall. Raindrops tapped softly against the window pane. The basement was filled with bloodshed and slaughter, while upstairs it was filled with warmth and joy, and outside it was filled with the sound of rain and tranquility. Everything seemed to have truly ended at this moment. Chapter 89 Divine Revelation. Lan Yu walked out of the house and came to the eaves. The rain fell slantingly, carrying the coolness of a gentle breeze. He wanted to get some fresh air and get rid of the faint smell of blood on his body. But to their surprise, they found that the white crow was leaning against the wall. A lit cigarette was held between his fingers, and wisps of smoke rose, appearing somewhat hazy in the rain. When Baiya saw Lan Yu, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Hey, blue team. Is it all done? Lan Yu hummed in agreement, his gaze falling on Baiya. Why don't you go inside to celebrate your birthday and eat cake? Lan Yu asked casually. Baiya raised the cigarette in his hand and shrugged. I don't want to harm children's health with secondhand smoke. He paused, his gaze behind his sunglasses shifting to Lan Yu. But you Blue team leader, aren't you going in to cut the cake with the birthday boy? I heard that you specially prepared that cake. Lan Yu remained silent for a moment. His voice was somewhat low, carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. You're letting a man who just killed her father go in and laugh with her, sing birthday songs, and eat birthday cake? Huh, this scene is truly hellish. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's smile faded slightly. That scumbag father deserved to die. Besides, you saved that little girl and her mother as well. Lan Yu nodded. Yes, he's scum, he's an animal. But I killed that girl's father, that's a fact too. The air was filled with a faint smell of tobacco and the freshness of rain. Neither of them spoke for a moment. A long time. Bai Ye took out another cigarette from the pack and offered it to Lan Yu. Want one? Lan Yu glanced at it and shook his head. I don't smoke. Without saying a word, Bai Ye shoved the cigarette into Lan Yu's mouth. Bai Ye patted his shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of world weariness. You'll get the hang of these things after you've experienced them a lot. Lan Yu, with the unfamiliar cigarette dangling from his mouth, remained silent. The two of them just sat there, cigarettes dangling from their lips, standing side by side under the eaves, looking out the window at the drizzling rain. Inside the house, the faint sounds of laughter and joy from a birthday party could be heard. And there was the innocent laughter of the 5-year-old girl, clear and melodious, completely out of place with the heaviness of the rainy night. At the same time, high in the sky, thousands of kilometers away from Ash City, above the clouds lies a flying city beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This city is entirely cast from a special alloy that gleams with a cold metallic sheen. The whole thing is shaped like a huge hexagon. Countless advanced anti-gravity engines roared deep and powerfully from the bottom of the city. It supports this colossal object, making it float eternally in the sky like a divine sky city. This is the Shadow Artists Bureau's mobile fortress, and also its true headquarters, Sky Fortress. At the very center of the fortress stands a skyscraper that pierces the clouds. The conference room on the top floor. The atmosphere was so heavy it was almost suffocating. A dozen or so figures sat around a huge round conference table. These people are all high-ranking officials in the Management Bureau, whose mere presence can shake the entire region. He is a great figure who truly controls the extraordinary power of this world. Director of the Qiming City branch, Bai Ye, whose hair was now gray and who had once invited Lan Yu to join the Bureau, was also among them. But here he is merely sitting at the very end. He straightened his back, and his usual warm expression was gone. Instead, he wore a serious expression, even with a hint of barely perceptible tension. The reason why these big shots, who are usually rarely seen, could gather together was because of one thing. They hold the most unique position within the Administration Bureau. Even the being above the Director General, Lord Tianyu, recently received a new divine revelation. Lord Tianyu is an extremely special divine contract holder. Her abilities are not used for combat, but rather as an alarm for the world. Whenever a calamity is about to strike that could endanger the entire world or even overturn the existing order, she will then receive divine revelation to warn the world. The last time she received a revelation was 70 years ago, on the eve of the outbreak of the Black Beast Tide that nearly destroyed half the world. And this time, a heavy shadow fell over everyone's hearts. The entire conference room was silent, with only the heavy, suppressed breathing of the people in the room. Sudden bang. The heavy door to the conference room was suddenly kicked open. An employee dressed in a black bureau uniform rushed in, stumbling and scrambling. His chest heaved violently, and his face was as pale as paper, clearly indicating that he had run here at full speed. Director General. The staff member's voice was broken and intermittent due to rapid breathing. But in his hands he was tightly holding a metal box made of a special material, engraved with sealing runes. He held the box high and shouted with all his might. Lord Tianyu's revelation. Whoosh. At the conference table, everyone's eyes instantly focused on the box. The person sitting in the main seat looked to be no more than 27 or 28 years old. The young man even had a somewhat nonchalant smile on his face. However, it would be a grave mistake for anyone to underestimate him because of his youthful appearance. Those who know the details of this Director General are well aware of the situation. This guy is a real old monster who has lived for over 200 years. Long Su slightly raised his hand, and the person who was rushing forward was unsteady on their feet. The staff member was about to fall head first. Then, an invisible yet gentle force lifted him up, allowing him to regain his footing. Long Su laughed. No rush, catch your breath. His voice was gentle, with a reassuring magic. He then raised his hand and made a gesture in the air. The metal box then slipped from the staff member's hand and flew smoothly to the center of the conference table. Click! With a soft click, the runes on the box surface shimmered, and it unlocked automatically. Everyone held their breath, craned their necks, and stared intently at the inside of the box. However, when they saw what was inside the box, everyone was stunned. Inside the box, there lay a single, seemingly ordinary white petal. This? Some people couldn't help but voice their doubts. This is revelation? However, he hadn't finished speaking. All the powerful figures present, including Director Long Su, who sat in the main seat, were present. Their expressions changed drastically at the same time. After the box was opened, buzz, an invisible yet overwhelming pressure that defies description. It spread out suddenly from that tiny white petal. That was not an energy surge. Rather, it is a higher dimensional, crushing force of divine authority. Chapter 90 God of Death. Everyone looked at the white petals in the box. Cold, lifeless, and empty. A fear originating from the deepest part of the soul instantly gripped the heart of everyone present. Inside the conference room, powerful contract spirits stood behind the big shots. Whether they were majestic paladins or ferocious demons, they all let out uneasy growls, and some even curled up and trembled. They sensed the presence of their natural enemies. That is the apex predator in the food chain, with absolute dominion over all living beings below it. This authority is. Finally, a man wearing a golden mask with a hoarse voice spoke first, his voice filled with horror and disbelief. Holding the supreme authority over death, has the god of death, who in mythology holds the power over the end of all things, descended upon the world once more? The entire conference room erupted in chaos. That's not right. The awakening of a supreme deity of such rank should have been preceded by signs. But why haven't we received any news? Some people speculated that. Could it be that someone has made a pact with this god of death? The moment this speculation was made, the noise in the meeting room abruptly ceased. Everyone gasped in shock. To make a pact with a supreme god who controls death? What does this mean? This means that a person has appeared in this world who can arbitrarily spread death and control the end of all things. This is no longer a calamity. This is the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all mankind. But soon someone raised a rebuttal. Absolutely impossible. According to the records, that mysterious god of death has never taken a liking to any contractor, and no one has ever made a contract with him. As a result, apart from his myths and legends, we know very little about this god of death, and we don't even know his name or his true face. The person wearing the golden mask spoke again. However, we must be cautious and comprehensive in dealing with this matter, and we cannot overlook any possibility. After speaking, his gaze, hidden by the mask, turned to Bai Yi. Speaking of which, I remember not long ago, a new divine contractor appeared in Qiming City, right? His meaning was self-evident. The birth of a divine confidant was so close to the time of revelation. This is too much of a coincidence. The coincidence is so striking that it's impossible not to connect the two. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yi spoke. The divine contract holder is named Lan Yu. The information of the god to whom he is contracted has been detected by the Bureau's exclusive equipment and registered. Its contracted deity is an evil dragon god from the ancient abyss, whose authority is chaos. The meaning is very simple. The one Lan Yu contracted with wasn't the god of death. Unless the other party has made a contract with two gods. In that case, the instrument will indeed make a detection error and will only display one of them. But the idea of making a contract with two gods, this has never happened before in history. Besides, how could one person bear the will of two gods? That's simply a fantasy. The expressions on everyone's faces grew increasingly strange and puzzled. Could the intelligence be wrong? Perhaps the one he contracted wasn't an evil dragon at all, but this god of death. Impossible. The results of the Bureau's instrument testing are inaccurate and cannot be falsified. The debate raged on, with everyone offering their own perspectives, but each one seemed to contradict existing information and common sense. Quiet down. Just then, the authoritative voice of Director Long Su rang out. Long Su's gaze was as deep as the starry sky as he slowly swept over everyone present. He sighed softly, his voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible helplessness. There's also a slight headache, like I knew it was coming again. Anyway, it seems like it will be a lot of trouble. But just to be on the safe side, let's re-examine that divine contractor named Lan Yu. Finally, his gaze fell on the white petal that exuded an aura of endless death, and he casually said, "Until the outcome of this incident. For the time being, he will be classified as a top-level, disaster-level surveillance target." Back to Lan Yu's side. After the birthday celebration, he didn't go back to the hotel immediately, but instead took a walk outside to clear his head. Only when the faint smell of blood and tobacco on his body was completely dispelled by the fresh scent of rain did he step into the hotel. The warm, bright lights dispelled the chill outside. As soon as I entered the hall, a boastful voice rang out. "Hey, isn't this our victorious Captain Blue?" Warsaw was standing in what he considered a very cool pose. Leaning against the front desk, her golden hair shimmered under the light. He stepped forward, patted Lan Yu on the shoulder, and winked. "Go back to your room and take a look. There's a surprise in store." Lan Yu nodded, ignoring Hua Xiao who was still posing, and went straight to his room. Push open the door and press the switch. Clatter. The lights came on. The room was very tidy, just as it had been when he left. However, there was an extra small plate on his desk. A small piece of sliced cream cake is placed on top. The cake wasn't big, it was only enough for one person. There was a small candle stuck in it, though it wasn't lit. He slowly walked forward. A corner of paper was peeking out from under the plate, holding the cake. He carefully picked up the plate. It is a painting. The lines are very immature, with the boldness characteristic of crayon drawings, and some even extend outside the outline. Without a doubt, this is a child's work. There are two little people in the painting. One is a very small stick figure, wearing a bright pink dress and with pigtails, clearly Towley. The other one is a bit taller, also a stick figure, with hair haphazardly scribbled with blue crayon. The blue-haired stick figure was handing a disproportionately large cake to the little girl. Below the drawing, in crooked but boldly written handwriting, was a message. "Thank you for the cake, big brother." Lan Yu reached out and gently touched the painting with his fingertips. Finally, he pulled out a chair and sat down. He just stared at the painting quietly. I don't know how much time passed. A cool and languid mature woman's voice rang in his mind, breaking the silence. "Lan Yu, it's Nidhogg. Although it may be a bit inappropriate to bother you at this time, there are some things I would like to remind you of." Lan Yu pulled himself out of his thoughts and responded in his mind. "What's up?" Nidhogg paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. "In the future, unless absolutely necessary, try not to use Hell's authority in front of outsiders. I mean, the realm of deathly silence." Lan Yu's eyes flickered slightly. After thinking for a moment, "The question in my mind. You mean, I shouldn't reveal Hell's identity?" Nidhogg's answer was straightforward. "It seems you reacted quickly." "Yes, that's it," Lan Yu recalled, saying. "Speaking of which, I remember when I registered at the Administration Bureau last time. You only allowed me to register your name and identity. Hell was not filled in." Lan Yu paused for a moment, then slowly began to speak. "At the time, I thought you were just trying to hide the fact that I had made a pact with two gods. But now it seems there's another reason." Chapter 91. The matter is not over yet. Nidadu's voice trailed off. "You guessed right." She seemed to be recalling something, her tone carrying a complex emotion that Lan Yu had never heard before. "How should I tell you this? Hell's identity is very special. Even among us, evil spirit gods who are feared by the world, Hell can be considered the most fearsome existence." Lan Yu tentatively asked himself, "You mean, in the eyes of the world, Hell is more dangerous than you?" Nidhogg's concise answer. "Right." Lan Yu was startled. The white-haired girl who usually just quietly followed behind him like a clingy little tail. "Is it really that terrifying?" Nidhogg's voice grew increasingly solemn. "Therefore, you must never let outsiders know that you have made a contract with Hell. Especially those who stand at the top of the world. Once they find out you've made a pact with Hell, they will probably stop at nothing and pay any price to get rid of you." After listening, Lan Yu nodded solemnly. "I see." The next day, the rain has stopped and the sky is clear. Lan Yu and his group got into the car, preparing to leave the city and return to the guild. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat somber. This incident weighed heavily on everyone's minds like a boulder. Finally, Lan Yu spoke, breaking the silence inside the car. "Actually, strictly speaking, this matter is not over yet." The other three people in the car were all taken aback. Baiyu was the first to react, looking at Lan Yu with a puzzled expression. "Didn't you already take care of Tao Zishuan? Are there still some who escaped?" Shadow Moon and Warsaw also cast inquiring glances their way. Lan Yu leaned back in his seat, looking out the window. Tao Zishuan is dead, but he is probably not the only one who is the main culprit in this incident. Looking at the still puzzled expressions on the three people's faces, he slowly revealed his speculation. First, the Greyhorn City prison. where 367 serious offenders were transferred overnight without anyone noticing. It would be difficult for Tao Zishuan to accomplish this on his own. Secondly, Professor Hu from the Cade Institute, do you still remember that black gem that he took out back then, which could greatly amplify the shadow monster's strength? Treasures of that level are by no means ordinary. Their origins are definitely not simple. Third, and most importantly, Professor Lin's suicide. Lan Yu's voice paused, then became even colder. Although he deserved his fate, his death is highly suspicious and seems more like a meticulously planned cover-up. At the time of Professor Lin's death, Tao Zishuan had been in the research institute the whole time, so he had no time or opportunity to commit the crime. Lan Yu's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable certainty. I suspect that Tao Zishuan has accomplices behind him. Moreover, the identity, status, and strength of this accomplice are probably not simple. The carriage was deathly silent. The expressions on Bai Ya's and Ing Yu's faces both became serious. They were all intelligent people, and they instantly understood the meaning behind Lan Yu's words. A mysterious organization that operates in the shadows, possesses immense power and mysterious treasures, and is even capable of eliminating a professor during an operation by the Bureau and disguising it as a suicide. This goes beyond the scope of an ordinary case. There was a moment of silence. Lan Yu added, I have informed the relevant person in charge of the Administration Bureau of my speculation through special channels. As for what happens next, I will investigate it myself if I have the opportunity. The car was about to set off. At this moment, there was a gentle knock on the car window. Lan Yu turned his head to look. I noticed a familiar figure had appeared beside the car. It's Green. That ninja-dressed, elusive special agent from the Bureau of Administration. As the car window was rolled down, Qing's gaze fell on Lan Yu, and she spoke succinctly. Is it convenient? I'd like to hitch a ride. Lan Yu was taken aback after hearing this. He quickly realized that the other person must have something important to say to him. But he looked at his standard four-seater car. White Raven was in the driver's seat, Shadow Moon was in the passenger seat, and he and Hua Xiao were in the back, which were already packed full, with not even a gap between them. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. Oops. Just then, the white crow in the driver's seat suddenly let out a strange cry and covered its forehead. I've been driving a lot lately, and I'm starting to feel carsick. I need to get out of here and rest. With that, he pushed open the car door and jumped out. Before leaving, he turned back and winked frantically at Yingyue and Hua Xiao in the back row. The implication in his eyes was almost overflowing. Yingyue understood instantly. She immediately covered her mouth, and her face, just right, turned pale. Now that Baya has said that, I also feel uncomfortable. After saying that, she got out of the passenger seat. Inside the car, only Lan Yu, Hua Xiao, and Qing outside remained. Hua Xiao looked at Baya and Yingyue and sighed. Her golden hair shone with an arrogant light in the sunlight. Sigh, you mortals, your physical fitness is just not good enough. A man as handsome and dashing as me, who is perfect, never gets carsick. A mere car, nothing to worry about. He hadn't finished speaking. Baya, who had just gotten out of the car, rushed back in one swift motion and dragged Hua Xiao out of the car. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. My hairstyle. My clothes. In the end, only Lan Yu and Qing outside the car remained. Qing opened the back door and got in, sitting right next to Lan Yu. Lan Yu looked at the empty driver's seat and passenger seat, then at Hua Xiao being dragged away by Baya, and his lips twitched. If you all leave, who will drive? I don't even have a driver's license yet. However, Qing did not answer his question. She simply pulled something out of her pocket. It was a small bear plush toy, about the size of a palm, and rather crudely sewn. The next second, she casually tossed the teddy bear onto the driver's seat in front of her. Bang! A cloud of white smoke exploded. The small plush toy suddenly grew larger in midair, becoming a giant teddy bear the same height as an adult. It landed steadily in the driver's seat. A pair of furry bears gripped the steering wheel, and the other hand skillfully shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. Buzz! The car started smoothly and merged back into the traffic. Lan Yu stared in disbelief at the scene, with only one thought in his mind. This works? Does this count as driving without a license? Just as Lan Yu was internally ranting and raving, Ao, who was standing next to her, took out a new half-finished teddy bear doll from her ninja tool bag. With a bag of needles and thread, he began sewing on his own. As she threaded the needle, she spoke succinctly in her unique, emotionless, and cool voice. Director Bai Yi asked me to come and tell you some important things. Chapter 92: The Reason for Taking Action. Qing's voice was as cold and aloof as ever, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. First of all, the director asked me to thank you on his behalf for finding out the real culprit behind the Ash City incident and preventing a more serious disaster from occurring. Lan Yu didn't speak, but listened quietly. He knew this was just the opening act. The real important content was yet to come. Qing paused in her movements and looked up. Secondly, the director suspects that this incident of the lost people may be related to certain high-ranking officials within the Bureau. The air inside the carriage seemed to freeze. High-ranking officials in the Administration Bureau? That's pretty much what I guessed. In this incident, although you are the biggest contributor, you have also become the most conspicuous. You're probably being watched by them now. Qing's voice was calm, as if she were stating a fact that had nothing to do with her. The director will secretly investigate the truth behind this matter and find out those corrupt officials hiding in the shadows. So, during this time, you'd better be careful, keep a low profile, and avoid attracting any unnecessary attention. Lan Yu nodded. He understands this principle. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be felled by the wind. Unexpectedly, this involved high-ranking officials of the Administration Bureau. Just when Lan Yu thought that everything had been explained, Qing put down the half-sewn teddy bear doll she was holding. She turned around, sat up straight, and faced Lan Yu. The casual air he had when sewing the dolls vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. Next, I'll talk about the second thing. This is a piece of advice that the bureau chief asked me to pass on to you. A piece of advice that could cost you your life. Her voice was very low. Wait a minute, some troublesome things might happen after we get back to Qingfeng City. As for the specifics, I cannot disclose them to you due to my position. Qing's gaze, sharp as a knife, was fixed intently on Lan Yu's eyes. You just need to remember this. After entering Qingfeng City, no matter what happens, you must all remain silent and refrain from any unnecessary actions. Do you understand? Lan Yu nodded solemnly. After receiving Lan Yu's affirmative answer, Qing turned around again. She picked up the teddy bear and continued the work she hadn't finished. Silence returned to the carriage. Only the sound of wheels turning and the faint sound of needle and thread cutting through fabric remained. The car drove smoothly and soon arrived at the entrance to Qingfeng City. It was a massive portal made of energy. The moment the car passed through the portal, Qing's figure, without warning, turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared from the seat. They come without a trace and go without a trace. The car had just come to a stop. Bai Ye, Ying Yu, and Hua Xiao then opened the car door again and sat back down. They had been riding in the bureau's car, following behind. As soon as he got on the bus, Bai Ye eagerly came over, winking and making faces with a gossipy expression. Hey, Blue Team, you're pretty good. Having been alone with such a beautiful and aloof ninja for so long, did anything happen? Like, asking for contact information or something. Let me tell you, this kind of unexpected cuteness is the best. Lan Yu merely glanced at him coldly, without saying a word. He was now preoccupied with the advice Qing had just given him. No matter what happens, remain silent, and do not take any unnecessary actions. What does this mean exactly? Seeing that Lan Yu was ignoring him, Bai Ye didn't feel embarrassed and started the car on his own. Tisich, fine, don't tell me then, you stingy person. The car started and headed towards the direction of the other Shoreflower Guild. Throughout the journey, Warsaw and White Crow continued their bickering, with Shadow Moon occasionally chiming in with a comment or two. The atmosphere inside the car was lively. But Lan Yu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the rapidly receding street scene outside the window, his brows slightly furrowed. A sense of impending storm lingered in his mind. Soon, the familiar building of the Higanbana Guild appeared at the edge of the field of vision. However, as the car slowly approached, Bai Ye in the driver's seat suddenly slammed on the brakes. Holy crap, what's going on? The guild's main entrance, usually bustling with people, was relatively quiet. At this moment, he was surrounded by a large crowd. Those people were all wearing the same white priest's robes. The priest's robe was embroidered with intricate patterns and a majestic holy dragon totem in gold thread. They all had solemn expressions, their eyes filled with an almost fanatical devotion and a cold indifference towards heresy. The whole scene was solemn yet oppressive. They are from the Holy Dragon Church. Yue, in the passenger seat, also became serious. Holy Dragon Church, an organization that holds a special place in the world. They were powerful, with followers all over the world, due to their doctrines and their great strength. It has a cooperative relationship with the Administration Bureau and possesses considerable power. The most important point is, The Holy Dragon Church vehemently rejects so-called evil spirits, especially evil spirits related to dragons. The moment Lan Yu saw this group of people, his heart sank to the bottom. He understood instantly. The trouble, Qing mentioned, has arrived. He pushed open the car door and got out. White Raven, Shadow Moon, and Warsaw immediately followed, standing behind him and watching the group of uninvited guests with wary expressions. Lan Yu had just gotten out of the car. From the crowd of the Holy Dragon Church across the street, an elderly man with gray hair and wearing a magnificent bishop's robe stepped forward. In the old man's hand was a golden scroll, on which was engraved the emblem of the Administration Bureau. His cloudy eyes, like those of a hawk, instantly locked onto Lan Yu. The next moment, the old man raised the scroll high in his hand and announced in a loud voice, with an unquestionable, judgmental tone. The divine contractor Lan Yu. According to the directive issued by the Supreme Council of the Administration, effective immediately, you will be classified as a disaster-level surveillance target, the highest level. Now, please give up all resistance and cooperate with our investigation. The words fell. Several Templar knights clad in heavy armor immediately stepped out from behind the old man. Holding shackles that gleamed with a dark luster, they approached Lan Yu step by step. Wait a moment. Baya immediately stepped forward, blocking Lan Yu's path, and frowned, saying, "Even if it's an investigation, is it really necessary to handcuff him? He's not a criminal." Warsaw also shouted with a displeased expression. "Exactly. What do you mean by this? This is going too far." However, the old man merely glanced at them dismissively. "This is none of your business to interfere. If you dare to obstruct us again, you will be charged with obstructing official business and taken away with you." His tone was extremely arrogant. Warsaw was so angry that he was about to take action. Just then, Baya suddenly grabbed his shoulder, gave him a wink, and said in a very low voice, "Don't be impulsive. Something's wrong. This isn't something we can handle. Contact the Lan family first." As the Templar Knights of the Holy Dragon Church approached step by step with handcuffs and handcuffs, Lan Yu remained standing still, without moving. His face was expressionless. There was no anger, no panic, not even a ripple of emotion. He kept Qing's instructions firmly in mind. Remain silent. Avoid any unnecessary actions. The cold shackles clicked onto his wrists. Looking at Lan Yu's cooperative attitude, the old man opposite him curled his lip, and a barely perceptible look of disappointment and ruthlessness flashed deep in his eyes. Cut. If only this guy had put up even a little resistance. If he resists even slightly, I will have enough reason to attack him on the spot. Chapter 93. Don't provoke that god of slaughter. Without making a sound, the old man gave a subtle wink to the Templar knights who were escorting Lan Yu. He gestured for them to be rougher. The knights who received the signal immediately understood. What was originally a simple escorting action instantly turned into a brutal one. One of them shoved Lan Yu hard from behind, cursing under his breath. "What are you dawdling for? Kneel down right now." The other person reached out and tried to forcefully press down on Lan Yu's shoulder. Standing next to the old man was a young man dressed in a bureau uniform who looked like an assistant. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly stepped forward, whispering a reminder. "Your Excellency, the director instructed us that it's just monitoring and investigation. Isn't doing this a bit excessive?" However, the old bishop didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He merely let out a cold snort and waved his hand impatiently. "Since the administration entrusted this matter to our Holy Dragon Church, they should trust our professionalism." His tone was filled with unquestionable arrogance, as if he were the law and justice itself. Just as the hands of those Templar knights were about to touch Lan Yu, who had remained silent like a statue, finally made a move. He slowly raised his head. A pair of dark eyes looked over coldly. "What are you looking at?" The Templar knight, enraged by the look, increased the pressure on his hand and roared, "If you look again, I'll gouge your eyes out." But just as he was about to make his move, the world before his eyes had changed. He saw that behind Lan Yu, there had appeared an endless, deep darkness. That darkness was deeper than the abyss, purer than the void. In the center of that darkness, a pair of enormous, indescribably large, golden vertical pupils slowly opened. Those are the dragon's pupils. Majestic, ancient, and filled with an aura of destruction and chaos. The instant he was stared at by those dragon eyes, the two Templar knights' minds went blank, as if their souls had been frozen. A fear originating from the most primal instincts of life, like an icy tide, instantly overwhelmed their minds. The group paused in their movements. They trembled violently, looking at Lan Yu as if he were a demon crawling out of hell. Waste. The elderly bishop, seeing this, turned ashen with rage and began to curse. You two good-for-nothings. A mere 4-star Shadow Master has scared you like this? You two idiots have completely disgraced the Holy Dragon's prestige. He looked at Lan Yu, who was still standing there expressionless, and the sinister look in his eyes intensified. You little brat, you dare to use evil magic to resist. Since that's the case, I will personally take action today to uphold justice and purify you, you evil spirit. As he spoke, a dazzling golden holy light began to condense on his withered palm, and a powerful pressure swept towards Lan Yu. But just as he was about to make his move, a sudden change has occurred. At the entrance of the other Shoreflower Guild, the empty space suddenly rippled like the surface of water. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black rift appeared out of thin air and quickly expanded into a dark portal taller than a person. Inside the door lies a bottomless abyss of chaos and darkness, as if connecting to another unknown world. The moment they saw the portal, everyone present was stunned. Holy crap, that's a coordinate teleportation stone. Isn't it true that only high-ranking officials are willing to use treasures of this caliber when facing a major disaster that could destroy a city? Who is it who would descend upon this place in such a way? Could something terrible be about to happen here? Amidst the horrified murmurs of the crowd, a tall, graceful figure slowly emerged from the dark portal. It was a woman. Her long, flowing blue hair cascaded down her back. His combat suit fit him perfectly. A striking family crest is prominently printed on one corner of the skirt. They are from the Lan family. On her face, she wore a plain blue mask without any patterns. Her face was covered, leaving only a pair of cold, frosty red eyes visible. She appeared. The temperature at the entire venue seemed to drop by tens of degrees. An indescribable, icy aura instantly enveloped the entire area, centered on her. Those Holy Dragon Church members who were originally so aggressive all changed their expressions drastically the moment they came into contact with this aura. They felt as if they were being targeted by a ferocious, ancient beast. The fear welling up from the depths of their souls made their legs go weak, causing them to involuntarily retreat, and some even collapsed to the ground. Lan Shuang stepped out of the portal and looked around. When her gaze swept over the Templar Knights who were trying to attack Lan Yu, the coldness in his eyes was so intense it almost seemed tangible. When her gaze finally fell on the shackles on Lan Yu's wrist that shimmered with runes, a surge of intense anger flashed across her red eyes. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out. Those shackles made of a special alloy. Before the horrified eyes of the crowd, it shattered into pieces, turning into dust on the ground. From beginning to end, she didn't even move a finger. Just a glance. The elderly bishop's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the sudden appearance of blue frost, and he then shouted sternly, "Who are you? How dare you openly destroy evidence and obstruct the Holy Dragon Church from carrying out its official duties?" Lan Shuang slowly turned her head, and her red eyes, hidden behind the mask, fell on the old man. "Looks like it's you, old man." Her voice was cold and icy, devoid of any emotion. But this seemingly ordinary sentence instantly unleashed an invisible, yet palpable killing intent. The air seemed to have turned into thick, sticky blood. The elderly bishop felt a chill run down his spine as he was enveloped by the murderous intent. But relying on his status and power, he forced a cold laugh. "What, young lady, judging from your posture, do you intend to attack this old man here?" However, just as he was making those tough words with a fierce but weak tone, the assistant from the management bureau next to him was so frightened that his face turned pale. He stared at the figure wearing the blue mask, trembling all over. His lips trembled, and he could barely utter a complete sentence. He rushed forward and grabbed the bishop's sleeve tightly, letting out a low, mosquito-like wail with all his might. Your Excellency, please stop. Shut up. Don't provoke her. She's that ruthless killing machine, Lan Shuang. You probably didn't hear about her during your seclusion a few years ago. In short, she's an absolute madwoman." The elderly bishop frowned in confusion and shoved him away. "Huh? A madman? So what? No matter how crazy she is, does she really dare to do anything here?" The old bishop's mockery came to an abrupt end. Because he no longer had the chance to finish speaking, all he saw was a dark sword light suddenly appear before his eyes. The sword light seemed to tear apart heaven and earth, cleave through space, and slash towards him with an aura of world destruction. Chapter 94. What if I say no? The dark sword light appeared without any warning. It seemed not to have been slashed from Lan Shuang's hand, but rather to have been born out of thin air in this space. Quick. It's almost at its limit. Watching the destructive sword light rapidly enlarge in his field of vision, the old bishop's wrinkled face finally changed color. As a 9-star powerhouse, having been through countless battles, his reaction time was naturally quick. In the blink of an eye, his internal energies surged wildly, and his hands rapidly formed hand seals in front of his chest. Holy light barrier. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 thick shields composed of dazzling golden holy light. It instantly coalesced in front of him. Each shield is indestructible, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from an expert of the same level. 3 layers of shields stacked together. He was confident that even an ordinary 9-star expert wouldn't be able to break through it easily. However, click. A crisp sound, like shattering glass, rang out. The first layer of holy light shield, upon contact with that pitch-black sword light. It couldn't even last a second before shattering into countless points of light. Click. The second layer shattered upon impact. Click. The third level followed the same path. Unstoppable momentum, completely crushing everything in its path. What the? The old man's pupils contracted sharply, and for the first time, a look of horror appeared on his face. He tried to dodge, but the sword light had already blocked all his escape routes. Boom. A deafening roar. The old bishop's body was like a kite with a broken string. He was violently blasted away by the residual force of that sword light, crashing heavily into the wall of the 100-story building of the other Shoreflower Guild behind him. The entire ground trembled violently. Smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. I never imagined that Lan Yu's sister would be this ridiculously strong. As the dust slowly dissipated, the figure of the old bishop slowly emerged from the large human-shaped hole in the wall. He looked disheveled. His magnificent bishop's robes were tattered, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. But he is still alive. In front of him, a shield emitting a faint black glow was slowly dissipating. That was his trump card for survival. He shakily reached out and pulled a black amulet from his pocket. It was covered in cracks and had completely lost its luster. Click. The amulet shattered completely into powder in his palm. The old man's face turned deathly pale instantly, and he looked at Lan Shuang with a glare. It was filled with unprecedented terror and disbelief. With this amulet, his defensive capabilities within the church were among the best. But this woman in front of me, it only took one strike. It destroyed his 3 layers of holy light barrier and even forced him to use his life-saving amulet. If it had been any other 9-star powerhouse from the church standing here just now, I am afraid it was already a corpse. I had only been in seclusion for a short 3 years. When did the Lan family produce such a monster? But what chilled him to the bone even more was something else entirely. This woman, she actually dared to lay a hand on me here. Doesn't she consider the consequences of attacking a bishop of the Holy Dragon Church? Is this a declaration of war against the entire Holy Dragon Church? You. The old man pointed at Lan Shuang, his blood rushing to his head, and he couldn't even finish a sentence. However, before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a loud, teeth-grinding creaking sound came from behind. The old man subconsciously turned around to look. I only glanced at it. He froze on the spot. Behind him stood the magnificent building of the other Shoreflower Guild. Starting from the point of impact, a huge, bottomless, pitch-black crack is rapidly spreading upwards. It was as if it had been cleaved open by a god with a giant axe. The entire 100-story building was cleaved in 2 by that single sword strike. Rumble. The upper part of the building began to tilt, with an aura of destruction. It crashed down onto the innocent crowds and streets below. Holy crap, the building is going to collapse. Run! The streets instantly descended into chaos. Screams and cries echoed through the sky. At this critical moment, a soft female voice, tinged with a hint of helplessness, suddenly rang out in the room. Oh dear, you young people, when you start fighting, you really don't consider the consequences at all. The moment the words fell, the space around the elderly bishop, who was embedded in the wall, was slightly distorted. A figure quietly appeared. She was a young woman who looked to be only 27 or 28 years old. Her long, wavy brown hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She was stunningly beautiful and possessed an elegant and noble air. A beauty mark at the corner of her eye adds to her charm. She appeared, facing a skyscraper on the verge of collapse. She simply extended a slender, fair hand. They gently lifted the fallen half of the building. Buzz. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. That half building, weighing tens of thousands of tons, was enough to level half a city block. It just stopped abruptly in midair. It remained completely still. What terrifying power this is. Everyone present, including Lan Yu, watched with twitching eyelids. To catch a building with bare hands? This has gone beyond their understanding of power. The old bishop saw the woman the moment he did. The fear and horror on his face were instantly replaced by a fanatical reverence. He struggled to climb out of the wall, ignoring his injuries, and knelt down before the woman, prostrating himself on the ground. His voice trembled violently with excitement. Master, Master. The Templar Knights behind him, after a brief moment of stunned silence. They realized what was happening and immediately knelt down, shouting the holy name. Greetings, Your Excellency. The sound waves rose higher and higher. The white crows in the distance practically bulged their eyes out. Wow. What the heck? Even the leader of the Holy Dragon Church is here. What level of battle between gods is this? Lan Yu's heart was also filled with turbulent waves. In his memory, the leader of the Holy Dragon Church was just like his father. They are among the few in the world who stand at the very top of the pyramid. Demigod. The beautiful woman, referred to as the leader, ignored the kneeling believers. She looked at Lan Shuang with great interest, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. So young, yet so talented. TSK. If only this were in our Holy Dragon Church, how wonderful that would be. Beside her, a subordinate dressed in a priest's robe coughed awkwardly twice, seemingly reminding her to be mindful of the occasion. The cult leader then came to his senses and dropped his admiring expression. She looked at Lan Shuang, her tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Young friend, our Holy Dragon Church is merely acting on the orders of the Supreme Council of the Administration Bureau to conduct necessary monitoring and investigation of your brother. I hope you won't interfere too much, okay? Lan Shuang's cold red eyes met those of the demigod leader. The air seemed to freeze. A moment later, faced with the request of this living demigod, Lan Shuang simply spoke. What if I say no? Chapter 95. Can you two please not fight in front of my guild? When the simple words, Blue Frost, came from behind that pure blue mask, the whole world fell silent. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers could no longer be described as mere surprise. That's insane. This woman is absolutely insane. That's a demigod. They stand at the very top of this world's pyramid, like a god. How dare she do that? How dare she speak to a demigod in such a tone? Refuse the request of a demigod. Even Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. He never expected his sister to have reached this point. Facing a genuine demigod, he showed no sign of backing down. The air was eerily still. The beautiful woman, referred to as the leader, paused slightly in her smile. Her alluring eyes slowly narrowed. Although she was still smiling, that smile had lost all warmth, leaving only a chilling coldness. You mean you want to spar with me here? Her voice was soft and gentle, yet it carried a chilling, oppressive quality. Blue Frost did not answer. Actions speak louder than words. They were her best answer. She gently wiped her hands in front of her. Buzz. The space trembled slightly. A long sword, entirely black, with even its hilt made of pure darkness, appeared out of thin air before her. There are no fancy patterns on the blade, only endless depth. It's as if just one glance at it would draw your soul in. She stretched out her slender fingers and grasped the sword hilt. Then, it was slowly raised. The sword tip points directly at the demigod. At that moment, she declared her choice through her actions. Seeing this, the cult leader's smile only grew wider. Very good. It's been many years since I've seen such a spirited young man. She gently raised one hand. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying pressure emanated from her and spread outwards. That wasn't shadow energy, nor was it killing intent. It was a higher level of majesty, belonging to gods. Under this oppressive force, everyone present, whether they were the Templar Knights of the Holy Dragon Church or White Raven and Shadowmoon, they all felt a tightness in their chests, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. His legs buckled, and he knelt down uncontrollably. Even breathing has become a luxury. This is the power of a demigod. The mere release of its aura was enough to make all living beings below the 9 stars submit. The cult leader slowly raised his hand, aiming it at Lan Shuang, who stood holding a sword. However, just as she was about to make her move, inside that dark portal that had not yet dissipated, suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice, tinged with mockery and teasing, rang out again. You old codger who likes to act young, instead of bullying young people, why don't you spar with me? The sound appeared the instant. The cult leader's hand, which was about to strike, suddenly stopped. To everyone's astonishment, A tall and imposing figure slowly walked out of the teleportation portal. He was a handsome, dignified middle-aged man. He was dressed in simple black casual clothes, but he exuded a kingly aura that commanded respect without even trying. He took a step forward. The oppressive aura of a demigod enveloped the entire area, creating a suffocating atmosphere. In an instant, it vanished into thin air. Everyone felt a lightness in their bodies, as if they had regained control of their bodies. Baiya and Hua Xiao were panting heavily, their minds completely blank as they stared at the newly appeared middle-aged man. Indeed, it was Lan Mingxi, the head of the Lan family, who appeared. He actually came too. The entire scene was in complete uproar. My God! Another demigod. What kind of day is today? How come 2 demigods have gathered in such a small city as Qingfeng? This kind of spectacle is something you wouldn't even see at a centennial celebration, would you? Everyone feels that their worldview has been repeatedly crushed and reshaped today. The cult leader looked at Lan Mingxi, his handsome brows furrowing slightly. Lan Mingxi, I didn't expect even an old man like you to come. Her gaze shifted to Lan Yu, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. It seems you really value your youngest son. He clearly made a contract with the evil dragon god, which is a serious violation of your Lan family's ancestral precepts, yet you still protect him like this. It's really strange. When did your Lan family change your rules? Lan Mingxi stood with her hands behind her back, her expression indifferent. It's none of your business, an outsider, to interfere in the affairs of the Lan family. Speaking of which, it seems like it's been 50 years since our last encounter, hasn't it? What? Feeling itchy for another match today? His tone was calm, yet it was filled with an undeniable forcefulness. The cult leader gave him a deep look, his eyes sparkling. A moment later, she suddenly smiled, her stunning beauty eclipsing the very heavens and earth. How about this, old man Lan? We make a deal. If you agree to the deal, our Holy Dragon Church will immediately withdraw from this investigation and guarantee that we will never cause trouble for your son again. Lan Mingxi raised an eyebrow. What are the conditions? The cult leader's fair, jade-like fingers gently pointed to Lan Shuang, who stood beside Lan Mingxi, holding a sword. The conditions are very simple. Let this child join our Holy Dragon Church. Boom. These words caused an uproar in the audience. Everyone was stunned by the cult leader's words. What a joke. Everyone knows that joining the Holy Dragon Church is the most basic requirement. The most stringent condition is that one must form a contract with the shadow spirit of the Holy Dragon clan. Lan Shuang is a member of the Lan family, but clearly she isn't. This is completely against the rules. Beside the cult leader, the priest assistant was sweating profusely and hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. My lord, please reconsider. This is against our doctrine. However, the cult leader didn't even glance at him, but instead stared at Lan Mingxi with great interest. How? This time, it wasn't Lan Mingxi who responded to her. It is Blue Frost. Her voice remained cold and devoid of any emotion. No, I have no interest in a church that would bully my brother. Decisive and efficient. Without the slightest hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lan Mingxi couldn't help but laugh and shrug. Look, she refused herself. Well, there's nothing I can do as a father. The smile on the cult leader's face finally vanished completely. She slowly lowered her head, making it impossible to see her expression. The air froze again. For a long time. She then raised her head again, her voice turning cold and menacing. There's no other way. It seems that we have no choice but to enforce the law today. The words fell. 2 completely different, yet equally terrifying, auras of destruction erupted from her and Lan Mingxi at the same time. The sky over Qingfeng City changed color. Half of it was enveloped in a dazzling golden holy light. Half of it was occupied by the heavy, azure divine power. The 2 forces collided and surged in the air, causing even space itself to groan in despair. A demigod war, capable of destroying a city, is about to erupt. And at this critical moment, a clear and melodious female voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. I said, could you 2 please not fight in front of my guild? Chapter 96 Six Senses. That ethereal and melodious female voice. It lingered so lightly in everyone's ears. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded before everyone's astonished eyes. There stood the skyscraper that had been cleaved in 2 by Lan Shuang's sword, its upper half already tilting precariously. It actually started to slowly reverse backwards. Yes, go back. Those cracked steel bars, shattered glass, and flying pieces of wall debris. All of them defied the laws of physics, as if controlled by an invisible hand, flying back along their original trajectory. The whole process was like turning back time. The crack is healing rapidly. The building is being restored to its original position. It all happened in just a few breaths. The magnificent 100-story building was restored to its original state, standing perfectly intact in its original location. It was as if that earth-shattering sword strike had never happened. Hiss! Gasps of astonishment rose and fell. To be able to do this so effortlessly, there is no doubt that it is another demigod. The source of the voice was the guild leader of the Higanbana Guild. She did not appear, but the ethereal female voice rang out again, carrying a distinct hint of melancholy. I'm telling you, if you two demigods really start fighting, even I probably wouldn't be able to fix my guild building. The voice paused, then the tone abruptly changed. If you won't even give me this much face and insist on continuing. From now on, when I choose a place to fight, I'll specifically pick your Lan family's ancestral home or the entrance of the Holy Dragon Church's cathedral. The words fell. Lan Mingxi and the beautiful cult leader both had their lips twitch slightly, as if by unspoken agreement. That's fucking despicable. So, let's go inside and talk about it. A gentleman uses words, not fists, right? With the female voice's invitation, golden holy light and azure divine power enveloped the sky. They all gradually receded and eventually vanished without a trace. A battle between demigods, capable of destroying a city, was wiped out by a few jokes. The group then entered the building. Lan Yu, on the other hand, was politely led to a private room by a staff member in a guild uniform, although he was no longer wearing those shackles. However, the Holy Dragon Church also put forward its concessions. Lan Yu cannot leave the room before the discussion concludes. According to the staff member, the initial discussion should yield a result in about an hour. Bang! The door was closed gently. Lan Yu was the only one left in the room. Only now did his tense nerves finally begin to relax. He walked to the sofa in the room, sat down, and let out a long sigh. I finally have some time to properly sort out everything that happened today. As soon as he got out of the car, he was surrounded by people from the Holy Dragon Church. He was declared a disaster-level surveillance target and was required to cooperate unconditionally with the investigation. The entire process was filled with unquestionable toughness and arrogance. Why? Why was it directly listed as a top-level surveillance target? Lan Yu had a general idea of what was going on. This matter is related to hell, or rather, to her authority over death. However, when he used the dead silence domain to deal with Tao Zishuan before, it was confirmed that no one saw it and no survivors were left. Lan Yu leaned back on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest, his brain racing. He speculated that there must be some special means within the Administration Bureau that could monitor the power of authority on a large scale. When Hell's Death Authority appeared, they caught a trace of it. Then there's his own recent rise to fame as a newly minted divine contract holder. Combining the two, he became the prime suspect. That's why we have this investigation today. However, judging from their current attitude, it's probably just suspicion. They don't have any substantial evidence. Having figured this out, Lan Yu's thinking became exceptionally clear. That is, they'd rather die than admit it. I don't care about any calamity-level disasters or evil dragon gods. I don't know. I don't have. Don't talk nonsense. As long as you stick to your guns and don't admit it, they can't do anything to you without evidence. However, there is still one problem. As a top power in this world, could the Holy Dragon Church have some special methods? For example, a kind of shadow technique that can see through lies, or a prop that can force people to tell the truth. What should you do if you encounter this situation? Just when Lan Yu was finding this somewhat troublesome, a mature woman's voice, both languid and assertive, rang in his mind. You don't need to worry about that. It's Nidhogg. If that happens, I will handle it. Nidhogg's voice was full of confidence. Hearing her promise, Lan Yu finally felt completely relieved. With this evil dragon god backing us up, there's really nothing to fear. By the way, kid. At that moment, Nidhogg's voice rang out again, his tone tinged with pleasure. I have good news for you. It seems that you are able to awaken your 6 senses ahead of time. 6 senses. Lan Yu was stunned after hearing this. Isn't that a realm only accessible to 5-star Shadow Masters? I'm only a 4-star player, and I'm already awakened? The so-called 6 senses is a crucial ability for photographers after they reach an advanced level. Simply put, it helps photographers awaken a 6th, entirely new sense, in addition to the 5 basic senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Once the 6 senses are awakened, the photographer's perception will become incredibly sharp, reaching a completely new dimension. Even upon initial awakening, A Shadow Master can disregard limitations of vision and focus on themselves. He knows everything within a 10-meter radius. The slightest movement of the grass in the wind reveals every detail. As the Shadow Master's level increases, the range of this perception will continue to expand. More importantly, there are a very small number of exceptionally talented shadow artists. They will also awaken their sixth senses and comprehend an extremely rare special skill that accompanies them. This kind of skill is usually far more powerful than ordinary shadow techniques. I never expected that I would be able to acquire this ability ahead of schedule. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Lan Yu leaned back on the sofa, completely stunned. Isn't that a realm only 5-star Shadow Masters can access? I'm only 4-star now. Is this even possible? It wasn't that he didn't trust Nidhogg, it's just that this matter sounded rather illogical. Oh. In her mind, Nidhogg's slightly languid, mature voice was filled with undeniable confidence. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean you can't. You forgot what happened downstairs just now when those blind knights from the Holy Dragon Church tried to restrain you. Chapter 97 The Void. Lan Yu was slightly taken aback as he recalled the scene. Those Templar knights had clearly put their hands on his shoulders. But in the next second, they were as if they had been violently shaken away by some invisible force, their faces turning pale and their eyes filled with terror. The situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to think it through. Now, hearing Nidhogg mention it. At that time, you unconsciously released your shadow aura pressure. Nidhogg's voice carried an obvious hint of pleasure. Although it only lasted for a moment, the intensity of that shadow aura was already enough to awaken the sixth senses. I see. Lan Yu understood. It was because of the power of the evil dragon god that his shadow aura strength far exceeded that of others of the same level. That's why we can break with convention and reach higher levels ahead of time. So what exactly should I do? Lan Yu immediately pressed for more information. Since he had the opportunity to become stronger ahead of time, he naturally wouldn't let it pass. Awakening the sixth senses requires a special ritual and some auxiliary materials. Nidhogg thought for a moment, then continued. These things may be troublesome for others, but they are very simple for you. Don't you have a mentor? Contact him. He should be able to help you with all of this. Mentor? Chen Feng. Without the slightest hesitation, Lan Yu immediately stood up from the sofa. Although he is currently nominally under house arrest, but he still walked straight to the door and pressed the communication button on the wall. Soon, the receptionist's sweet voice came over. Hello, Mr. Langus. How can I help you? Hello. I hope you can help me contact my mentor, Chen Feng. Lan Yu's tone was very calm. I told him that I might be awakening my sixth sense ahead of schedule, and I hoped he could come and help me prepare. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. He seemed to be taken aback by Lan Yu's words. After a moment, the receptionist replied in a somewhat uncertain tone. Okay, I'll contact them for you right away. The call ended. Lan Yu returned to the sofa and waited quietly. He thought it would take at least 10 or 20 minutes. However, less than a minute. Thump, thump, thump. A rapid, almost explosive sound of footsteps approached from afar and abruptly stopped outside his door. The next moment, bang, a loud bang. The heavy metal door to the room was violently kicked open from the outside. A figure rushed in with great fanfare. It was Chen Feng. His perpetually icy face was now filled with disbelief and shock. She forgot to even hold her lollipop and just stared blankly at Lan Yu. You kid, you're going to awaken your sixth sense? Really? Lan Yu looked at the still shaking door. His lips twitched, but he still nodded. I'm going to give it a try. Chen Feng sized Lan Yu up and down, his eyes sharp. Your shadow aura strength is indeed far superior to others of the same level. Perhaps we really can give it a shot. A rare hint of excitement appeared on his face. Damn it, I'll see just how much trouble you monster can cause. As he spoke, he turned around and yelled at the receptionist who rushed over from outside the door. Go and bring me everything on that list from my office safe. Hurry up. The receptionist was startled by his appearance, quickly nodded, took the handwritten list from Chen Feng, and ran away. But after running 2 steps, she stopped again, a hint of hesitation on her face, pointing to a certain item on the list. Mentor Chen Feng, this spirit of the void, is a precious material of 8-star level. You've always treasured it like a precious gem, and you were even reluctant to use it yourself. Are you really going to bring it over? Lan Yu was taken aback upon hearing this. 8-star materials? That's a treasure that could drive countless high-level shadow masters crazy. Unexpectedly, Instructor Chen Feng was willing to give it to him. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Feng glared at him and waved his hand impatiently. Just take it, hurry up. Yes. The receptionist didn't dare ask any more questions and disappeared in a flash. She is extremely efficient. About 5 minutes later, she returned, panting, pushing a cart full of all sorts of bottles, jars, and unusual materials. Chen Feng didn't waste any words and immediately rolled up his sleeves. A ritual array was set up in Lan Yu's room. Those precious materials were like free money in his hands. They were precisely placed in every corner of the room. While setting things up, he also concisely explained to Lan Yu some key points and precautions for the Six Senses awakening ceremony. Lan Yu listened attentively. 10 minutes later, on the ground, a complex magic circle, shimmering with a dark light, was fully formed. Go in. Chen Feng pointed to the center of the magic array. Stand in the middle. Lan Yu took a deep breath and stepped into the center of the magic circle. He stood still. Chen Feng suddenly clasped his hands together. The ceremony begins. Buzz. The magic circle shone brightly. A strong wave of dizziness washed over Lan Yu, and everything went black before his eyes, his consciousness instantly being pulled away. When he opened his eyes again, I found myself in a boundless, pitch-black space. There was nothing in any direction. All I could hear was a deathly silence. This space is where the photographer awakens their six senses. It is known as the empty realm, a mysterious realm that lies between the world of film and reality. What is the void boundary? Humanity still hasn't figured it out. Today, a view widely accepted by most scholars is the empty realm is a bridge connecting our real world and the film world. It's like an astronomical telescope between humans on Earth and distant stars in the universe. If there were no telescope, people simply cannot see the stars in that distant sky, let alone making any contact. In other words, without the void as a medium, humans cannot even perceive the existence of the shadow realm, let alone borrow its power. The process of awakening the six senses involves exploring this empty realm. It is said that the further one travels in the void realm, the deeper one can explore. The more likely they are to awaken powerful and rare innate sixth sense skills. Of course, walking in this darkness is no easy task. According to instructor Chen Feng, every shadow master who enters the void realm, it's like walking on a single plank bridge suspended above a bottomless abyss in complete darkness. Beneath my feet lies an unfathomable void, and all around me is darkness that devours everything. One wrong move, and you could fall off the bridge. Once it falls, it's over. Chapter 98 The Single Plank Bridge. The photographer is in the process of awakening his six senses. If you fall too early on the log bridge, they might not even be able to awaken the most basic six senses, not to mention any sixth sense skills. Over the years, filmmakers have continuously experimented and researched. They also summarized methods for using rituals and various rare materials to increase the success rate of awakening the six senses. Lan Yu stood still, not making any rash moves. He concentrated and, following the method taught by Chen Feng, silently recited a short incantation in his mind. The next moment, a soft light gathered in his palm and eventually transformed into an ancient-style lantern. The lantern's light was not very bright, barely illuminating an area of about half a meter in front of him. But that's enough. He carried the lantern, slowly lowered his head, and looked down at his feet. Based on the advice of mentor Chen Feng, once you enter the empty realm, the first thing to do is to check the width of the single plank bridge beneath your feet. This is directly related to the difficulty and potential of awakening. The higher a filmmaker's potential, the wider the bridge beneath their feet, and the more steadily they can walk. Chen Feng said that the narrow path for an ordinary filmmaker is only about 20 centimeters wide, almost like walking a tightrope. When he awakened, the bridge beneath his feet was half a meter wide, which already made him a genius. Lan Yu picked up the lantern and shone the light at his feet. He wanted to see just how wide his bridge would be, with the generous help of his mentor, Chen Feng. He tentatively took 2 steps to the side. Then, he was completely stunned. He walked through it carefully, back and forth, several times. The expression on his face went from astonishment to confusion, and finally to a blank stare. This isn't a single plank bridge at all. This is clearly a road. Moreover, its width is comparable to that of an 8-lane highway. Lan Yu was dumbfounded. Why is my single plank bridge a little different from everyone else's? Lan Yu fell silent. Is my situation a bit too outrageous? Holding the ancient lantern fueled by spirits of the void, Lan Yu composed himself. According to mentor Chen Feng, this single plank bridge will continue to be crossed as you move forward. The width gradually narrows. As long as you can reach the end, awakening your 6 senses is basically a certainty. Moreover, the further one goes in the empty realm, the greater the chance of awakening powerful innate abilities of the six senses. Lan Yu glanced at the ridiculously wide highway beneath his feet. It seems that my journey into the empty realm will be a long and arduous one. There was a deathly silence all around. Only the sound of his own footsteps echoed in the empty space. The lantern's light was limited, illuminating only a small area in front of him. Further away, everything was swallowed up by dense darkness. Time seems to have lost its meaning here. Lan Yu didn't know how long he had been walking. About 2 hours? He estimated that, according to instructor Chen Feng, only about 10 minutes had passed in the outside world. The flow of time in the empty realm is not equivalent to the flow of time in reality. He glanced down at his feet. Goodness. It was originally a highway comparable to an 8-lane highway in both directions. Judging by appearances now, there are only 4 lanes left. Yes, it's still very spacious. Lan Yu pursed his lips and continued forward. And just then, the highway that had been going straight ahead suddenly turned at a bend. A clear left turn. Oh, Lan Yu raised an eyebrow. This is the first time there has been a change in direction since entering the airspace. Without thinking much, he picked up the lantern and walked towards that turning point. However, just after he crossed that turning point and entered a new section of road, a sudden change occurred. The road beneath our feet narrowed suddenly at an accelerated pace. Almost every few steps, you can clearly feel the road's surface narrowing. At the same time, Lan Yu vaguely sensed that there seemed to be something ahead of him. It was attracting him, or rather, waiting for him. That feeling was subtle, indescribable, yet undeniably real. He glanced at the lantern in his hand. The wick is fueled by Void Spirit, an 8-star material. The light was already dimming, and it seemed it wouldn't last much longer. The spirit of the void is precious. However, it is not an unlimited energy source. Lan Yu felt a chill run down his spine and, without further hesitation, quickened his pace. They even started running. He must explore as far as possible before the lantern goes out. As he ran, he estimated the burning speed of the lantern. Given the current situation, it should be able to keep burning until he reaches some end. However, he overlooked one thing. Or rather, it was a detail he lacked experience with, and Chen Feng had never mentioned. As the road beneath our feet rapidly narrows, the lantern in his hand, the rate of fuel consumption was also accelerating at an alarming rate. The wick that could have lasted a few more minutes. The light faded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Oops. Lan Yu had a bad feeling. He moved even faster, almost becoming a blur. But it was too late. Puff. A soft sound. The last glimmer of light from the lantern in his hand was completely extinguished. The entire world instantly returned to utter darkness and deathly silence. Lan Yu suddenly stopped, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He could feel that the road beneath his feet was now less than half a meter wide. Although he can still stand steadily. But in this absolute darkness, where you can't see your hand in front of your face, to move forward, the difficulty will undoubtedly increase exponentially. Just as he was preparing to rely on his senses to move forward in the dark, a faint, firefly-like blue light suddenly appeared in the darkness ahead. The point of light was small and dim, yet it appeared exceptionally clear in the extreme darkness. It wobbled and flew towards Lan Yu's direction. Finally, it gently landed on the wick of the extinguished lantern in Lan Yu's hand. Buzz. The lantern jolted violently the next moment. A soft yet bright blue flame. It suddenly rose up, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. This light was brighter and warmer than when the spirit of the void burned before. At the same time, a clear, ethereal voice, indistinguishable in gender but with a touch of childishness, resounded directly in his mind. Come here. Lan Yu's pupils contracted slightly. He gripped the lantern that had been relit and looked in the direction from which the sound came. Not far ahead, in the darkness that had previously been empty, all was visible. Suddenly, a door emitting a faint blue glow appeared. The door stood there silently, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Without hesitation, Lan Yu stepped forward. He reached out and gently pushed open the door. Chapter 99 here. This is the gift I'm giving you. Squeak. The moment the door opened, the scene before me suddenly opened up. Behind the door, there was no longer monotonous darkness. Instead, it is a fantastical place that cannot be described in words. Beneath my feet lies an endless sea of vibrant flowers, with all sorts of unknown exotic plants blooming in competition. It exudes a refreshing and pleasant fragrance. On either side of the sea of flowers stand towering, majestic icebergs, shimmering with a crystal-clear, cold light. The most peculiar thing is the sky. That wasn't the sky at all. Instead, it was an upside-down, crystal-clear azure lake. Meltwater from the glacier's summit transforms into fine, trickling streams. Defying the laws of physics, it slowly flowed upwards from the tip of the iceberg, dripping into the inverted lake in the sky, creating ripples. Exquisitely beautiful, like a dream. And in the center of this fantastical sea of flowers, a small figure with its back to him was squatting in the sea of flowers, seemingly engrossed in playing with something. The figure was enveloped in a hazy blue halo, making it impossible to discern its exact appearance. Lan Yu carried the lantern and walked step by step toward the small figure. The sea of flowers is silent, and footsteps are unnoticed. When he got to a spot less than 3 meters away from that figure, the little boy who was squatting on the ground, seemingly playing with the flowers and plants, seemed to sense something and slowly turned his head. A pair of pure, clear blue eyes, as if containing the entire starry sky, gazed at Lan Yu. That instant, Lan Yu felt as if his soul was being sucked into those eyes. At the same time, in the real world, at the other Shore Flower Guild, in the room where Lan Yu is, Chen Feng sat cross-legged beside the magic circle. He suddenly opened his eyes. His usually nonchalant eyes were now filled with unprecedented horror and terror. Click, click-clack. Without warning, the space inside the room began to violently distort and crack. Dark cracks, like shattered mirrors, spread across the walls, ceiling, and floor. From the depths of those cracks, a chilling and terrifying aura seeped out. What's even more chilling is, one after another, huge, cold blue eyes emerged from those spatial rifts. He slowly opened his eyes, casting an indifferent gaze. The entire room seemed to instantly transform into the lair of some indescribable entity. The Red Spider Lily Guild. Inside the conference hall, several demigods who were discussing something suddenly stopped at the same time. They all looked up at the same time, their expressions solemn as they gazed out the window. All I saw was the once clear sky above Qingfeng City had, for some unknown reason, become. It was also covered with a web of jagged cracks. One after another, huge, cold, indifferent blue eyes, just like those in the room, emerging from those cracks, overlooking the entire city below. An indescribable, ancient pressure, seemingly from the very beginning of the world, enveloped the entire universe. For the first time, the beautiful leader of the Holy Dragon Church revealed a truly astonished expression on her stunning face. She murmured to herself, her voice trembling with disbelief. Someone has alarmed a supreme being of the Void Realm. In the real world, earth-shattering changes are taking place. And in that fantastical realm of consciousness, Lan Yu was completely unaware of everything happening in the outside world. He looked at the little guy in front of him with his bright eyes and innocent smile, and for a moment he was a little confused. His mentor, Chen Feng, had never told him that he would encounter beings in the Void Realm who could communicate with him. However, Lan Yu's intuition told him that this little guy in front of him was definitely not simple. He tentatively began to speak. "Was it you who called me here?" Upon hearing this, the little one blinked its blue eyes, which seemed to hold the stars, and asked in return, "Didn't you come here yourself?" Lan Yu's lips twitched slightly, somewhat speechless. He didn't want to be in a place like this. Why play riddles with someone who looks like a little kid? Just as he was about to ask something else, the little boy suddenly spoke, his tone filled with anticipation. "Tell me a joke. If your jokes make me laugh, I'll give you a gift." Lan Yu. Tell a joke? They even gave me a gift? Isn't this development a bit too random? He looked into the little boy's clear, innocent eyes, which didn't seem like he was joking. Lan Yu thought for a moment, and a corny joke he had seen online before flashed through his mind. He cleared his throat and began to speak. Once upon a time, there was a man fishing and he caught a squid. The little boy tilted his head and listened attentively. The squid said to him, "Please, let me go." The person said, "Okay, then I'll ask you a question." The squid nervously said, "Go ahead and take the test." Then, Lan Yu paused deliberately, looking at the little boy's expectant eyes, and continued. Then that person grilled the squid. After I finished speaking, there was complete silence on the other end. Only the unnamed flowers in the sea of blossoms swayed quietly. Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. It's all over. Isn't this joke a bit too lame? Is it inappropriate to tell this to a small child? However, just as Lan Yu began to reflect on whether he had chosen the wrong joke, puff! A very soft sound, like the sound of a balloon deflating, rang out. Immediately afterwards, hiccup! The little boy clutched his stomach and collapsed laughing into the flower bed, his short legs kicking wildly. Grilled. Ha ha ha. Squid got grilled. That's hilarious. Burp. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, and he hiccuped as he laughed. She rolled around in the sea of flowers, looking incredibly happy. Lan Yu stared in disbelief at the scene. Is this a joke that's too low a bar? The little boy's laughter was clear and melodious, yet it carried a strange penetrating power, echoing in this fantastical space. I laughed for about 10 minutes. The little boy finally rubbed his aching belly from laughing. She managed to stop laughing, but her shoulders were still twitching. He wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, looked at Lan Yu, his big eyes full of approval. Your joke was hilarious. I'm very satisfied. Lan Yu coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. Well, whatever you like. So what about the gift? He is still quite concerned about this. The little boy nodded, then waved his little hand. In the distance, on the towering, majestic ice mountain, a stream flows upwards in reverse. A single drop suddenly separated from the fine stream of water that had fallen into the sky lake. That single drop of water was crystal clear, emitting a soft blue glow. It floated lightly from the little boy's fingertip and wobbled as it came to Lan Yu. They coalesced into a small water ball about the size of a fist. The water sphere hovered in the air, exuding an indescribable primordial aura. The little boy pointed at the water balloon and said with a hint of pride, Here, this is the gift I'm giving you. Chapter 100 The President of the Higanbana Guild. The blue boy pointed at the water droplet and said, Its name is Creation Water, and it's one of the main ingredients I use to create this ethereal realm. With its help, you should be able to learn a very powerful skill. The water of creation? What are the main raw materials for fabricating the void? Lan Yu's eyelids twitched as he listened, and his heart pounded faster. Before he could even process this astonishing information, the little boy had already reached out his little hand and gently pushed. The water of creation, containing immense power, flew towards Lan Yu's chest. Lan Yu instinctively tried to dodge, but found that he couldn't move his body at all. The next second, the water ball touched his body. There was no sense of shock as I had imagined, nor any discomfort. The water of creation blended together like water and milk. It silently merged into his body. Lan Yu felt a slight heaviness in his head, as if something was taking root and sprouting deep within his consciousness. After doing all this, the little boy clapped his hands, and his voice returned to its original ethereal and calm state. All right, all the gifts have been given out. You can go now. Lan Yu snapped out of his daze and asked, How do I get there? The little boy stretched out his finger and pointed to the edge of the magnificent sea of flowers not far away. There, in the darkness, was an unfathomable void. The little boy said with a grin, Just jump down from there. He walked to the edge of the sea of flowers with some skepticism and looked down at the deep, boundless darkness below. A strange suction force came from below, making him feel a little uneasy. Just as he was about to jump, Lan Yu suddenly remembered something, turned around sharply, and looked at the little boy who was still squatting in the flower bushes. By the way, I still don't know your name. However, he had barely finished speaking. A gentle yet irresistible force suddenly came from behind him, giving him a light push. What? Caught off guard, Lan Yu plummeted straight into the darkness below. The wind whistled in his ears, and a feeling of weightlessness enveloped him instantly. In his final moments, as his consciousness faded and he was about to succumb to complete darkness, the little boy's voice, both childish and ancient, drifted into his mind. I have no name. However, many years ago, some humans who came here seem to have given me a name. That name, well, it's a bit tacky, I don't really like it. They seem to be calling me Janus, King of the Sky. Boom. Lan Yu's consciousness suddenly broke free from the chaos and returned to reality. He opened his eyes and found himself still sitting cross-legged in the complex magic circle in the center of the room. The materials on the ground that shimmered with dark runes. It has now become dim and lifeless, and some of it has even turned to ashes. The spatial cracks within the room were caused by the anomalies of the void, and the huge blue eye peering out from the crack vanished without a trace, as quickly as the tide receded. Within a few breaths, the entire room returned to calm. It was as if the terrifying, world-destroying scene had never happened. Lan Yu subconsciously looked to the side. His mentor, Chen Feng, was slumped on the ground, his back pressed tightly against the wall. That perpetually icy face was now covered in fine beads of sweat. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. His gaze toward Lan Yu was filled with unprecedented horror and unbelievable terror. It was as if I had just experienced a terrifying scene where I was on the verge of death. Lan Yu blinked, looking at his mentor's disheveled appearance, somewhat puzzled. He was just about to ask what had happened. Chen Feng, his voice trembling slightly, stared intently at him and asked, word by word. Little boy, what did you encounter in the void? When Lan Yu mentioned Janus, the king of the void, Chen Feng's usually icy face now looked as if he had seen a ghost. He stared intently at Lan Yu, his voice trembling. Say it again, kid. You said, who did you meet? Lan Yu repeated it, his tone calm. Janus, king of the sky. Seeing Chen Feng's frozen expression, Lan Yu asked curiously. Who is he? Judging from your expression, he seems very powerful. A curse word burst from the instructor's mouth. Holy shit. He rushed to Lan Yu in 3 strides, grabbed Lan Yu's shoulders tightly with both hands, and shook him violently. Damn, he's more than just powerful. Janus, the king of the sky realm, he's the legendary supreme being who created the entire sky realm. His existence is no weaker than that of the gods of the shadow realm. Lan Yu never expected that the little kid who was laughing so hard in the flower field because of a lame joke about grilled squid would be rolling around in the flower field. It's such an awesome existence. Did it create the void realm? That title does sound a bit intimidating. Chen Feng took several deep breaths before he could barely calm down his excitement, which was about to explode. He lowered his voice slightly and said, Kid, do you know? Throughout the entire history of filmmakers, the number of people who have been able to see Janus in person in the sky realm is very small. Each of them was a pinnacle of strength worthy of being recorded in history. At this point, Chen Feng seemed to suddenly remember something and slapped his thigh. Oh, I remember now. If I remember correctly, your Lan family's legendary ancestor was one of them. Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. The Lan family patriarch? That legendary figure who single-handedly suppressed an entire era? I have also met the king of the void. Chen Feng became more and more excited as he spoke, and his gaze towards Lan Yu grew increasingly ardent. I never expected it. I never expected that Janus would choose you in this era. Just as instructor Chen Feng was sighing repeatedly. Squeak. The door to the room, which had been kicked and was somewhat deformed by Chen Feng, was gently pushed open from the outside. Chen Feng turned around abruptly, almost as if by reflex. When he saw who was standing at the door, all the expressions on his serious face instantly vanished. Instead, it was replaced by respect. He bowed slightly towards the doorway. President, Vice President. You've arrived. Lan Yu was also taken aback and looked in the direction of the sound. There were 2 people standing at the door. One of them had a black monkey, only the size of a palm, perched on its left shoulder. It was baring its teeth, but also looked somewhat cowardly. It was the vice president of the Other Shore Flower Guild, that always smiling English gentleman. And the other one. Chapter 101 Guild Taboos. Lan Yu's gaze fell on the figure next to the vice president. Was it a girl? She is about 1.4 meters tall, petite and delicate. She had a head of dazzling blonde hair, which was rather exaggerated in appearance. Like a flowing golden waterfall, it has even spread to the ground. She stood there quietly, wearing a dark blue long-sleeve dress. Despite not making any movement, he exudes an indescribable sense of oppression. It was as if she wasn't just one person, but the center of the entire world. Is this the guild leader of the Higanbana Guild? A girl who looks like a primary school student? This is way too small. A hint of surprise flashed through Lan Yu's mind. She seemed to have noticed Lan Yu's gaze. The blonde girl slowly raised her head, her indifferent golden eyes glancing lightly at Lan Yu. Her thin lips parted slightly, and her voice was clear, cool, and melodious. Hey kid, did you just think to yourself, so small? Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran down his spine. Holy crap. Mind reading? The blonde girl smiled slightly, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. If it's just internal complaining, then there's no problem. But whatever you do, don't tell anyone. Otherwise, even if old man Lan protects you, I'll still beat you up. A blatant threat. It goes without saying. At the same time, Lan Yu was absolutely certain from the faint, almost imperceptible divine aura that occasionally emanated from her. The seemingly harmless little girl in front of you is the president of the Other Shore Flower Guild. He is also one of the rarest demigod-level powerhouses in the world today. The president withdrew his gaze and asked calmly, his voice revealing no emotion. You brat, did you see Janus in the Void Realm just now? Lan Yu composed himself and nodded. The president chuckled softly, revealing a knowing look that said, I knew it. No wonder. She seemed to be talking to herself, yet also sighing to the vice president beside her. The Lan family has produced quite a few monsters in this era. I'm actually a little envious of that old man Lan. After saying that, she turned around, seemingly not intending to dwell on the matter any further. Leave a message. Preliminary results of the discussions have been achieved. Your investigation is scheduled to begin at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Someone will come to pick you up then. As for the details, those people are still arguing about it. And they've even managed to get the old director of the administration bureau, who hates trouble, to come over. At this point, a hint of helplessness seemed to creep into the president's usually cool voice. Until then, you are free to move around within the guild, but please do not leave the guild for the time being. After saying that, she didn't wait for Lan Yu's response and turned to walk out the door. The vice president bowed slightly and then followed. Once again, only Lan Yu and Chen Feng remained in the room. Instructor Chen Feng looked at the door that had closed again and let out a long sigh of relief. He felt completely exhausted and plopped back down on the ground. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to Lan Yu with lingering fear, "Kid, you really are something. You always manage to create some earth-shattering news." Lan Yu shrugged and didn't say anything. 5 minutes later, it was confirmed that the president's petite figure and the vice president had completely disappeared into the distance. I can't even sense his presence anymore. Lan Yu turned his head and looked at Instructor Chen Feng, who was still slumped on the ground, looking like he had just survived a disaster. He leaned closer, lowered his voice, and asked cautiously, "Mentor, the president, that look on her." Lan Yu hadn't finished speaking. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Chen Feng sprang up from the ground. He rushed over and used his hand to tightly cover Lan Yu's mouth. Chen Feng lowered his voice, almost whispering a warning. "Kid, never mention the guild leader's appearance in the guild. It's a taboo above all else, understand?" Seeing Chen Feng's nervous expression, Lan Yu nodded. It seems there is indeed a big secret here. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, looking at Lan Yu's eager eyes. Finally, he sighed, thought for a moment, and explained. "That appearance doesn't match the president's actual age. As for how old the president really is, I don't know either, and no one dares to ask. But that wasn't her own choice. It is said that it is related to the authority and power of the god with whom she made a pact." Chen Feng scratched his head. "What specific abilities they are, that's beyond my level to know. Anyway, don't ask around or talk nonsense outside, or the president will really beat you up and beat you to death." Lan Yu nodded thoughtfully. Look at Chen Feng's terrified expression. It seems they've already been beaten up. Is it related to the authority of the gods? It can make even a demigod-level powerhouse lose control of his appearance. The power of that deity is probably terrifying beyond imagination. All right, you've just awakened your sixth sense. Your aura is still unstable. Find a place to consolidate it. Chen Feng waved his hand, his expression returning somewhat to its usual coldness. You've made too much of a commotion this time. I need to go to the archives. Update all your information again. Honestly, lately, both you and your sister have been causing a lot of trouble. He grumbled as he pulled a lollipop from his pocket, tore open the wrapper, popped it into his mouth, and mumbled indistinctly. Don't wander off. Just stay in the guild. Don't forget about the review tomorrow. After saying that, Chen Feng left the room without looking back, his steps hurried, as if he really had a lot to do. Once again, only Lan Yu remained in the room. Since he couldn't leave the guild for the time being, he didn't plan to stay idle. Just as Chen Feng said, he had just awakened his six senses. He also obtained the water of creation from the King of the Void, and his body and spirit are undergoing a miraculous transformation. It definitely needs to be stabilized. By the way, I should also test out my awakened sixth sense skills. He stood up, left the messy room, and headed towards the guild's special training ground. The training grounds of the Higanbana Guild are clearly tiered. There are beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, as well as special training grounds that are not open to the public. Lan Yu is now a 4-star Shadow Master and is qualified to use the intermediate training ground. As he walked, he calmed his mind and tried to activate his newly awakened sixth sense. The next second, an indescribable feeling spread through his mind. The world has changed. It's no longer about simply relying on your eyes to see and your ears to hear. Rather, it is a comprehensive, three-dimensional perception. Centered on him, a spherical field with a radius of 30 meters silently unfolded. Within this field, the movement of air and the trajectory of dust particles. The faint hum of the energy circuits within the walls, even the heartbeat of another guild member at the far end of the corridor. Everything transformed into the purest flow of information, flooding into his mind. It was shockingly clear. This is the sixth senses? Lan Yu paused slightly, his heart filled with turmoil. Minter Chen Feng once said that an ordinary filmmaker awakens their sixth sense for the first time. The sensing range is usually only about 10 meters, and the information sensed is relatively blurry. Myself, I'm starting at 30 meters straight. Moreover, the accuracy of this perception is almost like having a full map radar. Is it because the airspace expressway has gone far enough? Or was it because of Janice's creating waters? Perhaps it's both. Just as he was immersed in this novel experience. At the edge of his sixth senses, just a wall away, he suddenly saw a familiar presence. It is Shadow Moon. At the same time, the Shadow Moon was sensed. Lan Yu's brows furrowed slightly, because the other party seemed to be in some trouble. Chapter 102 Strange Girl. In Lan Yu's perception, he saw that the place where Yingyue was located was the intermediate training ground. That's an area that only 4-star Shadow Masters have the authority to enter. Opposite her were two other unfamiliar presences. Those two auras were far more powerful and refined than Yingyue's. Judging from the intensity of the Shadow aura fluctuations, he is at least a 5-star Shadow Master. Inside the intermediate training ground, the cold metal walls reflected a pale light. Smack! A crisp, loud slap echoed across the empty training ground. The mask on Yingyue's face was knocked off by the slap. It traced an arc in the air and fell to the ground with a thud. Due to the immense force, she fell to the ground in a disheveled state, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. A man and a woman stood in front of her. Both men were impeccably dressed, with haughty expressions and eyes filled with undisguised contempt and disgust. It was that woman who slapped him. She looked down at Yingyue lying on the ground, her tone harsh and sharp. Even if you are just a puppet of the family, you still bear the name of the Morton family. And as a member of the family, he didn't even get first place in the guild's new member assessment. The woman continued, as if that wasn't enough. And I heard that during this mission, you actually fell asleep on the battlefield, right in front of the enemy? If your teammates hadn't saved you, you would have died in this mission. What a piece of trash. The man next to him frowned, seemingly a little impatient. All right, stop talking nonsense. We're not here to lecture her. He stepped forward, squatted down, and looked at Yingyue with the cold gaze one would use to scrutinize goods. You have already disappointed the family twice. According to the rules, as punishment, we will cut off one of your fingers and take it back to your mother for her to see. He paused, his tone as indifferent as if he were discussing a trivial matter. No objections, right? Yingyue lowered her head, her disheveled black hair obscuring her face, making it impossible to see her expression. The training ground was deathly silent. After a long while, she seemed to resign herself to her fate. Slowly, he stretched out his left hand and laid it out on the cold ground. That hand was fair and slender, with distinct knuckles from years of sword practice, yet it still retained the softness of a young girl. Seeing this, the man nodded in satisfaction. He drew a short knife that gleamed with a cold light from his bosom. The blade shimmered with a swirling aura, its edge incredibly sharp. He raised his knife, aiming it at Yingyue's slender index finger, ready to strike. However, the next moment, the man discovered that his wrist, which was holding the knife and infused with the power of a 5-star Shadow Master, was completely immobile. An irresistible force, like an iron clamp, gripped him tightly. He turned around in horror. A young man wearing a mask appeared beside him without him noticing. The man, with just one hand, effortlessly stopped the knife that was about to be swung down. Lan Yu's voice, coming through the mask, was icy cold and devoid of any warmth. You're not really going to cut it, are you? The man was stunned by this sudden turn of events, then flew into a rage. Where did this trash come from? Get out of the way, this is a matter for the Morton family. He suddenly activated all the shadow energy in his body, trying to break free. But the hand gripping his wrist remained as if welded shut, completely still. The man was horrified. How could someone so easily suppress him, a 5-star Shadow Master? Lan Yu did not respond to him, but those eyes hidden behind the mask stared coldly at him. That look in his eyes was like looking at a dead person. Lan Yu's voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling quality that sent shivers down one's spine. You can cut it, but before your knife falls, I will definitely kill you first. The man with the knife was so shocked by Lan Yu's cold, emotionless words that his heart skipped a beat. He instinctively took 2 steps back. A chill emanating from the depths of his soul crept up his spine, making his hands and feet feel numb. The woman next to her frowned, her face filled with incomprehension and disdain. What are you afraid of? Judging from his aura, he's only a 4-star Shadow Master. while we're both 5-star. The woman's voice was sharp and piercing, as if she were encouraging the man or venting her own dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the man's pale face softened slightly. Yes, I am a 5-star Shadow Master. How could I be intimidated by a mere 4-star kid? He gripped the short sword tightly again, channeling his shadow energy into it once more, the sharp blade gleaming with a cold light. Even so, the intense palpitation in his heart did not dissipate. He really felt it for that brief moment. If my knife dares to fall even a fraction, the other party will absolutely keep their word. That was not a bluffing threat. Lan Yu stood there quietly, his eyes beneath the mask still and calm. 2 5-star film masters. If it comes to a fight, he'll fight to the bitter end. And it's also a good opportunity to try out new skills. The atmosphere in the training field instantly froze, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder that could explode at any moment. At this tense moment, a clear and melodious, unfamiliar female voice rang out in the training field without warning. Oh my, such a pretty little face. How could you do this to her? What a bunch of bad people. The sudden sound startled everyone present. Lan Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He instantly became extremely alert, his gaze sweeping towards the source of the sound like a sharp sword. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Yingwei, who had just been knocked to the ground. She was an extremely beautiful girl. She had long, golden hair draped over her back. She wore a retro-styled yet well-tailored black dress, which made her already fair skin appear even more radiant. Elegant, noble, and with a touch of mystery. Lan Yu was startled. His sixth senses domain has always covered the entire area without any blind spots, within a radius of 30 meters. But until the very last second before this woman spoke, he didn't sense any presence at all. It's as if this person appeared out of thin air. At this moment, she squatted down with great interest, extending her slender, fair fingers to gently stroke Yingwei's slightly swollen cheeks. TSK, how pathetic. As her fingertips gently traced the path, a soft halo of light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, flashed by and disappeared. The next second, something incredible happened. The clear handprint on Yingwei's cheek faded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, restoring its original smoothness and whiteness. It is perfectly intact. Yingwei herself was stunned. She stared blankly at the blonde girl who had suddenly appeared and healed her, unable to react for a moment. The couple from the Morton family, upon seeing the blonde girl's profile, the 2 5-star Shadow Masters couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 103, Let's Fight. The man with the knife almost dropped it, his lips trembling as he uttered each word slowly and deliberately. You, who are you? The blonde girl slowly stood up and patted off non-existent dust from her skirt. He turned his head and gave the two of them a bright smile. Oh, so you two know your grandma. However, she had barely finished speaking. The smile vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling and sinister aura. Then get the hell out of here. These words were spoken without any politeness, creating a stark contrast to her elegant demeanor just moments before. The 2 5-star Shadow Masters trembled in fear at the terrifying aura. The 2 5-star Shadow Masters exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with apprehension. They hesitated for a moment, but ultimately put away their weapons. The man gritted his teeth and said, Let's go. Clearly, they were very wary of the blonde girl's identity. Just as the two were about to leave, the blonde girl called out to them calmly. By the way, if she dares to lay a hand on her again, I will consider it a declaration of war against me. The two people's backs visibly stiffened for a moment, but he gritted his teeth and left the training field without looking back. In the blink of an eye, only Lan Yu, Yingyu, and the mysterious blonde girl remained in the entire training ground. Yingwei snapped out of her shock, stood up, and bowed to the two of them. Thank you, Blue Team, and the blonde girl waved her hand. The coldness on her face vanished, and she returned to her smiling expression. Just call me Jean. Yingwei nodded, her tone sincere. Thank you, Ms. Jean. Upon hearing this, Jean laughed happily. Then he pressed himself against her, wrapped his arms around Yingwei's neck, and rubbed his face against her cheek. Wow, your skin is so beautiful. I've never seen such perfect skin before. What skincare products do you use? And this hair, it's so black and shiny, and so smooth. Also, you smell so good. Lan Yu. His face, hidden behind the mask, could no longer hold back. Isn't something off about this conversation and this scene? The art style changed way too fast. Looking at Yingwei, who was stiff and helpless in Jin's arms, Lan Yu finally couldn't stand it anymore. He coughed loudly. Then he strode forward and sighed. I'm very grateful for your help, but Shadow Moon seems to be quite troubled right now. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Yingyue's arm, forcefully pulling her out of Jin's clutches. Once rescued, Yingyue was like a fish that had just been pulled out of an oxygen-deprived environment. She breathed a long sigh of relief, and her whole body relaxed. At the same time, she gave Lan Yu a grateful look. Lan Yu ignored Jin, who was puffing out his cheeks and glaring at him with dissatisfaction. He looked at Yingyue and asked, "Were those two people from your family?" Yingyue nodded silently, her eyes somewhat dim. Lan Yu sighed. He originally thought that his Lan family was already exceptional enough. Unexpectedly, there are even worse things in the world. He turned to look at Miss Jin and expressed his gratitude in a formulaic manner. "Anyway, thank you for today. If you ever need any help in the future, feel free to come to me. I will do my best as long as it is within my capabilities." Regardless of the other party's identity, they did help Yingyue today. However, he had barely finished saying that polite remark. Miss Jin smiled and said, "Oh really?" Miss Jin's tone suddenly became playful. "I might not need your help in the future, but there is something I need your help with right now." Lan Yu was taken aback. "No way. I was just being polite. Did you really take it seriously?" He twitched the corner of his mouth and casually asked, "What's up?" Miss Jin's smile grew even brighter. She slowly raised her fair and slender hand, extended her index finger, and pointed it at Lan Yu from afar. "Let's fight." Inside the training ground, the air was deathly still. Lan Yu was taken aback. He pointed to his face, his brows furrowed beneath the mask. He asked somewhat uncertainly, "Fight me?" Jin nodded heavily, her impossibly beautiful face filled with certainty that, "Yes, it's you." Lan Yu's lips twitched slightly. "Why?" Jin's answer, simple and direct, exploded like a bombshell in Lan Yu and Yingyue's ears. "Because since I became a divine contractor, I have never fought with any other divine contractors." The words fell. Whether it was Lan Yu or Yingyu, who had just recovered from her shock, they were all startled. The Divine Covenant. The blonde girl in front of me seemed a bit eccentric and acted entirely on her whims. He is actually one of the very rare divine contractors. More importantly, she knew her identity. Lan Yu's eyes sharpened instantly, his gaze, hidden beneath the mask, locked onto the other person. Jin seemed completely unaware of the sudden surge of alertness that had arisen within him. He still had that same smiling face, tilting his head, his golden eyes sparkling with anticipation. "So, shall we fight or not?" Lan Yu fell silent. The brain is working at lightning speed. The other party knew his background, but had no ill intentions. Instead, he seemed to be looking for a sparring match, as if he had found a kindred spirit. To be honest, he wanted to as well. He also wanted to know what kind of beings the other divine contractors were. What kind of power do they possess with their divine authority? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. What's more, this is an excellent opportunity for practical testing, delivered right to our doorstep. Thinking of this, Lan Yu's tense body slowly relaxed. He nodded. Good. Seeing that he agreed, Jin's smile grew even brighter, and he even snapped his fingers happily. The two didn't waste any more words. They soon arrived at an empty training room. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yingyue followed and stood at the edge of the training room, ready to watch the match. As soon as I stepped into the training room, the metal door slowly closed behind me. Lan Yu walked to a nearby locker, took out a set of black combat uniforms issued by the guild, and prepared to change into them. He glanced at Jin, who was still wearing a long dress, and casually asked, "Do you need me to get you one?" Jin shook his head. No need. The words had barely left his mouth. She stretched out her slender fingers and untied the ribbon at the back of her dress. Before Lan Yu could react, the retro-style, elegant black dress slid down her smooth skin like water, piling up at her feet. And beneath the long skirt, it was a pure white, form-fitting combat suit that perfectly hugged the body's curves. The combat suit was made of a special material that had a faint sheen. It perfectly outlines her near-perfect figure, full of power and beauty. Jin turned around, put his hands on his hips, looked at Lan Yu with interest, and joked. What? Didn't see what you wanted to see? Disappointed. Lan Yu's gaze swept over her pure white, tight-fitting combat suit before finally returning to her defiant face. He said calmly, "Well, I wasn't too disappointed." Uffed. Jin was amused by his reply. As she flexed her wrists and ankles, doing some simple warm-up exercises, she casually asked, "What level of Shadow Master are you now?" Chapter 10 For I hope you won't mind after you know my identity. Lan Yu changed into his combat suit and took out the ancient, dark gold longsword Jinyue from his locker. I looked at her with a puzzled expression. Why are you asking this? Kim explained matter-of-factly. I awakened earlier than you, so my rank is definitely higher. Tell me, so I can suppress my strength to the same level as you before we fight. Otherwise, wouldn't that be bullying you? Her tone was full of a senior's care for a junior and absolute confidence. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu nodded, gripped the hilt of Jinyue's sword, and uttered 2 words indifferently. 4 stars. Jin initially agreed readily. Okay, wait a minute. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped. Her beautiful golden eyes widened instantly as she stared at Lan Yu in disbelief. What the hell? 4 star. Her raised voice echoed in the empty training room. Really? Lan Yu did not answer. He simply channeled a wisp of shadow energy into the Jinyue, sword in his hand. The next second, a refined, profound, and far superior aura of shadow energy emanated from his body. The intensity of that aura clearly demonstrated that he was a genuine 4-star shadow master. After sensing the intensity of this shadow energy, Jin was completely stunned and had no choice but to believe this outrageous fact. It should be noted that she broke through to the peak of the 4-star shadow master within a year of awakening the divine contract. To everyone else, this was already considered a monster among monsters, a genius among geniuses. But this guy in front of me, from the time I awakened until now, it's only been about a week, right? A week, a 4-star filmmaker? Is this cheating? Looking at her horrified expression, Lan Yu asked. Is there a problem? Jin's expression changed repeatedly, and finally, the shock turned into a bitter smile and an even stronger fighting spirit. She drew from thin air a magnificent, pure white rapier. That's all. She grinned, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. It seems I no longer need to suppress my strength. Let's begin. The moment the words left his mouth, Lan Yu moved. Without the slightest hesitation or probing. Holding Jinyue in his hand, he stomped his foot, transforming into a blur that was impossible to detect with the naked eye. Divine sword technique, instant shadow flash. Extreme speed brings ultimate sharpness. Jin was clearly completely unprepared for Lan Yu's incredible speed. Her golden pupils suddenly contracted. The look of astonishment was even frozen on his face. Uft. The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh rang out clearly. Lan Yu's figure appeared behind her where she had been standing, still in the posture of wielding a sword. Jin's body, from head to toe, was cleanly and decisively cleaved in 2 by Zhen Yu's dark golden sword. However, there was no blood. The gold, split in 2, began to transform into countless pure white feathers, slowly dissipating into the air. Was that just an illusion? That's fast. A clear, melodious voice, filled with appreciation, rang out from the other end of the training field. It's the fastest I've ever seen. Lan Yu slowly turned his head. In the distance, countless white feathers gathered again, forming the golden figure. But she was different now than before. Her long, radiant golden hair was emitting a soft glow. Behind her, 8 magnificent and holy wings made of pure light stretched out. But, as the shattered phantom completely dissipated, one of the 8 wings on Jin's back dimmed and disappeared as a speck of light. Only 7 remained. Lan Yu's gaze fell on the vanished wings, lost in thought. Jin clearly noticed his gaze. She hovered in midair, shrugged, and wore a smug smile. Looks like you guessed right. Simply put, my 8 wings correspond to my 8 lives. She tilted her head, her tone carrying a hint of smugness. However, I have never met anyone in my life who could strip me bare. After saying that, she extended her fair palm. In stark contrast to her pristine appearance, jet-black shadow energy gathered in her hands. Those shadowy energies then condensed into hundreds of black feather arrows. It shot straight at Lan Yu. Lan Yu neither dodged nor evaded, but instead unleashed 4 dark moon dragon blades with his Jinyue longsword to defend. Ding ding dang. The dense clanging of metal echoed throughout the training ground. 10 minutes later, on the training field, Lan Yu and Jin's figures still stand tall. At this moment, Lan Yu's combat suit had been torn in several places. He looked somewhat disheveled, but his aura remained calm and steady, without the slightest disturbance. Jin, who was opposite him, wasn't in much better shape. She floated in midair, and of the 8 magnificent and holy wings that once adorned her, only 4 remained. This means that in just 10 minutes, Lan Yu had killed her 4 times in different ways. Jin's chest rose and fell slightly, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. During the battle, she landed several attacks that hit her opponent, and on a few occasions, she was certain that they were enough to severely injure a 4-star shadow master. But the opponent's recovery speed. What kind of abnormal constitution is this? It's even more exaggerated than those high-level shadow monsters known for their tenacious vitality. Is this guy's body made of flesh and blood? If this continues, my life will be worn away sooner or later. She realized that she had no chance of winning by simply outlasting her opponent. We must strike decisively. Thinking of this, Jean took a deep breath, his eyes becoming more serious than ever before. She floated in midair, looking down at Lan Yu, and slowly spoke. Brother Lan, I'm sorry, but I'm about to use my ultimate move. She paused, her tone becoming somewhat solemn. Once you see this ultimate move, you'll probably guess who I am. I hope you won't mind knowing who I am. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu sheathed the Jinhua longsword in his hand and raised his head. He said calmly, Of course I wouldn't mind. The Holy Maiden of the Holy Dragon Church. The air froze instantly. Jean was taken aback upon hearing this. He then burst out laughing. What? So you already knew all along? Lan Yu shrugged and replied. It's no secret that the Holy Dragon Church produced a once-in-a-century divine contractor last year. Plus, those two from the Morton family reacted as if they'd seen a ghost when they saw you. It's not hard to guess. After hearing his explanation, Jean was completely speechless. It turns out her disguise had already been exposed long ago. She had just solemnly reminded the other party of this. She smiled sweetly, no longer trying to hide it. An aura completely different from the shadow energy, yet incomparably sacred and vast, suddenly erupted from her body. Golden light emanated from her body, enveloping her entirely. Behind her, the 4 remaining wings of light suddenly stretched out, shining brightly. Immediately afterwards, a magnificent, splendid golden church phantom, composed entirely of light, slowly emerged behind her. The church's dome soared into the clouds, and its stained glass windows shimmered with a sacred aura. The melodious hymns echoed throughout the training ground. An indescribable pressure spread out like a tide. 6 Senses Technique, the Gospel of the Temple. This was originally a rare 5-star shadow master, possessing exceptional talent. The 6 senses are a unique skill that can only be mastered through a series of fortunate coincidences. As an unparalleled genius saintess of the church, it is not surprising that she mastered the 4-star level ahead of time. Use this move to deal with a fellow 4-star shadow master. That's a bit like bullying someone. Just as Jean was thinking this. A completely different, yet equally powerful and vast, terrifying aura suddenly surged into the sky from Lan Yu's body. The confident smile on Jin's face froze instantly. Chapter 105 Winning. Jean stared at Lan Yu across from him in disbelief. That aura, it can't be wrong. It is a unique fluctuation characteristic of the 6 Senses Technique. This guy, he can even use the 6 Senses Technique. At this moment, Lan Yu had his eyes closed, his mind completely absorbed in his own body. In his perception, it was the water of creation given by Janus, the king of the sky realm. After merging into his body, it had become a peculiar ball of yarn tightly wrapped in countless blue threads. It floats quietly in Lan Yu's spiritual world, exuding an ancient aura. This is the key to his mastery of the 6 Senses Technique. When he tried to move this ball of yarn, but he found it to be as heavy as a mountain, and no matter how much he activated his shadow power, it wouldn't budge. Get moving! Lan Yu roared inwardly, mobilizing all the power in his body. Mental power, like an invisible crowbar, fiercely pried at that ball of yarn. Finally, with his all-out effort, almost exhausting all his mental energy, the blue ball of yarn, as heavy as a star, he finally succeeded in picking out a blue thread that was even thinner than a strand of hair. And in that very instant, outside world, an aura that defies description erupted suddenly. To everyone's astonishment, a colossal blue dragon, composed of the purest shadow energy and chaotic power, slowly emerged behind Lan Yu. The dragon's silhouette blotted out the sky, its head was ferocious, and its eyes held a deathly stillness that could freeze the soul. It loomed behind Lan Yu, facing off against the sacred and magnificent golden church phantom opposite Jean Na. On one side is sacred and solemn, representing order and light. On one side is chaos and deathly silence, symbolizing the end and the beginning. Two completely opposite, yet equally powerful and suffocating forces clashed fiercely in the small training ground. The air itself seemed to be mourning. Lan Yu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the magnificent golden church across the way, and the gold in front of it. He mentally recited the name of his 6 Senses Technique. 6 Senses Technique, Dragon's Roar. When the enormous blue dragon, composed of chaos and shadow energy, appeared behind Lan Yu, Golden pupils suddenly contracted from the ferocious dragon head. She felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Not daring to be negligent in the slightest, Jean used all the power within his body. It was poured into the magnificent golden church phantom behind him without reservation. Buzz! The hymns rang out loudly, resounding throughout heaven and earth. Roar! The dragon roared, its roar shaking all things. The next second, the sacred golden church and the blue dragon that symbolizes chaos and death. The two forces collided with a deafening roar within the cramped training ground. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The two extreme forces, upon colliding, strangely fell into absolute silence. Time and space seemed to have been paused at this moment. Immediately afterwards, click, click, click. Like the sound of shattering glass, it rang out from the center of the intersection of the two forces. Visible, jet-black cracks, like a spider web, spread wildly in all directions from the point of impact. The entire training ground was unable to withstand the clash of these two forces and began to crumble inch by inch. Boom. The terrifying energy storm finally erupted completely. Lan Yu felt an irresistible force coming towards him. He was forced back more than 10 steps by the force of the impact. Jean, on the other side, was in an even worse state. The pure white, ornate rapier in her hand was knocked out by the energy impact. It traced an arc in the air and slammed into the distant wall with a clang. The entire training room is made of a special alloy and is said to be able to withstand a full force attack from 6 Shadow Masters. The walls shook violently, riddled with jagged cracks, as if they were about to collapse completely at any moment. Just then, several powerful, suffocating auras descended instantly. It was the guild's mentors who noticed that someone was carrying out demolition. So they acted promptly. Seal up. With a deep shout, an invisible barrier enveloped the entire training room. The energy storm, which was on the verge of spiraling out of control, was forcefully suppressed. One of the mentors complained. What the hell? Didn't I say that Shadow Masters of 6 stars or above shouldn't fight in the intermediate training ground? And when the smoke and dust cleared, after the mentors saw the two people on the stage, in particular, both of them are only 4-star film masters. They were all taken aback. The words of reprimand that were about to be spoken suddenly got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. Could it be that the commotion just now was caused by 2 4-star Shadow Masters? What a joke. While the mentors were in shock. On the other side, Lan Yu and Jean stood facing each other, dozens of meters apart. Both of them appeared to be unharmed. Jean looked at Lan Yu, the solemnity on his face slowly fading, replaced by a somewhat regretful smile. It's a real pity this time. The space is too small, and we can't really do our job. She walked up to Lan Yu, extended her hand, and her golden eyes flashed with undisguised fighting spirit. I hope that next time, I can find a spacious place and have a good fight. Lan Yu nodded and took her outstretched hand. No problem. Their hands clasped briefly before separating. Jean turned around, waved casually, and walked out of the training field. She had just stepped out the door. A girl wearing glasses and dressed as a priest's assistant. He burst into tears and rushed over, hugging her tightly, his face covered in tears and snot. Your Holiness, you scared me to death. If anything happens to you, I wouldn't have enough heads to chop off. Jean was almost suffocating from being choked, and pushed her away with some disgust. All right, Lillian, I'm fine. She patted her assistant on the back with a smug smile on her face. And this time I won. The assistant, named Lillian, wiped away her tears, looked up, and asked in confusion. You won? Your Majesty, wasn't it a draw just now? How can you call that a draw? Jean straightened his chest confidently. When we shook hands just now, I could see clearly that there were a few more tears in his combat suit on his wrist. What does this mean? It means he was injured in that collision. It was just that it recovered instantly thanks to its abnormal regenerative ability. As she spoke, she spun around perfectly, showing off her flawless, pure white combat suit. Besides, look at me, I don't have a single scratch on me. So, strictly speaking, I won the fight just now. Lillian opened her mouth, but seeing her Saintess's praise me expression, she was completely speechless. My own Saintess is perfect in every way, except that she loves to nitpick over trivial things in these inexplicable places. Jean hummed a little tune, happily preparing to leave. Your Holiness. Lillian suddenly remembered something and quickly called out to her, pointing to the training ground. You haven't taken your sword yet. It's made from the rare and renowned starry mithril. The bishops went at great lengths and put in a lot of effort to get this weapon for you. Jean waved his hand impatiently. Okay, okay, you're so long-winded. She turned and walked back to the training ground, standing before the rapier nailed to the wall. She reached out and grasped the sword hilt. However, just as her fingertips touched the blade, click, a very faint, crisp sound. The next moment, in Jin's dazed gaze, there was a magnificent rapier, crafted from the incomparably precious starry mithril, seemingly indestructible. Countless fine cracks suddenly appeared on the sword. Immediately afterwards, with a whoosh, the entire sword broke in half, turning into countless glittering metal fragments. It slid off the wall and piled up in a small heap on the ground. Chapter 106: A Mission That Must Die. Hearing the commotion, Lillian ran over, and when she saw the pile of rubble on the ground, his eyes widened instantly, his face filled with disbelief. The sword is broken? How is this possible? This is starry mithril. Jean stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to utter a single word. Why did the rapier break? She knows better than anyone else. In that earth-shattering collision, the sword absorbed the vast majority of the impact for her. It's a miracle that it didn't break on the spot. But now, it has finally given up. Jean slowly squatted down, reached out his hand, wanting to touch the fragments, but his fingertips stopped in midair. She sighed softly, silently thinking to herself, "It seems I've lost." She raised her head, her gaze passing through the entrance to the training ground, looking in the direction Lan Yu had left, her expression becoming somewhat complicated. If only he hadn't contracted with the evil dragon god. In that case, we'll definitely become very good friends. Maybe he'll become my boyfriend. What a pity. The Red Spider Lily Guild, top floor. Inside a minimalist yet luxurious lounge. A giant holographic projection floated in midair, the image frozen perfectly in the training field. On that ornate rapier, shattered into countless metal fragments. Inside the lounge sat several important figures whose mere presence could shake the entire world. Long Su, the leader of the Holy Dragon Church and the director of the Shadow Master Management Bureau, and Lan Mingxi, the head of the Lan family, and Lan Yu's older sister, Lan Shuang. In addition, there were several high-ranking officials from various parties with profound presences and extraordinary identities. The atmosphere in the room was eerily quiet. Lan Shuang stood to the side, her face expressionless, but a faint hint of pleasure lurked deep within her scarlet eyes. When the Saintess's starry mithril rapier shattered into pieces with a crash in the projection, the expression on her face showed even greater satisfaction. Cough. Finally, Long Su, the director of the Administration Bureau, broke the silence. He picked up the teacup in front of him, blew on it to cool it down, and wore his signature nonchalant smile. A mere 4-star rank can dismantle a mid-level training ground made of special alloy like this. The younger generation is truly formidable. With young people like these, we old folks can finally relax a little. He smiled and looked at the other two demigod-level powerhouses, as if seeking their approval. You too, don't you agree? The female leader of the Holy Dragon Church leaned gracefully against the sofa, her long, wavy brown hair spreading out like seaweed. She didn't look at Long Su. Her alluring eyes remained fixed on the projection. Lan Yu's departing figure, with the beauty mark at the corner of his eye, added a touch of captivating charm. After a long while, she finally withdrew her gaze and looked at the expressionless Lan Mingxi. Old man Lan, I'm wondering why you would break your Lan family's damned old rules to save that child and value him so much. The female cult leader picked up her wine glass, gently swirling the bright red liquid inside, and parted her red lips slightly. Now I understand. She sighed softly, her tone unreadable, neither revealing envy nor jealousy. Sigh, I really envy your Lan family, producing two monsters in one era. Lan Mingxi's face remained calm and expressionless, revealing little emotion. But judging from the appreciative look in his eyes as he watched the projection, it's clear that he was also very satisfied with Lan Yu's performance. At that moment, Director Long Su suddenly remembered something. The smile on her face faded slightly, and her gaze turned to Lan Shuang, who was standing next to Lan Mingxi. He put down his teacup and stood up from the sofa. Everyone present was involuntarily drawn to him. The powerful director straightened his collar. Then, he bowed slightly to Lan Shuang, the youngest person present. His posture was solemn, even showing a hint of respect. This must be Miss Lan Shuang, right? Lan Shuang raised her eyelids, her scarlet eyes looking at him, neither confirming nor denying. Long Su took a deep breath, his tone extremely solemn. I am here on behalf of the Filmmakers Bureau and all people living in peace. Thank you for recently slaying one of the 7 great kings in the Shadow Realm. The Immortal King. The words fell. The entire top-floor lounge seemed to have been hit by a heavy nuclear bomb, instantly erupting into chaos. What the? The Undying King has been killed? Wait, Director Long Su just said, who killed her? This young girl from the Lan family. What a joke. Those are 7 great kings. The other high-ranking officials present could no longer remain calm and lost their composure, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. A series of low gasps erupted from the restless crowd. You can't blame them for losing their composure. The 7 kings of the film industry. That was in the vast and boundless, perilous Shadow Realm, where each occupied its own territory. An extremely powerful being with the power to destroy the world. It is the ultimate nightmare for all filmmakers, and indeed for the entire real world. Among them, the Immortal King mentioned by director Long Su is particularly notorious. It once tore through space and descended into reality. In just 1 hour, a bustling city of 1 million people was completely wiped off the map, turning it into a living hell. That was a calamity worthy of being recorded in history. The administration has taken action before in response to this catastrophic enemy. 7 years ago, the administration once assembled a task force consisting of 6 top-tier, 9-star Shadow Masters. He ventures deep into the world of film, his target the Immortal King. However, the final result was a crushing defeat. Of the 6-man team, only 2 returned alive. Everyone else has disappeared, neither alive nor dead. Of the 2 survivors, one suffered irreversible psychological trauma. He is still lying in the life support pod, in a vegetative state. The other person survived, but was seriously injured and greatly weakened. That battle made everyone clearly aware of the terror of a monarch-level being. From then on, the quest Defeat the Undying King became a taboo hanging on the quest list, untouchable by anyone. Until 3 years ago, a piece of news that shocked everyone came out. Lan Shuang, the genius girl of the Lan family, actually took on this doomed mission under the guise of a family trial. When the news spread, her family thought she had gone mad. Everyone thought this was a suicide mission. It should be noted that throughout history, there has never been a record of a being below the level of a demigod successfully defeating a monarch. Not to mention, he was all alone. Despite the dissuasion and doubts from both inside and outside the family, Lan Shuang remained indifferent. She did not recruit any teammates. And so, alone, with only a sword, he stepped into the perilous world of shadows. 3 years have passed. Time has faded too many memories. People have gradually forgotten the once brilliant and talented young girl from the Lan family, and even assumed that she has faded away in some corner of the film industry. However, no one expected this. 3 years later, she's back. Furthermore, what they brought back was also the head of the Undying King, the very head that had once driven countless powerful figures to despair. Chapter 107. Have you made a contract with a second god? The lounge was deathly silent. All eyes were fixed on the young girl who had single-handedly killed the king, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. A solo campaign against 7 kings. This is even more outrageous than a fairy tale. There was no one like them before, and they even doubted that there would be no one like them in the future. However, Bluefrost did it. He was met with a complex mix of shock, reverence, and disbelief in the eyes of the crowd. Lan Shuang's delicate face remained expressionless as she spoke softly. It's nothing. Compared to this, there seems to have been quite a bit of unrest within the Shadow Realm after the deaths of the 7 monarchs. This has also led to many rifts appearing in the film industry recently. She looked at Long Su. Her tone is indifferent, as if she were talking about a trivial matter. Clearing these rifts in the Shadow Realm must have caused you a lot of trouble. I'm truly sorry. Upon hearing this, Director Long Su immediately laughed and waved his hand. No. Compared to the fall of a monarch, these are nothing more than some insignificant rifts in the Shadow Realm, a minor problem. He smiled broadly, but his words caused the lips of many other high-ranking members of the guilds present to twitch slightly. Director Long Su waved his hand and said with great pride, "Just let the staff of the Administration Bureau, as well as those energetic young men in the major guilds, work overtime and stretch their muscles." Upon hearing this, several bureau officials nearly coughed up blood. The director made it sound so easy. Anyway, it's not him who's working overtime. He didn't know. Recently, which of the top officials in the Administration Bureau hasn't been extremely busy, working nonstop? So, with just one sentence from you, they're allowed to continue doing voluntary labor? But despite their internal complaints, no one dared to openly contradict the head of the administration. Then, Long Su's expression turned serious. He looked at Lan Shuang again and added, By the way, about your achievements in defeating the king. Our administration intends to award you a title, Hero of Dawn. These words caused another uproar in the audience. Hero title. Everyone cast glances at him, a mixture of shock and envy. This is the highest honor that the administration can bestow. Only heroes who have made significant contributions to humanity or saved humanity from annihilation are eligible for this honor. Having this title is not only a symbol of honor. This also means that it has a special and transcendent status within the administration. They can mobilize massive resources and even have the privilege of acting first and asking questions later at certain times. Miss Blue Frost. Director Long Su spoke solemnly. When are you available? We will hold a grand award ceremony for you. Lan Shuang thought for a moment. I'm busy lately. I'll let you know when I have time. This nonchalant answer left all the bigwigs in the meeting room momentarily stunned. That was the awarding ceremony for Heroes of Dawn. A glory that many filmmakers dream of but can never attain in their entire lives. So that's it. I've been busy lately. However, Director Long Su seemed completely oblivious to the perfunctory tone in his words, continuing to smile broadly and nod repeatedly. Of course, everything is based on your schedule. On the other side, after Lan Yu finished his exhilarating battle with Jean, which nearly destroyed the training ground, he did not leave immediately. He returned alone to the empty training room, silently wielding the sword, practicing, and gradually digesting and absorbing the insights gained from the battle. It wasn't until the early morning of the next day, when the sky was just beginning to lighten, that things continued. A sudden, urgent ringing of his communication device finally jolted him from his deep meditation. Mr. Langus, please come to the top-floor conference room immediately. The review is about to begin. Lan Yu didn't think much of it and got up to go. As the heavy doors of the conference room slowly opened in front of him, Lan Yu was stunned. The spacious conference room was packed with people. Long Su, the leader of the Holy Dragon Church and the director of the Administration Bureau, and Lan Mingxi, the head of the Lan family. 3 demigod-level powerhouses were present. In addition, there were dozens of high-ranking officials from various parties, each with a profound presence and extraordinary status. Almost all the most powerful people in the world have gathered here at this moment. And the moment Lan Yu walked in, swish, all eyes were fixed on him like searchlights. Examine, investigate, doubt, be curious. Various complex gazes intertwined, creating an invisible yet immense pressure. If it were a young person with a weaker mentality, they would probably have collapsed on the spot. Lan Yu understood. What's meant to come will come. He took a deep breath, his expression unaffected by the exaggerated spectacle. Despite the changes, she remains calm and composed. I stepped into the conference room. All right, now that everyone's here. The elderly man from the Holy Dragon Church, with his gray hair and magnificent bishop's robes, slowly stood up and looked down at Lan Yu. Then, the examination of Lan Yu, the highest-level divine contract holder of Calamity, shall now begin. As soon as he finished speaking, several researchers dressed in white coats pushed in rows of sophisticated instruments. A new round of comprehensive mechanical inspections has begun. A few minutes later, the results came out. It's exactly the same as when I registered at the branch of the Administration Bureau last time. Lan Yu's contracted deity is Nidhogg, the evil dragon god from the ancient abyss, and his authority is chaos. There were no abnormalities. However, the old cult leader clearly did not believe this result. He waved away the researchers, his cloudy eyes fixed intently on Lan Yu. The interrogation has officially begun. Lan Yu appeared calm, but he had already communicated with Nidhogg in his heart. Although the administration has corresponding lie detectors. However, these devices are basically ineffective against those who have a divine contract. Because testing a deity for a lie is inherently an extremely offensive and suicidal act. As long as you don't give any fatal mistakes when answering, there shouldn't be any major problems. The first question. The old cult leader's voice echoed in the conference room like a booming bell. Have you made a contract with a second god? These words were spoken. The surrounding executives immediately erupted in an uproar, whispering amongst themselves. What? A second god? There have been a few instances in history of one person contracting with 2 shadow spirits, but they are extremely rare. To contract with 2 gods, how is that possible? That's just a theoretical possibility. Lan Yu was also slightly startled. I didn't expect them to be so direct, throwing out their trump card right away. He remained calm and answered without changing his expression. No. The old cult leader looked at him, his face, etched with the deep lines of time, showing no change in emotion whatsoever. He remained silent for a moment, then gently waved towards the closed door of the conference room. The next moment, the heavy door slid open silently to both sides. A man dressed in the uniform of the film bureau, who looked to be around 40 or 50 years old. The middle-aged man, who looked somewhat timid and even a little frightened, walked in with his head down and slow steps. When Lan Yu clearly saw the face of the man who walked in, his pupils, which were as calm as an ancient well, narrowed almost imperceptibly. He recognized that person. It was none other than the contract officer who presided over the sacred contract ceremony for him on the day of his awakening. Chapter 108 New Questions. The contract officer was clearly extremely nervous under the watchful eyes of dozens of top experts in the conference room. Both legs were trembling slightly involuntarily. His forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat, and the back of his clothes was probably soaked with cold sweat as well. The old cult leader shifted his gaze from Lan Yu to the trembling contract officer and spoke calmly. You are the contract officer in charge of the collective awakening ceremony for the senior students of Qiming No. 1 High School last week, right? The contract officer was startled by the sudden question, and his head bobbed frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, Your Excellency, I am. His voice had a noticeable tremor. The old cult leader stopped looking at him and turned his sharp gaze back to Lan Yu. This time, his voice suddenly rose several decibels, carrying an undeniable sense of judgment. We have reviewed all your records from the day of the awakening ceremony in detail, as well as the report on the unusual circumstances submitted by the contract officer afterward. According to the records, the old cult leader narrowed his eyes slightly and said, word by word, on that day, when you presided over the sacred contract ceremony for Lan Yu, I once saw it with my own eyes. The phantom images of two gods. Is that right? A positive response was received. The old bishop turned his head, his sharp gaze like that of a hawk, and locked onto Lan Yu once again. He looked down at him, his voice carrying the authority of a judge. If you have truly only made a contract with one god, then please explain it to us. Why did two phantom images of gods appear during your awakening ceremony? What's going on here? The words fell. The entire conference room fell silent instantly. All eyes were once again focused on Lan Yu, looking at the old bishop's almost undisguised sinister smile. Lan Yu understood perfectly. Really, the Holy Dragon Church came prepared this time. On the day of the awakening ceremony, the commotion was so great that he had long anticipated the risk of exposure and had naturally prepared a contingency plan in advance. Faced with immense pressure that would break any of his peers, Lan Yu showed no sign of panic. He even laughed. That smile was calm and serene. Your Excellency, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Lan Yu spoke, his voice not loud, yet it clearly carried to every corner of the conference room. My contracted god is named Nidhogg, the evil dragon god from the ancient abyss. And what you call the second divine phantom is merely one of the powers Nidhogg wields. He paused, met the old bishop's scrutinizing gaze, and continued. A kind of ability, similar to a cloned. As he spoke, Lan Yu stopped talking and started to prove himself with actions. With a thought, the space behind him slightly distorted. Roar. With a deep dragon roar, the enormous, sky-covering dragon phantom reappeared before everyone. An aura of chaos instantly spread. Many of the less powerful executives present felt a tightness in their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Just when everyone was alarmed by this power, behind Lan Yu, the outline of the enormous dragon phantom began to blur. Immediately afterwards, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a slightly smaller, yet equally terrifying, phantom of a giant dragon slowly separated from the main body. Two giant dragons, one main and one secondary, coiled behind Lan Yu, their ferocious dragon heads simultaneously gazing at the people in the conference room. Although the aura emanating from the secondary body was far less terrifying than that of the primary body, it was indeed the oppressive power of a god. This scene completely shattered everyone's doubts. This is really a clone? The power of chaos, it actually has this kind of use? The old bishop's smile froze completely. It was clear that the first question could not be pursued any further. The old bishop snorted and waved his hand to dispel the oppressive feeling brought by the two divine phantoms. Then, she changed the subject and posed a second, more pointed question. Okay, let's talk about the second thing. He pulled a document from his pocket and held it high. According to the records, you recently participated in a mission related to the Lost Ones incident as a 3-star filmmaker. During the mission, Your team discovered the stronghold of the mastermind Black Abyss organization. Furthermore, at that stronghold, you encountered the organization's leader, Professor Hu, who summoned through a sacrifice. The old bishop paused deliberately at this point, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. The soul-devouring ancient serpent, a mythical creature that has been granted the authority of death by the god of death. Boom. The moment the name was mentioned, the meeting room erupted in chaos once again. The soul-devouring ancient serpent? Isn't that a mythical monster that only appears in the depths of the Shadow Realm? Possessing the power of death, that thing is practically immortal and indestructible. Ordinary attacks are completely ineffective against it. I remember that 3 years ago, one appeared on the southern border defense line. At that time, in order to eliminate it, the Bureau dispatched 3 8-star Shadow Masters and paid a heavy price of 1 dead and 2 seriously injured. Hearing the surrounding chatter, the old bishop's sneer deepened. He continued, however, according to the mission report, you, a small team consisting of only 4 3-star Shadow Artists, survived this seemingly insurmountable crisis. They also successfully killed the manipulator of the ritual, Professor Hu. After the old bishop finished speaking, he raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing straight at Lan Yu. This is simply unbelievable. You should know that they are an enemy that even an 8-star Shadow Master would find extremely troublesome. With your strength at the time, it should have been impossible for you to defeat such a being. The old bishop's voice suddenly rose, filled with a sense of judgment. Unless, he drew out each word, each one like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's hearts. Unless, you have used some kind of power. One kind of power, in terms of the authority of death, is far superior to that of the soul-devouring ancient serpent. For example, one who also wields the power of death. Gods. These words were spoken. The meeting room was deathly silent. All eyes once again fell on Lan Yu. This time, the gaze was no longer filled with curiosity and inquiry, but with deep suspicion and scrutiny. The air seemed to freeze. The old bishop looked at Lan Yu, a confident smile on his face. Lan Yu, now, can you explain how you survived that seemingly fatal crisis? Can Chapter 109 be handled? Faced with this probing question, Lan Yu's expression remained calm. He simply raised his hand, palm up. With a flash of light, an ancient token engraved with mysterious patterns appeared in his hand. Your Excellency, I think you've made a mistake again. We won not because of any god of death. It's this. Lan Yu showed the token in his hand to everyone. Divinity token. The item the administration gave me has a simple effect. It can withstand any attack below the 9-star rank for 1 minute. It was with the 1 minute I gained using this token that I killed Professor Hu, the manipulator of the ritual, and eliminated the crisis at its root. He tossed the token around in a relaxed tone. As for the troublesome soul-eating ancient serpent that Your Excellency mentioned, it will naturally vanish without the support of the ritual. This explanation is reasonable. Many of the bigwigs present had personally witnessed Lan Yu's terrifying speed and explosive power during his battle with Jean yesterday. If he truly had a minute of invincibility, let him assassinate a vulnerable person focused on rituals. The chances of success are indeed very high. Whispers filled the conference room once again. Clearly, most people accepted this statement. The old bishop's brows were furrowed into a deep knot. He took a deep breath. Okay, very good. He turned around, looked at the closed door of the conference room, and shouted loudly. Bring up the second witness. The door opened with a click. A stylish young man with dazzling blonde hair walked in with a nonchalant air. It was Warsaw. The moment I saw Warsaw appear, Lan Yu's usually calm heart finally showed a slight ripple. The old bishop looked at Warsaw as he walked in and spoke coldly. Warsaw, according to the report, among all the team members at the base at that time, you were the only one besides Lan Yu who did not fall into a coma. He paused, then shifted his gaze from Huashao to Lan Yu, his eyes practically overflowing with malice. Now please tell us, was everything Lan Yu said just now true? Did he really resolve that crisis with just a divine token? In an instant, all the pressure fell on Warsaw. Dozens of top-tier experts' gazes, like tangible swords, hung above his head. Lan Yu's heart also jumped at this moment. He was not worried that Warsaw would betray him. After all, they had made an agreement to keep each other's secrets. He was worried about something else. He believed himself to be a divinely ordained person, protected by the gods, and therefore no lie detector could detect him. But Warsaw is different. He was just an ordinary SSS-level contractor. If he lies, he's very likely to be exposed by the lie detector, but if he doesn't lie, right under the watchful eyes of all the powerful figures. Warsaw lazily yawned, seemingly completely unconcerned about the tense atmosphere. He glanced at the gloomy-faced old bishop, then looked at Lan Yu, who stood calmly beside him. He nodded and spoke calmly. That's right, that's how it is. Warsaw's nonchalant, yes, that's right. The atmosphere in the conference room froze for a moment. The old bishop glanced at the lie detector next to him. No response. This means that the other party is telling the truth. But how could that be? Their speculation shouldn't be wrong. What is the reaction of a lie detector? For this review, he specially retrieved this highest grade, ordination instrument of the Holy Word from the church's treasury. Unless it's a demigod-level powerhouse whose strength far surpasses that of the instrument. Alternatively, one could use special authority to shield oneself. Otherwise, it would be impossible to lie under its surveillance. If it can shield the power of authority, how could it possibly escape the eyes of the three demigods present? The atmosphere in the entire conference room became incredibly eerie. Just when the old bishop was completely baffled, Warsaw, however, seemed to have started talking nonstop. He cleared his throat, a hint of reminiscence on his face. You have no idea how dangerous the situation was back then. That thing, what's it called? Soul-devouring ancient serpent? Let me tell you, that thing is simply inhuman. It's covered in black mist, impervious to blades and spears, and you can't kill it no matter how hard you try. As he spoke, he gestured wildly, spitting as he spoke. At that critical moment, who stepped forward? Warsaw suddenly thumped his chest, his voice rising 8 octaves. It's me, the most handsome man in the world today. I withstood that earth-shattering pressure, like a god descending to earth, and saved our blue team, pulling him out from under the snake's jaws. The scene was one of carnage and flesh flying everywhere. It was terrifying. If I hadn't intervened in time and bought him that precious minute, we would probably be dead by now, and the grass on our graves would be 3 feet tall. He became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke, completely immersed in the heroic script he had created. When she got emotional, tears even welled up in her eyes. Sai, what can I do? I was born to be a savior. With great power comes great responsibility. Finally, he struck what he thought was a cool and imposing pose, giving the assembled bigwigs a knowing look. Lan Yu's eye twitched involuntarily. He was completely numb. What is this guy saying? A god descending to earth? How did he manage to save himself from Shiko? Weren't you lying on the ground pretending to be dead the whole time? This boasting is practically reaching the stratosphere. The most outrageous thing is that no matter how much nonsense Warsaw talks, no matter how much embellishment was added, the sophisticated lie detector remained completely unresponsive. Lan Yu was a little curious. How exactly did this guy do it? He even managed to deceive the 3 demigods present. Just as Lan Yu was in shock, Hua Xiao's gaze swept over him subtly. He then winked playfully at Lan Yu with his right eye, conveying a message in his gaze. Don't worry, buddy, you're reliable. Lan Yu. Okay. Lan Yu thought silently. As long as you can get away with it, go ahead and brag. On the other side, the old bishop's face was so gloomy, it looked like it was about to drip water. He couldn't understand what was going on. Finally, the old bishop could no longer tolerate it. With a livid face, he waved for someone to escort Warsaw, who was still rambling on, out of the room. The old bishop took a deep breath, suppressing his displeasure. He turned around, faced the tightly closed door, and shouted in an icy voice. Next is the final test. The door opened again. This time, the person who came out was a church member dressed in a pure white priest's robe. He looked very young, with delicate features, but his eyes held a sharp, penetrating gaze. He exuded a faint aura of holiness. The old bishop pointed to the young priest and introduced him to the crowd. This is Angus. He was born blessed by the god of holy light and possesses the holy eye, which allows him to see through all illusions and directly perceive the essence of the soul. Simply put, with his ability, we can confirm exactly how many gods are contracted within him. After the old bishop finished speaking, his gaze returned to Lan Yu, as if he were looking at a death row inmate about to be executed. They've arrived. The final, hidden truth is revealed. Lan Yu immediately asked Nidhogg a question in his mind as quickly as possible. Can you handle this? What's this sacred eye thing? Chapter 110, The Frozen Smile. In my mind, Nidhogg's reply, tinged with a hint of laziness and disdain, echoed. Let him see it, it's okay. Receiving a positive reply, Lan Yu felt a little relieved. The young priest named Angus slowly walked up to Lan Yu. Without uttering any unnecessary words, he clasped his hands together in front of his chest and began chanting ancient and obscure incantations. The next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up with a golden light. A majestic and sacred phantom of a god slowly emerged behind him. Two golden beams shot out from Angus's eyes and enveloped Lan Yu's entire body. Golden light swept back and forth across Lan Yu, as if conducting the most precise scan. Inside the meeting room, everyone held their breath. On the usually placid face of Lan Mingxi, the head of the Lan family, her knuckles tightened slightly. A barely perceptible glint of fierceness flashed in Lan Shuang's scarlet eyes. A few seconds later, the golden light dissipated. Angus's expression, however, seemed somewhat strange. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were filled with confusion. The old bishop immediately pressed further. What was the result? Angus shook his head, his tone somewhat uncertain. I did not sense the presence of a second deity. But there's a strange feeling, I can't quite put my finger on it. He paused, then looked up and stared intently at Lan Yu. I would like to apply for a second test. The old bishop agreed without hesitation. Permit. Angus took a deep breath and activated his power again. This time, the golden light in his eyes was even brighter, and the divine phantom behind him became even more solid. However, the result was exactly the same as the first time. Nothing can be detected. That's strange. Angus's breathing began to quicken. He felt as if he were trapped in an invisible cage. He could clearly feel that the truth was right in front of him, separated only by a thin layer of paper, but he just couldn't break through it. That feeling was driving him crazy. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. He muttered to himself. If he uses even tougher methods, that should be enough to break through the barrier. But he usually uses those methods to judge the most heinous criminals. If this were applied to Lan Yu, it could potentially cause considerable damage. He slowly turned his head and looked at the old bishop with a questioning gaze. The bishop immediately understood what Angus meant. Without any hesitation, he nodded slightly to Angus, signaling him to go ahead and do it. Having obtained permission, Angus had no more reservations. He took a deep breath. He stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers forming claws, the tips of his fingers swirling with dazzling golden light, preparing for an even more brutal attack. However, just as his hand was about to touch Lan Yu, call out, an incredibly fast, jet-black slash tore through the air, carrying the aura of death, and suddenly struck at Angus's outstretched arm. The one who made the move was Sister Lan Shuang. But just before that slash was about to hit, at the last second, bite. A crisp sound. A barrier composed of countless holy light runes appeared out of thin air, precisely blocking the path of the slash. That barrier was not a simple shield. It was like a prism that could refract everything, cleverly guiding and neutralizing that fatal strike. Then, a slightly frivolous male voice rang out in the conference room. It's just a small test. Why get so worked up? Miss Hero. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Within the Holy Dragon Church's ranks, there stood a figure clad in silver knight armor. The handsome young man with black hair slowly lowered his hand from his block. He looked at Lan Shuang with a provocative smile on his face. He is none other than the church's strongest 9-star genius among the younger generation, the Holy Knight Levin. Blue Frost's icy gaze swept over them. Levin's smile grew even more smug. He was clearly incredibly proud of himself for managing to block the Dawnbreaker hero's attack. However, the next moment, a blood-curdling scream, so piercing it was almost inhuman, abruptly shattered the tension in the conference room. Everyone turned around in shock. Angus, the tester from before, was seen kneeling on the ground, clutching his right shoulder in pain. His arm, which had just been reaching out to Lan Yu, was now severed at the shoulder and lay on the cold floor. Blood stained the pure white sacrificial robes. A moment of deathly silence. The church's strongest 9-star genius, the Paladin Levin. The smug smile on his face hadn't faded yet, but his pupils were already filled with astonishment and confusion. How is that possible? He had clearly used the holy light prism to perfectly deflect and neutralize that slash. However, the facts are right in front of us. Angus's severed arm at the shoulder and the gushing blood mercilessly mocked his judgment. At this moment, Lan Shuang's cold, emotionless voice echoed softly in the conference room. Yeah. Then this time, we'll spare his life. This will not be repeated. The 3 simple sentences were like 3 invisible slaps to Levin's face. His face instantly changed from smug to ashen, and then from ashen to flushed red. It was a kind of humiliation mixed with anger. He was about to speak in rebuttal. The members of the Holy Dragon Church nearby were in chaos and rushed forward to provide emergency treatment to Angus, who was lying on the ground screaming. A holy light of healing shone forth, and at the severed point on Angus's arm, flesh began to writhe and grow at a visible speed. Lan Shuang's gaze passed over the panicked crowd and landed on the tester, who was pale and trembling all over. Her eyes were icy and chilling. Remember, stop having those inappropriate thoughts. The sound wasn't loud, but it sent a chill down Angus's spine, who had just been enveloped in healing light and whose pain had lessened. He looked at the woman, who resembled a goddess of death, with fear, and nodded subconsciously. The treatment was completed shortly afterward. Angus's arm had fully recovered, but the large bloodstains on his pure white priest's robe were still a shocking sight. The old bishop's face was extremely grim. He looked at Angus and asked in a deep voice, "Can we continue testing?" Everyone thought that after going through this, Angus would give up. However, unexpectedly, Angus struggled to his feet, a sickly stubbornness appearing on his pale face. He nodded emphatically. The last time. His eyes were fixed on Lan Yu, but now they held a madness that seemed to want to tear out the other man's very soul. He came to Lan Yu once again and began the third test. The golden light in his eyes shone for the third time, and his spirit, aided by the holy eye, once again sank into Lan Yu's spiritual world. What exactly is it? What exactly is wrong? He could feel that the window paper that was obstructing his view was as thin as a cicada's wing. I was so close to reaching the truth. Just then, deep within this chaotic and dark space, on the other side, a strange fluctuation suddenly emanated. Angus's spiritual form suddenly turned its head to look over. His expression was calm at first, but then a hint of barely suppressed joy appeared in his eyes. Found it. He finally figured out the source of that awkward feeling. However, when he clearly saw the source of the fluctuation, the joy on his face froze instantly. Chapter 111. Want to fight? In the real world. Angus suddenly let out a piercing scream, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. In a panic, he ripped off the mental link between himself and Lan Yu. He scrambled backward, his hands flailing wildly in the air as if trying to push away something unseen. His eyes were wide open, his pupils were unfocused, and he was screaming incoherently. No, it's impossible. They're all dead, they're all dead. The gods are all destroyed. 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 No, don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. His mental state seemed to have collapsed. One of the officials standing next to the old bishop's expression changed drastically. He rushed forward to support him and whispered, "Your Excellency, he went too deep. He must have seen something he shouldn't have, and his spirit suffered a backlash." Lan Yu stood there, looking at the crazy tester, and silently asked himself a question. "Sis, what did you show him?" In my mind, Nidhogg's lazy voice, tinged with a mischievous glint, echoed, "Nothing. Seeing how he likes to tinker around in other people's homes, I casually showed him some interesting things from the mythological era." With the last tester suffering a mental breakdown, this large-scale review ultimately had to end hastily. Although it was interrupted midway due to an accident, it was still a complete performance from beginning to end. The Holy Dragon Church has not produced any substantial evidence to prove that Lan Yu made a contract with a second god. Not long after, Lan Yu received an official notification from the Administration Bureau. He has basically passed this review. Afterwards, the administration will collect some of his shadow power and blood samples for a final round of research and observation. Unless new problems are discovered, his highest level of surveillance will be officially lifted. After the review concluded, the bigwigs from all sides quickly left the meeting room one after another. Lan Yu has initially weathered this crisis. Everyone left the meeting room one after another. Lan Yu finally had time to have a proper chat with his older sister. He took out a beautifully wrapped gift box. These are local specialty snacks that he specially bought after completing his mission in Ash City. "Sis, this is for you." Looking at the gift handed to her, Lan Shuang's usually icy face revealed a rare, faint smile. She reached out and took it, and then patted Lan Yu's head. The movement was natural and spontaneous. "Well, at least you have a conscience. Looks like you haven't forgotten about your older sister." Lan Yu also smiled. "How could I dare?" Lan Shuang put away the gift, her scarlet eyes scrutinizing Lan Yu from head to toe as if examining a precious work of art. After a moment, she nodded, then shook her head and sighed. Your current strength is not bad. However, it's still a little bit short of my expectations." Lan Yu's lips twitched as he listened, speechless. Goodness. In less than a week, I went from just awakening to becoming a 4-star Shadow Master. Such rocket-like speed would be considered by others to be at an abnormal level, like cheating. But when it came to my older sister, she only gave me a good rating. Still just a little bit short. "Sis, Aren't your expectations a bit too outrageous? Just as Lan Yu was inwardly complaining. Suddenly, heavy footsteps came from the other end of the corridor. A group of people were walking towards them. The leader was a tall man. He was wearing the bishop's robes of the Holy Dragon Church, with a black eye patch over his left eye. The left half of his head seemed to be wrapped in a white bandage, revealing only the right half of his angular face. His eyes were fierce and sharp, like a lone wolf that had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Behind him followed more than a dozen powerful men, also dressed in church attire. Each of them possessed a profound aura and extraordinary strength. They were all bishop-level figures. This group of people walked straight up to Lan Yu and Lan Shuang with such a menacing air. The atmosphere in the air instantly became tense again. Not again. Can't a person even get a break? Are these people from the Holy Dragon Church really planning to keep pestering us relentlessly? The faint smile that had just been on Lan Shuang's beautiful face vanished instantly. Her scarlet eyes narrowed slightly as she shielded Lan Yu behind her. She glanced at the other person indifferently, her voice cold. How? Want to fight? However, the next moment, the group of church members did something that left Lan Yu speechless. The one-eyed bishop wearing an eye patch did not get angry after hearing Lan Shuang's words. Instead, his body trembled. Then, he bowed deeply to Lan Shuang at a 90-degree angle. His posture was extremely respectful. Behind him, the dozen or so bishop-level experts also bowed deeply in unison. The scene left Lan Yu completely stunned. What's going on? What kind of show are they performing? Lord Lan Shuang, thank you for defeating the 7 immortal kings. He paused, his tone now filled with even greater respect. Thank you for avenging my dead brothers. After saying this, he bowed deeply once again. Lan Shuang raised an eyebrow, seemingly somewhat surprised. She quickly understood. So that's how it is. You're the one who survived the battle against the undead back then. The bishop wearing an eye patch straightened up and introduced himself. That's right. I was one of the members of the team that went to fight the Undying King back then. My name is Shiwen, and I am the bishop of the southern branch of the Holy Dragon Church. In that battle, he witnessed his teammates die one by one in endless despair. But he was powerless to do anything about it, and could only eke out a living. He has come to thank Lan Shuang for avenging his teammates. She merely tilted her head slightly, her crimson eyes showing little emotion. I was just carrying out the tasks assigned by the administration. No need for thanks. Her tone remained calm, as if she had only done something insignificant. No. Bishop Sivan stubbornly shook his head. He slowly raised his hand and unwrapped the white bandages covering the left side of his head, layer by layer. The moment the bandage was completely removed, Lan Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and he instinctively held his breath. All that could be seen was the left half of Shiwen's face, including a small portion of his head, which was almost entirely devoid of flesh and blood. The stark white bones were exposed nakedly to the air, hollow eye sockets and prominent cheekbones. A faint, black aura of death lingered around the edges of the gruesome wound, preventing the regeneration of flesh and blood. That's not a scar. It is an eternal, incurable curse. Shiwen spoke slowly, his voice hoarse as if 2 pieces of sandpaper were rubbing together. Those who have never truly fought against the Undying King will never know just how terrifying that being is. My injuries are thanks to my immortality. A deep fear and sorrow were revealed in his single eye. I hadn't slept soundly for 7 years before I learned that you had killed it. I keep dreaming about it, dreaming about my teammates, being torn apart by it one by one in front of me, and then being devoured by it. I'm always worried that one day it will come back to this world and destroy everything we cherish. And now, tears welled up in Shiwen's single eye. Thanks to you, I can finally get a good night's sleep. Lan Shuang nodded slightly, seemingly accepting the other party's gratitude. Without saying anything more, she prepared to leave with Lan Yu. Lady Bluefrost, please wait. Bishop Simon called out to her once again. Shiwen spoke somewhat embarrassedly. Actually, I've always had a question in my mind. This is just out of personal curiosity. If it's inconvenient for you, you don't have to answer. Lan Shuang stopped and turned to look at him. Speak. Shiwen took a deep breath and asked in an extremely solemn tone. How exactly did you kill that king who was practically immortal? Chapter 1:12 No Weaknesses. The cult leader, Shiwen, looked visibly shaken. We have fought against it before, and we know all too well how terrifying it is. What's most terrifying is its almost inexhaustible vitality. No matter what method you use to kill it, it will stand up again completely unharmed in less than a second. Back then, our entire squad, you could say we were worn down to death by it. Shiwen's single eye was filled with inquiry and incomprehension. So, I dare to guess that you have found its weakness? Or some way to stop its regeneration? After listening, Lan Shuang's usually aloof face revealed a faint smile. She shook her head. Weakness? I didn't find it. Shiwen was stunned. He was even more puzzled. Didn't find it? Then how did you? Lan Shuang's smile deepened, and her scarlet eyes held a calm acceptance that seemed to see through everything. All right, I won't mind telling you. It's very simple, just keep chopping. Shiwen's expression froze on his face. The bishops behind him all gave him a "what are you talking about" look. Keep cutting? What's the meaning? What kind of answer is that? Seeing the group of people opposite her all crashing, Lan Shuang seemed to find it amusing and unusually offered an extra explanation. Well, she extended a slender, fair finger and tapped her chin, as if she were recalling something. After killing that guy 19,784 times, it seems that it can no longer regenerate. It's that simple. The words fell. The entire corridor fell into a deathly silence. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Shiwen and all the church members behind him were petrified on the spot. The expressions on their faces went from bewilderment to shock, then to blankness, and finally to a complete void. 19,784 times? Slaying a monarch-level monster? Tens of thousands of times? Is this something a human being is capable of doing? They really wanted to say that this was impossible, that it wasn't scientific. But looking at Lan Shuang's nonchalant expression, as if she were saying, I ate a bowl of noodles for lunch today, they couldn't utter a single word. Because they know that there is no need to lie to someone of that level. So it's true. Lan Yu stood to the side, completely numb. He opened his mouth, feeling that his worldview had been refreshed once again by his older sister. When faced with an unkillable cockroach, the normal person's approach is to find its weaknesses and devise a strategy. My older sister's idea was, kill it until it dares not revive. What kind of twisted logic is this? Lan Shuang waved to them, as if she had done something insignificant. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Then, amidst the stunned gazes of everyone, she pulled the still petrified Lan Yu along and leisurely walked away, until the two figures completely disappeared at the end of the corridor. West Wenkai seemed to finally wake up from a dream, and he slowly, very slowly, lowered his head. A helpless smile appeared on that face, which was half human and half skeleton. He sighed softly, in a voice only he could hear. What a madman. Night. Candlelight flickered in the top-floor room of the Holy Dragon Church branch. A figure dressed in a magnificent priest's robe was kneeling quietly on a soft prayer cushion. They seemed to be performing some kind of devout prayer. She had long, wavy brown hair, and her profile looked flawless in the candlelight. The small beauty mark at the corner of her eye added an indescribable charm to her ethereal beauty. It was the highest leader of the Holy Dragon Church, the demigod-level female leader. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, the shadow of a candlestick in the corner began to writhe eerily. The shadow broke free from the candlestick's restraints, gathered on the ground, and finally coalesced into a small black bird the size of a palm. The bird's form is entirely composed of shadows, with no physical body. Only a pair of scarlet eyes gleam in the darkness. Master. The shadow bird's voice was hoarse and low. The female cult leader did not turn around, remaining in a prayerful posture, her voice carrying a languid magnetism. Gray, long time no see. Ash. Within the vast Holy Dragon Church, very few people know of this name. He does not hold a formal position and does not belong to any department. His duty was to secretly remove all obstacles for the church and deal with all the troubles that couldn't be brought to light. He is the church's most secretive and sharpest knife. They are the cleaners who walk in the darkness. The little bird formed from the shadow stared at the cult leader's retreating figure with its scarlet eyes and asked, what was the outcome of the investigation into that heretical dragon? The female cult leader spoke calmly. It failed. On the surface, we have no way to deal with him. Upon hearing this result, Shadowbird remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Your Excellency, what do you think of that person? The female cult leader slowly rose from the futon, walked to the window, and looked down at the myriad lights of the city. Her voice echoed in the empty room. A bright future awaits. If he continues to grow like this, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a demigod. The Shadowbird's voice became more serious. A demigod-level heretic. That's truly an extremely troublesome existence. Silence fell in the room once again. The female cult leader straightened her robes, seemingly preparing to leave. I've had a lot of trouble lately, so I should go back. Those demigods will probably leave soon too. Shadowbird watched her walk to the door without saying anything more. Just as the female cult leader's hand was about to touch the doorknob, she suddenly stopped and turned around. Those alluring eyes gazed quietly at the shadowy bird on the ground. Ash, I know that you have removed many obstacles for the church over the years, and your hands have been covered in dirt more than anyone else's. I have never doubted your loyalty to the church, and I am very confident in your methods. She paused. However, I still want to remind you of something. Whatever you plan to do next, at least on the surface, don't involve the church. The shadow bird simply replied, I see. This is my duty. The next moment, the female cult leader's figure transformed into specks of holy light and vanished into thin air from the room. The room fell silent once more. The little bird formed by its shadow remained quietly in place, motionless. His scarlet eyes flickered uncertainly in the swaying candlelight. He seemed to be thinking about something. I don't know how much time passed. He flapped his wings. Heavy footsteps sounded outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. There was a gentle knock on the door. Come in. As the hoarse voice faded, the door was pushed open. An elderly man with white hair walked in respectfully, his head bowed. It was the same bishop who had presided over the interrogation of Lanyu in the conference room earlier. He entered the room and knelt down on one knee in front of the shadow bird without hesitation. Lord Grey, what are your orders? Chapter 113 Special Mission. The sound of the shadow bird echoed in the empty room. You have already met the new divine contractor. Leaving aside the so-called evidence, let's just talk about your personal subjective impression. Do you think he actually made a contract with the god of death? The old bishop lowered his head, his voice carrying a mixture of reluctance and certainty. This subordinate dares not speak presumptuously, but that kid definitely has something very deep hidden inside him. He raised his head, his eyes revealing undisguised fear and murderous intent. If I allow him to continue growing, he will surely become a major threat to my teachings. That's beyond doubt. We gave a faint reply. Really? You think so too? He remained silent for a moment, as if weighing something. Final. He issued the order. Pass on my orders. Make the 7th and 8th Pardonas of Longhai City and Sunset City immediately put down all their affairs. Tell them that there is a most urgent special mission. Come to Qingfeng City and see me. Hearing the order, the white-haired bishop trembled slightly, a hint of worry showing on his face. Lord Grey, the 7th and 8th seats are both top-tier 9-star experts. They respectively manage the underground forces in Longhai City and Sunset City. If the two of them leave at the same time, the underground order of those two cities will probably be thrown into chaos. The shadow bird's scarlet eyes flickered in the darkness. It's all right. Just do as instructed. This mission is very important. Moreover, it wasn't just the two of them who carried out this mission. A hoarse voice echoed in the room, carrying an unquestionable tone of command. And you. The shadow bird's gaze fell upon the white-haired old man before it. The 3rd seat of the pardoned sinners, 100 transformations. To be on the safe side, I need the 3 of you to work together to completely eliminate that evil dragon heretic for this mission. The air fell silent instantly. The old man bowed his head respectfully and remained silent. The shadow bird's voice seemed to carry a different kind of emotion. You've really worked hard all these years. From this day forward, you can abandon your identity as a bishop. The white-haired old man nodded slightly. The next moment, his hunched body began to undergo drastic changes. The bones crackled and popped, the wrinkles on the skin were smoothed out as if by an invisible hand, and the gray hair quickly faded, turning as black as ink. In just a few seconds, an elderly bishop, standing still, transformed into a tall, beautiful, dark-haired girl. Her eyes were sharp as knives, and her whole body exuded a cold aura that kept strangers at bay. The girl knelt on one knee, her voice clear but devoid of any emotion. Yes, ma'am. The shadow bird flapped its wings. An object appeared out of thin air in front of the girl. It was an antique hexagonal metal emblem. It was engraved with countless intricate and twisted runes, and between the gaps in the runes, dark purple light seemed to be slowly flowing, exuding a forbidden aura that made people's hearts tremble. This is the key to locking the void. A forbidden object left behind by a fallen god, capable of forcibly dragging a target into an inescapable, isolated space. It has very little energy left. This is its last chance to be used. I will prepare the stage for you. You just need to seize the opportunity and use it. The girl, codenamed Ever-Changing, reached out and took the badge. It was icy cold to the touch. She nodded slightly again. Finally, the Shadowbird's voice echoed faintly in the empty, deathly silent room, like an ancient declaration. Remember, we are redeemers walking in darkness. What we do is not for reward, not recognized by the church, not blessed by God, and even, in critical moments, we will be abandoned as pawns. We will forever carry this burden of guilt. And everything we've done, all for the church, all for the faith. Bien lowered his head and gently pressed his right hand, which was tightly gripping the emblem, against his chest. We are pardonous. The words fell. Her figure, along with that eerie shadow bird, simultaneously transformed into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated in the flickering candlelight. The next day, at the headquarters of the Higanbana Guild, a grand banquet is being held. This was to entertain the bigwigs from all sides who came to conduct the inspection, as well as the distinguished guests from the Administration Bureau. However, those demigod-level figures all seemed to have important matters to attend to, and left early as soon as the investigation was over. Sister Lan Shuang also went back with the Lan family head. The banquet hall was bustling with noise and the clinking of glasses. There was one spot that stood out conspicuously. A group of lovely girls had completely surrounded a corner, and the one who was surrounded by them like a star in the center was Warsaw. It has to be said that this guy is quite good-looking, and with that flashy white suit and blonde hair, he is indeed very attractive to these young girls. The girls chattered excitedly, all vying to invite him to dance the first dance. While Warsaw was surrounded by people and enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention, a hand suddenly reached out from the crowd and gently grabbed his shoulder. Without turning his head, Warsaw straightened his bow tie and spoke in a slightly narcissistic tone. I know I'm very good-looking and have a lot of charm, but please don't be so proactive. It will be very troublesome for me. However, the response he received was the very sound he least wanted to hear at that moment. Yeah. Why weren't you this troubled when you were bragging back then? I heard this sound. Warsaw's body suddenly stiffened. The smile on his face froze instantly. He stiffly turned his head, little by little. Lan Yu was already standing behind him, smiling at him. An extremely bad premonition surged up from the depths of his heart in an instant. But Warsaw's response was extremely quick. He immediately adopted a friendly, buddy-buddy expression, put his arm around Lan Yu's shoulder, pulled him aside, and lowered his voice. Brother, you have to understand me. In that situation, I couldn't very well tell those people that I had just been lying there the whole time and hadn't done anything, could I? It would arouse suspicion if I told anyone. So, I made a tiny, harmless change to the storyline to make it sound more realistic and plausible. Lan Yu interrupted him directly. Stop talking nonsense. Promise me something, and this matter will be over. Warsaw immediately perked up. What is it? Brother, just tell me. Lan Yu spoke slowly. The last question on the entrance exam. Aren't answers 3.4 and 3.5 both wrong? Warsaw slapped his thigh. Yes, I only realized it afterward. I had calculated it wrong, but I have already calculated the correct answer. There is absolutely no problem now. The correct answer is 0. Lan Yu raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Then, write down your calculation process for me in its entirety. Warsaw looked puzzled. Huh? Didn't you get a perfect score? You should have gotten it right. Why are you asking me for this? Chapter 114 Believers in Nothingness. Lan Yu, without batting an eye, spouted nonsense. I just wanted to test you, to see if your calculation process was correct. Despite his confusion, Warsaw still found paper and pen. He quickly wrote down an extremely detailed calculation process and handed it to Lan Yu. Lan Yu took the paper covered with complex formulas, glanced at it, and put it away with satisfaction. The problem with Shadow Moon is finally resolved. He immediately felt much more relaxed. He turned to look at the dining table beside him. At such a high-class banquet, it would be a shame not to enjoy some good food. Lan Yu was about to go to the food counter to get something to eat to fill his stomach. And just then, beside me came a suppressed, resentful whisper. Why? Why is that evil dragon still alive? Damn heretics. Are those guys at the bureau blind? Lan Yu paused and turned to look. Not far away, several young people dressed in the robes of the Holy Dragon Church were gathered together, glancing at him with resentful eyes while whispering among themselves. Lan Yu didn't even bother to glance at them. With a mere thought, a trace of Nidhogg's divine pressure silently emanated from him. The cold and chaotic aura originating from the ancient abyss instantly enveloped the priests. They felt a fear from the depths of their souls instantly grip their hearts. Snap! Snap! The men's faces turned deathly pale instantly, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They were so frightened that they dropped their wine glasses on the ground with a crisp sound. Just then, a clear male voice rang out behind them. "Don't embarrass our Holy Dragon Church here." The church members, who were terrified and pale-faced, heard this voice. They immediately became incredibly respectful and fearful, like mice seeing a cat. "Lord Byrne." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A handsome young man with black hair, dressed in a divine robe, was slowly walking towards them. Immediately, people in the crowd began to discuss it. "It's Byrne, a genius of the younger generation from the Holy Dragon Church. I've heard that his talent is no less than that of the saint in the church." Byrne's appearance made the surrounding air quieter. The church priests who had been whispering just moments before now all had their heads down, not daring to even breathe loudly. He walked up to Lanyu, a gentle and polite smile on his face, and bowed slightly. "Mr. Lanyu, I'm so sorry. I apologize to you for the rude behavior of my companions just now." His voice was clear and his attitude was sincere. There was not a single fault with him. Lanyu looked at him without saying a word. However, the next second, Byrne took a step closer and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Hate all evil spirit contractors. The doctrines of the Holy Dragon Church are really annoying, aren't they?" Lanyu was slightly taken aback. Byrne continued to complain about his own church in that gentle voice. "Not all evil spirit contractors are bad people. But the doctrine of the church is always about clearing, and clearing again. In their eyes, it seems that all gods and shadow spirits, except for the Holy Dragon, should be purified." After he finished speaking, he even sighed rather helplessly and shrugged. "I really don't understand how such a rigid and traditional church can continue to exist until now. Don't you think that's amazing?" Lanyu's expression froze for a moment. "This guy? This criticism is way too blunt. Is it really okay for someone to criticize their own organization so recklessly in front of them?" Byrne's next words completely stunned Lanyu. He looked at Lanyu, and the gentle smile on his lips seemed to have taken on a different meaning. "We are completely different from such a rigid church." Lanyu paused for a moment. He looked at Byrne in front of him and keenly caught the key words in his words. "What do you mean by you are different from the church?" Byrne looked at Lanyu's inquisitive gaze, and his smile deepened. He abruptly changed the subject, posing a question that Lanyu had never expected. "Mr. Lanyu, have you heard of the belief in nihilism?" At the same time, Qiming City, Film Bureau building. In a heavily guarded office. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open. A member of the management bureau, his face filled with anxiety and seriousness, rushed in and slammed an encrypted report heavily onto the desk. "Chief." Bai Yi raised his head and frowned as he saw his usually composed subordinate so out of control. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a panic?" The subordinate swallowed hard, pointed at the report on the table, his voice trembling slightly. "Director, this is the analysis report that just came from the technical department. Regarding the battle at the Ash City Research Institute. We've discovered something unusual." Bai Ye's eyes sharpened instantly, and he immediately grabbed the report and quickly flipped through it. "What's wrong?" The subordinates spoke in hushed tones, as if they were revealing a terrifying secret. At the scene of the battle, besides the lingering power of the Death Authority from the soul-devouring Bone Serpent, and Lanyu's power of Chaos Authority, we have also detected a third type of divine authority. The subordinate spoke slowly and deliberately. "It's nothingness. Nothingness." When these two words were uttered by the subordinate, Bai Ye's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. The report in his hand creaked as he gripped it tightly. So, the Lost Ones incident in Ash City involved believers of nothingness. In the office, a new female assistant who had just joined the company couldn't help but ask in a low voice when she saw the director looking like he was facing a formidable enemy. "Chief, what is nothingness?" The subordinate who gave the report turned his head and looked at him with an extremely complicated expression. Void, as the name suggests, is a group of believers who claim to believe in void. They are a group of guys who want to destroy the world and reduce everything to nothingness. The subordinate's voice was filled with undisguised disgust and fear. They have made a pact with the so-called nothingness, obeying its commands and unleashing disasters and chaos around the world. Many major disasters that we are familiar with actually have their shadow behind them. The subordinates' voices grew increasingly heavy. For example, the Immortal King, one of the 7 great kings, invaded the present world. According to the highest-level investigation afterward, it seems that they were the ones who secretly opened a stable passage to reality for the undying king. And 70 years ago, the Black Beast Tide, that nearly destroyed half of the Dragon Kingdom was also mentioned at the end of the investigation report. The new assistant turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Each of these events was a horrific disaster worthy of being recorded in history, a tragedy that would strike fear into the hearts of countless people. Finally, the subordinate concluded. In short, they are a bunch of complete and utter lunatics. Chapter 115 Lord of Nothingness. Inside the banquet hall, a nihilistic believer, Lan Yu silently recited the name in his heart. In his memory, he seemed to have seen related records in some of the Lan family's documents. In my memory, they were indeed a group of extremely dangerous and radical madmen. He looked at Byrne, who had a gentle smile, and spoke slowly. I've heard that believers in nihilism are a group of madmen who want to destroy the world and return everything to nothingness. His tone was calm, as if he were stating a fact. However, Byrne, who was on the other side, suddenly burst into laughter after hearing this. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard he bent over, and a tear even welled up in the corner of his eye, completely oblivious to the strange looks he was getting. Destroy the world? Return everything to nothingness. He finally managed to stop laughing, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and looked at Lan Yu as if he were looking at an old relic who had traveled from the last century. My God, what era are we living in? Destroying the world. Do you think this is some kind of hot-blooded novel written by a delusional teenager? Byrne waved his hand and said in a tone that was both amused and exasperated. That was just a reason that a senior believer made up to answer questions many years ago. I never expected that someone would actually take it seriously and even record it in a very serious manner, and it has been passed down to this day. Lan Yu's eyebrows twitched slightly. So, you don't intend to destroy the world? Byrne shook his head, his answer firm and resolute. I don't plan to. The world is so beautiful, why destroy it? Are you crazy? Anyway, I personally have absolutely no intention of doing so. He seemed to be organizing his thoughts. Well, each of us believers has our own different pursuits and purposes that we want to achieve. It is precisely to achieve these ideals that we cannot achieve by our own strength that we choose to sign a contract with nothingness and become its believers. Speaking of which, Byrne's gentle eyes looked at Lan Yu again. Deep within those eyes lay an indescribable, almost piercing, magic. Mr. Lan Yu, don't you have any ideals you want to realize no matter what, or any pursuits you want to achieve no matter what? Upon hearing this, Lan Yu looked at the other person's incredibly sincere face, and his expression became somewhat strange. I said. Lan Yu paused, then looked him up and down with a suspicious gaze. Are you trying to pull a pyramid scheme on me and recruit me? Upon hearing this, Byrne was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a laugh. Mr. Lan Yu, you're really joking. However, your guess is pretty close to the truth. He readily admitted it. To be honest, our Lord of Nothingness is extremely interested in you. Even though you recently ruined one of that person's important plans with your own hands. That sir is still willing to put aside past grievances and invites you to join him. This alone shows how magnanimous our Lord is. After hearing this, Lan Yu's eyes instantly turned cold. He astutely captured the key information in the other person's words. The plan from not long ago? His voice was devoid of any emotion. You mean, the Lost Ones incident in Ash City? Byrne nodded. Lan Yu stared at the other person, his gaze growing increasingly cold. You are accomplices in that incident. Byrne's smile remained unchanged. He simply shrugged. I personally did not participate. The person who carried out that plan was another accomplice. Moreover, strictly speaking, that plan was only an experiment. However, he hadn't finished speaking. Clang. A crisp, piercing metallic clang suddenly echoed throughout the banquet hall. The sound was extremely abrupt, instantly drowning out the melodious music and the conversations of the guests. Inside the banquet hall, everyone was startled by the sudden noise and turned to look at the source of the sound. Lan Yu had appeared in front of Byrne at some point. The dark gold, ancient-looking longsword in his hand was slashing down with immense force. The sword's edge was wreathed in sharp, swirling energy that tore through the air. However, this sword strike was easily blocked by the opponent. When Lan Yu saw what was blocking his sword, his pupils contracted slightly. It was an ordinary silver fork, the kind you'd find on a dining table. Byrne didn't even turn around. He simply raised his hand casually and used his index and middle fingers to lightly pinch the small fork, which steadily blocked Lan Yu's sinuous sword. Not a single spark flew where the sword's edge collided with the fork's tip. He still wore that gentle smile, and even had the leisure to offer his comments. Wow, that's really fast. It was so fast that I almost didn't even have time to react. He spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he were making a harmless joke with a friend. He looked at Lan Yu's cold face, his tone carrying a hint of persuasion. Don't get so excited, Mr. Lan Yu. Consider my proposal. How about it? Meet the Lord of Nothingness once and for all. There's no harm in it. Maybe you'll change your mind. You know, it's not easy to be chosen by that person. His response was Lan Yu's icy, chilling voice. Who cares? Before he could finish speaking, the shadow energy on the Jinyue sword in Lan Yu's hand suddenly surged. Buzzing. The next moment, 10 jet black crescent moons materialized out of thin air around him. It was the Dark Moon Dragon Blade. Each dragon blade was refined to its limit, radiating a terrifying aura that devoured light, causing the temperature in the entire banquet hall to drop several degrees. Seeing this scene, Burn's smile finally faded. He sighed softly, and for the first time, a genuine regret appeared in his gentle eyes. What a pity. I really hope you can become one of us. His voice became low and eerie. In that case, I won't need to. I'll kill you. The moment the words fell, Burn's gentle eyes were suddenly swallowed by a bottomless darkness. His pupils, the whites of his eyes, turned into pure darkness at this moment, and no trace of human emotion could be seen anymore. An indescribable, soul-chilling, terrifying pressure erupted from his body. At that moment, alarm bells rang wildly in Lan Yu's mind. An overwhelming sense of crisis instantly gripped his heart. Without any hesitation, a thought crossed his mind. Go. The 10 Dark Moon Dragon blades hovering around him instantly transformed into 10 black streaks of light, hurtling towards Burn with the force of thunder. Chapter 116, Where is the Believer Puppet? Boom. A deafening roar erupted from the center of the banquet hall. The terrifying energy surge instantly shattered the magnificent floor, the exquisite dining table, and everything around it. The aftershocks of the explosion created visible shockwaves that swept outwards in all directions. Ah! What happened? Run! The guests screamed in terror, and chaos ensued. Lan Yu, who was at the center of the explosion, was the first to be hit and was violently blasted away by the force. He retreated dozens of meters before barely managing to regain his balance. He had just regained his footing. He glanced down at the sword in his hand, a look of disbelief and shock flashing in his eyes. Click! The Jinyue sword, passed down from the first patriarch, was now broken in two. Half of the sword disappeared. The remaining half of the sword was also covered with spiderweb-like cracks, as if it would break at any moment. And just then, from the billowing smoke at the epicenter of the explosion came Burn's voice, tinged with admiration. Your quick reaction and the sword in your hand are also quite good. If it hadn't shielded you at the last moment, you would be dead by now. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the scene in the ruins in the center of the banquet hall gradually became clearer. Where Burn had originally stood, the handsome and gentle young man had long since disappeared. Instead, there is a terrifying monster that will make your sanity drop wildly just by looking at it. The monster had swelled to nearly 10 meters tall, and Burn's original outline could still be barely discerned. However, his body had been completely deformed, his skin had turned a strange grayish-white color, and several huge tentacles covered with suckers had extended from his back, constantly twisting and dancing. Upon seeing the other person's appearance, Lan Yu's heart sank, because he clearly sensed a divine aura emanating from that monster. Although that aura was filled with chaos, madness, and depravity, it was undoubtedly divine in essence. This guy is a divine contractor just like me? Wrong. Lan Yu immediately dismissed the idea. Although this divine aura was powerful, it was extremely unstable, filled with rage and disharmony, and did not seem to be in a state of perfect covenant with the gods. It's more like forcibly bestowing divine power upon oneself through some forbidden means. This guy was only around 4 stars strong just now, but now, this power fluctuation is almost approaching that of an 8-star Shadow Master. However, the monster seemed to give Lan Yu absolutely no time to breathe or think. The next moment, its pure black eyes locked onto Lan Yu. Call out. A thick tentacle instantly tore through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. It lashed out like lightning towards Lan Yu's head. The thick tentacles, accompanied by a piercing shriek that seemed to tear through the air, were instantly upon us. Lan Yu's pupils suddenly contracted to a single point. He was even prepared to trigger Death Rewind. However, just as the tentacle was about to smash into his head, at the critical moment, a figure appeared before Lan Yu like a ghost, without warning. The figure didn't even turn around. He simply and slowly extended a hand shrouded in dark shadow. Smack. A soft sound. The terrifying tentacle, comparable to the strike of an 8-star Shadow Master, was caught so easily. Like an ant that used its 2 antennae to stop a heavy truck speeding at full speed. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The figure then slowly turned its head, revealing a face that Lan Yu knew all too well, a face with a slightly lazy air about it. It was none other than Instructor Chen Feng, who was sucking on a lollipop. Instructor Chen Feng didn't even look at the tentacle he had trapped, but only glanced at the broken Jinhua, a sword in front of Lan Yu, and then at Lan Yu's slightly pale face. With a lollipop in his mouth, he mumbled indistinctly, "Tisk, how did you get into such a mess?" After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the bloated, terrifying monster in front of him. He looked him up and down a few times, his brows furrowing slightly, his face revealing undisguised disdain. "Who is this? What an ugly monster." Lan Yu took a breath, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and qi within his body, and reminded him in a deep voice. "Mentor, be careful. This guy is a believer in nothingness." Instructor Chen Feng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Nothingness. The next second, the laziness and disdain on his face vanished instantly. Instead, there is a chilling indifference. That look sent a chill down Lan Yu's spine. He had never seen his mentor show such an expression before. Chen Feng stared at the monster burn opposite him, his voice devoid of any warmth, and asked coldly, "Hey, you ugly freak. Do you know a follower called Puppet?" A hint of human-like confusion flashed in the pure black eyes of the monster burn across from him. It seemed unable to comprehend how this man who had suddenly appeared had managed to block its full force attack with just one hand. But upon hearing the name Puppet, it still let out a hoarse and strange laugh. "A puppet? Of course I know it." Its voice was full of contempt and disdain. "However, I don't like that guy. He's just a coward who only dares to hide behind the scenes and manipulate puppets." As it spoke, a glint of interest suddenly flashed in its pure black eyes, and it stared intently at Chen Feng. "Oh, I remember now. That guy, Puppet, once boasted to me that a few years ago he successfully tricked a few idiots who were flowers of the other shore using some little tricks. Back then, it seems like a few guild members died." Burn's voice carried a playful, yet malicious tone. "Could it be, you're one of the few idiots who survived back then?" These words were spoken. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying killing intent erupted from Chen Feng's body. This killing intent was so condensed that it was almost tangible, even making the surrounding air thicken. The guests who were still fleeing in panic in the banquet hall were struck by this murderous intent and instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground, unable to even scream. Lan Yu stared in horror at his mentor in front of him. Today's mentor is a little different. That lazy instructor, who always seemed to be half asleep with a lollipop in his mouth, actually harbored such terrifying killing intent within him. Chen Feng's face was now extremely cold. He slowly released his grip on the tentacle, his voice eerily calm. "I'll ask you one last time. Where is the puppet?" Chapter 117, The Gate to the Shadow Realm. The monster burn seemed completely unaware that he was on the verge of death. It even let out a wild laugh, and its tentacles behind it lashed out wildly, whipping the surrounding ground and sending shards of stone flying. "Ha ha ha ha. Wanna know? Sure. Beg me. Kneel down and beg me, and I might consider telling you where he is." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression calmed down. It was the deathly silence before a storm. He uttered a few words calmly. "Yeah. Then you can go die." Burn laughed wildly. "Death? You think you can? You're so arrogant just because you blocked one of my attacks?" He was about to activate his tentacles to grind this arrogant fool in front of him, along with Lan Yu, into mincemeat. But the next moment, Burn's maniacal laughter came to an abrupt halt. Because it discovered, "I can't move myself." Both their bodies and the dancing tentacles behind them froze in place at this moment, as if they were completely imprisoned by some invisible force. What happened? What kind of ability is this? However, it didn't have time to figure it out. The next moment, puff, puff, puff. Countless tiny, almost invisible cutting lines appeared without warning on its massive body. Those cutting lines, crisscrossing and densely packed, instantly covered every corner of its body. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying monster, nearly 10 meters tall, couldn't even let out a scream. The entire body, just like that, silently, shattered into countless uniformly sized pieces of flesh. Splash! Countless pieces of flesh and dark purple blood fell to the ground like rain, piling up into a small mountain. Sold out instantly. a terrifying monster whose strength is close to that of an 8-star monster. They were instantly defeated. Lan Yu was stunned for a moment. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer in the air. He subconsciously focused his gaze on it. The next second, the hairs on his body stood on end. The entire banquet hall, from ceiling to floor, was now covered with countless, almost transparent black threads, finer than a human hair. These threads, crisscrossing and densely packed, form a vast, all-encompassing net that covers the entire space. That monster was instantly sliced into countless pieces by these inconspicuous threads. Lan Yu suddenly turned his head and looked at Chen Feng in front of him. Instructor Chen Feng remained as lazy as ever, as if he had just casually crushed a fly. The banquet hall was deathly silent. The mountain of minced meat and dark purple blood emitted a nauseating stench. Just when everyone thought everything had settled down, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! The entire banquet hall and the entire building began to tremble violently. It was as if an ancient behemoth was awakening underground. Everyone's eyes instinctively turned to the pile of minced meat. The bloody, mangled mess suddenly began to writhe violently. Thick, almost impenetrable, dark aura burst forth from it. Instructor Chen Feng's brows furrowed sharply. He turned around, shielding Lan Yu behind him, his eyes fixed intently on the strange mountain of flesh. The next moment, directly above that pile of minced meat, space began to violently distort and tear apart. A massive, oval-shaped portal, 10 meters high, with a frame made of constantly twisting pure shadow energy, appeared out of thin air. Inside the door was a bottomless darkness, as if it connected to some unknown and terrifying world. It's a high-level rift in the Shadow Realm, the gate of the Shadow Realm. Lan Yu felt a chill run down his spine. The Shadow Rifts are strictly classified according to their size and level of danger. In his first mission, Lan Yu dealt with only the lowest level of the Shadow Realm rift, the Shadow Cave. At most, only 3-star shadow monsters can appear in those rifts. And before us lies the gate to the Realm of Shadows. It is a high-risk rift that could allow an 8-star terrifying shadow monster to descend into the world. And this is just the beginning. Buzz, 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 for consecutive loud noises that seemed to tear space apart. Beside the first portal to the Shadow Realm, 4 more identical, pitch-black portals appeared in succession. 5 enormous gates to the Shadow Realm, like 5 ferocious demonic eyes, hung high above the banquet hall, exuding a terrifying aura that inspired despair. Damn it! Even Instructor Chen Feng couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. That guy, I don't know what methods he used, but he forcibly opened the passage to the Shadow Realm. Before he could finish speaking, roar, hiss. A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the 5 gates of the Shadow Realm. Immediately afterwards, countless shadow monsters of all shapes and sizes poured out of the door like a flood bursting its banks. There was a giant skeletal wolf whose entire body was engulfed in eerie blue flames. There are giant worms with hundreds of compound eyes that constantly drip corrosive mucus. There were even invisible shadows floating in the air, their bodies entirely composed of resentment and curses. The entire banquet hall instantly transformed into a living hell. A monster! Help! Run! The screams and cries of the guests mingled with the roars of the shadow monster, creating utter chaos. However, those invited to this kind of banquet are not ordinary people. All members of the Holy Dragon Church form a holy light protection array. The members of the Holy Dragon Church had already drawn their cross-shaped longswords, which emitted a dazzling holy light. Groups 1 and 2, clear out the fish. Groups 3 and 4, disperse the crowd. All high-level shadow masters, follow me. We can't let these things get out. Among the crowd, some high-ranking members of the Other Shore Flower Guild stepped forward and directed the operation in an orderly manner. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with swirling shadows and radiant holy light. The powerful members of the Other Shore Flower Guild and the priests of the Holy Dragon Church all joined forces to fight the swarming shadow monsters. The whole scene was in complete chaos. And just then, suddenly, Chen Feng, the instructor beside him, spoke up. Kid, this place is too dangerous. It's not a place for you. He hadn't finished speaking. I felt an irresistible, gentle force supporting my body. The next second, he was tossed out of the banquet hall by Instructor Chen Feng like a sack of potatoes. You should go hide somewhere safe first. Instructor Chen Feng's voice came from behind. As soon as he finished speaking, Instructor Chen Feng transformed into a black lightning bolt and once again plunged into the chaotic battlefield. Lan Yu adjusted his body in midair and landed steadily. He had just steadied himself. A clear male voice rang out from not far away. All members below 6 stars, assemble here. Chapter 1:18 Secret Teleportation Array. Lan Yu looked in the direction of the sound. A man wearing the uniform of the Higanbana Guild and glasses was standing at the corner of the corridor, waving to the young members who had been thrown out. Quick! This battle is not something you can get involved in. I'll take you to safety. Lan Yu took one last look at the open banquet hall door. Inside the door, there were deafening explosions and dazzling light from the collision of shadow energy. He knew that with his current strength, he was simply not capable of intervening in the battle inside. Without further hesitation, he immediately followed in the footsteps of the senior, the one with the red spider lily. In the crowd, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The guy with the dazzling blonde hair was patting his chest with lingering fear, while frantically waving at Lan Yu. Lan Yu, over here, over here. It was Warsaw. Lan Yu walked over. Warsaw complained. I originally just wanted to come here to freeload some food. How could we have encountered such a huge situation? Lan Yu ignored the other person's complaints and silently followed the group. The emergency plan for the Red Spider Lily is clearly quite comprehensive. The bespectacled senior who led them to safety made sure all the young members were out of the banquet hall area. He took out a black stone the size of a pigeon egg from his pocket. He infused his shadow energy into it, then swung it sharply towards the banquet hall. Buzz! A deep, dark light shone on the black stone. The next second, a massive, visible barrier, resembling black crystal, instantly enveloped the entire banquet hall, completely isolating it from the chaos and fighting within. After doing all this, the bespectacled senior breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the crowd. All right, the monster inside can't get out for now. Come with me. Lan Yu noticed that in other directions, several senior members of the guild were leading other evacuated guests to leave in different directions. It seems the guild was prepared for this situation. However, Lan Yu and the others had only walked a short distance together. Sudden, a series of shrill screams and cries came from the floors below them. Not good. Look down there. What's that? Everyone instinctively looked in the direction from which the sound came. On the other side of the floor beneath their feet, on a sturdy alloy wall, a massive, ominous, pitch-black portal was slowly opening. Immediately afterwards, help! Monster! A portal to the Shadow Realm has appeared on the floors below. More than one. My God, so many shadow monsters have emerged. The bespectacled senior who led Lan Yu and the others to their evacuation instantly turned extremely ugly. However, he hadn't finished speaking. Roar! A furious roar exploded from the corner of the corridor ahead. A massive, mantis-like shadow monster, covered in bone armor and with arms like 2 giant scythes, suddenly charged out. That terrifying aura was clearly at the 7-star level. It's over. It's a 7-star Bone Raider. The priests of the Holy Dragon Church turned deathly pale instantly, and even the hand holding the crossed sword began to tremble. Don't panic. The bespectacled senior once again stood in front of the crowd. He took a deep breath, and the black stone in his hand lit up again. Buzz! Another layer of black, crystal-like barrier suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Boom! The 7-star skeletal raider, carrying immense force, slammed violently into the barrier. Click! The surface of the barrier was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, but it still managed to withstand the terrifying impact. This road is blocked too. Quick, follow me on another route. Fine beads of cold sweat had already formed on the senior bespectacled man's forehead, clearly indicating that continuously activating this treasure had taken a heavy toll on him. The group had no choice but to turn around again and flee in a disheveled state through the intricate corridors. However, the situation was worse than they had imagined. The frequency with which the gate to the Shadow Realm appears far exceeds everyone's expectations. Every now and then, new cracks would tear open in the walls, ceiling, and even the ground, spewing out all sorts of shadow monsters. The originally large group of refugees had long been scattered and dispersed due to repeated impacts and detours. When Lan Yu and Hua Xiao followed the bespectacled senior, winding their way through the maze, they finally hid in a small storage room. He glanced back. There was no one behind him. The dozen or so people who were just following behind them have now been scattered to who knows where. The atmosphere inside the storage room was extremely oppressive. Now, only 6 people remain. Lan Yu, Hua Xiao, and the bespectacled senior leading the team. As well as the other 3 guys looked quite familiar to Lan Yu. It was those same priests from the Holy Dragon Church who had been whispering curses at him in the banquet hall earlier. However, Lan Yu is too lazy to bother with them now. The priests, now devoid of their previous arrogance, were ashen-faced. One of them, in particular, was so distraught that he clutched the collar of the bespectacled senior, his voice trembling with tears. "Senior, what should we do? All the exits to the lower floors are blocked by those monsters and the shadow gate. We're trapped here." Warsaw clicked his tongue, as if he was about to say something sarcastic. But Lan Yu glared at him and shut him down. The bespectacled senior pushed up his glasses, surprisingly remaining quite calm. After a moment's thought, he said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I have another idea." "What method?" The priests, as if grasping at a last straw, hurriedly pressed for answers. The bespectacled senior pointed to the ceiling. "Since the road down is blocked, let's go up." "Go up? How do I get out if I go upstairs?" Seeing the puzzled looks on their faces, the senior continued to explain. "My workplace is on the 12th floor above. Normally for the convenience of work, a few of us colleagues secretly set up a small teleportation array there. You can be teleported directly outside the building to a mahjong parlor 3 kilometers away." For a moment, the entire storage room fell silent. Everyone looked at this senior with an extremely strange expression. Inside the guild headquarters building, secretly build a teleportation array to the mahjong parlor? What kind of godlike operation is this? Are all the people in your other Shoreflower guild this wild at work? The priests opened their mouths, but ultimately swallowed their complaints. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. "Then what are we waiting for? Senior, let's go." Yes, let's go." The bespectacled senior nodded, then turned his gaze to Lan Yu and Hua Xiao. "Where are you two?" Chapter 119 Familiar Scene. Lan Yu pondered for a moment. Moving upwards, while also risky, is currently the only way out. He nodded. "No problem." Everyone agreed and set off immediately. They are currently on the 10th floor. Unlike the lower levels, which were almost completely overwhelmed by shadow monsters, the higher you go, the fewer shadow monsters there are. We arrived at the 11th floor. Only a few scattered low and mid-tier shadow monsters roam here. They pose no threat to Lan Yu and his team. Without wasting any time, the group acted swiftly and quickly cleared away the troublemakers blocking their path. The whole process didn't even take 5 minutes. They arrived at the 12th floor without any obstacles. The bespectacled senior led them to a huge metal door with a sign hanging on it, "Third Training Ground." "This is it." The bespectacled senior showed a relieved expression. "This is where I work. I'm responsible for managing the equipment at this training ground. That teleportation array is in the innermost compartment of the training ground." As he spoke, he placed his hand on the metal door. "Once we push open this door, we'll be halfway safe." He pushed the door open forcefully. However, the instant the door was pushed open, everyone's expression froze on their faces. The spacious, bright venue filled with various training equipment that I had envisioned did not appear. Behind the door, it was a bottomless, viscous darkness, as black as ink. A dense, almost tangible aura surged forth from the crack in the door like a tidal wave, carrying with it a nauseating stench and a chilling stillness. The entire training ground was pitch black. The next second, in that darkness, a pair, 10 pairs, 100 pairs, hundreds and thousands of eyes, emitting eerie lights of scarlet, dark blue, and ghastly green, suddenly opened. They all locked their gaze on the 6 people at the door. The 3 priests of the Holy Dragon Church had their minds completely blank the moment they saw this hellish scene. Their legs gave way and they collapsed to the ground, trembling violently. One of them desperately scooted backward, his buttocks scraping against the cold floor, repeatedly muttering, "How could this be? It's over. It's all over. We're doomed. We're doomed." Hearing the door open, the monsters gave them no time to react. Roar. Accompanied by roars that rose and fell, the darkness surged, revealing countless twisted figures. They rushed toward the door in a frenzy, like a black flood bursting its banks. Lan Yu's eyes sharpened instantly. With his left hand, he grabbed the still-dazed Warsaw and pulled him behind him, while with his right hand, he pointed his fingers like a sword and swung them forward sharply. A dark crescent moon appeared out of thin air in front of him. Dark Moon Dragonblade. Call out. The dark crescent moon tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound, bursting forth to meet the monstrous torrent. Puff, puff, puff. The dozen or so shadow monsters in the front row didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were instantly pierced and cut by the crescent moon, turning into countless pieces of flesh. The power of the Dark Moon Dragonblade managed to suppress the surging momentum for a moment. Taking advantage of the moment, Lan Yu quickly glanced at it. These shadow monsters are not very strong. Most of them are only around 2 to 3 stars in strength. If he activates the domain of death, he can instantly wipe out all these small fry. But Lan Yu glanced at the people behind him out of the corner of his eye. No. Nidhogg had sternly warned him that he should never reveal the power of death to others without absolute certainty, especially in the face of an organization like the Holy Dragon Church, which is extremely sensitive to the aura of death. His gaze fell on the bespectacled senior who was leading the team, but he discovered that his senior had somehow hidden behind him, only peeking out half his head, his body huddled up like a frightened quail. Noticing Lan Yu's gaze, the bespectacled senior awkwardly adjusted his glasses and explained in a low voice. Ahem. Well, my contracted spirit is a support type, not very suitable for combat. My daily work mainly involves equipment maintenance and repair. Lan Yu looked away, too lazy to complain. It's clearly unrealistic to expect anything from these terrified priests and this repairman senior. He turned his head and looked again at the training ground that was swallowed by darkness. The inability to use dead silence does not mean he is unable to resolve his current predicament. He carefully observed the shadow monsters that kept rushing towards him. The monsters scattered throughout the training ground all looked pretty much the same. He was very familiar with this scene. The endless shadow monsters I encountered in the amusement park looked just like this. In other words, here, there exists a matrix. Once the mother structure is found and destroyed, all the shadow monsters in this training ground will collapse on their own. Without wasting words, Lan Yu immediately asked in his mind, Nidhogg, can you sense the location of the mother? Almost instantly, Nidhogg's voice rang in his mind. On the easternmost wall of the training ground, right in the center. It looks like it's still growing and expanding. At this rate, I estimate that in another half hour, the entire training ground will become its true form. Time is running out. Lan Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He took out a standard-issue longsword that he had picked up from a weapon rack along the way. This weapon is far inferior to the already broken Jinhua. But for now, we can only make do with what we have. Without turning his head, he whispered a shout to Warsaw behind him. The mother body is on the east wall. I'm going to go and cut it down, cover me. Warsaw instantly understood. Receive. He stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lan Yu. Roar. A gigantic, divine aura radiating phantom of a Qilin suddenly appeared behind him. Holy Light Qilin. The next moment, a scorching, dazzling white beam of light burst forth from the mouth of the Holy Light Qilin. Boom. That holy light, like a spear of the gods, pierced through the darkness in an instant, carving out a wide passage through the impenetrable horde of shadow monsters. Wherever the passage passed, all the shadow monsters were purified and dissolved by the scorching holy light, leaving not even ashes behind. Right now, a chill flashed in Lan Yu's eyes. His entire body instantly transformed into a blurry afterimage, leaping out along the passage cleared by the holy light. The shadow monsters around him roared and pounced on him frantically from both sides. However, just as those sharp claws were about to touch his body, Lan Yu's figure vanished into thin air. A fleeting shadow. The next moment, he was already 30 meters away. Before he could fully regain his footing, he exerted force with his feet again, and his figure disappeared once more. A fleeting shadow. With 2 consecutive teleportation-like leaps, he instantly covered a distance of nearly 60 meters. Like an arrow released from a bow, it arrived directly at the easternmost wall of the training ground. He could even feel the cold metal wall undulating slightly and rhythmically, like the heartbeat of a living thing. Lan Yu did not hesitate at all. He raised the longsword high in his hand, frantically pouring all his shadow energy into it. Open it for me. With a single sword strike, the sword slammed fiercely into the wall. Boom. The thick alloy wall, as if made of paper, was easily torn open with a huge gash. Behind the wall, there were not cold wires and steel bars. Instead, it was a writhing, nauseating mass of flesh and blood. At the very center of that mass of flesh and blood, a huge and distorted human face slowly emerged. That face, its features blurred, was filled with pain and resentment. It seemed that it hadn't expected that someone would find its true form so quickly. It opened its mouth, as if it wanted to let out a sharp roar. But Lan Yu didn't give it that chance at all. Die. 2 cold words were uttered from Lan Yu's mouth. The next second, 10 perfectly condensed, jet-black crescent moons simultaneously appeared before him. They slashed down in unison. Chapter 120. Responsible for covering the rear? Uft. 10 jet-black crescent moons, carrying the silence of death, did not emit any piercing whistling sounds, yet they instantly disappeared into the writhing wall of flesh and blood with an undetectable speed. There was no violent explosion, no dazzling light. Only the dull sound of a sharp blade cutting into flesh could be heard. The huge face that had just appeared, filled with resentment and pain, froze instantly. The next second, its facial features, along with the entire wall it was on, were completely severed by countless crisscrossing black cuts. Splash! That enormous wall of flesh and blood, like tofu that had been precisely cut, shattered into tens of thousands of uniformly sized cubes, mixed with foul-smelling slime, which fell to the ground with a clatter, piling up into a disgusting little mountain, accompanied by the death of the mother. Inside the training ground, the torrent of black monsters that had been surging wildly suddenly stopped moving. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of all the shadow monsters began to become illusory at a visible speed, and finally, amidst a series of unwilling roars, they turned into black dust and dissipated into the air. It all happened in just over 10 seconds. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. Only a few people remained at the doorway, slumped on the ground, dumbfounded. The 3 priests of the Holy Dragon Church, who were slumped on the ground, were completely dumbfounded. Their mouths were agape, their eyes wide open, staring blankly at the mess, then mechanically turning their heads to look at the tall, upright figure holding a long sword at the doorway. What was that just now? In an instant, it was over in seconds? How did you wipe out all the monsters in the room? One of the priests subconsciously swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing as he made a gulp sound. That's incredible. Is this the kind of power a demon contractor could possess? What kind of monster is this guy? Their gazes unconsciously fell on the repairman senior again. But the bespectacled senior also looked shocked. He adjusted his glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses were filled with disbelief. Lan Yu ignored the complex thoughts of the people behind him. He sheathed his sword, not even glancing at the pile of minced meat, and headed straight for the innermost cubicle in the training ground. Push open the door. As expected, a circular magic circle, about 3 meters in diameter, made of some unknown metal and inscribed with complex runes, lay quietly in the very center of the compartment. Teleportation array. Found it. At the same time, inside the temporary shelter on the first floor of the guild headquarters building, the atmosphere was oppressive and chaotic. Where are they? A furious roar echoed through the hall. A burly man with a shiny bald head was grabbing a young member by the collar in a fit of rage, spitting almost onto the young man's face. I'm asking you, where's Lan Yu? The young member was almost crying from fright. His voice was trembling with sobs. Director Zhang. I saw it. Lan Yu. He was taken away by another member in charge of evacuation. Bald Director Zhang's eyes widened like saucers as he roared. Fart. There are only 14 guild members in charge of the evacuation. 14. They're all here now. Tell me, are you blind, or am I bad at math? Where did this 15th evacuee come from? Huh? Did he crawl out of the ground? Director Zhang's roar silenced the entire shelter. Everyone looked at each other, a sense of foreboding spreading through their hearts. A woman in a fiery red outfit walked over and gently patted Bald Zhang on the shoulder. Director Zhang, please calm down. She is another guild mentor, Wu Qinqin. Wu Qinqin's brows were also tightly furrowed. Getting angry now won't help. I've already had someone check the surveillance footage. We should be able to find him soon. Director Zhang slammed his fist into the wall next to him, creating a dent in the sturdy alloy wall. His eyes revealed a deep unease. Please don't let anything happen. The 12th floor, inside the training area. Lan Yu, Hua Xiao, the bespectacled senior, and the 3 still shaken priests were gathered around the teleportation array. The bespectacled senior checked the runes on the teleportation array and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the core runes were not affected by the battle just now and can still be activated normally. As he spoke, he took out several shadow crystals from his pocket and skillfully placed them in the grooves of the teleportation array. Then, he slowly injected his shadow chi into them. Buzz. The entire teleportation array lit up. A portal emitting a faint black glow slowly took shape in the center of the magic circle. All right. The bespectacled senior clapped his hands, a relieved smile spreading across his face. This is the emergency passage to the outside world. Everyone please go in quickly. Thank goodness, we're saved. Finally, I can leave this awful place. The 3 priests of the Holy Dragon Church saw the portal as if they had seen a savior. The despair on their faces vanished, replaced by ecstasy. At that moment, the will to survive triumphed over everything. However, Lan Yu stood still, motionless. His gaze was fixed on the portal that emitted a faint black light, his eyes showing no joy, but rather a cold scrutiny. Just as Lan Yu was pondering, "Get out of the way. Don't block the way." The three priests had completely lost their minds. All they want now is to escape this hell as quickly as possible. Seeing Lan Yu and Hua Xiao blocking their way, they didn't even bother to say a word, and simply reached out and shoved the two of them aside. Then, they rushed headlong into the black portal. The eerie light on the portal flickered only once. The three figures vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. "Hey, you guys." Warsaw was pushed so hard he stumbled and almost cursed. He glanced at the portal, then turned to look at Lan Yu. "Let's hurry up and go." He urged them on and started to follow. However, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm and yanked him back. Etc. Lan Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable calmness. The senior had already arrived at the teleportation portal. He turned to look at the two of them. "Aren't you two leaving?" Lan Yu slightly raised his hand and said, "Senior, you go first." Upon hearing this, the bespectacled senior colleague maintained his smile, waved his hand, and said in a righteous tone, "You are the juniors, you go first. I have to stay behind to cover the rear and ensure the teleportation array is foolproof." Lan Yu's face was expressionless. "To cover the rear? The monsters outside have been cleared out, and it's safe here for now. We shouldn't need to cover the rear anymore, right?" A barely perceptible stiffness appeared on the smile on the bespectacled senior's face. He pushed up his glasses, his eyes darting around. Just in case, just in case. Lan Yu stopped in his tracks. He was less than 3 meters away from that senior. Their eyes met in midair. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The usually carefree Warsaw finally sensed that something was wrong. The urgency on his face slowly faded, replaced by vigilance. Looking at the other person's face, which was still trying to maintain a friendly smile, Lan Yu finally tore off the last layer of pretense. He stared intently into the other person's eyes and asked, word by word. "Or perhaps, Senior, you know there's something wrong with this portal. So, that's why you deliberately didn't go in?" Chapter 121 Feigning Death. Hearing Lan Yu's extremely cold question, the stiffness on the face of the glasses senior opposite him suddenly disappeared. He smiled. First, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and then the laughter grew louder and more unrestrained, turning from a low, muffled laugh into a wild laugh that echoed throughout the entire cubicle. Ha ha, ha ha ha. He laughed so hard he almost fell over, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, Lan Yu's gaze grew increasingly cold. He heard no joy of surviving a disaster in the other person's laughter, only a morbid and twisted excitement at having their plan exposed. Finally, the laughter stopped. The glasses veteran adjusted his glasses, revealing a gleam of almost maniacal light in his eyes behind the lenses. "To be honest, I'm a little disappointed." He looked at Lan Yu, his tone full of regret. "I've already written the script for you, isn't it perfect? Crisis, escape, desperation, and then the only hope. To make the script look more realistic, I even put a proliferator in the training ground to play with you and add some tension and excitement." And then what happened? He spread his hands, his facial expression exaggerated and affected. "You actually didn't fall for it. Lan Yu, you are such a boring person." The moment the words fell, he reached out and took off the black-rimmed glasses from his nose. Then, he gently wiped his cheek with his hand. A thin layer of shadow energy dissipated like ripples on water, and the originally unremarkable, even somewhat simple-minded face began to change and distort rapidly. Finally, a face that both Lan Yu and Hua Xiao were extremely familiar with appeared before them. Burn. Holy crap. Warsaw's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he instinctively swore. Burn. Shouldn't this guy have died in the chaos of the banquet hall long ago? Lan Yu's pupils contracted sharply at that moment. He figured it out. I figured everything out. This guy was faking his death from the very beginning. He deliberately staged a death during the commotion in the banquet hall to escape everyone's sight. Then, by disguising himself as a member of the guild's evacuation team, his real purpose was to lure himself away from the protection of Director Zhang and his powerful comrades, and isolate him step by step. Burn snapped his fingers. Smack. The portal behind him, emitting a faint black glow, suddenly began to twist violently. The once smooth metal frame began to writhe like a melting candle, with sharp, knife-like, pale white fangs suddenly piercing out from the edges, intertwining and turning the entire door frame into a hideous and terrifying maw. That so-called teleportation portal was not a teleportation array at all. It is a living thing. It's a monster. Seeing this, even Lan Yu, with his calm and collected nature, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Before that thing transformed, he couldn't detect even the slightest trace of the shadow monster's life force or shadow energy fluctuations. Surprised? Burns seemed to enjoy Lan Yu's expression at that moment, and he introduced it smugly. This is a rare find, a special variant among the mimicry shadow monsters, the Disciple. It is not aggressive. Its only skill is to perfectly simulate the energy fluctuations when various portals are opened, using that light to attract those desperate prey to crawl into its mouth. I discovered this little thing by accident when I was on a mission in the Shadow Realm. Well, he sighed heavily, his face full of regret. I was originally thinking of using this as a custom-made luxury coffin for you. It would be very prestigious. What a pity, what a pity. Just as he was speaking, the massive, fanged maw of the creature called Disciple twitched violently, emitting a nauseating gurgling sound from its throat. The next second, puff, a huge pile of human skeletons, mixed with foul-smelling slime and gnawed to pieces, was spat out from that giant mouth, falling to the ground with a clatter and piling up into a grim little mountain. On those bones, there were still a few tattered pieces of cloth bearing the emblem of the Holy Dragon Church. It was the same 3 priests who had rushed in earlier. Warsaw's face turned pale instantly, and his stomach churned violently. Just thinking about how he almost rushed in himself sent a chill down his spine. If Lan Yu hadn't stopped him in time, that pile of bones will probably now include his share. Lan Yu's gaze toward Burn was now icy cold, devoid of any warmth. That was close. That's really ruthless. This guy is a complete madman. However, at this moment, Burn's carefully laid trap had failed. However, there was no trace of panic on his face. Even if those guild mentors notice, even if they rush over at top speed, it will still take at least 3 minutes. He grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. And all I need to do is take care of you in these 3 minutes. Before he could finish speaking, Burn moved. But he didn't rush towards Lan Yu. Suddenly, he pulled out a small, exceptionally sharp silver knife, no bigger than a palm, from his pocket. Then, under the horrified gazes of Lan Yu and Hua Xiao, he raised the knife, and without hesitation, slashed it hard against his left arm. Puffed. Blood splattered. His entire left arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder and fell to the cold metal floor with a dull thud. This scene completely stunned Lan Yu and Hua Xiao. Self-harm? What exactly is this guy trying to do? However, the next moment, they understood. Instead of gushing out more blood from Burn's gruesome, severed arm, a dense, dark aura surged forth like a tsunami. Those shadowy auras, like venomous snakes with life, coiled and converged wildly. Buzz. The surrounding space began to fluctuate and distort violently. Visible cracks spread outwards from his severed arm into the surrounding air. This scene was all too familiar to Lan Yu. It was exactly the same thing that happened in the banquet hall. Call. This guy is using his own flesh and blood as a sacrifice and a coordinate to forcibly summon the Shadow Gate. A terrifying thought exploded in Lan Yu's mind. We must not let him succeed. Once the gate to the Shadow Realm is opened here, who knows what kind of terrifying monsters will emerge from it. Without the slightest hesitation, he didn't even have time to say a single word to Warsaw. Before Burn's manic smile fully blossomed, Lan Yu moved. The long sword in his hand emitted a clear and melodious sword sound. A fleeting shadow. Lan Yu's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next moment, he had already crossed the distance between the two of them, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness. He appeared before Burn. The long sword in his hand, imbued with boundless killing intent and sharpness, slashed down fiercely towards Burn's neck. Chapter 122 Lockdown. The sword's edge has arrived. The blade, imbued with boundless killing intent, tore a dark slit in the air, aiming straight for Burn's neck. However, when faced with this sword, Burn's manic smile did not diminish in the slightest. He seemed to have anticipated Lan Yu's attack. Just as the blade was about to touch his skin, he moved. Burn suddenly lifted the monster called Disciple beside him like a broken plank and used it as a human shield. When? A piercing clang of metal clashing. Lan Yu's seemingly inevitable sword strike was actually blocked by the Disciple's ferocious fangs. The blade collided with the fangs, sparks flying everywhere. A tremendous force rebounded from the sword, causing Lan Yu's arm to go slightly numb. The monster's teeth were much harder than I had imagined. Your move was indeed very fast. While blocking the attack, Burn didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark. But as long as you can predict it in advance and observe it a few times, It's not actually that difficult to defend against it. Lan Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. He tried to draw his sword and strike again, but found that the blade was firmly gripped by the monster's fangs, and he couldn't pull it out for a moment. And it was during this brief delay that the shadow energy emanating from Burn's severed arm wound had become terrifyingly dense. The space around him began to groan and creak under the strain, and dark cracks appeared out of thin air like a spider web, rapidly spreading in all directions. An indescribable, terrifying aura from another world was seeping wildly from behind those cracks, cold, viscous, and filled with the most primal malice. We can't delay any longer. Without the blessing of divine power, this guy's strength should be roughly equal to mine. But if whatever is behind that crack were to crawl out, everything would be over. A chill flashed in Lan Yu's eyes, and he no longer hesitated. He made a decisive decision. The next moment, boom, a massive, tsunami-like surge of energy erupted from Lan Yu's body. The immense pressure caused Burn's sickly smile to freeze momentarily. This power, before he could react, one by one, illusory, pale white petals, like snowflakes, began to appear out of thin air in the cubicle and slowly drift down. The realm of deathly silence. Now, in this area, there are only Warsaw, Burn, and himself. Warsaw has already seen this trick before, so there's no need to keep it a secret. As for Burn, as long as he is killed, no secrets will be leaked. Therefore, Lan Yu held nothing back. The moment the first white petal fell, Burn's body stiffened abruptly. He felt as if he were being watched by some extremely terrifying being. A chill emanating from the depths of his soul surged wildly up his spine, making his blood almost freeze. His thoughts and his actions were both sluggish like never before. Although the realm of death can only instantly kill beings of lower rank, it has an extremely powerful mental deterrent effect on beings of the same rank. Damn it, Burn sensed something was wrong. He clenched his teeth and forced his only remaining right hand to move. Uffed. He actually used that silver knife to plunge it deep into his own thigh. The intense pain allowed him to temporarily break free from the mental shock. However, just as he broke free of his restraints and was finally able to move, he found that his vision suddenly began to spin. Did I faint? Wrong. Because he soon saw a familiar body in that inverted vision. A headless body dressed in a divine robe, with a fountain of blood gushing from its neck. That's my own body. Before his vision completely disappeared into darkness, his last thought was, what? So, my head has already been cut off. Thump. Burn's head rolled to the ground. His expression frozen in the moment, he broke free of his restraints. His headless body then fell straight down. With his death, the ever-expanding spatial rifts in midair lost their energy supply, stopped fluctuating, and then slowly dissipated into nothingness. Everything gradually returned to calm. Lan Yu slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and turned to look at Burn's corpse. But he did not stop there. This guy named Burn is too bizarre in his methods and acts completely illogically. Who knows if he has any other tricks up his sleeve? Just in case. Lan Yu raised his hand again, and dark shadow energy condensed in his palm. He planned to use the Dark Moon Dragon Blade to completely obliterate this guy, leaving no trace behind. However, just as he was about to make his move, a sudden change occurred. The headless corpse on the ground suddenly moved. Really, with incredible speed, one of Burn's headless corpse's hands suddenly grabbed Lan Yu's ankle. Immediately afterwards, a muffled laugh, as if squeezed from the depths of a throat, came from the headless corpse. As expected, I'm still not suited for dirty and tiring work like assassination. It would be too much of a strain for me to kill you by myself. So, let the professionals handle it. While grabbing Lan Yu's ankle, Lan Yu noticed a metal ring emitting an eerie blue aura appeared out of thin air and, with a click, locked itself firmly onto Lan Yu's ankle. The moment I saw that blue ring, an unprecedented and deadly sense of crisis exploded in Lan Yu's heart. Without a second thought, he was about to swing the Dark Moon Dragon Blade in his hand to sever the hand that was holding him. But, it's too late. Buzz. A blinding white light instantly engulfed Lan Yu's entire world. At this moment, Lan Yu felt his vision. No, his entire consciousness, being infinitely pulled up and pulled far away by an irresistible force. His vision instantly swept past the building of the Other Shore Flower Guild, and past the countless buildings and neon lights of the city below. He saw it. On the rooftop of a skyscraper, so far away that the distance is immeasurable. 3 figures stood quietly. They all wore eerie, pure white masks, emanating an unfathomable aura of power. One of the girls, a black-haired girl wearing a white mask, was holding a strangely shaped blue key. The shape of the key echoed the lock ring on his ankle. He could even hear it clearly. The black-haired girl uttered 2 words softly in a cold, emotionless tone. Atresia. Chapter 123 made my wait worthwhile. Atresia. The 2 cold words, like the final pronouncement of death, exploded in Lan Yu's consciousness. The strange blue metal ring on her ankle suddenly unleashed an endless suction force. A pitch-black hole, exuding a twisted and ominous aura, opened up out of thin air behind him. That wasn't shadow chi, nor was it any kind of energy that Lan Yu was familiar with. That was a pure spatial tear, a forced exile at the level of rules. An irresistible, immense force gripped his body, attempting to drag him into that unknown void. It's over. Lan Yu's heart sank to the bottom. This level of tactic is far beyond his comprehension and ability to counter. However, just a second before his body was about to be swallowed by the black hole, a gentle, familiar force, one that even made him nostalgic, suddenly descended from the void and softly enveloped his entire body. This force is not domineering, but it carries an undeniable gentleness and firmness. The instant it appeared, Lan Yu felt all the pressure on him suddenly lighten. The wildly spinning black hole behind them seemed to be gently wiped away by an invisible hand, disappearing without a trace. The fatal blue ring on her ankle also shattered into countless points of light with a crack and dissipated into the air. Everything returned to calm. It was as if the potentially fatal crisis had never happened. Lan Yu stood there, slightly out of breath, his eyes filled with astonishment and bewilderment at having survived such a close call. That aura just now, it was. At the same time, in a vast, white, and isolated space, 3 figures stood silently. They all wore eerie, pure white masks, concealing all their expressions beneath the coldness of the masks. One of the men was a burly, muscular man wearing a black outfit that allowed for easy movement. His chin, visible beneath his mask, was covered in coarse stubble. The other was thin, like a bamboo pole, dressed in a gray robe, with long, slender fingers, resembling a legendary wizard. The one leading them was a tall girl with neat black hair, codenamed Everchanging. What happened? The burly man broke the silence first, his voice rough and carrying a hint of barely concealed doubt. The key to locking the void has been precisely bound to the target, but where is the person? Why wasn't they pulled in? Could it be that the key is faulty? Everchanging shook her head. Her eyes, hidden behind the mask, seemed to pierce through endless space and see everything happening in the outside world. Her voice was as cold as ever, devoid of any emotion. No, the key to the void has not expired. Someone intercepted it at the last moment of the teleportation. Intercepted? The thin, gray-robed man spoke up, his voice sharp and grating. You mean, someone else was imprisoned here in place of the target? The words had barely left his mouth. A cool, slightly languid, and playful girl's voice suddenly rang out in this pure white world. It seems that my decision to stay was the right one. It really wasn't a wasted wait. As the sound faded, the space in front of the 3 began to distort and fluctuate violently, like a calm lake's surface tossed with a stone. The next moment, a tall, beautiful figure in blue slowly emerged from the distorted ripples. She had long, cascading blue hair and wore a matching blue mask, revealing only a pair of ruby-like red eyes that exuded endless killing intent. Through her mask, she surveyed the 3 people opposite her with great interest. When I saw the prominent family crest on the hem of her well-tailored combat uniform, the burly man's pupils suddenly contracted. The Lan family? It seems to be that 9-star powerhouse who has recently risen to prominence in the Lan family. Her ever-changing body tensed for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. Don't panic. Her voice remained calm. The target has only been temporarily replaced and shifted. As long as we can quickly eliminate this person who suddenly appeared in a short period of time, that evil dragon god will still be relocated by the locking key and imprisoned here. Our mission has not failed yet. That's true. The burly man grinned, letting out a deep laugh. There are 3 of us. All of us are senior 9-star. We have the advantage in dealing with a young girl who has only been promoted a few years ago. Don't be careless. Everchanging coldly interrupted his arrogance. A swift and decisive victory is essential. Show no mercy whatsoever. Clear. Receive. The 2 nodded slightly. The next second, boom. 3 distinct yet equally terrifying auras erupted from the 3 individuals' bodies. Behind them, 3 ferocious and terrifying phantoms of contracted spirits roared to the sky, causing the entire pure white space to tremble. Dense shadow energy, like a black tide, enveloped their bodies. The three people's appearances began to undergo bizarre and terrifying changes. The burly man's body swelled up again, and black, hard dragon scales appeared on his skin. His hands also transformed into a pair of sharp claws that gleamed with a cold light. The thin, gray-robed man became even more hunched over, his cheeks sunken, his skin turning ashen, but his eyes glowed with eerie green fire, making him increasingly resemble the enormous lich shadow spirit behind him. Even the most composed, ever-changing, had her black hair start to move without wind, and wisps of black aura swirled around her, giving her an inhuman and eerie appearance. Shadow transformation. This combat technique can only be mastered by experts at the 7-star level or above. By achieving deep synchronization with their contracted spirit, they can gain terrifying power far exceeding their usual strength in a short period of time. Lan Shuang watched this scene with great interest, her red eyes showing no sign of tension. Shadow form. She murmured to herself. This is an extremely dangerous move. The higher the degree of synchronization, the stronger the power gained, but the greater the risk of losing control. If the transformation into a shadow becomes too extreme and cannot be controlled, one may never be able to return to human form and completely become a monster that has lost its mind. Currently, all three of them have activated their shadow transformation to around 70%. This is already a deep transformation that threatens its own foundation. This shows that the three of them are serious. They came with the determination to kill. Facing three equally powerful opponents who had already entered a desperate state, Blue Frost finally made a move. She slowly drew the sword from her waist. It was a dark gold long sword with an ancient design, its blade narrow and without any ornate decorations. The sword's edge points diagonally at the ground. Lan Shuang raised her other hand and gently beckoned to the enemy, who had completely transformed into a three-headed black half-human beast. Bring it on. Chapter 124. We meet again. Looking at Sister Lan Shuang's casual demeanor, the burly man, covered in jet-black dragon scales, spoke in a deep, booming voice, his tone filled with undisguised contempt. You're not even going to enable the most basic shadow transformation. How arrogant. Upon hearing this, Lan Shuang merely glanced at him with her ruby-like eyes, her tone as calm as if stating a fact. There's no need. Because to be honest, you guys are pretty weak. These words were spoken. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, ha ha, ha 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 ha. The burly man and the gaunt, gray-robed lich burst into laughter simultaneously, their laughter filled with absurdity and rage. Who are they? They are the Pardonas, top assassins who walk in the shadows, and nightmares that strike fear into the hearts of countless powerful individuals. 9-star powerhouse. Looking at the whole world, it is enough to be called a dominant force. Weak? This was the first time in their lives they had ever heard someone use that word to describe themselves. Woman. The gaunt man in the gray robes stopped laughing, the eerie green flames in his eyes flickering violently, and his voice became sharp and cold. You will pay the price for your arrogance. The moment the words fell, three figures vanished from their original positions at the same time. There was no sound of air being cut, and no energy fluctuations. They seemed to blend into the shadows of this pure white space, and in the next moment, they appeared like ghosts around Lan Shuang. The burly man's dragon claw tore through the air, carrying a terrifying power capable of easily crushing steel, aiming straight for Blue Frost's head. The gray-robed lich's fingertips condensed a ghastly green death energy, which transformed into a serpentine ray that shot towards Blue Frost's heart. The black-haired girl codenamed Ever-Changing has the most elusive figure. The short blade in her hand, silent and stealthy, like a venomous fang in the dark, pierced towards the back of Lan Shuang's neck. 3 9-star powerhouses and 3 monsters with a 70% transformation level launched a deadly combined attack from 3 different angles. The entire space was stirred up to the point of boiling by their terrifying pressure. However, faced with this siege, which would have made any expert of the same level flustered, Lan Shuang casually swung her sword. At the same time, the Higanbana Guild building is located in the sewers 2 blocks away. It was dark, damp, and reeked of a nauseating, fishy stench. A pool of black, viscous liquid, like oil, was slowly seeping from a crack in a manhole cover, dripping onto the sewage-strewn ground. The pool of liquid kept writhing and gathering. Finally, amidst the sickening sound of bones reforming, it slowly coalesced into a human form. It was Burn. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed violently, spitting out several mouthfuls of black, sticky liquid mixed with sewage, his face showing weakness from surviving the ordeal. This time, I really suffered a lot. He looked down at his newly grown body. Although it looked perfectly fine on the outside, his aura was extremely weak. The ability to save his life, granted by nothingness, came at a great cost. Each use consumes a large amount of his essence. Burn was panting, leaning against the slippery wall, a self-deprecating bitter smile on his face. To be honest, his mission this time was originally very simple. All we need to do is find an opportunity to lock the subring of the key to lock the void onto Lan Yu's ankle. Simple, direct, and efficient. But he suddenly decided to play a cat-and-mouse game, wanting to personally confront the legendary evil dragon god. And what was the result? A complete defeat. He was hit by a combo that almost ripped his underwear off. Seriously, he brought it on himself. He turned around and glanced in the direction of the other Shoreflower Guild building, his eyes filled with complex emotions. By now, that kid should have been pulled into the key to locking the void's independent space. He was served alone by those 3-season 9-star powerhouses. TSK. It's unlikely they'll survive. Burns shook his head, deciding to stop thinking about it. Since he had already completed his task, it was no longer his place to worry about what happened next. He turned around, dragging his weary body, preparing to leave this filthy place through the other exit. However, just then, despair. A series of crisp footsteps, not his own, suddenly rang out from the shadows deep in the sewer. In this deathly silent environment, it appeared exceptionally clear and also exceptionally eerie. Burns' movements suddenly froze. He slowly, bit by bit, turned his head and looked in the direction from which the sound came. From the darkness at the end of the sewer, a tall, slender figure slowly walked out. He had long, soft blue hair, a handsome face, and a playful smile on his lips. Lan Yu. He smiled as he looked at the bewildered Burn, a smile that seemed particularly eerie in the dim light. Oh, what a coincidence, we meet again. Burns' expression froze completely. Coincide? What a fucking coincidence. Shouldn't this guy be locked up? How did he end up here? Burns' mind raced, but his expression quickly returned to calm, and he even managed a slight smile. How did you find me? Lan Yu did not answer immediately. He simply raised his hand, palm up. A broken sword, with only half of the blade and hilt remaining, lay quietly in his hand. It was Jin Yue, which had been shattered by the opponent during the battle in the cubicle. I've been using this sword for quite a while. Lan Yu's voice was calm, as if he were chatting with an old friend. It has been tainted with some of my shadow energy. Even when it's not around, I can roughly sense its location through these shadow auras. Lan Yu brandished the broken sword in his hand and continued to explain. During the battle, the sword was shattered and fragments flew everywhere. Many of them flew into your monster body. Originally, the aura on those fragments was very faint, and they were scattered throughout the entire building. Trying to find you using that would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. But, Lan Yu's lips curled up slightly. Just a short while ago, I suddenly sensed that the most concentrated fragment aura had left the other Shoreflower Guild and appeared a few blocks away. I was wondering if your true form is planning to run away? So, I came to take a look. Lan Yu shrugged, his smile growing even brighter. Judging from the current situation, I think I guessed right. After hearing these words, the last trace of color drained from Burns' face. His facial muscles twitched a few times, eventually turning into a bitter, utterly helpless smile. Am I cursed by you according to the 8 characters of birth? He looked at Lan Yu, his tone filled with a resigned dejection. Why does it feel like everything has gone wrong since I met you? Lan Yu did not answer his question again. Because it's no longer necessary. Boom. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Lan Yu's body. The pitch-black chaotic power and the dark blue shadow energy intertwined and condensed behind him into an incomparably huge blue dragon phantom that exuded endless majesty. The dragon's eyes, like 2 cold blue suns, stared indifferently at Burn below. Sixth Senses Technique, Dragon's Roar. Chapter 125 Failure. Seeing this scene, they saw that giant dragon, whose mere existence caused the entire sewer space to begin to distort. Burn knew. It's all over. The bitterness on his face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of relief and tranquility. He did not raise the silver dagger again, nor did he attempt to summon any monster. In my current weakened state, I definitely wouldn't be able to fight this guy in front of me. He gave up all struggle. Faced with the roaring, massive dragon shadow that was swooping down on him, Burns simply opened his arms slightly, as if welcoming a long-awaited embrace. By now, he closed his eyes and murmured softly, "A beautiful world." The next second, boom! A dazzling blue light, accompanied by a deafening explosion, engulfed everything. The entire sewer system trembled violently under this terrifying force. For a long time, the light faded. Everything returned to calm. All that remained was a huge crater blasted out by the dragon's roar, and a small clump of black ash drifting in the wind. Inside the sewers, the stench of fish and burning flesh mingled together, making one want to vomit. Lan Yu stared calmly at the massive crater blasted open by the dragon's roar and the last wisp of black ash drifting in the air. Burn, the madman of the Holy Dragon Church, has finally been completely wiped out. He didn't linger there. He turned and disappeared into the dark passageway. Higanbana Guild's exclusive lounge. When Lan Yu pushed open the door, the room was quiet. Under the soft light, a tall, slender figure in blue sat quietly on the sofa, holding a steaming cup of black tea in her hand, her posture elegant. Her long, flowing blue hair, her well-tailored combat suit, and those ruby-like eyes, now carrying a hint of a smile. It's Blue Frost. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time. From the moment that gentle and familiar force pulled him back from the brink of certain death, Lan Yu knew that it was she who had made the move. He walked over quickly, his face showing undisguised worry. "Sis, are you all right?" he asked directly. After all, in that final moment when his consciousness was stretched to its limit, he saw it all clearly. The three figures wearing white masks each exuded an unfathomable aura of power. He is definitely a 9-star level expert. And there are 3 of them. Lan Shuang put down her teacup, her red eyes curving into beautiful crescent moons. What could possibly happen? Her voice, as always, carried a hint of languor, without a trace of strain. To be honest, those 3 were weaker than I thought, and they were far inferior to Undying. Lan Yu, however, remained uneasy, his brows furrowed. But, Lan Shuang interrupted him, her fair fingers gently touching her chin as if she were thinking seriously. However, to be fair, there was indeed a small problem. Lan Yu's heart leaped into his throat. He leaned forward instinctively, and his voice became more hurried. "What's wrong? Are you injured? Where are you injured?" Seeing his nervous expression, Lan Shuang's smile deepened. She sighed with feigned regret and shrugged. "Oh dear, it was an accident. One of them got away." The air in the room fell silent for a moment. Lan Yu froze on the spot, the anxious expression on his face not yet completely gone. He stared blankly at his sister's face, which was filled with "I'm so distressed." After several seconds, he deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped into the sofa. "That's it." His voice sounded somewhat unreal. Lan Shuang nodded, as if it were a matter of course. Lan Yu covered his face with his hands, speechless. All right. He's overthinking it. In his eyes, 3 9-star powerhouses were a terrifying force capable of destroying a city, a desperate situation that required risking one's life to deal with. But according to his sister, it seems, it was just a minor problem of 2 deaths and 1 escape. This world is indeed too crazy. At the same time, in some unknown corner of another city, the torrential rain washed over the dirty streets, and the cold rainwater formed streams that flowed into the dark sewers. A figure in a black raincoat darted through the alley, moving with anxious and flustered movements. He pushed open a dilapidated iron door and rushed into a dark room that reeked of mildew. After confirming that no one was following him, he locked the door behind him. The room was pitch black. The man reached into his pocket, took out a white candle, and lit it with a windproof lighter. The tiny flame flickered in the darkness, casting an intermittent glow on his rain-soaked, terrified face. A bizarre scene unfolded. The shadow cast by the candle on the mottled wall began to twist and writhe. Soon, the shadow detached from the wall and condensed in midair into a small, palm-sized, jet-black bird. The bird's eyes were 2 points of scarlet light, flickering uncertainly in the darkness. It was none other than Gray, the most mysterious leader of the Holy Dragon Church's secret service. "What's the matter that you're so panicked?" Gray's voice rang out, hoarse, cold, and devoid of any emotion. The subordinate in black swallowed hard, his body trembling slightly from fear and cold. He lowered his head, not daring to look into those scarlet eyes, and reported in a hoarse voice. "Master Gray, the mission failed. The assassination mission against the god of evil dragons has completely failed." The temperature inside the room dropped sharply. The darkness surrounding the little bird, made of shadows, seemed to thicken. "It failed." A slight fluctuation finally appeared in the gray voice. The key to locking the void has been activated, and the 3 absolutioners attacked simultaneously, so why did it fail? The subordinate in black felt an invisible pressure enveloping him, making it difficult for him to even breathe. He suppressed his fear and recounted all the information he had received. It's someone from the Lan family. The Lan family's 9-star powerhouse codenamed God of Slaughter, Lan Shuang, intervened at the last moment. She replaced the target and was pulled into the independent space of the key to lock the void. Result: the subordinate's voice trembled even more as he spoke. As a result, of the 3 Pardonas who carried out the mission, 2 died and 1 was seriously injured. Only 100 transformations managed to escape back despite his own death. Upon hearing the result, even the usually calm and collected Gray was thrown into turmoil. The shadow of the little black bird twisted violently and almost dissipated. 2 dead and 1 seriously injured. 3 seasoned 9-star powerhouses, despite having the advantage of terrain, were beaten so miserably. That woman from the Lan family. Their strength has become terrifyingly high. The room fell into a deathly silence. The only sounds were the torrential rain outside the window and the soft crackling of a burning candle. A long time passed. Gray's voice rang out again, returning to its previous coldness and calm. How is Everchanging doing now? The subordinate immediately replied. Lady Everchanging was severely injured. The right half of her body was almost completely severed. If it weren't for the life-protecting box, preserving her core at the last moment, I'm afraid. She is currently receiving treatment at Secret Base Number 3 and is not in immediate danger of death. No. Gray's scarlet eyes slowly closed in the darkness. I don't know how long they remained silent. Hui slowly opened his mouth. Pass on my orders. From this moment forward, all actions against the evil dragon god are suspended. All relevant personnel shall enter a state of silence and await further instructions. The subordinate respectfully agreed. He then quickly disappeared from the room. Chapter 126 Greyhorn City. 3 days later. On the maglev train heading to Grey Point. Lan Yu leaned against the window, watching the city skyline rushing past outside, his expression calm. At this moment, his once cascading blue hair had been transformed into a neat short black hairstyle. His once strikingly handsome features had become ordinary, the kind that would disappear into a crowd and be completely lost. All of this is thanks to his all-powerful sister. After dealing with those 3 clueless assassins, Lan Shuang didn't want him to waste any more time in the guild. In her words, strength is forged in life-or-death battles, not by sitting in the lounge. So, she somehow acquired a rare disguise prop called Thousand Faces Mask. This thing is a one-time consumable, but it can perfectly change a person's appearance and aura, and the effect lasts for half a month. It is said that even a 9-star expert would find it extremely difficult to see through. At the same time, she also left behind a lifelike shadow puppet to replace Lan Yu himself, staying in the exclusive rest room of the other Shoreflower to undergo the so-called highest calamity test. To make the performance more realistic, Lan Yu even called back the butler, Uncle Fu, to stand beside his stand-in. Young Master Lan Yu, please be careful in everything you do. A day earlier, at the temporary meeting point, Uncle Fu handed him the documents, his aged face filled with worry. Greyhorn City is a mixed bag, unlike other cities, you. Don't worry, Uncle Fu. Lan Yu patted the old man on the shoulder to reassure him. After saying goodbye to Uncle Fu, he embarked on his journey. Destination, Grey Point City. A gray area known for its chaos and disorder, existing on the fringes of major powers. It was also something that Uncle Fu had secretly investigated, and it was the final clue that led to the assassination attempt against him. Lan Yu snapped out of his thoughts and tapped the screen of the tactical terminal on his wrist. The above is the information sent by Uncle Fu. After Sister Blue Frost uprooted the Black Scorpion Theater's stronghold, Uncle Fu immediately intervened in the investigation. By tracing the flow of funds and the chain of commissions layer by layer, all the clues eventually pointed to a company in Greyhorn City. Rock Security. Lan Yu murmured the name, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just then, the hushed conversation between the 2 middle-aged men sitting next to him drifted into his ears. Oldly, have you heard? Something's happened again in Greyhorn City recently. You mean that serial killer? Hey, everyone knows about him. It's been on the news. Chill. Keep your voice down. I heard that guy specifically targets Shadow Masters, and he's incredibly cruel. None of the corpses he's found are intact. Really? Is it that weird? Who says otherwise? These days, Even the shadow artists in Greyhorn City are afraid to go out alone at night. A serial killer? Specializing in killing shadow masters. Lan Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, making the information a memory. It seems this city is even more bustling than I imagined. Just as he was about to close the terminal, a commotion suddenly broke out at the front of the carriage. "Stop, thief!" A clear, urgent female voice rang out. Immediately afterward, a girl who looked to be around 20 years old came running over from the front in a panic. Behind her, a fierce-looking, muscular man with a buzz cut was hot on her heels, clutching a pink women's handbag. "You filthy woman. Run. Let's see where you run to." The crew-cut man cursed angrily, his face full of arrogance. The girl's face turned red with anger and anxiety. She was about to be caught up when, in desperation, she spotted Lan Yu sitting by the window. Without thinking, she ducked down and hid behind Lan Yu. Lan Yu. He looked at the overly familiar girl with a somewhat speechless expression. The crew-cut man caught up and stopped when he saw the girl hiding behind Lan Yu. He sized Lan Yu up and down, and seeing his ordinary casual clothes and unwavering aura, a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Kid, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress." He waved the pink handbag in his hand, looking disdainful. "Or are you two actually in cahoots?" Boom. An aura of power belonging to a 3-star shadow master suddenly erupted from his body and pressed straight down on Lan Yu. A gasp rippled through the carriage, and passengers quickly moved away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Sam Sung-ing stared intently at Lan Yu, his voice filled with threat. "If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of my way. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too." The girl hid behind Lan Yu, her face pale with fright and her body trembling slightly. Lan Yu didn't even lift his eyelids. Decisively yield a step. He humbly let the girl hiding behind him step out. "I just arrived in this city." Lan Yu didn't want to get into trouble. He didn't even turn around to look at the girl. He simply spoke to the man in front of him. "Please." The room fell silent. The girl was also taken aback, clearly not expecting the plot to develop this way. The girl reacted quickly. She was before the crew-cut man rushed at her. A step. He came to Lan Yu's side. She clung tightly to Lan Yu's arm. "Brother, we just had a fight. Why don't you want me anymore?" "Who's your brother?" The crew-cut man paused for a moment, then glared at him again. "As expected, you guys are in cahoots. Can't you use your brain?" Lan Yu hadn't finished complaining in his mind yet. The honey badger's fist, as big as a clay pot, carrying a thick aura of shadow, slammed mercilessly toward Lan Yu's face. A strong wind blew in my face. Some of the surrounding passengers even instinctively closed their eyes. However, the expected scene of carnage and bloodshed did not occur. Lan Yu remained seated steadily, without moving an inch. He simply raised his right hand casually. Just as the fist was about to hit his face, he casually caught it with his palm. Bang! A muffled thud. The entire carriage fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking at the scene before them in disbelief. The once menacing, crew-cut man now looked as if he had seen a ghost. His fist, powerful enough to pierce a steel plate, was steadily stopped in midair by a seemingly ordinary hand. It didn't budge an inch. He was about to say something. Click. A sharp, teeth-grinding cracking sound suddenly rang out. A heart-wrenching scream instantly pierced everyone's eardrums. The crew-cut man's entire right arm was bent backward at an odd angle, the stark white bone even piercing through his skin and exposed to the air. Blood instantly stained his sleeves. Lan Yu released his grip, letting the man clutch his severed arm, writhing and howling in agony on the ground. Throughout the entire process, his expression remained unchanged. It was as if he had simply swatted away an annoying fly. Soon, the train police arrived and subdued the crew-cut man who was still wailing. And when Lan Yu turned his head, but they discovered that the girl had disappeared without a trace. When questioned, Lan Yu's explanation was very simple. Justifiable defense. With all the passengers in the carriage as witnesses, the train police did not make things difficult for him. They simply took a statement as a routine procedure. The turmoil subsided. The train continued its journey. The scenery outside the window began to look desolate, with high-rise buildings gradually being replaced by low, dilapidated structures. Greypoint City, almost there. Chapter 127, What Should We Do Now? The train's whistle blew a long, drawn-out sound as it arrived at the station. Su Xiaoli mingled in the crowded throng, skillfully slipping through several gaps, and quickly slipping out of the station. She leaned against a graffiti-covered pillar outside the station, let out a long sigh, and patted her still-heaving chest. That really scared her to death. But a sly smile crept onto the corners of her mouth. That fat bastard who chased her for 3 blocks, that lone shark bastard, has finally been dealt with. Su Xiaoli hummed a little tune with a smug look on her face. Who is Su Xiaoli? The youngest and most talented master thief in the history of Grey Corner. The ability to read between the lines and to seek advantage while avoiding harm are skills ingrained in one's very being. She had her eye on the dark-haired young man by the window from the moment she stepped on the train. Although that guy was dressed plainly, the air about him was completely different from the peasants in Greyhorn City. Clean, tidy, with a calm gaze. He looks like a country bumpkin who hasn't been toughened up by society. It's the perfect shield. As expected, her tearful performance completely fooled the muscular, crew-cut man. The black-haired youth's strength did indeed exceed her expectations. One move. With just one move, he crippled a 3-star shadow artist. Wow, what a hidden master. Su Xiaoli's smile grew even more smug. It's great to have an expert. A master like that must have a lot of good stuff on them, right? While the crew-cut man screamed in agony, she accidentally slipped away from him and incidentally put her old tricks to use. The entire process was smooth and seamless. She could even recall the perfect sensation of her fingertips touching the other person's fabric. Let me see how well we've done this time. She hummed a song as she reached into her coat pocket, preparing to take out the wallet that should have belonged to the dark-haired young man. The next second, the smile on her face froze. My pockets are empty. There was nothing there. Su Xiaoli's expression froze, and she stubbornly searched again. It's still empty. I messed up. The moment the thought popped into her head, she nipped it in the bud. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She's been in the business for 3 years and has never made a mistake. That's her pride as a master thief. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged into my heart. Su Xiaoli froze and mechanically reached for her other pocket with trembling hands. Her own wallet should have been placed there. It was all her possessions. However, at this moment, that place, too, was completely empty. Su Xiaoli was completely dumbfounded. She stood there blankly, letting the noisy crowd outside the station pass by her. My mind was completely blank. I not only failed to steal from the other party. Instead, he was killed by the opponent? Where's my wallet? Where's my big wallet? At the same time, Lan Yu, who had just walked a short distance from the station, stopped in his tracks. He took a pink women's purse out of his pocket. The wallet was a bit old, but it was stuffed full. He opened it casually. Wow. A thick wad of cash, several bank cards, and a photo booth picture of a girl making a peace sign at the camera, laughing carefree. It was that victim from earlier. Are all thieves this rich these days? Lan Yu clicked his tongue, somewhat wistfully. The moment the girl hid behind him, his sixth sense had already given him a warning. It was a very subtle feeling. It felt like being targeted by a slippery snake. Although the other party's performance was flawless, even the fear in their eyes was just right. The malice that came from their body's instincts could not be faked. Especially when she hugged her own arm and shouted, "Brother!" Lan Yu clearly felt a cold metal wire deftly reaching into his pocket along his arm. The technique was very skillful. Any ordinary person, or even some low-level shadow masters, would probably have fallen for this trick. Unfortunately, she encountered Lan Yu. In the fraction of a second that the metal wire was about to be obtained, Lan Yu's fingertips twitched slightly. A fleeting shadow. This was originally created by the Sword God as a supreme movement technique for dashing or dodging in an instant. It emphasizes the ultimate burst of power within a limited space. Now, Lan Yu has put this unique skill to new use. His movements were so fast that they left no afterimages and didn't even cause a ripple in the air. Without the girl even realizing it, he not only evaded her theft, but also borrowed her wallet from her pocket. If the Sword God is watching from heaven and knows that I used his ultimate technique to do this. Lan Yu shook his head, a helpless smile playing on his lips. I bet he'd be so angry he'd crawl out of his coffin and give me a sword. He casually stuffed the pink wallet into his pocket. What's this called? Double-crossing? No, this is called self-defense, and the tools used in the crime should be confiscated as well. Half a day later. Noon. Greypoint City, District D, a roadside noodle shop. Lan Yu slurped up a bowl of bland beef noodles, his brow furrowed. He was speechless. It's even utterly speechless. From morning until now, he has wandered around half of Greyhorn City, openly and secretly looking for a lot of so-called local tyrants and information brokers. As a result, no one had ever heard of the company Pancher Security. Neither business registration nor the list of underground organizations could find this name. The clues given by Uncle Fu ended here. That company vanished as if it had disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace in the city. A ghost company, huh? Lan Yu put down his chopsticks and rubbed his temples. This whole thing has a sinister feel to it. However, what left him speechless was something else entirely. He picked up a half-full black backpack that was at his feet, placed it on the table, and unzipped it. Splash! A bunch of colorful wallets and cell phones of various styles poured out of his bag, almost flooding his bowl of noodles. Lan Yu stared blankly at the pile of spoils of war, feeling his temples throbbing. What kind of mess is this? In just half a day, he encountered at least a dozen, if not 20, pickpockets. Some pretended to be college students asking for directions, some were heavily pregnant and pretended to be pregnant, and some were even groups trying to stage accidents. A variety of tricks and superb acting skills. They've turned the art of stealing into performance art. If it weren't for his sixth sense being on full display the whole time, he probably would have been able to figure out even the color of his underwear by now. And each time, just as those blind hands were about to touch him, Lan Yu instinctively responded with instant shadow flash. Then, that's how this scene came about. His proficiency with flash of shadows has improved by leaps and bounds. This thing is incredibly effective at preventing pickpocketing. But the problem is, Lan Yu stared at the small mountain of wallets and cell phones on the table and fell into deep thought. What should he do now? Chapter 128 Who Sent You? Lan Yu sighed, feeling a bit exhausted. He casually took a wallet out of his bag, which was stuffed with banknotes of various denominations. There was also a crumpled membership card that read Gray Corner City Foot Massage Center VIP card. Lan Yu. These are all some strange and unusual trophies. He came to Greyhorn to investigate a case, not to generate revenue through anti-pickpocketing efforts. Just as he was worrying, a short, shifty-eyed man, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, silently approached him. The man smelled of a mixture of tobacco and cheap perfume, which was somewhat unpleasant to the nose. Brother, I've seen you wandering around for ages. Are you looking for a rock security company? The man asked in a low voice, looking all mysterious. His eyes darted around, revealing a cunning glint in them. An alarm instantly went off in Lan Yu's mind. What a coincidence. I searched all afternoon like a headless fly and didn't see a single ghost. Now someone has come to my door on their own initiative? When something seems too good to be true, it's usually accompanied by a brick ready to be thrown at you. 9 times out of 10, it's a trap. However, there's always a chance of something going wrong. This is the only clue we have now. Even if we know it's a trap, we have to step on it and see what's really going on. 想到这里，蓝宇收敛了所有外放的情绪，完美的扮演起一个初来乍到、涉世未深的外地人角色。His face showed just the right amount of surprise and wariness, and his voice carried a hint of caution. How did you know? Who are you? The short man saw Lan Yu's reaction, and a hint of barely perceptible smugness flashed in his eyes. He rubbed his hands together, grinning like a weasel that had just stolen a chicken. Hey, brother, don't be nervous. In Gray Corner City, there's nothing I, the know-it-all, don't know. Want to know where that company is? Sure, give me a tip and I'll take you there right away. How much? Lan Yu asked knowingly. Not much, not much. You seem like a straightforward person, so this amount is fine. The man held up 5 fingers and waved them. Lan Yu nodded, pretending to be heartbroken, and casually pulled out a wad of large bills from the mountain of wallets he had just confiscated and handed it over. The stack of banknotes was so thick it made one dizzy, and it instantly brightened the short man's eyes. The short man took the money, his smile widening to almost creases. Bright and spacious. Boss, this way please. I'll make sure to get you to your destination. He carefully stuffed the money into his pocket, then turned and left, with Lan Yu following behind at a leisurely pace. The two of them turned and twisted, and the scenery around them gradually changed from the noodle shop area to a dilapidated and dark alley. The air was filled with a damp, musty smell and the sour stench of garbage. Occasionally, a few fat rats would dart across the corner of the wall, making rustling sounds. The walls were covered with graffiti of unknown meaning. The light was squeezed down to a thin line by the towering old buildings on both sides, casting the shadows of the two people as long and thin as 2 twisted serpents. Here it comes. This script is so cliché. Lan Yu's 6 senses have already been activated at full power. In his perceived world, nothing around him can hide. 30 meters to the left and ahead, there's someone hiding behind a trash can. Their heart is pounding. They're a novice. His breathing was a little rapid, clearly because it was his first time doing something like this, and his palms were sweating with nervousness. There are 2 people behind the corner wall to the right. They are breathing steadily and must be experienced. The fluctuations of their shadow energy were very weak, clearly indicating that they had deliberately concealed them. But that sense of oppression was like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, carrying a chilling, killing intent. Including the one who led the way, there were 4 people in total. As for their strength, one is a 3-star Shadow Master, and the other 3 are all 2-star. For ordinary people, this lineup would be enough to make them run away at the mere sight of them. But in Lan Yu's eyes, it was like kindergarten children playing house. The short man continued to chatter, trying to liven things up, his voice tinged with obsequiousness. Boss, don't be fooled by how shabby this place is. It's often in places like this that real big companies are hidden. This is what they call great seclusion in plain sight. Don't worry, this place is absolutely hidden. No one will find it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks. That's about it. Is that all? Lan Yu's tone was calm, with even a faint smile on his face. That smile, in the dim light, seemed somewhat meaningful. The short man's smile froze instantly. He turned around abruptly and saw Lan Yu's calm, unwavering eyes. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He's been exposed. This guy's been acting all along. Before he could think, the short man let out a sharp, piercing whistle and roared with a ferocious expression. Do it. Kill him. His voice was hoarse with fear, filled with the madness of a cornered dog. Before he finished speaking, 2 dark figures darted out from the shadows behind Lan Yu like ghosts. The poisoned dagger in his hand drew 2 deadly arcs, and a faint sound of air being cut could be heard. It aimed straight for Lan Yu's back and neck. The dagger gleamed with an eerie green light, clearly indicating it was extremely poisonous. So what if we found out? Too late, kid. One of them grinned maliciously, his face showing the excitement of a successful attack. From the attacker's perspective, at such close range, in a 2-on-1 ambush, and with the opponent's back to them, this was a sure kill. This is their confidence, and also the arrogance they've developed after countless successful sneak attacks. However, for Lan Yu, all of this happened as slowly as a slow-motion replay in a movie. To him, the 2 daggers moved like snails, so slowly that he could even see the venom slicked across the blades, and his own calm face reflected in them. Lan Yu didn't even turn around completely. His body transformed into a blur that was almost impossible to detect with the naked eye, so fast that the surrounding air didn't even have time to ripple. A jet-black sword light, like a cold moon cleaved from the abyss, flashed past at an incredible angle. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The sinister smiles on the faces of the 2 attackers had not yet faded when their bodies were neatly sliced open at the waist. His upper and lower body lurched forward 2 steps, due to inertia. Blood and internal organs gushed out like a waterfall, and then with 2 splats, it broke into 4 pieces. The foul-smelling blood splattered onto the mottled wall, and then slowly slid down. From the moment the attack began to the moment of death, the entire process took less than half a second. Silence, deathly silence. The short man was completely dumbfounded. He watched helplessly as his 2 companions turned into minced meat on the ground, his mind blank. He didn't even see how the other party made their move. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and then, it was over. A warm liquid flowed from his crotch, and a foul odor instantly filled the air. His body was trembling like a leaf, his face was deathly pale, and his eyes were almost bulging out of their sockets. Lan Yu flicked away non-existent blood from his sword, slowly walked up to the short man who was slumped on the ground, and looked down at him. Those calm eyes, at this moment, seemed to the short man like a gaze from hell. His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion, much like the biting wind of winter. Who sent you? Chapter 129. Would I really stoop so high to rip you off for such a small amount of money? The short man's teeth chattered, and he couldn't utter a single word. His eyes were filled with only primal fear. Aye. His body was curled up in a ball, like a terrified groundhog. Lan Yu impatiently kicked a severed arm beside him with his toe, causing the short man to twitch slightly, making him shudder again. I don't have much patience. Just then, Lan Yu's brows furrowed sharply as a large amount of energy suddenly surged into the range of his 6 senses. There were at least 20 people. These auras rapidly approached from all directions, streets, rooftops, and alleyways, forming a massive encirclement that completely sealed off the area where he was located. It looks like I'm about to be surrounded. They came so fast. Lan Yu frowned. Being new to the area, he didn't want to make a big fuss. The most urgent task is to get out of there. He glanced at the ground rat, who was so frightened he was about to wet his pants, gave up on the idea of interrogating him, and vanished in a flash at the other end of the alley. The pursuers were close behind, their roars and the whooshing of air echoing incessantly. Stop. He's there, flank him from both sides. Several powerful shadow techniques, trailing long streaks of light, slammed towards Lan Yu's landing point, but only struck his constantly flashing afterimages, blasting large craters into the ground and walls. Lan Yu is like a ghost dancing on the edge of a knife. He used any available obstacles, such as trash cans, clotheslines, and discarded building materials. It kept changing direction, frantically interfering with the pursuer's vision and prediction. In the eyes of those pursuing him, they had a large number of people and many experts, and it was only a matter of time before they captured this kid. This is a meticulously woven, deadly net. The prey has no way to escape. However, under Lan Yu's sixth senses, the entire three-dimensional map of the battlefield was presented in his mind with perfect clarity. He could predict the location of every pursuer and the trajectory of every attack in advance. He wasn't passively fleeing at all. He was actively and selectively pulling the entire encirclement apart, searching for the weakest point. He was the director of this chase. After breaking through 3 city blocks, Lan Yu finally managed to shake off his pursuers temporarily. But he knew this was only temporary. The other side had superior numbers and would soon relocate him. He needed a place where he could completely hide. Just then, a noisy commotion came from ahead. Lan Yu darted behind a corner and looked ahead. The square in front of them was packed with people, a sea of black. A large political rally was being held. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who looked gentle and refined, was standing on a makeshift platform, delivering a passionate speech. Look at Greyhorn City now. Violence is rampant, and order has collapsed. In particular, the recent emergence of a serial killer has left our citizens living in fear. The current mayor has turned a blind eye to this. I assure you all that if I am elected, I will use an iron fist to completely eradicate this darkness and restore a peaceful and tranquil home for everyone. Speech. Lan Yu's eyes lit up. It was a godsend for shelter. Nothing can conceal a person's presence and traces better than blending into a noisy crowd. Without the slightest hesitation, Lan Yu quickly straightened his slightly disheveled clothes, suppressed his murderous aura and shadow energy fluctuations, and pretended to be a passerby attracted by the speech, slowly squeezing into the crowd. Soon, the pursuers reached the edge of the square, and everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the crowd of people in front of them. Finding a person in such a dense crowd is like finding a needle in a haystack. More importantly, they dared not cause trouble at the mayoral candidates' rally. Otherwise it would become the headline news in the entire Grey Point City tomorrow, and no one would have an easy time then. The leading cadre could only watch helplessly as the target disappeared into the crowd, and in anger, he slammed his fist against the wall, letting out a furious roar of resentment. Using the gathering as cover, Lan Yu slipped away silently from the other side of the crowd and turned into a secluded alley that seemed to have been forgotten by the world. The continuous high-intensity mental strain and the depletion of his shadow power left him feeling somewhat tired. He needs a place to rest and rethink his next steps. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a small shop at the end of the alley. It was a somewhat old-fashioned bar, with a weathered wooden sign hanging at the entrance that simply read one word: bar. There were no glittering neon lights, no noisy music. It was so quiet that it seemed out of place amidst the chaos of the city. It was precisely this extreme quiet that gave Lan Yu a strange sense of security. He pushed open the door, and the wind chimes on the door emitted a series of crisp and melodious sounds. The bar was dimly lit, but exceptionally clean. The air was filled with a faint aroma of wine and wood. A woman with a graceful figure, dressed in a black silk shirt, stood behind the bar, leisurely wiping a crystal glass. She wore a languid and charming smile, as if she were indifferent to everything in the world. However, Lan Yu's gaze was firmly drawn to the only customer at the bar. The man had a signature head of white hair and wore sunglasses that covered half of his face. Even though he was just sitting there lazily, he exuded an air of nonchalant arrogance. This can't be right. That hair color, that sitting posture, that arrogant, smug look, that's the coolest thing in the world. White Crow, how did he end up here? The proprietress behind the bar saw Lan Yu enter. Instead of saying, welcome, she put down her glass and extended a fair hand to Baya. You lost, pay up. Baya turned around unhappily, saw Lan Yu in disguise, and pouted. TCH, what bad luck. How could there possibly be another guest in this godforsaken place besides me? Although he complained, he reluctantly took out a few bills from his pocket and slapped them on the bar. Then, he looked Lan Yu up and down with great interest, winking at the proprietress. Hey Lin, you didn't hire a shill to rip me off on these drinks, did you? The proprietress stretched out her finger and tapped Baya on the forehead lightly. Why would I bother ripping you off for such a small amount of money? The two seemed to be betting on whether this secluded bar would get a second customer, and it looked like the proprietress had won. She then turned to Lan Yu, her smile gentle. Welcome. What would you like to drink? Wait. Baya suddenly called out to her. He stood up and circled Lan Yu twice, as if observing some rare animal. Strange. Why do I feel so familiar with you? Especially that arrogant, unapproachable attitude, like everyone owes you 8 million. It really reminds me of someone I know. Is this guy's intuition really that sharp? Even with 1,000 faces disguised like this, how can you still discern anything? Baya pretended to be trying hard to remember, tapping his fingers on his temples. What was his name again? Oh, I can't remember right now. It was that one. Chapter 130, Ordinary Stones. Just as the white crow was scratching its head in frustration, Lan Yu spoke calmly. Is that person's guild codename Langus? You even went on a mission with him, calling him Team Blue, right? Baya paused, then suddenly realized what was happening. Yes, that's right. It's him. Langstroth. He clapped his hands excitedly, then turned sharply to look at Lan Yu. His sunglasses had slipped down to his nose, revealing those eyes that always held a smile. Huh? How did you know? However, he stopped mid-sentence. The sound also stopped abruptly. He was frozen in place, as if he had been frozen in place by a spell, because the person standing in front of him was no longer the plain-looking, black-haired youth. Her signature long blue hair. That face, almost too handsome, held a faint smile. Lan Yu looked at him calmly, and slowly opened his mouth. How would I know? I'm so sorry. I always have a long face and look so arrogant. Baya's lips twitched. He stood there stunned for a moment, speechless. Lan Yu completely ignored Baya, who was standing awkwardly in place. He walked straight to the bar and sat down. Boss lady, Lan Yu said to the proprietress. Give me a bottle of the most expensive and best wine here. Also, it was that guy named Baya who treated us. Upon hearing this, the proprietress's smile widened. Okay. As she spoke, she began to move, skillfully preparing the ingredients. This is our store's prized possession, Silent Night. The proprietress spoke with a hint of pride. Brewed from century-old rye from the depths of the abyss, and then bathed in moonlight and starlight, it boasts a rich and mellow flavor with an unforgettable aftertaste. The price is now only 25,000. A bottle of wine costs 25,000? Lan Yu couldn't help but complain inwardly. So expensive. Thankfully, I didn't have to pay for it myself. At this moment, the white crow finally recovered from its shock. He strode forward and grabbed the proprietress's hand as she poured wine. Etc. White Crow stared wide-eyed at the wine bottle. This bottle of your rip-off liquor, didn't it used to sell for 15,000? Why did the price suddenly go up? The proprietress glanced at him. She didn't stop for a moment, continuing to slowly pour the wine into the stemmed glass. I just made this decision on the spur of the moment. You fucking. The white crow was so angry it almost jumped up. However, the proprietress had already pushed the poured wine in front of Lan Yu. Baya could only look at the glass of wine with a pained expression. Finally, the two of them drank the Silent Night that cost 25,000 yuan. Lan Yu looked at Baya's resolute expression and took a sip of his wine. Isn't this the rip-off liquor you mentioned? Lan Yu put down his wine glass, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Why are you still drinking? Baya rolled her eyes in annoyance. I've already paid for it, so I'm definitely going to have to drink some. He took a big gulp, and then his expression instantly contorted. It tastes awful. Seeing his comical appearance, Lan Yu felt much better. By the way, what are you doing in Grey Corner City? Lan Yu asked casually. Baya put down his wine glass and shrugged. I was born in this city. He pointed outside. So I just came home to visit. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu's heart stirred. He remembered. In the previous Lost Ones incident, White Raven did mention a prisoner in Greycorn City. At that time, White Crow showed an extraordinary familiarity with the city. It turns out he's a local. At this moment, Baya suddenly looked at Lan Yu and asked, by the way, Blue Team. His gaze lingered on Lan Yu for a few seconds. How did you get here? Lan Yu took a sip of his drink. I'm here to investigate some things. He didn't specify what it was about. Baya did not press the matter further. His gaze suddenly swept towards the bar entrance before returning to Lan Yu. Yes, that's right. A meaningful smile appeared on Baya's face. If I'm not mistaken, you must have encountered some trouble after entering this city, right? The carefree smile on Baya's face now seemed to Lan Yu as a knowing certainty that he understood everything. How did you know? Lan Yu's expression didn't change, but he was already on high alert. This guy always seems to see through a lot of things. Let's chat. Maybe I, a local, can give you some advice. Baya pointed to the empty seat by the bar. gesturing for Lan Yu to sit down. Lan Yu did not refuse. He recounted how he found rock security after entering Greyhorn City, how they were repeatedly visited by thieves, and how they were lured into traps. He briefly recounted how he was eventually hunted down throughout the city. After saying that, he picked up the glass of Silent Night, worth 25,000 yuan, took a small sip, and found the taste to be rich and mellow, but he was not in the mood to savor it at the moment. Lan Yu put down his wine glass, his brows slightly furrowed. That's really strange. This is my first time in this city. I have no grudges against anyone. How did I end up like I've stirred up a hornet's nest and being chased by so many people? After listening to Lan Yu's account, Bai Ye wore a cynical smile. Unable to contain himself any longer, he burst into unrestrained laughter. He laughed so hard, he almost fell off the high stool. Lan Yu looked at him expressionlessly, his eyes clearly saying, "If you're sick, go get treatment." "Why are you laughing?" "Haha, cough cough." Bai Ye finally managed to stop laughing, wiping away the tears that had welled up in her eyes. Blue team, I think I know why you're being hunted down." He pointed to the half-full backpack at Lan Yu's feet, gesturing for him to pick it up. "Show me your precious spoils of war." Bai Ye had a look of anticipation on his face. Although Lan Yu was puzzled, he still carried the bag to the bar as instructed. With a whoosh, a pile of colorful wallets and cell phones poured out again. White Crow reached out and fiddled with the pile of stolen goods. His eyes seemed to be searching for treasure, and soon his finger stopped on a white stone pendant. The stone pendant looked ordinary. It was just a polished pebble-sized object. There are no carvings or patterns on it. He picked up the stone pendant, held it up to the light, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Bai Ye looked at Lan Yu, his tone tinged with emotion. TSK, blue team, you're really something. They even managed to steal this stuff from someone else. No wonder they were able to chase us all the way to this godforsaken place. Lan Yu was taken aback upon hearing this. Is this thing important? It just looks like an ordinary stone. Chapter 131, Smiling Jack. If he remembered correctly, this thing was borrowed from a girl named Su Xiaoli. He frowned slightly, the scene of being surrounded in the alley during the day flashing through his mind. Wait, what do you mean by chasing us here? Didn't I already shake them off? The White Crow held up the stone pendant and asked in a relaxed tone. You don't want this broken stone, do you? Lan Yu nodded. Of course he didn't want it. Who would want something of dubious origin? Bai Ye smiled, turned to look at the proprietress Lin who was wiping wine glasses, and said in a slightly casual tone, Lin, remove the barrier. Lin nodded slightly and gracefully put down the crystal glass in her hand. She lightly rubbed her fingertips on the bar, and a ripple, barely visible to the naked eye, spread out. Immediately afterwards, a thin layer of black mist appeared on the walls of the entire bar. The mist, like a peeled-off film, slowly detached from the wall and eventually dissipated into the air. Lan Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. From the moment he stepped into the bar, his six senses were somewhat restricted, and he could only perceive everything inside the bar, as if the outside world was isolated by an invisible wall. He initially thought it was due to mental fatigue and decreased perception, but he never expected that there was something wrong with the bar itself. Is this layer of black mist the barrier that blocks his six senses? The moment the fog completely dissipated, Lan Yu's six senses expanded outwards like a flood bursting its banks. A powerful and complex aura surged into his senses like a tide. Lan Yu was startled. Outside, inside, and around the bar, there were no fewer than 100 figures and presences completely surrounding the bar. They caught up with us. Bai Ye shook the stone pendant in his hand and explained casually. This stone has a positioning effect. So, no matter where you run, you can't escape them. He paused, then added, they're chasing you because of this stone. This thing is a token of their organization, and it's quite important to them. Lan Yu's eye twitched slightly. Bai Ye ignored Lan Yu's expression and held up the white stone pendant. The sound wasn't loud, but it traveled clearly through the surrounding air. My friend is visiting Greyhorn for the first time. He doesn't know what this token is, nor is he interested in it. So this incident is just a misunderstanding. He paused, his tone becoming somewhat impatient. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, you can come in and take your tokens. As soon as he finished speaking, the tense and murderous atmosphere outside the bar seemed to freeze for a moment. After a few seconds of deathly silence, the bar door was slowly pushed open. A burly, middle-aged man with a calm and steady demeanor walked in with heavy steps. His expression was cold and his eyes were sharp. He looked like a ruthless character who had been through many battles. Behind him followed a familiar figure. It was Su Xiaoli, The same Su Xiaoli who had accused Lan Yu of being a thief on the train during the day. At this moment, she no longer possessed the cunning and smugness of the daytime, nor the confidence of a master thief. She hid tightly behind the big man, only peeking out half her head, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Bai Ye in front of the bar, her body trembling slightly, uncontrollably. The source of her fear was not Lan Yu. Instead, it was that smiling man with flamboyant white hair. Bai Ye handed over the stone pendant in his hand. The burly man didn't reach out to take it, but instead gave a low shout to Su Xiaoli behind him. You lost it yourself, so you should get it back. The girl's body trembled violently, but she still dared not disobey. She steeled herself and cautiously stepped out from behind the big man, like a startled rabbit. She quickly snatched the stone pendant from Bai Ye's hand, then darted back behind the big man again. Seeing this, Bai Ye's smile deepened, tinged with amusement. He looked at the burly man, his tone tinged with mockery. Oh, is this little girl so afraid of me? What stories are you Shiraishi spreading about me behind my back this time? The burly man responded expressionlessly, his voice low and deep. What do you mean by spreading rumors? Children this age almost all grew up listening to your stories. He gave Bai Ye a deep look, then uttered a name slowly and deliberately, his voice filled with indescribable complex emotions. Smiling Jack. As soon as the name, Smiling Jack, was uttered, Su Xiaoli's body shrank even more. It was as if the name itself was the most terrifying nightmare, capable of dragging her directly into boundless darkness. The burly man carefully put away the token, his gaze sweeping over Lan Yu before settling back on Bai Ye. His tone softened considerably, no longer as cold and hard as before. Jack, I'll let it go this time for your sake. However, you'd better keep an eye on your friends. It's a good thing you messed with Shiroishi this time. If you mess with those lunatics, Black Hammer, things won't be so easy to talk to. The White Crow scoffed and retorted without any politeness. Who are you trying to scare? Besides, you yourselves are also at fault. Who would be so bored as to wander around with such an important token? Luckily, my friend took it. If someone else had taken it, Greyhorn City would probably have been in chaos for a while. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. All right, you've taken your things, now get out of here, don't keep me from drinking. The burly man said no more, but gave Bai Ye a deep look before turning and leaving with Su Xiaoli. As she reached the bar entrance, Su Xiaoli couldn't help but secretly glance back. Bai Ye gave her what he thought was a friendly smile, his mouth widening to reveal a row of white teeth. As a result, the girl seemed to have seen a ghost, suddenly jolted, and ran even faster. They practically tumbled and crawled away, disappearing into the depths of the alley. After the person left, the proprietress, Lin, snapped her fingers. The thin layer of black mist inside the bar reappeared on the walls, then quickly closed up, shutting out all external odors once again. Smiley Jack? This guy usually acts like a carefree, nonchalant person. On the surface, she is a 3-star shadow artist from the Higanbana Guild. But it seems like it's hiding quite a few secrets. As the bar's enclosure closed again, the suffocating sense of oppression dissipated. The attack by 100 people just now felt like an unreal illusion. Lan Yu picked up the expensive drink worth 25,000 yuan from the bar and took a sip. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, but it couldn't suppress the turmoil in his heart. He turned his head and stared sharply at the white-haired man next to him, who was carelessly stuffing free nuts into his mouth. Smiling Jack. Lan Yu put down his wine glass and calmly uttered the name. It sounds like you had a fascinating past in this city. Chapter 132 is very simple. Hearing this, Lin, the proprietress behind the bar, covered her mouth and chuckled, then added insult to injury at the opportune moment. It's not just wonderful, it's practically a horror story to stop children from crying. In the past, if you were to mention the most feared name in this city, 9.5 out of 10 people would mention him. Hey, how can you slander an honest citizen like this behind his back? Upon hearing this, Bai Ye immediately objected. He took off his sunglasses, revealing an exaggerated expression that said, I'm more wrong than Doi. The Smiling Jack thing is just a rumor spread by the public. I am a peace-loving, law-abiding citizen. The White Crow cleverly changed the subject. Let's not talk about me, let's talk about you. You didn't come to Greyhorn City for tourism, did you? You can't really be here to investigate that Rockstone Security Company thing, can you? The name sounds like a shell company. What's there to investigate? He steered the conversation back to the landlady, Lin, and gestured towards Lan Yu with his lip. But then again, if you really want to investigate something, you've come to the right place. Ask her. He pointed at Lin. This guy, on the surface, runs a bar, but in reality, he's a ruthless intelligence broker. As long as you can afford the price, there's no intelligence he can't get. Lan Yu's heart stirred. Intelligence broker? In a chaotic place like Grey Corner, information asymmetry is key. Bumping around aimlessly like a headless fly is definitely not as efficient as finding a local expert. This bar can block perception. The proprietress is mysterious and unpredictable, and Baiya, the local tyrant, is also here. It seems that this is the key to solving the problem. He ignored the joking Baiya and turned to the proprietress, Lin, asking her directly. Boss lady, I want to know all the information about Rock Security Company, especially its boss. The proprietress, Lin, swept her alluring eyes over Lan Yu. She put down her wine glass, leaned lazily against the bar, and parted her red lips slightly. I seem to vaguely remember this name. It shouldn't be too difficult to find out. Just give me 2 days. But, she drawled, the information I have here isn't free, you know. Name your price, Lan Yu said decisively. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. He had just seized quite a lot, so he was very confident. However, the proprietress shook her head, extended a slender finger, pointed at Lan Yu's face, and smiled radiantly. I don't want money. I think you're so handsome. Why don't you stay and work for me as a bartender for a while? The intelligence you provide will be your salary. Puff. Baiya spat out the mouthful of wine he had just drunk. Lin, you're dreaming. With your shabby bar, let alone him. Even if a god came to be the bartender, there wouldn't be a single extra customer. The proprietress's eyes instantly turned cold. She slowly reached out and, with lightning speed, precisely pinched the soft flesh on Baiya's waist. Then it gracefully rotated 180 degrees clockwise. Hiss! The white crow let out a mournful cry that sounded inhuman. Lan Yu ignored the farce and seriously considered the landlady's suggestion. Bartender? Just for a month? He shook his head and resolutely refused. A month is too long. I don't have that much time to waste here. Boss, let's change the terms. The proprietress sighed in disappointment and released her grip on the white crow. All right then, what a pity. I was hoping to multiply our revenue several times over with your face. She pondered for a moment, seemingly considering new conditions, then her eyes lit up. If you're not good at being an employee, how about you do me a favor? What kind of help? I happen to have a project that has been vacant for several days, and I haven't been able to find a suitable person to fill it. The proprietress's smile became kind again. I've heard Baiya mention you before, saying you're strong, calm, and reliable, so I'd like to ask you for help with this request. She seemed worried that Lan Yu would refuse again, so she quickly added, it's not some troublesome matter that requires fighting and killing, it's just a request to find someone. It's very simple. Looking for someone. Lan Yu confirmed. Just looking for someone? The proprietress's smile was incredibly genuine. Just looking for someone. Lan Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll take it. As long as we can get the intelligence, a task to find someone is not a problem. The proprietress's smile grew even brighter. She turned to look at Baiya, who was still rubbing his lower back, and said with a smile. Then Baiya, you should come along too. You can lend a hand to Brother Lan Yu. I won't do it. Without a second thought, Baiya jumped up, looking wary. Whenever you say it's very simple, it's never anything good. Go by yourself if you want to go. I'm not going to be your free labor. The proprietress wasn't angry. She slowly pulled out a thick, old-looking ledger from under the bar and slammed it on the bar. As she flipped through the ledgers, she read aloud in an aria-like tone. Let me see. White Raven, 37 days ago. Tears of the Deep cocktail, 1 glass, on credit. 29 days ago, 2 glasses of Heart of Lava whiskey, on credit. 15 days ago. As the landlady chanted, Baiya's face gradually turned green. After the proprietress finished reading, she closed the ledger, looked up, and still had that harmless smile. Honey, how about, we pay for the drinks first? Baiya's mouth twitched violently, and he felt his temples throbbing. Silence. A long silence. Finally, Baiya, like a deflated balloon, asked listlessly. Now that I've accepted this commission, can you settle all my outstanding bar bills? The proprietress, Lin, held up one finger and shook it in front of him, saying with a beaming smile. Not enough. But at least we can settle the score for the drink you had today. White Crow. He felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Early the next morning, the streets of Grey Point City are filled with the greasy aroma of breakfast stalls. Mixed with the faint, sour smell of the sewers, it creates a unique and invigorating fragrance that belongs to this city. Lan Yu and Baiya walked side by side on the dilapidated sidewalk. Baya had two huge dark circles under his eyes, an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth, and looked completely drained, listless, muttering to himself incessantly. I must have had the worst luck in the world. I owe that shady innkeeper's wife money for drinks, and now I'm stuck doing this as free labor. He turned to look at Lan Yu, who had a calm expression, and felt heartbroken. You too. How could you agree so readily? You believe everything she says. Baya lowered his voice and approached mysteriously. Let me tell you, what she meant by very simple is a synonym for deadly. It's a secret menu item at that restaurant, and I don't usually tell people that. Lan Yu looked at Baya with a strange expression. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Baya was momentarily speechless, then confidently spread his hands. I had no idea I'd get dragged into this. Chapter 133, Finding People. The two bickered all the way, and following the address given by the landlady Lin, they turned into a neighborhood that could be described as a slum. The buildings here are densely packed and dilapidated, with large patches of plaster peeling off the walls, revealing the gray-black bricks and stones underneath. The mixed smells in the air also became stronger. Finally, they stopped in front of a dilapidated tenement building that looked like it could collapse at any moment. The stairwell was piled high with stinking garbage, and a huge danger sign was painted in red on the wall, a shocking sight. Is this the place? Looking at the building in front of him, Lan Yu felt that his understanding of the world had been shaken. Baya rolled her eyes, looking utterly hopeless, as if to say, I knew it would be this kind of awful place. Resigned to his fate, he stepped forward and knocked on the rusty iron door on the first floor. Knock, knock, knock. A few seconds later, the door creaked open, opening a narrow crack. A little girl, about 12 or 13 years old, peeked out from behind the door. She was wearing a faded dress with several patches, and she was pitifully thin with a sallow complexion, looking malnourished. The only striking feature was her excessively large eyes. Her eyes were brimming with tears, misty and blurry, like a startled fawn, as if the slightest touch would cause her tears to burst forth. She looked timidly at the two strange men at the door, her voice barely audible. Excuse me, who are you looking for? As she spoke, her small hands gripped the door frame tightly, her body trembling slightly, perfectly portraying a helpless, pitiful, and wary image. Before the white crow could speak, tears streamed down the little girl's face. She spoke in a soft, sobbing voice. Uncle, are you here to collect rent? My mother is sick and hasn't come back yet. We haven't had any money to buy food for days. However, Baya scoffed and interrupted her performance. All right, stop with your act, Haixia. Why did you try to lie to us? We've taken Lin's request to help you. When she was exposed on the spot, the sadness on the girl named Haixia's face froze instantly. She stared blankly at Bai, blinked her big eyes, and all her pitiful charm vanished. Instead, there was annoyance and vigilance after the trick was exposed. She scoffed, then opened the door wide, crossed her arms, and tilted her head back in annoyance. I remember now. You look like that white-haired uncle who was swindled out of everything by my mom. The white crow was also annoyed. That happened so many years ago. Lan Yu. The two entered the house. A strong, musty smell mixed with the smell of dust hit me, making me want to sneeze. The room was bare, with only a tattered table with a dented surface and two chairs missing legs. The chair was propped up with bricks, and there was no other decent furniture. Baya kicked away a broken plastic bottle on the ground with his toe with a look of disgust, and said without any politeness, I said, we came here to help you, and you're treating us to a place like this? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Haixia glared at him, walked to the corner of the room, and behind a pile of clutter, lifted a worn-out carpet whose original color was no longer discernible. Underneath the carpet was a cleverly crafted trapdoor. She skillfully opened the trapdoor. The moment the door opened, a warm breeze carrying a faint aroma of fragrance, incongruous with the room, blew up from below. Upstairs is a moldy slum, downstairs is a neat and tidy secret base. This stark contrast gave Lan Yu a completely new and profound understanding of the business acumen of this mother and daughter con artists. He followed Baya down to the basement, and when he saw the scene inside, he was speechless once again. The basement wasn't large, but it was kept very tidy. It was like another world. The floor was covered with a soft, thick carpet, a comfortable beanbag chair was placed in the corner, and an entire wall was a floor-to-ceiling bookcase filled with all kinds of books. There was even a small energy bar with several bottles of expensive-looking liquor on it. Compared to the post-Syrian war-style room above, this is practically a presidential suite in a five-star hotel. Haixia took 2 bottles of premium juice and a plate of exquisitely packaged pastries from the refrigerator under the bar and slammed them heavily onto the coffee table with a bang. Is that all right now? Without any hesitation, Baya picked up a bottle of juice, unscrewed it, took a sip, and comfortably leaned back on the sofa. That's more like it. Lan Yu sat down beside her, not touching the things, but calmly watching Haixia. Speak, what is your request? When serious matters were brought up, Haixia's bad girl expression finally disappeared, replaced by a seriousness that seemed out of place for her age. I need your help to find my mother. She paused, then continued. My mother disappeared 3 days ago. Baya raised an eyebrow. Isn't it normal for a legendary con artist like your mother to be traveling all over the world? What's the big deal? No, the same. Haixia immediately retorted, her voice becoming even sharper. Even if she's going to be away for a long time, she will always leave me a letter or tell me where she is in the way we usually do. The girl's fists clenched involuntarily. For the first time, his eyes revealed a genuine emotion, a worry mixed with unease and fear. To disappear without a word for more than 3 days. This is the first time. Emerging from the basement, an environment comparable to a 5-star hotel, and returning to the air above ground, filled with a mixture of musty, sour, and dusty smells. Lan Yu felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. He finally understood why the mother and daughter con artists had created such a luxuriously decorated basement. Living in a place like this for a long time will shorten your lifespan by several years, even if you don't develop depression. According to clues provided by the little girl Haixia, her mother Haiyu frequented the grocery street in the west of the city before she disappeared. That area is a notorious no-man's land in Grey Point. Black markets, casinos, underground intelligence stations, all sorts of shady businesses thrive here, making it a paradise for swindlers, thieves, and speculators. Naturally, this is also the business area most frequently visited by the legendary swindler, Ms. Haiyu. However, when Lan Yu and Baya actually stepped into this legendary general store street, they keenly sensed that something was amiss. In the past, such places should have been bustling with noise, filled with various hawking sounds, and the cacophony of bargaining. But today, pedestrians on the street are walking in a hurry. Everyone instinctively wrapped their clothes tighter, their eyes scanning their surroundings warily. Especially unfamiliar faces like Lan Yu and Baya attract a lot of undisguised scrutiny and hostility. Chapter 134 Failing to Recognize a Great Man. A sense of tension and fear filled the air. It seems that the so-called serial killer has brought much more pressure to this city than imagined. Tisk. Baya also sensed the unusual atmosphere. He lowered his voice, and without realizing it, he had switched to a lollipop, saying indistinctly, "Looks like that serial killer's been doing pretty well lately, scaring all these monsters and scoundrels so much they're too scared to leave their homes. This is really a waste of time." As he spoke, he pulled out a pair of non-prescription glasses from somewhere and put them on, while also ruffling his hair. That arrogant white hair, in just a few breaths, turned into an inconspicuous brown. In an instant, he transformed from a cynical street urchin into an ordinary-looking passerby. The two entered an underground tavern that seemed to have the best sources of information, hoping to get some news. The tavern was filled with smoke, and groups of 2 or 3 mercenaries and thugs gathered together, talking in hushed tones. When Lan Yu and Baya pushed open the door and entered, all sounds ceased abruptly. A dozen or so unfriendly gazes shot over at them simultaneously. Baya acted as if he hadn't seen anything, walked to the bar with practiced ease, and dropped a few coins, making a crisp sound. "Boss, I need to inquire about someone. Haiyu, have you seen her recently?" The tavern owner was a one-eyed man, wiping a glass with a dirty rag without even lifting his eyelids. "Never seen it before. The situation has been tense lately, so people haven't been out much. I got a cold shoulder." The two didn't linger and turned to leave. Next, they asked several places, including black market vendors and underground casino dealers, and received similar answers. The people here seemed to have become like frightened birds. They were wary of strangers and couldn't get any valuable information out of them. Just as the two were preparing to leave the street and find another way out, a group of people emerged from the alley next door and blocked their way. The leader was a bald, burly man with a menacing scorpion tattooed on his neck, looking fierce and menacing. He was followed by 7 or 8 henchmen, each wielding a steel pipe and a machete, their faces menacing. The bald, burly man sized up the 2 men, his gaze finally settling on the disguised Baya. He grinned maliciously and said, "Who do we have here? Turns out, it's just 2 unfamiliar faces. Brothers, What's your relationship with that bitch Hayu? Upon hearing this, Bayu was not nervous at all. Instead, he was amused. He knew that the real deal had arrived. He leaned lazily against the wall, took off his glasses, wiped them, put them back on, and slowly retorted, "What our relationship is none of your business." The bald, burly man and his 7 or 8 companions, each armed with weapons, looked menacing and confident that they had the 2 skinny out-of-towners figured out. Meanwhile, Lan Yu and Baya, one of them leaned lazily against the wall, a lollipop dangling from his mouth, looking like he hadn't woken up yet and was just asking for a beating. The other had his hands in his pockets, expressionless, his eyes as calm as if he were looking at a group of ants on the roadside. This disdain stemming from absolute confidence in one's strength creates a highly oppressive contrast. The bald, burly man's face instantly darkened. "Kid, you're pretty arrogant." He stretched out his finger, almost poking the white crow's nose. "That liar named Hayu sold us a Shadow Rift refresh schedule a while ago, claiming it was top secret information. And then what happened? I led my brothers, and we camped out in that godforsaken place for 3 days and 3 nights, and we didn't even see a single shadow beast. Instead, the patrol team mistook them for suspicious individuals and arrested them. They've completely lost face." He grew angrier and angrier as he spoke, spitting as he pointed at the 2 men and roared, "We've been looking for her for days. Now that we've run into you 2 who are connected to her, that's perfect. Let's settle all the old and new scores together. Hand over the money that bitch swindled from you, and I'll break one of your legs. Then this matter will be over." After listening, Lan Yu roughly understood. It turns out that Hayu's former client came to seek revenge. He sighed softly and took a step forward. "1 minute," he said to the white crow. "I'll handle them. You take care of the questioning. 30 seconds is enough." White crow yawned and crunched the lollipop in its mouth. "Let's finish this quickly. I need to get back for my afternoon nap." The bald, burly man was furious when he saw the 2 of them discussing when to deal with him right in front of him. He felt he had suffered the greatest insult of his life. Court death. The bald, burly man roared and charged forward first, his fist as big as a casserole dish, whistling through the air as it aimed straight for Lan Yu's face. However, Lan Yu didn't even lift his eyelids. His figure flashed. He didn't even draw the sword from his waist, but used the sturdy scabbard in the blink of an eye. With unparalleled precision, he struck the joints, soft ribs, and nerve-rich areas of each of the thugs who charged at him. Bang! Bang 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 dash. A series of dense, teeth-grinding muffled thuds sounded like a downpour pounding on banana leaves. Less than 10 seconds, including that menacing bald giant. All the thugs were lying on the ground in various contorted, ergonomically indestructible positions. They groaned in pain, their facial muscles twitching from the agony, yet they couldn't move a single finger. They did not suffer any fatal injuries. But the deep, bone-chilling, tingling, and excruciating pain, as if countless ants were gnawing at them, was 10,000 times more unbearable than killing them outright. The whole process was extremely fast. The passers-by who were originally prepared to watch the show were all dumbfounded. They didn't even see Lan Yu's movements before the battle was over. The way everyone looked at Lan Yu instantly changed from scrutiny to awe and fear. Baya then slowly walked over from the wall, stood in front of the bald, burly man who had completely lost the ability to resist, and kicked him with his toe. "Hey, Brother Scorpion. Now, can we have a proper talk?" Faced with overwhelming power, all the ferocity and arrogance of the bald man turned into pure fear. He looked at the smiling brown-haired youth in front of him and felt that he was even more terrifying than the ruthless black-haired boy from before. Big brother," he said in a trembling voice. "We were blind to your greatness. Whatever you want to ask, just say it, and I'll tell you everything. It's very simple." Baya squatted down, still with that smiling face, as kind as a friendly older brother next door. "Besides you, who else has been looking for Hayu lately? Or rather, before she disappeared, did you see her with any particular person?" Chapter 135 almost got discovered. The bald, burly man dared not hide anything, fearing he would get beaten up again if he spoke too slowly, and he tried his best to recall in his mind. There are tons of people looking for her. 8 out of 10 people on this street have been scammed by her. However, if we're talking about special people, he suddenly remembered something, and his eyes lit up. There really is one. About 4 or 5 days ago, I saw her get into a black car with government license plates. I recognized the driver. He's that notorious corrupt official in the city, an assistant to Director Ma. Corrupt officials? Government officials? Lan Yu and Bai Ye exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. We have a lead. Night fell like a giant black cloth, completely enveloping Greyhorn City. The air in the wealthy neighborhoods smells sweeter than in the slums, carrying the scent of neatly trimmed lawns and high-end fragrances. A dark and windy night. Two dark figures, like ghosts blending into the night, silently slid along the shadows of the wall and nimbly scaled the walls of a heavily guarded mansion. This is Director Ma's private residence. In the courtyard, the faint light from infrared probes and shadow traps, like pairs of spying eyes, wove together an invisible web of death. However, this net was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the White Crow. 3 steps to the left, there's a pressure sensor under that potted plant. Go around it. That surveillance camera ahead has a 3-second blind spot. Wait for my command, then we'll rush over together. I just casually broke the energy circuit in the corner, so you can go without worry. Like an experienced tour guide, Bai Ye led Lan Yu on a stroll through his own backyard, easily bypassing all the defensive structures. Lan Yu followed behind him, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. This guy knows this place like the back of his own home. What exactly did he do in Greyhorn back then? It seems he wasn't just a local thug, he was more like a part-time bandit. However, having such a professional teammate certainly makes things much easier. The two quickly made their way to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Woo. Oh woo. Strange, suppressed, rhythmic sounds drifted faintly from the crack in the door. Bai Ye pressed his ear against the door and listened, a very amused expression on his face. He lowered his voice and winked at Lan Yu, saying, TSK. Even at his age, Director Ma is still got some skills. But the snoring sound it makes while sleeping is quite unique. It sounds like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Lan Yu. He couldn't be bothered with this guy whose head was full of nonsense. His plan was simple and brutal. Rush in, subdue the bloated and corrupt official, and use the most effective and physical means to force him to reveal Hai Yu's whereabouts. Just as Lan Yu was gathering his shadow energy, preparing to break through the window and enter. Excuse me, are you the guest who left behind the documents? An unremarkable, even somewhat refined male voice suddenly rang out from the darkness behind them. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a cold awl, piercing their nerves. Lan Yu and Bai Ye's bodies tensed up instantly, like two startled cheetahs, turning around abruptly. A young man wearing glasses and looking refined was standing not far behind them. He was wearing a well-tailored suit and holding a file folder in his hand. It was the male assistant of Director Ma that he had learned about from the group of thugs during the day. Lan Yu's pupils contracted slightly. What happened? His 6 senses were always activated, and he was fully aware of everything happening around him. But this man seemed to appear out of thin air. In his perception, that place had just been nothingness. The male assistant seemed completely oblivious to the 2 men's shock. Perhaps it was too dark, for he couldn't seem to make out their faces clearly. He simply maintained his professional smile and continued speaking to himself. Director Ma instructed that if the 2 of you return to retrieve the lost documents, this should be given to you. As he spoke, he handed over the file folder, his attitude as respectful as a top-notch assistant. Judging from his demeanor, he regarded the 2 of them as business partners who had recently finished discussing business with Director Ma and were now returning to retrieve their belongings. This extremely absurd and sudden situation left both Lan Yu and Bai Ye stunned. That's not how the script was written. Bai Ye was the first to react. He gave Lan Yu a wink, meaning, don't move, I'll handle it. He cleared his throat and pretended to take the file bag. Lan Yu was originally prepared to take action and knock this troublesome guy unconscious. But Bai Ye stopped him in time and whispered something in his ear in an almost inaudible voice. This document contains the director's recent itinerary, including information about Hai Yu. Lan Yu stopped in his move. Now that the intelligence has been obtained in such a magical way, there is really no need to create any further complications. The male assistant maintained his smile and asked softly, is there anything else that was left out? That's all, let's go. Bai Ye replied indifferently, mimicking the tone of those big bosses. The 2 didn't linger. They exchanged a glance, turned around, and with a few leaps, disappeared into the night like ghosts. Away from the mansion, the 2 stopped in a quiet alley. Bai Ye opened the file bag and, by the moonlight, saw that it contained detailed information about Hai Yu's movements, and even several photos. Thank goodness. Although the process was a bit unexpected, the result was good. We finally got it. Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away imaginary cold sweat from his forehead. However, when he turned his head, he noticed that Lan Yu's expression was a little strange. That wasn't relaxation, but a sense of solemnity. What's wrong? Baya asked. Lan Yu's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the mansion, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Just now, I had my six senses activated the whole time. His voice was soft, yet carried a lingering sense of confusion. Before that male assistant spoke, I didn't even notice his presence. He wasn't breathing, had no heartbeat, and no aura fluctuations. He was like a dead man. The window of the master bedroom in the mansion. The male assistant stood still, quietly watching the two figures disappear into the distance until they vanished completely into the night. He slowly pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold, icy light. He sighed softly, as if talking to himself. That was close. We were almost discovered. He turned around and walked back to the master bedroom. Inside the room, the fat, big-eared Director Ma was tightly bound to the bed with ropes as thick as his arm, his hands and feet tucked into his mouth, and a towel soaked in saliva stuffed in it. His eyes bulged out and were bloodshot. He could only let out desperate moans from his throat. Chapter 136. Watch my moves. It turns out that the strange MMM and sounds just now were not snoring at all. Rather, it was his desperate struggle after he was tied up. The male assistant walked to the bedside and looked down at the bureau chief, who usually acted arrogantly. All the politeness and respect on his face had vanished, replaced by a morbid and chilling calm. Stop yelling, he said softly, his tone as gentle as if he were soothing a crying child. Those two people have already gone far away. Judging from their appearance, they don't seem like righteous people who would meddle in your affairs or come to your rescue. Your luck isn't very good. He walked slowly to the desk, and from the pen holder, picked up a gleaming scalpel that he used as a paper cutter. The blade spun gracefully at his fingertips, like a silver butterfly dancing in the moonlight. To be honest, I personally don't like killing. It's too dirty and too troublesome. He walked up to the corrupt official and, with the cold tip of his knife, gently sliced across the man's fat, greasy cheek, leaving a shallow bloodstain. Whether it's the last scumbag who trafficked people in the grocery street, or a parasite like you who occupies a position without doing anything, I feel nothing when it comes to killing them. It's boring. He admired the intense, almost overflowing fear in Director Ma's eyes, and his smile grew even more delighted. Fortunately, this boring life is finally coming to an end. He raised the scalpel, aiming it at Director Ma's heart, his expression unchanged. You are the second to last person I killed in this city. Early morning. The bars in Greyhorn City always have a sour smell, a mixture of stale alcohol and cheap tobacco. Lan Yu and Baya sat at the bar, with the file folder they had received from the strange assistant the night before in front of them. Baya spread out the documents inside and looked at them carefully, the lollipop in his mouth making a crunch sound as he chewed on it. This is interesting. He pointed to a copy of an official permit on the document and raised an eyebrow. Haiyu, through Director Ma's connections, applied to enter the wasteland under the pretext of exploring rare Shadow Realm minerals. A desolate land? Lan Yu was unfamiliar with this place name. Baya explained. A large swamp of wasteland east of Greypoint City. A few years ago, there was a massive shadow rift that occurred there, you know? It's the kind of city-destroying disaster that can unleash an entire army of shadow beasts. Although it was later sealed away by the big shots, the energy radiation from that place mutated the entire ecosystem. In the current wasteland, the spatial structure is as fragile as a potato chip. You never know when a small crack might appear and a few strange shadow monsters might crawl out. Therefore, the authorities have designated it as a restricted area of the highest danger level. It is surrounded by city walls and fortified with guns, making it harder than climbing to heaven to get in. Baya pointed to the name, Haiyu, on the application form with his finger. That's strange. Haiyu is a woman who cherishes her life like the plague. I don't believe she would willingly go to a place like that to die. They even came up with such a lame excuse as mineral exploration. He stroked his chin, a shrewd glint in his eyes. She definitely wouldn't have the guts to do it alone. Such a big move most likely involves hiring bodyguards. Let's go ask around at some of the big mercenary guilds in the city. These kinds of large orders with official records are easy to find out. The two set off immediately, embarking on a journey between various mercenary guilds in Greyhorn City. As expected, when asked about the third guild, a medium-sized one called Iron Shield, the receptionist quickly retrieved the relevant information from the system. The receptionist, a young woman, gave Baya a professional smile as his hair turned brown again. Oh, you mean the quest to go to the wasteland? I remember. It was posted by a lady named Haiyu. The goal is to go to the Crying Canyon in the desolate land to collect a material called illusory crystal. She added. An elite squad from our guild took on this mission and set off 3 days ago. Weeping Canyon. The White Crow nodded. They then left the guild with Lan Yu. The pass leading to the desolate land was more heavily guarded than expected. The towering alloy walls gleamed with a cold metallic luster. On the walls, rows of menacing shadow energy turrets, like silent behemoths, silently proclaimed the danger of this place. Squads of fully armed guards patrolled back and forth expressionlessly, the grim atmosphere making it hard to breathe. Stop! A guard who looked like a squad leader reached out and stopped the two of them, his tone as firm as a rock. Entering the wasteland requires official permission. Without permission, passage is strictly prohibited. Lan Yu asked, how do I apply for a permit? The guard glanced at him, his eyes filled with impatience, and spoke as if reciting a memorized text. Apply? First, register over there, then undergo a strength assessment. After passing the assessment, the information will be submitted to the main city for review, which will take at least a week. Then you'll have to wait in line. A week? The daylily buds have all gone cold. Hayu has been missing for more than 3 days. If the guards have a problem, who knows how long she can hold out in that godforsaken place. Lan Yu frowned slightly, already considering whether he should just find an opportunity to climb over the wall and sneak in. Just then, Baiya pulled him aside. What's the rush? He smiled mysteriously at Lan Yu, his expression saying, watch my moves. Leave it to me. As he spoke, he walked to a secluded corner, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Lan Yu was too far away to hear what he was saying on the phone. All I saw was him bowing and scraping to his phone, his face plastered with a fawning smile. He looked exactly like a lackey of his boss. However, a few minutes later, a miracle happened. The guard captain, who had just been giving off a don't mess with me, follow the rules vibe, suddenly had his communicator on his wrist ring urgently. He answered the call, and within a mere 10 seconds, his facial expression underwent a dramatic face-changing performance, much like a Sichuan opera. From impatience to shock, then to fear, it finally turned into an extreme, ghost-like reverence and humility. Yes, I understand, I get it. He hung up the call and felt a jolt, as if he had been electrocuted. The next second, he sprinted at top speed and ran up to Lan Yu and Baiya. His face was plastered with a fawning smile that could trap a fly, and his back was almost bent at a 90-degree angle. Oh dear, gentlemen, I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I looked down on you. Chapter 137, should we make a move? He raised his hand and slapped himself hard, the sound ringing out. Temporary permission, I will process it for you two immediately. Please go to the VIP room to rest for a while and have a cup of hot tea. 3 minutes. No, 1 minute. Just 1 minute will do. The stark contrast between heaven and earth left everyone in line dumbfounded. Lan Yu looked at the bowing and scraping guard captain in front of him. Looking at Baiya next to him with a basic operation, don't be silly expression, I gained a new understanding of his hidden power in this city. Under the escort of the guard captain, the two were respectfully ushered into the VIP room at the border. Pushing open the door, I found a group of people already inside. They wore identical black uniforms with a crossed warhammer embroidered on their chests. Each of them exuded a calm and composed aura, sharp eyes, and upright posture. Even while resting, they radiated an air of strict discipline and awe. As soon as Baiya saw them, he immediately lowered his voice and whispered in Lan Yu's ear. They're from Blackhammer, one of the 3 major powers in Greyhorn City. They're a bunch of war fanatics. Ignore them. As Lan Yu and Baiya sized each other up. Among Blackhammer's group, a young man sitting in the main seat, who looked very polite, also turned his gaze to them. His name is Sun Chun, a rising star among the younger generation of the Blackhammer organization. He has reached the 5-star level in strength and is known for his calmness and ruthlessness. These two people are unfamiliar. Sun Chen's gaze swept over the two of them, finally settling on Lan Yu. That black-haired guy has a very special aura. He doesn't seem like someone who could have been raised in a quagmire like Greyhorn City. That brown-haired guy? He looks familiar, but I can't quite place him. The fact that the captain of the guards outside personally escorted him into the VIP room suggests he has some connections. Interesting. He gestured with his eyes to his subordinates beside him. Go and find out who these two are. The subordinate understood immediately and quietly withdrew, only to return a few minutes later. He leaned close to Sun Chen's ear and whispered his report. Brother Sun, I found it. That brown-haired guy is a seasoned, locally registered photographer. Nothing special about him. That black-haired guy is from out of town. He's only been in Greyhorn City for a few days. The subordinate paused, then lowered his voice even further. Our informant planted in the Whitestone gang reported that not long ago, this black-haired guy stole something from Whitestone, causing quite a commotion. Moreover, it seems that several of our brothers in the organization were also robbed by him. Oh, Sun Chen's hand, holding the teacup, froze in midair. Forget about stealing from Shiraishi. This kid dared to steal from his Black Hammer organization. They're incredibly bold. An idea instantly formed in his mind. The subordinate beside him seemed to sense something was wrong and quickly reminded him. Brother Sun, the officers have instructed us that this mission in the desolate land is very important, and we can't afford any unexpected complications. Sun Chen slowly put down his teacup, making a soft sound. He didn't turn around, but merely glanced at his subordinate with a calm and unwavering gaze, which instantly made the latter feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave, breaking out in a cold sweat. I do things. Sun Chen's voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. Do I need you to teach me? As you cross the light gate that ripples like water at the checkpoint, the surrounding scenery is instantly transformed. The solid alloy floor has disappeared. Instead, there is cracked, dark red earth, with faint white smoke rising from the cracks. A strong, pungent smell of sulfur mixed with a putrid odor violently filled the nostrils, making one want to cough. The sky above was shrouded in a thick, sticky layer of gray clouds. The sun was nowhere to be seen, and the whole world was filled with a lifeless and oppressive atmosphere. In the distance, some twisted and deformed dead trees, like the skeletons of giant monsters, pierced the sky. In the space, tiny black cracks, like glass scars, would occasionally appear and disappear in an instant. This is a desolate land, a world that has been abandoned. Baya pinched his nose and complained with a look of disgust. The air here is even stronger than the sewers in the slums. Lan Yu didn't speak, his eyes scanning his surroundings warily. The moment he set foot on this land, he felt as if he were being watched by countless eyes. It surged in from all directions, cold and sticky. Roar! Before the words were finished, a roar filled with savagery and hunger suddenly exploded from the ground to the side. Soil flew everywhere. A monster the size of a small car, covered in a thick, bony carapace, burst from the ground. It has a ferocious lizard head, and its blood-red eyes are full of madness. From its gaping, blood-red maw, dripped foul-smelling saliva. 4-star shadow beast, earth dragon lizard. Its powerful hind legs exerted force, and its massive body transformed into a yellowish-brown afterimage. With immense force, it viciously lunged at Lan Yu, who was closest to it. The white crow didn't even have time to warn them. Lan Yu moved. His figure flickered slightly, and then disappeared from the spot. The earth dragon lizard's massive jaws slammed into empty space, shattering rocks everywhere. The next second, Lan Yu's figure appeared like a ghost above the earth dragon lizard's head. He didn't even draw his sword. He simply bent his fingers, making them like knives, and gently tapped the earth dragon lizard's hard skull. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor a spectacular energy burst. Puff! A faint, almost inaudible thud. The earth dragon lizard's frenzied charge came to an abrupt halt. Its massive body froze in place, and the madness and savagery in its blood-red eyes quickly faded. Instead, there was pure bewilderment. Then, its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. On its skull, there was an inconspicuous blood hole, from which dark red blood and white brain matter were slowly flowing out. From the moment the earth dragon lizard bursts out of the ground until it becomes a cold corpse. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. White Crow whistled, stepped forward, and kicked the carcass of the earth dragon lizard. Tisk, that's really ruthless. It's a 4-star shadow beast. Can't you at least give it some face? Lan Yu ignored his banter, simply raising his head slightly and looking up at the sky. There, an inconspicuous little black bird was circling. It seemed to sense Lan Yu's gaze, flapped its wings, and quickly disappeared behind the gray clouds. Meanwhile, on a high ground a kilometer away, Sun Chen put down the binoculars in his hand. Interesting. The Black Hammer subordinates behind him still wore expressions of lingering shock. To be honest, when they saw that there were only 2 people as targets, they dared to swagger into the desolate place, and they were disdainful. In their view, this was no different from suicide. You should know that even their Black Hammer guild, every time they enter this place, at least a well-equipped 6-person squad, proceeding cautiously step by step. Some were even worried that before they could even make a move, these 2 arrogant brats would be torn to shreds by the shadow monster. But now, After witnessing firsthand how the black-haired youth effortlessly and instantly killed a 4-star shadow beast of the same level, they then realized they were wrong. That composure, that ease, wasn't like fighting. It was more like casually stepping on an ant on the roadside. One of the subordinates couldn't help but ask, "Brother Sun, shall we make a move?" Chapter 138 White Mist. Hearing his subordinate's questions, Sun Quan shook his head slightly. "No, let's not rush." He carefully wiped the lenses of the telescope, his movements meticulous. People in the organization all say that Sun Quan is ruthless and a madman. But what they didn't know was that his current position wasn't due to ruthlessness, but rather to his composure. Extreme calmness. According to intelligence, this guy named Lan Yu has a strength rating of 4 stars. But who among you saw that just now? The subordinates looked at each other, then lowered their heads in shame. They only saw a blur, and then the battle was over. Sun Quan's tone was calm, yet it carried an all-knowing confidence. His ability to easily defeat opponents of the same level indicates that his true combat strength far exceeds that of a 4-star. Even though I'm already a 5-star player, there's still a chance of losing against someone whose trump cards are unknown. He gave the subordinate who had spoken earlier a cold glance. What do you know? There are plenty of shadow beasts in the wasteland. Let them go further and expend more energy. What I want is a foolproof hunt, not a reckless act that risks one's life. Sun Quan raised the binoculars again, locking onto the 2 figures moving forward in the distance, his voice as cold as ice. "We'll close the net when our prey is exhausted." Lan Yu and Baiya continued their journey toward Weeping Canyon. After dealing with 3 more waves of unsuspecting shadow beasts along the way, White Crow suddenly stopped. He looked down at his feet. The elongated shadow began to writhe restlessly, like boiling water. Immediately afterwards, a faint, ethereal figure separated from the shadows, like a hunting dog. It stretched out its illusory nose, sniffed the air, and finally pointed to a certain direction to the left front. "Found it." White Raven smiled. "My darling, you can smell the scent left by those Iron Shield mercenaries. They're over there." The 2 immediately changed direction and sped off towards the location indicated by the shadow. Not long after, the sounds of fierce fighting, mixed with human roars and screams, faintly came from ahead. The 2 exchanged a glance and quickened their pace. As they crossed a mountain ridge, the sight before them made their pupils shrink. Below, on the open ground, lay a scene of utter devastation. 7 or 8 mercenaries dressed in the uniforms of the Iron Shield Guild stood back to back, forming a defensive formation and struggling to hold on. Around them were a dozen or so muscular, jet-black hyenas with glowing red eyes. These hyenas were extremely aggressive and worked in perfect coordination, constantly attacking the mercenaries' defenses. On the ground, 2 mercenaries lay dead in pools of blood, their bodies mutilated and torn apart. The remaining few were all wounded, their armor torn and teetering on the brink of collapse. It was only a matter of time before their defenses were breached. "Damn it, let's fight these beasts to the death." The mercenary captain roared and brandished his battle axe, but a hyena cunningly dodged it and bit his thigh, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. "Oh!" The captain screamed and knelt on one knee. Upon seeing this, several hyenas immediately pounced from different directions, intending to tear him to pieces. "It's over." The mercenary captain closed his eyes in despair. However, the expected excruciating pain did not come. Instead, a dark crescent moon appeared out of nowhere in front of him. The crescent moon wasn't large, only the size of a palm, but it was exquisitely condensed. It floated silently, seemingly swallowing up even the surrounding light. "Dark Moon Dragonblade. Call out." The crescent moon traced a beautiful arc, so fast that it was too fast for the naked eye to follow. All the sand hyenas that pounced on the attack froze midair. The next second, puff, 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 puff. More than a dozen hyena heads flew into the air. The scalding blood of the beast, like a fountain, stained this dark red land. The battle ended in an instant. The surviving mercenaries stared dumbfounded at this surreal scene, unable to react for a long time. They only realized what was happening when they saw Lan Yu and Baiya walking down the mountain ridge. "Thank you so much, gentlemen, for saving my life." The mercenary captain struggled to his feet, ignoring the injury on his leg, and was about to kneel down to thank Lan Yu. Lan Yu didn't look at him, but instead scanned the crowd and frowned. "There is no Haiyu here." He spoke directly, his voice icy. "Where is the woman you were escorting?" Upon hearing this question, the mercenary captain, who had just been looking relieved and grateful, turned deathly pale. His eyes began to dart away, his lips moved, and he stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. She is. Lan Yu sensed that something was wrong. His face darkened completely. He stepped forward and grabbed the other man by the collar. They lifted this burly man, who was over 1.8 meters tall, into the air like they were lifting a chick. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. I'll ask again. Where is she? The chilling killing intent made the mercenary captain tremble violently. He finally broke down, and with a sob in his voice, he hurriedly shouted. We didn't abandon her on purpose. We didn't want this either. It's the white mist. That damned white mist is here. Under Lan Yu's murderous gaze, the mercenary captain felt endless fear and guilt. He shouted out the details of what happened, albeit in fits and starts. It turned out that they were attacked by a large group of shadow monsters on the road, and the group was scattered during the battle. Haiyu, an ordinary person without combat abilities, got separated from them. Just then, the most terrifying mobile natural disaster in the desolate land, the white fog, suddenly descended. Once swallowed by the white mist, one will be completely disoriented. They encountered endless illusions and monsters, barely surviving. In order to survive, after a brief period of hesitation and fruitless searching, ultimately, he chose to give up searching for Haiyu, abandoning her and escaping on his own. After listening to his account, Lan Yu scoffed coldly, his eyes filled with disgust, and casually threw him to the ground. Such acts of abandoning clients to save one's own life are not uncommon in the mercenary world. Especially in a small, mediocre guild like this, he had no interest in pursuing accountability. His only concern now is Haiyu's whereabouts. White mist. That's not a good place. The most troublesome part is the illusions and the monsters that are both real and fake. And it's easy to get lost. Even a high-level shadow master could accidentally get caught up in it. If you're unlucky, you might never get out. So here's the question. Should we go into this white fog, or not? Chapter 139 Unprepared. Before me lay a thick white fog that seemed to writhe slowly, as if it were alive. The few surviving Iron Shield mercenaries all wore expressions of lingering fear and deep dread, as if they had narrowly escaped death. The fog had a sickly, pale white appearance, so thick it was impossible to disperse. It doesn't resemble natural fog, it's more like a living, breathing behemoth. Each wriggle carries a malice that devours everything. Brother, we can't go any further. The mercenary captain, dragging his injured leg, struggled to crawl over, his face full of anxiety and earnestness. That's the white mist, a mobile natural disaster in the desolate land. Once you go in, you really can't come out. That woman named Haiyu. She must already be. He dared not say any more. In the desolate land, being swallowed by the white mist is tantamount to being sentenced to death. Lan Yu didn't even turn around to look at him. His gaze pierced through the churning white expanse and drifted toward the deeper unknown. He turned to look at the white crow beside him, his voice calm. What do you think? Baiyu took off his fogged-up sunglasses, took out a cloth, and slowly wiped the lenses. His relaxed demeanor stood out starkly against the tense and desperate atmosphere around him. Well, it is indeed a bit troublesome. He blew on his lenses and put them back on. However, it's not entirely hopeless. I have a way to deal with hallucinations in the white fog, so we won't get lost in there. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow beneath his feet suddenly twisted, like boiling asphalt. Immediately afterwards, a shadow servant, almost blending into the shadow and devoid of facial features, slowly rose from his shadow. The servant was entirely black, his figure indistinct, only an outline without details, like an elongated human silhouette. My shadow has a special shadow technique called candlelight. White Crow pointed to the silent shadow servant and explained. It is immune to most mental and illusionary attacks. Simply put, just follow it. We won't be led astray by those messy illusions in the white fog, and we can maintain our sense of direction. Lan Yu understood. Baiyu's shadow techniques are truly diverse, encompassing all sorts of functions. What exactly is his contracted shadow spirit? However, since he has a way, then we can try to break through this white fog. He no longer hesitated. Walk. In short, it was decisive and efficient. Lan Yu took a step forward and was the first to walk straight towards the white mist that represented death and despair. On a high ground a kilometer away, Sun Quan saw this scene clearly through the shared perspective of a small black bird circling high in the sky. When he saw that Lan Yu and Baiyu were actually preparing to enter the white mist, the sickly calm expression on his face was finally replaced by a cruel, ecstatic joy. They're insane. These two guys are absolutely insane. One of his subordinates couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. No. Sun Quan slowly lowered his binoculars, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of a hunter seeing his prey step into a trap. This isn't madness. It's creating an opportunity for us. This is truly a stroke of luck. Sun Quan was inwardly laughing hysterically. As you get closer to the white mist, the density of the surrounding shadow beasts will increase exponentially. In order to reach the edge of the white mist, these two will inevitably go through several intense battles, and their shadow power will be further depleted. Look at them now. The black-haired man looked all right, but he was covered in blood and his breathing was noticeably faster than before. And the white mist makes it an excellent cemetery. If you kill them inside, their corpses will be completely devoured by the white mist and the lurking shadow beasts. By destroying the evidence, no one can find out that it was us, Black Hammer, who did it. This is what I've been waiting for. The perfect, foolproof time to strike. As Sun Quan had predicted, things unfolded exactly as he had. The closer one gets to the white mist, the more shadow beasts emerge from the ground and from the cracks in the rocks, and the more ferocious they become. Lan Yu and Bai Ye quickly found themselves in a bitter battle. Dozens of shadow beasts of various shapes roared and surged from all directions, surrounding the two of them. Lan Yu was covered in blood, and his combat uniform had several more gruesome tears, with blood dripping down his arms. His breathing became heavy, and each swing of his long sword seemed unusually heavy, his swordplay sluggish, as if he might collapse from exhaustion at any moment. The Black Hammer men on the high ground were filled with excitement. Brother Sunday, now is the time. That kid's about to die. Let's go. If we don't act soon, they'll be entering the white mist once they've cleared out this wave of shadow monsters. His subordinates urged him on, feeling that this was a golden opportunity. However, Sun Quan remained frowning and did not give the order. Although, from the perspective of the eagle-eyed bird, those two creatures were indeed exhausted and on the verge of collapse. Now is undoubtedly the best opportunity to make a move. But I don't know why. He always felt a strange sense of unease. Something's not right. It's too smooth. Everything is going too well. It went as smoothly as a pre-written script. He even had the urge to give up now and turn around and leave immediately. Brother Sunday. His thoughts were interrupted by the urging beside him. Sun Quan glanced at the white mist that was getting closer and closer in the distance, and then looked at the black-haired figure in the battle circle that was almost swallowed up by the shadow beast. Ultimately, the greed for credit and revenge overwhelmed the last vestige of vigilance in his heart. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. Get ready to make your move. Just as Lan Yu seemed to have given it his all, with a powerful slash, he severed the head of the last shadow beast. His body stiffened noticeably due to exhaustion. Right now, Sun Quan made a move. Like a cheetah that had been lying in wait for a long time, he used the shadow technique, swift shadow step, to transform his figure into a blurry black line, drawing an eerie angle on the battlefield, and silently circled behind Lan Yu. The air was torn apart. In his hand, a dark green dagger coated with deadly poison gleamed with a chilling light, like the fangs of a viper, aimed straight at Lan Yu's unsuspecting back. Die! Sun Quan was roaring silently in his heart. He was absolutely certain of success with this attack. However, just as the tip of his dagger was about to touch Lan Yu's back skin, Lan Yu, who should have been exhausted and unprepared, suddenly turned his head. There was no trace of fatigue or weakness on his face. Instead, there was a faint, mocking smile, as if looking at a fool who had walked right into a trap. Not good. The moment this thought exploded in Sun Quan's mind, it was already too late. A jet-black sword light, moving with incredible speed, came crashing down without warning, like lightning tearing through the night. Chapter 140, he ran away first. That sharp, killing intent made the hairs on Sun Quan's body stand on end instantly. His combat instincts, honed through years of bloody battles, saved his life at the critical moment. He twisted his body with all his might, pushing his flexibility to the limit in an instant. He narrowly escaped a fatal blow, but suffered a laceration to his left shoulder. It was still sliced open by the sharp blade, and a terrifying wound that was deep enough to expose the bone appeared instantly, with blood gushing out. The excruciating pain caused Sun Quan to scream in agony. At the same time, not far behind him, came even more shrill wails and screams from his men. Sun Quan turned around in shock. Suddenly, several shadow clones made of pure shadow energy, looking exactly like the man before him, began a one-sided massacre of his subordinates. Those Black Hammer members, who were usually considered elite, were as fragile as paper in the face of these bizarre shadow clones. Sun Chen clutched his bleeding shoulder, his face so dark it seemed to drip water. He stared intently at Lan Yu, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "You are acting at me?" Lan Yu sheathed his long sword, and his injuries were rapidly healing thanks to his king's physique. A few seconds later, his injuries were completely healed. His sword tip pointed diagonally at the ground, his posture relaxed and carefree. "To be honest, I made my mistake so obvious just now that I almost thought you guys were too cowardly to keep up." His cold gaze swept over Sun Chen and his few remaining terrified subordinates. "Because the upcoming journey may be a bit dangerous. It would be very annoying if there were a swarm of flies with ulterior motives constantly buzzing around you. So, we've decided to clean up all of you trash right here." Sun Chen's intuition was correct. He was discovered from the very beginning. From beginning to end, his prized hunting plan was merely part of the other party's script. He was the one being manipulated, the real prey. "You." Sun Chen was both shocked and angry, and was about to say something. A sudden change occurred. The white mist, which was only 100 meters away from them and had been relatively calm, suddenly began to churn violently. It's like a pot of water that's been boiled instantly, emitting a dull rumble from within. The speed of the wriggling suddenly increased several times, before anyone could react. The fog is like a giant maw that devours the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it swallowed up this small battlefield, Lan Yu, Bai Ye, and Sun Chen and his remaining troops. Boom. The moment you enter the white mist, terrifying auditory hallucinations and countless indistinguishable monster phantoms surge in from all directions like a tidal wave. A new and greater crisis has arrived. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Sun Chen, true to his ruthless nature, acted decisively, shouting loudly in Lan Yu's direction. "Let's stop the fighting and cooperate. The current crisis is the white fog, and we must join forces to get through it first." He believed that, faced with a shared life or death crisis, Lan Yu would definitely agree to this most rational and only suggestion. However, Lan Yu only glanced at him, his tone indifferent. "I admit that cooperation is indeed more rational now. But I refused." The next second, Lan Yu's figure suddenly disappeared amidst a series of illusions. A cold voice seemed to whisper in Sun Chen's ear. "Because I have a problem. I would never turn my back to an enemy who wants to kill me." White mist surged, and phantoms appeared one after another. Hearing the cold, emotionless rejection in his ear, Sun Chen felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He couldn't understand it. He really couldn't understand it. At such a critical moment of life and death, why would this black-haired boy make such an irrational choice? Abandoning the only way out and choosing mutual destruction? What gives him the right? However, Lan Yu did not give him more time to think. The moment those words, "I would never entrust my back to an enemy who wants to kill me," were uttered, a sharp sword light tore through the illusions and pierced straight at his face. That pure killing intent was colder and more deadly than the white mist. You're crazy." These were Sun Chen's last words in this world. His pupils reflected an extreme blackness, and then the whole world was plunged into eternal darkness. 5 minutes later, in the thick fog, several mutilated corpses lay on the ground, visibly being corroded and dissolved by the surrounding mist. Lan Yu flicked the blood off his sword and looked around warily. All around, countless monstrous phantoms with bared fangs and claws accompanied heart-wrenching roars and seductive whispers. They surged in from all directions, frantically trying to erode his sanity. "Even though I know it's fake, this feeling still makes me extremely irritated." "Blue team." A familiar voice came from not far away, tinged with uncertainty. Lan Yu's body tensed instinctively, and he almost swung his sword, but fortunately he managed to stop at the last moment. In this godforsaken place, no sound or image can be trusted. Soon, a figure emerged from the mist. It was Bai Ye. Beside him, the faceless shadow servant was emanating a peculiar aura. It spread out like an invisible ripple. In the areas enveloped by this fluctuation, all auditory and visual hallucinations were dispelled. They carved out a safe zone, about 10 meters in diameter, in the white fog. This must be a shadow technique, called candlelight. Bai Ye walked over, his gaze sweeping around behind his sunglasses. "Where are the Black Hammer men?" Lan Yu pointed to the ground with his chin. "Cut it down. Just cut it down." Bai Ye shrugged, as if he had breathed a sigh of relief, or as if he had expected this outcome. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "To be honest, I don't want to work with these guys. They're just annoying to look at." Lan Yu expressed his agreement. Likewise, the two lingered without delay, under the protection of the Shadow's servant, Candlelight. Following the directions given to them by the Iron Shield mercenary, they headed deeper into the white fog. Hayu may continue towards the Crying Canyon direction. In the white mist, the sense of time becomes unusually blurred. The surrounding scenery was always a gray blur, making it impossible to tell which way was north, south, east, or west, or how long one had walked. While keeping a wary eye on his surroundings, Lan Yu broke the silence by speaking. "Do you think that woman, Hayu, is still alive?" The white crow switched the lollipop in its beak to the other side and answered vaguely. "It's hard to say. In my memory, that woman valued her life more than anyone else, and was as cunning as a fox. Perhaps it wasn't that group of Iron Shield mercenaries who abandoned her, but rather that she sensed the approaching white mist and deliberately abandoned that burden, running away on her own." Chapter 141 Wings of the Holy Dragon. Baiya's tone was full of disdain. "She is absolutely capable of doing such a despicable thing." He paused, his expression unusually serious. "And there's something I've never understood. Hayu's greatest skill is using and deceiving others to achieve her goals. She would never personally take any risks. But this time, she actually went to such a godforsaken place as to venture into the desolate land. It's so unlike her." Just as the two were talking, the surrounding white mist suddenly underwent a new change. What was originally just a thick fog has now become viscous, as if it has turned from a gas into some kind of gel. In the fog, faint, silvery blue arcs of electricity could even be seen flickering and jumping, emitting a soft, buzzing sound. A violent and chaotic energy fluctuation began to brew in the mist. Boom! A muffled clap of thunder suddenly exploded in the fog. A terrifying torrent of energy, like a flood bursting its banks, swept in instantly. Its power was far beyond imagination. Before Lan Yu and Baiya could even react, they were violently thrown apart by the raging airflow. Lan Yu tumbled through the air more than a dozen times before barely managing to steady himself and landed heavily on the ground. When he stood up, White Raven and his shadow servants had completely disappeared into the thick fog. Without the protection of the Candlelight, that damned, ear-piercing auditory hallucination, he was once again surrounded by a tidal wave of bizarre and fantastical monster phantoms. Grass. Lan Yu couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. This white mist even has upgrades. What was that just now? Berserk mode? White Crow has gone missing again. This is a huge problem. He tried to ask his contracted dragon god for help in his mind. "Nidhogg, do you have a way to handle this situation?" A moment later, his sister Nidhogg's voice, tinged with a hint of languor and arrogance, echoed in his mind. "A solution? It's not that there isn't one. There is a small shadow technique that can perfectly isolate this kind of low-level mental interference." But she deliberately dragged out her words. "Teach me quickly," Lan Yu urged. He didn't have time to play guessing games with her. TCH, what a boring guy. Nidhogg seemed to purse his lips, but still poured a massive stream of information directly into Lan Yu's mind. That is the complete structure and operation of a shadow technique. The shadow technique is called Holy Dragon Wings. Protect yourself with holy light, and all laws will be invulnerable, and all evil will be driven away. It is the most signature defensive shadow technique of the Holy Dragon clan. The moment Lan Yu received the information, the shadow power within his body subconsciously began to operate rapidly according to that unique and sacred circuit. This process is something that any ordinary photographer would experience. It's like learning a completely new and incredibly complex foreign language. It might take weeks or even months of practice and reflection to even begin to grasp the basics. But for Lan Yu, the next second, whoosh, it was accompanied by a dazzling yet not blinding holy light. 10 magnificent wings, made of the purest light elements, suddenly unfolded behind him. Each feather radiated a holy glow, instantly dispelling all the darkness and thick fog within a radius of tens of meters. Those annoying auditory hallucinations and ferocious visions, under the illumination of the holy light, melted away instantly, like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. The whole world is peaceful now. Lan Yu looked down at the 5 pairs of wings behind him, which were 10 in fact, wings that were a bit too ornate, and he was stunned. This thing, why does it look so familiar? Oh, I remember now. It seems that Saintess Jean from the Holy Dragon Church used this move during the strength test at the other Shoreflower Guild. But I remember she only had 8 wings back then. How come there are 10 when it gets to me? Buy one get 2 free, right? Tisk. At that moment, Nidhogg's voice echoed in his mind. carrying an indescribable sense of shock and speechlessness. I never expected it to be the 10 wings. What's wrong? Lan Yu asked, puzzled. Nidhogg's voice suddenly carried a hint of schadenfreude. Among those birdmen in the Holy Dragon Church, the wings of the Holy Dragon are the most direct standard for measuring talent and faith. The more wings that unfold initially, the higher the talent, the purer the bloodline, and the more important the status. Their current saintess, who is so highly praised, only had 8 wings at the beginning, yet she was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. You, a contractor of the evil dragon lineage, created the complete form of the 10 wings on your first use. If they found out, they'd probably be so angry they'd fly to heaven on the spot. Ha ha. Nidhogg's laughter was full of wicked humor. But Lan Yu is now more concerned with another practical issue. I remember, the saintess's 8 wings seemed to be able to die 8 times in her place. Then these 10 of mine. Stop dreaming, you only have 1 life. Nidhogg ruthlessly shattered his illusions. That immortality comes from the combination of shadow techniques and divine authority. You've only learned the form of shadow techniques, not the spirit yet. Want more lives? Wait until you draw a similar undead power later, kid. Lan Yu was slightly disappointed. He tried flapping the light wings on his back, and his body did indeed fly up lightly. However, there seemed to be some kind of strong no-flying restriction in the white fog, which meant that he could only fly to a height of more than 10 meters above the ground. An invisible, mountain-like force will suddenly press down, forcibly pushing him back to the ground. Basically, it's just a low-speed, ground-hugging gliding performance, not very useful. However, the problems with auditory and visual hallucinations have finally been resolved. Just as he was about to reorient himself and continue onward, a melodious and gentle harmonica tune, seemingly capable of piercing the soul, suddenly rang out in the silent, thick fog. The sound of the piano was very soft and distant, yet exceptionally clear. Lan Yu was certain that this was not a hallucination. In an instant, all the nerves in his body were stretched to their maximum tension. The alarm bells in my heart were ringing more frantically than ever before. The sound of the zither. He remembers it very clearly. Before entering the wasteland, the guard captain had highlighted these important points in bold red font in his instructions. The sound of a harmonica in the white fog is an omen of extreme danger. Its name is the Lost Voice. The melodious harmonica music, carrying a certain soul-piercing magic, rang out without warning in the thick fog. The sound of the piano was very soft and far away. But strangely, it ignored the protection of the holy light of the Holy Dragon wings and directly entered Lan Yu's mind. Chapter 142 is late. This is not a hallucination. Lan Yu's entire body tensed up instantly. The Lost Voice. Before entering the desolate land, the information given by the gatekeeper captain highlighted the highest level of danger signs in bold, blood-red font. The information states that the music is divided into 3 sections. Every so often, its power increases exponentially. The only way to survive is to escape the area enveloped by the music before the 3 pieces of music end. Once you enter the 3rd stage and fail to escape, no one can ever return alive from the white mist. Lan Yu's heart sank. He almost instantly determined the general direction from which the sound came, and without hesitation, he sprinted at full speed in the exact opposite direction. With a sudden flap of his 10 wings of light, he transformed into a streak of white light that skimmed the ground, darting wildly through the thick fog. However, strange things happened. No matter how fast he runs, no matter how far he rushes out, the damn harmonica sound didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became clearer and louder. The sound didn't seem to be coming from a fixed location. It was more like a sound directly inside his skull, following him like a shadow, a maggot clinging to his bones. Can't shake them off. Lan Yu's face was grim. If things continued like this, it was only a matter of time before they were caught up. Really, the first piece of music quietly ended. With almost no pauses, the second melody follows seamlessly. The melody became more psychedelic and also more dangerous. Sudden, Lan Yu's sprinting figure suddenly stopped. Before him, through the thick fog, appeared several familiar faces that shouldn't be there. They were his cousins from the Lan family, who had always been at odds with him and regarded him as a thorn in their side. At this moment, contrary to their usual behavior, they walked towards him with incredibly sincere and apologetic smiles on their faces. Lan Yu, we were wrong. We shouldn't have treated you like that before. Yes, we're all family. Blood is thicker than water. We'll definitely treat you well from now on, and we hope you can forgive us. Then, the scene changes. Feng Mingjia's face, which had once stirred his heart for a moment, appeared before him. She was in tears, her face full of regret. Lan Yu, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Let's start over. Looking at these increasingly real illusions, Lan Yu felt nothing. He even felt a little amused. That's it. Why use these clowns, whom I've long since trampled under my feet, and who don't even deserve to be remembered by me, as my inner demons? And this woman? Now, just seeing her face makes me feel unlucky. Isn't this illusion a bit too rudimentary? It can't even affect my mood. Lan Yu shook his head, trying to dispel these boring images. But the scene before us did not disappear. Instead, it became even clearer. He knew this was not a simple hallucination. This is the music directly affecting his spirit, enticing his deepest desires and obsessions. Unfortunately, he lived 2 lives, and his will remained as firm as iron. These things are useless to him. But what was truly fatal was that he still couldn't escape the influence of the piano music. As the second section of music was about to end, the penetrating power of the piano music grew stronger and stronger. The holy light of the wings of the holy dragon began to show signs of instability, flickering violently. Lan Yu felt a series of needle-like stinging pains starting in his brain. He gave up on escaping. Because that's completely meaningless. He abruptly stopped, his eyes turning icy as he looked in the direction from which the music was coming. Directly in front of him, through the thick fog, a figure appeared from behind. It was a girl. She wore an elegant and elaborate black gown, her long, black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. At this moment, he is sitting quietly on a blue rock. He played the harmonica with complete concentration. That deadly voice of the lost came from her. This time, things really went wrong. Lan Yu took a deep breath, and the last bit of hope in his heart completely disappeared. According to the information, hearing the sound of a zither in the white fog offered a glimmer of hope. But what if one were to directly encounter the mist-shrouded master who plays the zither? That would be tantamount to being sentenced to death. Because everyone who had seen her true face was dead. Not a single one was left. The shadow power within his body began to circulate wildly, and the long sword in his hand emitted a slight hum. Lan Yu was prepared to fight to the death. Soon, the second piece of music has ended. The third piece of music, with its even more eerie and deadly prelude, began to play softly. Just then, it seemed that they had sensed the undisguised, chilling fighting spirit emanating from Lan Yu. The girl's piano playing stopped abruptly. The third piece of music abruptly stopped. She slowly turned her head. The white mist still obscured her appearance, making it difficult to see clearly. Only a blurry outline and a pair of eyes that seemed to contain endless stars could be vaguely seen. She saw Lan Yu fully armed, with 10 wings of light unfurled behind him, assuming a desperate stance. Far from showing any hostility. Instead, he spoke in a slightly lazy and familiar tone, his voice light and casual. "Oh, it's you." This nonsensical remark completely baffled Lan Yu. His prepared killing intent and determination to fight to the death were abruptly halted halfway through, leaving him stuck in limbo. The atmosphere became quite awkward at one point. What's going on? Judging from her tone, does she know me? Lan Yu gripped his sword and asked tentatively, "Have we known each other before?" The girl did not answer his question. Her eyes, which seemed to see through everything, scrutinized Lan Yu from head to toe through the white mist, as if confirming something. A moment later, she seemed to have seen through Lan Yu's purpose for coming. She slightly raised her slender finger and pointed in a direction to her left front. "The person you're looking for is over there. But you seem to be late." After saying this, he didn't wait for Lan Yu to ask any further questions. The girl's figure vanished silently into the thick fog, like ink spreading into water, as if she had never existed. The suffocating sense of oppression and the deadly harmonica music vanished without a trace. Lan Yu stood there stunned, his brain blank for a good 10 seconds before he slowly processed what had just happened. That's all? The legendary Mist Master, who kills without blinking an eye and never leaves a survivor, just let me go like that? Did they even give me directions? Who exactly is she? Why do you know me? Also, what did she mean by saying, "I'm late" at the end? A bad feeling suddenly welled up in Lan Yu's heart. Without further hesitation, he retracted his wings, gripped his long sword, and cautiously walked in the direction the girl had indicated. About 10 minutes later, he found Haiyu in an extremely secluded cave. Or rather, it is Haiyu's corpse. The body was mutilated beyond recognition, gnawed by something, and almost unrecognizable as human. Lan Yu was only able to barely recognize her by the special uniform she was wearing which was exactly the same as the one in the commission file photo. Chapter 143, The Smiling Fox. The cave was eerily silent. The thick, pungent smell of blood and decay was almost tangible, making one want to vomit. The mission objective is dead. Dead beyond dead. Just then, a familiar sound of footsteps came from outside the cave. Lan Yu turned around abruptly, his long sword instinctively held horizontally in front of him, his eyes instantly sharpening. Baiya was standing at the cave entrance. When he saw Lan Yu safe and sound, even his ever-present sunglasses couldn't hide his joy, and he clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Blue team, we finally found you. That commotion was huge. Are you alright? However, when his gaze passed over Lan Yu and landed on the mangled corpse deep inside the cave, the ease on his face froze instantly. Inside the cave, the air was eerily still. Baiya looked at the mangled corpse, his ever-present cynical and lazy expression vanishing like a torn mask. Only an unbelievable silence remained. He just stood there quietly for a long time, so long that Lan Yu thought he would stand there forever. He managed to squeeze out a low curse through gritted teeth. Holy crap! That liar woman, she really is dead. Another silence followed. White Crow reached into his pocket and pulled out a palm-sized box made of an unknown black wood. He was muttering incantations, as if activating something. Once the box was opened, an invisible suction force emanated from it, drawing the mutilated corpse on the ground, along with the bloodstains, completely inside. This is a storage box that... Baiya offered an explanation, his voice somewhat hoarse. A spatial artifact that can only store inanimate objects. To be honest, I only brought this thing along just in case, but I didn't expect it to actually come in handy. He carefully put the box away, then irritably scratched his striking white hair. That's fucking weird. Given her personality, even if the sky were to fall, she would find a crack to crawl out of. How could she die in such a godforsaken place? The journey back was unexpectedly smooth. The two encountered no further accidents and emerged safely from the life-devouring white fog. However, when they returned to the pass of the desolate land, but they found themselves in trouble here. The checkpoint is blocked. The massive crowd completely blocked the only passage, with a cacophony of arguments and shouts filling the air, creating a tense atmosphere. The reason for the road blockage was that two groups of people were arguing. One of them, Lan Yu was very familiar with, was one of Black Hammer's men. The leader was a burly middle-aged man with a fierce face and sinister eyes. He was the same organization cadre who had ordered Sun Quan to assemble earlier. Meanwhile, Lan Yu recognized them by a cunning fox logo on their clothes. One of the three major forces in Grey Corner City, Smiling Fox. White Stone, Black Hammer, Smiling Fox. Now, these two forces, which usually keep to themselves, seemed to be locked in a complete confrontation. Lan Yu's gaze inadvertently swept over the White Crow beside him. He noticed that the guy had somehow pulled up his hood, hiding his entire face in the shadows, completely covering himself up, looking like a wanted criminal who couldn't be seen in the light of day. What's going on? Lan Yu lowered his voice. You seem to be trying not to be recognized. Do you know someone here? Baiya's body stiffened for a moment. Then he nodded almost imperceptibly without making a sound. Lan Yu turned his gaze back to the two opposing sides. It seems that what Baiya fears is probably not Black Hammer's group of brutes, but Smiling Fox's people. The leader of Smiling Fox's side was a cadre who looked very young, but his brows revealed a shrewdness. Behind him followed a tall, hot, and beautiful girl with long, fiery red hair. The girl seemed to notice the stares, turned her head, and gave them a sharp look. The gaze lingered on Lan Yu and Baiya for a moment before quickly turning back. It seems nothing has been discovered. Brother Zhao, the rules were established by the three of us together. The Smiling Fox, a young cadre, spoke politely, but his words were aggressive. The distribution of benefits and the management time of the wasteland are clearly written in black and white. According to the agreement, your Black Hammer people shouldn't even be here today. The middle-aged cadre named Zhao Laoda, nicknamed Black Hammer, grinned, revealing a rude smile, and tried to evade the issue. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. We just have a few brothers who got lost inside, and we're just looking for someone. Why are you so worried, brotherly? Lan Yu shook his head as he listened. He had no interest in getting involved in these trivial matters. He patted Baiya on the shoulder, signaling him to follow, and then walked straight toward the crowd. He didn't want to pay attention to these people. He just wanted to get past them and leave this place of trouble. The onlookers were stunned by what they saw, never expecting that someone would dare to provoke such a bad omen at a time like this. Really, when Lan Yu was about to cross Black Hammer's defenses, a black-haired henchman with a menacing look reached out and stopped him. His attitude was extremely rude. Stop. The henchman looked Lan Yu and Baiya up and down, then asked with a hostile look. I have a question for you. Have you seen a guy with a black hammer inside? He has a square face and a scar on his right eyebrow. Isn't this describing Sun Shun, whom he stabbed to death with a single sword? Lan Yu understood immediately. As expected, this group was looking for Sun Shun to settle scores with. Have no idea. Lan Yu answered calmly. Perhaps it was Lan Yu's overly indifferent, almost perfunctory attitude that angered the underling. He immediately got angry and pointed at Lan Yu's nose, ready to start cursing. What the hell is your attitude? Do you even know who you're talking to? Biao. Before he could finish speaking, he was sternly stopped by the middle-aged cadre called Boss Zhao. The middle-aged man stopped his underling, his sinister eyes, like those of a hawk, staring intently at Lan Yu, scrutinizing him carefully from head to toe. The air seemed to freeze. After a while, Zhao Laodao grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Since we've never met before, let's just forget about it. Brother, let's move on. Everyone was astonished. Everyone thought there would be a good show to watch, but no one expected that the notoriously domineering Black Hammer cadre would just let it go like that. Lan Yu and Baiya were preparing to leave. At this moment, another voice rang out. Friend, please wait a moment. The young cadre from Smiling Fox also called out to Lan Yu. His attitude was much more polite. He took out a slightly yellowed photograph from his pocket and handed it to Lan Yu. With a hint of expectation on his face, the young man asked gently, Excuse me for bothering you, but have you seen this person inside? Lan Yu's gaze fell on the photograph. His pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. The person in the photo, with his flamboyant white hair and a cynical smile, is none other than Baiya. He turned his head. I glanced at Baiya, who still had his head buried in his hood, wrapped up tightly, as if he wanted to write, I feel guilty, all over his face. The other person remained silent, their body as stiff as a stone. Lan Yu sighed inwardly. Troublesome guy. He finally turned his head, looked at the expectant young man, and shook his head. Never seen it before. The light in the young man's eyes dimmed noticeably, revealing undisguised disappointment. He took back the photo and politely stepped aside. Excuse me, you two may leave now. Finally, the two made it through the crowd without incident and arrived at the checkpoint door. Just as Baiya visibly breathed a sigh of relief. A clear, melodious, and slightly playful female voice rang out from the doorway. Are you really not going to see Eri? The two looked up at the same time. The red-haired girl with the smiling fox from before was now waiting there, leaning against the door frame with a thin, long cigarette dangling from her lips. She exhaled a beautiful smoke ring, her captivating phoenix eyes fixed on Baiya with amusement. He used to follow you around like a shadow, calling you Brother Jack all the time. He really admired you. Jack. Upon hearing those two words, Baiya's movements froze completely. He slowly, very slowly turned his head, took off his hood, revealing his signature white hair, and forced an awkward smile that looked worse than crying. Exine, it seems you recognized me after all. That's strange. That kid I didn't react at all. The red-haired girl, called Exine, gave a soft hum and used her slender fingers to remove the cigarette from her red lips. I'm not like that single-celled organism whose brain is only filled with muscles. I recognized you almost immediately when I saw your furtive, guilty look. Baiya stepped forward helplessly, shrugged, and tried to ease the tension. It's Grey brand cigarettes. The taste brings back so many memories. Can I have one? Exine glanced at him, took out his cigarette case, only to find it was empty. A perfectly timed look of disappointment immediately appeared on Baiya's face. Never mind then, what a pity. He hadn't finished speaking. His movements froze. Exine took the half-smoked cigarette, still warm from his mouth, and without a word, shoved it directly into Baiya's mouth. Let's clean it up while we're at it. Chapter 144. Exine spoke calmly. Just make do with this. Baiya didn't mind, took a deep drag, then exhaled the smoke with satisfaction, and sighed. Sure enough, the tobacco from Greyhorn is the strongest. Looking at him like this, Exine couldn't help but complain. We were the ones who helped Ming get the temporary permit to enter the wasteland. But you did just that. You turned around and ran away as soon as you saw us. She paused, then added, That kid Irina, knowing you might be here, brought his men and stood guard at this pass all day just to see you. Baiya's expression became even more helpless. I really can't handle Irina's temperament. I still don't understand what I was thinking back then, that I would take that kid under my command. Exine burst out laughing after hearing this. The two chatted idly at the doorway. Lan Yu wisely refrained from participating, instead retreating to a distance and watching quietly. And at this time, he noticed that the standoff at the border seemed to have ended. The man with the black hammer walked out with a dark expression. Yi Rui, who was also cursing and swearing, was clearly the one who had lost out in the confrontation. Before leading his team away, the middle-aged cadre with the mustache took one last deep look in the direction where Lan Yu was, his gaze complex and unfathomable. Shift in perspective. Boss. After walking a distance, Black Hammer's confidant finally couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Why did you let that kid go just now? Sun Chen's disappearance is most likely related to him. If we interrogate him a bit more, maybe. No need to ask. The middle-aged cadre's voice was very low. Sun Chen was killed by him. The subordinate was shocked. What? The middle-aged cadre's voice was cold. I could clearly smell Sun Chen's blood on that black-haired kid just now. The middle-aged cadre's contracted shadow beast is a blood-scented hound. It can distinguish the smell of every piece of blood it has smelled. The subordinates were even more puzzled, their voices rising 8 octaves. Then why did you let him go? Use your brain, which is filled with muscles, to think about this, the middle-aged cadre said coldly. First, that kid was able to kill Sun Chen, a 5-star expert, so his strength is definitely not simple. We won't gain any advantage in a head-on confrontation. Secondly, those Smiling Fox gang were there at the time. If we had fought, who would have been the happiest? Third, and most importantly, the middle-aged cadre turned around, glanced at the area shrouded in white mist, and a calculating glint flashed in his eyes. Our real purpose in coming to the wasteland is to confirm the death of that female swindler, Haiyu. Now, even her guards have escaped, but she, an ordinary person, hasn't come out. She's been in the white mist for so long, she's probably dead. Our main task has been completed. He turned back, but didn't stop walking. Go back and report first. As for Sun Chen's grudge, humph, a nobody with no background. He can run away, but he can't hide. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The day we returned to Greyhorn, the sky was overcast, as if it might burst into tears at any moment. On the outskirts of the city, there is a secluded but relatively quiet cemetery. Baiya arranged for Haiyu's body to be cremated. The ashes were buried under a small tombstone. In front of the tombstone, Haixia stood straight, wearing a faded black dress. Her small figure stood upright. She stood there quietly, without saying a word, her face expressionless, and without shedding a single tear. The wind ruffled her slightly dry hair, and her eyes stared blankly at the name on the tombstone, lost in thought. Lan Yu watched her small figure from behind. Feeling a tightness in her chest, she wanted to go forward and say something comforting, but Baiya reached out and pulled her back. Baiya spoke in a low voice, taking off his sunglasses. His eyes, which always held a hint of amusement, were unusually serious at this moment. People born in Grey Corner learn self-reliance first. Those who haven't learned this lesson are already dead. Lan Yu noticed that Baiya was looking down at a paper receipt, his brows furrowed in worry. What are you looking at? Baiya handed over the form in his hand. That was a personal accident death insurance policy. Baiya's tone was heavy. I always felt that the woman's death was too suspicious, so I asked a friend of Smiling Fox to investigate it a little. This was purchased a week ago. The coverage amount is the highest she could afford, and the beneficiary is her daughter, Haixia. Lan Yu took the insurance policy, feeling its heavy weight even through his fingertips. He bought the highest coverage insurance policy, then immediately set off for a desolate place where death was a near certainty, and ultimately died accidentally. Lan Yu quickly understood. He looked up at Baiya. You mean? Baiya nodded. That's right. Haiyu seems to be deliberately going to his death. Baiya paused for a moment, then continued. But it's strange. To be honest, even if it's just for this little bit of insurance money, going to the wasteland to die, although it makes sense on the surface. But I still feel like something's not right. This is not like her. White Crow gazed at Haixia's lonely figure in the distance. Besides, that guy probably wouldn't abandon his daughter willingly. At the same time, the headquarters of the Black Hammer organization, in a windowless, secret room. The middle-aged cadre with a mustache was standing respectfully in front of an encrypted communicator, reporting the situation to his boss. That's how it is, boss. The target is confirmed dead, and his ashes have been buried. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator, followed by a gruff voice. No. After the middle-aged cadre with the mustache finished his report, he left the secret room. Inside the room, a man with bulging muscles and a hideous scar on his face hung up the internal communication. He is the boss of Black Hammer. He casually picked up another encrypted phone on the table and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. A specially processed, gender-neutral synthesized voice came from the receiver, carrying a metallic coldness. How's the matter going? The Black Hammer boss's fierce face instantly filled with respect and flattery, and he unconsciously bent over. My lord, it has been confirmed that Hayu, that woman, has died in the white mist of the desolate land. The body has been brought back by 2 people and was just buried today. The adult on the other end of the phone chuckled softly, but there was no warmth in that laughter. Very good. It seems that woman kept her promise and kept her mouth shut forever, keeping that secret. Black Hammer Boss added. However, before she died, the woman bought the highest possible insurance policy to leave to her daughter. Just a silly little trick, it doesn't matter. The voice on the other end was full of disdain, then it changed its tone. By the way, her daughter's name is Haixia, right? Yes, sir. Just in case, let's clean it up while we're at it. Chapter 145A Package. The adult spoke casually, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Let that murderer do it. A poor daughter who has just lost her mother is tragically killed by a serial killer soon after. Don't you think this is a tragic news story that can easily garner sympathy and attract public attention? It seems that the serial killer who has recently caused widespread panic in the city was also acting under the orders of this master. Black Hammer Boss hesitated. But, sir, one of the conditions in our promise to that female swindler was that we couldn't harm her daughter. A malicious, mocking laugh came from the other end of the phone. The person is dead. What does it matter what promises they made? I was just trying to help her by sending her daughter to reunite with her. She should be thanking me. Just then, a subordinate frantically burst through the door to the secret room, forgetting even to knock. Boss. The leader of Black Hammer impatiently covered the receiver and roared in a low voice. Can't you see I'm on the phone? Get out. His subordinates were breathless and their faces were pale with fright. No, this is bad. That female swindler, she seems to have a backup plan. The secret she knew, it seems to have been leaked. Black Hammer Boss's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. The next day, in a cheap enough hotel in Greyhorn, Lan Yu stood by the window, seemingly admiring the chaotic street scene below. In fact, his gaze was fixed on the dilapidated tenement building diagonally opposite. That was Haixia's home. Although the commission was over, Baiya still felt uneasy. That guy said that Haiyu was a cunning woman who had been cunning all her life, and she would definitely leave behind a backup plan before she died. He was afraid that someone would target Haixia, the only insider. So the two decided to stay an extra day to secretly observe the situation. Lan Yu agreed, wanting to see just how much trouble this murky water could cause. At this moment, he felt a little hungry. He remembered that he had bought breakfast for 2 that morning, but he turned to look into the room. A petite figure with white hair was seen sitting at the table, frantically eating. Its cheeks were bulging, like a little hamster stealing nuts. It was Hel who had just woken up. Hel seemed to notice Lan Yu's gaze. She held up a meat bun with only 1 bite left and asked indistinctly, "Do you want some?" Lan Yu didn't stand on ceremony and walked straight over, opening his mouth. Just as Hel fed the last bite of the bun to Lan Yu. Bang! The hotel room door, which was not very sturdy to begin with, was violently slammed open by a tremendous force. White Crow rushed in a great hurry. Just before he burst in, Hel vanished instantly, leaving not a trace of energy fluctuation. Cough, cough, cough. Lan Yu almost died from that steam bun. He pounded his chest and looked at Baiya with resentment. Brother, could you please knock before you come in next time? This is murder. Enough with the talk. We're in big trouble. Baiya's face was full of anxiety and solemnity, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Lan Yu also became serious. What's wrong? Baiya spoke as fast as a machine gun. I asked a friend to investigate Haiyu's cause of death in depth. Things are indeed not simple. That guy accidentally learned about the dark secrets of some big shots and was forced to commit suicide. Lan Yu immediately chimed in. So, she was silenced. White Crow nodded emphatically. That's right. But that's not the point. The point is, Haiyu, that woman, had a backup plan. She made a backup copy of that inside information. Now that she's dead, nobody knows where that copy is. Those guys behind the scenes have gone mad. They now suspect everyone who last had contact with Haiyu. Lan Yu understood immediately and asked, "It can't include us, can it?" Baiya's face was extremely grim. That's right, because we're the ones who brought the bodies back. I just received news that those Iron Shield mercenaries were found dead in their own homes this morning. Their entire families were all murdered. Lan Yu frowned in confusion. But we didn't find any information on Haiyu's body at all, and the body has already been cremated. How do you explain that? Baya looked miserable. That's where the problem lies. Now that the body is gone, there's no way to verify anything. No matter how we explain, those lunatics won't believe us. In their eyes, we are the prime suspects. In short, we've now been treated like a walking treasure chest by those guys in the underworld and have been put on a bounty. We must evacuate immediately. Lan Yu asked. What about Haixia? Baya grabbed Lan Yu and prepared to run away through the window. I have already notified the people from Smiling Fox, and they will be responsible for protection. Right now, the two of us are the hottest potatoes. Staying by her side will only hurt her. Just then, knock knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. 3 polite taps, neither too light nor too heavy. The air in the room froze instantly. Lan Yu and Baya exchanged a glance, both seeing extreme vigilance in each other's eyes. Lan Yu slowly walked to the door, without making a sound, and peered through the peephole. A young girl, who looked to be under 20, was standing outside in a hotel waitress uniform, with a professional, sweet smile on her face. In her hands, she was also holding a delivery box that was neither too big nor too small. Lan Yu opened the door, but his body remained in a posture ready to suddenly launch an attack at any moment. The waitress smiled and said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Baya? There's a package for you here." Without a second thought, Baya immediately shook his head. "I never ordered any delivery. You sent it to the wrong address." At this moment, the alarm bells in Lan Yu's heart rang more frantically than ever before. His 6 senses instantly locked onto the seemingly ordinary delivery box. In that instant, he clearly saw the shadow force inside the box. It is going on a wild rampage in an extremely unstable way, like a volcano about to erupt. Not good. Lan Yu's pupils constricted sharply, and with a roar, he shoved the bewildered waitress in front of him away. At the same time, the dark shadow energy instantly condensed into a thick shield in front of him. The next moment, boom! The explosion, powerful enough to tear eardrums, instantly engulfed the entire room. Dazzling flames and devastating shockwaves erupted wildly from that small room. The loud explosion instantly echoed throughout the entire street. Chapter 146. No need to look anymore. The room on the 3rd floor of the hotel had been blown open, with a huge gash, and thick black smoke mixed with flames billowing out. Countless wood chips and glass shards flew in all directions like a torrential rain. It instantly ignited screams and panic among the surrounding crowd. The smoke slowly dissipated. In the center of the devastated ruins, a black hemispherical shield, made of pure shadow energy, stood silently. Inside the shield, Lan Yu, Baya, and the trembling waitress who had collapsed to the ground in fear were all unharmed. Damn it! Baya removed his shield, looked at the room that had been completely blown to rubble, his face ashen, and cursed under his breath, still shaken. These mad dogs are moving too fast. They're dragging ordinary people into this. The waitress collapsed to the ground, her lips trembling. Clearly, they hadn't yet recovered from the fear of narrowly escaping death. Lan Yu's face was so gloomy it could drip water. He walked to the destroyed window and looked out. The street below was in complete chaos, with pedestrians screaming and scattering in all directions. But he could clearly sense that at least several subtle, yet murderous auras had locked onto the hotel. Walk. Baya made a decisive decision. This place is not safe to stay for long. Before the words were even finished, the two of them had already jumped out of the hotel's back window in perfect unison. His figure was like a ghost, and in a few leaps, he completely disappeared into the intricate alleyways. In a secluded sewer, the air was thick with the smell of dampness and decay, and sewage dripped from overhead, making a drip-drip sound. It's safe here for now. Baya leaned against the damp, cold wall, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. This calmed my turbulent emotions a little. He looked at Lan Yu beside him, who remained calm, as if the explosion was just a bit of entertainment after dinner. Unable to hold back, he spoke, his tone filled with deep apology. "Sorry, Blue Team. This time you've really gotten yourself into a huge mess. Right now, the entire underworld of Grey Corner City is probably looking for us. If you still want to investigate your own affairs, I'm afraid." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was crystal clear. With a citywide manhunt in sight, let alone conducting an investigation, even surviving and leaving Greyhorn City became a huge problem. Escape? Why run away? At this moment, Lan Yu's heart was filled with a turmoil that was completely opposite to his calm exterior. From the moment I entered this damned city, I've been passively reacting to every challenge. First, they were tricked by some unknown force, and then they were hunted down. Now, he's being hunted down throughout the city by a mastermind who appeared out of nowhere. This feeling is very unpleasant. I'm very unhappy. Having lived 2 lives, what he hated most was being led by the nose and having no control over the situation. Since we can't avoid it, then we won't try to avoid it. Rather than hiding like a rat in a sewer, only to be cornered by this pack of mad dogs in some filthy corner, it's better to take the initiative and completely overturn this table for them. Lan Yu raised his head, and a flame ignited in his dark eyes that even Bai Ye found terrifying. He looked at Bai Ye and asked a question that made Bai Ye's brain immediately shut down. What star level is the strongest member of that Black Hammer organization? How many people are at their headquarters? What is the combat effectiveness of the cadres? The White Crow's beak, holding a cigarette, was slightly open, and some ash had fallen out. He paused for several seconds before asking uncertainly, "Blue team, could it be that you wanna?" Lan Yu nodded, his tone calm, yet revealing an undeniable resolve. "With a knife to my throat, how can I possibly have the mind to investigate anything else? Let's deal with these buzzing flies first." Bai Ye watched as Lan Yu, who seemed genuinely preparing for a major battle, clearly wasn't joking. At first, he was taken aback, then a crazy smile spread across his face. He paused for a moment, seemingly quickly assessing the feasibility of the matter in his mind. Then, he slammed the cigarette butt against the wall, extinguishing it. The Black Hammer organization is the most domineering and the most military-like of the 3 major forces in Greyhorn City. The core members number around 200, and they are all desperate criminals. He paused, his tone becoming serious. Their leader is a genuine 6-star powerhouse. Below the boss, there are 6 other officers, each of whom is at least a 5-star level in strength. A 6-star powerhouse. 6 5-star cadres. This level of strength is more than enough to make them invincible in any city. To be honest, taking on challenges at a level above his own is already commonplace for Lan Yu. However, to defeat a 6-star powerhouse who is 2 levels above him, he also has to face the siege of multiple 5-star cadres at the same time. He hasn't actually tried it. It's extremely difficult. Just then, Bai Ye suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a powerful confidence that was completely different from his usual cynical demeanor. "I'll handle their leader. The remaining 6 cadres are yours. Is everything all right?" Lan Yu simply nodded and calmly uttered 3 words. "No problem." Now, it was Bai Ye's turn to finally lose control. Bai Ye couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to ask me why I, a 3-star character on the surface, dare to say I can take on a 6-star character one-on-one?" Lan Yu glanced at him and said indifferently, "You little rascal, you've been hiding your strength, haven't you?" Lan Yu had actually sensed it from the moment he first arrived in the city and met Bai Ye. This guy is so adept at it. Whether in the chaotic Greyhorn City or in the perilous wasteland, he acted far too easily. That ease wasn't feigned composure, but a confidence stemming from absolute strength. Someone who truly only has the skills of a Samsung could not possibly thrive in this environment. He just didn't understand why this guy was hiding his strength in the guild. However, now is not the time to ask that question. Bai Ye took a deep breath, put his signature sunglasses back on, concealing the complex emotions in his eyes. "I'll explain when I have the chance. Now let's get to work." The two exchanged a glance, said nothing more, and with a swift movement, disappeared into the shadows of the sewer. At the same time, inside a heavily guarded secret room at the headquarters of the Black Hammer organization, the middle-aged cadre with a mustache was pacing back and forth impatiently in front of a huge electronic screen. The middle-aged cadre roared, "Still haven't found those 2? A bunch of useless trash." One of the subordinates answered tremblingly, "Those 2 people suddenly disappeared, but our people are searching the whole city and should be able to find them soon." The middle-aged cadre slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "I don't care what methods you use, you have to dig them out for me before dawn." However, he had barely finished speaking. A cold, emotionless voice suddenly rang out throughout the entire secret room. "Keep the change, please. I'm right here." Chapter 147 Black Hammer Headquarters. Buzz. In that instant, the air in the entire command room seemed to freeze. All the Black Hammer members, who had been engrossed in their work, froze in unison, their necks stiff, turning inch by inch toward the source of the sound. All I could see was the heavy alloy door to the command center. Before anyone knew it, a black-haired young man had appeared. He stood there expressionless, as if he had been standing there for a very long time. It was Lan Yu. The moment the man with the mustache saw who it was, his pupils suddenly contracted to the most dangerous pinpoints. "It's him. That black-haired kid who let go at the border. How did he get here? How did he get in? Who goes there? Alert! As one of Black Hammer's 6 top executives, he was ultimately the first to react. With a sharp shout, he lunged toward the highest alarm button beside him. However, the next second, his movements froze in midair. A jet-black, thin crescent moon, as thin as a hair, flashed past his eyes at a speed that exceeded the limits of his dynamic vision. It was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. A soft sound, like the tearing of cloth. The deputy beside him, who had just reached out his hand and was about to touch the alarm button, stopped moving forever. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck. Immediately, the head, still bearing a look of astonishment, rolled to the ground with a thud. Hot blood gushed into the sky like a fountain. The entire command center's main control console was dyed a glaring scarlet. Sizzle. The sophisticated instruments, soaked in blood, emitted plumes of black smoke and short-circuited completely. The piercing alarm finally blared throughout the Black Hammer organization's headquarters building, a fatal delay of a second. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Countless roars came from all directions. The heavy footsteps sounded like drums, shaking the entire building. In less than half a minute, the corridors, the ceiling ventilation ducts, and the windows were already filled with elite members of the Black Hammer organization. Each person, armed with various weapons and exuding a bloodthirsty aura, surrounded the entire command room. Immediately afterwards, 5 incredibly powerful auras rose up from different directions. Boom, 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 boom. 5 figures, like ghosts, instantly descended into the command room and locked onto Lan Yu. These were the other 5 five-star executives of the Black Hammer organization. A one-eyed man with a hideous scar on his face. A voluptuous woman with a voluptuous figure, wielding 2 poisoned throwing knives. A gaunt, sinister old man with nails as black as ink. They surrounded Lan Yu and his companion in a pincer movement, each with a cruel, cat-and-mouse smile on their face. You've chosen the path to heaven but refused to take it, and you've barged into the gates of hell when there are none. The one-eyed cadre in the lead grinned maliciously, looking Lan Yu up and down as if he were a dead man. I thought it would take a lot of effort to find you 2 rats in the gutter. I can't believe I'm so stupid as to offer myself up here. The female cadre who was playing with the throwing knife stuck out her scarlet tongue. He licked his sharp blade, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Kid, hand over what that bitch Hayu left behind, and then we might consider leaving you a whole corpse. Lan Yu looked at the 5 five-star powerhouses in front of him. That look was as if he were looking at 5 corpses that were about to lose their warmth. Let's do it. The one-eyed cadre, not wanting to waste any more time, roared. Moment. 5 five-star cadres were mobilized simultaneously. 5 distinct yet equally powerful shadow forces, each so strong they inspired despair, surged into the sky. Blade flashes, sword shadows, poisonous mist, curse. 5 violent energies transformed into the most lethal killing move, sealing off all of Lan Yu's evasive options from 5 directions. They were going to use the most swift and domineering methods to crush this arrogant brat into dust. However, faced with this devastating siege, Lan Yu simply raised his right hand slightly. A cold, indifferent word, devoid of any emotion, came out of his mouth. The realm of deathly silence. The next moment, the world has been muted. There was no earth-shattering explosion. There is no cataclysmic energy clash. The violent energy storm in the command room subsided instantly. All sound disappeared. Only illusory, crystal-clear white petals, seemingly from the underworld, appeared out of thin air. Centered on Lan Yu, they drifted down silently and slowly. It's beautiful. It's breathtakingly beautiful. An indescribable fluctuation, containing the supreme law of death, suddenly spread out in an unreasonable manner. The 5 five-star cadres launched a massive attack, but the moment they made contact with the white petals, it's like a scalding hot iron being dropped into ice water. Without even a ripple, it silently melted, disintegrated, and vanished. What? The sinister smile on the one-eyed cadre's face froze instantly. Then, something even more terrifying happened to them. Their bodies. Their shadow power. Their spirit. Within these eerie white petals, they all began to wither and fade rapidly in an irreversible manner. What the hell is this? The one-eyed cadre was horrified to discover that his immense shadow power, which he was so proud of, and which was capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, was rapidly draining away from his body. A wave of indescribable weakness washed over me, as if my life force was being forcibly drained away by something. My hand. The glamorous female cadre let out a shrill scream. her once fair and smooth hands. At this moment, it is visibly drying out and wrinkling, losing all its luster and moisture, just like tree bark that has been dried for 100 years. One second they were high and mighty hunters, in complete control, confident that they would crush Lan Yu. The next second, they became ants struggling in this death zone, barely able to protect themselves. This dramatic fall from the clouds to hell left their minds blank. Those Black Hammer members who were surrounded on the periphery and whose strength was below 5 stars were in an even more miserable state. They didn't even have time to scream. Anything touched by those seemingly gentle and harmless white petals, whether it's armor forged from fine steel or a resilient body. In an instant, they all began to shrivel, wither, and shatter. In the end, it turned into piles of black powder, falling down and completely dissipating into the air. It only took a few breaths. The Black Hammer headquarters, which was originally noisy, crowded, and filled with murderous intent. In an instant, there was deathly silence. Apart from the 5-star cadres in the central government who were still releasing all their shadow power, struggling to resist the withering power. There were no survivors. Chapter 148 to nip the weeds in the bud. Dead silence. Absolute silence. In that area where eerie white petals were falling, the cruelty and sneers on the faces of the 5-star cadres had long been replaced by boundless fear and despair. They were like insects caught in a spider web, struggling helplessly as their strength and life were slowly drained and devoured. The process of watching yourself walk towards death helplessly is 1,000,000 times more terrifying than being instantly killed. No. The voluptuous female cadre let out an incoherent wail. Her once proud figure is now so emaciated that she is barely recognizable as human. His skin hung loosely on his frame, and his once beautiful hair had turned dry and yellow, like weeds. Lan Yu's figure moved. There wasn't a single unnecessary movement. He simply walked calmly through this garden of death he had created. Puff. He walked past the female cadre who had become a dried corpse, and gently traced his fingertips across her neck. A barely perceptible wisp of energy flashed by. The head, which had lost all its vitality, drooped limply. The second one. The third one. Lan Yu's steps did not falter in the slightest. With each step, he precisely reaped the life of a once invincible man. The sinister old man attempted to burn his last bit of life force to unleash a curse. But as soon as those malevolent runes appeared, they were instantly dissolved by the falling white petals. The one-eyed man with a scar on his face tried to use all his strength. He let out one last roar, only to find that his vocal cords had withered, and he could only make a hissing, leaky sound. He could only watch helplessly as the black-haired youth walked step by step toward him. Those dark eyes were as still as a deep well, devoid of pity or anger, only filled with pure indifference. It's like looking at an insignificant stone on the side of the road. With a swift movement, the knife fell. Or rather, there wasn't even a knife. It's merely the simplest condensation and cutting of shadow energy. When the 5th cadre's body went limp and he lost all life, the whole process took less than a minute. The white petals that had been fluttering in the air quietly disappeared. Inside the command center, the original lighting and sound were restored. However, this place has now become a real tomb. The Black Hammer Organization headquarters, top floor. In the boss's private office. A man with bulging muscles all over his body and a hideous scar on his face. He was holding a giant axe, thicker than his forearm, and slowly wiping it. He is the boss of Black Hammer. A true 6-star powerhouse. Boss, the alarm's going off. It sounds like someone's broken in. One of his subordinates scrambled in, his face filled with terror. Black Hammer boss didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply used a piece of deerskin to wipe away non-existent dust from the axe blade. What's the panic? The fact that they were able to break right in here means that those 5 good-for-nothings downstairs have already been dealt with. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of looking for them one by one. His tone was full of absolute confidence, the kind of confidence that comes with being a 6-star powerhouse. The subordinate swallowed hard, about to say something more. Sudden, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. Immediately afterwards, the world before his eyes began to spin. The last thing he saw was his own headless body, gushing blood, and his boss's still calm face. Bang! The headless corpse fell heavily to the ground. Black Hammer boss finally stopped wiping his axe. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the door. There, a white-haired youth was already standing. He was wearing sunglasses, a nonchalant smile on his face, and casually flicking the blood from his fingertips. It was a White Crow. Black Hammer boss looked at White Crow, first narrowing his eyes, then recognizing something. A look of realization and deep disdain crossed his face. What? I thought it was some reckless fool. So it turns out it's you, you stray dog, who's come back after all. He slung the giant axe over his shoulder and sneered. What's wrong, Smiling Jack? You fled Greyhorn City with your tail between your legs like a dog back then, and now, you've got the nerve to come back? What good can a coward who ran away do if he comes back? Battle is imminent. At the same time, the headquarters of the distant Red Spider Lily Guild. In an elegant office filled with classic British style, a middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored suit and exuding a refined air was leisurely sitting on the sofa, feeding a small piece of fruit to a jet-black monkey in his arms. He is the vice president of the other Shoreflower Guild. Instructor Chen Feng stood respectfully before him, reporting on the recent mission progress. Overall, Lan Yu's performance this time was outstanding. He was calm and decisive, truly deserving of the high regard that the president and the Lan family have for him. Chen Feng concluded after reporting. The vice president nodded in satisfaction. He gently stroked the fur of the black monkey in his arms, but his gaze fell on Chen Feng. What's wrong, Chen Feng? You look like you want to say something, but can't. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help speaking up. Vice President, if I may be frank, I have some questions. Why did you include that kid Baya in the last mission? You know, he's been in the guild for 3 years, and his strength has remained at 3 stars without any improvement. I've always felt that You think he's hiding his true strength, right? The vice president replied with a smile. Chen Feng nodded. This was the consensus among almost all guild members familiar with White Raven. The vice president handed a banana to the black-haired monkey in his arms, and then slowly said, Chen Feng, you still don't judge people well enough. That kid isn't hiding his strength, but rather. He paused, then uttered a word that Chen Feng had never expected. His power is bound by something. Restriction? Chen Feng was taken aback. The vice president looked out the window, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. That's right. However, temporarily freeing myself from the constraints of my strength should still be no problem. He seemed to have thought of something, and added another sentence, completely dispelling Chen Feng's doubts. You don't need to worry about his unknown origins, or any potential problems he might pose to the guild. Because of that child, Baya. The vice president turned his head, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. It was the president who personally interviewed and recruited him. When Lan Yu came down from upstairs, the battle on the top floor was already over. The aftershocks of violent energy still lingered in the air. That once arrogant 6-star powerhouse, the leader of the Black Hammer, is now a cold corpse lying in a pool of blood. His face still bore the expression of terror, resentment, and disbelief he had before his death. Meanwhile, Baya, acting as if nothing had happened, was squatting beside the corpse, carelessly rummaging through something. Seeing Lan Yu enter, he waved without looking up. You've come at the right time. Come and help us find them. Those guys must be connected to the person in charge behind the scenes. If we can't find the real culprit, this matter won't be over. We must nip it in the bud. Lan Yu nodded and began searching the room as well. Black Hammer Boss was clearly a suspicious guy. His office was filled with all sorts of hidden compartments and mechanisms. But all of these were useless against Lan Yu's powerful perception. Not long after, he found an encrypted hard drive hidden in a compartment of a bookshelf. The data on the hard drive was then cracked. A name appeared before the two of them. Chapter 149 Retraining. Lan Yu remembered this person. He was one of the mayoral candidates who was campaigning when he entered the city. His name is Li Mingxian. The so-called inside information is that this candidate is trying to suppress his political enemies and consolidate his own power and position. They secretly cultivated the underground force known as Black Hammer, and even the serial killer who was causing widespread panic in the city. They were all deliberately released by him to create panic and achieve certain political goals. What a boring and dirty political struggle. Lan Yu's eyes suddenly turned cold. He remembered something else. You don't need to have the boss's wife investigate that leather goods company anymore. Lan Yu's voice was very calm. Baya was taken aback. What's wrong? Have you found a lead? Lan Yu looked at the vast business empire under Li Mingxuan's name on the screen. Among them, an inconspicuous leather case company was conspicuously listed. It was the same suit company that had previously commissioned an assassin to kill him in the desolate land. At this moment, all the clues came together. It turns out that from the very beginning, he had been drawn into the game set up by this guy named Li Mingxian. Whether it was the assassination in the wasteland, the death of Haiyu, or the citywide manhunt by Black Hammer. Behind the scenes, the shadow of the same person is always present. Baya understood as well. Looking at Lan Yu's expressionless face, he couldn't help but whistle. I take back what I said before. This is no longer a huge problem. This is like stirring up a hornet's nest. A mayoral candidate with connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles. What do you plan to do next? Lan Yu turned off the screen. Silence fell over the room once again. He looked up at the gray sky outside the window. Now, no matter what, I'm going to meet this mayoral candidate. Suburbs of Gray Point. Inside a heavily guarded, sprawling luxury estate. Mayoral candidate Li Mingxian is standing in a completely enclosed room. He appeared gentle and refined, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and always maintained a scholarly demeanor. But at this moment, his face, which always wore a warm smile, was so gloomy it seemed to drip water. On the floor of the secret chamber, a huge and complex scarlet magic circle was drawn with unknown blood. The patterns on the magic circle were still writhing slightly, emitting a nauseating, ominous red light. Just now, all his communications with the Black Hammer organization were cut off. He personally nurtured and cultivated that sharpest piece of the game for many years. It's ruined. Useless. What a bunch of useless trash. Li Mingxian cursed under his breath, but his face didn't show much panic. As the strategist, he always has a backup plan. He slowly closed his eyes, his arms outstretched, as if to embrace something unseen. Obscure and malevolent incantations were whispered from his mouth. The crimson magic circle on the ground shone brightly. I never imagined that those two rats from the gutter would actually be capable of taking down the entire Black Hammer. I underestimated them. But it's okay. Once this ritual is completed, I will receive the true divine power bestowed by Lord Void. At that time, not even two little mice, let alone the president of the other Shoreflower Association, could do anything to me. Now I need some time. I need a loyal watchdog to help me stall for time. He abruptly stopped chanting and shouted towards the heavy metal door of the secret chamber. Someone come here. A female secretary with a hot figure and curvaceous body, dressed in a black business suit, pushed open the door and bowed respectfully. Sir, what can I do for you? Go. Li Mingxuan's tone was icy and devoid of any emotion. Summon the murderer. Have him guard the door and not allow anyone to step into this place until I complete the ritual. You mean? A fleeting, barely concealed look of disgust and disdain flashed across the female secretary's eyes. Yes, that's the serial killer. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Li Mingxuan's mouth. As long as the binding spell remains, he will obey any command we give him, just like the most loyal dog. The female secretary nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. She stepped out of the secret room, took out a brand new mobile phone from her pocket, and skillfully dialed a number. The call was connected. It's me. Her tone was full of condescending commands, as if she were speaking to a servant. The master has ordered you to come to the manor immediately. You have a mission. On the other end of the phone came a bland, even somewhat wooden, male voice. No. I've arrived. The female secretary froze, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She walked quickly to the manor's surveillance screen and, sure enough, saw a man wearing black-rimmed glasses. A man dressed in an inexpensive suit, looking refined and even somewhat timid, stood quietly outside the manor gate. It was that serial killer who disguised himself as an assistant to a corrupt official. Humph, at least you're sensible. The female secretary snorted coldly into the walkie-talkie at the door and opened the manor gate. She walked to the door, her face filled with undisguised disdain, and spoke in a commanding tone. A few foolish enemies might break in later. Your mission is to kill them. Understand. However, this time, the refined man simply adjusted his glasses and gently shook his head. He said calmly, No. In my life plan, I will only kill one more person at the very end. The female secretary's brows furrowed instantly. What did you say? She could hardly believe her ears. Have you forgotten who you are? You're just a dog we trained. As a dog, all you need to do is obey orders. Seeing that the murderer remained unmoved, anger flashed across her face. She was prepared to activate the binding spell etched deep within his soul, to give him a lesson he would never forget. At the same time, she habitually and disdainfully stretched out her foot, clad in an expensive high heel, and said condescendingly, Looks like it's been too long since I taught you a lesson. Then let's start by licking my shoes clean again and get started with the training. 5 minutes later, Lan Yu and Baiye appeared at the entrance of the manor. Be careful. Baiye took off his sunglasses and wiped them, his expression unusually serious. According to intelligence, that guy named Li Mingxian secretly trained a serial killer as his henchman. His strength is unknown, but he's definitely a formidable character. We're very likely to run into him here. Lan Yu nodded and pushed open the half-closed manor gate, which was carved with intricate patterns. However, the scene before them stunned them both. Chapter 150. What kind of monster are you? The magnificent hall, large enough to host a grand ball, was in complete disarray. The female secretary in the business suit was in an extremely distorted state at that moment. The inhuman figures were scattered in pieces on the expensive Persian carpet. The carpet was stained dark brown with blood, and the scene was extremely gruesome. And that legendary serial killer. He stood quietly beside the remains of the corpse, slowly and meticulously wiping his spotless black-rimmed glasses with a snow-white handkerchief. What is going on? There's internal strife? This serial killer doesn't seem to be very obedient. The killer seemed to have heard the noise at the door, and he slowly raised his head. His gaze, behind the glasses, fell on Lan Yu and Bai Ye as they walked in. In that instant, Lan Yu and Bai Ye's bodies tensed up simultaneously. Shadow energy surged within his body, ready to face a sudden and fierce battle at any moment. However, to their surprise, the killer looked at them, showing no hostility whatsoever. Instead, he bowed slightly to them, like an old-fashioned gentleman. He stepped aside, clearing the way for the path leading deeper into the manor. He made a pleased gesture. Please, gentlemen. The killer's voice remained calm and unwavering. Bai Ye frowned, completely bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. What do you mean by that? The killer adjusted his glasses, neatly folded the cleaned handkerchief, and put it back in his pocket. He said slowly, I owe that female swindler named Haiyu a favor. That woman was there when he was controlled by the soul-binding curse, and turned into a puppet without a self, only knowing how to kill. They found the flaw in the spell, and secretly helped him break free of the soul's bondage. The killer's gaze passed over the two men, and looked towards the world outside the manor. That swindler helped me regain my freedom. So, I'm just repaying a favor. After saying that, he ignored the bewildered Lan Yu and Bai Ye, turned around, and strode out of the manor gate. His figure quickly disappeared into the thick darkness of the night. Lan Yu remained silent, his gaze already passing through the blood-soaked hall and landing at the end of the corridor. Right there, an evil, chaotic, yet incredibly powerful aura is slowly rising, like a volcano awakening. That aura, carrying pure malice and a desire for destruction, made the air in the entire manor thick and oppressive. Lan Yu sensed a familiar presence. It is nothingness. Boom. With a loud crash, the heavy steel door to the secret chamber deep inside the manor was kicked into pieces by Bai Ye. Metal fragments flew through the air, striking the wall and leaving deep scratches. The sight behind the door made their pupils shrink slightly. A massive crimson magic circle occupied the entire floor of the secret chamber. The viscous blood was still slowly flowing within the patterns of the magic circle. It exudes a sweet, fishy stench and an evil aura that sends shivers down your spine. In the center of the magic circle, a man dressed in a well-tailored suit was kneeling on the ground in agony. His whole body was convulsing violently, and something seemed to be writhing wildly beneath his skin. It supports the various sizes of the bulges. It was Li Mingxian, the mayoral candidate. He heard the noise at the door, and with difficulty raised his head. His once gentle and refined face was now distorted beyond recognition. Fine black scales grew on one side of his face. One of its eyes had transformed into a soulless, inhuman, scarlet vertical pupil. You. It was you, who interrupted my ceremony. His voice became hoarse and strange, like countless voices overlapping, filled with resentment and madness. I could have become a perfect god. It's all your fault. But it's okay. A bizarre smile suddenly appeared on Li Mingxuan's face. The imperfect ritual has also granted me enough power to completely crush you two ignorant insects. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pressed his hand onto the scarlet magic circle on the ground. Use your flesh and blood as the first sacrifice for my rebirth. Buzz. The entire space began to shake violently. The crimson magic array on the ground shone brightly, and an irresistible pulling force instantly enveloped Lan Yu. Blue team. Bai Ye's expression changed, and he immediately wanted to rush over. But that force precisely bypassed him, targeting only Lan Yu. Before Lan Yu could even react, the scene before him began to twist and fold rapidly. He only had time to leave one sentence for the White Crow. Leave it to me. The next moment, his figure vanished into thin air. The White Crow's outstretched hand froze in midair. He looked at the empty secret room, then at the magic circle on the ground that had completely lost its power and become dim and lifeless, and his brows furrowed tightly. The world spun around. When Lan Yu finally set foot on solid ground again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar space. All around was an endless expanse of gray and white. There was no sky, no earth, only pure nothingness. Not far from him, Li Mingxian was standing quietly. Or rather, they can no longer be called human. His body had completely transformed into a ferocious monster. Its entire body was covered in jet-black carapace, with sharp bone spurs growing from its joints. A pair of tattered bat wings slowly flapped behind it, and pure madness and malice burned in its scarlet vertical pupils. He gained the power of nothingness, but clearly, he also paid a price. "Welcome to my divine kingdom, my prey." The monster's voice echoed in the empty space, carrying a condescending mockery. "Here, I am God, I am the law. Now, let me experience what true despair is like." The monster laughed wildly, and its body suddenly rippled like water. Immediately afterwards, 1, 2, 10, 100. Identical monsters kept separating from its body, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lan Yu completely. Each clone exudes a powerful aura that is identical to the original, an aura that is terrifying. He laughed loudly, his tone filled with boundless arrogance. "Now, I have obtained new divine authority, which is called myriad incarnations. Every version of me is me, and can also be something other than me. You can try to kill as much as you want. I'd like to see how many times you can kill me before you exhaust your shadow power and turn into a dried-up corpse." Hundreds and thousands of monsters roared simultaneously, charging fiercely towards Lan Yu from all directions. Chapter 151: A Scam. That scene was enough to make any strong person's scalp tingle and their heart filled with despair. However, Lan Yu's face remained expressionless. He simply raised his hand slightly. A pitch-black crescent moon, no bigger than a palm, appeared out of thin air in front of him. Dark Moon Dragonblade. The crescent moon was so condensed that it seemed to swallow even the surrounding gray-white light. "Go," Lan Yu silently recited in his heart. "Call out." The pitch-black crescent moon instantly transformed into a stream of deathly light, tearing apart the space before us with an unreasonable force. Any monster clone touched by that stream of light, whether it had a hard shell or sharp-bone spikes, was sliced open in an instant without any resistance. Puff, 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 puff. A series of sounds of bodies being pierced rang out. The dark crescent moon traced a graceful arc through the monster horde, and when it finally returned to Lan Yu's hand, dozens of its clones had already been cut in half and dissipated into black smoke. "That's interesting." Li Mingxuan's voice came from all directions, carrying a hint of surprise, but more so amusement. But this is far from enough. More clones surged forward again, fearless of death. Lan Yu's gaze sharpened. Divine sword technique, instant shadow flash. His figure left a faint afterimage in the spot before disappearing in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of a clone 60 meters away. There are no unnecessary movements, just the simplest and most direct lunge and slash. A flash of sword light, too fast for the naked eye to see, streaked past. Puffed. The head of that clone flew high into the air. Ignore defenses. Lan Yu's figure did not pause at all, and like a ghost, he kept flashing and moving in this gray and white space. Each flash was accompanied by a flash of sword light. With each flash of sword light, a clone is instantly slain. The battle reached a fever pitch from the very beginning. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour. The intense battle lasted for a full half hour. Li Mingxuan's laughter had stopped at some point. Nearly half of his thousands of clones have already been slaughtered by Lan Yu. But the black-haired youth showed no signs of exhaustion as he had expected. Instead, he fought with increasing vigor. His movements remained swift, his shadow power remained abundant, and the power of his shadow techniques showed no sign of diminishing. How is that possible? For the first time, Li Mingxuan's voice carried a hint of disbelief and shock. "You, what kind of monster are you? Why does your shadow power seem inexhaustible? Normally, even a 6-star powerhouse would have their shadow power depleted long ago under such intense combat. But this guy? This guy is like a perpetual motion machine connected to an endless source of shadow power." He had no idea, of course, that Lan Yu's body housed not just one god, but two. Two evil dragon gods who control chaos and death. In terms of the sheer power and recovery speed of his shadow energy, let alone this half-baked pseudo-god. Even if a true god were to descend, they might not be able to outlast Lan Yu in terms of stamina. Lan Yu stopped his attack. He glanced at the monster clones around him, whose attacks had clearly slowed down and become sluggish, and a mocking smile suddenly appeared on his lips. What's wrong? Are you tired? These words were like a resounding slap across Li Mingxuan's face. Fart. I am a god. How could I possibly get tired? The monsters roared in fury. He simply didn't believe it. With the authority of a god, he could outlast a mere human. Die. At this moment, all the remaining clones abandoned their defenses and, like moths to a flame, launched a suicidal charge towards Lan Yu. The battle broke out again. Moreover, it was even more brutal and bloody than before. 1 hour. 2 hours. Half a day had passed in this gray space. The battle finally came to an end. The last clone was beheaded by Lan Yu with a single sword strike, turning into black smoke and dissipating. The entire space fell silent once more. All that remained was the monster's true form, covered in wounds and utterly exhausted. He was lying paralyzed not far away, watching in horror as the figure walked towards him step by step. Lan Yu also looked very miserable. He was covered in blood, his body riddled with gruesome wounds, some so deep that the bone was visible. But his back remained perfectly straight. His eyes remained eerily calm. His wounds were healing slowly at a rate visible to the naked eye. What a monster! Only this one thought remained in Li Mingxuan's mind. No, don't kill me. Seeing Lan Yu approach like a demon god, Li Mingxian completely broke down. He shed all his divine disguise and began to beg for mercy in a trembling voice. I'll give you all my wealth, everything I have, just let me go. Lan Yu walked up to him and looked down at him. You were the one who commissioned the suit company to assassinate me, weren't you? Li Mingxian dared not conceal anything. It's me. But that wasn't my idea. Someone commissioned me to do it. He claimed to be a believer in nothingness. Lan Yu nodded. Seeing Lan Yu nod, Li Mingxian seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and he quickly said, Let me go, I can help you. I can help you investigate and deal with those nothingness lunatics. However, he hadn't finished speaking. A dark sword light flashed past his neck. Li Mingxuan's head, still bearing an expression of pleading and astonishment, rolled to the ground with a thud. Lan Yu sheathed his sword and then uttered 3 words calmly. Unnecessary. A few days later, the old signboard of bar exudes a slightly intoxicating orange hue in the night. Inside the bar, the sound of ice cubes hitting the glass was crisp and pleasant. Lan Yu held a glass of whiskey on the rocks, the amber liquid shimmering under the light, reflecting his calm and composed profile. Defeating Li Mingxian, that so-called mayoral candidate, did not bring him much sense of accomplishment. Instead, it was like lifting a curtain, only to find that there was an even deeper and heavier darkness behind it. Baiya, sitting opposite him, seemed somewhat absent-minded. He wasn't wearing his signature sunglasses, revealing his full face for the first time. This added an air of mystery to his otherwise nonchalant face. He was fiddling with a miniature hard drive in his hand, the one he had found in Li Mingxuan's manor. Lan Yu's gaze fell on the small hard drive. Are you still looking at that? No, I'm watching what is considered the best screenplay of the year. Baiya twirled the hard drive between his fingers, then casually tossed it onto the bar, making a crisp sound. He leaned back in his chair, a strange expression on his face that was a mixture of admiration and helplessness. I was a little curious, so I had someone look through the so-called behind-the-scenes information that we had copied. Guess what? Lan Yu didn't speak, he just looked at him quietly. That thing has indeed been copied. Baiya paused, picked up his wine glass, and took a big gulp, then pushed a data panel in front of Lan Yu. But the copied content, you can see for yourself. Lan Yu lowered his head. The data board screen was densely covered with countless lines of code. But the code was illogical and chaotic, like a bowl of spilled alphabet soup. The entire document is garbled text. It was impossible to interpret any of the sentences meaningfully. Lan Yu's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. What's the meaning? What I mean is that the damn intelligence has an absurdly high security level, making it impossible to copy. Baiya's tone carried a hint of self-mockery. That female swindler named Haiyu, she only left a copied trace on the hard drive. In other words, Baiya's fingers tapped lightly on the table. From the very beginning, those real inside stories were never leaked. The information that follows in Chapter 152 is classified. Baiya said calmly. We, and Li Mingxian, were all fooled by her. In the end, this group of people were completely fooled by a woman. Behind the bar, the proprietress, Lin, was slowly and meticulously wiping a wine glass with a snow-white velvet cloth, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between the two. Lan Yu subconsciously asked, what was her purpose in doing this? Baiya shrugged, his tone somewhat wistful. What else could it be? For her daughter's sake, of course. Think about it, if this matter hadn't involved us. The next target to be silenced will be her daughter 100%. Lan Yu picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. The spicy liquid slid down my throat, but it couldn't suppress the inexplicable emotions welling up inside me. He suddenly realized a crucial point. What if we hadn't taken on this case? What if this matter hadn't involved people like us who were capable of solving problems? Then this plan was doomed from the start. Etc. Lan Yu's words came to an abrupt halt. A flash of inspiration struck him. At this moment, all the clues were completely connected. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze passing over Bai Ye and sharply fixed on the woman behind the bar who maintained her elegance and composure. The proprietress. Bai Ye smiled mysteriously as he observed Lan Yu's reaction. He picked up his wine glass and raised it towards the proprietress. Yes, boss lady, you're really naughty. His voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly in the quiet bar. They actually teamed up with that female swindler to take advantage of the two of us honest people. The proprietress paused for a moment as she wiped the wine glasses. She raised her languid yet captivating eyes, glanced at Bai Ye, and then casually picked up a new glass, poured a glass of scarlet liquor, and pushed it to the bar. Her voice remained unhurried, carrying a hint of reproach and innocence. What are you talking about? I'm just an honest and straightforward intermediary. It was just a coincidence that I received the commission from a woman who was about to die, and then, coincidentally, I handed it over to you. Her ability to feign ignorance is top-notch. Yeah. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, leaned forward, and placed his hands on the bar counter, almost touching the proprietress. Just a coincidence? The difficulty of this mission has far exceeded the scope of 3 stars. Even I, a peak 6-star, almost died from exhaustion in that godforsaken place. He pointed to himself. I used every trick in the book to solve this problem. Compensation for emotional distress, compensation for physical exhaustion. As compensation, let's consider the money I owe you for drinks as wiped clean. That's not too much to ask, is it? The proprietress looked at the grinning face so close to hers and said nothing. She turned her head, picked up the velvet cloth again, and continued wiping the cup in her hands. Once, twice. The movements were elegant and meticulous. The air fell into a brief silence. Only the old wall clock ticked away on the wall. A while later, just when Bai Ye thought she would continue to play dumb, the landlady's magnetic voice then rang out softly. All right, just this once. I rested for a while. Lan Yu was preparing to return home. The gains from this battle were greater than he had anticipated. Even defeating Li Mingxuan's clone still gave Lan Yu experience points. In that battle, Lan Yu successfully advanced to the rank of 5-star Shadow Master. Finally, when everything calmed down, his skill level remained steadily at the 5-star Shadow Master, 3% stage. Although this trouble was dangerous, the gains were indeed astonishingly large. Just as he was about to leave, a cool, commanding voice from a mature woman rang in his mind. It's Nidhogg. Kid, don't rush off. Lan Yu was taken aback. What's wrong? There's something in this city that really interests me. Nidhogg's voice carried a rare hint of solemnity. I can sense that it is something left over from the mythological era. Mythical relics? Lan Yu's heart stirred. Anything that can attract the attention of an ancient god like Nidhogg is definitely not ordinary. Where is it? Follow my guidance. Nidhogg's voice carried an undeniable domineering quality. Lan Yu nodded to the proprietress as a farewell, then turned and walked out of the bar. Guided by Nidhogg, he walked through several bustling streets and finally stopped in front of a brightly lit, extremely luxurious high-end shopping mall. The mall's signboard displays the 4 large characters, Yonghe Building, in gold lettering. It's right here, Nidhogg's voice rang out again. Lan Yu looked up at the building and was about to go inside. But he soon sensed something was wrong. This shopping mall is located in the most bustling part of the city and has an extremely luxurious exterior, but the entrance is deserted and there are hardly any customers coming in or out. On the contrary, the 2 rows of security guards standing at the entrance had bulging temples, calm and steady breathing, and sharp eyes like eagles. Lan Yu only glanced at it before he made the judgment. These seemingly ordinary security guards are actually all filmmakers. Moreover, the 2 standing at the very front possessed an aura so strong that it reached the 4-star level. Using a 4-star film actor as a security guard? This is far too extravagant. Lan Yu immediately realized that this place was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Instead of acting rashly, he quietly retreated into the shadows at the street corner, took out his communicator, and dialed Bai Ye's number. Hey, Blue Team, what's up? Are you missing me and want to buy me a drink? On the other end of the communicator came Bai Ye's nonchalant voice. I'm asking you about a place. Lan Yu didn't waste any words and asked directly. Yonghe Trading, do you know what kind of background they have? Baiya remained silent for a full 5 seconds on the other end of the phone. Blue team, why are you asking this? You're not thinking of going there to spend money, are you? Baiya's tone became somewhat strange. I advise you not to go. That place is not a proper shopping mall. Get to the point. Okay. White Crow sighed and lowered his voice, saying, that's the largest underground casino in Greyhorn City. On the surface, it's a shopping mall, but the real business is all underground. Besides gambling, they also run underground gladiatorial arenas. Every day, countless desperados and slaves fight like animals inside, just to please those perverted rich people. Lan Yu frowned. Does this casino have powerful connections? Baiya's tone was more serious than ever before. Behind it is a powerful multinational trading company called Yonghe Trading. But Baiya changed the subject, lowering his voice even further, almost inaudibly. What follows is classified information, so don't tell anyone. Based on the clues I've gathered over the past few years, the actual controller of this so-called trading company is very likely to be related to the Holy Dragon Church. Hell. Chapter 153 Top-Tier Thug. Holy Dragon Church? Upon hearing those 4 words, Lan Yu's eyes instantly turned cold. It's those hypocritical bastards again. Things have become a bit tricky. Although he has now advanced to the 5th star and his strength has greatly increased, if he rashly attacks a casino with the background of the Holy Dragon Church, it will probably bring endless trouble. He was silent for a moment, then asked, if I want to infiltrate Yonghe Trading, do you have a way? Night, like thick ink, enveloped the entire city of Greyhorn. The building's underground parking garage was brightly lit and heavily guarded at its entrance. A black luxury limousine slowly drove in. Several security guards dressed in black suits, exuding a fierce aura, immediately stepped forward and stopped the car. Pass. The head of security said expressionlessly. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing a fat, oily face. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was wearing a well-tailored, expensive suit, and all 10 of his fingers were adorned with sparkling gemstone rings. He exuded the air of a nouveau riche. He handed over a gold-embossed pass with some impatience. The security captain took the pass, checked it carefully, and then nodded. Welcome, Mr. Martin. Just as the car was about to drive in, another security guard came up with a sophisticated instrument. Mr. Martin, according to regulations, your blood information needs to be verified. At the front of the instrument is a sharp blood collection needle. Damn it, it's this thing again. The wealthy businessman, known as Mr. Martin, showed a look of disgust and instinctively tried to pull his hand back. It's always so complicated. It hurts when you poke me. Can't you come up with a more sophisticated way? The security guard's face remained expressionless, his tone completely flat. I'm sorry, Mr. Martin. This is a necessary procedure to ensure the safety of all our distinguished guests. The wealthy businessman grumbled a few times, but in the end, he reluctantly extended his fat, carrot-like finger. Drop. The instrument emitted a soft beep, and the green light illuminated. Information verification passed. The security guard then waved and let them through. The car slowly drove into the depths of the underground parking lot and stopped in a secluded corner. The wealthy businessman, clutching his pricked finger, continued to complain. What a damn bad luck. A bunch of watchdogs, daring to point fingers at me. After he finished cursing, he still seemed unsatisfied. He turned around and kicked the trunk of the car hard, making a dull thud. What are you still doing in there? Are you waiting for me to ask you to come out? The wealthy businessman roared at the trunk. I paid a fortune to buy you from those human traffickers called Smiling Fox, not so you could lie in there and sleep. The trunk lid was slowly pushed open from the inside. A figure slowly sat up from inside. He was an ordinary-looking young man with black hair, dressed in cheap coarse cloth clothes, and wearing heavy, specially made shackles that shimmered with shadowy light on his wrists and ankles. His face was expressionless, his eyes were empty and numb, like a soulless puppet. The driver, a white-haired young man wearing sunglasses, got out of the car and ripped off the hood that the black-haired young man was using to cover his face. What was revealed was Lan Yu's ordinary, disguised face. The wealthy merchant looked down at Lan Yu, scanning him over with the same scrutinizing gaze one would give to any merchandise, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Listen up, kid. If you can't win 2 matches in the gladiatorial games later, I'll lose money. I'll cut off all 4 of your limbs and throw you into the wasteland to feed the shadow beasts. Do you understand? The businessman's tone was full of undisguised threat and malice, as if Lan Yu's life was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at will. However, this time, the slave, who had been indifferent, slowly raised his head. His eyes were no longer empty. Instead, a cold glint appeared in them that sent chills down the wealthy businessman's spine. "We will win." Lan Yu spoke, his voice cold and devoid of any emotion. "However, you won't be the one taking the money." "What did you say?" The businessman's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't even had time to grasp the meaning behind Lan Yu's words. A jet-black sword light suddenly burst forth from Lan Yu's hand without warning. The sword light was incredibly fast. Uft! The wealthy businessman's enormous head, with an expression of astonishment and fear, shot skyward. Warm blood splattered throughout the carriage like a fountain. The white-haired driver, seeing this bloody scene, was not panicked at all. Instead, as if he had expected it, he took off his sunglasses, revealing Bai Ye's cynical face. He looked at the mess on the ground, sighed dramatically, and complained. "Blue team leader, my dear Captain Blue, couldn't you wait a bit before you make your move? Look at this blood, it's splattered everywhere. It'll be a real hassle to clean up." Lan Yu glanced at him and jumped out of the trunk. As he flexed his wrists, he said casually, "This wasn't mentioned in the script you gave me." As Bai Ye skillfully took out a bottle of special medicine from his pocket and sprayed it on the corpse and bloodstains, watching them dissolve and evaporate rapidly, he shrugged. "That's called improvisation. It adds to the authenticity of the character." He stepped forward and used a key to unlock the shackles on Lan Yu's hands and feet. "All right, now we've successfully infiltrated." Bai Ye handed Lan Yu a list he had taken from the wealthy merchant. The list contained information on all the participants in the gladiatorial combat that night. "None of these guys are clean. They're either wanted criminals or outlaws. You can kill them as you please without any guilt. Next, let's find a place to settle down first, and then slowly observe the situation and look for what you're looking for." Lan Yu took the list, glanced at it casually, and then tossed it aside. He looked at the White Crow and suddenly asked, "Who said it was me who was going to play?" The smile on Bai Ye's face froze instantly. "Oh." Lan Yu walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder, and gave him the same kind smile as the wealthy businessman from before. "I paid you to help me. You don't actually think that just by driving me in here, you can easily get 50,000 points as a reward, do you?" The corner of Bai Ye's mouth began to twitch involuntarily. Blue team, what do you mean by this?" "That means..." Lan Yu's smile became increasingly kind. "Even the 6-star Black Hammer boss can't do anything to you, a peak 6-star expert. Isn't a mere underground arena something you can just kill indiscriminately? Right, my ace enforcer?" Nidhogg. Chapter 154 Black Crow vs. Bonecrusher Barton. Bai Ye was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. He felt as if he had fallen into a pit, a big and deep pit dug by Lan Yu himself. "No, blue team, let me explain." The White Crow made a final attempt. "My 6-star peak is inflated. It was only temporarily achieved by breaking free of the restraints. It has a time limit and significant side effects, so it can't be used casually." "Oh." Lan Yu raised an eyebrow, giving off an expression that said, "I'll just watch you perform quietly." "How long did it take you to take down Black Hammer's leader?" About 5 minutes." Bai said somewhat guiltily. "What are your side effects?" Lan Yu continued to press for answers. It's just that I'm a little tired and mentally exhausted." The crow's calls grew fainter and fainter. "Oh, I see." Lan Yu nodded, then looked at him with concern. "That must have been very hard on you. Okay, so that you can get some rest. Just play casually in the match later, and don't push yourself too hard. Win 7 or 8 games, and get a championship." Puff. Bai Ye almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Just playing casually? Win 7 or 8 games. Win a championship? Brother, do you think this is child's play? Looking at Lan Yu's sincere face, he finally realized that he was probably doomed this time. "Okay, I'll call." White Crow finally gave in. He said weakly, "But it's settled then. I'll only be responsible for playing the game and drawing attention away from you. You're responsible for finding the thing yourself. Make a deal." Lan Yu nodded in satisfaction. Then, he took something out of his pocket. It was a very ordinary-looking flesh-colored mask, soft in texture, without any facial features. A 1,000-faced mask, provided by Sister Lan Shuang, a one-time use high-grade disguise prop. However, there isn't much time left. Only a few days remain. Lan Yu slowly pressed the mask onto his face. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. The mask melted into his skin like wax, and his face shape and features began to change at a visible speed. The bones made a slight clicking sound. It only took a few seconds. Lan Yu's appearance then became exactly the same as the obese wealthy businessman whom he had just beheaded with a single sword strike. Even their height and build have become somewhat bloated. Even more miraculously, his aura became exactly the same as that of the wealthy merchant, filled with greed and violence, and no longer possessed the slightest trace of the power of a shadow master. A flawless disguise. Done. Lan Yu, or rather, Lan Yu disguised as Mr. Martin, patted his expensive suit with satisfaction, then put the wealthy businessman's pass and identity card into his pocket. He cleared his throat and spoke to Baya in a coarse and greasy tone. Hey kid, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow me to register for the competition. If you delay my chance to make money, I'll show you what I'm made of. Baya looked at Lan Yu, whose acting skills were worthy of an award-winning actor, and his eyes twitched wildly again. He took a deep breath, trying to embody the role of a slave, lowered his head, and replied in a humble and fearful tone. Yes, master. The underground of the building is a hidden world. This is an enormous circular space, large enough to hold tens of thousands of people. In the center was a huge arena with a diameter of over 100 meters. The ground was paved with hard obsidian, and there were still dried, dark brown bloodstains on it. The arena is surrounded by tiers of seating that extend upwards. At this moment, the stands were already full of people, and the noise was deafening. The air was filled with an invigorating aroma of cigars, alcohol, and hormones. Everyone's face bore a morbid fanaticism. Lan Yu, accompanied by Baya, arrived at the contestant registration area with practiced ease. The person in charge of registration was a pale-faced young man. He glanced at the ID card Lan Yu handed him and asked without looking up. Name. Lan Yu pointed to Baya behind him and said in that nouveau riche tone, him. The registrar then raised his eyelids, glanced at Baya, and his eyes were full of disdain. Give him a code name. Lan Yu thought for a moment and casually said, let's call it Black Crow. White crows and black crows sound pretty much the same. Black Crow. The registrar tapped a few times on the data board and then tossed over a metal plate engraved with the number 9527. Here, this is his number. The first match will be on court 3 against Bonecrusher Barton. Go and prepare. After saying that, he ignored the two of them and began registering the next person. Lan Yu led Baya into the contestants' preparation area, which was filled with the smells of blood and sweat. This place is packed with all sorts of gladiators. There were burly men with towering figures, skinny men with sinister eyes like venomous snakes, and even some cyborgs whose bodies had been mechanically modified. Each of them exuded a strong killing intent. These people are all true outlaws. Lan Yu's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people. Or rather, they noticed Lan Yu's luxurious attire and the thin, frail-looking slave behind him, who was wearing shackles. Another fat sheep thinking it can get a bargain here. A one-eyed man with a scar on his face gave Lan Yu a malicious smile. Boy, looking at how weak and frail your slave looks, I advise you to sell him to me as soon as possible, so you can get some money for wine. Otherwise, if you get on the field and get torn to shreds by that madman Barton, you'll lose everything. A burst of laughter immediately erupted around them. Lan Yu merely glanced at him indifferently and remained silent. He walked to an empty resting spot, sat down, and then gestured towards the White Crow. Go. A swift and decisive victory. Baya nodded helplessly and walked silently toward the entrance to Arena 3. When the one-eyed man saw that Baya was actually walking towards the arena, his mockery deepened. What a stupid fool who doesn't know what's good for him. He shook his head at Lan Yu. Looks like there's going to be a good show tonight. Lan Yu ignored him. His gaze was already fixed on the huge electronic screen. The screen is displaying the match information for Arena 3. Black Raven versus Bonecrusher Barton. Odds, 115. The odds for the White Crow are ridiculously high. Clearly, everyone thought that this newcomer was doomed to die against the Bone Breaker, who had already achieved 3 consecutive victories. He walked to the betting machine and placed all the money in Mr. Martin's account, a full 3 million, on the option of Black Crow winning. After doing all this, he found a comfortable spot to sit down and leisurely looked at the center of the field. The performance is about to begin. Chapter 155, Making a Small Profit. Arena number 3. As the heavy metal gate slowly rose, 2 figures, one in front of the other, entered the arena. Roar! The first person to enter was a giant man who was over 2.5 meters tall. He was shirtless, his bronze skin covered with bulging muscles and hideous scars. His name was Patton, codenamed Bonecrusher. Just like his code name suggests, his favorite thing to do is to crush his opponent's bones one by one with his bare hands. As soon as he appeared, he let out a beast-like roar towards the audience and pounded his chest forcefully. In the stands, cheers and shouts erupted like a tsunami. Barton! Barton! Tear him apart! Smash his head! Long live the Bone Crusher! The frenzied roar nearly lifted the dome of the entire arena. Immediately afterwards, the White Crow emerged from the other side of the passage at a leisurely pace. Compared to the burly, bear-like Patton, White Raven appeared rather slender. He remained as nonchalant as ever, even waving and flashing a bright smile at the audience members who were booing and cursing at him. To everyone else, this relaxed and carefree demeanor was undoubtedly a provocative act of arrogance. Kill him. Let this pretty boy know what cruelty is. Barton, twist his arm off. The curses from the audience grew even more vicious. In the center of the field, the referee raised his hand. The rules of the competition are no-holds-barred combat. Until one side dies or surrenders. The match begins now. Before he could finish speaking, a cruel glint flashed in Barton the Bonebreaker's eyes. His enormous body charged toward the White Crow with an astonishing speed completely disproportionate to its size. Boom, boom, boom. With each step he took, the hard obsidian ground emitted a dull thud. Its momentum was like that of a heavy tank charging at full speed, enough to crush everything in its path. Kid, I'll let you enjoy the thrill of your bones breaking inch by inch. Barton let out a bloodthirsty grin. His arm, thicker than an ordinary person's thigh, was raised high, and his huge fist, accompanied by a fierce wind that tore through the air, slammed down toward White Raven's head. If that punch landed, it would smash not only a person's head, but even a steel plate would be smashed into a pancake. In the audience, everyone held their breath and stared wide-eyed. They could almost see the bloody scene of the white-haired youth being punched so hard that his brain splattered out. However, faced with this thunderous blow, Baya still wore that smug smile on his face. He didn't even try to dodge. He just stood there quietly. Just as Barton's fist was about to touch his hair, the White Crow moved. His movements were not fast. In fact, one could say they were rather slow. He simply raised his right hand and threw a punch in return, meeting Barton's fist. There was no violent momentum, no fierce wind tearing through the air. It was just an ordinary punch. To everyone else, this was undoubtedly a futile attempt to stop a chariot, a path to certain death. Court death. A hint of disdain flashed in Patton's eyes. The next second, two fists of completely disproportionate size collided violently in midair. Bang! A deafening, muffled roar echoed throughout the entire arena. The anticipated scene of Baya's arm breaking and him being blasted away did not occur. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Barton the Bonebreaker's massive body froze in place. The sneer on his face froze. His eyes, wide as saucers, were fixed on the fist that had collided with his opponent's, his gaze filled with disbelief and horror. Click, click. A sickening cracking sound of bones breaking rang out clearly. Patton's fist, which was bigger than a sandbag, broke and twisted inch by inch, starting from the knuckles. Next came his wrist, forearm, upper arm. That irresistible, terrifying force swept upwards along his arm, with overwhelming force. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, so piercing it was inhuman, finally erupted from Patton's mouth. His entire right arm was bent backward at an extremely bizarre angle, the stark white bone piercing through the skin and exposed to the air. This isn't over yet. The force, after destroying his arm, continued its momentum and slammed into his chest. Puff! A huge fist-shaped indentation was visibly dented into Patton's chest. His massive body was sent flying backward as if it had been hit head-on by a speeding train. Boom! He slammed heavily against the metal wall more than 10 meters away, creating a shallow dent in the hard wall, before sliding to the ground like a lump of mud. His chest collapsed, and blood gushed from his mouth. It was clear he was not going to survive. One punch. It only took one punch. The Bonebreaker, Barton, who was seen as incredibly powerful, cruel, and bloodthirsty by everyone, was instantly killed by this unknown newcomer. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's face was frozen in a look of utter disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. What just happened? Is it a hallucination? That skinny, weak-looking pretty boy killed the Bonebreaker with a single punch? Is this some kind of movie shoot? A good 10 seconds or so passed. Suddenly, a scream that was even more frantic and hysterical than before erupted from the audience. My God, what am I seeing? One punch. Only one punch. Monster. This guy is a monster. Black Crow. Black Crow. Black Crow. Countless people began to frantically chant the code name of the White Raven. Those who had just been cursing him now looked at him as if he were a god, their faces filled with worship and fanaticism. This is the arena, a place that only worships the strong. If you are strong enough, you can earn everyone's respect. The contestants' preparation area. The one-eyed man who had been mocking Lan Yu earlier was now completely stunned. He stared blankly at the white-haired youth on the field who was slowly withdrawing his fist, and then looked at the obese businessman next to him who was calm and composed, as if he had known this would be the outcome all along. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He then realized just how terrifying a being he had been talking to. At this moment, Lan Yu was looking at the huge sum of money in his account that had instantly increased 15-fold to 45 million and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, a great start. Looks like I can make a small fortune tonight. After finishing chapter 156, let's get going. Bai Ye's stunning performance was like pouring a ladle of cold water into a pot of boiling oil. The entire underground arena of the building was in an uproar. The name, Black Crow, spread like wildfire to every corner of the world. Everyone was filled with curiosity about this suddenly appearing one-punch man. As the owner of Black Crow, Lan Yu, who disguised himself as the wealthy businessman Martin, naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Mr. Martin, you have excellent taste. Yes, where did you find such a treasure? It's practically a humanoid beast. Mr. Martin, how about a drink tonight? It's on me. Countless self-proclaimed upper-class tycoons and powerful figures surrounded Lan Yu, flashing obsequious smiles and trying to curry favor with him. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at Lan Yu. In their eyes, Lan Yu, this fatso, was incredibly lucky to have picked up such a promising and ace henchman as Black Crow. It's not just about winning money in the arena. Such a powerful gladiator represents face, status, and a formidable force to intimidate opponents. Lan Yu responded to their flattery with indifference. His attention was always focused on the game. In the following matches, Bai Ye's performance remained impeccable. Or rather, it was a crushing defeat. Whether it's a speed-oriented assassin, a defense-oriented heavy armor user, or even a shadow master with uncanny abilities, they couldn't even last a single round against the White Crow. One punch. It's always just one punch. Clean, efficient, simple, and direct. He's like a ruthless clock-in machine. He goes in, throws a punch, finishes, and leaves. The whole process was smooth and even somewhat elegant. As his winning streak continued to grow, the Black Crow's reputation became increasingly prominent. He became the most dazzling and wildly popular dark horse in the arena tonight. Meanwhile, the funds in Lan Yu's account grew rapidly, like a snowball rolling downhill. In less than an hour, the initial 3 million had grown into a number that even surprised him. 9 digits. Hundreds of millions. This way of making money is much faster than doing tasks. Looking at the long string of zeros on the data board, Lan Yu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people are drawn to this kind of bloody game. Just as Lan Yu was enjoying the envious glances of everyone and calculating how much money he could win that night, a well-dressed waiter quietly approached him and bowed respectfully. Mr. Martin, our boss would like to invite you. Lan Yu raised an eyebrow. Boss, is he the mastermind behind this casino? He asked calmly. Is there something you need? The waiter maintained his professional smile. Our boss would like to discuss a collaboration with you. He said that this collaboration involves a very precious treasure, and he believed that you would be interested in it. Treasure? Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a mythical relic? He immediately stood up and nodded to the waiter. Lead the way. Led by a waiter, Lan Yu walked through a heavily guarded corridor and arrived at an extremely luxurious VIP box. Inside the private room, an elderly man dressed in a Tang suit, looking like a wise and venerable man, was leisurely sipping tea. Seeing Lan Yu enter, the old man put down his teacup and gave a kind smile. Mr. Martin, I've heard so much about you. Please have a seat. Lan Yu sat down on the sofa opposite the old man with an air of nonchalance and asked bluntly, What do you want from me? I heard you'd like to discuss a collaboration with me regarding a treasure? The old man nodded with a smile and clapped his hands. Immediately, a hot woman walked in, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth, swaying her hips. Mr. Martin, please look. The old man reached out and unveiled the red cloth. On the tray lay a simple, antique-looking dagger. A faint blue halo flowed along the blade of the dagger, emanating a chilling aura. This is the Fong of Ice Soul, a genuine 6-star shadow weapon. It can cut through iron like mud and sever hair with a breath, and it also has a freezing effect. Its market value is at least 50 million. The old man introduced it with a smug look on his face. Lan Yu glanced at it, and a sense of disappointment welled up in his heart. This dagger, while indeed a decent shadow weapon, was nowhere near the mythical relic he had imagined. Even Nidhogg didn't react at all. Clearly, this was not what he was looking for. Tell me your conditions. Lan Yu's tone was somewhat cold. The old man seemed oblivious to Lan Yu's disappointment. The smile on his face became somewhat meaningful. My conditions are very simple. In the final match, your Black Crow will face our casino's ace, the 9-time consecutive champion, Ghostface. I hope your Black Crow can lose this match. Match fixing. Lan Yu's eyes instantly turned cold. If you agree, this Fong of Ice Soul is yours. As the old man spoke, he pushed the dagger in front of Lan Yu. Not only that, our casino will also pay you an additional 50 million in commission. Trading a trivial match for a fortune worth 100 million, Mr. Martin. Is that a good deal for you? The old man had an expression that said he had Lan Yu completely under his thumb. However, Lan Yu didn't even glance at the dagger. He simply picked up the teacup on the table, took a small sip, and then said calmly, "Not for sale." The old man's smile froze. Mr. Martin, what do you mean by this? What I mean is, Lan Yu put down his teacup, looked at him, and said, word by word, my henchmen are very expensive. You think you can bet him to lose a game for a mere 100 million? Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? The atmosphere in the private room instantly plummeted to freezing point. The old man's smile slowly faded, replaced by a chilling expression. Mr. Martin, I advise you to think carefully before you answer. His tone carried an undisguised threat. Young man, don't be too hot-blooded. Sometimes, even if you win the game, you still need to be alive to get out of here. Offending our building for the sake of a slave is not a wise choice. He was telling Lan Yu that if he didn't cooperate, even if he won, he wouldn't be able to leave alive. Are you done talking? Lan Yu looked at him and suddenly asked. The old man was taken aback. Now that we've finished speaking, let's get going. Before he could finish speaking, Lan Yu's figure vanished from the sofa in an instant. The next second, he was already in front of the old man. A seemingly fat and harmless hand casually grabbed the old man's neck. You. The old man's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with horror and disbelief. He couldn't understand why this seemingly ordinary, bloated, wealthy businessman could suddenly unleash such terrifying speed and power. Chapter 157. Your backer won't work with me. The old man never imagined that this obese, wealthy businessman, whom he considered just a lucky break, was actually a terrifyingly powerful figure hiding his true strength. The hand gripping his neck, though seemingly fat, was like a red-hot iron clamp, preventing him from mobilizing even the slightest bit of his inner energy. A feeling of suffocation washed over me like a tidal wave. The shadow of death instantly loomed over his heart. Who are you? The old man managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat with difficulty. His shadow energy surged wildly, trying to break free of its restraints. He was, after all, a peak 5-star shadow master, and the casino's highest-ranking official. But in front of Lan Yu at this moment, she was like a chick with its throat being choked, powerless to resist. Lan Yu did not answer his question. He simply stared at the old man's face, contorted with fear, his eyes cold and devoid of any warmth. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Lan Yu didn't even give him a chance to say his last words before decisively snapping his neck. The old man's head drooped at an eerie angle, his eyes still filled with endless terror and regret. He died without ever understanding what kind of monster he had provoked. Ah! The hot woman next to him, seeing this bloody scene, finally reacted and let out a piercing scream. However, her scream stopped abruptly. An invisible blade of energy sliced through the air and precisely severed her throat. Blood stained the snow-white skin on her chest. She clutched her neck, staring at Lan Yu in disbelief, before collapsing limply to the ground. From start to finish, the entire process takes only a few seconds. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, Lan Yu turned to Bai Ye, who had been leaning against the wall watching the show, and said, "Come here and help me clean up." Bai Ye shrugged and walked over with a helpless expression. "I knew it. Nothing good ever comes from following you. I always have to do this kind of cleaning up the mess job." As he complained, he skillfully summoned several shadow servants to deal with the corpses and bloodstains at the scene. The next day was the day of the decisive battle. The atmosphere in the entire underground arena reached an unprecedented climax. Countless gamblers, their eyes bloodshot, staked their entire fortunes on this match that would decide the ultimate champion. The odds have changed dramatically because of Bai Ya's astonishing performance yesterday. The odds for the challenger Black Crow are even lower than those for the 9-time champion Oni Mask. This was unprecedented in the history of the gladiatorial arena. On the stage, the host was giving his final pre-match pep talk in his hoarse yet passionate voice. Ladies and gentlemen, the exciting moment has finally arrived. On one side is our undefeated legend, the 9-time champion, Lord Ghostface. As he introduced himself, the man, who exuded an ominous aura, slowly walked onto the arena. With each step he took, a thin layer of frost would be left on the metal arena beneath his feet, revealing the strangeness of the power he wielded. On the other side, Bai Ya remained as lazy as ever, as if what he was about to face was not a life-or-death battle, but a boring after-dinner stroll. In the VIP section, Lan Yu's gaze, however, was fixed on the middle-aged man who looked like a butler next to the arena owner. Lan Yu sensed a familiar aura emanating from that man. That was a power fluctuation belonging to the Holy Dragon Church. Although the opponent was well concealed, after learning the Holy Dragon Wings, Lan Yu's perception of this power became exceptionally sharp. It seems this guy is the real backer of the arena, a master sent by the Holy Dragon Church to keep things under control. When the bells of the final battle have finally rung. Kill him. Ghostface. Tear him apart. The audience erupted in a thunderous roar. The Ghostface moved. His figure transformed into a black ghost and vanished instantly. The next moment, he appeared behind Bai Ya, his 5 fingers forming claws, carrying a chilling aura, and fiercely grabbed at Bai Ya's back. His speed is incredibly fast. However, the White Crow reacted even faster than him. He didn't even turn around. He simply shifted his body slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging the deadly claw. At the same time, he delivered a precise elbow strike to Ghostface's abdomen. Bang! Ghostface grunted, his body thrown back 7 or 8 steps by the force before he could barely regain his balance. For the first time, his gaze towards Bai Ya carried a hint of seriousness. You've got some skills. His voice was hoarse and shrill, like 2 pieces of metal rubbing together. However, this skill alone is not enough. Before he could finish speaking, he slammed his hands on the ground. Click! Click! The entire surface of the arena was instantly covered by a thick layer of black ice. The biting cold air spread wildly towards the White Crow. With a light touch of its toes, Bai Ya leaped into the air, dodging the attack of the black ice. But the attacks from the Ghostface came one after another. Countless spikes formed from black ice rained down on the White Crows from all directions. All his escape routes were blocked. It's over. Ghostface let out a sinister laugh. Faced with the sky full of ice spikes, the White Crow simply snapped its fingers leisurely in midair. Whoosh! A black shadow extended from beneath his feet, transforming into a massive shield that firmly protected him behind him. Jingle bells. A series of impacts rang out. The seemingly indestructible ice spikes were instantly swallowed and dissolved by an invisible force upon impacting the shadow shield, causing no damage whatsoever. What? The smile on the ghost face froze instantly. His proud attack was so easily neutralized. In the instant he was shocked, Bai Ya had already landed back on the ground. He looked at the ghost face opposite him and said lazily, "Warm-up is over. Next, it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of Ghost Face, as if he had teleported. A simple, unadorned straight punch slammed into the opponent's face. The Ghost Face pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously crossed his arms to shield himself. Boom! An irresistible and terrifying force emanated from Bai Ya's fist. Ghostface felt as if his arms had been struck head-on by an ancient behemoth, and the sound of bones shattering was clearly audible. He was blasted away by another punch, crashing heavily onto the other side of the ring. Chapter 158, A Better Idea. This time, he couldn't stand up again. He struggled to get up, but spat out a mouthful of blood. His sheer physical strength alone was enough to completely overwhelm him. Hateful. A hint of madness and resentment flashed in the eyes of the ghost face. He suddenly pulled out a crystal that emitted an evil red light from his pocket. "You forced me to do this." He roared and pressed the crystal against his chest. Buzz. A violent and chaotic energy erupted from his body in an instant. His body began to expand at a visible rate, black scales grew on his skin, and his aura became several times stronger than before. He used some forbidden item to forcibly enhance his power. What is that? He cheated. Foul. That's a blatant foul. In the audience, The gamblers who had bet on the White Crow to win immediately launched an angry protest. However, the referee on the stage turned a blind eye to this, as if he hadn't seen it at all. "Quiet," the referee shouted. "The game continues." He openly favored Ghostface. Baya looked at the ghost face that had become half human and half beast, and the referee who had turned black into white, and curled his lip in disdain. "This is so boring." He decided to stop playing. He stretched out his right hand and gently pressed it against the ground. "Come out, little black." An even deeper black shadow surged from beneath his feet, instantly coalescing into a shadow servant identical to himself. As soon as the shadow servant appeared, it transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards the ghost face. Roar! The ghost face, its power surging, roared and charged forward. However, it was only a single encounter. The shadow servant's hand easily pierced through the ghost face's hard scales and crushed his heart. Well, the madness in the ghost face, eyes quickly faded, replaced by endless fear and disbelief. He looked down at the huge hole in his chest, and his body went limp as he collapsed. The battle is over. The entire venue fell into dead silence once again. Everyone was stunned by this dramatic scene. Just then, that unscrupulous referee jumped out again. He pointed at the White Crow and loudly declared in a righteous and stern tone, "Contestant Black Crow has seriously violated the competition rules by using external force during the competition. I hereby declare the winner of this match to be." His voice was filled with smug pride. He seemed to already see the boss's approving look after he announced Ghostface as the winner. However, he hadn't finished speaking. A cold voice rang in his ears. "Yeah." The referee was taken aback and instinctively turned his head. Suddenly, Boss Martin, who had been sitting in the VIP section, appeared beside him. The next moment, a dark sword light flashed by. Uft! The corrupt referee's head, still bearing an expression of smugness and astonishment, flew high into the air. Hot blood stained the entire referee's stand. The headless corpse swayed twice before collapsing heavily into a pool of blood. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence once again. All eyes were focused on the fat guy who had just made a clean and decisive move, instantly killing the referee. Their minds are completely stuck. Isn't this fatso just an ordinary rich businessman? It's one thing that his henchmen are so skilled, but how come he himself is so fierce? Did he kill the referee in front of everyone over a mere disagreement? This is a rebellion. In the main stance, the arena owner's already gloomy face was now so black it looked like it could drip water. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes fixed on Lan Yu on the stage, his voice filled with barely suppressed rage. "Good, very good. It seems that you two really don't take my rules seriously." He was so angry that he laughed instead. "Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." He suddenly waved his hand. "Guards, kill these two fools who don't know their own mortality." With his command, splash! Hundreds of guards, wielding sharp blades and exuding a bloody aura, instantly surged out from the passageways surrounding the arena. They all had fierce eyes and a powerful aura, completely surrounding the arena. An intense killing intent instantly enveloped the entire venue. The wealthy and powerful people in the audience turned pale with fright and screamed as they backed away, afraid of being caught up in the commotion. The entire venue was in complete chaos. Baya walked to Lan Yu's side, and looking at the menacing guards around them, the carefree smile on his face finally disappeared completely. His tone became somewhat serious. "Blue team, we've completely broken off all pretense of civility. Are we preparing to launch a full-scale attack? Forcing their way out would be troublesome, but given their combined strength, it wasn't impossible." However, Lan Yu shook his head. He glanced at the peak 7-star expert standing next to the boss on the main stage. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Need not. I just suddenly had a better idea." "What idea?" The White Crow was somewhat curious. Lan Yu didn't answer, but kept everyone in suspense. "Take care of these small fry first, and buy some time." "All right." Although Baya didn't know what Lan Yu was up to, she still chose to believe him. Just then, the guards unleashed a deafening battle cry, surging towards the two from all directions like a tidal wave. A bunch of ignorant ants. Baya snorted coldly. He was too lazy to even do it himself. He simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of dark shadows surged forth from beneath his feet, transforming into shadowy servants wielding sharp blades, and met the charging guard army. A massacre with no suspense ensued. Those guards who were incredibly powerful in the eyes of ordinary people were as fragile as paper in front of these shadow servants. The shadow servants moved through the crowd like ghosts. Every flash of the blade inevitably takes away a precious life. Screams and wails rose and fell. In less than a minute, the hundreds of guards who rushed up were all slaughtered. The area around the arena was littered with corpses and rivers of blood, resembling a scene from hell on earth. In the main stance, the arena owner trembled with rage as he watched his carefully trained guard be so easily wiped out. He turned to the middle-aged man beside him, who remained expressionless, and spoke in an almost pleading tone. "Sir, please help. Chapter 159, what crime should you be charged with? If you can help me kill these two guys, I'm willing to give you an extra 20% of the profits." He knew very well that the two guys in front of him were unfathomably strong and were beyond his ability to deal with. Now, the only hope lies with this 7-star peak expert from the Holy Dragon Church. The middle-aged man, a powerful figure from the Holy Dragon Church, frowned slightly as he watched the one-sided massacre below. He spat under his breath. What a bunch of useless trash. He didn't want to make a move easily, but now it seems that's not an option. If he doesn't take action soon, his interests here will suffer huge losses. This is not what he wanted to see. He took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. His figure flashed and disappeared from the main stands in an instant. The next moment, he appeared on the arena, less than 10 meters away from Lan Yu and Baiya. An incredibly terrifying and suffocating pressure erupted from him, sweeping towards the two of them like a landslide and a tsunami. The aura of a peak 7-star expert was fully revealed. The entire space seemed to tremble violently under this oppressive force. Baiya's expression instantly became extremely solemn. He could sense that the middle-aged man before him was the most powerful enemy he had encountered since arriving here. A fierce battle is inevitable. The shadow energy within his body began to circulate wildly, ready to fight to the death at any moment. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man's hand, which had been raised to unleash a thunderous strike, suddenly stopped in midair. His sharp, hawk-like eyes were fixed on Lan Yu opposite him, his pupils instantly shrinking to the most dangerous pinpoints. "What's wrong, sir? Why aren't you making a move?" The owner in the main stand urged anxiously. The middle-aged man ignored him and instead shouted sternly, "Shut up." His voice even carried a barely perceptible tremor. Immediately afterwards, under the utterly shocked gazes of everyone present, including Baiya, this high-ranking, unfathomably powerful 7-star expert actually did something that baffled everyone. He withdrew all his intimidating aura and murderous intent. Then, his knees buckled. With a thump, he knelt down straight in front of everyone. His forehead was pressed tightly against the cold ground, and his body trembled slightly from extreme fear and excitement. He shouted in a trembling voice, filled with awe, piety, and even a touch of fanaticism. "Your subordinate, Renaud, greets, sir." Quiet. A deathly silence. The entire arena was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was frozen in place, staring in disbelief, their minds blank. What happened? That powerful 7-star peak expert, who inspired despair in everyone and was revered as a god by the arena owner, actually knelt down? Moreover, he even knelt down in front of the fat guy who killed the referee? And he even refers to himself as subordinate? Has the world gone mad? Baiya was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that his throat felt like it was blocked by something, and he couldn't utter a single word. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen wrong. But the scene before my eyes was so clear, so real. That arrogant 7-star expert knelt humbly before Lan Yu, not daring to even raise his head. What exactly happened? What exactly did the blue team do? All eyes instinctively turned to Lan Yu. At this moment, Lan Yu had removed the disguise of 1,000 faces and returned to his original appearance as a handsome young man with black hair. And behind him, eight wings, formed from the purest and most sacred light, were slowly unfurling, radiating a vast and majestic aura. Wings of the Holy Dragon. The golden light made him appear like a god descended to earth, sacred, majestic, and inviolable. The moment I saw those 8 wings of light, as Renaud knelt on the ground, the last trace of doubt in his heart vanished completely. Instead, there was boundless fear and excitement. Wings of the Holy Dragon. This is absolutely the wings of the Holy Dragon, and it has a full 8 wings. Within the Holy Dragon Church, the wings of the Holy Dragon are the most direct and irreplaceable standard for measuring talent, strength, and status. The condensation of each pair of wings of light represents a profound understanding of the Holy Dragon's doctrines and unparalleled devotion. Those who can gather 6 wings can already be called the mainstay of the church and hold a venerable position, and those capable of forming 8 wings. Throughout the thousands of years of history of the Holy Dragon Church, only those great figures who stand at the top of the power pyramid have been able to achieve this. For example, the current Holy Maiden. For example, those archbishops who are rarely seen but wield immense power. The person in front of them was clearly not Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Therefore, there is only one possibility regarding his identity. He was a high-ranking member of the church who had come incognito or on a secret mission. Thinking of this, Renault's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Just now, I actually tried to attack a high-ranking figure in the church? That's practically suicide. No, it's a million times more foolish than courting death. If this lord investigates, not only him, but his entire family behind him will probably be wiped out overnight. At the same time, Lan Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Looks like the gamble paid off. This guy at the peak of the 7 stars level is indeed a member of the Holy Dragon Church, and his status is not low either. He knows wings of the Holy Dragon. Actually, he originally wanted to directly reveal the 10 wings and achieve it all in one step. But before he came, he learned from Nidhogg that currently, in the entire Holy Dragon Church, only the Pope and a handful of reclusive archbishops are capable of displaying 10 wings. Their numbers are pitifully small, but each one is a behemoth whose mere stomp can shake the entire continent. If he were to rashly reveal his 10 wings, it would be too conspicuous and easily arouse suspicion, and he would be exposed very quickly. Therefore, he settled for the less desirable option and chose the 8 wings, which made it easier to take advantage of the chaos. Judging from the current situation, the results are outstanding. That's enough. Time passed, second by second. Lan Yu remained silent for a long time. He simply looked down at Renault, who was kneeling on the ground, with a calm and indifferent gaze. For Renault, this silence was a torment more terrifying than any form of torture. He could feel the oppressive aura emanating from that person. Although it wasn't strong, it carried a sense of judgment that came from the depths of his soul, making him unable to even muster the slightest thought of resistance. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, drop by drop. Finally, just when Renault felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest, Lan Yu's voice, like a divine decree, slowly rang out. Renault, your subordinate is here. Renault's body trembled violently, and he quickly responded respectfully. Do you know your crime? Lan Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Your subordinate knows his crime. Your subordinate knows his crime. Renault bowed his head even lower. Your subordinate was blind and offended you, sir. Please punish me. Your subordinate is willing to accept any punishment from the church without complaint. All he wants now is to save his life. He doesn't dare think about anything else. Lan Yu looked at his humble appearance and sneered inwardly. Where did that arrogant attitude go? Your crime is not just about offending me. Lan Yu's voice suddenly turned cold. As a law enforcer of the church, you knowingly break the law, collude with ordinary people, and in this filthy place, run casinos, disregard human life, and line your own pockets. What is your crime? Chapter 160. Your sins will be repaid with your life. Every word Lan Yu uttered was like a heavy hammer, striking Renault's heart hard. Renault was terrified. He never imagined that this lord knew so much about these things. It seems that this gentleman came specifically to investigate this matter. This time, I've completely failed. My lord, spare me. My lord, spare me. Renault no longer cared about the dignity of a strong man and began to frantically kowtow and beg for mercy. I was just confused for a moment, blinded by greed, and that's why I made such a big mistake. I beg you, sir, to give me a chance to redeem myself. Lan Yu looked at him, his eyes showing no pity whatsoever. To atone for one's sins? Good. I'll give you a chance. Lan Yu's gaze passed over Renault and landed on the arena owner in the main stands, who had completely lost his mind. The first step to atonement. Kill him. Kill him. Renault suddenly raised his head and followed Lan Yu's gaze to the arena owner in the main stands, whose face was ashen. The moment the boss met Renault's icy gaze, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he had a pretty good idea of what was going on. His greatest backer, this powerful figure from the Holy Dragon Church, actually regarded this young man in front of him as his superior. Moreover, it seems that all the shady dealings he's done have been discovered by this big shot. It's over. It's all over. He scrambled down from the stands, knelt on the ground, grabbed Lan Yu's leg, and cried uncontrollably. My lord, spare my life. I was wrong. I was really wrong. It's all Renault's fault. He forced me to do this. I'm just a puppet. When faced with this life or death situation, he didn't hesitate to betray his partner. However, Lan Yu merely frowned in disgust and kicked him away. His gaze remained fixed on Renault the entire time. How? Can't bring yourself to do it. Or is it that your friendship has deepened to the point that you can disobey my orders? Lan Yu's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Renault's body jolted violently. How could he dare to hesitate, even for a moment? Disobeying an adult's orders? What's the difference between that and suicide? No, I wouldn't dare. He leaped to his feet, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Now that the matter has been exposed, we must show enough sincerity to quell this official's anger. It's better to lose one ordinary business partner than to have your whole family die with him. You asked for it, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Renault growled at the boss who was still groaning on the ground. The next moment, his figure transformed into a bolt of lightning. Don't want. The boss's terrified pleas for mercy came to an abrupt halt. Renault's hand was already gripping his neck like an iron clamp. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. That arrogant gladiator owner had his neck easily snapped by his own backer. His body slumped down, his eyes still filled with endless fear and resentment. Renault casually tossed his body aside like trash. Then, he turned around again and knelt down in front of Lan Yu. The blood on his face made him look somewhat ferocious. My lord, the culprit has been executed. Please give your instructions, sir. The entire arena was completely silent. Those privileged spectators who remained in place were so frightened that they fell silent, not daring to even breathe. They watched helplessly as the city's underground emperor was easily killed, like crushing an ant. This visual shock caused their brains to stop functioning. Lan Yu's gaze swept over the trembling audience. Then, he left Renault with a casual remark. As for the others, you decide what to do. The implication is self-evident. These accomplices who aided and abetted evil, enjoying the bloodshed and violence, will not escape. Renault understood immediately, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Understood. We'll make sure it's cleaned up perfectly, and we won't let this filth offend the adult's eyes. Lan Yu nodded, seemingly satisfied with his answer. He ignored the impending massacre and turned to the still-stunned White Raven. They're gone. Huh? Oh, okay. Baiya then seemed to wake from a dream and hurriedly followed. His mind is still a complete mess. His gaze toward Lan Yu is filled with complexity. Just who is this guy? When did such a formidable figure emerge in the Higanbana Guild? Not only is he incredibly powerful, but he's also a big shot in the Holy Dragon Church. This was hidden so well. Lan Yu ignored Baiya's complicated gaze and simply gave Renault a brief instruction. After you've finished dealing with this, come see me in the lounge on the top floor. Yes, sir. Renault responded respectfully. Then, Lan Yu, accompanied by Baiya, slowly walked out of the arena filled with bloodshed and slaughter, under the awe and fearful gazes of everyone present. The heavy, soundproof door closed slowly. Soon, screams of agony and Renault's cold, ruthless commands echoed from inside the door. Leave no one alive, kill them all. Lan Yu and Baiya ignored the horrific scene inside the door and headed straight for the elevator. It wasn't until they entered the elevator that Baiya finally couldn't resist moving closer to Lan Yu and looking at him with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. I said, Blue Team. Tell me honestly, who exactly are you? The Archbishop of the Holy Dragon Church? Or some reclusive old monster? Lan Yu glanced at him and said indifferently, I'm just an ordinary 3-star Shadow Master in the other Shoreflower Guild. Baiya's lips twitched. You'd be a fool to believe that. Which 3-star film master could frighten a 7-star peak expert into kneeling and begging for mercy? However, he also knew that if Lan Yu didn't want to talk about it, it would be useless no matter how much he asked. This guy has far more secrets than he imagined. It seems that my initial investment was a gamble that paid off. This thigh is thick and hard. I have to hold on tight. Half an hour later, in the luxurious lounge on the top floor, Renault stood respectfully before Lan Yu, head bowed, looking uneasy. He had changed into clean clothes, but the faint smell of blood on his body was impossible to hide. Clearly, the following cleanup work has been completed. Is it all resolved? Lan Yu, holding a glass of red wine, leaned back leisurely on the sofa and asked casually. Reporting to your excellency, everything has been cleaned up. Renault answered respectfully. All those involved have been executed on the spot. Lan Yu nodded, seemingly quite satisfied. He put down his glass and looked at Renault. Since your attitude has been quite good, I can be lenient with you in front of the church this time. Upon hearing this, Renault's face lit up with ecstasy. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your mercy. For him, this was absolutely fantastic news. As long as one can save their life and status, any price is worth paying. But, Lan Yu then changed the subject. This matter is not over yet. You need to do one more thing to completely atone for your sins. Chapter 161 Mythical Relics. Renault's heart pounded again. He asked cautiously, Does your excellency have any further instructions? Lan Yu didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Hand over that mythical relic. The words fell. Renault's body stiffened abruptly, and the expression on his face froze instantly. Mythical relics? How could he know about that thing? That's his biggest secret, and the foundation that allows him to gain a foothold here and continuously cultivate strong individuals. Apart from him and a few of his closest confidants, there was no way any outsider could have known. How did this gentleman find out? Could it be that he came for that thing from the very beginning? Countless thoughts flashed through Renault's mind, but he feigned ignorance on his face. My lord, what are you saying? Your subordinate doesn't understand. He tried to play dumb and get away with it. After all, that mythical relic was far too important, and he was absolutely unwilling to hand it over easily. However, Lan Yu just sneered. He stood up from the sofa and walked slowly to Renault. An invisible pressure enveloped Renault. Lan Yu leaned close to his ear and whispered something in a voice only the two of them could hear. Don't play dumb with me. An elder in the church was very interested in that mythological relic. If you hand it over now, it will be a great achievement, and the benefits, well, you know. But if you refuse a toast, you'll have to suffer the consequences. Lan Yu didn't finish his sentence, but the threat in it was already crystal clear. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Renault's forehead. A senior figure in the church? Someone who could be addressed as master by this eight-winged powerhouse. Even a fool could guess that he was one of those legendary archbishops. How could my trivial matter have alarmed such a powerful figure? Renault's heart began to pound wildly. It was fear, but more than that, it was an indescribable feeling of excitement and exhilaration. If I could use this incident to get in touch with one of those legendary big shots, wouldn't the future be bright? This is an incredible opportunity. He suppressed his excitement and asked cautiously in a tentative tone. May I ask, sir, could the sir you speak of be? Lan Yu was speechless. How the hell am I supposed to know which lord it is? Why is this guy so clueless about how to respond? Do I really have to spell it out for myself? On the surface, he maintained his inscrutable demeanor, only raising his finger to his lips in a shu gesture. That's right. It's the one you're thinking of. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Renault's mind. It really is that person. His last shred of doubt was completely dispelled. Instead, there was boundless ecstasy. We've struck it rich. This time we're really going to be rich. Understood. I'll take you there right away. He dared not hesitate any longer and hurriedly led the way, bowing and scraping. Led by Renault, Lan Yu and Baiya took a secret elevator to the third basement level of the casino. This is a huge, heavily guarded secret chamber made of a special metal. In the center of the secret chamber, a massive barrier composed of countless complex runes was emitting a faint glow. At the center of the barrier, a long sword, entirely black and with an ancient design, floated silently. It was that mythical relic. My lord, this is the sword. Renault's tone carried a hint of awe and helplessness. We've been stuck here ever since we found it. This sword is very sinister. Anyone who tries to get close to it will instantly lose their senses and then commit suicide with the sword. So far, more than a dozen 6-star powerhouses have died by its sword. We tried countless methods, but we couldn't take it away, let alone use it. The only way is to use some special methods to draw out a trace of its leaked power to strengthen its subordinates. That's how the Ghost Face, who won 9 consecutive championships, came about. Lan Yu frowned slightly as he looked at the black sword that exuded an ominous aura. It's definitely a bit eerie. Just then, Nidhogg's voice rang in his mind, carrying a hint of realization. So that's what it was. Do you recognize this sword? Lan Yu asked himself. Yes, we're old acquaintances. Nidhogg explained. This sword is called the Sword of Hegni, also known as the Cursed Sword or the Sword of the Slayer. It's not killing people, it's selecting people. Those guys who commit suicide do so because they look down on it and feel unworthy to be its master. Kid, why don't you go up and give it a try? Nidhogg's tone carried a hint of encouragement. This sword is a top-tier divine weapon with immense power. If you can obtain it, your strength will definitely rise to another level. Go without worry. With your sister here, it won't hurt you. With Nidhogg's assurance, Lan Yu felt much more at ease. He said to Renault, I want to see this sword up close. Renault's expression changed, and he quickly tried to dissuade him. Sir, this is too dangerous. Don't worry. Lan Yu's tone left no room for argument. Renault had no choice but to bite the bullet and begin to dismantle the barrier. He formed hand seals, and runes were cast into the barrier. However, just as he broke through the first layer of the barrier, buzz, the black sword suddenly emitted a violent tremor. An evil aura, several times more violent than before, suddenly erupted from the sword. Renault's expression changed drastically. Oh no, how could it suddenly? He sensed something was wrong and was about to reinforce the barrier. But it was too late. Zheng. With an even louder sword cry, the black sword actually broke free from the restraints of all the remaining barriers. It transformed into a black streak of light and charged fiercely towards the crowd. The black sword light, like a bolt of lightning from hell, tore through the air. That unparalleled sharp aura sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Renault's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately erected a thick wall of shadow energy in front of him. However, the black sword light pierced through the wall of shadow energy in an instant with an unreasonable attitude, without encountering any obstacles. That's too fast. Renault and White Raven didn't even have time to think about dodging. They could only watch helplessly as the stream of deathly light pierced straight towards Lan Yu's brow. Chapter 162, The Gospel of the Temple. It's over. These were the thoughts that flashed through their minds simultaneously. They could almost foresee the horrific scene of Lan Yu's head being separated from his body the next second. However, the expected bloody scene did not occur. The menacing black sword, seemingly intent on destroying everything, suddenly stopped less than a centimeter from Lan Yu's brow. It hovered quietly in front of Lan Yu, and the violent killing intent on the sword vanished without a trace in an instant. Instead, there is a kind of obedience and intimacy, like a pet seeing its owner. The sword even emitted a faint humming sound, as if it were being coquettish. Under everyone's as if they had seen a ghost. Lan Yu slowly reached out and easily grasped the cursed sword that had claimed the lives of countless powerful individuals. As soon as I held the sword, a cool yet comforting sensation instantly spread throughout my body. He did not experience any backlash, nor did he show any signs of losing his mind. It's as if this sword was born to belong to him. How is this possible? Renault's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he stared at the scene before him. He couldn't believe his eyes. That demonic sword that killed without hesitation was actually subdued just like that? Moreover, it actively recognized the master? Are you kidding me? Baiyu was also shocked. The way he looked at Lan Yu was beyond what one could describe as looking at a monster. This is practically a bug disguised as a human. Lan Yu ignored their shock and weighed the Hegni sword in his hand with satisfaction. It is indeed a fine sword. He said to Renault, I've taken a liking to this sword. Consider it part of your atonement. Furthermore, since you have been operating here for many years, all your illegal gains must be handed over to the church to make amends for your mistakes. This is very important. I need to count it myself. Renault wouldn't dare utter a single word of no. In his view, the fact that this master was able to subdue the demonic sword was itself a miracle, making his identity even more beyond doubt. He nodded and bowed in response. Yes. You are right, sir. I will take you to the warehouse right away. Then, led by Renault, the group arrived at the casino's secret vault. When the vault door was opened, even the well-traveled Lan Yu and Baiyu were taken aback by the sight before them, gasping in shock. Kingsoft, the real gold mine. The mountains of gold bars, jewelry, antiques, rare materials, and stacks of brand-new banknotes, still smelling of ink, almost blinded them. How much of the people's wealth has this guy plundered over the years? Lan Yu sneered inwardly, but his words were anything but polite. Get to work, move everything away. Okay. White Raven rubbed his hands excitedly and immediately summoned dozens of shadow servants, who began frantically stuffing items into his storage equipment. While Lan Yu and Baiyu were busy counting the valuables, a guard rushed in and whispered a few words in Renault's ear. Renault's expression changed instantly. He walked up to Lan Yu and forced an apologetic smile. My lord, I have some urgent business to attend to. Please wait a moment. Lan Yu waved his hand without looking up. Go. Renault felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly turned and left the vault. Watching his departing figure, Baiyu leaned close to Lan Yu and asked in a low voice. What's wrong? He seems a bit off. A cold smile curled at the corner of Lan Yu's mouth. It seems our identities are about to be exposed. Hurry up, grab the stuff, and get ready to run. Outside the vault, Renaud strode into a room and took a report that had just been faxed over from his subordinate. From the moment that adult appeared, he always felt that something was wrong. Why would a high-ranking member of a church appear in such a remote place for no apparent reason? Although the other party kept using secret mission as an excuse, he didn't press further. However, he remained cautious and used all his connections to send his trusted confidants to the church headquarters to verify the movements of all high-ranking officials above the 8th wing. Now, the investigation results are back. It was clearly written in the report. Currently, all archbishops and other high-ranking officials of the church are holding their annual meetings at the Holy City headquarters, and none of them are away from the church. Boom. Upon seeing the report, Renaud's mind went completely blank. No one went out. Then, who is that guy in the vault? I've been tricked. I was completely fooled by a con man who appeared out of nowhere. He even personally killed his most important business partner, ruining the entire casino. Yeah. Lei Zhu let out a furious roar, his eyes instantly turning blood red. His peak 7-star aura could no longer be suppressed and erupted, shattering the entire room. I'm going to kill you. He roared and transformed into a blur, charging madly toward the vault. However, when he returned to the vault, they found that apart from a few guards who had been knocked unconscious on the ground, the place was completely deserted. The entire vault was emptied, leaving it cleaner than a face. In the center of the vault, a temporary teleportation array was emitting a light that indicated it was about to be activated. Lan Yu and Bai Yu stood in the center of the teleportation array, giving him a goodbye smile. You beast. Spare my life. Renaud's eyes widened in fury, and he was about to launch an attack. However, at that moment, he noticed that a sacred aura that felt both incredibly familiar and incredibly terrifying rose up from behind Lan Yu. Behind Lan Yu, a magnificent, splendid golden church phantom, composed entirely of light, slowly emerged. The melodious hymns echoed throughout the underground space. That immense pressure made even a peak 7-star expert like him feel a tremor in his soul. Sixth Senses Technique, Temple Gospel. Isn't this a supreme divine skill that only Her Highness the Holy Maiden can master? If he's a fake, then how do you explain this move? Renaud's mind was completely in turmoil. However, Lan Yu did not give him any time to think. By now, before he finished speaking, the enormous Church of Light, with its earth-shattering power, crashed down on Renaud. Boom. The entire underground casino trembled violently. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lan Yu and Bai Yu disappeared in the light of the teleportation array. In a secluded alleyway a few streets away, the teleportation array flashed, and Lan Yu and Bai Yu appeared, staggering. Before they could even stand still, a deafening explosion came from behind them. Boom. The two of them instinctively turned around to look. In the distance, flames were seen shooting into the sky from the direction of the Yonghe building. The entire skyscraper collapsed like building blocks in the violent explosion, turning into a burning ruin. Lan Yu glanced back at the ruins and sighed inwardly. It seems that there is still some gap between myself and a peak 7-star expert. Just before the portal closed, he clearly felt that his powerful attack, which incorporated the Holy Temple Gospel, had struck Renaud squarely, but the latter was still alive. As expected, with his current strength, it was still too much of a stretch to try and kill a well-known peak 7-star expert, who was 2 major levels higher than him. But it doesn't matter anyway. This haul has far exceeded expectations. Not only did we get a top-tier mythical weapon for free, but we also emptied someone else's vault. As for Renaud, that's a problem. At least his identity hasn't been exposed. Once we've improved our strength, we'll have plenty of opportunities to settle scores with him again. Chapter 163 Saintis Examination. Lan Yu thought to himself, if I can't do it myself, we could just ask Uncle Fu to come over. Thinking of this, Lan Yu felt much better. He and Bai Yu exchanged a glance, both seeing barely suppressed excitement and amusement in each other's eyes. The next second, the two could no longer hold back and burst into laughter in the secluded alley. Ha! We've made a killing. This time we've really made a fortune. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the Yonghe building, with the sound of rubble being pushed aside, a disheveled figure crawled out from the depths of the ground. It was Renaud. At this moment, his clothes were tattered and torn, and his face and body were covered with dust and blood. He looked like a refugee who had just crawled out of the battlefield, with no trace of the demeanor of a peak 7-star expert. He coughed violently a few times, spitting out a mouthful of saliva tinged with blood, his eyes filled with lingering shock. That attack just now was absolutely terrifying. The magnificent cathedral, composed of pure light, crashed down upon us with an overwhelming sense of judgment. He was certain that if a newly advanced 7-star expert had taken that attack without warning, it would have been impossible. Even if one survives, the terror is still severe. If I hadn't noticed something was wrong in time. He took that blow with all his might, and now he's probably lying on the ground. But what he found even more unbearable than the physical injuries was the immense humiliation he suffered. I've been tricked. He himself was a powerful 7-star expert and a high-ranking enforcer of the Holy Dragon Church. I was completely fooled by a con man who appeared out of nowhere. He even personally killed his most important money-making tool, throwing away the entire casino and all his hard work over the years. Aoawa. Renault let out a furious roar, his eyes instantly turning blood red. He slammed his fist heavily into the broken wall beside him, and a violent burst of energy erupted, shattering the huge concrete block into dust. Fraud. No. Wrong. Renault's mind raced. If that guy was just an ordinary con man, how could he possibly unleash the Holy Dragon wings? That's the most direct proof of a high-ranking member of the church. It's impossible to fake. Moreover, the final move, the Holy Temple Gospel, is a supreme divine skill possessed only by a select few within the church. How could a con artist possibly possess both of these abilities simultaneously? The only explanation is, that guy is indeed a member of the church. Moreover, their status is definitely not low. The reason he wasn't on the church headquarters list was definitely to hide his identity and deliberately pretend to be a con man to frame him. That must be it. They were sent by factions within the church that were at odds with their own families. Having figured this out, the anger in Renault's eyes was gradually replaced by a cold resentment. Wait. No matter who you are, if you dare to mess with me like this, I will definitely find you. I'll show you what happens when you offend the Ren family. He took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, and coldly ordered the few surviving subordinates who had rushed from the ruins. Immediately seal off the scene, clean up all traces, and prevent anyone from approaching. Yes, sir. Also, contact my uncle at the church headquarters immediately and tell him everything that happened here. Have him use all his connections to investigate. I want to see who's behind this. Yes. The subordinates received the order and immediately began to act. After venting his anger, Renault's inner rage only grew stronger. He turned to one of his trusted confidants and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are there any left of the goods that were delivered a few days ago? The ones that were sent over not long ago seem to have been broken." However, upon hearing this, the subordinate looked troubled and stammered, My lord. I'm afraid it won't work." Renault's eyes instantly turned cold, and a murderous aura enveloped him. "What did you say?" The subordinate was so frightened that he almost knelt on the ground and hurriedly explained. "Please calm down, my lord. It's not that I'm not going to make arrangements for you. It's just that the church's regular inspectors have already arrived in the city. And this time, the one leading the team is Her Highness the Holy Maiden. If she catches us doing something wrong at this critical juncture, the consequences." The subordinate didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Upon hearing the name, Renault's pupils constricted sharply. The anger in my heart was extinguished almost entirely, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. That crazy woman. How did she end up here? Although he was extremely unhappy, he forced himself to calm down. The fact that the Holy Maiden personally led the inspection team is no small matter. If she discovers his dirty deeds, even if his uncle is a bishop and even the head of the church himself intervenes, he probably won't be able to protect him. Damn, they really know how to pick their timing. Renault muttered a curse under his breath. In the end, he suppressed all his evil thoughts, straightened his tattered clothes, and ordered in a deep voice. He instructed, "Get ready. Come with me to greet Her Highness the Holy Maiden." Not long after, at the entrance of the church branch in Grey Point, Renault met the legendary Saintess. Her long golden hair flowed like sunlight. Her golden eyes were holy and dazzling, and her well-tailored black vintage dress made her look noble and mysterious. "Your subordinate, Renault, greets Your Highness." Renault suppressed all distracting thoughts and respectfully knelt on one knee to pay his respects. The Saintess simply gave a faint hum and made no attempt to get him up. Renault was a little puzzled. According to the normal review process, the person leading the team this time should have been a bishop who had a good relationship with his uncle. Why was it suddenly changed to a Saintess? As if seeing through his doubts, Lillian, a bespectacled and quiet-looking priestess assistant beside the Saintess, smiled and explained. "Her Highness, out of consideration for her colleagues' hard work, took the initiative to take on this inspection task, allowing Bishop Martin and the others who were originally in charge to go on vacation. Upon hearing this, Renaud immediately put on a touched expression. Her Highness is truly kind-hearted and compassionate towards her subordinates. She is a role model for us all. He sneered inwardly. Showing consideration for subordinates? That sounds nice. It was just an excuse to get out and relax. Soon, the group entered the church's meeting room. Renaud had expected some polite formalities, but to his surprise, the Saintess got straight to the point after sitting down. Enforcer Reno, 3 months ago, the church headquarters received an anonymous tip alleging that you were operating an illegal casino in your jurisdiction and were involved in the human slave trade. Is this true? They've arrived. Renaud sneered inwardly, but outwardly feigned fear. Your Highness, please investigate. This is absolutely not true. It's a complete fabrication. Someone is jealous of my achievements and is maliciously slandering me. After saying that, he immediately had his subordinates present him with a large pile of documents that had been prepared in advance. Your Highness, please see that the church dispatched an investigation team to conduct an investigation immediately upon receiving the report. These are the investigation report and all the accounting records from that time. The results have proven that it was all a misunderstanding. These are all the recent work reports and intelligence summaries from our branch. Please verify them as well. Chapter 164 Going in with your left foot first is a capital offense. As he watched the Saintess pick up the documents and begin to peruse them, Renaud felt nothing but disdain. The inspection team that came last time was basically his uncle's faction zone people. Not only did they help him cover up all the problems, but they also worked together to create a flawless false account. His shady dealings appeared to have nothing to do with the church. All leads were cut off, and the documents were flawless. He refused to believe that this naive young girl, raised in a greenhouse, could possibly see anything wrong with her. I can easily get rid of her by just giving her a perfunctory response. Renaud's gaze even began to brazenly sweep over the Saintess's exquisite body curves. Wow, this year's Holy Maiden is truly stunning. If I find an opportunity in the future, I can. However, just as Renaud's mind was beginning to wander, conjuring up some filthy images, well, Miss Saint suddenly put down the documents in her hand and sighed softly. Your face is disgusting. Renaud was taken aback, somewhat unable to react. Your Highness, what are you saying? The Saintess slowly raised her head, and the calm in her golden eyes was gone, replaced by a chilling coldness. You've had this expression ever since I walked into this room. On the surface, they are respectful and humble, but in their hearts they are full of hypocrisy and arrogance, with a foolish look in which they think they have seen through everything and have everyone in their grasp. Do you know? A cold smile curved the corners of the Saintess's lips. What I hate most is your idiotic expression. Meanwhile, in the holy city, at the church headquarters, inside an elegant study, bang! With a loud crash, a desk made of 1,000-year-old agarwood was smashed to pieces by an angry hand. What did you say? The Holy Maiden went to that brat Renaud's territory to conduct an investigation. An elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in a magnificent bishop's robe, roared at his subordinates. He is Renaud's uncle, one of the heads of the Dolan family, and a leader of the conservative faction of the church, Fernando Dolan. Yes, Your Grace. The news just came that Her Highness the Saintess has changed her plans and is now in Ash City. The subordinate answered tremblingly. You bastard. Fernando was furious, his face turning ashen, and he paced back and forth in the room. He knows very well what kind of person his nephew is. He usually helps to suppress minor squabbles. But this time, they just happened to run into the Saintess they should never have messed with. No, he has to do something. Fernando angrily pushed open the door and strode towards the teleportation hall. However, he had just stepped into the corridor when someone called out to him. Oh, isn't this our esteemed Bishop Fernando? It's not even afternoon tea time yet. Where are you rushing off to? Fernando turned his head and saw a tall, middle-aged man with a black eye patch over his left eye leaning against the wall, looking at him with a mocking expression. It was the Bishop of the Southern Division, Shiwen. Upon seeing the text, Fernando's expression darkened further. In the church, he and Shiwen belonged to the conservative and reformist factions, respectively, and the two had always been at odds and could not get along. It's none of your business. Fernando coldly remarked and tried to walk around him. Don't rush off. Shiwen, however, followed relentlessly, a playful smile on his lips. I heard that Her Highness suddenly had a whim and went to inspect the work on your precious nephew's turf. Let me guess, aren't you thinking of rushing over there right now, contacting the Holy Maiden, and then using your status as the bishop and secretary to ask her to be lenient and let your nephew off the hook? Upon hearing this, Fernando stopped in his tracks, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Shewan, however, acted as if he hadn't seen anything and pulled a hard, dry bread from his pocket, took a bite, and mumbled something indistinctly. I advise you not to waste your energy, because even if you go, it will most likely be a waste of your time. Fernando turned around and stared intently at him. What do you mean? The Spanish bishop leaned against a pillar in the corridor, slowly munching on a piece of dry bread, completely ignoring Fernando's murderous glare. He looked up at the azure sky through the stained glass windows of the church dome and said softly, I think you stubborn traditionalists have always believed that Her Highness is one of us reformers, haven't you? After all, she was unconventional and unruly, and she did seem to be in the same boat as us old guys who advocated for change. Fernando didn't speak, but just snorted coldly, which was taken as tacit agreement. Shewan shook his head, turned his head, and a light, almost pity, flickered in his single eye that Fernando couldn't understand. Actually, you're all wrong. That saintess is different from us, and different from you. She needs to be more unconventional. The tone of Shewan's voice became somewhat meaningful. We old-fashioned folks, whether we are reformers or conservatives, ultimately believe in the holy dragon god and follow the church doctrines that have been passed down for thousands of years. But that holy maiden, Shewan paused, seemingly considering his words. What she believes in is the God in her own heart. Therefore, she never considers church doctrines when doing things, and she doesn't care about other people's opinions. She only follows her own rules. Ash City, Church Branch Reception Room. Renaud was still somewhat dazed after hearing the saintess's words. Your Highness, this subordinate does not understand what you mean. He's still trying to play dumb. Saintess Jean looked at him, a cold smile curving her lips. As I said, your information was indeed prepared perfectly, without any flaws. But I still believe you are guilty. This statement, though made casually, is full of undeniable domineering authority. The priest's assistant, upon hearing this, seemed to realize something, and her expression changed slightly. She quickly leaned close to the saintess's ear and whispered a reminder. Your Highness, Deacon Reno's uncle is Bishop Fernando, the secretary of the headquarters. It's best not to touch him lightly, lest we cause unnecessary trouble. However, the saintess only replied with a faint smile. So what happened? She didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. The next moment, her gaze suddenly passed over Renaud and landed on a subordinate standing ramrod straight behind him. You. The saintess pointed her slender finger at her subordinate. Tell me, when you walked into this room just now, which foot stepped in first? The subordinate was taken aback by the sudden question. He had absolutely no idea why the saint would ask that question, but he still subconsciously recalled for a moment, and then answered honestly. Your Highness, it's the left foot. Yeah. The saintess nodded. The next second, whoosh, a black sword light, incredibly fast, flashed by. That sword light seemed to be made of solidified feathers, carrying the aura of death. Before the subordinate could even react to what was happening, his head, still bearing a bewildered expression, was already flying high into the air. Hot blood gushed from his neck like a fountain, staining the luxurious carpet red. The headless corpse swayed twice before falling heavily to the ground. The entire reception room fell into a deathly silence. Renaud was completely dumbfounded by the bloody scene before him. His mind was blank. He never dreamed that this high and mighty holy maiden would actually kill someone for such an absurd and laughable reason. Is this madness? Just as he was utterly shocked, the saintess's cold voice rang out again, like a judgment from the deepest hell. Sorry, I just set the rules. From now on, anyone entering this room must enter with their right foot first. After she finished speaking, she slowly turned her head, her golden eyes coldly looking at Renaud, who had already turned pale. If I remember correctly, you also came in with your left foot first, right? Assistant Lillian. Chapter 165, The Angel of Death. The Holy City headquarters, in the corridor. Fernando frowned as he listened to Shewan's cryptic words. What do you mean? You mean that little girl dared to kill my nephew? He couldn't believe it. No matter what, Reno is Bishop Fernando's nephew and a member of the Dolan family. Even if the Holy Maiden is favored by the leader, she wouldn't kill a high-ranking deacon without a reason, would she? The Western bishop did not answer directly, but silently munched on the bread in his hand, muttering something indistinctly. Very likely. Fernando was so angry he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He stopped wasting words with this eccentric guy and turned to force his way into the teleportation hall. I advise you to give up on your good-for-nothing nephew. A Western voice came softly from behind. Even if you take the teleportation array now, it's most likely too late. Besides, even if you get there, can you actually stop it? Westwind's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Don't forget, what was the priestly assistant who accompanied Her Highness the Saint in the church before? That's a monster known as the Angel of Death. Even though he was forcibly demoted and made a follower of the Holy Maiden for violating religious rules, his strength has not decreased in the slightest. Ash City. Renaud looked into the Saintess's emotionless eyes, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He finally understood. This woman wasn't there for inspection at all. She came here to kill people. All those reports and documents are just excuses. She wanted to kill me. You crazy woman. Fear and anger intertwined, causing Renaud to completely lose his mind. He roared, his inner energy erupted, and he drew the sword from his back, transforming it into a black lightning bolt as he slashed fiercely at the Holy Maiden. However, his knife had not yet reached the Saintess. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out. Before he knew it, the quiet and gentle priestess assistant, who always wore glasses, had appeared in front of him. She simply extended two slender fingers and easily caught Renaud's powerful blade. At the same time, Renaud felt a chill on his right arm. He looked down and saw that his entire arm, which was holding the knife, had been severed at the shoulder. Blood, like fireworks, filled the sky. Who gave you permission to lay a hand on Her Highness the Holy Maiden? The voice of the priest's assistant, Lillian, rang out softly. She pushed up her glasses, and the gentleness and timidity in her eyes behind the lenses were gone. Instead, there was a chilling, knife-like killing intent, icy and bone-chilling. Renaud clutched his severed arm, staggered backward, his eyes filled with horror. Wow, so fast. I didn't even see the other person's movements clearly. This seemingly harmless woman possesses unfathomable strength. He finally realized what a hard iron plate he had kicked. Let's give it our all. Renaud gritted his teeth and pressed his left hand hard against his chest. The remaining shadow energy within his body began to gather and compress frantically, and a destructive aura emanated from him. He actually planned to self-destruct, taking these two crazy women down with him. Lillian's expression changed instantly. She immediately flashed in front of the Holy Maiden, preparing to withstand the self-destruction of this peak 7-star expert. However, the next moment, a cunning smile appeared on Renaud's face. The aura of destruction emanating from him vanished without a trace in an instant. He tricked them. Taking advantage of Lillian's momentary retreat, Renaud's figure suddenly transformed into a black shadow, smashed through the wall behind him, and frantically fled outside. Chase after them. The Saintess looked at the gaping hole without even raising an eyebrow, and simply gave a cold command. No need to leave any survivors. Yes, Your Highness. Miss Lillian nodded slightly, and with a flicker, she disappeared from the room. On the other side of the city, in a remote and deserted abandoned factory, a dark figure staggered out. It was Renaud, who had escaped with all his might. Huff, huff. He clutched his bleeding, severed arm, gasping for breath, his face as pale as paper. In his attempt to escape, he had burned almost all of his shadow energy, leaving him extremely weak. That damn crazy woman. That damn monster assistant. Renaud leaned against the cold wall, his eyes filled with resentment and lingering fear. He never imagined that the Holy Maiden would actually dare to kill him, especially with such an abnormally powerful guard by her side. No, it's not safe here. We must leave Greyhorn City as soon as possible and return to our family's territory. Once he returns to his family, with the protection of his uncle and ancestors, even the Holy Maiden wouldn't dare to touch him easily. He took out a precious spatial teleportation talisman from his pocket and was about to activate it. However, at that moment, a cold and mocking voice, like a deadly curse, echoed behind him. You run pretty fast, Renaud Enforcer. Renaud's body stiffened abruptly. The color drained from his face in an instant. That sound. He turned his head with difficulty, inch by inch. In the dim shadows of the factory, a figure stood quietly. She was no longer dressed as a quiet and refined priest's assistant. At this moment, she no longer wore those cumbersome glasses. Her eyes were sharp as knives, filled with undisguised killing intent. What really sent chills down Renaud's spine was what she was carrying. Those were a pair of enormous, blood-red battle axes that gleamed with a chilling light. The axe blades still bore traces of undried blood, emitting a strong stench of blood. Looking at those iconic battle axes, a name that had been buried for a long time, yet was enough to strike fear into the hearts of countless high-ranking church officials, instantly surfaced in Renault's mind. His lips began to tremble, and his voice became shrill with extreme fear. To warn the angel of death, Lillian? You weren't stripped of all your positions and locked in solitary confinement for slaughtering an entire noble family. How could I be following the Holy Maiden? Lillian remained expressionless. She lightly scraped her fingernails with the axe blade, making a harsh scraping sound. Oh, it seems you know quite a bit. As for why I was able to come out, of course, it was Her Highness the Holy Maiden who protected me. His Highness said that it would be a waste for someone like me to stay in solitary confinement. It would be more suitable for me to stay by her side and be her henchman. Renault's heart sank to the bottom. It's over. It's completely over. If it were someone else, he might still have a glimmer of hope. But facing this legendary madman who revels in killing and disregards rules, he knew that he was doomed today. No, don't kill me. His survival instinct led him to let out a final, desperate cry. My uncle is the bishop. If you kill me, he will never let you get away with it. The church will not forgive you either. Lillian walked slowly toward Renault, her face expressionless. Every step was like a heavy hammer, striking Renault's heart hard. A hint of disdain flashed in Lillian's eyes. Before she finished speaking, her figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Renault's pupils contracted sharply. His strong will to survive caused him to unleash his last potential. He concentrated all his remaining shadow energy in front of him, forming a thick shadow energy shield. However, all of this was in vain in front of Lillian. Whoosh! A blood-red axe flash, like lightning slicing through the night, flashed by in an instant. That sturdy aura shield was torn apart as easily as if it were made of paper. Uft! He didn't finish his sentence. A flash of cold light appeared. The last thing Renault saw was his own headless body flying into the air. And that figure, wielding two axes, like a demon. Chapter 166. Something's not right. A few days later, Lanyu was sitting in a coffee shop, leisurely drinking coffee and browsing the internal forum of the Other Shore Flower Guild. A pinned post caught his attention. Breaking news. Reno, a 7-star enforcer of the Holy Dragon Church, has died under mysterious circumstances. The post has already received tens of thousands of replies, with all sorts of rumors and insider revelations flying around. According to reports, Renault was guilty of corruption and heinous crimes, and was tried on the spot by Her Highness the Saintess, who then expelled him from the family. Even more outrageous, some people say it's an internal factional struggle within the church, and the Saintess is just a pawn that was pushed out. Looking at these posts, Lanyu couldn't help but feel a sense of Gankai, a complex feeling of mixed emotions, including regret and reflection. Unexpectedly, before he could even make a move, the Saintess had already snatched the target away. But this is good too. It saves me a lot of trouble. Now, everything in Greyhorn City has been settled, and the loot counted from Reno's vault has been divided with White Raven. That guy said he finally made a fortune and refused to go back to the guild to continue working like a slave. He wanted to take the money and live it up for a while. Lanyu didn't bother with him, and the two parted ways. Judging by the time, the guild's review should be over soon. It's time to go back to Qiming City. However, Greyhorn City is just a small third-tier city and does not have a convenient and quick shadow wormhole like Enlightenment City. If you want to go back, you can only take the most primitive intercity train. However, just as Lanyu was about to set off, he encountered a small problem. Or rather, a huge problem. Inside the luxurious dining compartment of the train, Lanyu looked at the white-haired girl sitting opposite him, devouring plate after plate of top-quality steak, lobster, and caviar like a whirlwind, and felt a deep sense of helplessness. This girl was, of course, Hel. Early this morning, just as he was about to leave, Hel appeared out of his shadow on his own. The train attendant standing nearby was completely dumbfounded. In his more than 10 years in the industry, this was the first time he had ever seen a girl who could eat so much. No, this can't be described as just being able to eat. This is a bottomless pit. From the moment she boarded the bus until now, in just 1 hour, this seemingly petite white-haired girl has already eaten up nearly a third of their restaurant's inventory. Moreover, judging from her appearance, she seems to have no intention of stopping anytime soon. Nidhogg's chuckled voice echoed in his mind. Hel has slept enough during this period, his strength has recovered well, and he has plenty of energy, so he wanted to go out for a stroll. Moreover, you have now advanced to the level of a 5-star Shadow Master, so maintaining Hel's presence for most of the day is not a problem. Lanyu sighed inwardly. After emerging from Renault's vault, With the help of his newly acquired Hegni sword and a wealth of resources, he indeed naturally broke through to the level of a 5-star Shadow Master. But that's no reason for Hel to treat him like a meal ticket. Don't worry, Hel will control her aura. As long as she doesn't make a move, even a demigod-level expert won't be able to discover her true identity without careful investigation. Nidhogg continued to offer words of comfort. And what about you? Aren't you going out for a stroll? Lan Yu asked himself. Me? Nidhogg's tone was tinged with disdain. I have no interest in these things from the human world. Just then, the restaurant manager walked in, sweating profusely, and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace at Lan Yu. This, sir, I'm very sorry to inform you. Our train restaurants, all the food in stock has been completely eaten up by this young lady. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu's lips twitched. He looked at Hel across from him. Hel looked up at the same time, half a lobster still in her mouth, her pure eyes blinking as if asking, "Why aren't you going up?" The scene was quite awkward at one point. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly said, "Sir, madam, our train's next stop is Star Ash City. That city is hosting a grand celebration today, organized by the Eternal Night Merchant Guild, and I hear there are lots and lots of delicious food and fun activities. If you two are interested, you can go and take a look." Eternal Night Merchant Guild? Upon hearing this name, Lan Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Isn't this the same merchant guild I encountered when I did my first guild commission? He also happened to save the young master of that family, Yongle Ming. That's quite a coincidence. He thought for a moment, then turned to ask Hel, "Shall we go take a look?" Hel nodded vigorously. Star Gray is somewhat different from other cities. Along both sides of the street, countless glowing lamps emitting a soft gray-white light have replaced traditional streetlights. A faint, pleasant fragrance filled the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. As soon as Hurl stepped off the train, he was captivated by the fantastical scene before him, his pure eyes curiously taking in everything around him. Looking at her like this, Lan Yu felt a pang of emotion. The Eternal Night Merchant Guild is indeed incredibly wealthy and powerful. To host a celebration, they actually booked 2 entire skyscrapers and 3 main commercial streets. Everywhere you look, there are lanterns and decorations, bustling crowds, and a lively atmosphere. On the streets, all sorts of novel and interesting things can be seen everywhere. Dancing dolls, alchemical dragons breathing colorful flames, and various food stalls floating in midair. Hel was like a little mouse that had fallen into a rice jar, pulling Lan Yu along, looking here and there, tasting there, having a great time. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of a high-end pastry shop that looked extremely luxurious. Even from outside the door, you can smell the sweet, cloying aroma wafting inside, enough to make your mouth water. Her steps faltered instantly. "Go in." Lan Yu smiled. Since someone else was paying, he didn't feel bad about it. The interior of the dim sum shop is lavishly decorated and full of artistic flair. A variety of exquisitely designed cakes and desserts, resembling works of art, are displayed in crystal counters, radiating an alluring luster. Hurl's eyes instantly turned into sparkling stars. She practically pointed at the menu and ordered everything from beginning to end. When the waiter brought all the desserts to the table and was about to collect the bill, Lan Yu remembered something and took out a black card with an extraordinary texture from his pocket. It was the black card that Yongle Ming had given him back then. It is said that as long as you make a purchase at any of the businesses under the Eternal Night Merchant Guild, you can enjoy the highest level of treatment by presenting this card, and all purchases will be free. I've never had a chance to use it before, so I'll give it a try today. Swipe this card. Lan Yu handed over the black card. However, the moment the waiter saw the black card, his professional smile froze. Her eyes instantly became wary, and she scrutinized Lan Yu several times. Immediately afterwards, instead of swiping her card, she discreetly pressed a hidden button under the counter. "Sir, please wait a moment. This card requires special verification." The waiter forced a somewhat stiff smile at Lan Yu. Lan Yu frowned slightly, noticing something's not right. St. Gold. Chapter 167 Young Master Yongle. Before he could even ask a question, splash. A dozen or so guards in black uniforms, exuding a fierce aura, suddenly rushed into the entrance of the pastry shop. They all had hostile eyes and held specially made shadow weapons in their hands. In an instant, they surrounded Lan Yu and Hel, forming a circle around them. The intense, chilling atmosphere frightened the other customers who were enjoying their desserts in the shop, causing them to turn pale and quickly move aside. The head of the guards held a terminal in his hand, checked the information on it, and then stared coldly at Lan Yu with a scrutinizing gaze. According to the Chamber of Commerce's records, the holder of this black card should be Mr. Lan Yu, a young man with blue hair. And you? His gaze swept over Lan Yu's unremarkable black-haired youth face, disguised by the thousand-faced mask. Your appearance is seriously inconsistent with the records. Now, we have reason to suspect that this card of yours was stolen. Please explain where this card came from. The captain of the guard's voice was cold and firm, filled with an unquestionable tone. Lan Yu was speechless upon hearing this. He then remembered that his current face was a disguise he had previously created using the Thousand Faces mask for easier movement. This thing is so effective that even a 9-star expert would have difficulty seeing through it, let alone an ordinary person. Naturally, it also fooled the Eternal Night Merchant Guild's identity recognition system. I was really careless and forgot about that. If I had known it would be this troublesome, I would have just paid directly. Sir, I think there might be some misunderstanding. Lan Yu tried to explain. However, the guard captain didn't give him a chance to explain. Enough with the nonsense. Save your words for the interrogation room. Move him. Arrest him. At his command, the surrounding guards immediately stepped forward. The atmosphere in the entire store instantly became extremely tense. Lan Yu's gaze gradually turned cold. It seems that if we don't take action today, we won't be able to get out. However, at this tense moment, a voice, tinged with a hint of frivolity, yet filled with authority, came from the doorway. Stop it, all of you. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A handsome young man dressed in fine clothes, with a nonchalant smile always on his lips, strode in, surrounded by a group of guards. It was Yong Lemming, the young master of the Yongya Merchant Guild. The guards, who had been so aggressive, immediately bowed and saluted like mice before a cat the moment they saw Yong Lemming. Young master. Yong Lemming ignored them and walked straight up to Lan Yu. He first glanced at Lan Yu, who was surrounded by guards, and then at Hell, who had ignored everything around him and focused on finishing the desserts on the table. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Immediately, a bright smile appeared on his face, and he extended his hand warmly to Lan Yu. Sir, I have long admired your name. I am Yong Lemming. Lan Yu was taken aback. Do you recognize me? This is probably the first time you've seen my face like this, right? The guard captain was also completely bewildered. He leaned closer to Yong Lemming and whispered a reminder. Young master, this person looks completely different from Mr. Lan Yu on the black card record. He might be a thief. Smack. Yong Lemming slapped the guard captain hard across the face. You don't know anything. This gentleman is Mr. Lan Yu's best friend. He is my most honored guest. Mr. Lan Yu had already informed me that his friend would be using his card to make purchases, and asked me to treat him well. You bunch of blind fools, how dare you mistake my distinguished guest for a thief? Do you not want to work here anymore? Yong Lemming pointed at the guard captain's nose and launched into a tirade of abuse. The guard captain was thoroughly berated, and with his face swollen and red, he didn't dare utter a single word. The guards around them were also terrified and kept silent. After finishing his rant, Yong Lemming immediately put on an apologetic smile and bowed repeatedly to Lan Yu in apology. I'm so sorry, sir. It's my fault for not disciplining my subordinates properly, and I've disturbed you and your girlfriend. Please don't take offense. All the losses are on me. His actions were so smooth and effortless that they not only saved Lan Yu from a difficult situation, but also gave him a huge amount of face, making it impossible for anyone to be angry. Seeing him like this, Lan Yu's displeasure vanished. Fine. He said it calmly. It was just a misunderstanding. With the matter resolved, Yong Lemming immediately waved his hand, dismissing all the annoying guards. Then, he moved closer to Lan Yu again and said in an admiring tone, Speaking of which, sir, your girlfriend has an exceptionally strong mentality. To be able to remain calm and focused on eating despite that situation, I admire your composure. Lan Yu glanced at Hell, who was still struggling with a piece of tiramisu, and his lips twitched slightly. It wasn't that she had good self-control, she simply didn't take those guards seriously at all. Lan Yu didn't respond to his comment, but instead asked the question that had been bothering him. You seem to have recognized me at first glance. He was very curious as to how Yong Lemming could be so certain of his identity while he was disguised, even going so far as to lie in public to extricate himself from the predicament. Upon hearing this, Yong Lemming's face lit up with an even brighter smile, one that even seemed somewhat self-righteous. Of course, you are my savior. I would still recognize my benefactor, even if he changed his face or turned to ashes. These words were spoken with sincerity and without any flaws. Although Lan Yu knew that the kid was mostly flattering him, he was still quite pleased with himself. Just then, A subordinate hurriedly walked up to Yong Leming and whispered a few words to him. An apologetic expression appeared on Yong Leming's face. I'm so sorry, sir. There's an urgent matter at the Chamber of Commerce that I need to go and handle. Please make sure you and this lady have a great time at the celebration. Everything will be on my tab. After saying that, he hurriedly left with his men. At this moment, Hel, who had already devoured all the desserts on the table, finally stood up with satisfaction, tugged at Lan Yu's sleeve, and looked at him with sparkling eyes. The meaning is quite obvious. Next stop, where to go? Let's go. I'll take you to buy some new clothes. Chapter 168 Instant Kill of a 5-Star Robber. Lan Yu looked at Hel's white dress, which seemed to be woven from moonlight. Although it was pure and flawless, it was indeed a bit monotonous. Since we've all come out for a while, we should let her experience the joys of shopping in the human world. Hel nodded as if she understood, but she didn't care where she went as long as she was with Lan Yu. Soon, the two arrived at an extremely luxurious commercial street. This is the most high-end luxury goods gathering place in the entire Star Gray area. The streets are lined with flagship stores of various top international brands, each decorated in a magnificent style, like a palace. Lan Yu led Hel into the largest women's clothing store. The restaurant staff are all professionally trained and have a keen eye for business. They immediately recognized the extraordinary qualities of Lan Yu and Hel, especially Hel, whose pure and beautiful face and unique, untainted aura amazed them. Welcome. Is there anything you two need? A sweet-looking waitress immediately came over with a warm smile. As Hel looked at the dazzling array of clothes and jewelry in the shop, a glimmer of curiosity and fondness appeared in her pure eyes for the first time. It seems that even gods cannot resist the temptation of these glittering things. Pick whatever you like. Lan Yu waved his hand generously at Hel. Anyway, I have a black card to pay, so there's no need to save me money. With Lan Yu's permission, Hel seemed to be unleashed, and under the guidance of the waiter, she began to select items with great interest. Lan Yu, on the other hand, found a sofa in the rest area and sat down, waiting listlessly. After a while, he felt a little thirsty, so he told the waiter who was waiting outside the changing room that he was going to go outside to buy a glass of water. Walking on the bustling street, looking at the crowds around him, and feeling this long-lost peaceful scene full of life, Lan Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of ease. Perhaps, such a leisurely life is not bad at all. However, at that moment, bang, 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 several piercing gunshots suddenly shattered the peace. Immediately afterwards, piercing screams and commotion erupted from the crowd. Ah! Murder! Robbery! Robbers! Run! Call the police immediately. Someone has robbed the biggest clothing store. The once bustling street instantly descended into chaos. Countless people screamed, cried, and scattered in all directions, fearing they would be caught up in this sudden disaster. Clothing store? The biggest one? Lan Yu's expression changed instantly. Isn't that the shop Hel is in? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he moved, becoming a blur, and charged madly against the panicked flow of people towards the clothing store. Meanwhile, inside the clothing store, with several gunshots, a group of robbers wearing black masks and carrying special firearms rushed in menacingly. Everyone, get down on your knees with your hands behind your heads. Don't move. Anyone who dares to move, I'll shoot them dead. The leader of the robbers kicked a mannequin to the ground and roared in a hoarse voice. The customers and staff in the store had never seen anything like this before. They were all terrified, screaming and crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands, their bodies trembling like leaves. The robbers had a very clear division of labor. One group was responsible for controlling the hostages, pointing their dark gun barrels at them. Another group of people took out sacks they had prepared beforehand and began frantically sweeping up the jewelry and expensive goods in the display cases. Their actions were professional and swift, clearly indicating they were repeat offenders. Outside a luxurious changing room, the waitress who had been serving Hel so enthusiastically just moments before now had a cold gun pressed firmly against her forehead, her hands raised high, her face deathly pale, and tears welling up in her eyes from fear. One of the robbers, seeing that the situation was under control, nodded in satisfaction and reported to his leader via walkie-talkie. Boss, all the hostages have been taken into custody. However, he had barely finished speaking. Squeak. The door to the changing room behind me was suddenly pushed open from the inside. Hel, wearing a brand new black gothic dress, walked out from inside. The robber reacted extremely quickly, instantly turning his gun towards Hel and shouting sharply, "Don't move. Hands up." However, Hel seemed not to hear him and completely ignored the deadly weapon in his hand. She simply walked straight to the huge floor-length mirror, curiously turned around, and looked at herself in her new outfit, seemingly very satisfied with the look. Being so completely ignored, the robber immediately felt embarrassed. He felt that his dignity had been seriously challenged. Bang! He suddenly fired a shot into the air, the loud gunshot eliciting screams from inside the store once again. He pointed the still-smoking gun at the back of Hel's head again, his voice distorted with rage. "Fuck you. I told you not to move. Are you deaf?" This time, Hel finally reacted. She slowly turned her head, her pure, clear eyes glancing indifferently at the robber. That gaze was cold, empty, and devoid of any emotion. It was as if I were looking at an inanimate object. I don't know why. The other party was clearly just a seemingly weak girl who couldn't even kill a chicken. But the moment her gaze fell upon him, the vicious robber couldn't help but shiver. An indescribable fear, originating from the depths of his soul, instantly seized his heart. Go to hell. Extreme fear made him instinctively want to pull the trigger and use a bullet to dispel the chill in his heart. However, he was horrified to find that he could not press down with his fingers no matter what he did. No, to be precise, he could no longer feel the arm that was holding the gun. He lowered his head stiffly. All he could see was his right arm, which had been severed clean off at the root sometime during the night. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. Well, the excruciating pain, delayed for half a second, then swept wildly through his brain. He didn't even have time to scream. Because, without him noticing, a cold figure had appeared before him. It was Lan Yu who had left and then returned. In his hand, he held a jet-black blade formed from pure shadow energy, its surface unstained by a single drop of blood. In your next life, remember not to point a gun at the wrong person. Lan Yu's voice was icy cold, devoid of any warmth. The next moment, he swung the shadow blade in his hand down. Uft! The robber's body was cleanly and decisively cleaved in two with a single stroke. Hot blood and entrails were spilled all over the changing room. Enemy attack. It was only then that the other robbers inside the store finally realized what was happening. They all turned their guns towards Lan Yu and frantically pulled the triggers. Da-da-da-da-da. Dense flames instantly wove together into a net of death, enveloping Lan Yu. Lan Yu's eyes narrowed, and a thought flashed through his mind. Buzz! A thick wall of black shadow energy instantly materialized in front of him, completely blocking all the bullets. Jingle bells. The bullets bounced off the wall of shadow energy, failing to cause any damage. However, at that very moment, a bullet unlike any other, flashing with ominous black lightning, suddenly shot out from an extremely tricky blind spot. That bullet's speed and power far exceeded those of other bullets. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall of shadow energy that Lan Yu had condensed was actually blasted with a hole by this bullet. Upon seeing this, the bandit leader in the distance immediately showed a look of joy on his face. It's done. However, when he looked closely, he found that there was no one behind the broken wall. Chapter 169 Return Gift. Where are they? A cold voice, like the whisper of death, suddenly rang out behind him. A 5-star shadow master, doing this kind of robbery and plunder. Are you sick? The bandit leader's pupils contracted to the most dangerous pinpoints in an instant. He wanted to turn back, to fight back. But it was too late. A dark sword light flashed by. His head, still bearing an expression of shock and bewilderment, flew high into the air. The headless corpse swayed twice before collapsing heavily into a pool of blood. Blood stained the scattered jewels on the ground. The blood that splattered towards Hel was all blocked by the wall summoned by Lan Yu using his shadow energy. Her new clothes were not soiled at all. Boss! Boss! The remaining robbers stared at their leader's corpse, their expressions shifting from ferocity to astonishment, and then to boundless fear, all within a single second. They finally realized that today, it seemed they had kicked an unimaginably hard iron plate. This black-haired youth who suddenly appeared was a monster they couldn't possibly handle. Run! Run! Someone let out a piercing scream. The remaining robbers, as if waking from a dream, no longer cared about the treasure and tried to escape as fast as they could. However, how could Lan Yu possibly give them that opportunity? Trying to run now. It's too late. The next second, his figure, like a ghost, left an afterimage in the spot and disappeared instantly. Inside the clothing store, a series of screams filled with despair and pain echoed. The sound stopped abruptly. The whole world seemed to have fallen silent. When Yong Leming arrived at the scene in a great hurry with a large number of guards. Upon seeing the scene before them, everyone gasped in shock. The entire luxurious clothing store was in complete disarray. 9 robbers' corpses lay scattered on the ground. Each corpse was killed instantly, their deaths gruesome. The air was thick with the stench of blood, which mingled with the scent of expensive perfumes in the store, creating a bizarre and nauseating atmosphere. And in the center of this scene, which resembled a battlefield, Lan Yu stood there calmly, the black shadow blade in his hand slowly dissipating. Behind him, the white-haired girl, Hel, was still curiously looking at her reflection in the mirror, at her black dress stained with a few drops of blood, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. Yong Leming and his guards were all a little stunned by what they saw. It's over? Is that all? You should know that this group of robbers is no rabble. According to the Chamber of Commerce's intelligence, this is an elite robbery gang led by a 5-star Shadow Master and composed of 8 4-star Shadow Masters. They committed numerous crimes with ruthless methods, causing headaches for the film bureaus of several cities. But now, this troublesome gang of robbers, with 9 powerful Shadow Masters, was wiped out by one person in less than 5 minutes? The most shocked person was none other than Yong Leming himself. He stared intently at Lan Yu, his eyes filled with disbelief. He clearly remembered that 2 weeks ago, when he first met Lan Yu in that remote mine, Lan Yu's strength was only at the level of a 2-star Shadow Master. Although their combat power far exceeds that of others of the same level, there are still limits. But how long has it been? Less than 2 weeks. His strength has actually increased to the point where he can easily kill a 5-star Shadow Master? This is like it was upgraded by a rocket. What kind of monster is this guy? Ignoring the shocked looks on everyone's faces, Lan Yu simply walked to Hel's side and gently wiped the bloodstains off her skirt. Then, he turned to look at Yong Leming and said calmly, I've taken care of the person. Now it's up to you to handle the situation. After saying that, before Yong Leming could react, he pulled Hel along and slowly walked out of the clothing store under the gazes of everyone who were filled with awe, fear, and curiosity. It was as if he had just gone out for a stroll and casually crushed a few ants. Watching the 2 figures leave, it took Yong Leming a long time to recover from his shock. He shook his head with a wry smile. After leaving that place of trouble, Lan Yu, with Hel, continued to stroll around the festival. The little incident just now didn't seem to have any effect on Hel. She remained as curious as ever, eating, drinking, and having a great time. Night fell quietly. The sky over the city of eternal night grew even deeper. The magical lamps lining the streets shone even brighter, illuminating the entire city as if it were daytime. I heard that there will be a grand fireworks display at the end of tonight's celebration. Lan Yu looked at Hel's satisfied little face and said with a smile, Want to go see it? Surely such a thing didn't exist in the mythological era? Hel tilted his head, a hint of doubt appearing in his pure eyes. Fireworks, what are they? Lan Yu was taken aback by her question. For a moment, he really didn't know how to explain fireworks to a god from the ancient mythological era. He thought for a moment and then said it in a way that was easier to understand. It's a very beautiful explosion. Explode? Pearl's eyes lit up instantly. She seemed very interested in the word. Seeing her enthusiastic expression, Lan Yu smiled and prepared to take her to the best viewing spot. However, at that moment. But suddenly, Hel grabbed his hand. Lan Yu turned his head with some confusion. Then, Hel stretched out his other hand and put something into his palm. It was a small dragon horn, only the size of a thumb, crystal clear, as if carved from the purest crystal. As soon as he got his hands on the dragon horn, a cool and pure power instantly spread throughout his body, invigorating him. Lan Yu looked at Hel with some confusion. Hel looked at him and spoke slowly and deliberately, in a very serious tone. You spent time with me today. This is a return gift. The usage is very simple. If you encounter a troublesome enemy, just crush it. Her words were simple and direct. However, the moment she finished speaking, Nidhogg's unprecedentedly serious voice suddenly rang in Lan Yu's mind. Hel, what are you doing? Take that thing back right now. Nidhogg's voice carried a rare hint of urgency and anger. However, this time, Hel, who always obeyed her sister, unexpectedly shook her head. Her eyes were stubborn and determined. No. In short, it was decisive and efficient. Before Lan Yu could even react, he was still wondering what had happened. Nidhogg's extremely solemn voice rang in his mind once again, carrying an undeniable warning. Listen up, kid. Remember, unless absolutely necessary and certain death is certain, never use this dragon horn. Lan Yu's heart sank suddenly. He could tell that Nidhogg wasn't joking. He asked in a deep voice. What exactly is this thing? Chapter 170 Awarding of Medals. Nidhogg paused for a moment before explaining in an extremely serious tone. This dragon horn is formed from Hell's primordial power, and within it is bound her supreme authority as the goddess of death. Once you crush it, the power of authority will erupt instantly, covering an area of hundreds of miles, dragging everything into eternal silence. Even in this day and age, those so-called demigod powerhouses probably couldn't withstand this attack. Even a demigod couldn't withstand it. Upon hearing this, a tremendous wave of emotion surged within Lan Yu's heart. He looked down at the small, exquisite dragon horn in his hand, unable to comprehend how such a tiny object could contain such devastating power. But he quickly calmed down and asked the most crucial question. Using it comes at a price, doesn't it? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Such immense power must come at an unimaginable cost. That's right. Nidhogg's voice became somewhat low. Moreover, the cost will be borne by Hell. Once this power is used, she will instantly fall into the deepest slumber, which could last for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, or perhaps, she will never wake up again. After hearing Nidhogg's explanation, Lan Yu felt as if something had clenched his heart. He looked up, his gaze complex as he looked at the white-haired girl who had so casually given him what was most important to him as a return gift. He took a deep breath and gripped the cold dragon horn tightly in his palm. Nidhogg, I understand. The next day, Lan Yu returned to the guild. Not long after returning to the guild, Lan Yu received an official notification from the Shadow Artist Management Bureau. After a final review, his supervisory title of highest level of calamity was officially removed. This means that he has finally returned to being a free man, instead of a dangerous element, who was constantly under surveillance. At the same time, his sister Lan Xuan called to tell him that the hero awarding ceremony and celebration held for her would be taking place in the next few days at the municipal center of Qiming City, and that he must attend. Lan Yu readily agreed to his sister's invitation. Just as he was about to head home, an unexpected person came to his door. Long Su, Director General of the Filmmakers Administration. This young man, who looked to be only 27 or 28 years old and always had a somewhat nonchalant smile, personally came to Lan Yu's door to express his sincere apologies for his previous supervision and misunderstanding. Brother Lan Yu, I apologize for what happened before. I had no other choice but to do so. I hope you won't take it to heart. Long Su's attitude was very sincere, and he even brought a generous gift as compensation. It was a breast-protecting mirror, entirely dark gold in color, engraved with complex and ancient runes, faintly exuding a sacred aura. This Guardian's Heart is a rare defensive artifact, imbued with a trace of the divine power of the Guardian God. Although it is only a fragment, its uses are boundless. Long Su introduced with a smile. Unfortunately, it's only half. Lan Yu took the protective mirror and could feel the powerful force contained within it. He asked with some curiosity. Half? What if we could collect both halves? A hint of approval flashed in Long Su's eyes. If you can collect them all, this shadow weapon can unleash its true power, enough to allow you to withstand a fatal blow that is 2 major levels above your own strength. Withstand an attack exceeding 2 stars. Lan Yu was startled. That's a bit perverted. It's important to know that the gap between different levels of Shadow Masters widens as you go further down the hierarchy. Those who can overcome a 1-star challenge are already extremely rare geniuses. This shadow artifact can completely ignore the difference between 2 major ranks. It's like having an extra life. Where is the other half? Lan Yu pressed for an answer. Upon hearing this, Long Su revealed a meaningful smile. It's quite a coincidence. To celebrate Miss Blue Frost's awarding of her hero's medal, as is customary, we will hold a competition for all young talents before the ceremony begins. And the reward for the ultimate winner of this assessment is, just like that, the other half of the Guardian's Heart. He looked at Lan Yu and asked with a smile. So, young man Lan Yu, how about it? Are you interested in participating? Upon hearing this, Lan Yu's lips twitched. He finally understood. This guy deliberately only sent half, then used the other half as bait, clearly trying to get me to participate in some kind of assessment. This is a perfectly legitimate and openly calculated scheme. However, he was indeed very tempted by that shadow device. I'll participate. Lan Yu nodded and readily agreed. Haha, that's great. Upon hearing this, Long Su laughed and patted Lan Yu's shoulder forcefully. I knew it. You wouldn't let me down. A few days later, at the Qiming City Municipal Center, a temporary assessment venue was set up. The scene was packed with people and incredibly lively. Almost all the prominent families and forces in Qiming City sent representatives to attend the ceremony. Those who participated in the assessment were all young elites under the age of 25 from various forces. Among them, Lan Yu also saw a familiar figure, Lan Qiming. The other person was still wearing a monocle, exuding a refined and scholarly air. His eyes, however, were as deep as an ancient well, seemingly isolated from all the noise of the outside world. A rising star among the younger generation of the Lan family, he is now 24 years old and has already reached the peak of a 5-star Shadow Master. He is only one step away from becoming a 6-star Shadow Master. He saw Lan Yu and gave him a kind smile. But Lan Yu could tell that the smile was fake. Soon, the assessment officially began. On the huge arena in the center of the venue, with the sound of a mechanism turning, a giant magical puppet, 10 meters tall and made entirely of special metal, slowly rose up. The content of this assessment is very simple. The host, Bai Yi, the director of the Qiming City branch, personally went on stage and announced it loudly. The one who defeats this trial puppet, personally designed by the director of the Dragon Strategy Bureau, and perseveres to the end, is the victor. Soon, the first challenger took the stage. He was a genius from a second-rate family whose strength had reached the level of a 4-star Shadow Master. He engaged in a fierce and arduous battle with the giant puppet. Finally, after exhausting all his shadow energy, he managed to knock down the giant puppet with a bang. Just when he thought he had succeeded and was about to cheer. Snap! The fallen puppet's outer shell suddenly shattered into pieces. A second puppet, smaller in size, but with a more concentrated aura, slowly rose from its shattered shell. Second form. Before the challenger could react, the second form puppet transformed into a streak of light, instantly defeating him and blasting him off the stage. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Holy crap! This puppet can transform. This second form strength has probably reached the 5-star level, right? How can we fight against that? Chapter 171, dominating the entire field. In the audience, there was much discussion, and the young and proud faces were now filled with solemnity and frustration. Are you kidding me? The second form is already at the 5-star level. How are we supposed to fight this? The one who just went up was a genius from the Wang family, a peak 4-star expert, and he couldn't even last 3 minutes. This assessment wasn't prepared for us at all. Subsequently, several more young talents from various forces took the stage. They were all arrogant geniuses who were usually highly sought after. However, all their pride was shattered before this cold, trial puppet. At best, he managed to withstand a few more moves from the second form puppet, but ultimately ended up losing miserably. Just as the atmosphere in the room was gradually becoming dull and even somewhat desperate, the host's loud voice rang out again. The next challenger, Lan Qiming from the Lan family. The moment the name was uttered, the entire venue was instantly ignited. Lan Qiming. He's that prodigy from the Lan family. A 24-year-old peak 5-star Shadow Master. He's said to have 1 foot already in the 6-star threshold. He's the leading figure of the younger generation in Qiming City. He can definitely do it. If even he fails, then no one can pass this test. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lan Qiming slowly walked onto the arena. He still wore his signature monocle, and his dark blue robe was spotless, exuding a refined and scholarly air, as if he were attending an elegant banquet rather than a fierce battle. He nodded slightly toward the audience, his calm and composed demeanor instantly boosting the confidence of all his supporters. Facing that 5-star magical puppet that had just defeated several geniuses, Lan Qiming didn't even summon his weapon immediately. He simply pushed up his monocle on the bridge of his nose. Buzz! A red light flashed in the puppet's eyes, and its huge metal body transformed into an unstoppable afterimage. Its fist, as big as a casserole dish, was accompanied by a fierce wind that tore through the air, heading straight for Lan Qiming's face. However, Lan Qiming neither dodged nor avoided the situation, and even had a faint smile on his lips. Just as the fist was about to hit his body, the shadow beneath his feet suddenly came to life, leaping out like a venomous snake and transforming into dozens of pitch-black chains that instantly bound the puppet's massive body tightly. Lan family shadow technique, 1000 machine binding. That fist, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, came to an abrupt halt less than 3 inches from his nose. Immediately afterwards, Lan Qiming pointed his fingers like a sword and softly chanted, "Shattered Star." A condensed blue aura burst forth from his fingertips, piercing the energy core of the puppet's chest with the precision of a shooting star. Boom! With a muffled thud, the light on the five-star puppet dimmed instantly, and its massive body collapsed without a sound. The entire process was fluid and efficient, showcasing a superior display of wit and skill that captivated the audience. Wow, that's amazing, as expected of Lan Qiming. However, before Lan Qiming could even enjoy the cheers of victory, a sudden change occurred. Click, click, click. The fallen puppet's outer shell shattered into pieces, like a cicada shedding its skin. Within the shattered metal shell, a new magical puppet, smaller in size, only about 3 meters tall, but with a more agile form and a dark silver body, slowly stood up. An aura far more terrifying and solid than before swept across the entire area like a storm. 6 stars. The aura emanating from this puppet had clearly already firmly reached the 6-star level. The cheers from the entire audience seemed to be abruptly silenced, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The composed smile on Lan Qiming's face finally froze. His pupils behind his glasses contracted sharply as he stared intently at the third-form puppet radiating terrifying pressure. Seeing this scene, Director Baiye's lips twitched wildly. He couldn't help but turn to Long Su, who had a surprised expression on his face, and complained. Hey Director, isn't this assessment you designed a bit too twisted? A 5-star peak expert fighting a 6-star? Is this an assessment or a way to discourage people from participating? Is this even fair for people to play? Long Su, however, seemed completely unconcerned, even stroking his chin with amusement. Hey, this is what makes it interesting. How will we know where these kids' limits are if we don't push them a little? On the arena, Lan Qiming already felt immense pressure, like a mountain. Roar! The third-form puppet no longer made any attempts to probe, let out a low roar, and its figure instantly disappeared from the spot. That's too fast. Alarm bells rang in Lan Qiming's mind, and he rolled to the side in a disheveled manner, almost relying on his fighting instincts. The next second, the spot where he had been standing, the hard arena floor, had been blasted into a terrifying crater. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Lan Qiming's forehead. He dared not hold back any longer, unleashing his full shadow energy, and a blue spear made of shadow energy appeared in his hand. He used all his knowledge and skills to the fullest extent, bringing the various secret techniques of the Lan family to their peak, and engaged in a life-or-death struggle with the 6-star magic puppet. Gunshots and punches collided, unleashing deafening roars. The entire arena trembled violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. However, the gap in social rank is an insurmountable chasm. Lan Qiming's attacks, when they landed on the puppet, only caused a series of sparks, but could not cause any real damage. Each attack from the puppet caused his blood to surge and his tiger's mouth to crack. His prized skills and wit appeared utterly powerless in the face of absolute power and speed. Break for me. Lan Qiming's eyes turned bloodshot. He let out a roar, poured all the remaining shadow energy in his body into his spear, and threw it with all his might, trying to make a last-ditch effort. However, the 6-star puppet simply stretched out one hand and easily grabbed the shadow aura spear that was strong enough to pierce through steel plates, and then squeezed it hard. Bang! The spear shattered instantly. Immediately afterwards, the puppet's figure approached like a ghost, delivering a heavy punch without any fancy moves, which landed squarely on Lan Qiming's chest. Puff! Lan Qiming was struck dumb. His protective aura shattered instantly, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily off the stage and losing consciousness. The entire venue was deathly silent. Thus, apart from Lan Yu, who had been ignored from beginning to end, all the challengers failed. Finally, it was Lan Yu's turn. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Lan Yu slowly walked onto the stage. He didn't even glance at the puppet, just casually flipped it over. Buzz! A long sword, entirely black in color, with an ancient design and exuding an aura of ominousness and curse, appeared in his hand. It is the Sword of Hegni. The moment this sword appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of all the top experts. Chapter 172 Undercurrents. Director Baiye's eyes narrowed. That sword, it's quite extraordinary. It seems to be a mythical relic. Long Su nodded, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Not only that, there is also a trace of divine aura remaining on it. Where did this kid get his hands on such a rare item? In the instant they were surprised, Lan Yu on the stage had already moved. Facing the menacing 6-star puppet, he simply swung his sword casually. Dark Moon Dragonblade. A tiny, palm-sized, yet perfectly condensed crescent moon, seemingly formed from pure darkness, appeared out of thin air. The next second, The crescent moon flashed by and disappeared. Puffed. The puppet, made of an incredibly hard special metal and capable of withstanding the full force of a 6-star expert, was cleanly and decisively split in two by this small crescent moon. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone was stunned by this devastating scene. One move. With just one move, he instantly killed a 6-star level magical puppet. However, the matter was not over yet. From the shattered remains of the puppet, a silver sphere, no bigger than a fist, suddenly flew out and hovered in midair. The next second, countless liquid metals surged out of the sphere, rapidly condensing and deforming. In just a few seconds, a brand new magical puppet, about the size of an ordinary person, with a lithe figure and exuding a chilling killing intent, appeared in front of Lan Yu. And the aura emanating from it. It's already incredibly close to 7 stars. Holy crap. Again, Director Bai Yi, sitting in the audience, could no longer remain seated. Director General, this is outrageous. 7 stars. You're sending a 5-star kid to fight a 7-star? Isn't this bullying? No matter how extraordinary his talent is, it's impossible for him to fight across 2 major ranks. Long Si's face finally lost its carefree smile and became somewhat serious. But he still waved his hand. Don't rush. With the 2 of us here, how could anything happen to him? And his gaze was fixed on the calm, black-haired youth on the stage, his eyes gleaming with a strange expectation. How can you be so sure that this kid definitely can't do it? On the arena, looking at the final form of the puppet in front of him, which was radiating the aura of the 7 stars, Lan Yu showed no tension at all, but rather an interest. As expected, there was a backup plan. He thought to himself. From the very beginning, he felt that this assessment was not so simple. That old fox Long Su, since he dared to offer the other half of the Guardian's heart as a reward, would never let anyone get it easily. A 7-star level opponent? Perfect, I'll use you to test my new abilities. Upon advancing to the 5th-star Shadow Master, he gained another opportunity to extract divine power through the authority of all things begin in chaos. This time, the ability he extracted is called Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye, a divine power that, once activated, allows one to see through the illusions of all things and directly perceive their essence and weaknesses. Attacking weaknesses deals double damage. This is a purely supportive ability, but for Lan Yu, it is more practical than any powerful attack skill. Mind's Eye open. Lan Yu's mind stirred. The next second, his world underwent a dramatic change. The 7-star puppet before him was no longer a single entity in his eyes. Every joint, every energy circuit, and every rune node on its body was clearly visible to him. At the core of the puppet's chest, a red dot no bigger than a pinhead was emitting a blinding light. That place is the energy core of this puppet, and also its only fatal weakness. Found it. Just then, the 7-star puppet on the other side moved. Its figure instantly transformed into a silver lightning bolt, its speed reaching an extreme that almost surpassed the limits of human vision. The alloy blade in its hand sliced through the air with a sharpness that could tear everything apart, aiming straight for Lan Yu's heart. This strike is enough to instantly kill any 6-star peak powerhouse. However, in Lan Yu's eyes, who had awakened his mind's eye, the trajectory of this strike was so clear, yet so slow. He even had the leisure to shift his body slightly, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Then he moved. No fancy filming techniques were used. He simply concentrated all his strength and the terrifying sharpness of the Hegmi sword into a single point. He aimed precisely at the red weak point that was crystal clear in his field of vision. Divine sword technique, instant shadow flash. Whoosh! A jet black sword light, like a shooting star piercing the eternal night, flashed and disappeared. Quick! It's almost at its limit. When everyone could see the scene on the arena again, Lan Yu had already sheathed his sword and stood quietly in place. The imposing and despair-inducing 7-star puppet stood frozen in front of him, its forward-charging posture unchanged. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Crack. Crack. A soft cracking sound rang out. A tiny crack appeared on the chest of the 7-star puppet. Immediately afterwards, the crack spread rapidly throughout his body like a spider web. Boom. With a muffled thud, the 7-star puppet, which had just been radiating an aura of world-destroying destruction, disintegrated into a pile of metal parts and fell completely still. The assessment is over. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone seemed frozen in place, their expressions blank, their minds a jumble of disbelief, unable to process this utterly illogical scene before them. Instant kill? A 5-star Shadow Master killed a genuine 7-star level magic puppet with just one move. Has the world gone mad? Or have they all gone mad? I didn't see wrong, did I? Director Bai Yi, sitting in the audience, rubbed his eyes hard, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Long Su, who was standing next to him, suddenly stood up from his seat. His nonchalant expression was replaced by boundless shock and ecstasy. Good lad. Ha ha ha. Bai Yi, did you see that? I knew it. I knew this kid could create a miracle. He laughed excitedly, like a child who had received a favorite toy, completely losing the authority of the Director General. He turned to Bai Yi and complained. Bai Yi, why didn't you snatch him away from the Lan family? What a huge loss. What a huge loss. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, looking utterly remorseful. Bai Yi shook his head with a wry smile. That's easy for you to say. Director General, do you think I haven't tried? Those old fogies from the Lan family are watching me more closely than anyone else. There's simply no chance. Long Su sighed heavily, his gaze sweeping over the representatives of various families around him, who were equally shocked, but whose eyes held a variety of complex emotions. The smile on his face gradually faded. Alas, the taller the tree, the more the wind will blow. Such a promising young man, unfortunately, is not someone everyone is happy to see. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nodded, his expression becoming serious. I heard that this child has survived more than one assassination attempt recently. Director General, should we secretly send someone to protect him? Chapter 173. Many people call me Void. Long Su fell into thought. However, at that moment, a clear and authoritative voice suddenly resounded throughout the hall, interrupting everyone's discussion and shock. The winner of this assessment is Lan Yu. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful woman, clad in silver armor, with long, flowing blue hair, exuding a powerful and commanding aura that made it impossible to look directly at her, appeared on the arena. The protagonist of this award ceremony is none other than the hero who has just returned from defeating the Undying King, Blue Frost. She personally picked up the other half of the Guardian's heart, and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, walked up to Lan Yu and handed him the reward. Then, she turned around and faced the tens of thousands of audience members, and announced in an unquestionable tone. From this day forward, Lan Yu is the candidate I, Lan Shuang, have chosen for the next pillar. Boom. These words were like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's minds. The air froze instantly. A candidate for pillar? In the Lan family, these 5 words represent supreme honor and status. The requirements to become a candidate are extremely stringent. Not only must one's strength reach the terrifying level of a 9-star Shadow Master, but one must also complete an S-class mission that is worthy of being recorded in the family history. Most importantly, you must be nominated by a current pillar. Each pillar has only one chance to be nominated in their entire life. This opportunity is incredibly precious. Normally, it is only awarded to the core members of the family who have reached the peak of 7 stars or even 8 stars and have the best chance of breaking through to the demigod realm. And now, Lan Shuang, the hero who has just achieved unparalleled feats and reached the pinnacle of her reputation, has actually given her only nomination opportunity to an 18-year-old, a family outcast. This is simply unprecedented, utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Long Su, who was sitting in the audience, was slightly taken aback for a moment, and then burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha, excellent. What a pillar candidate. It seems we were overthinking it. He knew all too well that Lan Shuang did this not just because she valued Lan Yu's extraordinary potential. More importantly, it's announcing something to everyone. Lan Yu is someone Lan Shuang protects. Anyone who dares to touch him is making an enemy of her, the hero who single-handedly defeated one of the 7 monarchs of the Shadow Realm. This is a disguised, most direct, and most domineering form of deterrence. Judging from the incredibly ugly expressions on the faces of the representatives from various families present, it was clear that the results are outstanding. In a secluded corner of the venue, Lan Shiming, who had just been defeated, looked at the figure on the stage who was the center of attention with a gloomy expression. His eyes, which were wearing a monocle, were filled with resentment and unwillingness. On what grounds? Why should that bastard child, abandoned by his family, get all of this? Just then, a girl who looked like an ordinary waitress walked up to him discreetly, carrying a tray. She poured Lan Shiming a glass of wine, and asked in a low voice that only the two of them could hear. Where's the stuff? Suppressing his displeasure, Lan Shiming quietly took a small bottle containing bright red liquid from his pocket and handed it over. Inside is my dear younger brother, Lan Yu's blood sample. The waitress took the bottle, turned around, and was about to leave to blend into the crowd. Etc. Lan Shiming called out to her, his voice filled with suspicion. Can you really handle him this time? You bunch of empty guys have failed more than once already. Upon hearing this, the waitress turned around, revealing an undisguised mocking smile on her face. No need for you to worry about that. Anyway, with that heroic lady around, you can only stand here and watch, unable to do anything, right? Lan Shiming's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and his fists clenched so tightly under the table that they cracked. However, what the waitress said next struck him like a thunderbolt, and his pupils suddenly contracted. However, you can rest assured this time. Because of your interesting younger brother. The waitress had a faint smile on her face. Nothingness is very interested. This time, the master has decided to take action personally. After the celebration, Lan Yu spent a long time chatting with his sister, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, before returning to his long-abandoned home. Butler Fu, as always, remained respectful and composed, waiting at the door early in the morning. Welcome back, young master. Looking at the old man who had watched him grow up, Lan Yu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He handed over some miscellaneous items he had brought back from the other Shoreflower Guild to Uncle Fu to sort through, and he also stepped forward to help. Just then, Uncle Fu took out a framed painting from a pile of things and asked a question. Young master, should this painting be hung up? Lan Yu looked over and was immediately stunned. The drawing depicts two crooked stick figures. One was himself, and the other was a little girl wearing a pink dress and with pigtails. It's Tao Li. It was the little girl who gave him the cake and this painting on his birthday. At the time, in order not to upset her, I lied to her and said that her father had just gone on a business trip to a faraway place. Thinking of this, Lan Yu felt a mix of emotions. I wonder how that innocent and carefree little guy is doing now. Ash City, in an ordinary residential house. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window into the cozy living room. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food, and Tao Li's mother was humming a little tune as she prepared a sumptuous dinner. In the courtyard, Tao Li, wearing a pink dress, was squatting on the ground, carefully drawing something with a small twig. Tao Li, what are you drawing? The mother's gentle voice came from the kitchen. Mom, I'm drawing Dad. Tao Li raised her head, her face beaming with an innocent and carefree smile. I miss him. I wonder when he will come back to see me. Upon hearing this, the mother's face showed a hint of unease, and she forced a smile. Okay, stop drawing. Come in and wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Okay, Mom. Tao Li obediently responded, put down the branch, patted the dust off her little hands, and skipped and hopped towards the house. However, she was running too fast and tripped over a small stone, letting out a cry as she was about to fall. Just then, a slender, fair hand, yet with a hint of coldness, suddenly reached out from the side and gently supported her. Be careful when you walk, little sister. A soft, pleasant, yet somewhat unfamiliar voice sounded above her head. Tao Li steadied herself and subconsciously looked up, wanting to say thank you. Thank you, sister. The moment she saw who it was, the words she was about to say got stuck in her throat. Standing before her was a very, very beautiful older sister she had never seen before. My sister has long, beautiful, jet black hair that reaches her waist. She wears a pair of stylish black sunglasses that cover most of her face, but you can still see her delicate features and fair skin. She wore a well-tailored black trench coat, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Tao Li blinked her innocent big eyes and asked with some curiosity, Beautiful lady, who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. The woman wearing sunglasses smiled faintly upon hearing this. Me? I have no name. However, many people like to call me Void. Chapter 174 never existed in the first place. Nothingness. Tao Li tilted her head. This word was too profound for her. She didn't understand what it meant at all. Su Wu crouched down, bringing her line of sight to Tao Li's. She looked into the girl's pure, unadulterated eyes and slowly began to speak. Your father, Tao Zishuan, is also one of my most devout followers. You know my father? Tao Li's eyes lit up instantly. Certainly. The empty smile took on a strange quality. I not only know him, I know his whole story. Do you want to hear it? I want to hear it. Tao Li nodded vigorously. Many, many years ago, your father and his newlywed wife, your mother, went on a trip together but unfortunately they were involved in a terrible car accident. Although they all survived, your mother suffered a miscarriage and lost her ability to have children forever. He was very sad and desperate at the time, so he came to me and prayed to me. I value his talent highly, so I signed a contract with him. He worked for me with his wisdom and talent, and I promised to create a child for him with the power of nothingness. Suwu reached out and gently stroked Tao Li's hair, the gesture so tender it was devoid of any worldly warmth. And you are the daughter I created for him out of nothingness to fulfill my contract. Tao Li listened, stunned, her big eyes filled with confusion. Sister, what are you saying? Tao Li doesn't understand. The smile on Suwu's face deepened. To put it another way that you can understand, you never existed in the first place. You are just a false illusion. Your father knew this very well, which is why he was so crazy, willing to do anything to carry out that fusion experiment, wanting you to stay in this world forever. What a pity. She sighed softly. He failed. Now that your father is gone, our contract should also end. Suwu slowly stood up, looking down at the bewildered girl. She reached out and placed her hand on the girl's head and began to chant an ancient and obscure incantation in a low voice. Ilif sway a muff. Let's return to nothingness. As the incantation was recited, a bizarre scene unfolded. Tao Li's body, starting from her feet in pink leather shoes, gradually became transparent and then slowly dissipated. It's like being erased from this world bit by an eraser. However, Tao Li seemed completely unaware of these terrifying changes in her body. All her attention was drawn to what had been said before the void. She looked up anxiously at the void, her eyes already brimming with tears. Dad's gone. What does that mean? Do you know where Daddy is? Can you tell me where Daddy went? I haven't seen him for so long. Sister, please, tell me, where's my father? I want to see him. Tao Li misses her father so much. As she spoke, the girl could no longer hold back, and large tears rolled down her cheeks. However, before those glistening teardrops could fall to the ground, they turned into specks of light in midair and disappeared. Nothingness simply watched the girl disappearing silently, expressionless. Her eyes were cold and indifferent, without a trace of pity. Soon, the girl's body completely disappeared from this world. It was as if she had never existed. And at this time, the gate to the courtyard was pushed open, and from the kitchen came the mother's voice. Why aren't you coming in yet? The food's getting cold, Tao. However, the mother's words were only halfway through when she suddenly stopped. She looked out over the courtyard. It is now completely empty. She stood at the doorway, a look of confusion on her face, and muttered to herself. Strange. Who was I trying to call just now? She scratched her head, walked into the dining room, and looked at the two sets of bowls and chopsticks, one large and one small, on the table. Her confusion deepened. What's going on today? Why did I set an extra set of chopsticks in a bowl? She shook her head, put away the small set of bowls and chopsticks, and turned back to the kitchen. At this moment, nothingness has already silently taken to the streets of the city. She strolled leisurely, hands behind her back, humming an unknown tune. She looked up at the sky. Well, it's about time. She took out the small bottle containing Lan Yu's blood, which she had obtained from Lan Qiming, from the pocket of her trench coat. She opened the bottle cap and poured the few drops of bright red blood directly into her mouth. The next second, her figure began to blur, and finally, it completely disappeared into the air. Inside Lan Yu's room at the Lan family residence, Lan Yu was about to tell Uncle Fu the story behind the painting. However, he suddenly stopped himself from speaking. His memories of the little girl who gave him the painting began to blur, without warning. He looked at the painting in his hand in horror. In the drawing, the stick figure of the little girl in the pink dress is fading away little by little, as if she is about to disappear from the paper. Young master? What's wrong? Uncle Fu noticed Lan Yu's unusual behavior and asked with concern. Lan Yu pointed at the painting, his voice trembling slightly. Uncle Fu, you look at this painting. Just now here, wasn't there a little girl holding a cake? Upon hearing this, Mr. Fu stepped forward and examined the painting carefully. Then, he shook his head in confusion. No, young master. From the very beginning, wasn't there only you in this painting? What? Lan Yu was struck dumb. He covered his head, feeling as if his brain was blocked by a lump of paste. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. Something's gone wrong. I think I've forgotten someone very important. A very, very important promise. He closed his eyes, desperately trying to recall. Occasionally, a blurry image of a girl in a pink dress flashes through my mind, along with the image of her handing me a piece of cake. However, no matter how hard he tried, He couldn't see the girl's face clearly. I can't even remember her name. Tao Tao, he muttered to himself unconsciously. Just then, a soft, melodious, yet chilling girl's voice, like a ghost, echoed softly in his ear. It's best to avoid recalling things you can't remember. The unfamiliar voice startled Lan Yu, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Who? However, what came into view was no longer his familiar room. Instead, it was a boundless, pure white, and empty space. Opposite him, a stylishly dressed black-haired girl wearing black sunglasses stood. It is nothingness. She looked at Lan Yu with a playful smile on her face. If you force yourself to recall someone from a nothingness, then, as the one who remembers, you too will be dragged into this nothingness. Just like you are now. Chapter 175 The World of Nothingness. Nothingness. Lan Yu looked at the unfamiliar girl in sunglasses in front of him, and after the initial shock, he quickly calmed down. He astutely gleaned key words from the other person's conversation. Are you a believer in nothingness? He asked in a deep voice, his grip on the Hegni sword tightening silently. At the same time, he discovered something even more deadly. Since entering this space, his connections with Nidhogg and Hull were forcibly severed. No matter how he calls out, the voices of those two evil dragon gods no longer echoed in his mind. This is the first time. Lan Yu perked up and stared at the girl in front of him. Upon hearing this, the girl burst out laughing as if she had heard something funny. She shook her head, took off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of deep, empty black eyes that seemed to devour all light. No, I am nothingness itself. Boom. These words stirred up a storm in Lan Yu's heart. He never expected that the nothingness, who had always been hidden behind the scenes, mysterious and unpredictable, and worshipped as a god by countless mad believers, would actually appear in front of him in this way. To be honest, at first, I thought it would be a very difficult thing to drag you into my world. Void looked at Lan Yu as if admiring an interesting collectible. I even used your blood as a medium to strengthen the connection between us. But I didn't expect you to get in so easily. It seems you really care about that little girl named Tali. Tali. Upon hearing this name, all the hazy memories in Lan Yu's mind instantly became clear. That little girl in the pink dress, with pigtails and an innocent, radiant smile. What did you do to her? Lan Yu's eyes instantly turned icy cold, and he exuded a terrifying killing intent. Emptiness shrugged. You don't need to know. Anyway, you'll be mine soon enough. Lan Yu stopped wasting words with the other party. A fleeting moment. A jet-black sword light, carrying Lan Yu's boundless rage, instantly tore through this pure white space and slashed fiercely down into the void. Nothingness simply stood still, motionless, with a playful smile on its face. Uft! The sword light sliced her body in two without any hindrance. But there was no blood, no screams. The severed body simply turned into two wisps of black smoke, which slowly dissipated. Lan Yu frowned, immediately sensing that something was wrong. Before he could react, countless wisps of black smoke appeared out of thin air around him. Immediately afterwards, the smoke coalesced into hundreds and thousands of identical empty figures, surrounding him completely and impenetrably. It's useless. Countless, void, voices rang out simultaneously from all directions, creating a strange and distorted echo in this space. This is nothingness, a world I created. From the moment you stepped into this space, you had already lost. The moment the words fell, the empty figures that had been surrounding Lan Yu suddenly launched an attack. Their bodies transformed into clumps of dark, viscous, cloth-like substance, which frantically coiled around Lan Yu from all directions. Lan Yu wielded the Hegni sword, slicing through clumps of black cloth. But those black cloths seemed endless. Once shattered, they would immediately reform and rush forward fearlessly. Soon, Lan Yu's physical strength began to be rapidly depleted. Finally, he accidentally got his ankle wrapped in a wad of black cloth. Immediately afterwards, more black cloths, like sharks smelling blood, swarmed forward. In just a few seconds, Lan Yu was completely wrapped up in layers of black cloth, turning him into a giant, immobile Zongzi rice dumpling. Done. A complete, ethereal figure leisurely walked out from the side, approached the bound Lan Yu, and gently poked the black cocoon with her finger. To be able to contract with two ancient dragon gods at the same time, you are truly an extraordinary anomaly. Her eyes gleamed with a greedy and excited light. But it's okay. Once I take over your body, this powerful contract, along with those two interesting gods, will soon all be mine. My collection will soon include two more precious deities. She smiled, reached out, and placed her hand on the huge black cocoon. The surrounding black cloth began to writhe, like living creatures, frantically eroding into Lan Yu's body. They want to devour his flesh and blood, take over his soul, and turn him into nothingness. However, at that moment, his brows, which had been furrowed in nothingness, suddenly furrowed slightly. She noticed that inside Lan Yu's body, besides the two powerful dragon god powers, there was another power, weak yet incredibly pure and vast. That force coalesced into a ball of blue yarn? What is this? A sense of curiosity arose within Void. This ball of yarn is a peculiar mark formed deep within Lan Yu's soul when he received the drop of creation from Janus, the king of the void, and attained enlightenment on the sixth senses skill, Dragon's Roar. It represents a faint connection between Lan Yu and that mysterious king of the sky realm. My vague curiosity was piqued. She reached out and tried to touch the seemingly harmless ball of blue yarn. However, the moment her fingertips touched that ball of yarn, buzz! The entire pure white void trembled violently and frantically. Everything around us has undergone a complete transformation. The pure white space is like a shattered mirror, cracked in every piece. Instead, a magnificent and fantastical scene that defies description. An endless sea of flowers, blooming with exotic blossoms, abruptly replaced this white space. On either side of the sea of flowers stand two towering icebergs that pierce the sky, shimmering with a crystal-clear, chilling light. The sky, on the other hand, was an inverted, crystal-clear, azure-blue lake. The melting snow from the iceberg's summit transforms into fine, trickling streams that defy all the laws of physics, flowing slowly upwards from the iceberg's tip, dripping into the inverted lake in the sky, creating beautiful ripples. Void stared in disbelief at the incredible scene before him, completely stunned. A moment later, she finally came to her senses, and for the first time, her empty black eyes revealed emotions of shock and horror. This is the Void Realm. Chapter 176. If you don't wake up soon, you might die. Meanwhile, an ancient, vast voice, tinged with a touch of languor and a hint of playfulness, slowly resounded in this fantastical space. TSK Tisk. I've actually gotten entangled with that thief, Nothingness. Kid, you're really unlucky. As the sound rang out, suddenly, the crystal-clear blue lake that hung upside down in the sky poured down. The endless lake water, containing the power of the origin of space, flooded the entire space in an instant, like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar as space shattered. Lan Yu felt that the black cloth binding his body was instantly washed away by the terrifying lake water. His body was freed again. But then, an irresistible, immense sense of pressure from spatial distortion came from all directions. His consciousness began to blur under this terrifying pressure, as if it were about to be torn to shreds at any moment. Just as he was about to completely lose consciousness. Faintly, the voice of the king of the void realm could be heard again. Considering that the joke you told last time was pretty good, and also because I have a bit of a grudge against thieves, I'll help you this time. However, kid, you'd better remember this. Just this once. The moment the words fell, Lan Yu's consciousness was completely plunged into boundless darkness. In the boundless darkness, Lan Yu felt as if he were plummeting rapidly into the deep sea. The terrifying sense of spatial compression, as if it were coming from all directions and trying to tear him to pieces, finally subsided slowly. He suddenly opened his eyes. The salty sea breeze, carrying a hint of warmth and moisture, brushed against his cheek. In my ears, I could hear the rhythmic lapping of the waves against the beach. It's very pleasant. Lan Yu sat up and found himself lying on a clean, fine white sand beach. Before me stretched an endless expanse of azure sea. The sky was crystal clear, and a few seabirds flew leisurely by. Behind them stretched a lush, primeval forest. Where's this? Wasn't I in the Lan family's room, being dragged into the mental world by that woman called Void? An island in the sea. A voice, both somewhat childish and imbued with an ancient charm, suddenly rang out from the side. What? I thought your mental world would be like your ancestors, like an ice cellar, cold and boring. The results were completely different, but this world seems quite interesting. At least the sea breeze feels very comfortable. Lan Yu suddenly turned his head. The little boy who called himself the King of the Void and was shrouded in a blue halo had somehow appeared beside him, his short legs dangling as he curiously looked around. Lan Yu looked at him, his brows slightly furrowed. The world of the mind? Mine. Yes. Janus, the king of the sky realm, nodded as a matter of course. He explained, "This space is a world that you projected and created deep within your own heart using the drop of creation that I gave you. Normally, according to the normal process, you should at least be promoted to a 7-star Shadow Master, and your soul power should be strong enough before you can slowly open up this little world that belongs to you. However, because of the thief girl named Void forcibly interfering, and because your own talent is quite good, it was by a twist of fate that your mental world was opened ahead of schedule." Lan Yu's heart stirred upon hearing this. He astutely caught a key word in the other person's words. "You just mentioned my ancestor, the ancestor of our Lan family?" "Uh-huh." The king of the sky looked up at the white clouds in the sky, seemingly lost in memories. "Back then, I also met that kid and gave him a drop of the water of creation. But that kid is much more boring than you. He always has a grumpy face and is as serious as a rock. He can't tell any jokes." As he spoke, the king of the void seemed to recall something amusing and burst out laughing. "Back then, I found his embarrassed expression, which looked like he was about to explode, so funny that I couldn't help but give him a drop." As Lan Yu listened to this ancient being's evaluation of his legendary ancestor, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. If those old fogies in the family heard this, they'd probably faint from anger on the spot. He quickly put aside these distracting thoughts and asked the most crucial question. "What is the purpose of this so-called mental world?" "Usefulness." The king of the sky tilted his little head. "It has many uses, and the mental world plays different roles for different people. Some people can regard this place as an absolutely safe haven, where their souls can be greatly nourished and restored. Some people envision the world as a library, capable of storing and analyzing vast amounts of knowledge. Some people can simulate combat here and hone their skills without any risk. The more powerful ones can even drag their enemies into their own mental world. On their own territory, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they want with them?" However, the king of the void changed the subject, stood up, extended a tiny finger, raised it slightly, and pointed it towards the sky. "Everyone's mental world has one core function that is the same." Lan Yu followed his finger and asked instinctively, "What is it?" The king of the void's voice carried a hint of remoteness and solemnity. "It can evolve into a path leading to heaven, which is to God." God. Upon hearing this word, a tidal wave of emotions surged within Lan Yu's heart. To become a god? This is the ultimate goal that all photographers dream of throughout their lives. And this mental world is actually the path to the divine realm. However, the king of the void completely ignored Lan Yu's shock. He stepped forward, reached out his small hand, and patted Lan Yu on the shoulder, his tone tinged with schadenfreude. "However, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for you to get to that point. After all, you're now completely under that thief's eye. It's going to be pretty difficult to survive against that thief." Lan Yu immediately realized that the thief girl the other person was referring to was Void. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "What does it mean to be completely targeted?" The king of the void pointed to Lan Yu's abdomen. Lan Yu immediately looked down to check. He lifted his shirt and found it on his left side. Sometime later, a small black mark appeared. The mark was about the size of a coin, shaped like a long, narrow, and eerie eye that was slowly opening. The pitch-black lines seemed alive, writhing extremely slowly beneath his skin, emanating a chilling, all-consuming aura of nothingness. The voice of the king of the void resounded once more. "That's a mark of nothingness. It was left behind by that guy when I was dragging you out of her world. With this mark on her, it's only a matter of time before she tries to find you again." He paused, then added, "Leaving such a mark requires consuming a trace of her original power. As far as I know, that guy is usually very stingy and rarely uses his source energy. Unless it's something she desperately wants, something she'd do anything to acquire. A collectible." He emphasized the word collectibles with particular force. Lan Yu's face instantly darkened. Being targeted by a terrifying entity like nothingness is not good news. He looked up at the king of the void and tentatively asked, "Do you have a way to remove this mark?" The king of the void shrugged dramatically. "Don't even think about it. I'm already being merciful by getting you out of this mess. I already have a grudge against her, and if I help you again, she'll just keep bothering me every day. As for this mark, you'll have to figure it out yourself." After saying that, he ignored Lan Yu, humming an off-key tune, and walked towards the jungle deep in the island with his short legs, waving at Lan Yu as he went. "All right, I'll wander around here a little longer. You should go back now." Lan Yu was speechless for a moment. "This is at least my mental world, isn't it? How can you expect guests to leave before the host has even left? However, at that moment, the voice of the King of the Void once again drifted from afar. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. Because when I dragged you out, in order to avoid the female thief's pursuit, there was a slight mishap in the spatial coordinates. Simply put, your current location in reality is a bit out of the way. Moreover, it's a bit dangerous. If you don't wake up soon, you might die. Nothingness. Chapter 177, Trying to Run Away? Too late. The moment those words were spoken, Lan Yu felt as if his consciousness was on an out-of-control roller coaster, plummeting rapidly once again. Lan Yu suddenly sat up. A cold, damp smell, mixed with a faint stench of decay, instantly filled my nostrils. He looked around and found himself sitting on the shore of a huge lake. The lake water had an eerie dark green color, so calm that there wasn't a ripple, like a huge piece of dead jade. The surrounding trees were all a sickly gray-black, with twisted branches that looked like ghostly hands reaching out from hell. The sky was a perpetual gray, devoid of sun and moon, only a depressing stillness. Is this the world of shadows? Lan Yu quickly realized what was going on, combining the original owner's memories. Damn it! How can this location be described as a little off-center? This is practically going to the maternal grandparents' house. They actually threw themselves directly from the real world into the shadow monster's lair, the Shadow Realm. In his heart, Lan Yu cursed that unreliable King of the Void 100 times. His first instinct was to try calling out Nidhogg and hell in his mind. Nidhogg? Hell. My mind remained silent, without any response. This made Lan Yu's heart sink. However, it felt different from the feeling of being completely cut off from all contact in the void before. This time, he could vaguely sense those two familiar and powerful dragon god auras slumbering deep within his soul. They seemed to have simply fallen into a temporary slumber due to the influence of nothingness. Lan Yu didn't delve any further into the matter. He was content as long as they were all right. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The Shadow Realm is the home ground of all shadow monsters, and for human shadow masters, it is a place of near-death experiences. We must find a way to leave this place and return to the real world as soon as possible. However, at that moment, suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby jungle. Immediately afterwards, 3 shadow monsters that looked like cheetahs but were the size of buffaloes and covered in black carapaces suddenly rushed out of the forest. Their eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red light. The moment they saw Lan Yu, this fresh flesh and blood, they immediately let out an excited roar, transformed into 3 black shadows, and pounced over. Rotting Bone Leopard, a 4-star shadow monster. Lan Yu's eyes remained completely unmoved. He didn't even move an inch. With a casual flick of his wrist, the pitch-black Hegni sword was already in his hand. Darkmoon Dragonblade. He casually swung his sword. A tiny, palm-sized, yet perfectly condensed, jet-black crescent moon appeared out of thin air and vanished in a flash. Asterisk puffed, 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 asterisk. 3 soft sounds of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously. The 3 menacing bone leopards froze in midair, and then were cleanly and decisively split in 2. Dark blood, mixed with shattered internal organs, was scattered all over the ground. However, the sounds of battle seemed to have alerted the other residents of the forest. Just as Lan Yu was about to leave, behind them, another strange movement came. Lan Yu immediately gripped the Hegni sword tightly, remaining highly vigilant, and turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. However, this time, it was not the shadow monster that staggered out of the jungle. Instead, it was a human figure. The man was wearing a large straw hat that covered most of his face, dressed in simple hemp clothing, and carrying a seemingly ordinary fishing rod on his back. He walked at a leisurely pace to the lakeside. Humans? Lan Yu's heart was filled with doubt. In this shadow realm, fraught with danger and teeming with monsters, how could there possibly be such a leisurely human? And judging from his attire, he looks like a fisherman? Fishing in the film industry? Is this person out of their mind? The fisherman seemed completely indifferent to Lan Yu's existence, or rather, he completely ignored it. He simply looked up and glanced at Lan Yu casually, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he were looking at a roadside stone. He then looked away. He walked to the lakeside and even stretched out his foot, kicking away the rotting cheetah carcass on the ground with a look of disgust, as if he thought it had dirted his place. Then, he sat down as if no one else was around, took out his fishing rod, cast out the line, and started fishing by himself. His calm and collected demeanor, treating the place like his own backyard, left Lan Yu speechless for a moment. Just who is this guy? Just as Lan Yu was hesitating whether to go up and strike up a conversation to inquire about the situation. Boom. Boom. Behind them, two giant gray trees that required several people to encircle were snapped in two by a tremendous force. Another enormous shadow monster, 10 meters tall and resembling an upright bear, appeared at the edge of the forest. It let out a deafening roar, its scarlet eyes fixed on Lan Yu. At the same time, more shadow monsters began to appear intermittently in the surrounding jungle, completely surrounding the lakeside area. Lan Yu's face darkened. It seems I don't have time to deal with that strange fisherman for now. About half a day later, the once tranquil lakeside forest is now a scene of devastation and ruin. The ground was riddled with craters and covered with traces of various bombardments. Broken trees lay scattered on the ground, still emitting black smoke. On this battlefield, which resembled a purgatory, lay piles of shadow monster corpses. The thick, black blood gathered into tiny streams, staining the entire land black. If you count carefully, there are at least 100 corpses. At this moment, only one shadow monster remained in front of Lan Yu. That was a mantis-shaped shadow monster that had just advanced from the peak of 6 stars to 7 stars. Although it had only just advanced, and its aura was still somewhat unstable, the pressure emanating from it was genuinely at the 7-star level. In terms of strength, it is much stronger than the final form of the puppet I encountered during the assessment. Clang! Lan Yu used the Guardian's Heart on his chest to block the opponent's powerful scythe-like arm strike, using the force to propel himself backward dozens of meters, creating distance between them. He slowly straightened up, raised his head, and looked at the 7-star shadow monster, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. 7 stars? Perfect. Since the creation of the mental world, I have become more proficient in the power of the drop of creation and in mastering this move. Let's test the power of this move and see how it goes. He closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the depths of his soul. In that spiritual world, the blue ball of yarn, formed from the drop of creation, floats quietly. Previously, when Lan Yu used this sixth senses skill, Dragon's Roar, he could only barely draw out a single blue thread, thinner than a human hair, from this ball of yarn to serve as a source of power. Now, with the opening of the world of mental images, his control over this power has undergone a qualitative leap. He can now invoke a full 5 at the same time. Sixth senses skill, Dragon's Roar. A deafening dragon roar, seemingly from the primordial chaos, resounded through the heavens. Behind him, a colossal dragon phantom, formed by the perfect interweaving and fusion of the purest blue spatial power and his own pitch-black shadow energy, slowly emerged. This giant dragon has a mysterious blue and black color throughout its body. Its scales are clearly defined, and each scale seems to be engraved with the supreme law of the universe's birth and death. Its eyes, like 2 burning black holes, exuded a chaotic aura that devoured everything. The dragon phantom that appeared this time was more than twice the size of the one Lan Yu used the first time. That vast, majestic, and terrifying pressure, enough to make the heavens and earth pale in comparison, instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. The 7-star mantis shadow monster opposite them trembled violently, uncontrollably under that terrifying dragon's might. For the first time, the emotion called fear appeared in its eyes. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. Chapter 178, The 7 Great Kings. Under the terrified gaze of the 7-star shadow monster, the blue dragon roared and charged forward. One move, instant kill. The battle is finally over. Lan Yu exhaled a long breath, and the enormous phantom of the dragon slowly dissipated. He immediately examined his own physical condition. Rank, 5-star Shadow Master, 32%. Having killed so many shadow monsters, including some high-star ones, and even a 7-star shadow monster of a higher level, his advancement progress has indeed increased significantly. Moreover, his divine authority, all things begin in chaos, has reached the trigger condition and can proceed with the next extraction of divine power. But Lan Yu didn't rush to draw it, because he knew very well that the surrounding environment was not safe. At the same time, there is an extremely unstable factor right beside him. He turned his head and looked toward the lake. All he saw was that after fighting for half a day and almost tearing the forest apart, the mysterious fisherman was still sitting there calmly, holding his fishing rod, completely unmoved, as if nothing had happened. It was as if the mountains of corpses and seas of blood around him, the apocalyptic scene, had nothing to do with him. Just then, the fisherman, without turning his head, spoke lazily. His voice was calm, yet it possessed a strange, penetrating power. Not bad, kid. It's rare to find a human who can survive alone in this godforsaken place. However, the moment he finished speaking, an unexpected change occurred. Right behind the fisherman, the space by the lake suddenly began to distort without warning. A thick, impenetrable black mist suddenly emerged from that distorted space. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic, suffocating figure slowly emerged from the black mist. That was a terrifying shadow monster, whose head alone was as big as a small mountain. When it fully revealed itself, Lan Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. It was a shadow monster that looked like a giant octopus, but whose tentacles were covered with countless pale white eyeballs. Its body is as tall as a 10-story building. Simply by floating there, it caused changes in the celestial phenomena. The already dark, leaden-gray clouds in the sky began to churn and swirl wildly, forming a huge vortex. The oppressive aura emanating from it was terrifying beyond measure. It's 10 times stronger than the 7-star mantis shadow monster that he just killed instantly. His strength has probably reached 8 stars, or even higher. Lan Yu's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He recognized the shadow monster. It has a detailed record in the S-Class Dangerous Creature database of the Higanbana Guild. Abyss Demon Eye, an 8-star level shadow monster, possesses the ability to manipulate space and pollute the mind. Once upon a time, a well-equipped elite hunting team led by an 8-star Shadow Master encountered it deep within the Shadow Realm. The final result was total annihilation. The current Lan Yu is absolutely no match for this shadow monster. Run. That was the only thought in his mind. However, the terrifying shadow monster called Abyss Eye did not seem to be targeting Lan Yu. Its hundreds and thousands of pale white eyes were all fixed on the fisherman who was still sitting by the lake with his back to it. Buzz! All the eyeballs simultaneously lit up with an eerie red light. The next second, a massive beam of light, composed of pure destructive energy powerful enough to instantly evaporate the entire lake and crack the space itself, shot towards the fisherman's back. Faced with this terrifying blow that triggered celestial changes and was enough to easily destroy a city, the fisherman didn't even bother to turn his head. He simply, casually, extended one finger. Then, gently, it touched the enormous pillar of destructive light. Boom! The beam of light, powerful enough to destroy everything, collided with that seemingly slender finger. However, the anticipated cataclysmic event did not occur. The terrifying beam of light seemed to have struck an insurmountable, invisible wall of size, abruptly stopping less than a centimeter from the finger. Then, it shattered into countless points of light, disappearing without a trace. Tisk! The fisherman clicked his tongue in extreme displeasure and muttered a curse under his breath. This is such a pain in the ass. I came away empty-handed today, not a single fish caught. It's all because of you bunch of blind fools. He slowly put away his fishing rod and stood up. Then, he extended the finger that had just blocked the devastating blow, and from the fingertip, a tiny, black flame, no bigger than a grain of rice, suddenly ignited. The flame was very small and weak, as if it might go out at any moment. He flicked his finger. The small cluster of black flames slowly drifted towards the enormous Abyss Eye. The flame was moving very slowly and looked harmless. The Abyss Eye seemed to sense that it had been provoked. It let out an angry roar, opened its huge mouth, and was about to devour the flame. However, at the very moment that cluster of black flames made gentle contact with its body, Cull, there were no warning signs whatsoever. The enormous shadow monster, towering 10 stories high, suddenly burst into flames of raging black fire. The flames burned silently, yet were extremely domineering. The Abyss Demon Eye couldn't even utter a scream. Its massive body was rapidly disintegrated and dissolved within the dark flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. Less than 3 seconds. A terrifying shadow monster at the peak of the 8-star level was burned to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. After doing all this, the fisherman slowly put away his fishing rod, as if he had only done a trivial thing. He slowly turned around and finally looked directly at Lan Yu not far away. He scratched his head, his face hidden in the shadow of his straw hat, making it difficult to see clearly. According to your human customs, it seems that you need to introduce yourself before formal conversation, right? You humans? His tone and choice of words made it seem as if he himself was not human. Lan Yu's heart skipped a beat. He instantly thought of a possibility. This was recorded in the Lan family's confidential documents. In the Shadow Realm, besides those low-level shadow monsters who are only driven by bloodlust, There also exist some highly intelligent shadow monsters with intelligence no less than that of humans. These shadow creatures are not only highly intelligent, but also quite powerful. The opponent's terrifying attack, which instantly killed an 8-star peak shadow monster, just now, precisely confirms this point. So, this guy in front of me, who looks like an ordinary fisherman, is one of those legendary beings? Just as Lan Yu was filled with doubt and uncertainty, the fisherman stroked his chin, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After a long while, he cleared his throat and spoke in a somewhat casual tone. Well then, let me formally introduce myself. I am one of the 7 kings of the Shadow Realm, named Black Flame. Chapter 179. I'll kill you right now, immediately. The 7 kings of the film industry. Black Flames. When those 2 words were uttered lightly from the other person's mouth, Lan Yu felt as if his blood had frozen in an instant. My heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand, contracting wildly, and then suddenly stopped beating for a beat. The 7 kings of the film industry. This is no ordinary nobody on the street. In the Bureau's top secret files, each of these 7 names represents a disaster worthy of being recorded in history. They are supreme beings, each ruling their own domain deep within the endless Shadow Realm, the ultimate nightmare for all Shadow Masters and even the entire real world. The Undying King that her elder sister Lan Shuang fought against was one of them. A terrifying entity that can destroy an entire city in an hour. And now he actually just casually bumped into another one by the lake? Lan Yu felt that his luck had been absolutely terrible lately. First, he was targeted by the mentally unstable woman known as Nothingness, and almost became her private collection. After finally being rescued by that unreliable King of the Void, he was kicked to the deepest part of the Shadow Realm. Now, things have gotten even worse, with them running into a legendary top-tier boss, like a monarch. Just how big is this film industry? 7 kings. No, one was killed by my sister, so now there are 6. Of the 6 monarchs, why did I have to encounter them? The odds of that happening are probably countless times lower than winning the lottery jackpot, right? Lan Yu was internally ranting, but on the surface, he forced himself to remain calm, without even a twitch of his facial muscles. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, his voice completely calm. Lan Yu. The moment he gave his name, his brain was already racing at an unprecedented speed, frantically calculating his next move. Escape? Stop joking. Before a king of the film industry, the very idea of escaping is a luxury. He had clearly seen the move that instantly killed the 8-star peak shadow monster. With my current strength, I'm probably no different from an ant in front of my opponent. Beat? That would be tantamount to courting death. Nidhogg and Hell are still asleep. Even if they were awake, they probably wouldn't have any advantage against an opponent of this caliber. As for the death dragon horn that Hell gave himself, although it was extremely powerful, the price was equally heavy. He absolutely did not want to use it unless it was a last resort, in the final moment when life and death were at stake. Just as Lan Yu's mind was filled with countless thoughts, the Shadow King, Black Flame, suddenly moved. He strode over to Lan Yu at a leisurely pace. As he walked, he looked Lan Yu up and down, scrutinizing him closely. His eyes were filled with undisguised curiosity and inquiry, like an artisan admiring a finely crafted work of art he had never seen before. TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly remarkable, truly remarkable. He seemed to be talking to himself, yet also asking Lan Yu, "Do you know where this is?" This is the deepest part of the film industry, a place we call the Black Tide Forbidden Zone. The concentration of shadow energy here is much higher than in the outer areas of the Shadow Realm. A normal Shadow Master, let alone a 5-star kid like you, even a 7-star Shadow Master, without special protection. He paused, then held up one finger and made an explosion gesture in the air, a mocking smile on his face. Suddenly appearing here, the shadow energy within the body will go berserk within a few seconds because it cannot be compatible with the environment here, and finally, with a bang, the body explodes and dies. Even those 7-star Shadow Masters who can barely withstand the Shadow Chi here are under tremendous pressure at all times, as if they are carrying a huge mountain on their backs. But you, Black Flame stopped and moved closer to Lan Yu, his eyes, hidden in the shadow of his straw hat, gleaming with a probing light. You clearly only have 5-star strength, yet you acted like nothing happened, jumping around and fighting for half a day. It's really strange. How did you manage to do that? Black Flame sniffed lightly, his brow furrowing slightly. And I also smell the odor on you that I find extremely unpleasant. It's the scent of that stinky woman called Void. Personally, I really, really hate that woman. Before Lan Yu could even explain, Black Flame, however, continued speaking to himself. However, compared to these trivial questions, from the first moment I saw you, there has always been one biggest question in my mind. He walked slowly around Lan Yu again, his hands behind his back. Each step he took seemed to be on Lan Yu's heartbeat, and his voice became a few degrees deeper. In the Shadow Realm, I am known as the King, and in terms of strength, I am considered a powerful figure in the entire Endless Shadow Realm. Those 8-star trashy shadow monsters I just saw, I could crush a whole row of them with a wave of my hand if I wanted to. Even if those so-called peak 9-star experts in your human world send dozens or hundreds of them to form some kind of chaotic punitive army, they can't do anything to me. Black Flame spoke in a calm tone, as if he were recounting a trivial matter. But the domineering air of looking down on the world revealed in his words made Lan Yu feel a chill in his heart. He suddenly stopped and pressed himself almost against Lan Yu's face. The shadow of the straw hat completely enveloped Lan Yu. That lazy, nonchalant air, as if indifferent to everything, vanished without a trace. Instead, there was a chilling, bone-chilling killing intent that seemed to freeze even the soul. That's strange. His voice was no longer so casual. Instead, it carried a chilling coldness. You're clearly just a lowly 5-star shadow master. But why is it that someone as powerful as me? He slowly raised his head, and in the shadow of his straw hat, a pair of pupils burning with dark flames were fixed on Lan Yu. From the moment I first saw you, every cell in my body and every corner of my soul was sending out an unprecedented and incredibly strong warning of danger. The voice seemed to resound directly in Lan Yu's mind, carrying an unquestionable sense of judgment. They are all frantically, sharply, telling me. Black Flame's voice was extremely low, like a chilling wind blowing from the depths of the netherworld, each word carrying icy shards that could scrape one's bones. This guy is dangerous. Kill him immediately. Chapter 180. Don't make me say it a third time. Upon hearing this last sentence, Lan Yu felt as if his heart had been gripped by an icy hand, and it clenched violently. He could clearly feel the murderous intent that was as solid as a tangible substance. Like countless invisible ice needles, they pierced his skin from all directions, penetrating straight to his bone marrow. He couldn't understand Black Flame's danger warning at all. How could a mere 5-star shadow master evoke such feelings in a monarch? But that's not important. What matters is that the other party truly harbors murderous intent. This is really terrible. The shadow energy within his body was already surging secretly like boiling magma, his hand gripping the Hegni sword. The knuckles turned slightly white from the exertion. He knew very well that in front of a monarch, all his means of attack were like child's play. His only trump card was the white dragon horn that Hell left him before he fell into a deep sleep. But the price of that thing. Once activated, Hell will fall into a slumber that lasts for hundreds or even thousands of years, which is tantamount to complete annihilation. He absolutely did not want to go that far until the very last moment. At that very moment, when tensions were high and the air seemed to have frozen solid, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! A circle of brilliant, 7-colored ripples suddenly spread out of the space not far from the two of them, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. Immediately afterwards, a clear and melodious female voice, tinged with a hint of coquettish complaint, emanated from the center of the light. Lord Black Flame, you really are something. After the Undying King died, the mess he left behind was almost a mountain. How come you've been sneaking out to fish again? Before the words were finished, a tall and graceful figure slowly emerged from the 7-colored light. She was a woman of breathtaking beauty. Her long silver hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall under the moonlight. Her skin was as white as snow, and her features were so exquisite that she seemed to be the most outstanding work of art by the gods. What is most striking are the pair of huge and magnificent jet-black wings on her back, each feather shimmering with a deep luster. And the strange beauty mark under her eye, like a shooting star, added a touch of bewitching allure to her cold and noble temperament. Upon seeing the newcomer, the terrifying killing intent emanating from Black Flame, capable of freezing souls, vanished instantly, and he reverted to his lazy, fisherman self. He scratched the back of his head somewhat awkwardly and chuckled. Oh, Meteor, it's just that my hands get itchy if I don't cast a line for a day. The woman named Meteor emerged completely from the 7-colored light, giving Black Flame a helpless glare, her eyes filled with a resentful, I knew this would happen attitude. Anyway, you always come back empty-handed. So what's the point of fishing? Her tone was intimate and natural, as if she were complaining to her disobedient older brother. However, when her gaze inadvertently swept over Lan Yu standing to the side, her expression suddenly froze. 1 second her pretty face still had a touch of naivety, but the moment she saw Lan Yu, all her emotions vanished in an instant, leaving only a bone-chilling coldness from the depths of her soul. Those beautiful eyes were instantly filled with an undisguised, chilling, killing intent. Whoosh! A jet-black light flashed so fast that even Lan Yu's six senses couldn't fully detect it. He didn't even have time to react. His mind went blank. All he heard was a deafening metallic clang that shattered his eardrums. Clang! Blinding sparks exploded before my eyes. Lan Yu's pupils dilated sharply as he finally saw that the woman named Meteor had appeared before him like a ghost. In her hand now stood a black scythe, larger than herself, with an ornate yet menacing design. The blade, gleaming with a deathly cold light, was now less than a hair's breadth from his neck. If it had been pushed forward just a fraction more, his head would have flown off like a ball. And it was the black flame that blocked this fatal blow. Suddenly, he was standing in front of Lan Yu, using only 2 fingers. With a casual gesture, it firmly gripped the enormous scythe capable of tearing through space, preventing it from advancing even an inch further. Black Flame's brows furrowed tightly, his voice carrying a clear hint of displeasure. "Shooting Star, what are you doing?" However, Meteor seemed not to hear him, and the murderous intent in her eyes intensified. With a flick of her wrist, the enormous scythe instantly transformed into countless black afterimages, engulfing Lan Yu and the black flames in front of him from all directions like a raging storm. Each strike contained terrifying power capable of easily tearing space apart, creating a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. Clang, 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 clang. A series of rapid, almost continuous clanging sounds, like the opening of a blacksmith's shop, erupted wildly. Black Flame's figure moved so fast it was like a phantom. He didn't even move his feet. He simply stretched out his hands, the movements seemingly casual, yet he always managed to precisely deflect each of the ferocious slashes with his fingertips. Seeing this, Meteor seemed to know that it would not succeed if it continued like this, so it dodged and retreated instantly. In the blink of an eye, they retreated to a distance of over 100 meters, facing the Black Flames from afar. Black Flame looked at her, his expression turning somewhat serious. He said calmly, "Meteor, I roughly know why you're so agitated, but I hope you'll stop now." However, the meteor was like a wild beast that had been thoroughly enraged, and it wouldn't listen to anything. She raised the enormous scythe high in her hand, and a terrifying aura of shadow power erupted around her like a volcano. The energy of the entire space was frantically converging towards her scythe. An aura of destruction, several times more terrifying than the previous 8-star Abyss Demon Eye, began to spread. Her icy eyes were fixed on Lan Yu, her voice filled with unwavering resolve. "Lord Blackflame, please leave that guy immediately. That human is dangerous, extremely dangerous. We must, right here, completely eliminate him." Seeing her poised to unleash a devastating attack, a hint of helplessness flashed in Black Flame's eyes. He sighed softly. The next moment, his figure vanished from the spot without warning. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the shooting star. The pitch-black flames that could incinerate everything on his body quietly ignited once more, like a king's cloak completely enveloping the meteor. At the same time, Black Flame's entire aura became completely different from before. It was a true, absolute majesty and domineering presence belonging to a monarch. He looked at the shooting star, his voice turning cold and indifferent, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. "I said stop. No, make me say it a third time. Meteor. Fisherman." Chapter 181 The Deal with the King. As these cold words were spoken, the terrifying shadow power that the meteor had been frantically gathering suddenly froze. Her body trembled violently, and the madness and murderous intent in her eyes finally faded slowly, restoring a sliver of clarity. She seemed to finally realize what she had just done and felt the real anger emanating from Black Flame. The scythe in her hand fell limply, and the gathered shadow power dissipated with it. The next second, she put away her sickle, knelt on one knee, and bowed her head deeply. "I'm sorry, Lord Black Flame. Her voice was tinged with lingering fear and trembling. "After seeing that guy, my body completely lost control." The kingly aura emanating from He Yin slowly dissipated, and he returned to his usual lazy expression. He reached out and helped Liu Xing up, finishing the sentence for her. You just couldn't control yourself. You wanted to kill that guy, right? Meteor was taken aback for a moment, then nodded silently. Black Flame turned his head, his gaze falling on Lan Yu again, his eyes becoming increasingly strange and interested. Sure enough, I'm not the only one with this impulse. He looked at Lan Yu, who was on guard, and asked with great interest. Can you explain this, human? No, Lan Yu. Faced with the questioning of Black Flame, the king of the Shadow Realm, and the woman named Meteor beside him, her icy killing intent remained undisguised. Lan Yu felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of nonsense is this? He inexplicably became a thorn in the side of two powerful individuals. And judging from their expressions, it was as if I were some kind of irreconcilable enemy. Honestly, this was the first time I had ever met them. Lan Yu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He looked into Black Flame's deep eyes, which seemed to see through everything, and remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. If I said I didn't know what was going on myself, would you believe me? His voice was calm, without the slightest hint of panic. As soon as he finished speaking, Meteor became excited again, and the black scythe in his hand reappeared, exuding a murderous aura. My lord, figuring this out is pointless. I think we should just stay here. I believe you. However, before she could finish speaking, He Yin raised his hand to stop her. Black Flame looked at Lan Yu with a somewhat surprised expression on his face. I believe you. He explained. One of my abilities is to be able to sense a creature's emotions and soul through the fluctuations of shadow energy, thereby judging whether he is lying. And just now, based on my perception, what you said was the truth. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seems that the honesty strategy was the right one. Black Flame circled Lan Yu twice more, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. After a moment, he stopped and his expression became serious. Kid, I have one more question for you. This question concerns your life, and I hope you can answer it properly. Lan Yu nodded, gesturing for him to ask. Black Flame's gaze instantly sharpened to the point of being razor-sharp, fixed intently on Lan Yu's eyes. Are you a believer in nihilism? A nihilistic believer? Lan Yu's heart stirred. He remembered what Black Flame had mentioned earlier. He really hated that woman named Void. It seems there's something more to this than meets the eye. Without any hesitation, Lan Yu answered decisively. No. Black Flame stared intently into Lan Yu's eyes, seemingly trying to discern the truthfulness of his words. Several seconds passed before he slowly withdrew his imposing aura and nodded. Very good, you weren't lying. He turned around, his back to Lan Yu, waved his hand, and his tone returned to its usual lazy manner. Never mind, you can go. Oh. This time, not only Lan Yu, but even Lu Xing next to him was stunned. Meteor hurriedly stepped forward and asked, his face full of confusion. Lord Black Flame, why? This guy is so strange and I hate being driven by instinct. Black Flame interrupted her, saying calmly, what I hate most in my life are those brainless creatures who are led by the nose by so-called instincts and desires. In my opinion, those are all symbols of idiots. He turned his head, glanced at Lan Yu, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. So the more my instincts scream frantically to kill you, the less likely I am to do it. That would make me feel like I'm no different from those mindless, low-level shadow monsters. Furthermore, since you're not a follower of that vile woman, I have even less reason to kill you. After saying that, he waved his hand impatiently at Lan Yu, as if shooing away a fly. All right, get lost. Don't get in my way and ruin my fishing mood. After hearing his bizarre reason, Lan Yu was at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. So you won't kill me just because you don't want to be controlled by your instincts? This king of the film industry truly has an unusual way of thinking. However, no matter what, at least my life is temporarily saved. The tension in Lan Yu's heart finally eased. He didn't say anything more, nodded to the Black Flame as a thank you, and then turned to leave this place of trouble. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped. Black Flame raised an eyebrow with some impatience when he saw him stop. What's wrong, kid? Still lingering? Trying to make me change my mind. Lan Yu turned around and looked at He Yin again, a somewhat helpless expression on his face. I want to leave, but I'm afraid I can't. He pointed to the surrounding, perilous forest. According to what you said, this is a forbidden area in the film industry called Black Tide Abyss. This area is probably teeming with terrifying shadow monsters of 7 stars, or even 8 stars or higher. There must be quite a few like that mantis from earlier, right? With my current strength, trying to leave this area alone is basically tantamount to suicide. Upon hearing this, Black Flame shrugged indifferently. That's your own business. Whether you leave this area or not is none of my business. I only promised not to kill you, not to be your bodyguard. His words were cold and direct. Lan Yu's brows furrowed slightly. He knew that what the other person said was true. To expect a king of the film industry to take pity on you and escort you away is simply a pipe dream. Lan Yu lowered his head, pondered for a moment, and decided to take a gamble. He raised his head and looked directly at the black flames. You seem to really hate nothingness. Black Flame's eyes instantly turned cold, and his tone was filled with undisguised hatred. It's more than just annoying. That damned woman turned all 100,000 elite citizens whom I had painstakingly nurtured for over 1,000 years into specimens and put them in her disgusting collection room. Among them are two of my good friends. If I were to list my enemies, that woman would undoubtedly be number one. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu had already made up his mind. It seems that the hatred between this king and nothingness is much deeper than he imagined. That makes things easier. He took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. In that case, let's make a deal. Trade. Both Black Flame and Meteor showed puzzled expressions. What kind of deal could a mere 5-star human make with a king of the Shadow Realm? Lan Yu met their questioning gazes and spoke clearly, word by word. You, safely escort me out of the film industry. In exchange, I will help you kill nothingness later. Chapter 182 Footsteps. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Meteor looked at Lan Yu with an expression as if he were an idiot. After being stunned for a full 3 seconds, Black Flame suddenly burst into a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. This is hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. He laughed so hard he almost cried, pointing at Lan Yu and saying to Lu Xing beside him, Meteor, did you hear that? This mere 5-star Shadow Master actually said he'd help me kill that woman Void. Ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in hundreds of years. Killed Void, with your mere 5-star Shadow Master status. However, the next moment, Black Flame's deafening laughter abruptly stopped, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his neck. His pupils suddenly contracted. The mockery and disdain on his face froze instantly. Even Meteor, who had always looked down on Lan Yu, now had her beautiful eyes wide open, her face filled with disbelief. Because they saw it. Lan Yu lifted his shirt, revealing his left abdomen. And there, a black mark, shaped like a strange eye and radiating an aura of endless nothingness, was quietly imprinted on his skin. That is the original mark of nothingness. It's a unique mark she uses to mark her most precious collection. To leave such a mark, even the nothingness itself would have to pay a considerable price. People who survived being marked like this. Almost none. Lan Yu, meeting their utterly shocked gazes, slowly lowered his clothes, his tone calm. I survived from the clutches of nothingness. Killing nothingness. I may not be able to do it now. But give me time. I will definitely kill that guy. Looking into Lan Yu's calm and serious eyes, as if they were stating a given fact. Black Flame fell into a long silence. All the expressions on his face disappeared, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. By the lake, only the sound of the wind and the occasional roar of the shadow monsters from the distant forest remained. Time passed, second by second, just as Lan Yu's heart began to pound with anxiety. Finally, the Black Flame slowly spoke. All right, I promise you. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu's tense heart relaxed. He knew he had made the right bet. Black Flame looked at him and continued. However, as you can see, I still have some troublesome matters to deal with in my territory, and I don't have time to send you back to the human world directly. I can only send you out of this abyss of black tide for now. As for the rest of the journey, you'll have to walk it yourself. In addition, a strange smile appeared on Black Flame's face. My methods may be a little rough. While I can guarantee your safe exit from this area, I'm not entirely sure where I'll take you. There might be some discrepancies. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu frowned. He always felt that there was something hidden in the other person's words. However, now is not the time to dwell on these things. He nodded and replied. As long as I don't die, there's no problem. Dark, damp, and cold. This is the only feeling Xu Xiaoyan has had over the past 3 days. She huddled in a corner of the cave, hugging her knees, her body trembling from hunger and cold. She is a 2-star Shadow Master and a member of an ordinary hunting team in Sunset Kingdom. Her parents died many years ago while protecting her during a riot of shadow monsters. From then on, she and her brother, Xu Haoran, depended on each other for survival. Her brother is a powerful 3-star shadow artist and the captain of their sharp knife hunting team. Under her brother's protection, her life, though simple, was relatively stable. 3 days ago, she followed her brother and several other uncles from the hunting party, as usual. They left the city together and came to the Echo Cave in the western suburbs to hunt a 2-star shadow monster called Rock Beetle. Although these shadow monsters have decent defense, they are not very aggressive, making them one of the most popular targets for novice shadow hunters. According to the intelligence provided by the guild, there is at most one group of rock beetles, no more than 30 inhabitants, living in this cave. For their hunting team, which consisted of a 3-star peak player and several 2-star shadow masters, it should have been an easy and enjoyable hunting mission. However, an unexpected event occurred. The intelligence contained a fatal error. What they encountered deep within this cave was not a small swarm of rock beetles at all. Instead, it was a large swarm of over 100, led by a mutated rock beetle king, whose strength had reached the peak of 3 stars. It was a nightmarish battle. Faced with the swarming, fearless rock beetles that surged forward like a tide, their ranks were scattered almost instantly. Xiaoyun, run. Don't look back. You must survive. She cried and ran as fast as she could, not daring to look back. She rushed into the complex cave, hoping to use the environment to shake off the pursuing shadow monsters. But she didn't expect that this cave was like a huge natural maze. She got lost inside. To make matters worse, in her frantic escape, she lost all the little food and water she had with her. Fortunately, deep inside the cave, she found a clear spring. This allowed her to barely survive. However, this is now the 3rd day she has been trapped here. For 3 days, she did not eat a single grain of rice, and only drank spring water to stave off hunger. Hunger and cold relentlessly eroded her body and will. She felt her body growing weaker and weaker, and even standing up made her feel dizzy. She huddled in the cold corner of the stone wall, wrapping her gray coat, which had been torn in the battle, even tighter around herself. This is a dress her brother gave her for her birthday. Elder brother. Thinking of her brother, Xu Qiaoyun's eyes couldn't help but redden. How are my brothers doing? Are they still alive? She dared not think about the worst possible outcome. She could only pray silently in her heart, over and over again. They prayed that someone in town would notice their hunting party's long absence and send a rescue team to look for them. But it's been 3 days. It's been 3 whole days. In this deathly silent cave, apart from the monotonous dripping of water and the sound of her own heartbeat, there was no other sound. Hope is being swallowed up little by the cruel reality. What should she do? Should we stay here, conserve our already limited strength, and passively wait for that slim chance of rescue? Or should we put in our last bit of effort and try to break through that maze-like cave one more time? Xu Qiaoyun's heart was filled with struggle and confusion. Just when she was falling into despair and confusion, sudden tap, tap, tap. A clear, unusual sound, not the sound of dripping water, drifted from the depths of the cave. That sound, like footsteps? Chapter 183 Paradise. The footsteps became clearer. A glimmer of hope instantly rekindled in Xu Qiaoyun's eyes. It's the rescue team. It must be the rescue team. They found this place. She was so excited that her whole body trembled. With all her might, she picked up a small stone from the ground and frantically pounded it against the stone wall beside her. Thump, thump, thump. She hoped that the sound would be heard by people outside. Really? The footsteps paused slightly after hearing her voice. Then, he changed direction and walked straight toward where she was. It's getting closer. Xu Qiaoyun was so excited that tears streamed down her face. She struggled to stand up. Finally, a black figure appeared at the corner not far away. However, when Xu Qiaoyun saw the figure clearly, the joy on her face froze instantly. The flame of hope that had just ignited in their eyes was instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold, despairing water. Those weren't rescue workers at all. That's a shadow monster. A humanoid shadow monster she had never seen before, resembling a human but with grayish-white skin, long limbs, and sharp, knife-like nails. Judging from the cold and evil aura emanating from it, its strength is at least 3 stars. This was simply not an opponent she could handle in her current weakened state. It's over. Everything is over. Xu Qiaoyun's body went limp and slumped against the cold stone wall. A desperate smile, more painful than tears, appeared on her face. How ironic. His desperate cries for help failed to attract a savior. Instead, they drew the Grim Reaper. She slowly closed her eyes. To be honest, although there is a church in Rocktown that worships the god of sunset, she has never been a believer since she was a child. She believes even more strongly that destiny is in her own hands. But now she realizes how insignificant and laughable an individual's strength is in the face of absolute despair. Even gods. At this moment, it's probably impossible to hear her desperate cries and save her. Inside the cave, apart from the humanoid shadow and the increasingly approaching, chilling footsteps, there was no other sound. Dead silence and despair. However, just as the humanoid shadow monster had walked up to her, raised its sharp claws high, ready to tear her to pieces. Boom! An unprecedented, deafening explosion suddenly came from the top of the cave. The entire cave began to tremble violently and wildly. Gravel fell like raindrops. What they saw was that the thick rock above their heads had been smashed into a huge hole, as if by a meteorite falling from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a black figure, with unparalleled terrifying force, roared down from the huge hole. Bang! That figure landed squarely right in front of Xu Qiaoyan. And just in time, it crashed into the very spot where the humanoid shadow monster was preparing to commit its attack. The enormous impact instantly created a deep crater in the ground. The poor 3-star shadow monster didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was smashed into a pile of messy flesh by the terrifying force that fell from the sky. Black blood splattered everywhere. In the distance, Xu Qiaoyan, who was slumped on the ground, was completely stunned. She stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded, at the scene before her that defied all expectations, her mind completely blank. What's going on? A huge hole was smashed into the top of the cave. For the first time, the ever-present, golden rays of the setting sun shone through the thick layers of rock. A beam of light landed precisely on the figure descending from the sky. Xu Qiaoyan finally got a clear look at the other person's face. He was a young man who looked only 18 or 19 years old, with black hair, blue eyes, and an excessively handsome face. He was covered in blood and his body was covered in gruesome wounds, looking utterly wretched, but his eyes still shone as brightly as stars. Watching that figure slowly rise from within the pillar of light, like a savior, Xu Qiaoyan was completely stunned for a moment, forgetting to breathe and forgetting to think. In her mind, only one absurd yet incredibly real thought remained. Gods. Real. Has it arrived? At this moment, the figure she regarded as a divine being descended. Lan Yu felt like he was about to fall apart. He staggered to his feet from the pool of grotesque flesh, feeling every bone in his body. It felt like it had been disassembled and reassembled, and it burned with pain. He looked up at the hole he had smashed, and couldn't help but mutter a curse. That damned fisherman. You idiot king. Lan Yu truly did not expect that the so-called Black Flame King's method of sending him out was actually to use brute force to throw him out like a lead ball. That feeling was even more thrilling than riding a roller coaster 10 times. If it weren't for the fact that his king's body was strong enough, an ordinary 5-star Shadow Master would probably have been torn to shreds in midair by that terrifying acceleration and spatial friction. That's fucking ridiculous. In his mind, Lan Yu cursed He Yan's ancestors for 18 generations. He made a mental note of this. If I have the chance in the future, I must find that guy and do the math properly. He stretched his aching muscles and bones, and then noticed the girl staring blankly at him not far away. He glanced at her and found that she was just an ordinary girl with very weak abilities. He stepped forward, frowned as he looked at the other person's pale face, and chapped lips. It seems this girl has been trapped here for quite some time. He tried to make his tone sound gentle as he asked, "Excuse me, where is this place?" Upon hearing his question, Xu Qiaoyan snapped out of her daze, jolted back to her senses. She looked at the young man who seemed to have descended like a god, her mind still a little dazed, and subconsciously, she stammered out a reply. This is Sunset Kingdom, Rock Town, the western outskirts of Echo Cave. The land of the setting sun? Pancher Town. Lan Yu was completely stunned after hearing this. What kind of place is this? In his memory, whether before or after his time travel, he had never heard of a country called Sunset Country in this world. Lan Yu felt a slight headache. He wanted to ask for more useful information. But as soon as I stood up straight, a strong feeling of dizziness suddenly struck me. Everything went black. The injuries he sustained while being thrown by the black flames were far more severe than they appeared on the surface. In addition, the previous series of battles had taken a heavy toll. At this moment, as his tense nerves relaxed, all the fatigue and pain overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He could no longer hold on. His body went limp, and he fell straight down forward. Before he completely lost consciousness, all he heard was the girl's panicked screams. Are you alright? Meteor, Art Style 3. Chapter 184 The Sunset Kingdom with its three-layer barrier. When Lan Yu woke up again, he found himself still in that dark and damp cave. However, instead of the cold, hard ground beneath them, there was a layer of soft, dry grass. He sat up and stretched his body. Thanks to the powerful self-healing ability of the king's body, the internal and external injuries on his body caused by the violent throwing of black flames have now been almost completely healed. The shadow energy within his body had also recovered by more than half. At that moment, he noticed that he was covered with a somewhat familiar gray women's coat. A faint, sweet fragrance, belonging to a young girl, still lingered on her clothes. Is it that girl's? In Lan Yu's mind, the image of a girl with long brown hair and somewhat timid eyes appeared. Just then, tap, tap. A soft footstep came from not far away. Lan Xiaoyu looked up and saw that the girl named Xu Qiaoyun was carefully carrying a water cup made of a large leaf and walking towards him. She seemed to have just returned from fetching water from that spring. Because she had covered Lan Yu with her coat, she was only wearing a thin white shirt on her upper body. Although the cave was dimly lit, one could still vaguely see the girl's slightly thin body, shivering from the cold. You're awake? Seeing Lan Yu sit up, Xu Qiaoyun's face instantly lit up with a look of surprise. She walked over quickly and handed the water in her hand to Lan Yu. That's great. I thought you wouldn't wake up. Her voice carried a hint of relief and joy. Yesterday, when Lan Yu suddenly collapsed in front of her, she was terrified. It took her a great deal of effort to drag the young man, who was much taller than her, to this slightly drier corner. Looking at the seemingly serious injuries on Lan Yu's body, she once thought that this savior, who had fallen from the sky, might die here. Unexpectedly, he woke up on his own just one day later, and he looked much better. This made her genuinely happy. Just then, a familiar yet slightly languid mature female voice echoed in Lan Yu's mind. Hey kid, you're awake. It's Nidhogg. This little girl stayed by your side and took good care of you all day long. The two evil dragons have awakened. Hearing those two familiar voices, Lan Yu finally felt completely relieved. Are you all alright? He asked in his mind. Humph, we are ancient evil dragon gods. How could anything happen to us? Nidhogg's voice still carried that arrogant tone. However, a sudden wave of intense drowsiness washed over us, and we both fell asleep. By the way, kid, what exactly happened while we were asleep? Lan Yu gave a bitter smile to himself. A lot has happened, and it's a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you slowly when I have time later. He temporarily ended his conversation with the two dragon gods and refocused his attention on reality. Looking at the girl in front of him, whose eyes were full of concern and kindness, he felt a warmth welling up in his heart. Although they were just strangers who met by chance, he remembered the kindness of the other person who took care of him without leaving his side while he was unconscious. He took the water Xu Qiaoyun offered, took a sip, then took off the coat covering him and handed it back to her. Thank you. He looked at the girl and said earnestly, Thank you for taking care of me today. Ah no, it's nothing. Xu Qiaoyun was surprised by his solemn thanks. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she awkwardly accepted her coat, waving her hands hurriedly. You are my savior. It's only right that I take care of you. Lan Yu couldn't help but find her shy and nervous appearance somewhat amusing. However, now is not the time for idle chatter. He has more important things to figure out. He looked at the girl in front of him, his heart filled with doubt. According to that King Black Flame, he merely sent himself out of the forbidden zone of the abyss of Black Tide in the Shadow Realm. Logically speaking, I should still be in the film industry right now. But why would there be humans in the world of shadows? Moreover, judging from the girl's previous answers, there seems to be a country here that he has never heard of before. Could it be that? Is this so-called Sunset Kingdom a human kingdom built within the realm of shadows? This conjecture struck Lan Yu as somewhat unbelievable. He decided to stop beating around the bush and asked directly. He looked at Xu Qiaoyun, his expression turning serious. Xu Qiaoyun, right? Uh-huh. I want to ask you a question. What kind of country is the Sunset Kingdom? Upon hearing Lan Yu's question, Xu Qiaoyun's face showed an expression of even greater surprise than Lan Yu's. Her clear eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lan Yu. You don't even know about Sunset Kingdom? Her voice rose a few decibels in surprise. Oh my god, could it be that you really are a guest from outside? Guest from outside? Lan Yu caught this keyword. It seems my guess was very likely true. In the ensuing conversation, Lan Yu finally confirmed his guess from Xu Qiaoyun's intermittent but shocking narration, and also gained a general understanding of this so-called Sunset Kingdom. The result was far more shocking than he had imagined. This Sunset Kingdom is actually a human kingdom built within the world of film, isolated from the rest of the world. According to Xu Qiaoyun, a long, long time ago, their ancestors were trapped in this shadow realm for unknown reasons. Just as they were about to be completely devoured by the endless shadow monsters and fall into despair, a great and mysterious god of sunset has descended. That deity, with unparalleled divine power, carved out a vast safe zone in this perilous realm of shadows. Furthermore, a powerful barrier called the Mist Barrier was erected, completely isolating this area from the outside world's shadow realm. This Mist Barrier is divided into 3 layers. The outermost barrier is the most powerful, strong enough to withstand the invasion of all shadow monsters above the 7-star level. The barrier in the middle layer is slightly weaker, but it can withstand shadow monsters of 5 stars or higher. The innermost barrier is also the weakest, only able to withstand shadow monsters of 3 stars or higher. Just like 3 giant concentric circles, they divided the entire Sunset Kingdom into 3 different regions. These 3 layers of barriers isolated the area from attacks by powerful shadow monsters from the outside world. This allowed the Sunset Kingdom to exist in the shadow realm, where shadow monsters roamed. The safest place is naturally the core area at the very center, where the royal capital and major cities are located, and where the vast majority of the nobles and powerful people of Sunset Kingdom live. Secondly, there is the second area in the middle where Xu Qiaoyun is located. This area is dotted with towns and villages of all sizes, where ordinary people and filmmakers live. The most dangerous area is the third zone, which is right next to the outermost barrier. The environment there is harsh, and shadow monsters roam freely. Only desperate criminals and powerful hunting parties dare to operate there. After listening to Xu Qiaoyun's introduction, Lan Yu's heart was filled with a tremendous surge of emotions. Is there really a country in the film industry? What a grand gesture. Just how powerful must that so-called God of Sunset be? Lan Yu developed a strong interest in this mysterious country. Soon after, Lan Yu's body had fully recovered. He led Xu Qiaoyun through the hole he had smashed himself, easily leaving the cave that had trapped the girl for 3 days. What Lan Yu wants most right now is to find a way to leave the film world and return to the real world as soon as possible. However, now they have arrived in a completely mysterious country that they have never heard of before, without any clue whatsoever. The most urgent task is to gather enough intelligence before making any plans. Chapter 185 is this. Is this even human? In Lan Yu's view, Panshi Town, where Xu Qiaoyun was located, was a good starting point for gathering intelligence. So he gladly accepted the girl's invitation and prepared to follow her to see the town. As soon as Lan Yu stepped out of the cave, he noticed the unique and strange sight on the distant horizon. A huge, golden sun, radiating a dim yellow light, hung silently in the sky. It is not as dazzling as the sun in the real world. Its light is soft, yet eternal. Lan Yu learned this from Xu Qiaoyun's conversation earlier. In the land of sunset, due to the misty barrier, there is only one sunset. The enormous setting sun in the sky was created by the mysterious God of Sunset, which continuously provides this land with faint yet vital light and heat. It is precisely because of this ever-shining sunset that the residents here are able to cultivate the land and thrive. This is also why the country is named Sunset Country. Looking at the enormous setting sun, Lan Yu felt increasingly curious and apprehensive about the mysterious God of Sunset. After walking for about half a day, led by Xu Qiaoyun, a town that looked to be quite large finally came into view. The town was surrounded by tall and sturdy city walls, on which many soldiers armed with weapons patrolled back and forth. It's Qiaoyun, a middle-aged soldier who looked like the captain, showed a look of surprise and delight the moment he saw Xu Qiaoyun. You little rascal, you're finally back. We thought you too. He was speaking for a moment when, as if remembering something, the joy on his face was replaced by a touch of sadness. Xu Qiaoyun's eyes instantly reddened, and she shook her head, forcing back her tears. Uncle Wang, I'm back. After confirming Xu Qiaoyun's identity, the soldier named Uncle Wang prepared to order the city gates to be opened. However, at that moment, woo-woo-woo-woo, a sudden, sharp alarm blared throughout the town. Enemy attack, shadow monsters, a swarm of shadow monsters. Another soldier on the city wall pointed to the distant horizon and shouted in terror. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. In the distance, on the desolate wilderness, a dark mass of countless strange shadowy creatures converged into a black torrent, surging madly toward Whitestone Town. There were at least several hundred of them. The soldiers on the city wall turned deathly pale instantly. Damn it! How did so many shadow monsters suddenly appear? Uncle Wong's face was also extremely grim. He immediately shouted loudly to Lan Yu and Shu Qiaoyan below the city. Quickly, you two, get out of here. Find a place to hide. To prevent the shadow monster from rushing into the town, the city gates cannot be opened for the time being. Upon hearing this, Shu Qiaoyan's face turned deathly pale. She tugged at Lan Yu's sleeve and said anxiously, Let's go quickly. However, Lan Yu stood still, motionless. His gaze pierced through the chaotic horde of beasts and locked onto one of the shadow monsters, which was exceptionally large. It was a 4-star shadow monster that looked very much like a rhinoceros and was covered with a bluish-black carapace. Just then, Nidhogg's voice rang out in his mind. Kid, do you see that lead blue-armored rhinoceros? That's a good thing. Nidhogg's voice carried a hint of seduction. It is a rare mutant species, and there is a very high probability that it will condense a material called star core within its body. Star core? Lan Yu asked, puzzled. That's right, Nidhogg explained. In the process of a Shadow Master's advancement, the transition from 6 stars to 7 stars is a huge watershed, and also an extremely difficult threshold to cross. Countless exceptionally talented 6-star peak Shadow Masters spend their entire lives stuck at this step, unable to make any further progress. To successfully break through to the 7 stars, in addition to accumulating enough Shadow Qi to meet the standard, one also needs a crucial auxiliary material to stabilize and elevate one's soul, enabling it to bear even greater power. And this star core is one of the most effective and rarest materials among them. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Although he is only 5 stars now, with his leveling speed, it is only a matter of time before he breaks through to the peak of 6 stars. If we could get our hands on the key materials for advancing to the 7th star in advance, that would be the best outcome. With this in mind, Lan Yu made a decision instantly. He turned his head and said calmly to Shu Qiaoyan, who looked anxious beside him. Step back a little. Huh. Shu Qiaoyan was stunned for a moment, not understanding what he meant. Lan Yu did not offer any further explanation. He simply drew the Hegni sword from his back slowly. Then, under the shocked, puzzled, and even somewhat foolish gazes of Shu Qiaoyan and all the soldiers on the city wall. One person, one sword. Without hesitation, they charged towards the hundreds of shadow monsters that surged towards them like a dark tide. Has that kid gone mad? On the city wall, Uncle Wong stared at Lan Yu's slender back and exclaimed in disbelief. He thinks he can take on the entire shadow monster horde all by himself? Isn't that just courting death? Qiaoyan, quickly pull him back. However, before he could finish speaking, Lan Yu's figure had already collided violently with the black beast tide. Buzz! The jet-black blade sliced through the air with a soft hum. Dark Moon Dragon Blade. One after another, exquisitely condensed, jet-black crescent moons shot out from the tip of his sword. Uft, uft, uft. The dozen or so shadow monsters at the forefront didn't even have time to react before being instantly cleaved in two by the indestructible, pitch-black crescent moon. Dark black blood shot into the sky. However, this is just the beginning. Lan Yu's figure moved like a ghost among the shadowy monsters. Every swing of the Hegni sword in his hand brought forth a storm of blood and gore. Those shadow monsters that are ferocious in the eyes of ordinary people are as fragile as paper under his sword. One sword, one kill. One sword, a whole group. He was like a tireless, highly efficient killing machine. In less than 5 minutes. When Lan Yu stopped again, the wilderness behind him had been completely stained black. Hundreds of shadow monster corpses, layered upon layer, covered the entire earth. None of them were able to stand up anymore. The whole world seemed to fall into a deathly silence at that moment. On the city wall, all the soldiers, including Uncle Wong, were frozen in place, their mouths agape, their minds blank, unable to process the scene before them that had overturned their understanding of the world. Instant kill? One person wiped out an entire group of shadow monsters in less than 5 minutes? Is this even human? Chapter 186 Get Out. The people on the city wall were stunned. How come their combat power is so strong? Is it a deity descended to earth? Lan Yu ignored the shock of those people. He walked to the carcass of the blue-armored rhinoceros and used his sword to cut open its hard skull. Sure enough, inside its brain, a crystal core, only the size of a fist, deep blue in color, as if containing the entire starry sky, lay quietly, emitting a soft light. The core of the stars. Lan Yu put the core away with satisfaction. Then, he turned around, carrying the still dripping black longsword, and under the gazes of everyone, a mixture of awe, fear, and fanaticism, step by step, he walked back towards the gates of Whitestone Town. On the city wall, the soldier responsible for opening the gate was so frightened by the figure that walked towards him like a demon that his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. He frantically opened the heavy city gate as quickly as possible. Upon entering Rock Town, Lan Yu could clearly sense the vibrant human atmosphere that was so different from the desolate wilderness outside. Although the buildings here are mostly constructed of rough stone and wood, appearing somewhat simple, the pedestrians coming and going on the streets give this isolated town in the film world a vibrant life. Xu Qiaoyun's home is a small wooden house that is kept quite clean and tidy. At the girl's enthusiastic invitation, Lan Yu stayed at her house for one night. However, ever since entering this familiar yet unfamiliar town, Xu Qiaoyun's expression has been rather unpleasant. Her eyes were always red. Several times, Lan Yu saw her sitting alone by the window, staring blankly in the direction of the town gate, as if she was expecting something. Lan Yu did not disturb her. He knew in his heart that this strong girl probably still clung to a faint, almost non-existent, sliver of hope deep down. She was hoping that her brother and the uncles from the hunting party would miraculously escape the shadow monster's encirclement and return safely. However, since she returned to town, she has not received any news about the other members of the hunting party. What this means is self-evident. Their fate, I'm afraid, is already sealed. For a young girl who has lost all her loved ones, any words of comfort seem pale and powerless. All Lan Yu could do was give her enough space to slowly process this heavy grief on her own. Back in the guest room prepared for him, Lan Yu closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. He took a deep breath, temporarily shutting out the outside world's distractions, and focused all his energy on introspection. Now, I finally have time to take stock of what I've gained so far. With a thought, his consciousness sank into his mind. Rank, 5-star Shadow Master, 58%. After slaughtering hundreds of shadow monsters outside the city gate, including a 4-star mutated species, my experience points indeed increased significantly. More importantly, the extraction condition of all things begin in chaos has already been met. Now, I finally have the time. Extract. Lan Yu's mind stirred. The next second, his consciousness seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, instantly sinking into a boundless chaos. All around was a surging, unchanging gray mist, without up or down, without left or right, without beginning or end. Just then, golden spots of light suddenly appeared in the chaotic ocean ahead. They were a group of strange little fish that emitted a soft golden light. They swam happily in the gray mist, like fireflies in the night, beautiful and mysterious. Without hesitation, Lan Yu subconsciously reached out and grabbed the closest and most eye-catching golden fish. A slight, warm, and realistic sensation came from my fingertips. Got him. He gently squeezed his hand. The little golden fish instantly transformed into a pure golden stream of light and disappeared into his palm. Immediately afterwards, a stream of unfamiliar information, like a flood bursting its banks, surged into his mind. Divine authority ability. Immunity to all poisons. Source of power, God of poison. Effect. Your body will become immune to the vast majority of known and unknown toxins in the world. Neither deadly poisons, curses, nor malignant plagues can cause you any substantial harm. Immunotoxins? Lan Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. This ability isn't particularly powerful, but it's definitely not weak either. In certain specific situations, it may have unexpected and remarkable effects. Overall, it's not bad. He composed himself and shifted his attention to something else. Mental image world. According to the King of the Void, that world was created by him using the drop of creation. He closed his eyes, trying to sink his consciousness into the deepest part of his soul. At first, all I saw was endless darkness. But soon, a glimmer of azure light appeared at the end of the darkness. Lan Yu's consciousness was involuntarily drawn to the point of light and turned towards it. The salty sea breeze, carrying warmth and moisture, brushed against my cheeks. All I could hear was the sound of waves crashing against the beach. Lan Yu opened his eyes and found himself back on that pristine white sand beach. An endless expanse of azure sea, a crystal clear sky, and lush green forests behind you. Everything was exactly the same as when I left last time. Oh, you've arrived. A voice, both somewhat childish and imbued with an ancient charm, rang out from not far away. Lan Yu turned his head to look. There stood a little boy who called himself the King of the Void, his entire body enveloped in a blue halo. It was lying sprawled out on a huge, sun-warmed rock, its two short legs dangling, and a blade of grass it had somehow gotten its hands on dangling from its mouth. His relaxed and carefree demeanor made him look just like an old man on vacation. Upon seeing Lan Yu, he sat up, clapped his hands, and said with a grin, "Your mental world is really nice. The scenery is beautiful and the air is fresh. It's perfect for a vacation. If I ever get bored, I'll come here to browse around often. Are you coming again? This is my territory, okay?" Lan Yu was speechless for a moment. He suppressed his urge to complain and asked bluntly, "How exactly do I use this mental world? Or rather, how will it help me improve my strength?" This is what he cares about most. Upon hearing this, the King of the Void burst out laughing as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. "Increase combat power?" He sat up from the rock, pointed at Lan Yu, and said bluntly, "Hey kid, aren't you being a little too greedy? You're only a 5-star Shadow Master right now, and you've already managed to open up a mental world ahead of time. That's already half a miracle, you know? Ordinary Shadow Masters, below 8 stars, can't even touch the threshold of the mind world. You're already thinking of using it to increase your combat power? What a pipe dream." Lan Yu frowned. "You mean, the mental world I painstakingly created is currently just a fake that can only be looked at but not used? It's only good for show?" "Almost." The King of the Void snapped his fingers, a playful smile on his face. "However, it's not entirely fake. It does have a tiny bit of practical function." "What function?" Lan Yu pressed. The King of the Void did not answer directly, but instead raised his hand and pointed to a bright red apple hanging on a fruit tree not far away. "See all that food? If you're willing to use even a little bit of your shadow power, you should be able to materialize the things inside and bring them into the real world. How about it? Want to try some? They're freshly picked apples, big and sweet." Lan Yu's face darkened completely. After all that effort, the biggest function of the mental world I painstakingly created at this stage is a mobile fruit stand? He looked at the King of the Void's smug grin and squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. Roll. Chapter 187 Questioning. The next day, when Lan Yu woke up, it was already noon. The dim sunlight streamed in through the window, casting dappled shadows on the floor. He walked out of the room and saw a still warm breakfast on the table, with a note next to it. "I'm going out for a bit. Breakfast is on the table. Remember to eat it. Xu Qiaoyun." The handwriting was neat and tidy, with a hint of caution. It seems that the girl has adjusted her emotions and started to face life again. Lan Yu thought to himself that this girl was stronger than he had imagined. After a quick breakfast, he prepared to go out and wander around the town to gather some useful information. However, he had only walked a short distance from his house when a commotion drew his attention. In the middle of the street not far away, a large crowd had gathered, pointing and talking about something. Lan Yu wasn't interested in the commotion and was about to take a detour. But just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar figure in the center of the crowd. "It is Xu Qiaoyun." Lan Yu stopped in his tracks instantly. Lan Yu frowned slightly, pushed through the crowd, and walked over. Xu Qiaoyun stood in the center of the crowd, her face flushed, her body trembling slightly with anger and grievance. Opposite her stood a slightly chubby young man dressed in the town guard uniform. The young man stood with his hands on his hips, a malicious smile on his face, scrutinizing Xu Qiaoyun from head to toe. "Qiaoyun, it's not that I, Lian Shi, don't trust you. It's just that there are too many suspicious points in this matter." The chubby young man drawled out his words, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone around him to hear clearly. "You said you only took enough food for 2 people from the warehouse last night, but when I counted it this morning, good heavens, more than half of the food was gone. How am I supposed to explain this to the villagers?" These words immediately caused an uproar among the surrounding residents. "What? The grain in the warehouse is missing. Still more than half. Oh my God, what are we going to do? The shadow monsters have been active more and more lately, and the hunting teams have been leaving the town less often. The town already doesn't have enough food, and this is just making things worse. Who did this? How could they be so despicable?" The murmurs rose and fell, and everyone's face was filled with anxiety and anger. In this sunset kingdom located in the world of film, food is a more precious form of currency than money. Because of the different strengths of the 3 layers of barriers, the eternal sunset created by the god of sunset transmits different amounts of light and heat to different areas. The closer to the core area, the more abundant the sunlight, the more fertile the soil, and the higher the grain yield. Towns like Rock Town, located in the second zone, have insufficient sunlight barren land, and extremely low food yields. Most of the time, they need to rely on hunting shadow monsters and using the materials from the shadow monsters to exchange for food with cities in the core zone. Therefore, in Panchir town, all the grain was managed by the guards and distributed according to the number of people. The theft of the warehouse, especially at a time when food is already scarce, has undoubtedly touched a nerve with everyone. Xu Qiaoyun felt extremely uncomfortable under the suspicious gazes of everyone. She was so anxious that tears were about to fall as she desperately tried to explain. I really didn't steal it. Brother Lianqi, believe me, when I went into the warehouse last night, there wasn't much food left. I only took enough for 2 people. However, the fat man named Lianqi wouldn't listen to her explanation at all. He shrugged and said with a helpless expression, Qiaoyun, who would believe what you're saying? Last night, you were the only one in the whole town who came to me to collect your food after the allotted time due to special circumstances. I saw that you were travel-worn and emaciated, and I couldn't bear to see you like that. So I made an exception and gave you the key to the warehouse so you could go and get it yourself. This key, from beginning to end, has only passed through your hands. Now that the grain is lost, if you say it wasn't you, then who was it? He paused, glanced around at the residents, and his voice suddenly rose several decibels. Could it be that I, Lianqi, stole the town's grain and then came here to falsely accuse you, a poor, lonely girl? These words are well-reasoned, supported by evidence, and logically clear. Instantly, all the suspicions were directed at Xu Qiaoyun. That's right, the key has always been in her hands. Who else could it be but her? I never would have guessed. This girl usually seems so honest, but I never expected her to be so dishonest. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Her brother just died, and she did something like this. It's really. She must have stolen it. Arrest her and make her hand over the grain. Each hurtful word was like a sharp knife, piercing Xu Qiaoyun's heart. She shook her head desperately, and tears finally welled up in her eyes and slid down her pale cheeks. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Her explanation seemed so weak and feeble. Lianqi looked at Xu Qiaoyun's pitiful, tear-streaked face, and a barely perceptible glint of greed and smugness flashed in his eyes. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He cleared his throat, adopted a businesslike demeanor, and said in a deep voice, Xu Qiaoyun, since you refuse to admit it, then don't blame me. In order to give the people of the town an explanation, I have no choice but to arrest you and take you back to the guard post for interrogation. As he spoke, he reached out his large, fleshy hands and grabbed at Xu Qiaoyun's wrist. Not a single resident in the surrounding area spoke up to stop it. They all stood by and watched indifferently. Some even had a hint of frustration on their faces. However, his fat hand suddenly stopped halfway through its grasp. It felt as if it were being clamped tightly by an invisible iron clamp, unable to move forward even an inch. Lan Yu had appeared silently in front of Xu Qiaoyun without anyone noticing, grabbing Lianqi's wrist with one hand. His expression was cold, and his eyes were even colder, as if he were looking at a dead object. Lianqi was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Who the hell are you? Let go of me. He tried to break free, and the shadow energy within his body erupted instantly. However, the next moment, the anger on his face turned into horror. He was horrified to discover that his strength as a dignified 4-star shadow master was completely immobilized in that seemingly unassuming hand, as if it had been welded shut. No matter how much he activated his shadow chi, it remained completely still. The opponent's power is as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Lan Yu finally spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable chill. You've said so much. Do you have any evidence? For example, did you find the food that you claim was stolen in Xu Qiaoyun's house? Chapter 188. Why should I give it to you for free? Evidence. Lianqi felt a little uneasy under Lan Yu's cold gaze, but relying on his position as the leader of the guard and the support of a large group of residents, he refused to lose in terms of momentum. He stiffened his neck and forced himself to speak. Not yet, but we're planning to investigate. The theft of grain is no small matter, especially during this time of food shortage. We must recover the grain immediately. His eyes darted around, and suddenly, as if he had remembered something, his gaze turned directly towards Lan Yu. And I remember now. You're the outsider who came back with Xu Qiaoyun yesterday, right? He suddenly pointed at Lan Yu and loudly incited the surrounding residents. Look everyone, what a coincidence. The moment this outsider appeared, our Panchir town's grain reserves disappeared. I think this wasn't done by Xu Qiaoyun alone. Speak quickly. Was it you who orchestrated this, conspiring with Xu Qiaoyan to steal the grain rations of everyone in our town? As Lin Shi incited them, the surrounding residents' gazes, which had initially held a hint of sympathy, turned sour. Gradually, suspicion and vigilance arose, eventually turning into undisguised hostility, which fell squarely upon Lan Yu. Looking at the group of residents before him who had been easily swayed and had lost their basic judgment, Lan Yu's eyes grew increasingly cold. He couldn't even be bothered to argue with these people. He simply looked at Lin Shi, a mocking smile playing on his lips. We're stealing grain? Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Lin Shi raised his head, looking confident of victory. What? You still want to argue? Lan Yu shook his head and said calmly. I just think your accusations are ridiculous. Because we have no reason to steal. What do you mean? Lin Shi was stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning behind Lan Yu's words. Lan Yu did not offer any further explanation. He simply waved his hand casually, under the questioning, puzzled, and hostile gazes of everyone. The next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Without any warning, a large pile of things appeared out of thin air in the open space in front of Lan Yu. Bright red apples, golden yellow bananas, glistening purple grapes, and all sorts of fruits and vegetables whose names I don't know but which look fresh and juicy, as well as bags of neatly stacked, heavy grains. These things appeared out of thin air and, in the blink of an eye, piled up in the middle of the street into a small mountain as tall as half a person. The rich aroma of fruit and food instantly filled the air, intensely stimulating the senses of smell and taste buds of everyone present. The whole world seemed to fall into a deathly silence at that moment. Everyone seemed frozen in place, their mouths agape, their minds blank. What did they see? Food appear out of thin air? What kind of divine power is this? But isn't that kind of thing something only the great nobles and top experts in the capital deserve to possess? And that mountain of food. Many townspeople haven't seen so many varieties of brightly colored fruits for several years, or even more than a decade. In Panchur town, having enough to eat is a luxury, let alone something like this. Lin Shi's smugness and arrogance froze completely. He stared at the mountain of food in front of him, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, his mouth agape, unable to close for a long time. What the hell is going on? Even Xu Qiaoyan, who was standing behind Lan Yu, was completely stunned. She knew Lan Yu was very strong, but she never expected that Lan Yu would possess such godlike abilities. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, Lan Yu slowly spoke, his voice still calm, yet it was like a resounding slap across Lin Shi's face. Now, do you still think we would steal for the little bit of food in your warehouse? He pointed to the pile of food and said casually, Is this enough as evidence? Lin Shi's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Evidence? What kind of bullshit evidence do we need? They can conjure up a mountain of food with a flick of their wrist. Why would they care about the grain in your shabby warehouse? It's impossible, even to a fool. He felt a burning pain on his face, as if he had been stripped naked in public and thrown out onto the street. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely awkward for a moment. This. Lin Shi's mind raced, and cold sweat trickled down his chubby cheeks. He knew that if he couldn't smooth things over today, not only would his plan to covet Xu Qiaoyan fall through, but he might also lose his job as the warehouse manager. Lin Shi's eyes darted around, as if he had thought of something, and a sinister glint flashed in his eyes again. His eyes darted around, and he once again displayed his signature skill of distorting the truth. He pointed to the mountain of food piled up in front of Lan Yu and loudly incited the surrounding residents. Look, everyone. What time is it now? It's the most critical moment of food shortage in our Panchur town. Many of us don't even know where our next meal will come from. The children in the town are all starving and emaciated. But this outsider, he clearly has so much food, yet he selfishly hides it all away and enjoys it all by himself. Because of his selfish behavior, someone in our town might be dying of hunger in some unknown corner. Lin Shi spoke with great emotion and was very persuasive. It has to be said that this guy is really good at stirring people's hearts. He knew very well that when people were in trouble, feelings of jealousy and resentment towards the rich were most easily ignited. As expected, as soon as he said those words, the expressions of the residents who had initially felt guilty changed instantly. Yes, we're starving. How come you get so much good food? Can you finish all this food by yourself? If you can't finish it, why don't you share it with us? The ugliness of human nature was laid bare at this moment. A barrage of greedy, jealous, and even resentful gazes fell upon Lan Yu. It's as if Lan Yu hoarding food is some heinous crime. Exactly. That's so selfish. With so much food, it should be shared among everyone. That's right. These are extraordinary times, and all supplies should be distributed uniformly. Hand over the food now. Otherwise, you'll be the enemy of the entire town. The crowd erupted in noise again, this time even more arrogant than before. However, facing this mob whose eyes were blinded by greed, Lan Yu's face still showed no sign of panic. He simply stared coldly at the ugly faces before him and said indifferently, "So what if someone starves to death? I got that food myself through my own abilities. I'm not some saint who saves all living beings. Why should we give it to you for free?" Chapter 189 Garbage Disposal Point. Why should we give it to you for free? These words caused an uproar in the audience. No one expected that Lan Yu would say such outrageous things. This is simply adding fuel to the fire. You cold-blooded bastard. Are you even human? Stop wasting time talking to him. Let's all attack and take it from him. The burly man who was closest to the food roared and was the first to pounce on it. However, his hand had not yet touched the fruit. Buzz! An invisible, terrifying shockwave erupted from Lan Yu's center. Before the burly man could even scream, he was struck as if by a charging rhinoceros. His body flew backward for more than 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. He spat out blood and immediately lost consciousness. This sudden scene was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing everyone's burning greed. Those who had been itching to go forward were all terrified, their faces turning ashen. They instinctively took several steps back and dared not move forward again. Only then did they realize that the young man in front of them was a ruthless person who could single-handedly slaughter an entire group of shadow monsters. Lan Yu coldly swept his gaze around, and his icy stare made everyone who met his eyes lower their heads guiltily. "It seems you've calmed down." Lan Yu's voice was devoid of any emotion. "I'll say it again, this food is mine." But his sudden change of tone made everyone's hearts leap into their throats again. "It's not that I can't share the food with you." Upon hearing this, hope rekindled in everyone's eyes. "However, I have 2 conditions." Lan Yu held up 2 fingers. "First of all, the food is not free. If you want it, you have to exchange it for money or goods of equal value. I am not running a charity." Although the condition was somewhat harsh, everyone gritted their teeth and could accept it. After all, being able to buy life-saving food with money is already quite good. Second, Lan Yu's gaze fell on Xu Qiaoyun, then slowly swept over everyone present. Everyone who comes to buy food must apologize to Xu Qiaoyun for the unfounded slander and accusations they made earlier. "I can't do that. No matter how much money you offer, I won't sell you even a single banana peel. Now you have a choice." Lan Yu's voice was resolute and left no room for doubt. The group looked at each other, their faces showing hesitation and struggle. It would be quite embarrassing for them to apologize to a young girl they had just wronged. But, looking at the mountain of food, emitting an enticing aroma, and smelling the mouth-watering fruit, their stomachs growled louder and louder. In the end, reason prevailed over that ridiculous pride. A woman who looked like the child's mother was the first to step forward, and she bowed deeply to Xu Qiaoyun. "Qiaoyun, I'm sorry, Aunt Lin was wrong. Aunt Lin shouldn't have believed the rumors and wronged you." Once there's a first, there's a second, a third. More and more people stepped forward and lowered their noble heads before Xu Qiaoyun. "Sorry, Qiaoyun, we were wrong. Please forgive us." Apologies echoed throughout the room. Xu Qiaoyun stood there, looking at the scene before her, and for a moment, she was at a loss for what to do. Lian Qi, the instigator, had already taken advantage of the chaos and slunk away. Not long after, the small mountain of food in front of Lan Yu was completely sold out. He acquired a large bag of this world's currency, though he had no idea what it was for. As the crowd gradually dispersed, everyone's face beamed with the joy of having bought food. The streets have finally returned to calm. Xu Qiaoyun walked up to Lan Yu, her eyes red-rimmed, her voice trembling with emotion. "Brother Lan Yu, thank you." "Nothing." Lan Yu raised his hand, intending to pat her head as he had done before, but after thinking for a moment, he withdrew it and simply said, "Consider this a small token of my gratitude for staying at your house." Xu Qiaoyun's cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. She watched the crowd carrying fruit and meat, leaving contentedly, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. Due to recent food shortages, she hasn't tasted fruit for a long time. Unfortunately, all the food that Lan Yu brought out was snapped up by everyone. She sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat disappointed. And just then, suddenly, a bulging cloth bag appeared in front of her. Lan Yu's voice rang out from above. "Take it." Shu Qiaoyan looked up at Lan Yu with surprise. This is for me. Yes, I saved this especially for you. Lan Yu handed the bag to her. Take it back and eat it slowly, don't be shy. Shu Qiaoyan took the heavy bag, her heart feeling as if it were filled with something warm and comforting. She looked at Lan Yu and asked softly, Brother Lan Yu, aren't you going back? Lan Yu turned around and looked in the direction where Lian Qi had disappeared, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes. No, thank you. I still have some trash that needs to be disposed of. I'll go back once I'm done. In a remote corner of Panshir town, there sits an inconspicuous stone house. Lian Qi pushed open the creaking wooden door and strode inside, his face still bearing the resentment and humiliation that had not yet subsided. He walked through the dimly lit living room, skillfully lifted a rug to reveal a hidden door leading to the underground. As you walk down the damp steps, the aroma of food mixed with the smell of alcohol hits you. In the basement, two men, both dressed in guard uniforms, were sitting around a table, enjoying their meal. One was devouring a roasted chicken leg, while the other was holding a bottle of liquor, continuously chugging it down his throat. Behind them, a small mountain of grain and dried meat was piled up. These were the foods stolen from the town's granary. As expected, this so-called theft was, from beginning to end, a well-orchestrated drama by Lian Qi. His companion, munching on a chicken leg, asked indistinctly, Lian Qi, you're back? So, did you succeed? Will that chick be in your bed tonight? Lian Qi plopped down in a chair, picked up the wine bottle on the table, took a big gulp, and cursed irritably. No, don't even mention it, it's bad luck. Upon hearing this, another accomplice put down the bottle with some surprise. What happened? Didn't we follow the plan and use false information to kill her troublesome brother and those old guys from the Sharp Knife hunting team in Echo Cave? Without her brother as her backer, you can't even handle a helpless little girl like her? His words, spoken casually, revealed an astonishing secret. The destruction of Shu Qiaoyan's brother, Shu Haoran, and the entire Sharp Knife hunting team. It wasn't an accident, but a conspiracy they had orchestrated. Lian Qi took another gulp of wine, slammed the bottle heavily on the table, and said through gritted teeth. A Chung Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. Everything was ruined by some outsider who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 190, It's a pity you didn't have that chance. Upon hearing this, his accomplice became interested. Out-of-towner. Is it that impressive? Lian Qi recalled Lan Yu's cold gaze and his terrifying strength in annihilating the shadow monster horde, and said with lingering fear, It's more than just impressive. That guy is as strong as a monster. In a head-on fight, the three of us combined probably wouldn't be enough to defeat him with one hand. However, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Just because I can't beat him head-on doesn't mean I can't kill him. This is Rock Town, my territory. As long as he's still in this town, I have plenty of ways to make him suffer. An outsider who thinks he can mess with me? He's too green. He seemed to already see Lan Yu kneeling and begging for mercy, and a sickly smile appeared on his face. However, the moment he finished speaking, a cold, emotionless voice suddenly rang out in the deathly silent basement. Yeah. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. This sound. Lian Qi's pupils suddenly contracted. In that instant, every hair on his body stood on end. As a 4-star shadow artist, his reaction time was remarkably fast. The moment the sound rang out, he didn't hesitate at all, and his body instinctively reached for the large knife on the corner of the table. That was his weapon. As long as he had a weapon in his hand, he felt a sense of security. His hand successfully gripped the knife handle. However, he could no longer lift the greatsword that had been with him for so many years. Because his hand holding the knife, along with his entire arm, had been cleanly severed at the shoulder and fallen to the ground. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Ah! The belated, excruciating pain finally swept over his brain. He let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. However, his howling lasted for less than half a second before it stopped abruptly. Because an extremely fast, jet-black sword light, like lightning slicing through the night, silently swept across his neck. Uft! A large, fine human head shot into the sky. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed neck, staining the entire ceiling red. Lian Qi's headless corpse swayed and fell heavily to the ground, splattering blood everywhere. Even in death, his wide-open eyes still held endless fear and disbelief. And next to his fallen body was a table piled high with food. Lan Yu's figure had quietly appeared there at some point. The sword in his hand, the Hegni sword, was entirely black. Not a single drop of blood stained its blade. It remained a deep, dark black, as if it could devour all light. The other two accomplices were completely terrified, looking at Lin Shi's gruesome corpse, and then at the young man who appeared like a ghost, like a god of death descending upon the world. They were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they knelt down with a thud. Big brother, spare me. It has nothing to do with us. It's all Lin Shi's doing. It was all his idea. We were forced into this by him. The two men wept bitterly, kowtowing and begging for mercy, trying to shift all the blame onto the already dead Lin Shi. Lan Yu looked down at them, his eyes cold and expressionless. No explanation needed. My approach to dealing with scum like you is always very simple. He said it calmly. That is, leave no one alive. The moment the words fell, the sword flashed again. Uft, uft. Two soft sounds of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out almost simultaneously. The two guards who were kneeling and begging for mercy froze instantly, and then were cleanly and decisively cut in half, into 4 pieces. The entire basement was instantly enveloped in a thick stench of blood, resembling a living hell. Lan Yu sheathed his sword, looking at the mess on the ground without any change in his expression. For him, it was just a matter of casually cleaning up 3 disgusting pieces of trash. He turned around, not looking back, and followed the steps he had come up from, step by step, out of the basement filled with sin and bloodshed. When he returned to the ground and breathed in the slightly cool air outside, the ever-shining sunset still hangs quietly on the horizon, radiating a soft, golden light. It was as if the bloody massacre had never happened. After dealing with the 3 pieces of trash, Lan Yu did not go home immediately. He strolled around the streets of Rock Town as if nothing had happened, and casually walked into a tavern that looked fairly lively. The tavern is a melting pot of all sorts of people, making it the best place to gather information. Lan Yu ordered the cheapest beer, found an inconspicuous corner to sit down, and silently listened to the boasting and conversations of the hunters and mercenaries around him. Soon, he gained a deeper understanding of this so-called land of the setting sun. This human kingdom built within the film industry is far from as peaceful as Xu Qiaoyan described. Especially in recent years, the situation has become increasingly worse. Have you heard? Blackstone Town in the east was besieged by a horde of shadow monsters a few days ago, and the casualties were heavy. A burly man with a full beard said loudly after taking a big gulp of wine. Hey, what's the news? A scarred mercenary at the next table curled his lip in disdain. Which town isn't being harassed by shadow monsters these days? Let me tell you, this godforsaken place is becoming increasingly unbearable. I wonder how long that damned mist barrier can hold out. I feel like the barrier has been getting weaker and weaker over the years. Before, how could so many high-star shadow monsters dare to run wild in our second area? Who says otherwise? If this continues, we'll all be finished sooner or later. Sigh. If only I could leave this awful place and go back to the legendary outside world. Leave? Don't even dream about it. The burly man with the thick beard sneered. In the entire history of our Sunset Kingdom, have you ever heard of anyone successfully passing through the outermost barrier and leaving this place? Not a single one. That barrier is a cage from which there is no escape. Our ancestors were prisoners trapped and died here. We are the same. The atmosphere in the tavern instantly became heavy and oppressive. Lan Yu listened silently, his brows furrowing slightly. The situation was more complicated than he had imagined. Is the outermost barrier impassable? This means that it may be extremely difficult for him to leave the film industry and return to the real world. However, nothing is absolute. Lan Yu is not someone who gives up easily. No matter how strong the barrier is, he must go to the third area in person to see for himself and test it before he can know the result. Chapter 191 The Lord is visiting. Open the door quickly. At the same time, inside the Lord's mansion in Rocky Town, in an elegantly decorated study, a handsome young man dressed in fine clothes leaned back in his chair, resting with his eyes closed. He is the current Lord of Rock Town, and also the 5th Prince of the Sunset Kingdom, OS. Among the many princes and princesses of Sunset Kingdom, OSS's presence has always been very low. He possessed neither the immense strength and military achievements of the eldest prince, nor the astonishing political acumen of the 3rd princess. He was like a transparent man, always on the periphery in the power struggles of the capital. 3 years ago, he nearly lost his life in a conspiracy against him. If it weren't for his natural ability to read people, his keen intuition for danger, and his early detection of something amiss, coupled with the desperate protection of several loyal subordinates, he would probably be a cold corpse by now. That near-death experience made him see things in a completely different light. Thrones and power are all bullshit. Living is the most important thing. So he volunteered to the king and came to Rock Town, a remote, God-forsaken border town, to be a carefree, hands-off lord. Far from the scheming and intrigue of the capital, he found life much more comfortable and pleasant. Every day, he would spend his days drinking, hunting, and bullying those foolish shadow monsters with his gang. He lived a pretty comfortable life. However, just yesterday, bad news shattered his peaceful life. His subordinate, Lien Shi, the brother who had escaped from the capital with him, was dead. He died in the basement of a remote hut, his death a gruesome one. Well, OS opened his eyes, rubbed his throbbing temples, and sighed softly. He was saddened by Lien Shi's death, but not surprised. According to the report from his subordinates this morning, a large amount of stockpiled grain was found next to Lien Shi's body. This is combined with the recent rumors circulating in town about the little girl from the Shu family being wrongly accused of stealing grain. Finally, based on his understanding of Lien Shi's character, even a fool could guess that Lien Shi, that idiot, must have been controlling the big boss again and doing something despicable. As a result, he kicked a hornet's nest and was killed in retaliation. I had warned that guy long ago to tone it down and not go too far. But he just wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened. He's ruined his own life. However, no matter what, they were brothers who had faced danger and shared life or death situations with him. Now that his brother is dead, he, as the eldest brother, has to do something for him. Just then, the study door was pushed open. A capable-looking guard walked in and knelt on one knee. Your Highness, how's the investigation going? OS asked calmly. Who's the killer? Any leads? The subordinate shook his head. Your Highness, the murderer's methods were very clean. Almost no useful clues were left at the scene. Moreover, the place was too remote, and there were no witnesses. But, the subordinate paused, then continued. Judging from the wounds of the 3 victims, all of them were killed with a single, clean blow. Especially Lien Shi, he was beheaded with a single sword strike. A fatal blow? OSS's brow furrowed slightly. Lien Shi, that guy, although his character isn't great, he's still quite capable, a genuine 4-star Shadow Master. In the entire Rock Town, there are only a handful of people who can beat him. But to say that someone could kill him instantly, without giving him any chance to fight back, almost none. A thought flashed through OS's mind in an instant. He asked instinctively, have any outsiders visited the town recently? The subordinate immediately replied, yes, Your Highness, there is only one. Immediately afterwards, the subordinate gave a detailed account of Lan Yu's background, as well as how he single-handedly fought hundreds of shadow monsters at the city gate yesterday, and how he used his divine powers to conjure food in the street, thus humiliating Lien Shi. After hearing the report, OS was slightly surprised. Are these outsiders really that powerful? At the same time, he was almost certain. Lien Shi's death was inextricably linked to this outsider. After listening to OS's analysis, the subordinate's face revealed barely suppressed anger. Your Highness, this outsider named Lan Yu is utterly lawless. He dared to openly murder your subordinates on your territory. He completely disregards your authority. I suggest we immediately gather all the brothers and arrest that brat. Make him pay for his crimes in blood. However, OS remained surprisingly calm. He waved his hand, stopping his subordinates from acting impulsively. No rush. He stood up and paced back and forth in the study, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he stopped, a wise glint in his eyes. All our current judgments are merely speculations and lack substantial evidence. We must not act rashly before we have a clear understanding of the other party's situation. All right, you lead the way. Let's go and meet this Lan Yu first. He looked at his subordinates, his gaze becoming somewhat distant. As you know, I'm usually very good at judging people. If I could just see him with my own eyes, I would know whether he killed the person or not. As evening fell, Lan Yu returned to Shu Qiaoyun's home. Shu Qiaoyun had prepared a simple dinner and was sitting at the table, waiting for him with some unease. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lan Yu return and quickly invited him to eat. The atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat somber. Lan Yu could sense that the girl had something on her mind. After taking a few bites of his food, he took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong? Are you still bothered by what happened during the day?" Shu Qiaoyun shook her head, then nodded. She bit her lip, hesitated for a long time, and then whispered, "Brother Lan Yu, I heard from the neighbors today that Lien Shi is dead." "Oh." Lan Yu raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "How did he die?" I don't know." Shu Qiaoyun's voice was even lower. I was just murdered. The body was found in a basement." She looked up, her eyes filled with worry. Brother Lan Yu, I heard that Lian Shi is a subordinate of the lord of our Panshir town, and that the two of them have a very good relationship, a bond that is like risking their lives for each other. Now that Lian Shi is dead, I'm afraid the Lord will suspect us of this. After all, everyone witnessed the conflict that took place during the day. The feud between Lan Yu and Lian Shi has now been definitively established. With Lian Shi's sudden death, Lan Yu is undoubtedly the prime suspect. What's more, the other party is a prince who holds power. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu simply continued eating his meal calmly, his face remaining expressionless. He put down his chopsticks and comforted her. Don't worry, if you have a clear conscience, you have nothing to fear. We didn't kill him. The Lord has no evidence. How can he falsely accuse us out of thin air? Although that's what he said, he knew in his heart that trouble was probably coming soon. As expected, he had barely finished speaking. Thump, thump, thump. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. At the same time, there was another male voice. The Lord has arrived. Open the door quickly. You'll have to take a detour after chapter 192, understand? Upon hearing this, Xu Qiaoyun's body trembled violently, and her face turned deathly pale instantly. Lan Yu gave her a reassuring look, then got up, walked over, and opened the door. Two people were standing outside the door. Leading the group was a handsome young man dressed in fine clothes, with an extraordinary air about him. He was none other than Prince Os, the Lord of Rock Town. Behind him stood a capable guard with a sword at his side, the same subordinate who had reported to him in the study earlier. Upon seeing Lan Yu, the subordinate immediately stepped forward, his face filled with undisguised arrogance and hostility, and questioned him bluntly. You're Lan Yu? Lan Yu glanced at him indifferently, without answering, and looked directly past him to Os behind him. The subordinate felt a surge of anger rising within him when he was ignored. He snorted coldly and continued in an interrogative tone. Tell me, this morning, our brother Lian Shi's body was found in a secluded basement, his death gruesome. Do you have any leads on this? Lan Yu's answer was simple and straightforward. No. The subordinate didn't believe it at all, and his voice suddenly rose. No. I bet you did it. You had a fight with him during the day, and he died that night. What a coincidence. Don't think we don't know. You're an outsider. How dare you commit murder on our turf? You have some serious nerve. He became more and more agitated as he spoke, his hand already on the hilt of his sword, as if he were about to draw it at any moment. Let me tell you, Lian Shi is our Lord's trusted brother, and our Lord is the current king's own son. Killing him is tantamount to provoking the royal family. You're dead. After finishing speaking, the subordinate turned around triumphantly and looked at Os behind him, seemingly waiting for the Lord's order. This arrogant and ignorant bastard should be executed on the spot. However, he was shocked to discover their Lord had been standing still ever since he entered and saw Lan Yu, without saying a word. Those eyes, which always carried a hint of languor, were now wide open, their pupils contracting violently with extreme shock and fear. He was frozen in place, as if he had been immobilized. Your Highness. The subordinate sensed something was wrong and cautiously nudged Os. What's wrong? His push jolted Os awake from his daze, jolting him back to his senses. But the first thing he did after regaining his senses left everyone present speechless. Smack! A crisp, loud slap landed hard on the subordinate's face. The subordinate was stunned on the spot. He covered his burning face, his eyes filled with disbelief. Your Highness, why? Why did you hit me? However, before he could finish speaking, smack! Another, even louder slap landed on his other cheek. I'll hit you. Oss, like a lion that had been completely enraged, pointed at his subordinate's nose and cursed loudly. I'm going to beat you up, you blind idiot. Who gave you the audacity to talk to others like that? Where's the evidence? Do you have any evidence? You fucking suspect someone the moment you open your mouth? Did the shadow monster eat your brain? Lan Yu was momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events. What kind of person is this prince? After berating his subordinates, Os seemed to change his expression, instantly suppressing all his anger. He turned his head, forcing a kind smile, and bowed deeply to Lan Yu. Mr. Lan, I am truly sorry. My subordinate was blind and did not recognize your greatness. He is a dog and cannot speak eloquently. He has offended you. I apologize on his behalf. We're just here on routine, going through the motions, asking a few questions. We absolutely have no intention of doubting you. The interview is now over, so we won't disturb your meal any longer. Goodbye. Goodbye. As he spoke, he suddenly grabbed the subordinate whose head had been slapped into a pig's head and who was still standing there in a daze. Like picking up a chick, without looking back, he rushed out of the house at top speed and disappeared into the street. The entire process was smooth and seamless. Only Lan Yu and Xu Qiaoyan remained, standing there, looking at each other in disbelief at this shocking reversal. Xu Qiaoyan, who was standing to the side, was completely dumbfounded. Her little head was filled with huge question marks, completely unable to process the scene before her that overturned her understanding. One second they were all aggressive and ready to accuse each other. The next second they were bowing and scraping, apologizing profusely. That's an incredibly fast change of expression. She stared blankly at Lan Yu and asked softly, "Brother Lan Yu, what? What's going on? Why is that prince?" Lan Yu shrugged and casually replied, "Have no idea. Perhaps he had a change of heart and realized he had wronged an innocent person. However, that's the point." Lan Yu's gaze remained fixed on the direction the prince had left. On the other side, OS dragged his unfortunate subordinate along, running at full speed, using every ounce of strength he had. He ran for 2 blocks before he dared to stop, only after he was sure no one was chasing him. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his face still pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The subordinate finally recovered. He covered his face, which was swollen and burning with pain, and asked, full of grievance and confusion, "Your Highness, what happened to you just now? Weren't we going to avenge Brother Lianqi? Why didn't you arrest that kid, but instead hit me and apologize to him? Could it be that the murderer who killed the Lien brothers really wasn't him?" Upon hearing his subordinate's question, OS finally caught his breath. He straightened up, and the fear and panic on his face slowly faded, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and lingering fear. He looked down at his trusted subordinates and said, word by word, "No, he is the murderer who killed Lianqi. The moment I saw him, I was 100% sure." The subordinates were even more confused. "Oh, then why?" The subordinate seemed to realize something, and a look of sudden understanding appeared on his face. "I see. Your Highness is wise. You're just putting on an act. You're deliberately feigning weakness to lull the enemy into a false sense of security. Then, we'll go back and gather all the brothers, lay a trap, and capture that madman in one fell swoop. Right." He became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already see Lan Yu being trampled under their feet. However, he was met with yet another slap from OS. OS looked at him like he was an idiot. "Suppress my ass." OS grabbed his subordinate by the collar, pulled his face close to his own, and stared at him with eyes as sharp as knives. "Listen up. Now, as the Lord of Rocktown, I am giving you a death order. From today onwards, none of us absolutely must not provoke that man named Lan Yu. When we see him, we must treat him like an ancestor and go out of our way to avoid him. Do you understand?" Chapter 193 is truly sensible. OS continued, "Once you get back, immediately relay my orders to all your men. Anyone who dares to disobey orders or cause trouble for others will have their head chopped off first." His tone was extremely stern, without a trace of joking. His subordinates were frightened by his appearance, but he was still filled with resentment and doubt. Why, Your Highness? What should we do about the feud between the Lien brothers? Should we just let it go like this?" OSS said firmly. "Never mind." OS released his grip and let out a long breath, as if expelling all the fear from his chest. He said slowly, "Do you still remember the banquet that my elder brother hosted in the capital 3 years ago?" The subordinate's pupils contracted, and he nodded heavily. That day will never be forgotten by him. If it weren't for His Highness's quick thinking, they would all have died from that cup of poisoned wine. OSS's voice trembled slightly. "As you know, I don't have any other skills, but I'm particularly good at judging people and dangers. Back then, I only saw a hint of danger in my older brother's seemingly warm smile, which is why I risked my life to escape with you all. And today," he paused, seemingly recalling the horrific scene that had just occurred. "Just now, after I saw that person named Lan Yu, the fear and sense of danger he brought me from the depths of my soul was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than when I faced my older brother back then. My intuition tells me that that person is a nemesis that we absolutely cannot afford to offend." Then, OS cursed again. That idiot Lianqi brought this upon himself, getting involved with such a powerful being. He deserved to die. We don't need to risk the lives of all our brothers for his foolishness. Did you understand? Listening to Asna's fearful account, and seeing his body trembling slightly with lingering fear, his subordinates finally realized the seriousness of the situation. He swallowed hard and nodded with difficulty. To make their prince, a man who once remained unfazed even amidst the bloodshed in the capital, so fearful. Just how terrifying is that young man named Lan Yu? Yes, your highness, I understand. The subordinate wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I'll go and inform the brothers right away. After saying this, the subordinate turned and left. He watched his subordinates' figures disappear. OS leaned against the wall, wanting to light a cigarette to calm down. But just as he took out a cigarette, his movements froze on the spot. Cold sweat once again soaked his back. The cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. Because he saw a tall, slender figure standing quietly in the shadows of the alley not far from him. It was Lan Yu. When did he catch up with me? I didn't even notice. There is no need to pay the price for other people's mistakes. Lan Yu emerged from the shadows, the dim light illuminating his calm face. You really are a smart person. Thump. Without hesitation, OS knelt down and buried his head deeply. Sir, I failed to discipline my subordinates properly, allowing a scoundrel like Lin Chi to offend you. It is my fault. Please punish me. Whatever your request, sir, I am willing to comply. Lan Yu was genuinely surprised to see the prince kneeling so readily and decisively before him. They are flexible, decisive, and intelligent. This prince is an interesting person. He didn't make the other person kneel indefinitely, but instead spoke calmly. Get up. Since I didn't kill you, it means I don't intend to pursue this matter. I came to see you just to ask you something. About 10 minutes later, the conversation ended. Lan Yu watched Prince OS's retreating figure disappear into the alleyway, as if he had been granted a pardon, and he seemed lost in thought. The reason he chased after him was that he thought the other party was, after all, a prince, and might know some inside information that commoners like the tavern owner didn't. As it turned out, he actually got the answer. From AUS, Lan Yu learned about the outermost third layer of the barrier. It is indeed an insurmountable barrier for humans that cannot be crossed by ordinary means. However, this is not absolute. As far as OS knew, there had been such instances in the secrets of the Sunset Kingdom. The royal family used a very special method to successfully send some special people out of the barrier. As for the specific method, OS, being an exiled prince, naturally had no way of knowing. He only knew that the secret was held by the truly high-ranking figures in the first region. For example, his father, and the leader of the Sunset Cult. First area. It seems I have no choice but to make a trip there. The next afternoon, Lan Yu said goodbye to Xu Qiaoyun. Brother Lan Yu, are you leaving so soon? Xu Qiaoyun's eyes were filled with reluctance. Yes. Lan Yu nodded. I have something very important to do, so I have to go to the capital. He looked at the girl in front of him, thought for a moment, then took out a money pouch from his pocket and handed it to her. Take this money. From now on, you'll be all alone, so take good care of yourself. This is the money he earned from selling food yesterday. Although it's not much, it should be enough for the girl to live on for a while. Xu Qiaoyun shook her head and did not answer. No, Brother Lan Yu, I can't take your money. You saved my life and helped me so much. I don't know how to repay you. She took a pastry box wrapped in cloth from the kitchen and handed it to Lan Yu. These are some snacks I made overnight. You can take them with you on the road. Although it doesn't taste good, it's just a little something from me. Looking into her sincere eyes, Lan Yu accepted the snacks without further hesitation. I've spoken to the Lord here, and he'll take care of you from now on, so you don't need to worry. In the future, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, go to him. Lan Yu knew that the prince named OS was a smart man. Since he wants to live, he will definitely treat his words as imperial edicts. With him taking care of her, Xu Qiaoyun should no longer be bullied in Panshir town. After explaining everything, Lan Yu turned and left. When Lan Yu arrived at the town gate, he was surprised to find that OS was already waiting there with a squad of guards. Upon seeing Lan Yu, AUS immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. OS presented a metal token engraved with special runes with both hands. This is the pass I prepared for you. With it, you can move freely in the second area and go directly through the checkpoints to enter the first area. Lan Yu took it. This saved him a lot of trouble. It seems this prince is quite sensible. Just as Lan Yu was about to leave, AUS approached again, lowered his voice, and asked cautiously. Mr. Lan Yu, if I may ask, did you obtain a star core from that 4-star azure armored rhinoceros at the city gate a few days ago? Lan Yu glanced at him and nodded noncommittally. OS's expression instantly turned serious. He lowered his voice and solemnly reminded him. Sir, you must be very careful. The core of stars is a crucial material for advancing to the 7 stars, and it is extremely precious. News of your acquisition of it has probably already spread. I have received intelligence that many forces and outlaws are secretly eyeing it. Please be careful on the road. Chapter 194, Should we really take action? I listened to OS's intelligence. Lan Yu responded calmly. Thank you for reminding me. He wasn't surprised. He understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. However, he did not expect the trouble to come so quickly. Dusk. A caravan of more than a dozen horse-drawn carriages was traveling on the official road connecting the 2nd and 1st districts. Lan Yu mingled in the caravan, sitting on a horse-drawn carriage loaded with goods, resting with his eyes closed. The pass token that OS gave him was indeed very useful, saving him a lot of trouble with checks. But he did not let his guard down because of this. Ever since he left Rocktown, he could clearly sense that more than one group of people were secretly following him. Clearly, they were all after the star core in his hand. However, Lan Yu was too lazy to pay attention to these flies. He didn't want to waste time dealing with them unless they actively provoked him. He immersed his consciousness into his mind, and in his hand, a crystal core, only the size of a fist, appeared out of thin air. It was deep blue and seemed to contain the entire starry sky. It was that core of the stars. Nidhogg, is this amount of material really enough for me to advance to the 7th star? Lan Yu asked in his mind. For ordinary people, this is more than enough, Nidhogg's voice rang out. But for a monster like you, this amount is not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Your total shadow energy far exceeds that of other shadow masters of the same level, and your soul strength is also extraordinary. To solidify and elevate your soul, enabling it to bear greater power, you need at least 10 times the amount of star cord. 10 times? Lan Yu frowned. This level of rare material is always priceless and hard to come by. It's something you can only come across by chance. Where is he going to find so many? Troubled, he simply immersed his consciousness in his own mental world. Azure Sea, familiar beach. However, this time, Janus, the king of the sky, did not lie on the rocks to sunbathe. He was squatting beside an old-fashioned stone well that had appeared out of nowhere, holding a fishing rod in his hand. And fishing? Wrong. Lan Yu walked closer and realized that he wasn't fishing. He was grilling fish. A blue flame suddenly appeared and burned in front of him. A string of cleaned and plump sea fish was placed on the flame, sizzling and oozing oil, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Oh, you're here again? The king of the void greeted Lan Yu without turning his head and casually tossed him a grilled fish. Lan Yu caught it instinctively. Try it, it tastes good. Lan Yu looked at the grilled fish in his hand, somewhat speechless. Where did you get this fish? You fished it out of the well. The king of the void pointed to the stone well beside him and said matter-of-factly, This is a new function I recently discovered. Your mental image world is quite interesting. As he spoke, as if to demonstrate, he casually grabbed a lively fish from the side and threw it directly into the stone well. A miraculous scene unfolded. The fish did not sink when it fell into the well. Instead, it floated on the surface. Then, its body began to become somewhat blurry, like a reflection in the water. About 5 seconds later, the fish in the water suddenly split in two, becoming 2 identical fish. The king of the void casually scooped up both fish and threw them on the ground. See that? The copy function, isn't it great? He said smugly. Copy. Lan Yu's eyes lit up instantly. He walked quickly to the well, and looking at the ordinary stone well, his heart began to pound uncontrollably. Can everything be copied? I'm not sure. There should be limitations. The king of the void shrugged. Why don't you try it yourself and see? Lan Yu suddenly realized something. Without further hesitation, he carefully tossed this star core in his hand into the well. The core of the star in the well water also emitted a soft blue halo, and then its image began to blur. 5 seconds later, the light faded. 2 identical star cores were floating in the well water. A tremendous storm raged in Lan Yu's heart. It's out. This is really a windfall. With this magical replication well, he can produce star cores 100 times greater than 10 times. The material problem for advancing to the 7th star was solved so easily. He suppressed his overwhelming joy and put away the 2-star cores. He then tentatively asked, By the way, could you just send me out of this shadow realm? Sure. The king of the void's reply delighted Lan Yu. However, his next words poured cold water on Lan Yu's enthusiasm. However, with your current small frame, you cannot withstand the spatial pressure of crossing the world's barriers. If I force you out, you'll probably be crushed into a piece of paper on the way. Disappointment appeared on Lan Yu's face. It seems I still have to find a solution myself. However, he soon thought of something else. If I can't deliver it alive, then sending a letter shouldn't be a problem, right? A letter. The king of the Void Realm was taken aback. Lan Yu nodded. My family, especially my sister Lan Shuang, must be extremely worried about me being trapped in the film industry for so long. There's no signal in the film industry, so they can't make phone calls. If they could send a letter back to let them know they're safe, it would put their minds at ease. The king of the void waved his hand dismissively and said, It's a small matter. Consciousness returns to reality. The carriage slowly drove into a town that was several times more prosperous than Rocktown. This is already within the first area. Originally, there were extremely strict checks and restrictions on entering the first area from the second area. But the special pass that Prince Austin gave to Lan Yu allowed Lan Yu to pass through all the checkpoints with ease. According to the map, he will be able to reach the capital of Sunset Kingdom tomorrow. Lan Yu decided to rest in this town for the night. At this moment, in a private room on the second floor of a luxurious restaurant in town, a man with a hideous scar on his face and a sinister look in his eyes stood by the window, watching the caravan slowly drive into the street below. He was none other than Bach, the head of the Black Wind Society, the largest underground force in the area. One of his men whispered to him, Boss, the intelligence is correct. That out-of-town kid who got the Star Core is on that caravan. Another accomplice said with some doubt, I heard. That kid's strength is not simple. News has come from Rocktown that he single-handedly slaughtered over 100 shadow monsters. Should we really make a move? Chapter 195 Poisoning. Upon hearing this, Bach snorted coldly, a glint of greed and determination flashing in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, Of course we should take action. My elder brother, the vice commander of the Kingdom Knights, has been stuck at the peak of the 6-star level for 5 years. With this Star Core, he can successfully break through to the 7 stars. At that time, our Black Wind Society will be able to roam freely in this first region. As for that kid's strength, Bach gave a sinister smile. If we can't beat him head-on, can't we use some other methods? Now that he's on our turf, his every move is under our watchful eyes. Do whatever you want with us. At this moment, someone saw Lan Yu jump off the carriage alone and walk into a restaurant by the roadside. A glint flashed in Bach's eyes, and he pulled an inconspicuous little paper packet from his pocket, handing it to his subordinate beside him. He whispered the order. Go and give this to the restaurant owner. Tell him that this is an order from the Black Wind Society. Tell him to put this packet of bone-corroding powder into that kid's food. If it's done well, his son's gambling debts will be wiped clean. If it's not done well, then let him prepare to collect his son's corpse. The subordinate took the paper package. Yes, boss. Bone-eating powder is a colorless and odorless poison. It is said that even a 6-star expert cannot withstand its toxicity. In Bach's opinion, that out-of-town kid was doomed. The restaurant was rather quiet with few customers. Lan Yu casually found a seat by the window and sat down. He could sense that from the moment he entered, the restaurant owner, who was wiping cups behind the counter, kept glancing at him with barely concealed nervousness and struggle in his expression. Soon, the owner came over carrying a plate of steaming hot grilled meat and a bowl of soup. His fingers trembled slightly as he placed the food on the table. Sir, your dishes are ready, please enjoy. His voice was somewhat hoarse, and after putting down the food, his eyes darted around, and he didn't even dare to look Lan Yu in the eye. After the boss put down the food, he seemed to want to say something. In the end, he said nothing, only sighed heavily, lowered his head, turned, and walked away quickly. Lan Yu watched his retreating figure, then glanced at the several plates of delicious-looking food on the table. He picked up his chopsticks, ready to start eating. Just then, a gentle voice rang out from across the room. My friend, if I were you, I would never touch anything on the table. Lan Yu looked up and saw a well-dressed, smiling young businessman sitting opposite him. The businessman looked to be about the same age as Lan Yu, with a head of neatly styled short flaxen hair, a professional and kind smile on his face, and a pair of shrewd eyes that inadvertently gleamed with the glint of a speculator. Oh, Lan Yu raised an eyebrow. The young businessman lowered his voice and said bluntly, Just now, I saw with my own eyes that the owner of this restaurant added something to your food. Although I don't know what it is, I imagine it's not something good. Lan Yu looked at the other person and nodded. Thank you for reminding me. After saying that, right under the young businessman's surprised gaze, Lan Yu picked up a large piece of grilled meat covered in special dipping sauce, and without hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth and began to chew it heartily. Lan Yu naturally knew that the food was poisoned. He had already seen through his 6 senses the process of his boss poisoning the food. The reason he didn't care at all was that he had just obtained the divine authority of being immune to all poisons. Not to mention ordinary poisons. He would dare to try even divine poisons. On the other hand, after traveling all day, he was really hungry. Yu, the young businessman opposite him, pointed at Lan Yu, too surprised to speak. He could hardly believe his eyes. Are there really people in this world who aren't afraid of death? Or did this guy simply not take his warning seriously? Lan Yu ignored his shock and, without a second thought, devoured all the food on the table. After finishing the last bite, he drank the soup in the bowl with a satisfied sigh. The young businessman opposite him was initially puzzled. But after Lan Yu finished eating, he acted as if nothing had happened. He vaguely sensed something. Perhaps the other side has a way to counteract the poison. He was about to say something, but Lan Yu raised his hand to stop him. Etc. If there's anything else, we can talk later. I'll go get rid of a few annoying rats first. The moment the words fell, Lan Yu's figure vanished into thin air from the spot. Meanwhile, in a private room at the restaurant across the street, Bach, the leader of the Black Wind Society, and his men were staring in astonishment at Lan Yu, who had eaten all the poisoned food but seemed completely unaffected. What happened? The bone-corroding powder has stopped working. Bach's face was filled with disbelief. No, that's impossible. Boss, that's a deadly poison that can even kill a 6-star expert. However, before they could even recover from their shock, the next instant, Lan Yu, who was still sitting in the restaurant, suddenly vanished from their sight. Alarm bells rang in Bach's mind. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly enveloped his entire body. Oh no, quickly. He hadn't even had a chance to shout the word, "Run," out of his mouth. A cold voice, like the whisper of death, suddenly rang out behind them. Gentlemen, do you really enjoy spying on other people while they eat? The moment that cold voice rang out behind me, Bach felt a chill run from his tailbone straight up to the top of his head. Before he could even turn around, relying on his instincts honed over years of fighting, he suddenly drew the ghost head blade from his waist, his inner energy erupting with a roar. He turned around and unleashed a powerful sweeping attack. He used all his strength in this strike, and the sharp wind it generated even shredded the tables and chairs in the private room into pieces in an instant. As a genuine 5-star Shadow Master, he was confident that even an opponent of the same level would not dare to take his full-force strike head-on at such close range. However, clang! A crisp sound, like metal clashing, exploded in my ears. Bach felt a tearing pain in his hand, and the ghost-headed broadsword almost slipped from his grasp. He looked closely, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. Suddenly, the blue-haired youth appeared before him. Chapter 196: The Method to Cross the Third Layer of Barrier. Bach is unbelievable. His powerful strike, capable of splitting stone and shattering monuments, was effortlessly caught by the opponent using only 2 fingers. How is that possible? Bach's mind was blank. Before he could even recover from this extreme shock, he saw the other person slightly tighten the 2 fingers that were gripping his blade. Snap! A crisp sound. His great sword, forged from fine steel and which had been with him for over a decade, shattered into countless metal fragments, just like a fragile biscuit. Immediately afterwards, a cold hand gripped his neck. A terrifying force that he could not resist lifted him off the ground. Yu. Bach's feet left the ground as he struggled desperately, his face turning a liverish color from lack of oxygen. He looked at the expressionless face so close to his eyes, and for the first time, a feeling called fear appeared in his eyes. His 2 accomplices, who had been terrified, suddenly snapped out of their daze, screamed, and turned to jump out the window to escape. However, their feet had only just touched the windowsill. Uft. 2 incredibly fast, jet-black sword lights flashed by in an instant. The 2 men's bodies stiffened instantly, and then they were cleanly and decisively cut in half at the waist. Blood and entrails were scattered all over the ground. After doing all this, Lan Yu turned his gaze back to the Scarface wolf in his hand, which was still struggling desperately. He grabbed the other man by the neck and slammed him hard against the wall. Boom! The entire wall is cracked. Bach coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. He knew that today, he had kicked an unimaginably hard iron plate. He didn't want to die. Spare my life. He managed to squeeze out a few words from his throat with difficulty. My brother is the vice commander of the kingdom's knights. He tried to use his brother's name to buy himself a chance at survival. However, Lan Yu's face remained expressionless. Kingdom Knights. He repeated it calmly. Then, Apply slight pressure to your hand. Click. A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Bok's head drooped limply. His eyes were wide open, staring wide-eyed, as if he had died with his eyes open in disbelief. Lan Yu casually tossed his body onto the ground, as if throwing away a piece of trash. He didn't even glance at the corpses scattered on the floor again. With a flash, he disappeared once more from the blood-soaked private room. The entire process, from his appearance to his end, no more than 10 seconds. After dealing with the body in the alley, Lan Yu returned to the restaurant. The entire process takes no more than 1 minute. Apart from the dead who had already turned into corpses, no one witnessed the one-sided massacre that had just taken place in the shadows. When Lan Yu sat back down, the young businessman who called himself Che Chidong, he still had that petrified expression, clearly not yet recovered from the double shock of Lan Yu taking poison and disappearing into thin air. It wasn't until Lan Yu's fingers gently tapped the table that he snapped out of his daze, a jolt running through his body. They? Che Chidong stammered as he looked at Lan Yu, who had returned unharmed. It's already been taken care of, Lan Yu said casually, as if he had just gone out to throw away some trash. Che Chidong's heart skipped a beat. Was it disposed of? Just like that, in such a short time? Looking into Lan Yu's calm eyes, Che Chidong swallowed hard. Forcibly suppressing the turmoil in his heart, he forced a professional smile back onto his face. He knew that he had probably met a truly extraordinary person today. He straightened his collar and solemnly introduced himself. He got off the train in Chidong and was an overseas merchant sent by the Sunset Cult. I apologize for bothering you this time, but there is a business deal I would like to discuss with you. The Sunset Cult. Lan Yu raised an eyebrow. This was somewhat unexpected for him. He initially thought the other party was just an ordinary speculator, but he never expected that there was actually the largest religious force in the Sunset Kingdom behind him. Tell me, what kind of business? Che Chidong rubbed his hands together, his face showing some eagerness, and got straight to the point. I am considering acquiring the star core that you obtained from the Azure Rhinoceros. So that's exactly why I came. Lan Yu's expression showed no surprise whatsoever. Seeing that Lan Yu remained silent, Che Chidong assumed he was hesitating and quickly continued. Sir, you've seen it too. Those bastards from the Black Wind Society just now. Their goal is this star core in your hand. Now, the news that you, an outsider, possess this rare treasure has probably spread throughout the entire underground world of the First District. Although I have personally witnessed your unfathomable strength, it is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against an arrow in the dark. Always having to guard against those rats hiding in the dark is ultimately a very tiring and troublesome thing. Why don't you sell this hot potato to our Sunset Cult? We are willing to pay 3 times, no, 5 times the market price to buy it. If you are still not satisfied with the price, sir, you are welcome to make any further requests. As long as it's within our capabilities, we will do our best to fulfill your request. In short, the Sunset Cult will absolutely not let you suffer any loss, sir. Che Chidong's words were extremely sincere, and his analysis was indeed spot on. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu simply shook his head slightly. I don't lack money. In his current mental world, that magical well is continuously replicating the core of the stars. This thing was no longer a rare treasure to him, but a consumable that could be mass-produced. He certainly wouldn't sell it for money. Che Chidong's smile froze on his face. Not short of money. That's a problem. He asked tentatively. Then, what do you need, sir? As long as it is within my power, or within our Sunset Cult, we will certainly do it for you. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, lost in thought. What he needs most right now is a way to leave this place. He remembered what the prince had told him before. Besides the royal family's high-ranking officials, the other group that possesses the means to leave this world is the Sunset Cult. He decided to casually ask a question as a trial. I don't need the money. He raised his eyes, looked at Che Chidong, and casually asked. I just want to know, does your Sunset Cult know how to leave this world and cross that third barrier? Chapter 197 The God of Slaughter arrives. He had only asked casually and didn't have high hopes. After all, how could a small-time merchant possibly know such a secret? However, Che Chidong's answer delighted him. How to leave the barrier. A thoughtful expression appeared on Che Chidong's face. After a moment, he shook his head and said, As far as I am concerned, I naturally do not know the specific methods. But, he abruptly changed the subject, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Our old leader of the Sunset Cult, he must know. Because, according to the secret records within the cult, many years ago, the former cult leader, who was not yet the cult leader at the time, was deeply involved in the operation that successfully sent people out of the barrier. A surge of emotions instantly welled up in Lan Yu's heart. You search high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. He never expected that the clues he had been searching for would come to him in this way. Seeing the change in Lan Yu's expression, Che Qidong knew that this deal had potential. He immediately pressed his advantage. Sir, if you are willing to sell us the core of the stars, I, Che Qidong, can assure you in the name of the Sunset Cult that I will definitely introduce you to our leader. At that time, you can ask His Holiness the Pope directly about how to leave the barrier. I can guarantee that with the generous gift of the core of the stars, His Holiness the Pope will not refuse to answer your question. Lan Yu looked at the shrewd businessman in front of him and remained silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded. Okay, deal. Deep within the vast estate of the Lan family, a unique mansion, a perfect blend of modern and classical styles, stands quietly. The owner of the mansion is none other than Lan Lingquan, the second son of Lan Mingxi, the head of the Lan family. At this moment, he was sitting upright behind the huge desk in the study, which was made from a single piece of obsidian. Holding a glass of richly aromatic red wine between his fingers, his gaze did not fall on the wine's captivating pomegranate red color, but rather pierced through the huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of him, looking out at the meticulously manicured courtyard. Lan Lingquan was a handsome man of about 35 or 36 years old with a refined and scholarly demeanor. He wore a well-tailored white suit, his eyes as deep as an ancient well, undisturbed by any ripples. Anyone who sees him for the first time will be impressed by his calm and composed demeanor, as if he has everything under control. In the Lan family, where geniuses abound and monsters roam freely, Lan Lingquan's presence is not insignificant. Among the younger generation of the entire family, his talent was second only to his younger sister Lan Shuang, who was known as the ruthless killing god, and his younger brother Lan Yu, who attracted celestial phenomena at birth. Now he is a genuine 8-star peak Shadow Master, only one step away from the 9-star realm that countless Shadow Masters dream of. More importantly, he possesses a composure far exceeding that of his peers and exceptional planning abilities. He not only holds a high position in the family, but was also nominated by several highly respected pillar-level experts, becoming a candidate for the next family pillar. Everyone believed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it was only a matter of time before Lan Lingquan became the new pillar of the Lan family. However, no one knows what a cold and ambitious heart lies hidden beneath this calm, composed, and gentle exterior. Any news about Lan Yu? He asked calmly without turning his head. A young woman dressed in a standard-made outfit appeared silently behind him and bowed respectfully, saying, "Reporting to the second young master, not yet. Ever since young Master Yu mysteriously disappeared from his home, we have used all our intelligence networks but have been unable to find any clues. It's as if he vanished from the face of the earth." Hearing this answer, Lan Lingquan felt relieved. Very good. It seems that the Void Group is quite efficient. The younger brother, on whom his father and sister had placed high hopes, and who had been deprived of all the glory that should have belonged to him from birth, was finally dealt with. Lan Lingquan gently swirled the wine glass, the scarlet liquid leaving graceful arcs on the glass. "No. How's it going with my brother, Lan Qiming?" The maid replied. "Everything is going well, second young master. We have already sent people to handle this and completely erase his memory of this period of time." Lan Lingquan made a nasal sound, which was taken as his approval. Lan Qiming, a member of a collateral branch of the family, is the most crucial pawn in his plan. Not long ago, it was Lan Lingquan who was manipulating things behind the scenes, using Lan Qiming as a pawn. By giving Lan Yu's blood to the believers of nothingness, they triggered this deadly situation aimed at killing Lan Yu. He believed that the entire plan was flawless, leaving no trace that directly pointed to himself. The only thing that made him uneasy was his sister, Lan Shuang, whose intuition was frighteningly sharp. Lan Lingquan had no doubt that if Lan Shuang noticed any clues, she will definitely follow the clues and find that good-for-nothing Lan Qiming. With Lan Qiming's pitiful courage, he probably wouldn't last 3 seconds under Lan Shuang's cold gaze before spilling everything. Therefore, erasing the memory is currently the safest method. As long as Lan Qiming himself doesn't know what happened, even if Lan Shuang puts a knife to his throat, she won't get anything out of him. Even if Lan Shuang comes knocking, don't expect to get any useful information out of an innocent person who knows nothing. Lan Lingquan gave the order. "Go check how things are going." "Yes," the maid replied, turning to leave. etc. Lan Lingchuan called her again. He put down his wine glass, walked to the French windows, put his hands behind his back, looked at the scenery outside, and said calmly, "Tell Lan Qiming in the basement to hide a little longer. Tell him that he made a great contribution this time, and once the storm has passed, I will give him a reward that he can never imagine in his lifetime." "Yes, ma'am." The maid bowed again, but this time she didn't linger and turned to leave quickly. Watching the maid's figure disappear through the door, Lan Lingchuan finally revealed an undisguised smile of victory. After dealing with Lan Yu, only his sister Lan Shuang remains. But just as he was thinking, boom, an unprecedentedly violent tremor suddenly came from beneath our feet. The entire mansion seemed to be violently shaken by an invisible giant hand. The wine glass on the desk was jolted awake, then crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces, the crimson liquid splattering everywhere like blood. Lan Lingchuan's smile froze instantly, and his brows furrowed tightly. What happened? His mansion was equipped with a 9-star level defensive barrier, making it impregnable. Let alone an ordinary earthquake. Even if a 9-star expert were to bombard the mansion with all their might from the outside, they wouldn't be able to cause such a violent tremor inside. But what's in front of me? Before he could figure it out, bang! The heavy door to the study was violently kicked open from the outside. The butler scrambled in, his face contorted with unprecedented terror and panic, his voice trembling. Second, young master. No, something's wrong. Miss Blue Frost, she's here." Chapter 198 felt like watching a dead person. The butler's voice trembled violently with fear. "Just now, she broke through our manor's 9-star barrier with just one strike." "What?" Lan Lingchuan's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. That madwoman, how could she have arrived so quickly? A chill instantly shot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. He shoved the butler aside and rushed downstairs. When he arrived at the lobby on the first floor and rushed towards the courtyard, the scene before him made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. In the center of the courtyard, where the entrance should have been, was now a pile of ruins. Amidst the ruins, a tall, slender figure slowly, step by step, walked towards the main building. Her long, waist-length blue hair fluttered in the wind, and her well-tailored black combat suit perfectly accentuated her figure. It was Blue Frost. That face, so beautiful it seemed otherworldly, was now covered with a thick layer of frost that couldn't be melted. What's most terrifying is the aura she exudes. That wasn't shadow energy, nor was it oppressive aura. It was something purer, more primal, and more terrifying, killing intent. The murderous aura was so intense that it seemed to have materialized, enveloping the entire courtyard. The air seemed to freeze, the temperature plummeted, and even the light dimmed. In the courtyard, dozens of well-trained and battle-hardened guards were all like quails with their throats choked, their faces pale, and their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. Their weapons trembled, their legs shook, and they could barely stand. No one dared to step forward to stop them, or even get a single step closer. They could only watch helplessly as the woman, who seemed like the embodiment of death, slowly walked past them, their breaths catching in their throats. Lan Lingchuan felt his throat go dry. He swallowed hard and used all his strength to barely maintain his composure. He knew he couldn't panic, and he absolutely couldn't show the slightest fear in front of this woman. He took a deep breath, forced what he thought was a fairly natural smile, and began to speak. "Sister Lan Shuang, what brings you to my humble abode today? Is there something you need?" His voice sounded somewhat dry and weak, enveloped in an intense aura of killing intent. However, Blue Frost did not speak. The only response Lan Lingchuan received was a pitch-black slash that rapidly magnified in his pupils, carrying an aura of destruction. "Quick! It's so fast that even our thoughts can't keep up. Not good." Only this one thought flashed through Lan Lingchuan's mind. The next moment, bang! A deafening explosion resounded throughout the courtyard. The terrifying shockwave ripped everything around it apart. The entire mansion seemed to groan in pain after being struck. The deafening explosion echoed over the Lan family manor for a long time. The courtyard of Lan Lingchuan's mansion has now been reduced to ruins. The once smooth lawn was completely torn up, rare flowers and trees were reduced to dust, and the hard stone road was as if it had been hit by a meteorite, leaving a terrifying, bottomless pit. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's view. The surviving guards and servants were terrified by this devastating attack and scrambled away to escape, fearing they would be caught up in this battle of the gods. After a long while, the dust slowly settled. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing sound came from the ruins of the mansion's first-floor hall. Lan Lingchuan's figure was seen embedded in the depths of the load-bearing wall in a disheveled state. The entire wall covered with terrifying spiderweb-like cracks centered on him. His white suit was tattered and covered in dust and blood, and the gold-rimmed glasses that symbolized his refinement and elegance were shattered on the ground. Puff! He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, which also contained some fragments of internal organs. His face was as pale as paper, and his breath was extremely weak, clearly indicating that he had suffered extremely serious internal injuries. However, what was shocking was that beneath his tattered clothes lay a suit of shimmering blue armor. The armor is both ancient and magnificent, made entirely of an unknown blue metal, with a mysterious halo flowing across its surface like ripples on water. Each piece of the armor is like a work of art, engraved with complex and profound runes, exuding a vast and ancient aura. This is one of the Lan family's treasures, a genuine mythical relic, the protection of the sea god. This armor is a priceless treasure brought back by the Lan family's ancestor after a near-death experience from an ancient ruin. Its defensive capabilities are terrifying. According to family records, once the protection of the sea god is fully activated, it can even withstand a full-force attack from a peak 9-star expert without sustaining any damage. This is also the source of Lan Lingchuan's confidence to face Lan Shuang directly. He knew Lan Shuang was incredibly strong, almost monstrous, but he was confident that with the protection of the sea god, he could at least save his life. As long as he didn't die, he had a chance to turn the tables. Even so, Lan Lingchuan lowered his head with difficulty and looked at his right shoulder. It was completely empty there. His entire right arm was cleanly severed from the shoulder. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and not even a drop of blood flowed out, because the flesh and blood at the wound had already been completely annihilated by the terrifying energy contained in that slash. Well, waves of excruciating pain washed over him, assaulting his nerves. Lan Lingchuan gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down his face. He endured the agony that would have knocked an ordinary person unconscious, managing not to lose consciousness. How is that possible? He looked at the protection of the sea god on his body, which was still radiant, but had a deep, bone-revealing slash mark on his right shoulder, his eyes filled with disbelief. A mythical relic. The protection of the sea god, powerful enough to withstand a full-force attack from a peak 9-star expert. She actually managed to cut it in half with a single sword strike. Lan Lingchuan looked down at his right shoulder. It was completely empty there. His entire right arm was cleanly severed at the shoulder. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, without even a drop of blood flowing out, because the flesh around the wound had been completely annihilated by that terrifying sword energy. Despite such powerful armor protecting him, he still lost an arm. This madwoman, just how terrifying has her strength reached? Just then, a pair of spotless black high-heeled military boots appeared in his line of sight and stopped in front of him. Lan Lingchuan raised his head with difficulty. A stunningly beautiful yet cold and emotionless face came into his view. Lan Shuang stood quietly in front of him, looking down at him. In her red eyes, there was no anger, no pity, only a deathly coldness, as if she were looking at a dead person. Chapter 199. Enough to deal with the 6 people before me. Lan Shuang spoke softly. You know why I came to find you. The icy voice, like a judgment from the deepest abyss, echoed in Lan Lingchuan's ears. The intense pain and blood loss made his vision blur, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain calm. He looked at Lan Shuang before him, took a deep breath, and replied in a hoarse voice. Lan Yu's matter has nothing to do with me. If you want to kill me because of this, at least produce evidence. His voice suddenly rose a few decibels, carrying a sense of resolute determination. Otherwise, why would they kill my family's second son, a future pillar-level candidate, for no reason? You violated a family taboo again. Do you think you can be let off so easily by father, just like you were 10 years ago when you killed your eldest brother? He emphasized the word elder brother very heavily. 10 years ago, due to internal family strife, Lan Shuang killed her eldest son, who was their elder brother, with her own hands in a fit of rage. That incident caused a huge uproar throughout the entire Lan family. If it weren't for the family head Lan Mengshi overruling everyone's objections and forcibly suppressing the matter, Lan Shuang would probably have already been executed according to family regulations. This incident is the only stain on Lan Shuang's record, and it is also the only bargaining chip that Lan Lingchuan can use to threaten her at this moment. However, faced with Lan Lingchuan's blustering but cowardly threat. Lan Shuang's face remained expressionless. She didn't even twitch her eyebrows. She did not say another word. However, slowly, he raised the long sword in his hand, which was entirely black and seemed capable of swallowing all light. The tip of the sword was aimed directly at Lan Lingchuan's brow. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Upon seeing this, Lan Lingchuan's pupils dilated to their maximum size. This madman has absolutely no evidence. But she was really going to take action. The shadow of death enveloped him more completely than ever before. However, just as Lan Shuang was about to unleash her deadly sword strike, boom, a thunderclap suddenly resounded in the sky. The once clear sky had become overcast with dark clouds, accompanied by lightning and thunder. A thick, bucket-sized bolt of blue lightning tore through the dark clouds. With earth-shattering power, it descended from the sky and slammed into the open space between Lan Shuang and Lan Lingchuan. Lightning flashed, blinding people. When the lightning dissipated, 6 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air opposite Lan Shuang. They were of different heights, weights, and builds. Without exception, each of them wore a plain blue mask without any patterns. That is the symbol of the Lan family's highest fighting force, the Pillar. This means that all 6 people present at this moment are just like Lan Shuang. Having gone through countless life and death trials and passed the family's most rigorous tests, they are truly capable of standing alone as 9-star pillar-level powerhouses. The Lan family has 7 pillars. At this moment, apart from Blue Frost, all 6 other pillars were present. 6 figures, like 6 insurmountable mountains, stood silently amidst the ruins of the courtyard. They did nothing. They just stood there, exuding a terrifying aura formed by the combined power of 6 9-star pillar-level experts. Just like a real tide, it spread wildly in all directions. The air, under this oppressive force, became as viscous as mercury. The space itself emitted a groaning, strained sound. The entire Lan family manor seemed to tremble under the weight of these 6 auras. Looking at the 6 familiar figures before him, Lan Lingchuan's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, was instantly ignited with a flame of hope. Blue Frost, one of the most robust men, whose temples were already graying, was the first to speak. His voice, like a resounding bell, carried an undeniable air of authority. Let's stop here. He looked at Lan Shuang, his eyes behind the mask sharp as a knife. Don't go too far. We will not allow Lan Lingchuan to be killed without any evidence. Another pillar, who was relatively thin and had a younger-sounding voice, chimed in. Lan Shuang, we understand that you are upset because of Lan Yu's disappearance. But rules are rules, so stop now. If possible, we don't want to fight you. The moment the words fell, the auras of the 6 people changed abruptly. Buzz. 6 distinct, yet equally terrifying auras surged into the sky, stirring up the winds and clouds. Behind them, 6 towering, giant contract spirit phantoms of different shapes slowly emerged and began to merge with their respective bodies. Roar! The giant's roar shook the heavens and the earth. The 6 people's bodies began to undergo drastic changes. Their bodies swelled, their muscles bulged, and mysterious, dark patterns appeared on their skin. Shadow transformation. Moreover, it is a highly in-depth cinematic adaptation. Without a doubt, these 6 pillars of the Lan family are serious. They were prepared for a bloody battle to the death against Lan Shuang, the ruthless killing god. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from 6 equally powerful individuals, any 9-star Shadow Master would be in serious trouble. They would probably feel a chill run down their spines and want to back out. After all, the pillars of the Lan family are completely different from ordinary 9-star powerhouses outside. Each of them was a monster who had truly crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood and emerged from hell. Each one possesses terrifying combat power capable of taking on multiple opponents. Finally, Lan Shuang frowned. She sensed a bit of trouble. Faced with the strong pressure from the 6 pillars, she knew that she had to take real action. She held the long sword horizontally in front of her. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Thin, dark lines began to appear on her neck, spreading towards her cheeks as if they were alive. She took a deep breath. The next moment, buzz! An aura no less powerful than that of the 6 pillars erupted from her petite body. Similarly, dark lines began to appear and spread on the surface of her skin. Blue Frost has also begun its shadow transformation. However, her portrayal of the character seems rather superficial. The power boost provided by the shadow transformation is far less than that of the 6 pillars on the opposing side. Aside from the black markings, There were no exaggerated physical changes on his body like those of the 6 pillars opposite him. However, Blue Frost did not continue to activate shadow transformation. It seemed that she felt that this level of shadow transformation was enough to deal with the 6 people in front of her. Seeing this, the 6 pillars opposite, who had already entered a deep shadow transformation state, instantly became extremely solemn in their eyes behind their masks. Chapter 200. Take me to see your cult leader. They knew better than anyone how terrifying the woman before them was. The air seemed to freeze completely at that moment. A massive battle, capable of leveling the entire Lan family manor, is about to erupt. At this moment when tensions were running high and the atmosphere was extremely tense, swords were drawn and weapons were drawn. Miss, please stop. An old and anxious voice suddenly came from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The elderly butler, Uncle Fu, was seen running frantically toward them at a speed completely out of character for his age. His face was filled with anxiety, and he was clutching a letter tightly in his hand. Miss. Uncle Fu ran up to Lan Shuang, panting, and handed her the letter high. He leaned on his knees, panting heavily, and said in broken sentences, This was just found in young Master Yu's room. It appeared out of thin air, right on young Master Yu's desk. The above is young Master Yu's handwriting. Appearing out of thin air? Lan Shuang's brows furrowed again. She glanced at Uncle Fu, then at the letter, and finally reached out and took it. There was no signature on the envelope. She tore open the envelope and pulled out the thin sheet of paper inside. The letter contained only one short sentence. A familiar line of handwriting, slightly immature, yet with strong strokes. Sister, I'm currently in the film industry due to some unforeseen circumstances, but everything is fine. I'll be back soon. Lan Yu. After reading the contents of the letter, Lan Shuang's tense body slowly relaxed. The suffocating murderous aura emanating from her dissipated rapidly, like the receding tide. The dark, shadowy patterns on the skin gradually faded away. On her perpetually icy face, a faint, genuine smile slowly appeared. That smile was like the first melting of ice and snow, and the blooming of spring flowers. It instantly dispelled the oppressive and heavy atmosphere around them. And seeing this scene, the 6 pillars opposite couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. On the other side, in the world of film, the first region of Sunset Kingdom, the royal capital, Eternal City, is currently filled with a festive and peaceful atmosphere. Lan Yu followed the speculator who called himself Che Qidong through the bustling streets toward the headquarters of the Sunset Cult. Looking at the people who had spontaneously lined up neatly on both sides of the street, their faces beaming with excitement and admiration, Lan Yu asked with some curiosity, Is today a special holiday? The wide streets were cleared, and guards maintained order on both sides. Red petals rained down from the buildings on both sides, creating an atmosphere that was almost too enthusiastic. Che Qidong smiled mysteriously, not answering directly, but instead pointing with his chin to the end of the street. Sir, you'll find out soon enough. Lan Yu looked in the direction he was pointing. At the end of the street, a formidable troop of knights clad in silver armor stood. They are marching in orderly steps, slowly approaching this way. At the very front of the procession was a young man riding a pure white warhorse. The man was tall and handsome, with a head of dazzling blonde hair that shone brightly in the eternal sunset, and a gentle yet confident smile on his lips. His silver armor reflected a divine glow in the sunlight, making him look like a hero straight out of mythology. Hero, the hero has returned. Hero, thank you for protecting our home. When the procession appeared, the crowds on both sides of the street erupted in a deafening roar of cheers. They waved their arms wildly, scattering flower petals at the young man in charge without hesitation. His eyes were filled with fervent worship and reverence. Hero, Lan Yu raised an eyebrow. A proud smile appeared on Che Qidong's face as he lowered his voice and explained to Lan Yu. That's right, a hero. Our Sunset Cult's first leader once left behind a prophecy. The prophecy says that after the establishment of the Sunset Kingdom, it will encounter an unprecedented catastrophe, and the entire kingdom will face the crisis of collapse. But the prophecy also says that there is no need to worry, because at that time, a hero from outside the heavens will descend upon this place, holding holy light, cutting through the darkness, and saving our entire Sunset Kingdom. Che Qidong's gaze fell on the silver-armored youth surrounded by the crowd, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. And that young man, named Kyle, is the hero of prophecy. 3 years ago, he descended upon our sunset kingdom in exactly the same way as the descent from beyond the heavens described in the prophecy. Our church leadership has confirmed that he is the hero ordained by divine decree to save us. Upon hearing this explanation, Lan Yu's face showed a somewhat speechless expression. What era are we living in? Why are we still talking about prophecies and saviors? However, he couldn't be bothered to comment on other people's beliefs. Compared to that hero, who was being lauded to the skies. What he was more concerned about were the two enormous iron cages made of a special metal that followed behind the hero's procession. Inside the iron cage were two grotesque and ferocious shadow monsters. The two shadow monsters were entirely black, with bodies resembling cheetahs, but with 4 thick arms and sharp claws that gleamed with a cold light. They rammed wildly in the cage, letting out angry roars. Each impact made the sturdy iron cage emit a teeth-grinding bang. That's a 6-star shadow monster, the 4-armed demon panther? Lan Yu recognized the origin of the two shadow monsters at a glance. Che Qidong smiled. Mr. Lan Yu has a good eye. That's right, it's a 6-star 4-armed demonic leopard. This kind of shadow monster is extremely fast, highly aggressive, and very troublesome. He continued to explain. Recently, the activity of shadow monsters in the third area has suddenly become unusually frequent and chaotic, and many high-star shadow monsters that should not be there have even appeared. In order to investigate the truth of the incident, Kyle personally led a team to the third region to conduct an investigation. In order to study the cause of these shadow monster riots, he casually captured these two alive and prepared to hand them over to the church's research department. Lan Yu nodded upon hearing this. Capturing 2 6-star shadow monsters in their berserk state is quite an achievement for this hero Kyle. He wasn't entirely a good-for-nothing who relied on prophecies. He did have some real skills. He withdrew his gaze, losing interest in the lively scene, and urged, "All right, stop looking. Take me to see your cult leader."